The man looked at the two fox-girl slaves before him, who had long, reddish-brown hair, delicate and beautiful features, and whose ankles were chained. A smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, a plan formed in the man's mind. Perhaps buying the two fox-girls and having them work for his general store seemed like a good option. Due to an accident, he was transported to a strange and dangerous world where swords and magic coexist, and where dragons, orcs, and various magical beasts live. Just as Wang Hao was fantasizing about becoming a powerful figure through cultivation, he suddenly discovered that he was just an ordinary person who had inherited a two-story building and had no talent for cultivation. This means that he will never be able to become a warrior or a magician, nor will he be able to master extraordinary powers. This harsh reality shattered his illusions in an instant. In this dangerous alien world, ordinary people could die at any moment, which filled Wang Hao with despair. Just as he was feeling disheartened, a clear voice suddenly rang in Wang Hao's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has transmigrated to another world and inherited a two-story building. The Super General Store system has been activated. This system can provide the host with various novel goods that do not exist in this other world. Selling these goods and reaching a specified sales volume will earn the host a chance to win new items. The system's voice continued. The two-story building under your name has been renovated and upgraded into a general store, and you have been granted super strong combat abilities to protect yourself in this other world. Please manage the general store diligently and earn a huge fortune. After hearing the continuous system notifications, Wang Hao's despair was instantly replaced by joy, and he burst into laughter with a look of ecstasy on his face. Having acquired the self-defense and combat capabilities granted by the system, Wang Hao no longer needed to worry about his life. Therefore, his next step was to focus on running the general store well. He wants to sell novel goods that have never appeared in this world before, earn a lot of gold coins and wealth, thereby quickly changing his fate and exploring this wonderful alien world. After a moment's thought, Wang Hao suddenly asked the slave trader, "Fatty, what's wrong with them?" He hadn't forgotten what Fatty had said before they entered, so there was clearly some hidden story behind it. The fat man paused for a moment, then spoke. "These two slaves recently came into my hands. They are very strong-willed, unruly, and cannot speak our language. I sent people to teach them to speak human language, but not only did they not learn, they also bit the people I sent, so—" The fat man's voice trailed off, sounding somewhat unsure of himself. Slave traders did not only sell slaves, but also ensured that the slaves were obedient, could carry out their master's orders, and would not harm their masters. Wang Hao didn't respond after listening, but instead walked towards the two girls. Seeing him approach, the two girls instantly became alert, their ears and tails bristling. The girl on the left shielded her sister behind her, baring her teeth and letting out a defiant growl at Wang Hao. Wang Hao ignored her, walking to the bedside and looking down at the two girls. Upon closer inspection, the fine hairs on the faces of the two fox girls were clearly visible, and the fear in their eyes became even more pronounced. Wang Hao silently observed them, and after a moment, suddenly uttered a string of strange words. Hearing this, the fat man froze, completely unable to understand what he was saying, but the two fox girls did. It was their fox girl language, meaning, "Do you want freedom?" The two men exchanged bewildered glances, both thinking they had misheard, a hint of confusion in their eyes. "Sir, what are you saying?" The fat man behind them couldn't help but ask. Wang Hao waved his hand, silencing him, then looked at the fox girl again. "Do you want freedom? If so, I can grant it to you, but I have conditions." It was still the Fox clan's language, and this time, both fox girls were certain they hadn't misheard. However, they didn't respond. Instead, they stared warily at Wang Hao, wondering if he had some other scheme in mind. Wang Hao was not in a hurry and said calmly, "This is a human city. Your demi-human race is too conspicuous and has no chance to escape secretly. Moreover, I don't think that fat man will give you a chance to escape. But if I buy you now, you will belong to me. Then I can do whatever I want without anyone being able to stop me. Do you understand?" After saying that, Wang Hao looked at the two of them quietly, waiting for their answer. The foxwoman sisters exchanged a glance and simultaneously asked in their fox language, "Why are you helping us?" Wang Hao smiled faintly and replied in as gentle a tone as possible, "I come from a land of freedom and equality, where there are no slaves." The two women froze, staring at Wang Hao in astonishment. Only now did Wang Hao notice a slight difference in their expressions. The fox woman, who had been bristling and about to bite, gradually calmed down, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes. The girl being protected behind her had a barely perceptible blush on her face, as if she had reacted to what Wang Hao had just said. Although it's impossible to determine who is older or younger, this alone shows that they are sisters with completely different personalities. Sure enough, the next second, the two asked completely different questions. The flustered foxwoman: "How can you guarantee you're not lying to us?" The blushing foxwoman: "What are your conditions?" Wang Hao almost laughed at their question. He suppressed his laughter and said seriously, "I own a grocery store. If you come with me, you'll have to work for me for 3 years. 3 years from now, I will let you leave. Whether you stay or leave then, I will not interfere. As for the guarantee." At this point, Wang Hao paused slightly, pondered for a moment, and then continued, "I can promise you that I will not brand you with the mark of slavery, but a contract must be signed. The slave contracts in this world consist of 2 parts, a mental brand and an identity brand. The mental brand is a contract signed on specially made parchment, which becomes effective once both parties press their fingerprints on it. Once the contract takes effect, it leaves a mark on the souls of both parties. As long as the contract is not violated, the slave or servant must obey the master's orders, cannot resist, and cannot harm the master. Identity branding involved using a red-hot iron to brand the slave's body, leaving clear scars to prove the slave's identity and affiliation. Wang Hao was also worried that he would be scammed. If he bought these 2 fox girls but they didn't obey him, it would be troublesome. Therefore, the mental imprint must be signed. But these 2 girls were so lovely, and he couldn't bear to leave unsightly scars on them. So he took the opportunity to make this his promise. After hearing Wang Hao's conditions, the 2 girls shrank into a corner and began to discuss them quietly. Since it concerned their freedom, Wang Hao did not urge them. Instead, he took a step back, watched them quietly, and showed ample patience. A moment later, the 2 sisters seemed to reach an agreement and looked at Wang Hao together. "If we go with you, you can't force us to do things we don't want to do, and you can't bully us. Yes, you can't touch our bodies. Can you promise that?" Upon hearing this request, Wang Hao almost burst out laughing. Such a thing was meaningless to him. As a transmigrator, if he wanted something, it had to be something the other party was willing to do. He would never do something so despicable. "Don't worry, I can assure you. As long as you work diligently for me, I will never mistreat you. I promise you that in 3 years I will release you from your slave contracts and let you go. This is my promise." The fat man's feelings were very complicated. From the beginning, he could tell that this dangerous young man was talking to the fox woman in her native language, and they seemed to be getting along quite well. He didn't want to delve into why Wang Hao knew this niche demi-human language. Only one thought remained in his mind: how to ruin this deal and keep the 2 fox girls here. That's right. From the beginning, he never intended for Wang Hao to take the 2 girls away. He just wanted to use their unyielding nature to make Wang Hao back down and leave as soon as possible. Although the 2 fox girls were strong-willed and unruly, their beauty was undeniable. They had barely come into his possession when they attracted the attention of several nobles. In particular, the kingdom's treasurer, the Marquis of Wellington, has officially sent messengers to declare his intention to acquire the 2 fox spirits. It's just that they haven't been able to tame them yet, which is why it's been delayed until now. If Wang Hao takes these 2 slaves away, he will have no way to explain it to the Marquis of Wellington, and it will inevitably cause a lot of trouble. Seeing that Wang Hao seemed to have finished his conversation, the fat man mustered his courage and walked over, a fawning smile plastered on his face. "Sir, these 2 slaves are a bit disobedient. Shall I take you to see them elsewhere?" Wang Hao glanced at him coldly and said indifferently, "No need, it'll just be the 2 of them. Prepare the contract." The fat man's heart sank. His premonition had come true. In less than 5 minutes, after only a few words, these 2 unyielding slaves agreed to go with Wang Hao. What exactly did he say? "Sir, are you sure you want to buy them?" "They are." Wang Hao waved his hand, interrupting him directly. "You don't need to worry about anything else. Go prepare the contract." The fat man gritted his teeth, still wanting to try again. "Sir, these twins aren't cheap. Won't you reconsider?" Wang Hao had been so focused on talking to the 2 girls that he forgot to ask about the price. Hearing this, he frowned slightly. How much would it cost to buy them? The fat man swallowed hard, holding up his 5 chubby fingers. 5 gold coins. Wang Hao asked. The fat man shook his head and gave an awkward laugh. 50 gold coins. Wang Hao frowned. The fat man still shook his head. Seeing Wang Hao's expression gradually darken, he quickly quoted a price. "It's 500 gold coins. Someone has already offered 500 gold coins. That person is a marquis from the Kingdom of Leighton. If the price is lower than that, I won't be able to explain myself." Wang Hao remained outwardly calm upon hearing this, but inwardly he was cursing. 500 gold coins. A grown man who works for a year without eating or drinking would only earn about 10 gold coins. To buy these foxwoman sisters, he would have to save for at least 50 years. No wonder these slave traders are so rich. This money is far too easy to make. Thinking of the mere 15 gold coins in his pocket, Wang Hao felt a headache coming on. 500 gold coins were a lot, but given a month, he was confident he could earn them, perhaps even faster with good luck. But could the two sisters wait that long? Wang Hao glanced at the fat man's face. His narrowed eyes gleamed with shrewdness, clearly indicating he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Hoping the other party would keep his promise and give him time to raise the money was less effective than taking direct action. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to drastic measures. Wang Hao suddenly put on a smiling face and put his hand on the fat man's shoulder. You've been here so long without saying hello. What's your name, boss? The fat man was a little flattered and quickly introduced himself. You're too kind, sir. My name is George. You can just call me George. Wang Hao nodded, greeted him warmly as Brother George, and then said with a smile, I'll take these two slaves. 500 gold coins isn't much, but I have a small request. I hope Brother George can help me out. The fat man quickly asked, What kind of help? Please tell me, and I'll try my best to help you. Wang Hao chuckled and said, I'd like to pay for these 500 gold coins in installments, all within 3 months. I wonder if Brother George would agree to that. The fat man was taken aback. He'd initially assumed the man, with his distinguished air, was a hidden big shot, but it turned out he was a penniless wretch. 3-month installment plan. The fat man suppressed his anger and said, Sir, please don't joke around. Slave transactions have always been cash on delivery. The money and goods are settled the moment the contract is completed. There has never been a precedent for installment payments. Oh, is there no precedent? Wang Hao seemed unconcerned, saying in a calm tone, There wasn't before because you hadn't met me. Now that I'm here, there can be a precedent. The fat man was about to say something more when he suddenly felt 2 heavy pats on his back. The words he was about to say were swallowed back, and he coughed repeatedly. Don't worry, Brother George, I'm a businessman of my word. I won't make things difficult for you. As Wang Hao spoke, he walked towards the foxwoman sisters. I run a general store in the East District. If you're worried, you can send someone to my store to collect the money every day. I think it's better to. The fat man didn't want Wang Hao to take the 2 slaves away in the first place, and he wanted to refuse after hearing this. However, the next moment, his pupils contracted sharply, and he froze on the spot, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Wang Hao picked up the chain binding the foxwoman, and with a gentle twist of his fingers, he easily snapped the finger-thick iron chain as easily as snapping a noodle. He had never seen anything like it before. Even the Golden Knight probably didn't possess such terrifying power. A clear swallowing sound echoed in the room. Wang Hao glanced indifferently at the fat man, then casually snapped another chain. The 2 fox girls were completely dumbfounded, their minds in turmoil. They didn't know if agreeing to Wang Hao's conditions was the right or wrong thing to do, nor did they know if an even deeper abyss awaited them ahead. Wang Hao ignored their reactions, dusted off his hands, and looked at the fat man. What are you all standing there for? Take the contract. The fat man trembled and pulled a parchment from his pocket with a wry smile. What could he do if he didn't want to? His neck wasn't as strong as those 2 iron chains. He'd better get rid of this person first. Wang Hao took the contract, glanced at it, pressed his fingerprint on the master's side, and then handed it to his sisters. The 2 exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, nodded emphatically, and then each bit their finger, pressing their fingerprints onto the contract. A soft light emanated from the parchment, transforming into 3 orbs of light that flew into the space between Wang Hao and the fox sisters' brows, thus completing the contract. Wang Hao smiled slightly, took out a money pouch from his pocket, and tossed it to the fat man. Here are 10 gold coins. Keep them for now, we'll talk about the rest later. The fat man clutched the shrunken pouch, tears of humiliation welling in his eyes. Didn't the fat man have any human rights? This was too much of a bullying. Chapter 10 Ari and Lulu. With things having come to this point, the fat man could only suppress his anger, daring not to show the slightest dissatisfaction on his face. Although he maintained a team of mercenaries, their strongest were only silver level, utterly insignificant compared to Wang Hao. If he were to truly turn against him, he would only be the one to suffer. It was better to send them away first, and then find a way to retaliate. Having made up his mind, the fat man immediately put on a smiling face and chased after him as if nothing had happened. Sir, let me take you to get your identity branded. You can choose a design, or even have it customized. Wang Hao stopped, looking at him coldly. Are you out of your mind? The fat man was stunned and wanted to explain. Wang Hao raised his hand and slapped him twice on the face, then pointed at the foxwoman sisters and said, Such beautiful girls, you want to leave scars on them? Beauty is for looking at, not for you to ruin. Do you understand? The fat man could only nod repeatedly, not daring to refute. These words eased the foxwoman sisters' tense nerves slightly. They vaguely felt that Wang Hao was different from the others. Perhaps one day they would truly regain their freedom, and if he kept his promise, serving him for 3 years would be a way of repaying his kindness. As they stepped out of the warehouse, the sun was already shining brightly. The long-lost warmth made the two sisters feel as if they had returned from another world, and they couldn't help but hug each other and cry. Wang Hao simply sighed and said, Follow me, before heading towards the East District. Once everyone was out of sight, the fat man's face instantly turned cold. He snapped his fingers, and a man in black appeared from the corner. You saw what happened just now. The man nodded. The fat man asked, Can you tell what his strength is? The man in black hesitated. He didn't use any battle aura and doesn't seem like a magician, yet he could break the chains. There are only 2 possibilities. Either he's a level 10 saint level expert, or he has innate divine strength and a physical body that has reached the saint level. The fat man frowned. Which one do you think it is? The other man shook his head, indicating that he couldn't judge. The fat man narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then sneered. Go to the Marquis's mansion and tell the Marquis of Wellington about this. Don't mention strength. Just say he forced a sale, and I couldn't stop him. The man in black acknowledged and left. The fat man sneered. Dare to take advantage of me? It's not that simple. Meanwhile, Wang Hao led the sisters across the intersection to the more bustling East District. Seeing that they had calmed down, he said, Since you're coming with me, I'll keep my promise. Tell me your names first. The sisters looked at each other and said, My name is Ali. My name is Lulu. The 2 women whispered their thanks again. Master, thank you for saving us. We will work hard to repay you. Wang Hao was about to speak when he heard their stomachs rumble. He immediately understood and smiled. Let's go eat first. After the meal, the sisters recounted their origins. They came from a fox village in the Belvis Mountains, where they had been attacked by a monster half a month prior and captured and enslaved while fleeing. They pretended not to speak human language and threatened to starve themselves to survive until now. After hearing their story, Wang Hao felt a pang of sympathy and resolved to treat them better in the future. He then led the 2 women into a nearby tailor shop, intending to buy them some new clothes as a gift. The shop was located in the Eastern District, so the craftsmanship was naturally excellent. They had a full range of ready-made garments and samples, and even offered custom-made options. However, after looking around, Wang Hao was still unsatisfied. The styles in the shop were too conservative and didn't meet his requirements at all. Ari and Lulu were both 16 years old. Although they were rather thin, with a little care they would surely stand out. Since ready-made clothes weren't an option, Wang Hao decided to design them himself. He asked for paper and pen, and after a moment's thought, he began sketching. As he drew, he muttered to himself, The parts that need to be highlighted should be highlighted, and the skirt shouldn't be too long. It's a shame to hide such beautiful legs. He also chose practical and stylish little boots. Before long, a simple and neat-made outfit was completed. Wang Hao looked at the design drawings with satisfaction, handed them to the old tailor, and then took out a gold coin and placed it on the counter. Make 3 sets each of black and white according to this design. Can you deliver them tomorrow? The old tailor's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Holding the blueprints, he said excitedly, No problem. I'll stay up all night to finish it for you. But could you sell me these blueprints? Chapter 11, Making a Small Business on the Side. You want to buy my design? Wang Hao was a little surprised, not expecting the old tailor to make such a request. The old tailor nodded seriously, his tone excited. I'll pay 5 gold coins for this design, to be a new style in the shop. He looked at him expectantly, his sincerity evident. Wang Hao looked around and quickly understood the reason. This world had low productivity, and most clothes were still made by hand, with commoners making their own. Only nobles and merchants would order custom-made clothes. Tailors, in their eagerness to please the nobility, often adorned their garments with extravagant decorations and jewels. In contrast, Wang Hao's made outfits took a different approach, using tailoring to accentuate the figure, which clearly had a greater market appeal. Once the design is bought out, the profits from exclusively selling this new style will definitely multiply. Wang Hao's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the old man meaningfully. You want to buy it out for 5 gold coins? And you won't let me sell it to others? The old tailor didn't hide anything and directly admitted, "That's right, I want to keep this outfit for myself. If you're willing to sell, we can discuss the price." Wang Hao thought for a moment. He didn't know how to make clothes, so keeping the designs was useless. He might as well exchange them for money. But he was clearly not satisfied with the 5 gold coins buyout, so he changed his mind. "We can cooperate, but I want a cut." The old tailor immediately became wary. "How much will you take? I don't want to work for nothing." Wang Hao smiled and waved his hand. "Not much. For every set sold, I'll take 20% of the net profit, and the rest is yours." This percentage wasn't low, but it was acceptable. The old tailor pondered for a moment and then nodded. "Okay, let's do it this way, settled monthly." After reaching an agreement, Wang Hao picked up a quill pen and drew a casual suit on parchment, handing it over. "This one is for you too. The cooperation method is the same." Han's eyes lit up after looking at the drawing. "This suit is wonderful. It's neither ostentatious nor lacking in style. Young man, you're a genius." Wang Hao smiled and introduced himself, also leaving himself an out. Both parties quickly drafted the contract and signed it. Wang Hao was in a great mood, as he could get a share of the money just by drawing 2 pictures. When they left the tailor shop, the Ali sisters were still in a daze. They had worked hard since childhood and knew very well how difficult it was to earn money, but they were completely stunned by what they saw. Lulu couldn't help but mutter, "We work so hard farming and hunting, and you can't even earn as much as you make with a few strokes of your brush?" She looked incredulous. The 2 sisters then realized that Wang Hao could easily buy them for 500 gold coins because he himself had the ability to make money. When Ari looked at Wang Hao again, she felt a bit more admiration, while Lulu was full of curiosity, and even her initial wariness lessened considerably. Lulu couldn't help but lean closer and ask, "Master, you're amazing. You got an old man to make money for you with just 2 paintings. Are you a big liar?" Wang Hao's lips twitched, and he was speechless for a moment. Ali quickly covered her sister's mouth and smiled apologetically. "Master, please don't mind her. She doesn't think before she speaks." Lulu wanted to retort, but was held down again. Ali scolded in a low voice, "This is a skill, not lying. Don't talk nonsense, or Master will beat you." Lulu was so frightened that she immediately covered her bottom, looking at Wang Hao with a pitiful expression. "I was wrong. Please don't hit me." Wang Hao just smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. "Don't worry, I'm not angry," he casually reassured her. Lulu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile returned to her face. "Master, where do we go next?" Lulu asked curiously. Wang Hao pointed ahead to the shops that were surrounded by a huge crowd. "See that general store?" Lulu looked over, puzzled. "Why are there so many people? And the names are weird. Who came up with them?" Wang Hao's face darkened, and he retorted, "Have you ever considered that I own that shop?" Chapter 12 Manager Ali. Wang Hao returned to the general store through the back door, escorted the Ali sisters upstairs, and immediately went downstairs to open for business. After a day of fermentation, the store's toilet paper, cola, egg yolk pies, and salt had become quite famous, and many commoners were eager to try them after hearing about them, rushing to buy them. As soon as the store opened, dozens of people rushed in, instantly filling the small grocery store. Some were shouting for toilet paper, some were eager to buy salt that could cure diseases, and others were yelling for a discount on cola. The noise was deafening, giving Wang Hao a headache. Just then, the system alerted that someone had stolen something and marked a red mark on the head of a sleazy young man. Wang Hao's face darkened, and he shouted, "Shut up, all of you." His voice was icy cold, and the entire shop fell silent instantly, everyone stunned. Wang Hao walked through the crowd to the young man and coldly uttered 2 words, "Take it out." The man tried to argue, but when he was stared at by Wang Hao's eyes, he froze and could only obediently take out the cola and egg yolk pie from his sleeve. Wang Hao, expressionless, put the items back on the shelf, then grabbed the man by the collar, dragged him to the door like a dead dog, and kicked him out. The man fell heavily onto the cobblestone path, writhing in pain, while onlookers watched in horror. After dealing with the thief, Wang Hao glanced at the crowd and said calmly, "Those who want to buy things, line up. Those who want to take advantage of the situation, get out of here now." Having learned from the previous example, the crowd dared not act recklessly again and quickly formed a long queue that stretched all the way to the door. Wang Hao then smiled, walked behind the counter, and said, "There's plenty of stock. Think it over before you buy, and come in order." The scene was orderly, and business became smooth. Time passed quickly, and evening arrived in the blink of an eye. In the dimly lit shop, Wang Hao sat with his legs crossed, drinking a cola, watching Ali and Lulu busy cleaning up. Today's customer traffic had doubled compared to yesterday, and he was so busy at first that he didn't even have time to drink water. Later, Ali volunteered to go downstairs to help, introducing the products to customers. Lulu also lowered her guard and took charge of packing and unpacking. The two worked together seamlessly, and Wang Hao only needed to settle accounts and collect money, greatly improving efficiency and making his job much easier. Once they were proficient, Wang Hao simply let go and allowed the two sisters to do their own thing. Ali and Lulu were full of energy, greeting every customer warmly and serving them diligently even if they only bought one egg yolk pie, making many onlookers feel embarrassed to leave empty-handed. After sunset, the last customer left, and the two sisters took the initiative to clean the shop, wiping down the counters and shelves, keeping everything in perfect order. Wang Hao watched this and was even more pleased with these two sensible beast-eared girls. He summoned the system to check the accounts, and then asked, "Ollie, how much money did you make today?" Ollie opened the ledger and carefully reported the quantity of each type of product. Although her tone was soft, her words were clear and organized. After the report, she looked up and said, "Master, a total of 2,642 silver coins were sold." As soon as she finished speaking, Lulu jumped up in surprise, rushed to the counter to confirm repeatedly, her face full of disbelief. Ari glared at her, then looked at Wang Hao nervously. "Master, this is my first time doing this. There might be omissions." Wang Hao laughed and clapped his hands, saying, "Not bad, not at all. You have a lot of talent." Hearing the praise, Ali blushed slightly and quietly explained that she used to help the villagers with their accounts. Wang Hao nodded and announced on the spot, "From today onwards, you are the manager of the general store, and the store will be under your responsibility." Lulu immediately leaned in and asked, "What about me?" Wang Hao laughed, "You're still a bit lacking. Continue being a waitress." Lulu, however, didn't mind at all. On the contrary, she was full of enthusiasm and said she would definitely try her best to catch up with her sister. Seeing their performance, Wang Hao was even more satisfied and then said, "Based on your performance, I've decided to give you some rewards." Chapter 13 Reward. Upon hearing about the reward, Lulu became excited, wagging her tail incessantly and her ears standing up high. She couldn't help but ask Wang Hao what the reward would be. Seeing her like this, Wang Hao decided to tease her and asked her in return what reward she wanted for working so hard today. Lulu paused for a moment, then lowered her head, deep in thought, as if weighing something carefully. Wang Hao didn't urge her, but simply smiled and waited for her. After a while, Lulu looked up, her hands clasped to her chest, and cautiously glanced at him, seemingly a little embarrassed to speak. Just when Wang Hao thought she was about to make a difficult request, Lulu said softly, "Master, I'd like to try some cola and egg yolk pie. Is that all right?" She also pointed to the half-empty bottle of cola on the table and added quietly, "Whatever you have is fine. I can share it with my sister." These words sent a chill down Wang Hao's spine. It was rare for her to make a request, yet she only wanted these worthless things, which made him feel a pang of sadness. His expression suddenly turned serious, and he shook his head decisively. "This is my Coke. I won't give it to you." Lulu shuddered, and the light in her eyes dimmed instantly. But before she could react, Wang Hao spoke again. "You don't need to drink what I left over, nor do you need to eat what I left over. From today onwards, you can use whatever you want in the store, eat whatever you want, and drink whatever you want cola." He added earnestly, "Although you signed a contract, as long as you don't betray me, you are normal people and friends in my eyes. I won't use the contract to restrict you." These words stunned Lulu, and the light in her eyes gradually brightened. "Master, is everything you said true?" she asked incredulously. Wang Hao nodded and smiled. "Of course, I keep my word, as long as it's not wasted." Lulu was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly rushed over and hugged his waist, thanking him excitedly. Wang Hao was caught off guard, his hand frozen in midair, unsure whether to return the hug. At this moment, Ali stepped forward, gently pulled Lulu away, and together they bowed deeply to Wang Hao. "Master, thank you for your gift. We will cherish it." Ali was equally excited as she spoke. Although the shop only had a few items, she had already realized that their value far exceeded the village's grain. Wang Hao not only let them use them freely, but also promised not to restrict them with a contract, which made her feel respected for the first time. Once the two sisters had calmed down a bit, Wang Hao suddenly said, "Actually, what we just talked about didn't count as a reward." The two sisters were taken aback and looked at him simultaneously. Wang Hao explained that he had wanted to say those things for a while, but he had been too busy today, so he brought it up only now. He extended his right hand and said to the two of them, "The real reward is that from now on, you will receive 5 gold coins each month." He added that they could spend the money as they pleased or save it as they wished, and he would not interfere. After speaking, Wang Hao looked at them expectantly, waiting for their thanks. But the two sisters were stunned. Ali looked blank and asked softly, "Master, are you serious?" Wang Hao nodded matter-of-factly. "Of course, would I lie to you?" Ali was even more confused. In her mind, slaves were the private property of their masters, and there was no such thing as payment. Being able to eat their fill was already a blessing. But now, not only could she use whatever she wanted in the shop, but she could also get gold coins, which completely overturned her common sense. Wang Hao, oblivious to the situation, continued, "Not only will you receive compensation, but you'll also have holidays. From now on, you'll work 5 days and rest 2 days. The shop will be closed, but you can go out and explore. Remember to be careful." He spoke casually, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Ali listened, seemingly understanding, but not quite. She had never heard of these rules before, and her mind couldn't quite grasp them. If all slaves were treated this way, then it didn't seem so terrible after all. At this moment, Lulu finally made sense of everything she had said, and she was so excited that she exclaimed, "Wow, Master, you are so great." She jumped up and threw herself into Wang Hao's arms, rubbing her ears against his chest, so excited that she was incoherent. "Master, you're so good to us. I've never seen so much money, and we even have time to rest. I never dared to dream of such a life." She became more and more excited as she spoke, her face turning red. "Master, are you an envoy who came to save us? How can I ever repay you?" Wang Hao looked down at her furry ears, and suddenly an idea struck him. He smiled and asked, "Lulu, do you really want to thank me?" Lulu immediately looked up and nodded vigorously, her eyes exceptionally earnest. Wang Hao's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Then can I touch your ears?" Chapter 14 Rejection. The wish to touch ears ultimately remained unfulfilled. Lulu, like a frightened little rabbit, blushed and hid behind Ali, only her fluffy tail swaying gently. Ali also blushed a little and quickly explained, "Master, don't be angry. In our tribe, touching ears is a very intimate thing. Only family members and partners can do it." Although she didn't finish her sentence, the meaning was clear. Wang Hao understood. Although he was somewhat close to the two sisters, they weren't quite at that level, so being rejected was normal. He quickly composed himself and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. I was just joking. I won't make things difficult for you." Ali breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously asked, "Master, are you hungry? I'll go make dinner." Wang Hao was taken aback, somewhat surprised that she could cook. Ali nodded and said, "I know a little. I used to help my mom cook." Wang Hao immediately became interested. He had just bought the ingredients today, so he readily agreed. "Then I'll leave it to you. I'd like to try your cooking too." After receiving permission, Ali was very happy. She took the salt and pulled Lulu, whose face was flushed, upstairs. With the creaking of the wooden stairs, the two figures quickly disappeared upstairs. Wang Hao smiled, picked up the half-empty bottle of cola, sat back in his chair, and casually opened the system interface. The shop's products were linked to the system level. To unlock more, he needed to earn profits to upgrade. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 required 50 gold coins in profit. He checked the data. Today he sold 2642 silver coins, netting 2334 silver coins after deducting costs, which was 23 gold coins. Adding this to his previous profits, he had a total of 38 gold coins. This progress is already quite good. If all goes well, he can upgrade tomorrow night. Wang Hao pondered while drinking his cola. "I wonder what good stuff I'll get next time." Just then, a knocking sound came from outside the door, interrupting his thoughts. In the darkness, he could only see a tall figure standing at the door. Wang Hao frowned and called out, "We're closed for today, come back tomorrow." The system had already settled the accounts, and he didn't plan to do any more business. But the other party not only didn't leave, but knocked even more urgently. This made Wang Hao a little impatient. He put down his cola, walked to the door, and opened it directly. "Who is it? Didn't you hear we're closed?" As soon as the door opened, he saw the person who came in, Alan, the silver-haired girls' guard captain. Alan looked slightly embarrassed, but still politely apologized. "Excuse me for bothering you. I'd like to buy 500 bottles of Coke. How much is it?" Wang Hao replied without hesitation, "Not selling now. Come back tomorrow." He then turned to close the door. Alan instinctively reached out to stop him, which immediately angered Wang Hao. Since he had made a move, he didn't hold back and retaliated instantly. The next second, Alan felt a blur before his eyes, and he was thrown back, crashing heavily to the ground. Captain! Several knights rushed forward to help him up. After regaining his footing, Alan stared at the tightly closed door, his expression solemn, and remained silent for a long time. By continental standards, he was a level 6 silver knight, and had even touched the threshold of a level 7 gold knight. His strength and experience were at their peak. In that instant, he hadn't even seen his opponent's movements. The only feeling he had was speed, so fast he couldn't react. When he regained consciousness, he was already lying on the ground. He asked in a low voice, "Did you see how I was sent flying?" The knights looked at each other and all shook their heads. "We didn't see it. By the time we realized what was happening, you were already flying." Some even suspected it was a sneak attack and suggested attacking together. Alan shook his head to stop them, and after a moment of contemplation, said, "Don't let this get out. Let's go." He didn't say anything more, turned and left, and the others quickly followed. Meanwhile, Wang Hao had already put the matter out of his mind and went straight upstairs. The two beast-eared girls had already prepared dinner and were calling him over with smiles. The air was filled with the rich aroma of meat broth, making Wang Hao's mouth water. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "Hee hee, I'm in for a treat tonight." Chapter 15 Defeated by Ari. After returning to the knight's camp, Alan first dismissed his 4 companions, then changed into civilian clothes and hurried to the palace. The incident that had just occurred wasn't a major issue, but it wasn't insignificant either. If left unchecked, it would inevitably become a problem. As a knight, he was unwilling to take that risk, so he decided to personally report to the king and ask His Majesty for a decision. After waiting a moment, Alan was summoned to the study, where he met King Arthur, who was reviewing documents. King Arthur put down the documents, rubbed his temples, and gave a tired but gentle smile. "Alan, what brings you here?" Alan bowed and recounted everything that had happened at the general store in detail, finally saying in a deep voice, "That man is not like an ordinary merchant. He is not solely driven by profit. I suspect he has ulterior motives." King Arthur did not respond immediately, but instead lowered his head in thought. It was not unusual to see unfamiliar merchants in the capital. Goblins and dwarves often created strange and unusual items, which were then sold to various places through merchants. He had seen this many times before. Moreover, Alan had already reported on the general store the previous night, mentioning several novel items. At the time, he had only found them intriguing and hadn't given them much thought. Today, Alan submitted another request to purchase 500 bottles of cola for the knights, saying it could quickly restore stamina and wasn't expensive, so he approved it immediately. Thinking of this, King Arthur looked up and asked, "Alan, are you sure that person's strength far surpasses yours?" Alan's expression was serious, and he nodded without hesitation. "Yes, Your Majesty. He attacked extremely quickly, defeating me without even using battle aura or martial arts techniques. Yet I was completely powerless to retaliate. I've only ever felt this way with the commander." The leader was none other than Kevin Remington, the paladin and commander of the Light Griffin Knights. Upon hearing this, King Arthur nodded slightly, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. With combat strength comparable to a paladin, coupled with those never-before-seen goods, this young man is indeed extraordinary. He suddenly spoke up. "Alan, come with me to see him tomorrow." Alan was immediately startled and quickly tried to dissuade him. "Your Majesty, this is too dangerous. I haven't been able to confirm his identity, nor do I know his intentions. I can't let you take the risk." King Arthur raised his hand to interrupt him, his tone relaxed yet confident. "Alan, have you forgotten that I am also a level 9 Grand Swordsman? Even if I can't win, can't I at least run away?" The scene shifts, and Wang Hao is now utterly exasperated, complaining to the system. "You're a bottomless pit. Is this what you call ignoring negative status effects?" The system pauses for a moment, then simply spews out a string of ellipses. Wang Hao is furious, but he can't afford to argue any further. He grabs a roll of toilet paper and rushes into the bathroom. The moment he sits down, he starts having severe diarrhea, feeling completely exhausted. This was his 13th bout of diarrhea. He'd used more than a roll of toilet paper, but there was no sign of improvement. His face was pale, and he managed to ask, "System, do you have any anti-diarrheal medication? I feel like I'm about to collapse." The system coldly replied, "Items in this system must be obtained through a lottery." Wang Hao couldn't help but curse. "Screw you. How can I possibly hold out until the lottery in this state? Keep going. I believe in you. You're definitely doing this on purpose." Wang Hao gritted his teeth. "Are you jealous because I have a girl by my side? This system has no emotions and will not be jealous of its host. Your current situation is your own choice. This system is not to blame. A series of notifications flashed by, and Wang Hao almost fainted from anger. He was too exhausted to argue anymore and could only slump onto the toilet, feeling completely drained. Just then, Ali's voice came from outside the door. "Master, are you all right?" Her tone was filled with obvious worry and guilt. Wang Hao managed a weak reply. "I'm fine, just a stomachache. I'll be fine after I'm done." Ari's voice trembled. "I'm sorry, Master. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have cooked for you." Hearing this, Wang Hao felt a sense of helplessness. Last night, Ari personally cooked, stewing the purchased ingredients into a pot of vegetables and adding all sorts of spices. It did indeed smell very delicious. But he sensed something was wrong with his first bite. The ingredients and spices were fine, but when mixed together, they produced a strange effect that he instinctively resisted. He even asked the system if anything would go wrong, and only after receiving a no answer did he force himself to eat most of the pot, even praising Ali's cooking skills. Now, the tragedy has fully unfolded. Wang Hao could barely stand. His legs were trembling, and he nearly fell into the toilet several times. He could only weakly cry out, "Ali, Lulu, I can't go on. Help me up. I don't want to die in the toilet." Chapter 16. A friendship forged in diarrhea. With Ari and Lulu's help, Wang Hao finally managed to get out of the toilet, thankfully not truly dying on the toilet. Ari held his shoulder, seeing his pale face and tears streaming down his face, apologizing between sobs. Wang Hao forced a smile and comforted him. "Don't be nervous. Maybe I'm just not used to your food. I'll get used to it after a few more times." Lulu whispered, "How about I cook from now on?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hao jumped, nearly causing another accident. His heart pounded. If Ali could eat people like this, what would happen if Lulu cooked? He quickly suppressed this dangerous thought, forced himself to stand up straight, and pointed to the stairs. "Let's not talk about that. Let's open for business." The two sisters tried to persuade him to rest, but Wang Hao was adamant, so they could only help him downstairs, settle him in, open the shop door, and hang up the sign. As soon as the door opened, several customers rushed in, led by Alan and West, followed by several knights and a distinguished-looking middle-aged man. "Boss, I'm here." Alan greeted him as if nothing had happened. Wang Hao glanced at him lazily and pointed directly to the counter. "Tell Ali what you want. She's the manager." This made Alan pause slightly, and when he looked at Ali again, his attitude immediately became serious. In Celtic City, most of the demi-humans were slaves, and young and beautiful women like the Ari sisters were even less likely to have free status. But Wang Hao clearly stated that she was the manager, so Alan naturally dared not neglect her. He walked to the counter and politely said, "Miss Ari, I'd like 500 bottles of cola." Wang Hao felt at ease leaving the business to Ali. He reclined in his chair, slowly sipping his cola while recovering, looking listless and weak. At that moment, the middle-aged man, after observing him for a while, approached him. "Young man, are you feeling unwell?" Wang Hao glanced at him, his tone dismissive. "Nothing. What's wrong?" The other person didn't seem to mind and introduced himself. "My name is Arthur. I know a little about medicine and can take a look at you." Wang Hao didn't have the energy to say much, only leaving a whatever. After a quick examination, Arthur quickly determined, "You ate something bad, didn't you?" Wang Hao hummed in agreement. Arthur chuckled. "It's not a big problem, but constant diarrhea isn't good. I have some stomach medicine here. Want to try it?" He then pulled a small, delicate box from his pocket containing several black pills. Wang Hao looked at him with a hint of suspicion, but seeing the man's composed demeanor, he didn't seem like a con man, so he simply picked one up and swallowed it. As soon as the medicine entered his stomach, a warm current surged up, and he felt noticeably more comfortable. He nodded. "The medicine is good, thank you." Arthur couldn't help but tease. "You took it without even asking. Aren't you afraid it's poison?" Wang Hao exhaled and replied calmly, "No poison that can kill me has appeared yet. What am I afraid of?" These words, spoken so casually, made Arthur's heart tremble, and he couldn't help but re-examine the young man in front of him. On the other side, Wang Hao suddenly called out to the counter, "Ollie, give him a 20% discount. His friend helped me out." Ollie immediately responded, and Alan understood the reason, simply nodding his thanks without saying anything more, and continued to pay. Wang Hao then looked at Arthur and handed him a bottle of cola. "Thank you for the medicine. Please drink this." Arthur took it, opened it as instructed, and took a big gulp, only to choke on the bubbles and his face turned bright red. Wang Hao reminded him, "Don't hold it in if you want to burp." No sooner had he spoken than Arthur let out a loud burp, laughing involuntarily. "This drink is interesting. How come it's so fizzy? Wang Hao replied casually. It's a secret. Arthur didn't press further, and instead struck up a conversation. Judging from your appearance, you don't seem to be from our latent kingdom. Young man, where are you from? Chapter 17 Beast-eared girls are the best. Wang Hao knew from the very first day that there were no yellow-skinned people in Celtic City. To avoid being questioned about his origins, he prepared an explanation in advance. At this moment, he took a sip of cola and said slowly, I am not from this world. I was sent here by a being called Heavy Truck Immortal Venerable. King Arthur froze for a moment, then gave him an I understand look, clearly not believing him at all. Heh, little brother, don't joke around. Wang Hao shrugged. If you don't believe me when I tell you the truth, then so be it. Too lazy to explain further, Wang Hao instead asked about the silver-haired girl. King Arthur then realized it was Lily and wondered how he recognized her. Wang Hao casually pointed at Alan. That big guy with her, he's obviously a guard. King Arthur, somewhat exasperated, still explained for Alan, saying he was a loyal knight. Wang Hao, unperturbed, asked why they bought so much cola. Did they think they could finish it all? King Arthur laughed and explained that knightly training was extremely demanding, and cola was perfect for restoring energy. Wang Hao nodded, indicating there was plenty of stock, and the two chatted idly for a while. As they chatted, King Arthur couldn't help but ask about the shop's merchandise. Why does your shop only have 5 kinds of goods? Wang Hao first asked in return, then nodded and admitted that it was indeed a bit short. He casually replied, It's okay, there will be more tomorrow. You can come again when you have time. King Arthur pressed for details about what specific items would be available, but Wang Hao calmly replied, I don't know either, we'll talk about it later. This remark left King Arthur speechless, inwardly cursing. Seeing he wouldn't get any answers, he gave up and said he'd come back tomorrow, then prepared to leave. Just before he left, Wang Hao suddenly stopped him, asking if nobles frequently held banquets. King Arthur's eyes flickered, thinking he wanted to attend. But Wang Hao waved his hand. I'm not interested. I want you to help me promote sanitary napkins. Upon hearing this, King Arthur's expression changed. For a king to be selling such a thing was utterly outrageous. He frowned to confirm, but Wang Hao remained serious, even offering him a discount. King Arthur remained silent for a moment, then reluctantly agreed before quickly leaving, fearing Wang Hao might make even more outrageous demands. The shop fell silent again. Wang Hao lay back in the rocking chair as if nothing had happened, watching Ollie and Lulu sell things, and couldn't help but mutter, How boring. I need to find some fun. Time quickly passed, and evening arrived. Old Man Hans delivered 6 made outfits on time, as well as a suit specially made for Wang Hao. Wang Hao was very satisfied after inspecting them. The fabric and workmanship were quite good. He immediately told the Ollie sisters to change their clothes, while he waited expectantly. Not long after, footsteps sounded upstairs, and 2 figures, one in black and one in white, descended. The sisters, dressed in maid outfits, were exquisitely beautiful, as if they had stepped out of a painting. Their cheeks were slightly flushed, their animal ears twitched gently, and their tails peeked out from behind their skirts, swaying softly. Wang Hao's eyes widened in amazement, and he couldn't help but exclaim, This is so cute. He praised it repeatedly, making the 2 of them both shy and delighted, wanting to hide but reluctant to leave. After a while, Wang Hao finally looked away and turned to Hans's father, praising his excellent craftsmanship. Hans smiled modestly, saying that the main thing was the good design, and the 2 exchanged pleasantries. When the price came up, Hans tentatively suggested 1 gold coin per set, thinking it was about right. Wang Hao, however, shook his head immediately, a knowing smile on his face. Too cheap. This is for nobles. He set the price on the spot, 5 gold coins per set for maid outfits, 10 gold coins per set for suits. Not a single silver coin less. Hans gasped, unable to help but exclaim, You're even more ruthless than me. Chapter 18 Upgrade. New products. After seeing Hans off, Wang Hao turned and returned to the shop. The shop was quiet. Lulu was diligently cleaning with her tools, while Ari stood behind the counter, head down, calculating accounts. The 2 beast-eared girls in maid outfits were each performing their duties with focused expressions, making for a particularly pleasing scene. Wang Hao smiled, walked to a chair, sat down, and casually opened the system interface. System, calculate today's accounts. The system responded immediately and began daily settlement statistics. Soon, transaction records appeared one after another, the largest of which came from Alan, who bought 500 bottles of cola in one go. The purchase price was 0.5 silver coins, and the selling price was 3 silver coins, making a profit of 1250 silver coins from this one transaction. The remaining customers, though not spending much, were numerous. After all the data was tallied, the final result settled on one number, 3833 silver coins. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "Can I upgrade now?" The system gave a positive answer, and he replied without hesitation, upgrade now." The system prompted that the upgrade would take 1 hour, during which time no goods could be purchased. The interface then disappeared, and Wang Hao leaned back in his chair, somewhat idle. At this moment, Ali looked up and said, "Master, we sold a total of 4562 silver coins today." Her voice trembled slightly, clearly very excited. Lulu jumped up immediately upon hearing this, wagging her tail incessantly. "Master, we made so much money today. You're amazing." Wang Hao smiled and waved his hand. "This is all thanks to you." He looked at the two of them, in a good mood. "You did so well. I'll take you out for a big meal tonight." Lulu immediately became excited, wagging her tail even faster. Wang Hao couldn't help but comment on this scene. "You really are like a puppy." The two were overjoyed, and the atmosphere in the store became relaxed. An hour passed quickly, and Wang Hao returned to the store, immediately opening the system panel. Sure enough, the system had leveled up to level 2, and he had gained an extra chance to draw a prize. "System, I want to draw a prize." After confirming, the system didn't use any fancy animations, simply displaying a few simple prompts. "Congratulations, host, you have drawn the following items. Toothbrush set. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the following agricultural product. Wheat seeds. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the following food. Canned yellow peaches. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the following condiment. Oyster sauce. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the following medicine. Liwei Dawang pills." The 5 different product types were all available, which surprised Wang Hao. However, he quickly noticed a problem. Wheat already existed in this world, so why sell seeds? He tentatively inquired, only to be met with a blunt rebuke from the system. Frustrated, Wang Hao could only click to check the description himself. Upon seeing the description, he was instantly stunned. 1500 gene per mu, with insect and disease resistance. This wasn't an ordinary seed. It was practically a divinely improved product. Wang Hao gasped, unable to help but mutter in amazement. This is too exaggerated. He silently gave the system a thumbs up in his mind. He then continued to examine the other items. Toothbrush sets, oyster sauce, canned yellow peaches, and even Liwei Daihuang pills. Each had its purpose, and the prices weren't outrageous. The toothbrush set caught his eye. In this world, toothpaste and toothbrushes didn't exist yet. Nobles used pig bristles to brush their teeth, and commoners even used their fingers with coarse salt. Hygiene conditions were extremely backward. Wang Hao immediately decided to sell them separately. Toothpaste for 3 silver coins and toothbrushes for 1 silver coin, making it convenient for different groups to buy and providing some affordability for ordinary people. Oyster sauce, on the other hand, was a great way to enhance flavor, and 1 bottle could last a long time. After a moment's thought, he set the price at 20 silver coins, the same as refined salt, so that more people could try it. As for the canned yellow peaches, they stirred up memories for him. They were a luxury he could only afford when he was sick as a child, and the sweetness was still unforgettable. He stared at the product picture, gently tapped his leg, and muttered, "It can even relieve a cold. This stuff is quite interesting." Chapter 19 Dilemma. A cold is a common minor ailment that usually heals on its own in about a week. However, many people don't know that there isn't actually a real miracle cure. Most so-called cold medicines can only relieve symptoms. Ultimately, recovery depends on the body's own immune system. From this perspective, the canned yellow peaches provided by the system can actually be considered a kind of alternative cold medicine. Wang Hao thought for a moment and finally set the price of the canned yellow peaches at 10 silver coins. He didn't intend to make money from it. He just wanted to make it affordable for ordinary people, as a way of doing a good deed. Then, he turned his attention to Liwei Daihuang pills. He knew exactly what they were for, but he felt that something from the system wouldn't be so simple, so he couldn't help but ask, "System, can this Liwei Daihuang pill solve a man's unspeakable problem?" The system replied with a single word, "Yes." Upon seeing this answer, Wang Hao smiled knowingly. This medicine not only nourishes the kidneys but can also be used as a miracle cure. Its value is off the charts. In high spirits, he casually offered a compliment. He quickly began to consider pricing. Such good stuff can't be cheap. After a moment's thought, he made a decision. 100 gold coins a bottle. Take it or leave it. After setting the price, he looked at the last item, wheat seeds. This one, however, truly stumped him. With a yield of 1,500 gene per moo in disease and disaster resistance, this seed is a strategic resource anywhere. Especially in this agriculturally underdeveloped world, its significance is extraordinary. Wang Hao has eaten the local noodles these past few days. The taste is mediocre, mainly due to low yield and high cost. To fill their stomachs, ordinary people even mix bran into their bread, resulting in extremely poor taste. If this high-yield wheat variety is widely adopted, the food problem can be significantly alleviated in less than a year. This is not only a money-making opportunity, but also a major undertaking that benefits the country and its people. However, problems arise. Once it is sold publicly, not only domestically, but also in other countries will try to obtain the seeds. What will the Kingdom of Leighton think then? To sell or not to sell? He hesitated for a long time, finally deciding to put it aside for now and ask someone first. As for who to ask, a figure quickly came to mind. Arthur is a high-ranking nobleman. I'll ask him tomorrow. Having made his decision, Wang Hao stopped worrying. He stretched and prepared to go to sleep. Chapter 20 Punishment. The next morning, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window into the bedroom, falling on the sisters' faces. Since being brought back by Wang Hao, they no longer had to take turns keeping watch and slept much more peacefully. But Ali remained vigilant, never daring to fall into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a slight noise came from next door. Her ears twitched, and she cautiously opened her eyes. The sound was coming from the kitchen, like someone rummaging through something. Ali immediately became alert, gently waking Lulu. The two of them grabbed wooden sticks from beside the bed and carefully got out of bed. Barefoot, they crept closer to the kitchen door. The door was ajar, and through the crack, they could see a shirtless man squatting in front of the stove, poking firewood under the pot. The sisters exchanged a glance, convinced he was a thief. Ari gripped the stick tightly, gently pushed the door open, and simultaneously used her tail to warn Lulu. The next second, she rushed in and smashed the door open with the stick. The scene shifts, revealing that Wang Hao had simply drawn oyster sauce and wanted to cook a meal to improve his diet. He got up early, but was stumped by the firewood, unable to light it after trying for a long time. Just as he was racking his brains for a solution, he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening behind him. He turned around and saw Ari charging towards him, stick in hand, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Wang Hao was startled. What? Is she going to betray us? He quickly rolled away, the stick slamming heavily to the ground. Ari finally saw who it was and froze. Master, it's you? But before she could finish speaking, Lulu rushed out from behind and smashed down with the stick. With a dull thud, the wooden stick snapped in two. Lulu shouted excitedly, Sister, I caught the thief. But the next second, she froze. Master, what are you doing here? A few minutes later, the three returned to the bedroom. Wang Hao, clutching a large bump on his head, looked grim. So, you mistook me for a thief and teamed up to ambush me? Ali, her face flushed, explained in a low voice that it was because he usually woke up late. Wang Hao then looked at Lulu, his tone unfriendly. You really want to send me to my death with one blow? Lulu shook her head repeatedly, panicked, and asked him why he was in the kitchen. Wang Hao sneered, touching the bulge in his chest. I went to the kitchen just to get beaten up by you guys. He became angrier as he spoke. Couldn't you have looked carefully before you started hitting me? If I were an ordinary person, I would be dead by now. The two sisters lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound. Lulu looked particularly guilty and whispered, Master, I was wrong. Why don't you hit me to vent your anger? As she spoke, she handed over the stick. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Wang Hao's anger subsided by half, but he still took the stick. Okay, you can choose where to hit. Lulu hesitated for a moment, turned around, and whispered that spanking wouldn't interfere with her work. Wang Hao stared at her and sneered. Do you know the consequences? Lulu's voice trembled, but she still nodded. I accept the punishment, and I won't cry. But before she could finish speaking, tears were already falling. Seeing this, Ari also stepped forward, directly blocking her sister's side, ready to be punished as well. Master, we were wrong. I will take the punishment. Please be gentle with Lulu. The two even argued about who should be punished. Seeing this, Wang Hao almost burst out laughing, and his anger subsided considerably. He waved his hand. All right, I don't hit women. Then he put on a stern face again. But that doesn't mean this is over. There still needs to be punishment. Ari cautiously probed. Master, how do you plan to punish him? Wang Hao's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Daring to act without distinguishing right from wrong is a serious matter, and there is no room for negotiation. The two women immediately tensed up. Just as they were feeling uneasy, Wang Hao suddenly pointed to his feet and said calmly, "You too. Come here." Chapter 21 I'm a good person. The general store reopens, and King Arthur arrives as promised. As soon as he entered, he saw Wang Hao slacking off in a corner, most noticeably sporting a large bump on his head, making him look particularly comical. King Arthur's heart sank. With Wang Hao's strength, who could possibly beat him up like that? He suppressed his doubts without showing any emotion and walked over as if nothing had happened. "Young man, not busy today?" Wang Hao replied lazily. "With the two of them here, I don't need to worry about anything." King Arthur sat down next to him and joked with a smile. "You have a very leisurely life, with two beautiful girls by your side, and you don't have to do anything." Wang Hao pouted. "Compared to you nobles, what's so leisurely about me?" King Arthur then asked him if he had any issues with the nobles. Wang Hao replied bluntly, "No, I just don't like them." He added, "With so few people in the city, who dares to bully me?" These words left King Arthur speechless for a moment, and he could only laugh awkwardly. "There are good people among the nobles, like me." Wang Hao gave him a meaningful look and casually asked why Alan hadn't come. Upon learning that Alan was leading the training, Wang Hao immediately became interested and bombarded him with questions about the training content. King Arthur was completely confused and could only explain that the knights mainly relied on practical combat training, and their equipment weighed over 100 pounds. Wang Hao's eyes lit up as he listened, and he even wanted to go and see for himself. But King Arthur hesitated and then refused, since it was an internal training session for the knights, and it wasn't convenient for outsiders to observe. After being rejected, Wang Hao didn't mind, only complaining about being bored and casually asking if there was any entertainment. King Arthur thought for a moment and recommended elegant activities such as balls and operas. After listening, Wang Hao waved his hands repeatedly. "These are too elegant and not suitable for me." King Arthur smiled and lowered his voice to add, "There are also exciting ones, such as the Colosseum or underground casinos." Seeing that he still wasn't interested, King Arthur mentioned another alley, his tone becoming noticeably more meaningful. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao immediately thought of the alley next to Roland Street. He said he had been there during the day, but there weren't many people. King Arthur gave him a knowing look. "That place doesn't operate during the day. It's only lively at night, and it only caters to men." Wang Hao then realized, "You mean that's a brothel?" King Arthur immediately retorted seriously, "That's a haven for men's souls, a gathering place for life mentors." Wang Hao rolled his eyes at this explanation. "You still have the nerve to call yourself a good person?" King Arthur chuckled and explained that he was just there to relax and never did anything reckless. Wang Hao remained silent, only staring at him with a look that seemed to say, "Do you even believe that yourself?" King Arthur felt uncomfortable under that gaze and quickly changed the subject. "What happened to your head?" he asked, pointing to the large lump. Wang Hao touched it and winced in pain. "Don't even mention it. It's a nightmare." He briefly recounted what had happened that morning and finally sighed. "To be beaten like this by a maid in your own home. What kind of situation is this?" His tone was full of helplessness. King Arthur was stunned and couldn't believe it. "You were beaten by a slave and you just let it go?" Wang Hao shrugged. "What else could I do but endure it? I couldn't exactly fight back, could I?" He looked at Ari and Lulu, his tone becoming more serious. "They're already pitiful enough. If I bully them, am I even human?" These words subtly changed King Arthur's opinion of Wang Hao, raising his opinion of him. Just then, Wang Hao suddenly spoke. "Hey bro, we've got some new stock today, interested?" Chapter 22 Signature Products. "Has the new stock arrived?" King Arthur was immediately intrigued when he heard that new goods had arrived. His gaze swept across the shelves, and he soon spotted several items he had never seen before. "Young man, could you introduce yourself to me?" King Arthur asked. "Of course, just a moment." Wang Hao called Lulu over and asked her to bring over a set of toothpaste and toothbrush, canned yellow peaches, oyster sauce, and Liawei Daihuang pills, and personally acted as King Arthur's commentator. These are toothpaste and a toothbrush, used for brushing teeth. They can remove food residue and plaque from teeth, clean the mouth, and keep breath fresh. King Arthur took the toothpaste and toothbrush, examined them carefully, and affirmed, "The toothbrush is of good quality, softer than the boar bristle toothbrush I use. It should be very comfortable to use. Of course, I don't sell garbage here." Wang Hao smiled smugly, picked up a can of yellow peaches and introduced, "This is canned yellow peaches. It's made by steaming peaches and putting them in a jar. You can open it and eat them whenever you want." King Arthur took the can of peaches and asked curiously, "Peaches aren't too expensive this season. Wouldn't it be better to eat them fresh? Wang Hao rolled his eyes and snorted. You're a nobleman. Of course you don't care. You can eat peaches anytime. Commoners don't have that kind of luck. He snatched the yellow can of peaches from King Arthur's hand, pointed to the expiration date on the bottle, and said, See? This can of peaches can be stored for a long time. You can buy it and keep it for winter. King Arthur was taken aback by this and asked in surprise, Winter won't arrive for another 2 months. Won't these peaches spoil? Nonsense. If it's spoiled, can it still be called canned food? Mine is produced using special technology, and as long as it's not opened, it can last for a year without any problems. What? King Arthur suddenly sat up straight and snatched the can of food from Wang Hao's hand. He examined the can repeatedly, tried to unscrew the lid, and found that the seal was quite good, requiring some effort to open. Kid, tell me the truth. Can this canned food really last a year? Won't it make you sick? King Arthur spoke in a serious tone, and his expression was more solemn than ever before. Wang Hao stared at him in astonishment, wondering what had gotten into him, but seeing his serious attitude, he answered his question earnestly. I'm not lying to you. It really can be preserved for more than a year. But there's a prerequisite. You can't open the lid, and you can't put it in the sun, otherwise it will spoil in a few days. King Arthur did not reply, holding the can of food in his hand, his serious face revealing nothing of his thoughts. Wang Hao waited for a while, but received no further response. He asked impatiently, It's just a can of food. Is it really that big of a fuss? King Arthur gave him a deep look, shook his head, and said, You're too lazy. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. How much are you planning to sell this can for? 10 silver coins per jar. 10 silver coins per jar. That's not expensive, is it? 10 silver coins. King Arthur pondered, muttering to himself, several times more expensive than fresh peaches, but considering their 1-year shelf life, it's acceptable. I'll buy a batch and send them over later. Wang Hao didn't catch what he was muttering about, and asked curiously, Hey, what are you muttering about? Oh, it's nothing. King Arthur didn't explain, placing the canned goods on the table before looking at the other items. What's this? This is oyster sauce, made from oysters. It can enhance the flavor of dishes, and is a very good condiment. King Arthur was somewhat disappointed to hear that it was a cooking spice. He is the king of the kingdom of Leighton, and even though he usually pays attention to frugality, he will not lower his standard of living. The palace has hired 3 renowned chefs who can cook anything you want to eat. Is it really necessary to lack a little seasoning? Wang Hao wasn't surprised by the dismissive look on his face. Nobles always have certain privileges. The delicacies that ordinary people can't afford are probably already too much for noblemen to eat, and a bottle of seasoning won't change anything. Thinking of the extravagant lifestyle of the nobility, Wang Hao suddenly looked at King Arthur, his eyes gradually becoming fervent. With a high, straight nose, deep-set eyes, and a pair of bright, piercing blue eyes, he's definitely a handsome middle-aged man. The only drawback was that her complexion was a bit pale, and there were obvious dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't been sleeping well lately. Wang Hao suddenly reached out and pressed down hard on King Arthur's lower back before he could react. Hey kid, what are you doing? King Arthur was startled and instinctively raised his arms, assuming a fighting stance. Wang Hao withdrew his right hand, struck a pose of superiority, and snorted. Brother, you have kidney deficiency. You're talking nonsense. King Arthur retorted, glaring as if someone had stepped on his tail. I just turned 40 this year, and I exercise regularly. I'm in great health. How could I possibly have kidney deficiency? I can heal you, and not only can I heal you, I can also make you stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, King Arthur appeared beside Wang Hao like a ghost, hooking his arm around his shoulder and winking at him. Young man, do you really have a solution? Wang Hao almost burst out laughing when he saw the lewd expression on his face. Haha man, even if you burn it to ashes, you'll still have a mouth left. Wang Hao doesn't understand traditional Chinese medicine, but that doesn't stop him from conning people. 10 men are all weak, and 10 women are all cold. With just these 2 sentences, a charlatan can transform himself into a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine doctor, since no one will die even if he can't cure them. He was just trying to trick someone, and sure enough, old Arthur fell for it. Young man, say something. King Arthur grew anxious and, disregarding his facade of glory, stared into Wang Hao's eyes and asked, What you just said, is it true? Can you really enhance that kind of ability? Wang Hao Qiang suppressed his laughter, deliberately put on a stern face, and pretended to be angry as he snorted. Didn't you say you had no problem? King Arthur chuckled twice and said, Of course I have no problem, but what man doesn't want to dominate the battlefield? I'm not willing to fall behind anyone. That lewd appearance reminded Wang Hao of their earlier conversation about the brothel, and how King Arthur looked at him like he was a perverted old man. Hee, I do have a way to make men stronger, but the price is high, and I'm afraid you can't accept it. Yes, I certainly can, King Arthur quickly replied. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Wang Hao felt it was about time, so he picked up the Liawei Daihuang pills on the table and shook them at Arthur Old Deng. The small pills rattled inside the bottle, immediately catching King Arthur's attention. This medicine is something I've carefully developed for my fellow men. It treats illnesses and strengthens the body, with effects that will absolutely exceed your expectations. 100 gold coins per bottle, no bargaining. So expensive? King Arthur hesitated, staring at the medicine bottle in Wang Hao's hand, and asked, Won't there be any side effects? Side effects? They don't exist. I never sell counterfeit goods here. Wang Hao shook the medicine bottle in his hand and scoffed. I guarantee with my integrity that there won't be any problems. Do you want it? 100 gold coins were nothing to King Arthur, but he was strict with himself after ascending the throne and rarely wasted money. Now, he hesitated to spend 100 gold coins for an uncertain cure. But, thinking of the amazing products in Wang Hao's shop, he gritted his teeth and agreed. I'll take it. I hope the treatment will be as effective as you said. Wang Hao smiled knowingly and handed the medicine bottle to him. Don't worry, this is our store's signature product. You won't be disappointed. Chapter 23 Wheat Seeds. After finding out how to use Liawei Daihuang pills, King Arthur carefully put the medicine bottle into his coat pocket. He was in a great mood. The trip today was worthwhile. This bottle of Liawei Daihuang pills was a pleasant surprise, but the canned yellow peaches were the real treat. Wang Hao just opened a bottle for him to try. Although the taste is not as sweet and refreshing as fresh peaches, it has the advantage of a long shelf life. Moreover, the juice in the canned food is very sweet, and it can be used to replenish energy in critical moments, making it a very good wartime ration. The three nations that humanity now belongs to appear to be at peace, but small-scale conflicts are constantly brewing behind the scenes, and there are also ferocious monsters attacking villages. Foods like canned yellow peaches, which are easy to transport and can be stored for a long time, are always useful when you have extra stock. He had already made up his mind to send Alan over to purchase canned goods and deliver them to the troops stationed on the border as soon as possible. After getting up and tidying his clothes, King Arthur was about to go to the counter to pay when he suddenly noticed that Wang Hao had a strange constipated look on his face, as if he still had something to say. Young man, is there anything else you need? Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, Brother Arthur, what exactly do you do? King Arthur paused for a moment, then gradually frowned. Although Wang Hao had been mocking him as a nobleman for the past 2 days, he had never asked about his specific situation or what he did for a living. He particularly liked this attitude of not caring about the powerful and wealthy, which was one of the reasons why he could have a pleasant conversation with Wang Hao. Why did you suddenly change your attitude? After weighing the options in his mind, King Arthur decided to ask Wang Hao what he wanted to do. I'm just a leisurely nobleman, the kind who has some money but doesn't really care about anything. Is there anything I can help you with? Wang Hao frowned, as if he was not quite satisfied. Oh, a nobleman who doesn't care about anything. Then it's nothing. King Arthur's curiosity had been piqued, so he was not about to give up and sat back down next to Wang Hao. I'm decades older than you, so if you have any questions, you can ask me directly. Maybe I can give you some advice. Wang Hao thought about it and decided to ask anyway, so as not to keep it bottled up inside and feel uncomfortable. Okay, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask if you know how the farmer's harvest is, like the wheat yield or something. Wheat? King Arthur was taken aback, not expecting to be asked that. I may not know much about other things, but I do know a lot about wheat. He carefully recalled the data from previous years and said, wheat yield is affected by many factors. Under favorable weather conditions, fertile land can produce about 350 to 400 gene. If there is extreme weather or pests and diseases, the yield will drop sharply. At this point, King Arthur sighed and said with emotion, farmers have it tough. Even if the government reduces their taxes, they don't have much money left. These words were said to Wang Hao, but also to himself. As a king determined to feed everyone, he tried his best, but with little success. Grain production remained low, only enough to feed most people, but not enough to make everyone wealthy. 400 gene at most? That's far too little. The words Wang Hao spoke to him sounded somewhat like deliberate mockery, which made King Arthur very uncomfortable. That's already quite a lot. Do you know how hard those farmers work? King Arthur straightened his posture, looked into Wang Hao's eyes seriously, and said, to ensure a good harvest, They work in the fields from dawn till dusk, supporting their families with their own hands. You cannot ignore their efforts. Wang Hao paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, I don't look down on them. I'm just lamenting the low output." King Arthur breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed a bit low, but there's nothing we can do. The elves don't allow us to use their seeds, and we have done our best to cultivate the best wheat seeds. Elves? Wang Hao asked in surprise. What does the matter of the seeds have to do with them? You do not know? Know what? Elves are skilled in plant magic and have the ability to accelerate plant growth. The seeds they cultivate have a natural advantage and produce high yields. Wang Hao became interested and asked curiously, how tall can it be? What is the yield per acre? 800 gene. With careful care, wheat can yield 800 gene per mu, which is more than double what we get. TCH, I thought it would be more, but it's only this little. Upon hearing that it weighed only 800 gene, Wang Hao immediately lost interest. Is 800 gene for 100 caddies not enough? King Arthur raised his voice 2 octaves, seemingly very dissatisfied with Wang Hao's contemptuous attitude. If we can get our hands on those seeds, by this time next year, all the commoners of the kingdom of Leighton will be able to eat soft and delicious white bread, and the children won't have trouble pooping because they ate hard-to-digest black bread. Do you even understand? After he finished speaking, he looked at Wang Hao, panting, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. He thought Wang Hao was different from those profit-driven businessmen, but now it seems he was wrong. Forget it, you make money too easily. You probably don't care about the lives of ordinary people. It's pointless for me to talk to you. You'd better watch yourself. After uttering a mild curse, King Arthur got up and walked towards the counter, ready to pay and leave. Although he was scolded, Wang Hao was not angry. On the contrary, he felt even more favorably toward King Arthur. A nobleman who can remember wheat yields and care about the lives of farmers can't be too bad, right? Wait a minute, I haven't finished speaking yet. Wang Hao grabbed King Arthur's clothes and pulled him back. Sit down and let me finish. King Arthur was unable to dodge in time and staggered down. Wang Hao took a deep breath, leaned close to his ear, and whispered something. I have better wheat seeds. King Arthur's tightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed, and a sharp glint flashed in his deep-set eyes as he looked at Wang Hao as if he were looking at a rare treasure. What did you say? The sound was loud, drawing curious glances from the customers in the store. Wang Hao waved his hand, quickly stopping King Arthur's reckless behavior. Calm down. Do you want everyone to know? King Arthur also noticed the situation around him and quickly adjusted his mindset to calm down as soon as possible. He took a deep breath, leaned closer to Wang Hao, and whispered, Do you have a better seed? Yes, its seed yield is much higher than that of elves. So many. What is the yield per acre? It weighs about 1,500 gene, 750 caddies, and could weigh even more if well cared for. What? King Arthur jumped to his feet, speechless with shock. Fortunately, he quickly recovered, and, after intimidating the curious guests with a fierce look, sat down again. Kid, this is very important, you can't lie to me. Wang Hao scoffed and said dismissively. Old dang, I can have anything I want. What's in it for me to lie to you? Do you really think you can marry your daughter to me? Chapter 24 Wheat Seeds. You still want Lily? King Arthur was terrified, as if someone had their eyes on his precious treasure. He was extremely distressed. He hardened his face and refused in the most serious tone. No, Lily is still a child. I won't let her get married so early. Forget about it. Wang Hao was both amused and exasperated. He waved his hands repeatedly and said, Calm down. I never thought about that kind of thing. I was just joking. What I mean is, I have no reason to lie to you, so please don't be so sensitive. Real. It really is real, even more real than gold coins. Hearing Wang Hao's assurance, King Arthur finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if his treasure was back in his hands. You better watch yourself. You can't joke about something like this. You scared the hell out of me. King Arthur sat down next to Wang Hao again, and his mindset had unconsciously changed slightly. Lily is still young, currently studying magic at Starlight Academy, and not yet of marriageable age. If you dare to make a move on her, I'll never forgive you. Wang Hao repeatedly agreed and assured him before Arthur's worries were dispelled. Taking a deep breath, King Arthur lowered his voice and asked, Where are those wheat seeds you mentioned? Can I see them? Okay, wait for me a moment. After Wang Hao agreed, he stood up, walked around the chair, and went to the storage room behind him. King Arthur did not peek, but instead turned his gaze to the crowd shopping in the general store. There is a general store that is already quite famous in Golden Harbor. The nearby residents and most of the merchants know that there is a magical general store here. Although the selection of goods is limited, each item is a high-quality product that no one has ever seen before, and the prices are not too expensive. So some clever people started to make a fuss, planning to buy some goods and resell them elsewhere. At the counter, a shrewd man with a mustache was haggling with Ollie, trying to get a satisfactory discount, but Ollie politely refused. "Sir, all items in our store are sold at a fixed price. If you want a discount, you need our boss's approval." Undeterred, the man with the mustache braced himself on the counter and asked urgently, "Where's your boss? I'll talk to him myself. I'm sure he'll agree." Ari was in a bit of a dilemma and was about to politely refuse when she suddenly heard Wang Hao's voice in her ear. "No discounts here. Buy if you want, or get out if you can't afford it." The man with the mustache suddenly turned around, and when he saw that Wang Hao was a young man, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by anger. "Is this how you treat your customers? You're just a small grocery store owner?" The man with the mustache raised his chin, snorted arrogantly, and said, "I'm not like you. I'm a big businessman. I have several large caravans with over 100 people each, capable of carrying goods to every corner of the Kingdom of Leighton. If you cooperate with me, I can guarantee you will earn more money in the shortest amount of time. Of course, business is business. If you want to cooperate with me, you must show enough sincerity. My demands aren't high, just give me 50%. Before he could finish speaking, a roll of white toilet paper flew through the air and landed squarely on the mustachioed man's face. The man with the mustache collapsed to the ground with a thud, his head hitting the floor tiles hard. "Ouch, that hurts so much. How dare you hit me?" Wang Hao walked up to the man with the mustache, picked up the toilet paper from the ground, and casually gave him a fierce look. "Get out of here, or I'll make you regret it, or you won't be coming home for dinner today." The fierce gaze sent a shiver down the man's spine, as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast, every cell in his body screaming alarms. "If we don't leave now, we might die here." Without the slightest hesitation, the man with the mustache scrambled to his feet and rushed out the door in a disheveled state. Only when the warm sunlight shone on him did he snap out of his fear and turn around to glare fiercely at Wang Hao. "Kid, you're finished, you know that? I have someone behind me." Bang! A roll of toilet paper flew out of the store and pierced the ground as it touched the leather shoes of the man with the mustache. The hard bluestone pavement suddenly shattered, and flying stones tore through the mustachioed man's baggy black trousers, choking the threat that was about to be uttered. With a gulp, the man with the mustache swallowed hard and ran away without looking back. Wang Hao patted non-existent dust off his hands, smiled, and looked around, his gaze sweeping over the frightened guests. "I'm sorry everyone had to see this. Please continue shopping. Our store is fair and just, and we will definitely provide you with the best products. However, please be a courteous customer. It's better for everyone." After saying that, he slowly walked towards King Arthur, as if nothing had happened. King Arthur remained silent throughout, only asking after Wang Hao sat down, "Aren't you afraid of scaring away all the guests?" Wang Hao pulled a burlap sack from his pocket and tossed it to him, then leaned back lazily in his chair. "First of all, the goods I sell can't be bought anywhere else, so I don't lack customers. Some people want to make extra money as middlemen. That's fine, but don't try to cheat me. I don't need their customers. Secondly, I like gold coins, but I'm not a slave to them. I earn money to enjoy life, and if anyone makes me unhappy, I won't let them get away with it. I'm a person who holds grudges. Finally, I'm not afraid of offending people. At worst, I'll take my people and leave this place, and find another place to open a shop. A person can't be driven to despair by needing to pee, right?" Wang Hao drank his cola and looked at King Arthur with a meaningful gaze. The first two sentences were to state an attitude, but the last sentence was deliberately said to King Arthur. In the adult world, there are no friendships that last forever. Self-interest always trumps everything else. Now that the matter of the seeds has been told to King Arthur, it's only right to give him a proper warning to avoid unnecessary trouble. A glint flashed in King Arthur's eyes. He understood what Wang Hao meant. However, he did not show any unusual behavior, nor did he delve into the matter further. He opened the bag in his hand, took out a handful of seeds, placed them in his palm, and carefully examined their condition. These wheat seeds are beautiful, crystal clear with a golden hue, each one plump and round, like a work of art. King Arthur picked up a seed and put it in his mouth. He gently bit it open, and the aroma of wheat instantly filled his mouth, with a hint of sweetness. After savoring it carefully, he swallowed the chewed wheat and exclaimed sincerely, "These seeds are truly top-notch. even more flavorful than the wheat cultivated by the elves. You weren't lying to me, kid. Wang Hao casually patted his arm and chuckled. Brother Arthur, given our relationship, would I lie to you? Don't worry. These are the best wheat seeds, and they will definitely achieve the yield I just mentioned. However, the price is relatively high, and I don't know if farmers can afford them. Arthur was startled upon hearing this, only then remembering the price. The elves occasionally sell processed wheat to humans at a very high price, and it is generally only if these seeds are also priced so high, they will probably be difficult to popularize. King Arthur was deeply conflicted and nervously asked, Kid, how much are you planning to sell it for? Chapter 25 Wheat Seeds. This bag contains a pound of seeds, which will cost 10 silver coins. Wang Hao said frankly, the price isn't cheap, but I can guarantee the quality of the seeds. All of them will survive. 10 silver coins. King Arthur weighed the bag in his hand and began to make his own calculations. 1 mu of land requires about 20 gene of seeds. If each gene costs 10 silver coins, that's 200 silver coins, which is equivalent to 2 gold coins. That's 13 times more expensive than ordinary seeds. It's not cheap. This time Wang Hao heard clearly and asked curiously, Brother, how do you know these things? Do you really like farming? King Arthur shrugged and said, Although I don't manage things much, I am, after all, a nobleman, and I still have to bear some responsibility, so I usually pay attention to these things. Young man, these seeds are so expensive, I'm afraid we can't promote them on a large scale. Ordinary people can't afford them. Can you make it cheaper? No, you get what you pay for. These seeds are definitely worth the price. Wang Hao directly rejected any possibility of bargaining, saying, These seeds have a high yield and are more resistant to pests and diseases than yours. As long as you keep watering and fertilizing them and prevent wild animals from damaging the farmland, you can earn back all your costs in one season at most. This investment will not be a loss. King Arthur carefully calculated the input and output and had to admit that Wang Hao's words made a lot of sense. Invest 2 gold coins, and you can harvest 1,500 caddies of premium wheat once it matures. Not only will it solve the problem of food, but the surplus wheat can also be sold for a considerable amount of money, making it a surefire way to make a profit. Such good seeds are really not expensive at 10 silver coins. You're right, these seeds are worth the price. King Arthur approved of Wang Hao's pricing, but he was still a little troubled. The problem is how to make the initial investment. I'm worried that ordinary people won't be able to afford so many seeds. Wang Hao shrugged and acted like a rogue. Then it has nothing to do with me. I'm just a businessman. Setting a reasonable price is already the greatest act of conscience I can have. I can't possibly do business at a loss, can I? Having said that, King Arthur felt too embarrassed to continue haggling. But with such good seeds right in front of him, he was still conflicted because he couldn't promote them on a large scale. His handsome face gradually showed worry, and his eyebrows furrowed together. Wang Hao found it amusing and decided to lend him a hand. Brother, don't worry too much. There is actually a way to solve this problem. King Arthur's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, Do you have a solution? Wang Hao nodded and smiled. I've heard that the king is a very ambitious man. If you could get him to buy seeds and distribute them to everyone, and then let everyone pay off their debts with grain after the harvest next year, wouldn't that solve the problem? After listening, King Arthur pondered the matter carefully, and his eyes immediately lit up. He slapped Wang Hao's thigh hard and said excitedly, Kid, this idea is really creative. Buy seeds in the name of the royal family, and then lend them to farmers to plant. This not only solves the problem of not having money to buy seeds in the early stages, but also allows them to collect more grain as interest. What a win-win situation. Wang Hao rubbed his thigh and rolled his eyes in disgust. Are you out of your mind? Why don't you take a picture of your own leg instead of mine? King Arthur laughed heartily, patting Wang Hao's shoulders several times with his large hand, while teasing him. You're unhappy just because I patted you a couple of times. I'm old enough to be half your father, yet you still call me big brother. Have I ever said anything to you? All right, kid, don't act all innocent after getting the benefit. I'll remember this and help you get credit later. You definitely won't be treated unfairly. I don't care about that insignificant contribution. Wang Hao snorted and continued. Actually, there's another question. Do you think I should sell these seeds in the store? What's the meaning? King Arthur didn't understand what he meant at first and asked curiously, If you don't sell them, what will happen to these seeds? Wang Hao shook his head, his expression turning slightly serious, and whispered his concerns. Brother, don't forget, I'm selling this to everyone, so you're not worried about someone else buying it. He deliberately emphasized the word others, immediately making King Arthur realize the seriousness of the problem. You mean people from other countries? King Arthur asked. Wang Hao nodded. That's right. I don't care who buys my seeds, but if these seeds end up in other countries, will the king cause me trouble? You know I'm a lazy person, and I don't want to cause trouble for myself. You know what I mean. King Arthur did not immediately respond after hearing this. He clutched the small bag of seeds, his mind racing as he carefully considered the pros and cons. After a brief silence, as if he had made up his mind, his azure eyes flashed with a sharp gaze. Go ahead and sell them. As long as people buy seeds from you through legitimate channels, sell them to them as you please. This is a good thing that can feed everyone, and we can't be so selfish. Wang Hao was somewhat surprised and asked curiously, won't the king cause me trouble? King Arthur suddenly laughed, a very smug laugh. Don't worry, King Leighton is an ambitious man, not as selfish as you think. He won't cause you trouble over such a trivial matter. I can guarantee that with my life. What? What exactly do you do? How dare you vouch for the king? Then don't worry about it. Just sell with confidence. I guarantee the king won't cause you any trouble. Hearing him speak with such certainty, Wang Hao smiled. Although King Arthur never mentioned his position in the kingdom of Leighton, he had long realized that this old man was no ordinary nobleman. Since he dared to make such a guarantee, it's not impossible that this old man might be related to the king in some way. All right, since you've put it that way, I'll accept your favor. Wang Hao patted his butt and stood up, shouting loudly at Ali and the sisters, as well as all the customers in the store. Everyone, please be quiet. I have something to say. Having previously demonstrated formidable strength, no one dared to disobey Wang Hao's orders, and the general store fell silent instantly. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction, snatched the seed from King Arthur's hand, and walked to the counter amidst his resentful gaze. Ladies and gentlemen, starting today, our store will begin selling wheat seeds, the kind I have in my hand. He waved the bag in his hand at the crowd and shouted, premium wheat seeds, £1 per bag, priced at 10 silver coins. As for why it's so expensive, the reason is simple. I guarantee with my personal integrity that as long as you use our seeds, the wheat yield per acre can reach a certain level. 1500 Gene. Chapter 26 Cream Puffs. The store was completely silent. Everyone stared at Wang Hao with strange looks, as if he were a monster. Are you kidding me? Do you really think we're all fools? A yield of 1,500 Gene per mu? How is that possible? Even those proud elves can't do it, so what makes you, a human, think you can? Aren't you afraid of exaggerating your abilities? Wang Hao felt uncomfortable under those piercing gazes and was somewhat annoyed. It's clearly a wonderful thing that can change one's destiny, but these short-sighted people just won't believe it. Are we going to force them to buy the seeds? He doesn't have that kind of free time. Buy it or don't. It's not me who's starving. Wang Hao casually tossed the seeds onto the counter and said to Ollie with a stern face, put these seeds on the shelf behind you. Sell them to whoever is willing to pay. No need to make any special recommendations. Just pretend this never happened. Ari stared blankly at the bag, her gaze shifting between Wang Hao and the seeds in his hand, her emotions indescribable. Yes, master, I understand. After Ali agreed, she turned around and put the seeds on the shelf, placing them together with Liwei Daihuang pills. Unlike the other shelves in the store, this shelf behind the counter had been empty until today when the first item was placed on it. Liwei Daihuang pills priced at 100 gold coins. According to Wang Hao, this is called a treasure display case, and only truly good items are qualified to appear in this display case. The fact that the seeds are required to be placed on this shelf indicates that they are quite valuable, and the alarming yield figure is likely true. Thinking of this, Ali's heart pounded, and her hands trembled slightly. The Belvis Mountains have complex terrain, with limited arable land and infertile soil. When I was little, my father would always go to work in the fields before dawn, and my mother not only had to take care of the housework, but also go to the fields to help. She and Lulu also had to work. Even so, the family could barely make ends meet, and they would go hungry if an accident happened. If these seeds can really grow into thousands of kilograms of grain, perhaps her parents wouldn't have to save all the food for her and Lulu. They could eat their fill themselves. No, our master has never lied to us. What he said must be true. Looking back on the things I've experienced with Wang Hao these past few days, an unprecedented sense of trust welled up inside me. I will definitely bring these seeds back to the village in the future, so that no one will suffer from hunger anymore, and all children can eat sweet and delicious bread and never have to go to bed hungry again. Just as she was making up her mind, King Arthur had already pulled Wang Hao out the door and stood side by side on the steps. Kid, Don't worry about what those people think, just do your own thing. King Arthur said calmly. I'll go and discuss it with the king later. I won't let these seeds rot in the warehouse. Wang Hao chuckled coldly and snorted. I don't care. It's not me who's going hungry anyway. You little rascal. King Arthur laughed heartily, patting Wang Hao's back several times with his large hand, teasingly saying, You're not one to keep your composure, don't fool yourself. All right, I'm off now. I'll have Alan bring the money for the medicine later. You'll get your share. Wang Hao's face flushed slightly, but he still stubbornly said, Stop talking nonsense. If you dare to lie to me, I'll kidnap your daughter to pay off the debt and make you angry, you old bastard. You dare. You'll see if I dare. You? After exchanging a few sarcastic remarks, the two suddenly looked at each other and smiled. Get lost. I need to go back and keep an eye on the store's business. I don't have time to waste with you. You brat, if you dare to covet my daughter again, I'll make you pay. After leaving behind a harsh remark, King Arthur turned and left without looking back. His tall figure gradually disappeared into the distance, and several tall guards quietly appeared behind him, protecting him silently. When Wang Hao saw this, a smirk appeared on his face, and he turned and went back into the store. Old man, you've got quite a background. Upon returning to the palace, King Arthur immediately sent men to find Alan. Wang Hao is petty. On the surface, he seems carefree and doesn't care about anything. But if anyone offends him, they will definitely suffer the consequences. Such a person is an uncertain factor, a hidden danger that is obvious and must be treated with caution. Moreover, Wang Hao not only possesses unfathomable power, but the goods he carries are also rare and valuable items. In particular, wheat seeds are a powerful weapon that can change the fate of a nation, a treasure that no one in power can ignore. Even a bottle of Liawei Daihuang pills, which costs 100 gold coins, is nothing compared to those seeds. There's simply no comparison. Such people are best left as close friends. You must never offend them easily. King Arthur was very confident in his judgment, so he had decided to be friends with Wang Hao from now on, and to let Alan handle things if needed, since he and Wang Hao had met a few times before. Alan went out for training with the knights, and will need some time to get back. King Arthur did not urge him, but leaned back in his comfortable chair to think about the wheat seeds. Inadvertently, his gaze fell on the white medicine bottle next to him. This bottle of Liawei Daihuang pills is quite expensive, and Wang Hao has exaggerated its efficacy to the skies. It can treat illnesses and strengthen the body, with immediate effects. Recalling Wang Hao's confident demeanor during the introduction, King Arthur suddenly felt a strong sense of curiosity. Is it really that powerful? He unscrewed the cap, poured out a few pills, placed them in his palm, and examined them carefully. The small black pill looks as inconspicuous as boogers, and it has a strange, somewhat pungent smell. After hesitating for a few seconds, he tilted his head back, poured all the pills in his hand into his mouth, and then picked up a glass of water and drank it down. The pill fell into the stomach and quickly dissolved under the influence of gastric juices, producing a clear, warm sensation. These warm currents begin to circulate along the blood, gradually converging towards the lower back and merging into the kidneys after a few breaths. What? It worked so quickly. King Arthur looked down at the table, and a surge of ecstasy welled up inside him. Although he kept denying that he had any problems, he was already 40 years old, and years of practicing martial arts had taken a toll on his energy, so there were times when he couldn't keep up. Queen Deer was in the prime of her life, and some needs were inevitable. Although she never expressed her dissatisfaction, the inability to satisfy her was a thorn in King Arthur's heart, and also a matter of male dignity. Now, I finally have the chance to take revenge and restore my former glory. But, what? This drug works way too fast. Is it forcing me to take action now? King Arthur had no time to spare and rushed out of the reception room, heading straight for the room where Dewey was resting. The door opened, and the beautiful queen was reading on the balcony, her silver hair shimmering with a captivating luster in the sunlight. With red eyes, King Arthur rushed to the balcony, picked up Queen Devil with all his might, and carried her straight to the bedroom amidst her gasps of surprise. My dear, today I will make you completely submit to my feet. I want to turn you into a delicious cream puff. Chapter 27 The Home I Can Never Return To. At 4 p.m., classes at Starlight Academy ended. A four-wheeled carriage bearing the crest of the Leighton royal family slowly drove out of the academy gates, heading towards the royal palace under the escort of two knights. In the spacious and comfortable carriage, Princess Lily took out a bottle of chilled cola from the storage compartment and handed it to Amelia. Amy, iced cola tastes better than room temperature cola. Do you want to try it? Amelia didn't take it, turning her head away in a huff, and said, "I'm not drinking what that guy sells. You drink it yourself." "Oh, okay, then I won't stand on ceremony." Princess Lily smiled faintly and stopped trying to persuade her. After a general store opened, Coca-Cola and egg yolk pies quickly became popular in Celtic City, becoming some of the most well-received snacks. The teachers and students at Starlight Academy gradually began to accept Coca-Cola as a unique beverage and developed several special ways to drink it. For example, it can be chilled, soaked in fresh fruit, or mixed with other beverages to become a trendy drink. Although Princess Lily didn't like the overly sweet taste of cola, she couldn't resist her classmates' enthusiasm and gradually came to like the taste of iced cola, becoming one of the cola lovers just like everyone else. But Amelia is an exception. She not only refused to share Coke and egg yolk pie with everyone in public, but she also refused to accept the kindness of her best friend, Princess Lily, always finding various reasons to refuse. Others might not know why, but Lily knew perfectly well. Amelia is the only daughter of Duke Geraint, and she is so cute that she is very popular and the focus of everyone's attention. But on the very day the grocery store opened, she encountered Wang Hao, a man who didn't know how to cherish women and was inexplicably neglected and ignored. This made her feel very uncomfortable, which is why she resisted the goods in the general store. Lily knew this and understood Amelia's personality, so she never tried to persuade or force her to accept those novel products. But today was an exception. She wanted to try and see if she could change Amy's attitude. Amelia hasn't been feeling well these past couple of days. It's that troublesome time of the month again. She insisted on not using sanitary napkins, and the cotton cloth she used in the past could not solve the problem well, so she had been in a bad mood for the past 2 days. Lily saw all of this. Feeling sorry for her best friend's discomfort, she invited Amelia to her home, hoping to give her a chance to experience the convenience of sanitary napkins. The carriage moved smoothly on the road, the sound of horses' hooves clearly audible, gradually approaching the central area where the royal palace was located. A dozen minutes later, the carriage gradually slowed down and came to a smooth stop at the palace gate under the driver's control. The car door opened, and Princess Lily saw a scene that puzzled her. Household maids, guards, cooks, and cooks. More than 20 people who should have been working diligently at their respective posts were now gathered on the steps at the entrance, silently watching her. Even Stephen, the chief steward of the palace and his father's personal attendant, was no exception. Stephen served the Leighton royal family for over 40 years, working diligently without ever making a mistake, and was one of his father's most trusted men. Whenever his father was home, he would stay by his side, ready to be summoned at any time. "What's wrong with me today?" As Lily stepped down from the carriage, everyone bowed and greeted her as she returned home. "What are you all doing here? What happened?" Lily asked, frowning. The crowd looked at each other, then lowered their heads and remained silent. Lily noticed that Alan and Sweet were also standing in the crowd and asked curiously, "Uncle Alan, didn't you go to training today? What are you doing here?" Alan hesitated for a couple of seconds before explaining, "Your Highness, I came here on His Majesty's orders." "Oh, is that so? Then why don't you go inside? Father should be home, right?" Alan nodded, but then shook his head. "It's not convenient now. I'll wait and see." Inconvenient. Lily was even more puzzled and turned her gaze to Stephen, who was standing in front of the door. The loyal old butler stood with his hands behind his back, his body ramrod straight, like a stone statue blocking the doorway. It seemed he was the one preventing everyone from entering. "Grandpa Stephen, what happened? Why won't they let everyone in?" The old butler forced a smile onto his serious face and shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, Miss Lily, no one can go in right now. His Majesty is not available at the moment." Lily was even more confused upon hearing this, and pointed to herself, asking, "What about me? Can't I go in either?" Stephen nodded seriously. "Yes, you can't either." "Why?" The scene fell silent. No one answered the question. Everyone seemed to have reached a consensus beforehand, silently turning their faces away, not daring to meet her gaze. This scene infuriated Amelia, and her already irritated mood exploded instantly. "Are you all crazy? This is Lily's home. What right do you have to stop her from going home?" Amelia shouted. "You keep saying it's inconvenient, but what exactly is inconvenient? Tell me." Still silence. Still no one answered the question. Amelia was furious. She pushed through the crowd, grabbed Lily's hand, rushed up the steps, and headed straight for the gate. A dark figure flashed by, and Stephen stepped in front of the two, saying with a hint of apology, "I'm sorry, miss, it's really inconvenient right now. Please wait a moment. I estimate it will be ready soon." After being repeatedly rejected without explanation, even the usually good-natured Lily is getting a little angry. Grandpa Stephen, please move aside. I need to go in now. Lily's voice carried a hint of coldness as she said, I want to see my father. I believe he won't turn me away. This? Stephen's wrinkled face showed a troubled expression, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. After a few breaths, he sighed softly and slowly stepped aside. Miss, His Majesty will not turn you away, but I believe he doesn't want you to go in right now. If you insist on going in, I will not stop you, but I hope you will think it over carefully. Lily paused for a few seconds, staring at the closed door, unable to make a decision. To go or not to go, that is the question. She trusted Stephen as much as she trusted her own family. She didn't believe he would lie to her. But this situation is making her very anxious. She feels uneasy if she doesn't figure things out. Is it possible that Father King is really busy and unable to see us? Should I wait a little longer, or go in now? Just as Lily was pondering these questions, Amelia suddenly spoke up. She shoved Lily hard and pointed to the door that was just inches away, saying, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go in. If you have any questions, just ask His Majesty. I believe he won't be angry with you. These words helped Lily make up her mind. She finally mustered her courage and, under Stephen's strange gaze, walked to the door and placed her right hand on the doorknob. The door opened a crack, and Lily peeked inside. She found nothing unusual. Everything was as usual. She breathed a sigh of relief and was about to open the door when a faint, melodious moan came from the second floor, carrying an indescribable sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Lily finally understood what was going on. She quickly pulled her head back, slammed the door shut, and leaned against it, panting heavily. Amelia, seeing her blushing cheeks, asked in confusion, Lily, what happened? Chapter 28, Please begin your perverted behavior. As night fell, the Celtic city gradually quieted down. The Marquis's mansion in the northwest corner of the upper town was brightly lit, and sexy maids were delivering plates of delicious dishes to the dining room, waiting for their master to enjoy them. The Marquis of Wellington is the treasurer of the Kingdom of Leighton and the behind-the-scenes controller of several large caravans. He was very rich. His private treasury was piled high with gold and silver jewels, a fortune that would make even dragons envious. Even so, he still felt that he didn't have enough money to make him feel secure, so he always tried to find opportunities to make money and used all sorts of dishonest means to amass a large fortune. He recently discovered an interesting general store, but his subordinates were incompetent and failed to complete the task smoothly, which made him very unhappy. Richard, you've disappointed me. You've messed things up. Is there anything you want to say to me? The Marquis of Wellington slowly cut the tender steak with his silver knife, asking casually. A middle-aged man with a mustache stood across the table. When he heard those words, his body trembled uncontrollably as if he had been electrocuted, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. My lord, please let me explain. The man with the mustache struggled to suppress his fear and explained in an almost pleading tone. That person was completely unreasonable. He didn't give me a chance to speak at all, and even beat me up badly. Please look, sir. As he spoke, he deftly took off his shirt, revealing his shoulders and arms covered in bruises. My lord, these wounds were all caused by that fellow. I am no match for him, and I am worried that if things get out of hand, it will affect your reputation, so I can only swallow my anger and leave there first, and then consult you before making any further plans. The Marquis of Wellington glanced up, snorted, and continued enjoying his steak. Upon hearing this barely audible comment, the man with the mustache secretly breathed a sigh of relief and silently praised himself for his cleverness. He had worked for the Marquis of Wellington for over a decade and was well familiar with the Marquis's temperament. The Marquis wouldn't let him off easily if he didn't complete the mission, so he made some preparations in advance, injuring himself in an attempt to gain some sympathy. If the Marquis shows no reaction whatsoever, it means he is on the verge of exploding in rage, and unimaginable punishment awaits him. Now that he had received this ambiguous reply, he knew that his life was spared. The next step is to shift the blame, get rid of the problem of my poor performance, and direct the Marquis's anger towards the grocery store owner. Just as the man with the mustache was lost in thought, the Marquis of Wellington suddenly asked a question that he hadn't expected. Are there 2 fox-person slaves in that general store? The man with the mustache trembled and immediately replied respectfully, Yes, sir. Besides the owner, there are 2 fox girls in the general store. They look to be under 18 and are very pretty. The Marquis of Wellington put down his knife and fork, took the towel handed to him by the maid to wipe the soup from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the man with the mustache. Richard, I am very dissatisfied with your performance today, but considering that you have worked for me for more than 10 years, I can give you another chance. The man with the mustache quickly bowed and said in a flustered manner, Don't worry, sir. I will do my best and will not let you down again. Yes, tomorrow. On the other side, on the second floor of the grocery store, Ollie and Lulu sat together at the dining table. In front of them were 3 plates of steaming stir-fried dishes and a large bowl of fragrant egg and mushroom soup. Wang Hao walked over carrying freshly steamed buns. Seeing that neither of them had touched the food in front of them, he asked curiously, Why aren't you eating? Don't you like these dishes? Ari shook her head repeatedly and explained softly, Master, we want to wait for you to eat together. Yes, these dishes were all made by the host himself, so we have to wait for you to eat together, Lulu said with a grin. Wang Hao chuckled, placed the large, white steamed bun on the table, and sat down. You guys, I've already said we're friends. No need for all that talk about hierarchy. Just eat your food. As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks and placed a few slices of twice-cooked pork in the bowls in front of Ollie and Lulu. Eat up, try my cooking. If you like it, I'll make it for you again in the future. Ollie and Lulu exchanged a glance before picking up their chopsticks, clumsily picking up meat from their bowls, and carefully putting it into their mouths. In this world, there are no chopsticks. People eat with spoons and forks. Wang Hao wasn't used to those tableware, so he made a pair of chopsticks himself. Unexpectedly, after Ari and Lulu discovered how flexible the chopsticks were, they begged him to make them a pair, and now they can use them quite well. The juicy slices of meat released a unique meaty aroma in her mouth, and Lulu happily squinted her eyes, her tail swaying gently. Master, is this dish called twice-cooked pork? It's so delicious. I've never eaten such fragrant meat before. Really? If you like it, eat more. I can make more if you want. Okay, thank you, Master. Then I won't be polite. As she spoke, Lulu picked up a few more slices of meat and stuffed them into her mouth. Her puffed-out cheeks were as cute as a hamster's, and her smile was full of happiness. Ollie picked up a piece of meat and put it into Wang Hao's bowl, saying, Master, you don't actually need to do it yourself. You can teach me how to cook these dishes, and I'm sure I can learn. Wang Hao gave her a deep look, but didn't respond. A hint of apprehension flashed deep in his eyes. Ari is a smart girl, that much is certain. She can easily calculate the amount customers need to pay for goods and keep the daily accounts very neat and organized. She is definitely a master at doing business. However, it seems she's gone astray when it comes to cooking. Wang Hao had diarrhea all night after cooking for the first time, and only recovered slowly thanks to the medicine given to him by King Arthur. She made it twice more, but Wang Hao only took one bite and dared not eat any more. The feeling of resistance he experienced left him with lingering fear, lest he accidentally repeat the same mistake. Ari was very sad, and in the end, she still handed over the cooking job to Lulu. Although Lulu doesn't have a talent for cooking, the food she makes is edible and doesn't cause diarrhea, which is already a big improvement. Wang Hao knew that Ali was very sad because of this. He had asked the system why this happened, but the system couldn't explain it either, and could only attribute it to the special differences between different worlds. Yes, it's all the world's fault, and has nothing to do with the adorable Ari. Taking a bite of the fragrant steamed bun, Wang Hao said between bites, Ollie, Lulu, we should close for one more day before we take a break. Don't forget to tell the customers tomorrow so they don't come for nothing. Ari was taken aback and asked in surprise, Master, are we really going to close the door and rest? Wang Hao laughed and said, Why not? Don't forget, we are born into this world to experience life, not to be slaves to money. Listen to me. We'll make a sign and put it up tomorrow. Then we can go out and play. Lulu's eyes lit up with excitement, and her eyes crinkled into crescents. Master is the best. Thank you, Master. Seeing her happy expression, Wang Hao chuckled and teased. So, how are you going to thank me? Lulu instinctively stretched her head over. Her 2 furry ears twitched twice, and she squinted her eyes, saying, Master, Lulu is ready. Please begin your perverted behavior. Chapter 29 King Arthur's Troubles. Before dawn, Wang Hao was awakened by a series of urgent knocking sounds. He opened his sleepy eyes and looked out the window. In just one glance, the hairs on his body stood on end, and his heart pounded wildly. A large face was pressed against the window pane, staring at him with a pair of blue, piercing eyes like a vengeful ghost. What? Old dang, are you fucking crazy? After seeing the face clearly, Wang Hao immediately started cursing, yelling at King Arthur outside the window. Why aren't you sleeping at night? You're trying to scare me by pretending to be a ghost. Are you sick in the head? King Arthur glared at him and pointed at the window, yelling, "Stop talking nonsense, and open the window right now. I have something to ask you." Wang Hao reluctantly walked to the window and opened the latch. After the window was opened, King Arthur jumped into the bedroom, using the window frame as leverage, and looked around the room. "Watch your step. This is my house. What are you looking at?" Wang Hao snorted in dissatisfaction. King Arthur looked away and asked curiously, "Where are your two little slaves? Why aren't they here?" "What do you mean slaves? They're my friends." Wang Hao sat down in a chair and casually pointed to the next room. "They're resting over there. Keep your voice down and don't wake them." "I understand. I was young once too, I know." King Arthur wore an expression that said, "I know everything." And his smile was incredibly lewd. "You know nothing." Wang Hao was furious. He snorted and asked, "What is it that you have to come to me now? Can't you wait until dawn to say it?" Getting down to business, King Arthur's smile vanished, and he looked at Wang Hao seriously. "Boy, tell me honestly, what exactly is that bottle of medicine?" "That bottle of medicine? You mean that bottle of Liwei Daihuang pills?" King Arthur nodded. "Yes, it's that bottle of medicine. Did you add something strange to it?" Wang Hao didn't answer the question. Instead, he stared into King Arthur's eyes and gave a sinister laugh. "You're asking me? I haven't even asked you yet. You promised to send someone to deliver the money. Where are my gold coins? You're not trying to get them for free, are you?" Faced with the questioning, King Arthur was speechless for a moment, his heart filled with unspeakable bitterness. He did promise yesterday that he would send someone to deliver the money as soon as he got back, and also buy a batch of canned yellow peaches to take back with him. But plans can't keep up with changes. The effects of that bottle of Liwei Dawang pills were too strong. They started to take effect in less than a minute after he took them, and his reproductive instincts took over his reason. By the time he regained control, it was too late. Everyone in the palace, including his beloved daughter and his friend's daughter, knew about it, and the king's authority was completely gone. Fortunately, those in the know were sensible and no one dared to say anything, pretending that nothing had happened. Queen Duil, despite her exhaustion, continued to comfort him, which helped him regain his royal dignity. This matter could have ended there, and everyone could have pretended not to know and let it pass. But he dug a huge hole for himself and screwed it over badly. As he was getting ready to rest that evening, he remembered that Wang Hao had said that Liwei Dawang pills should be taken twice a day, and only by taking them consistently could they achieve the best results. So he took his second dose of the medicine that day. As expected, after the drug took effect, that night became utterly absurd. Not only did he torment Queen Duil to the point of near death, he also took advantage of the palace's head maid, 25-year-old Miss Mel, quietly taking her virginity. After calming down, King Arthur was filled with regret, his mind a jumbled mess of thoughts he couldn't make sense of. The Kingdom of Leighton does not mandate monogamy. Polygamy is legally permissible as long as both partners are in love. The problem is that he is deeply in love with Queen Duil. From the day they became husband and wife, he vowed to love only Duil for the rest of his life, and he has kept this vow for years. Even though Queen Devi pushed Mel into his arms first tonight, he still couldn't accept it and felt like he had betrayed Devi. So he made an excuse to come out and calm down. After leaving the palace, he went straight to Wang Hao's place, determined to get to the bottom of things. After explaining his purpose in a half-hearted manner, King Arthur sat on the bed with a frown, clutching his hair with both hands, his mood extremely bad. Ha! Laughter suddenly broke out, sounding particularly abrupt in the quiet bedroom. Wang Hao clutched his stomach and burst into laughter, almost laughing until tears streamed down his face. "What are you laughing at?" King Arthur, enraged and embarrassed, glared fiercely at Wang Hao. "Is this so funny? What am I laughing at?" Wang Hao took a deep breath and calmed himself down before pointing at King Arthur's nose and laughing and scolding. "You old lay chair, you clearly took advantage, but you still have to pretend to be a victim. You're shameless. You're lying." "I didn't." King Arthur abruptly stood up and retorted incoherently. "I'm warning you not to talk nonsense. I'm suing you for defamation, you know that? You're defaming me." I'm slandering you." Wang Hao sneered as he stared at King Arthur, laughing incessantly until it gave him goosebumps. "Old man, how was your first time? Was it great?" Suddenly, Wang Hao asked a question that King Arthur had not expected. He nodded subconsciously. "Yeah, it really is pretty cool." After saying this, King Arthur's face instantly turned red, and his face felt burning hot. He had just denied his mistake, but Wang Hao had tricked him into revealing his true feelings. That kid is so damn wicked. "Kid, you tricked me again." King Arthur angrily stepped forward, grabbed Wang Hao by the collar of his pajamas, and wanted to teach him a lesson. But faced with Wang Hao's teasing gaze, he suddenly felt inexplicably flustered and slowly withdrew his hand. Okay, you're right, this is my problem. King Arthur sat down on the bed dejectedly and asked with a bitter face. I'm really confused right now. Can you give me some advice? Humph, if you're asking someone for a favor, you should have the right attitude. Sit down properly. Wang Hao snorted and crossed his legs to comment. You've just been putting on airs for too long. You're just torturing yourself. It's no big deal. King Arthur looked up at Wang Hao with surprise. What do you mean by that? Wang Hao asked. How long has that maid named Mel worked at your house? It's been 7 or 8 years. I even helped her with her coming-of-age ceremony. I never imagined time would fly by so fast. Wang Hao nodded and continued. You just said that your wife brought her to your bed. You're not lying to me, are you? King Arthur shook his head, a hint of apology flashing in his eyes. My wife is a magician, and her physical abilities are not as good as mine. I had no other choice but to call Mel over for help. She didn't resist, probably because she was mindful of my status. Then what are you still hesitating about? Wang Hao patted King Arthur on the shoulder and joked. Your first wife agrees, and your second wife is willing. You're living the good life, but you don't know it. Are you stupid? Seeing King Arthur looking thoughtful, he continued. Get out of here now. It's not too late to go back. Don't let your woman be heartbroken. King Arthur shuddered, and the confusion in his eyes vanished. You're right, they need me now. I have to go back. Chapter 30 People from the Finance and Taxation Bureau arrive. King Arthur's figure quickly disappeared at the end of the street. Wang Hao had no interest in his romantic affairs. After closing the window, he prepared to take a nap, only to find a roll of parchment on his bed. What is this? Wang Hao picked up the parchment and examined it carefully in the dim light of the day. This is a special business license issued by the Leighton royal family, specifically for general stores. The regulations stipulate that as long as the quality of the goods is not problematic, no one may investigate the source, production method, or manufacturing process of the goods for any reason, nor may they seize or detain the goods of the grocery store for any illegitimate reason. The handwriting is neat and clear, and the royal emblem at the end emits a faint glow, proving that this is a legally valid document that no one can ignore. Wang Hao let out a long sigh and slowly rolled up the parchment. It's obvious without even guessing that this was specially prepared for him by that old man Arthur. After several days of promotion, Eugene Grocery Store has become quite well known in Celtic City. Every day, a steady stream of customers come to shop, earning Wang Hao a considerable profit. He didn't believe that no one was envious of such a good business. The reason things have been calm these past few days is probably because those envious people are still observing in secret or looking for an opportunity to make their move. Now that he has this license, no one can openly cause him trouble, which saves him a lot of trouble. As for the troubles behind the scenes, Wang Hao laughed, a laugh that had a sinister edge to it. He was hoping someone would sabotage him in secret, so he would have a legitimate reason to retaliate and add some fun to his boring life. That old guy is quite thoughtful. Wang Hao stuffed the license under his pillow, then lifted the covers and crawled inside. Well, I'll find another opportunity to thank him later. Around 9 a.m., the grocery store was open for business as usual. Customers who come to shop have all heard about the rules here, and they line up on their own initiative without being reminded. The line stretches for more than 50 meters from inside the store all the way to the Bluestone Road outside. Ollie is calculating the bill for the customers, recording every transaction clearly. She will not overcharge the customers or shortchange them a single coin. Her gentle smile always brings goodwill to the customers. Lulu helped pack the goods and introduce the products to customers who were visiting the general store for the first time, as energetic as a friendly little elf. Wang Hao ignored the sales and hid in a corner, writing and drawing on a small table. Every day is just eating, drinking, and counting gold coins. It's so boring. He plans to recreate a board game he used to play, so he can play it with his sisters, Ari, when he has free time. The basic layout of the Ludo game is already finished, with over 50 squares arranged haphazardly, enough to keep you playing for quite a while. Now all that's needed is to design different mini-games, turn these mini-games into task cards, and a proper set of Ludo will be complete. What kind of mini-game should we design? Wang Hao scratched his head, unable to make up his mind. The core element of this board game is interaction. Players enhance their relationship through different mini-games, thereby achieving a secret purpose. Wang Hao turned to look at the Ollie sisters, and after seeing their ears and tails, he suddenly thought of some interesting ideas. He quickly pulled out a piece of parchment and wrote down the idea he had just come up with, a lewd smile gradually appearing on his face. Just as he was laughing happily, a commotion suddenly broke out at the door, accompanied by unpleasant shouts. Get out of my way. The Finance and Taxation Bureau is handling a case. You lowly commoners, get the hell out of my way. The arrogant and harsh voice instantly dispelled Wang Hao's good mood. He looked coldly toward the doorway, his sharp gaze tinged with a hint of anger, wanting to see who dared to run wild on his turf. 3 middle-aged men stood at the entrance, dressed in black robes with badges of scales representing justice embroidered on their chests. The leader was a skinny man, as thin as a bamboo pole, with his chin held high and nostrils pointing to the sky. His gaunt face was full of disdain as he surveyed the crowd with an air of superiority. When his gaze fell on Ari and her sister, a greedy glint flashed in his narrowed eyes. Hey, didn't you hear me? The tax bureau is handling this case. Get your boss out here. A hint of anger flashed across Ari's delicate face, but she quickly concealed it. She forced a smile, bowed, and politely inquired about the purpose of the visit. Sir, I am the manager of this grocery store. Please feel free to tell me anything, and I will fully cooperate with your work. You? The skinny man didn't speak, but the fat man next to him spoke first. What are you? A mere demi-human slave. Call your boss out and tell him that Lord Stewart from the Tax Bureau is here to handle a case, and tell him to get over here right now. This remark enraged Lulu, who had been silently enduring it all along. The little girl jumped up, pointed at the fat man's nose, and cursed. Who do you think you are? Why should the master come to see you? If you have something to say, say it. If you keep cursing, don't blame me for being impolite. The fat man was stunned for a moment, and his fat face instantly turned frosty. Where did this little fox come from? He has no manners at all. Are your parents dead? The fat man's words struck a chord with Lulu, reminding her of her parents who stayed behind to cover the retreat during the monster attack. You fat bastard, go to hell. Lulu's last shred of reason was instantly overwhelmed by rage. She raised the can of yellow peaches in her hand and smashed it hard against the fat man's head without a second thought. The fat man didn't expect her to actually make a move. He watched helplessly as the can flew over and hit him on the forehead with a thud. The can shattered with a crack, and blood mixed with sweet juice flowed everywhere, with a piece of canned yellow peach landing on the fat man's head. Stimulated by the pain, the fat man finally came to his senses, clutching his bleeding forehead and howling in agony. When Stewart saw that his men had been attacked, he immediately became nervous. He pulled a wand inlaid with fire crystals from his jacket pocket and pointed it at Lulu. You have already violated the law by obstructing the tax bureau's investigation, and assaulting a tax officer is an even more serious crime. I order you to lay down your weapon immediately and accept our punishment. If you dare to resist, I will exercise the rights granted to me by law and kill you immediately. Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. Lulu regained her senses when she saw the fat man bleeding, but panicked when she heard Stewart's warning. She looked at her hands. Empty-handed. Where would you get weapons? She then looked at her older sister. Ari was stealing glances at Wang Hao, unaware of his gaze. Lulu panicked a little, haphazardly covering her face with her hands, like a little fox ready to attack at any moment. Stewart was terrified, thinking she was going to attack him, and launched the first attack. A huge fireball appeared at the tip of the wand, burning fiercely as it flew toward the panicked Lulu. At this critical moment, a large hand pressed down on Lulu's head. Silly girl, let me do it. Chapter 31. Are you insulting my intelligence? Wang Hao's newbie gift pack contains 2 skills. Proficient in languages and capable of barely defending themselves in combat. The former taught him all the languages and scripts of this world, which is why he was able to chat with the Ollie sisters the first time he met them. The latter sounds unremarkable, but a closer look reveals that this skill is not simple at all. This skill grants Wang Hao immense strength and defense, as well as unparalleled speed. Even without any martial arts skills, he could easily defeat his enemies with his physical strength. Even King Arthur wouldn't dare say he could definitely beat Wang Hao. But this world is not only about martial arts, it also has magical powers and related special abilities. To compensate for this deficiency, the system added a special attribute to this skill, immunity to all abnormal statuses. What is an abnormal state? Wang Hao had asked the system about this issue before. The system's response was simple. Anything that made him feel uncomfortable was considered an abnormal state. Examples include burning with flames, extreme cold, and mind control. So far, Wang Hao has not discovered any ability that can affect this special attribute, except for the food Ari makes. So when the raging fireball flew over, he simply raised his right hand and lightly grabbed it. To everyone's astonishment, the fireball seemed to be crushed by an invisible force, bursting into a tiny spark before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Stuart stood there dumbfounded, completely stunned. He was a level 5 mage certified by the Magic Guild and possessing the title of mage. When had he ever seen anything like this? Although fireball is only the most basic fire magic, the flames and temperature are real, so how did it suddenly disappear? Seeing Wang Hao walking towards him, Stuart didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and raised his wand again, aiming it at Wang Hao. The wand was waved rapidly, and fireballs flew towards Wang Hao as if they were free, determined to completely annihilate him. But it was all just Stuart's delusion. Reality slapped him hard in the face. These fireballs didn't even last a second in front of Wang Hao. They were crushed the moment they touched his palm. Wang Hao walked unhurriedly, and all the fireballs that flew in front of him turned into beautiful fireworks, scattering all over the ground. This scene stunned everyone, and even Ari stared in disbelief. "Master, are you really human?" In stark contrast to Ari's reaction, Lulu, like a devoted fan, kept her eyes fixed on Wang Hao's back. Whenever he popped a fireball, Lulu would excitedly wave her little fists and cheer loudly for Wang Hao. "Master is so handsome. Master is amazing. Master, you are my god. I will follow you forever." Amidst the praises, Wang Hao had already walked up to Stuart. He raised his right hand, pinched the extended wand between two fingers, and easily took it into his hand. "Is this the magic wand?" Ignoring Stuart's ugly expression, Wang Hao pointed his wand at the ground and swung it twice. Well, nothing happened. Not even a spark. "Is this thing broken? Why isn't it responding at all?" Wang Hao refused to believe it and swung it again with more force, but there was still no reaction. "Damn it, do I have absolutely no talent?" Stuart snapped out of his daze and reached out to grab his wand. This wand is not cheap. The fire crystal on it, the size of a pigeon's egg, alone is worth 800 gold coins, making it the most valuable thing he owns. Unfortunately, he was too slow. Wang Hao dodged him before he could even touch the edge of the wand. "Want it?" A slight, mocking smile appeared on Wang Hao's lips. "Just say you want it. How am I supposed to know what you want if you don't tell me? Even though you've been looking at me the whole time, you still have to tell me whether you want it or not. If you want it back, I'll definitely consider giving it back to you. But if you don't want it and I insist on giving it to you anyway, then that's not what you want, right?" Stuart's face grew increasingly grim, and he gritted his teeth as he cursed. "Shut up. That wand is mine to begin with. Why won't you give it to me?" "On what grounds?" Wang Hao's smile vanished, his expression turning utterly cold. "Because you attacked my people, and you keep attacking me. As a public servant of the kingdom, is it the right way to treat a law-abiding citizen to attack them without cause?" Stuart's mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Fortunately, he had companions, including 2 other tax officials who came with him. "Fatty, you attacked me first, and the blood on my head is proof of your crimes." Another person chimed in. "That's right. We came to investigate after receiving a tip. Your baseless attacks on us are treason, and you deserve to be judged by law." "A trial? You 3 old codgers." Wang Hao sneered, his contemptuous gaze sweeping over the 3 faces. "I'm lazy. Too lazy to waste time arguing with you. I'll only ask one question. Who sent you here?" Stuart's heart skipped a beat, and he got goosebumps from Wang Hosen's cold gaze. He did come after receiving a tip, but the person who made the tip was no ordinary person. He came to him with the Marquis of Wellington's orders, instructing him to investigate this strange general store. The Marquis of Wellington is the treasurer of the Kingdom of Leighton, in charge of all financial affairs, and is Leighton's superior. The fact that the other party did not give a direct order but instead sent a message through someone indicates that the Marquis did not want to get involved in this matter, so he could not reveal the Marquis of Wellington's identity. With a determined look, Stuart decided to take full responsibility for everything. Although Wang Hao possessed unbelievable and terrifying power, he didn't believe the other party would dare to kill him in front of so many people. "As long as we get through this, we'll have plenty of opportunities to get revenge later. No one instructed you to talk nonsense." Stuart deliberately puffed out his chest, putting on a righteous and awe-inspiring appearance. "We are tax officials of the Tax Bureau, and all merchants doing business in the Kingdom of Leighton are subject to our jurisdiction. Someone reported that your grocery store hasn't paid its taxes on time, so we've come to investigate what the problem is." He spoke with such conviction that it seemed perfectly reasonable, but Wang Hao knew there was a big problem with it. Doing business requires paying taxes. It's a matter of course, there's nothing wrong with that. But what kind of tax is a newly opened grocery store paying, only 5 days after it opened? You'll have to wait until the end of the month to calculate the total amount of tax for the month before you know how much tax you need to pay. Wang Hao looked at him with a cold smile, as if he were a clown. Are you insulting my intelligence? My grocery store has only been open for 5 days. When have I ever failed to pay taxes on time? You'd better think this through. If you continue to keep that person's secret, don't blame me for being impolite. Stared at by the cold gaze, Stuart felt a chill run down his spine, and his legs, hidden in his pants, trembled like leaves. But remembering the Marquis of Wellington's ruthlessness, he gritted his teeth and refused to admit that he was being instructed by someone. Under pressure to make excuses, Wang Hao quickly lost his patience, and his face grew increasingly cold. Fine, since you're determined to be a lackey, then I'll grant your wish. He clenched his right fist and punched Stuart in the chest. If that punch landed, given Stuart's emaciated body, he would be bedded in for at least 6 months, if not dead. Just then, a dark figure rushed over and raised his arms to block Stuart. Stop. Chapter 32, A Friend's Face, must be given. Alan is panicking, as that seemingly ordinary fist, devoid of any fighting spirit, drew ever closer. He sensed death approaching. Fortunately, that feeling disappeared quickly. The fist paused, stopping just centimeters away from itself, and then slowly retracted. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Wang Hao's icy voice. Alan, what are you doing? Alan's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked into Wang Hao's eyes. Those black eyes were devoid of any emotion, as if they were looking at a cold, lifeless object. He swallowed hard and raised his hands with difficulty. Don't be impulsive. I won't do anything. I'm here to buy things. Buying things? Wang Hao scoffed, then asked, Then why are you protecting that idiot behind you? Alan glanced back at Stuart and said helplessly, Calm down. I'm not protecting him. I just don't want you to get into trouble because of a misunderstanding. Getting into trouble? Do I want to get into trouble? He pointed at Stuart's nose and said coldly, That idiot attacked Lulu with magic just now. If I hadn't been here, Lulu would definitely have been hurt. Do you think that's my fault? Alan was speechless, his heart filled with unspeakable bitterness. In fact, he had no idea what was going on here. He was ordered by King Arthur to deliver money to the grocery store and, incidentally, to purchase 1,000 bottles of the newly released canned yellow peaches. But as soon as he got near the general store, he sensed fluctuations in magical energy. His years of honed combat instincts told him that something was wrong in the grocery store. Someone was launching a magical attack. He rushed into the store and only saw that one of the people was wearing the uniform of the Finance and Taxation Bureau. Without thinking, he stood in front of the tax officer. He never expected things to be so complicated. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what happened, but I want to tell you that killing a tax officer in front of so many people is not good for you. Really, believe me, I don't want to lose you as a friend. Friend? Wang Hao looked at Alan with some surprise. He had met Alan several times and joked with him a few times. Their relationship wasn't cold, but it was just that. If we're talking about true friends, it's only that shameless old late-shayer Arthur. Alan definitely isn't that kind of friend. Yes, I've always considered you my friend. Don't you think so too? Alan looked up, a hint of expectation in his eyes, which made Wang Hao a little embarrassed. This is a big deal. To refute him now would seem a bit disrespectful, considering he's Arthur Old Dang's man. Okay, even if we're friends. Before Wang Hao could finish speaking, Alan laughed, a very happy laugh. He reached out and patted Wang Hao's arm, saying earnestly and firmly, Don't worry, since we're friends, I definitely won't let my friend suffer. Leave this to me, and I'll give you a satisfactory answer. Wang Hao was speechless. He glanced at him a few times, shook his head, and said nothing more. Stuart has recovered from the threat of death. He heard Alan's words and was about to state his position and reprimand the other man as a tax officer when his eyes were suddenly drawn to the badge on the other man's chest. That is, Stuart's pupils constricted, his heart pounding uncontrollably. That badge looked so familiar. The magnificent crystal tree represents the Leighton royal family, the shield protects the people, and the sword slays all invading enemies. That is the coat of arms of the Leighton royal family. Only those associated with the royal family are entitled to wear it. Looking at Alan's face again, he panicked even more. Lily, Devil, and the captain of Princess Leighton's guard, Alan and Sweet, are genius knights who reach the peak of silver at the age of 30 and are ready to break through to gold at any time. If you don't even recognize him, then all those years in officialdom have been for nothing. But why is Captain Alan acting like a brother to this grocery store owner? Do they have some unspeakable secrets behind their backs? Stuart couldn't understand it, but he knew he had to say something now. Hello, Captain Alan. I'm Stuart, the tax officer from the Celtic City Tax Bureau. Alan raised his hand to interrupt him, his stern gaze fixed on Stuart's eyes. Since you recognize me, you should also know who I am. Tell me, what exactly happened, and why did you attack that little girl? Stuart swallowed hard and quickly told Alan the whole story. Of course, his words were largely exaggerated. He didn't say a word about the Marquis of Wellington, concealing crucial information. Alan listened quietly, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper, his expression turning grim. Although his primary job was as a guard knight, he often ran errands for King Arthur and learned a lot from him through observation and experience. Shops in the city are indeed subject to the regulation of the Tax Bureau, but it seems abnormal that a general store like this would be audited after only 5 days of operation. What's more, the other party not only wants to check the accounts, but also wants to trace the source of the goods, which makes it even more intriguing. Mr. Stewart, Alan cleared his throat and asked, as far as I know, shops in Celtic City pay taxes monthly. Why are you here when this grocery store has only been open for 5 days? This. Stewart hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, the situation is special. Someone reported this store, and we came here because of the report. Who reported it? I cannot tell you that we have a responsibility to protect the lives of whistleblowers. Alan stepped forward, exuding an imposing aura. Is it that I can't, or that I dare not? Stewart opened his mouth several times, but in the end he didn't say anything and silently closed his mouth. The silence itself says a lot. By this time, Alan had a pretty good idea of what was going on. This general store must have caught the eye of some nobleman, who sent these 3 idiots to cause trouble and take the opportunity to get what they wanted. Stewart certainly understood what was going on, but his choice to aid and abet evil must have involved a transaction. Having figured out the key point, Alan suddenly felt a bit troubled. This matter was more complicated than he had imagined, far beyond what a mere captain of the guards could handle, and he had no authority over the people in the Finance and Taxation Bureau. But he had already taken on the responsibility, and he had to resolve it no matter what. Turning to Wang Hao, Alan bowed slightly and said sincerely, Wang Hao, my friend, I have figured out what happened, but I'm sorry, I can't avenge you. I am a knight, and I cannot beat a tax officer without cause. That is a bottom line that cannot be crossed. Wang Hao nodded, saying nothing, and waited quietly for what was to come. Seeing that he didn't get angry, Alan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Don't worry, I will report this matter to Mr. Arthur truthfully. I believe he will resolve this issue properly. Can you trust me one more time? When Stewart heard Mr. Arthur's words, he was struck dumb and nearly wet himself. Arthur is a very common name. You can find hundreds or even thousands of people named Arthur in Celtic cities. But there is probably only one person that Alan can call Mr. Arthur. His back was quickly soaked with cold sweat. He was filled with fear and anxiety, and was already secretly considering whether to resign immediately to avoid being punished by His Majesty the King. Okay, I believe you. Wang Hao finally spoke, giving Alan a definite answer. We're friends, I'll give you face. Tell them to get lost, I don't want to see them again. Alan let out a long sigh of relief and turned to look at Stewart. Go back and tell that person that this shop is not for him to get his hands on, and make him give up on that idea. Get out of here right now. Chapter 33, An Unintentional Success. Stewart left without hesitation. Like a stray dog, he left the general store in a sorry state with his 2 henchmen, not even daring to ask for his beloved wand back. The store reopened as if nothing had happened, but the atmosphere was completely different from before. Everyone looked at Wang Hao with a hint of awe. After all, he was a ruthless man who could beat up a tax official and not be held responsible. As for the martial prowess he had just displayed, few people paid any attention to it. There are many powerful beings in this world. Demons, dragons, monsters, elves, and even legendary gods. Legends of the strong circulate everywhere. These commoners had no idea what the power Wang Hao had just displayed represented. They simply thought he was a merchant who had practiced martial arts and had many novel products. The same goes for Alan. He arrived a little late and missed the scene of Wang Hao crushing the fireball. If he had seen what happened back then, he might not be as calm as he is now. My friend, this matter is a bit complicated. I must go back and report to Mr. Arthur immediately. I will let you know as soon as I have any news. After saying those words, Alan immediately took his leave and disappeared from sight. Wang Hao scratched his head, feeling as if he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. Never mind, let's talk about it next time he comes. Grabbing a bottle of cola, Wang Hao returned to the corner and continued to ponder his Ludo game. It would be really fun to have Ari and Lulu dance to Curry Curry together. Lulu made dinner. At her insistence, Wang Hao taught her some cooking skills and a few simple stir-fries. To her surprise, she was able to master them quickly and did a pretty good job. This greatly surprised Wang Hao. Tonight, Lulu made stir-fried pork with chili peppers and stewed pork. With the help of various spices and oyster sauce, the food tasted unexpectedly good. Most importantly, Wang Hao didn't experience any body aversion or diarrhea, which was quite remarkable. They are twin sisters, so why did this happen? After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Wang Hao wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and said to Ollie, who was tidying up the table, "Ollie, I have to go out for a bit. You two can take a shower first, don't wait for me." Ari blushed and softly hummed in agreement. These past few days, the two sisters have been waiting for Wang Hao to rest before boiling water and secretly washing themselves, afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao still found out. "Master, where are you going?" Lulu poked her head out from the kitchen doorway and asked curiously, "Do you want me to come with you? It's not safe for you to go alone at night." "Heh, it's not safe to bring the two of you along, is it?" Wang Hao smiled and waved his hand, declining Lulu's offer. "I asked Hans to make 2 backpacks for me. They're probably finished by now. I'll go get them. You don't need to worry about me. Just go about your business." Lulu nodded her little head, then suddenly blurted out something nonsensical. "Master, those women are unclean. You must resist them, or you'll get sick." Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, and it took him a long time to react. He was both amused and exasperated. "What do you know, little girl? Go wash the dishes." Lulu pouted and retorted with a soft snort. "Where am I small? You always underestimate me." All right, you're not young anymore, okay?" Wang Hao waved dismissively and left without looking back, leaving the two sisters staring at each other in bewilderment. "Sis, do you think Master really want to get his backpack? Otherwise what?" "But Old Man Hans's shop is on Roland Street, and that infamous brothel alley is also on that street. I heard from that guy named Arthur last time that the alley is full of those kinds of women. I'm worried that the Master won't be able to resist their temptations." And then, before she could finish speaking, Ari gave her a hard knock on the head. "Shut up, don't talk nonsense. The Master is not that kind of person." Lulu rubbed the bump on her head, looking distressed, and asked, "What if?" "No, what if?" Ari was furious and tapped her on the head again. "Go boil some water quickly. We'll take a good bath later." "Oh, okay, I'll go boil some water." Lulu turned and went into the kitchen, leaving Ari to continue wiping the table. Although she had just sternly stopped Lulu from continuing her nonsense, she still heard what Lulu said. A hint of worry flashed in Ari's eyes. "Master, please don't touch those women, they're so dirty." Roland Street is not far from the grocery store, only a few hundred meters away. Several upscale restaurants have opened here, serving delicacies from all over the mainland. Even though it's late, there are still many horse-drawn carriages parked by the roadside, waiting for their owners to return home after their meals. Wang Hao soon arrived at Hans's tailor shop, where Hans was waiting for him. "Here you go, try these 2 backpacks on. If you're not satisfied, I can alter them for you." Hans handed him 2 backpacks and urged him to try them on quickly. The backpack was sewn according to the design drawings provided by Wang Hao. It was finely crafted and made of sturdy fabric. To make it more comfortable for Wang Hao to carry, Hans also sewed a layer of soft calfskin onto the shoulder straps. It's sturdy, durable, and relieves pressure, which works very well. "I knew it would be fine to come to you." Wang Hao gave a thumbs up to Hans's father. "This is the most comfortable backpack I've ever carried. Dad, your craftsmanship is truly impeccable." Hans chuckled. "You're getting better and better at flattery. All right, take it if you like, and come find me if you want anything in the future." Wang Hao didn't stand on ceremony and readily accepted it. "By the way, I recently sold a batch of maid outfits. Now that you're here, I'll give you a share of the profits from those clothes." Just as Wang Hao was about to leave, Old Man Hans suddenly called him back. "So fast, a batch has already been sold." Wang Hao was a little surprised. "Who bought them? I don't think I've seen anyone else wear them." A meaningful expression appeared on Hans's old face. After hesitating for a few seconds, he sighed and said, "You'll find out sooner or later anyway, so I'll just tell you directly. I recently had those good-for-nothing apprentices rush to make a batch of maid outfits, about 20 or so. Guess who those clothes were sold to?" Wang Hao looked at him curiously. "Who did you sell it to? You know that alleyway around Roland Street that's open at night?" The old man suddenly asked, changing the subject. "You mean that brothel alley?" Hans nodded, rubbed his hands together somewhat embarrassedly, and said, "Those women seem to have been to your general store and were very interested in the outfits of your 2 little foxes, so they came to ask me if I could make them. It just so happens that I haven't been able to find a way to sell these clothes, so after thinking it over, I sold them to them." You're not angry, are you? Wang Hao was stunned, his expression somewhat blank. There's a saying, you may plant flowers with care, but they may not bloom. You may plant willows without intention, and they may thrive. The sexy maid outfits, originally intended for noble gentlemen, have somehow ended up back in the market that should have been theirs. How interesting. Coming to his senses, Wang Hao asked with considerable curiosity. Selling it to them isn't a problem. It doesn't matter who wears it. But I'm curious. Can they afford such expensive clothes? Chapter 34 Refusal. Kid, don't underestimate those women. Hans opened his money bag, counting the money as he answered Wang Hao's questions. Those women specialize in prostitution and have extensive experience in pleasing men, which is unmatched by other women. Do you know how much it costs to hire the most expensive prostitute for a night? Wang Hao shook his head and asked curiously, how much? 3 gold coins. So much. Wang Hao was taken aback. He truly hadn't expected that women with technical skills would be so valuable. The old man chuckled. Of course, not all prostitutes are worth 3 gold coins. Only the most famous and beautiful ones can fetch a good price. The others can only make ends meet. Wang Hao nodded thoughtfully, recalling certain top live streamers. You're right. No matter what you do, only a very small number of people are qualified to make big money. Everyone else is destined to be a runner-up. Hans nodded in agreement and placed the counted gold coins in front of Wang Hao. I've sold a total of 19 maid outfits in the past few days, and only 4 suits. Here's your share, you can count them. Wang Hao glanced at it casually and saw that there were 40 gold coins on the table. He didn't touch the gold coins, but frowned and looked at the old tailor. Father, why did you give me so many? Dad laughed, a very happy laugh, his wrinkles all bunched up. Take it. Although it's a little more than the agreed-upon split, I wouldn't have earned that much money without your design, so giving you a little more is only fair. Seeing that he said that, Wang Hao did not continue to refuse. All right, since it's Dad's idea, I won't stand on ceremony. The gold coins jingled as they fell into his pocket, and Wang Hao's goodwill towards Hans increased even more. Dad, since those women like unique styles of clothing, I'll design 2 more sets for you. Maybe we can sell them for a good price. Hans's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out paper and pen from the drawer. Kid, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and draw. After leaving behind 2 design drawings, Wang Hao walked out of the tailor shop with a heavy load of gold coins, leaving old man Hans to ponder them alone. This time, he drew designs for sailor suits and women's underwear. The former is simple and straightforward. You can tell what it is at a glance, and old man Hans immediately guessed who he should sell it to. However, the design of the 2 triangular pieces of fabric with several ropes at the back left him somewhat puzzled. However, after Wang Hao explained the function of the underwear, the old man was immediately amazed and praised his design highly. Underwear may seem simple, but there's a lot more to it than meets the eye. With proper development, it could definitely open up a vast market and rake in huge sums of money from the pockets of countless women. He believed that with Hans's years of experience, that day wouldn't be too far off. As Wang Hao slowly walked along the bumpy cobblestone path toward the general store, he pondered where he would go for fun the next day. He has been in this world for 5 days, and his activities have been limited to the Golden Harbor area. He doesn't know much about other parts of Celtic City. He has tomorrow off and wants to go out and see what other interesting things this magical world has to offer. Just as he was lost in thought, a tingling sound suddenly came to his ear, giving him goosebumps. Handsome young man, can you buy me a drink? Her voice was drawn out, alluring yet seductive, piercing straight to the man's heart. Wang Hao shuddered and looked in the direction of the sound. A woman stood against the wall across the street, arms crossed, her long, slender, fair legs alluring, seemingly waiting for someone. By the dim light, Wang Hao could make out the woman's face. The woman is very beautiful. She was around 30 years old, with long, wavy brown hair draped over her shoulders and delicate, defined features. She exuded femininity. Seeing Wang Hao turn around, she smiled sweetly and walked over gracefully, swaying her slender waist. Hey handsome, shopping alone is so boring. Do you need me to keep you company? The woman walked up to Wang Hao, and she was actually much taller than him. Her large breasts were quite a shock to Wang Hao. What? It's so big and so firm. How did you do that? While Wang Hao was lost in thought, the woman suddenly reached out her slender fingers and gently lifted his chin. Handsome boy, why aren't you saying anything? Are you captivated by this lady? Wang Hao subconsciously looked into the woman's eyes. Those captivating eyes seemed to possess a bewitching magic, conveying a deep affection with every glance, making it impossible to refuse. However, This feeling came quickly and went even faster, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Wang Hao took a step back and reached out to block the woman. Don't come any closer. I don't know you. Just say what you want to say, and stop with the nonsense. Seeing that Wang Hao hadn't taken the bait, the woman paused for a moment, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. However, she had no intention of giving up on this strong prey, so she began her performance again. Handsome young man, why are you like this? Am I not pretty enough? The woman feigned shyness, a plaintive expression appearing on her pretty face. I just wanted to talk to you. Do you hate me that much? Wang Hao shook his head and said, You are very beautiful. I don't think there is a more beautiful woman in Celtic City than you. But what does that have to do with me? I don't know you. It's okay. It's not too late for us to get to know each other now. My name is... Before the woman could even say her name, Wang Hao interrupted her, saying, Whatever your name is has nothing to do with me. If you don't have anything else to say, please move aside. I'm going home. After being rejected time and again, a flash of anger appeared in the woman's eyes. However, she managed to control her emotions and continued to try to seduce Wang Hao. Young man, how heartless of you. Is the woman in your family prettier than me? When Wang Hao thought of Ali and her sisters, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on his face. I have 2 younger sisters, each of whom is better than you. You're not even worthy to carry their shoes. These words seemed to pierce the woman's heart. The smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by utter indifference. Humph, I'm going to have you today, so accept your fate. She suddenly stretched out her arm, grabbed Wang Hao's shoulder, and pulled him back. However, her wishful thinking backfired. The immense force did not move Wang Hao an inch. Instead, it caused her to stumble. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Wang Hao broke free from the woman's entanglement and took 2 steps back to create distance. That's enough. If you want to do business, go find someone else. I have no interest in public toilets, so don't bother me. I'm warning you, if you keep bothering me, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, Wang Hao lightly stomped his right foot on the ground, and a clear footprint immediately appeared on the hard bluestone brick. See that? If you don't leave now, it'll be your turn. The woman's heart trembled violently, her solemn gaze mixed with a trace of resentment, as she reluctantly retreated into the dark alley behind her. After her figure completely disappeared, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. This woman is extraordinary. She exudes a captivating charm that makes people irresistibly want to get close to her. Even though he had watched countless films, he was still aroused by the other person's primal desires and almost lost control. Of course, Wang Hao never considered himself a saint or a gentleman who was indifferent to women. The reason I was able to restrain myself was mainly due to a few concerns. There are no guardian spirits in this world. If he gets infected by the biomother, he'll have nowhere to turn. Ugh, it's so troublesome not being able to stop the elves. Fish bladders might be a good substitute, right? Should we look into it? Just as he was lost in thought, he heard a woman's seductive voice again. Young man, I'll let you off the hook today, but you won't be so lucky next time. Chapter 35 Captain Ding Dang. Threatening me. Looking in the direction where the woman disappeared, Wang Hao suddenly felt a bit like laughing and crying at the same time. What's wrong with this world? Prostitutes are threatening others instead of soliciting customers? Is there no law left? Is there no law anymore? Just because I'm handsome doesn't mean you can take advantage of me. I'm not that shallow. Don't think you're so great just because you're pretty. Next time we meet, I'll still ignore you. Just you wait and see. The teasing voices drifted into the alley, but unfortunately, there was no response. You ran pretty fast. It seems you were scared away by my integrity. In that case, I'll let you go this time. Putting the strange woman out of his mind, Wang Hao hummed a little tune as he walked toward the general store. Half an hour later, when he returned home, the 2 Ali sisters had already tidied up and were chatting while waiting for him to come back. Upon seeing Wang Hao enter, the 2 sisters warmly greeted him. Master, you're back. Why were you gone for so long? Lulu blinked her bright eyes and asked curiously, You didn't really go to see those strange women, did you? Wang Hao was mortified. He raised his hand and pressed it onto Lulu's head, rubbing it vigorously. This little girl is barely grown up, yet she has so many thoughts. Am I that kind of person? He took off his backpack and casually stuffed it into Ari's arms. These are pastries I bought on the way here. They taste pretty good. I'll save them to eat when I go out tomorrow. Ari nodded obediently, clutching her backpack, and said softly, Master, the bath water is ready. Go quickly, or it will get cold. Okay, I'm going to take a shower now. After Wang Hao went upstairs, Lulu twitched her ears and whispered something in Ali's ear. Sister, I smelled a strange scent on Master. It smells like a woman's perfume. Ari rolled her eyes at her, then picked up her backpack and headed towards the stairs. Remember our place. Don't meddle in things that aren't your business, or your master will eat you. Lulu blushed and ran after him. If that day ever comes, you can't leave me behind and run away. The following morning, in the eastern suburbs of Celtic City, after passing through the dense jungle, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a vast lake. Master, is that Emerald Lake? It's so beautiful. Lulu pointed to the clear, green lake in front of her and cheered excitedly, her fluffy tail wagging so high it seemed to fly away. Master, let's find a place to rest quickly. I love it here. Wang Hao could sense that Lulu was genuinely happy, so he smiled and nodded. Go ahead, find a place you like. We'll have a picnic here today. Yes, master. We'll get right away and get ready soon. Lulu happily agreed, grabbed Ari's hand, and ran towards Emerald Lake, looking quite impatient. Wang Hao smiled slightly and walked slowly behind, calming himself down to appreciate the charm of nature. Just like its name suggests, Emerald Lake is like a piece of emerald inlaid on the vast land. The bright sunlight shone on the lake, causing the water to ripple gently and giving the surface a vibrant green glow. In the middle of the lake is a small island, on which grows a towering tree. Its dense canopy is like a giant umbrella, covering the entire island. Through the gaps in the tree canopy, one could vaguely see some shimmering lights, appearing and disappearing like starlight, but it was unclear what they were. Master, do you think this place is all right? Lulu's voice came from below, pointing to the open space at her feet and asking. It's very clean here. I checked, there's no animal droppings. After looking around, Wang Hao smiled and said, Since you like it, let's go here. As the capital of the Kingdom of Leighton, Celtic City is not only a bustling commercial center, but also boasts beautiful surrounding scenery. When Wang Hao chatted with Arthur last time, he mentioned the scenery of Emerald Lake. He was very interested, so he chose it as the destination for the first team building activity of Eugian General Store. As it turned out, this choice was wise. Not only did he enjoy the scenery, but Ari and Lulu were also very happy. The two sisters quickly got to work according to their assigned tasks. Before leaving the city, Ali bought some fresh vegetables and fruits, which he then washed by the lake, preparing them for lunch. Lulu gathered some branches, built a frame, hung a small iron pot on it, and started boiling water. Wang Hao wanted to help her, but Lulu always complained about his clumsy attempts. So he simply took his homemade fishing rod and went fishing by the lake, becoming a hands-off manager. A gentle breeze carries a faint floral fragrance, and the warm sunshine feels wonderful on my skin. Wang Hao yawned, shifted into a comfortable position against the rock, and slowly closed his eyes. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, he suddenly felt something creeping closer to him. When Wang Hao opened his eyes, he was surprised to see a little girl who was only a little over 3 inches tall. The other person seemed very interested in his cola, circling the bottle and looking for a way to open it. Hey, do you want a Coke? Wang Hao suddenly asked. The little girl was startled. When she realized Wang Hao was looking at her, her face turned green. She took several steps back, turned around, and ran away without looking back. Don't go. I'm not a bad person. Why are you running away? Seeing something so novel was a rare treat for Wang Hao, so he raised his hand to block her path. Seeing the large hand blocking her way, the little girl glared at Wang Hao. Then 2 pairs of transparent wings sprouted from her back, carrying her quickly into the sky. Unfortunately, that speed was nothing compared to Wang Hao's. Wang Hao simply raised his hand and stopped the little kid who had suddenly appeared. No matter how the opponent changed its flight path, Wang Hao's hand was like a large net blocking the way, sealing off all paths. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the little bean suddenly changed direction and flew in front of Wang Hao, pointing at his nose and cursing. You annoying human. Why are you stopping me? Let me go. The voice was clear and bright, with a touch of childlike innocence, which made it sound rather cute. Wang Hao, feeling a surge of childlike innocence, took advantage of the little boy's inattention and gently pinched his waist. Hey, what are you doing? The little boy was terrified. Fear finally showed on his delicate little face, and he looked at Wang Hao as if he had seen a demon. Wang Hao didn't care what she thought. He pinched the little figure and brought it close to his face to examine it carefully. Pinch the wings. How can you fly with such thin wings? Are you a dragonfly? Rub the little face and limbs. It's warm and quite soft. Lift up the clothes. Clothes made of leaves? Aren't you afraid the leaves will rot? The little girl clutched her skirt tightly, her slender legs kicking hard against Wang Hao's arm, her eyes burning with rage as she looked at him. Shameless human, despicable pervert. I'm the famous Captain Ding Dong. If you don't let go, I'm going to use magic to attack you. You pervert, let go. Chapter 36, The Gluttonous Fairy. As it turns out, even the infamous Captain Ding Dang had no chance against cheating. The little boy used all his skills to unleash several of his favorite spells on Wang Hao. But the illusion that used to work instantly seemed to have failed, having no effect on Wang Hao whatsoever, and not even a hint of success. This discovery left her extremely frustrated. Her angry expression vanished instantly. Her face turned deathly pale, and 2 glistening tears slowly slid down her cheeks. Wah, Ding Dang was wrong. Ding Dang will never dare to be greedy again. Please don't eat me, okay? Ding Dang is too small, and doesn't have much meat on it. It's not tasty. Can you let me go? If you want to catch a fairy as a pet, I can find you 2 that are more obedient, definitely better than me. The little girl struggled desperately, crying and begging Wang Hao to let her go, spouting incoherent nonsense that left Wang Hao both amused and exasperated. He flicked the little boy's head lightly with his finger, interrupting his sobbing. Hey, when did I ever say I was going to eat you? The little boy was stunned, covering his forehead and staring blankly at Wang Hao. You're not going to eat me? Wang Hao sighed, pointed to his own nose, and asked, Why would I eat you? I'm not a pervert. You're talking nonsense. The little boy pointed at Wang Hao's nose and shouted, If you weren't a pervert, why did you flip my skirt just now? Wang Hao remained silent, ignoring the question. He can't exactly tell the little one. I'm curious about your body structure. I want to see how you differ from human girls, can I? I can't say that. I have my pride too. In order to change the subject as soon as possible, Wang Hao decisively threw out bait. All right, stop messing around. Answer a few questions, and I'll let you go. The little bean sprout instantly changed its expression, transforming from an angry little tiger into an obedient baby. She stopped struggling and crying, and obediently stood still, blinking at Wang Hao. I'm very well behaved, ask away. Wang Hao was stunned by this sudden change of expression and didn't know where to begin his tu chow, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical comments. Seeing that he didn't speak, the little boy spoke first. My name is Ding Dang, and I am a fairy who lives in that tree. The little boy pointed to the huge, ancient tree in the middle of the lake and said, That's the home of our Emerald Fairy. I grew up there. Our Emerald Fairy clan now has more than 100 members. I am the captain of the guard, and everyone calls me Captain Ding Dang. Ding Dang talked on and on, even sharing some gossip from the clan, leaving Wang Hao both amused and exasperated. Okay, stop for a moment, and let me catch my breath before we talk. These words were like pressing the pause button, finally silencing Ding Dang. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. His ears were finally at peace. Your name is Ding Dang, right? Are you a fairy? Yes, isn't it obvious? What is a fairy? Fairies are fairies. We were born here. We grew up here, and we've never left. Seeing that the little girl was about to start chanting again, Wang Hao simply covered her mouth with a finger. He put on a stern face, pretending to be angry, and glared at the little bean. Ding Dang, from now on, you will answer whatever I ask, and don't say a word more, or I'll eat you up. Ding Dang nodded repeatedly, looking at Wang Hao with a pitiful expression. Wang Hao loosened his fingers and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she had obediently kept quiet. Goodness, this little devil's only asset is her mouth. Her fighting power is at least 5 points. Ding Dang, you fairies probably don't like interacting with humans, right? Ding Dang nodded, a hint of anger in her expression. You humans are so awful. You often capture fairies as pets, and many fairies have been ruined by you humans. Wang Hao didn't want to take the blame, so he decisively retorted, That's someone else. It has nothing to do with me. I'm a good person. I'm different from them. TCH, you have a nose and 2 eyes too. What's the difference? I've seen many humans, and they all. Ding dong. Have you forgotten what I just said? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wang Hao is having a real headache. He has a feeling that he's been entangled in a huge problem and may never have the chance to enjoy a peaceful life again. Ding dong, one last question. Why did you steal my Coke? Ding Dang was puzzled. Ding Dang was puzzled. Ding Dang asked curiously, What is cola? Wang Hao picked up the Coke next to him and shook it at Ding Dang. A string of bubbles rose from the cola, reflecting a beautiful luster in the sunlight. This is Coke. Did you want some just now? Ding Dang hesitated for a moment, then nodded nervously. It looked delicious when you were drinking it. I'd like to try it too. Aren't you afraid I'll catch you? I wasn't afraid then, but it's too late now. Do you still want to drink? I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll never dare to do it again. That being said, Ding Dang's gaze never left the cola bottle. and even Wang Hao could see the longing in her eyes. A slightly silly and greedy fairy, not much of a threat. This is Wang Hao's evaluation of Ding Dang. What he didn't know was that, to most humans, fairies were not as harmless as they seemed. Every fairy is a spirit born naturally from heaven and earth, possessing extremely strong magical talent from the moment of birth, as well as innate racial magic. The Emerald Fairy clan excels at illusion magic, using it to manipulate the minds of others for both offensive and defensive purposes. Without these abilities, they wouldn't have been able to live in Emerald Lake for so many years. They would have been captured by greedy humans long ago. As the captain of the guards, Ding Dang is definitely stronger than ordinary fairies. However, she was unlucky and encountered Wang Hao, who was overpowered. Because of the system, he was immune to all negative statuses, and her most proficient illusion magic was ineffective, so she could only be slaughtered at his mercy. Fortunately, Wang Hao is not a bad person, much less a pervert, and he wouldn't have strange thoughts about a tiny little girl. He slowly loosened his fingers, and only completely let go after Ding Dang had stabilized. Alright, I've asked all my questions. If you want to leave, you can go now. Ding Dang stared wide-eyed in surprise, seemingly unable to believe Wang Hao's words. You're letting me go? Yes. Or would you like to stay for dinner? Can I leave now? Go if you want to leave. I'm not stopping you. Ding Dang carefully retreated a distance, and seeing that Wang Hao had no intention of attacking, she turned around and flew towards the small island in the middle of the lake. She had only flown a few meters when she suddenly stopped. Under Wang Hao's surprised and suspicious gaze, Ding Dang slowly turned around and winked at him twice. Is the cola good? Chapter 37, I'll put on a show for you. Sister, look what Master is doing. Lulu gently touched Ari's arm and pointed at Wang Hao, who was gesturing wildly at the air, and asked, Master has been acting strangely since just now, gesturing wildly at the air. Ari looked up at the lakeside and frowned slightly. I don't know. It seems like the Master is talking to someone. But there's no one in front of him. Could it be that the Master ate poisonous mushrooms and is hallucinating? Hearing Lulu say that, Ari couldn't help but get nervous. I don't think so, right? The Master isn't you. How could he possibly eat mushrooms randomly? When Ari exposed Lulu's embarrassing childhood secrets, she felt a little ashamed and indignant, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. Sis, is this the time to talk about this? Besides, I was hungry at the time. How was I supposed to know that those mushrooms were inedible? Ari glanced at her, thought for a moment, and said, Keep an eye on the pot so it doesn't burn. I'll go check on it. After giving her a word of advice, Ali got up and walked towards Wang Hao. Ding Dang, do you really want a Coke? Wang Hao almost burst out laughing and teased the greedy fairy. If you want to drink it, that's fine, but what are you going to offer in exchange? Ding Dang flew in midair, tilting its head to look at Wang Hao, its wings scattering scattered specks of light as it opened and closed. What do you want? Let me make it clear first. I can't possibly fulfill your perverted demands, so just forget about it. Wang Hao. He really wanted to take apart Ding Dang's head to see if it had been completely contaminated by pornographic information, since it was full of those strange thoughts. Ding Dang, I'll say it again, I'm not a pervert. If you dare call me a pervert again, I'll tie you to a fishhook and throw you into the lake to feed the fish. You won't believe me, just try me. Pa, you still say you're not a pervert. Ding Dang wasn't scared at all after hearing Wang Hao's threat. Instead, she made a face at him. I'm so cute, and you actually want to use me as bait? What else can you be but a pervert? Ding dong. Wang Hao decisively reached out and grabbed Ding Dang before she could react, pinching her two wings and shaking them violently twice. Little brat, do you really think I have a good temper? I'll tell you. Master, what are you doing? Before Wang Hao could finish his harsh words, he was suddenly interrupted by Ali's voice. Ari stood 5 meters away, her hands clasped to her chest, looking nervously at Wang Hao. Master, who are you talking to? Wang Hao was stunned, his mind a little blank. He looked down at the struggling little fairy in his hand, then looked up at Ari, whose face was full of worry, and frowned as he asked, Ari, can't you see her? Ali stared at Wang Hao's raised right hand for a few seconds, then tentatively asked, Master, did you pick up and eat something strange, like a really pretty mushroom? Wang Hao, what's wrong with me today? I just wanted to get away for a while, but then a gossipy fairy suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and even the usually well-behaved Ari became neurotic. Could it be that Emerald Lake is incompatible with me? Seeing Wang Hao's constipated look, Ding Dang giggled. When Wang Hao saw her cheeky expression, he immediately guessed what might be going on. Ding Dang, did you do this? Ding Dang put her hands on her hips, proudly raised her head, and snorted triumphantly. I'm Captain Ding Dang. This little thing dares to show off. Wang Hao pinched Ding Dang's wings and shook them violently, making Ding Dang dizzy and causing stars to fall from its wings. Stop shaking me, or I'll throw up. Hearing Ding Dang beg for mercy, Wang Hao stopped, his face cold as he asked, what exactly happened? If you can't explain, I'll eat you up. Ding Dang finally caught her breath and looked at Wang Hao pitifully. I'm a fairy. We emerald fairies are born with illusion magic. As long as we don't want other creatures to see us, they can't see us. Isn't that perfectly normal? Then why can I see you? Wang Hao asked. Who knows? I was just about to ask you. Ding Dang tilted her head, looking at Wang Hao as if he were a monster, her eyes full of confusion. Logically speaking, only the mental power of a saint-level mage can automatically block our magic. You are an ordinary person, with neither magical fluctuations nor special talents. How can you see me? On what grounds? Wang Hao suddenly remembered his cheat code and immediately understood. It must be because the illusion magic affected his mind, and the system judged it as an abnormal state, so it was automatically blocked. No wonder Ding Dang didn't seem to realize the danger when she came over. She probably never thought anyone could see her. Hey, you big pervert, why aren't you afraid of my illusion magic? Wang Hao. Haha, are all fairies this brave? You call me a pervert to my face time and time again. You probably don't know just how perverted you are. Ollie. Wang Hao suddenly raised his head, a bright smile spreading across his face, but the smile was somewhat eerie. I'll put on a little show for you. Watch closely. Ollie looked bewildered, staring blankly at Wang Hao's performance. Wang Hao calmly stood up from the ground, first stretched his shoulders, and then suddenly swung his right arm, making a large windmill motion in the air. While twirling his arm, he boasted, Ollie, look here. Following his gaze, Ari suddenly noticed a circle of glittering little stars slowly falling to the ground where his right hand had passed. Stop spinning. Ugh, I'm going to throw up. Stop spinning. You pervert. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. Amidst her pitiful pleas, Ding Dang quickly realized her problem and took the initiative to break the illusion. Suddenly, Ari saw a light green afterimage appear in midair, rotating along with Wang Hao's right hand. Master, what are you holding in your hand? Wang Hao knew he had achieved his goal, and then stopped the rotation. He held Ding Dang's wings and handed the gagging little fairy to Ari. Ari, do you know what this is? Ari looked closely, then suddenly her eyes widened. It's a fairy. Master, this is a legendary fairy. Where did you catch it? Oh, she ran over by herself, and I just grabbed her. Wang Hao spoke as if it were a matter of course, as if it were no big deal. But Ari knew things weren't that simple. Legends of fairies have always circulated on the Holy Light continent, but for various reasons, very few people have actually seen one. Someone once offered a reward of 1,000 gold coins for a live fairy, but it seemed that no one was willing to sell, and the matter was eventually dropped. Master, can you please let her go? Ari raised her head, and with a hint of hope, advised, I've heard that fairies are followers of the goddess of life, and capturing them will bring bad luck. You should let her go. Ding Dang, who was struggling to escape, immediately became smug after hearing Ari's words. Yes, you pervert. Release me right now, or I'll make you regret it. Wang Hao, holding Ding Dang's wings, brought them close to him, a lewd smile gradually spreading across his face. Ding Dang, do you know what the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty are? Chapter 38, Feeding Ding Dang. Why, you bullied Ding Dang. You're such a bad guy. As the little fairy slipped on tiny leaf boots, she whimpered and complained. You pervert. Are you a demon? How could you torture Ding Dang like that? I curse you. What curse are you casting on me? Wang Hao, twirling a dandelion in his hand, looked at Ding Dang with a wicked grin. Little devil, you seem quite unconvinced. Do you want to experience other forms of torture? Ding Dang trembled as she recalled the inhumane torture she had just endured. Ding Dang knows she was wrong, and Ding Dang will never dare to do it again. Ari and Lulu stared at Wang Hao speechlessly, their faces displaying intriguing expressions. Take off Ding Dang's shoes and tickle the soles of her feet with dandelions. How could anyone come up with such a terrible torture? A flash of inspiration struck, and the same thought simultaneously appeared in Ari and Lulu's minds. Could my master really be a super pervert? Wang Hao stretched, tossed aside the dandelion with its strange fragrance, and felt incredibly happy. This world is truly amazing. There are even magical creatures like fairies. It seems I should travel more in the future. With that thought in mind, Wang Hao noticed that Ding Dang quietly spread her wings after putting on her shoes and silently flew towards Emerald Lake. Ding Dang, where are you going? Hearing Wang Hao call her name, Ding Dang turned around and looked at him resentfully. I've already admitted my mistake. Can't you let me go? Wang Hao scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. This is quite a commotion. Bullying such a tiny child seems a bit excessive. But, Ding Dang, don't rush off yet. Let me treat you to a Coke. Ding Dang's eyes lit up for a moment, then quickly dimmed again. Ding Dang has no money and nothing to trade with you. Ding Dang can't afford your Coke. Wang Hao chuckled and casually picked up an unopened bottle of Coke. It's free. I'll treat you to a drink. Will you drink it? Really? Ding Dang asked in surprise. Wang Hao smiled slightly, and in front of her, he unscrewed the bottle cap, causing a large number of bubbles to burst out with a pop. Want some? Think. Ding Dang nodded her head forcefully, and her body flew uncontrollably in front of Wang Hao. This time, Wang Hao didn't tease her anymore. Instead, he filled a bottle cap with some cola and handed it to Ding Dang, indicating that she should do it herself. Ding Dang carefully took the bottle cap, brought it to her nose and smelled it, then stuck out her little tongue and licked the cola. The sweet, syrupy syrup created a strange, stimulating sensation on the tongue. Ding Dang was experiencing this strange feeling for the first time, and her eyes widened in surprise. Is this cola? It tastes really weird. As she spoke, she took another small sip, squinting her eyes to savor it. Wang Hao picked up his half-finished bottle of cola and explained to Ding Dang. You can't taste the essence of cola like this. You have to do it like this. As he spoke, he poured the remaining half bottle of cola into his mouth in one gulp, and then let out a satisfied burp. Ding Dang immediately followed suit, lifting up the red bottle cap, tilting her head back, and pouring all the cola inside into her mouth. Giggle. Ding Dang's face turned red from holding in the carbon dioxide, and he couldn't help but let out a burp. Is it good? Wang Hao asked. It's delicious. I've never tasted such sweet water before. It's even sweeter than honey. Really? Since you like it, then drink more. Wang Hao poured her another bottle cap of cola, and then watched as Ding Dang poured it all into her mouth. This cute little fairy is actually quite fun. She doesn't have any bad intentions. She's just a little greedy. Wang Hao didn't dislike her behavior, but he couldn't stand Ding Dang's chatter. If only they could say less. Lulu opened a yolk pie and slowly handed it to Ding Dang. Ding Dong, this is called a sandwich pie with salted egg yolk filling. Do you want some? Ding Dang's nose twitched, and she immediately smelled the unique aroma of egg yolk pie. Her bright eyes looked at Wang Hao with a hint of anticipation. Eat what you want. Why are you looking at me? Do you want money? Do you have money? No. That's settled then. Eat up. Don't be shy with me. Thank you. Then I'll really eat it. After receiving permission, Ding Dang pounced on the egg yolk pie and took a bite. This is delicious, much better than honey. After hearing her mention nectar twice in a row, Ali asked curiously, Ding Dang, do you fairies only eat nectar normally? No, not really. Ding Dang looked up, wiping the filling off her face with satisfaction, and explained. We fairies love food that grows naturally, and we usually eat fruits and nectar. But sometimes I sneak off to that city and steal some food from human territory. Your human food is delicious too. Oh, you little foodie with a sweet tooth. Do your people also like human food? Wang Hao suddenly asked. Ding Dang shook her head, tore off a piece of egg yolk pie, dipped it in the filling, and then put it in her mouth. My people don't like to eat human food. They think human food is a desecration of nature. But I've never thought that way. Although you humans are wicked, I have to admit that the food you make is amazing, much tastier than fruit. Ding Dang spoke these words naturally, without feeling embarrassed at all. Wang Hao suddenly remembered what Ding Dang had said when she introduced herself. Some of her words were absolutely outrageous, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a traitor to the fairy race. I wonder if her people will be so angry they'll die if they hear this. Lured by the food, Ding Dang gradually lowered its guard and began to accept the food offered by the Ali sisters. They tasted all of these things: canned yellow peaches, stir-fries, stewed meat, and milk-flavored steamed buns made by Wang Hao himself. But because it was so small, even though it only tasted a little bit of everything, its little belly still bulged. Ding Dang lay on the tablecloth without any regard for appearances, rubbing her bulging little belly and letting out a satisfied burp. I'm so happy. I haven't eaten so much delicious food in a long time. I wish I could eat my fill every day. Ari smiled slightly, poured some cola and handed it to her. Rest for a bit before you eat. Don't overeat and upset your stomach. Yes, thank you. Ding Dang took the cola and sipped it slowly, her delicate little face full of happiness. I envy you all. You can eat delicious food every day and travel around. We fairies dare not go anywhere. for fear of being discovered and captured as pets. Are you envious? Ari murmured. Actually, we're not as good as you imagine. The reason we're so happy right now is mainly because we met our master. He's a good person. Wang Hao sighed deeply and did not reply. In this human-dominated world, other races who want to live a happy life must either possess great strength or hide away like fairies in obscure corners. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, making Lulu feel a little uncomfortable. She took out the flying chess set made by Wang Hao from her backpack and asked Ding Dang. Ding Dang, do you want to play Ludo? Chapter 39, Selling Himself. Ludo is simple, easy to understand, and easy to learn. It's not difficult to play and is perfect for relaxing during a picnic. But the game didn't last long. An unexpected problem forced Wang Hao to pause the game. Ding Dang went crazy. Saying he went crazy isn't accurate. To be precise, he was drunk and acting out, losing his mind. As for the reason, we have to go back to the game a few minutes ago. A few minutes ago, when it was Lulu's turn to draw a card, she drew a punishment card, which allowed her to designate a target to receive a punishment. Without a second thought, she designated Ding Dang, who was temporarily in first place, and ordered her to drink a big gulp of cola without burping. This challenge isn't too difficult. Just bear with it, and you'll get through it. It's very easy for Ding Dang. But Ding Dang felt that since it was a punishment, the difficulty had to be increased, otherwise it wouldn't be in line with her identity as Captain Ding Dang. To prove himself, Ding Dang snatched the Coke bottle, drank half of it in one gulp, and then covered his mouth with both hands, trying to hold his breath to prevent himself from burping. The cola caused a wonderful chemical reaction inside Ding Dang's belly, and her little face turned red rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like when she was drunk. Wang Hao could clearly see her eyes darting around, and she soon lost her balance. In a moment of distraction, Ding Dang plunged headfirst into the can of yellow peaches, leaving only her 2 feet dangling outside. Wang Hao quickly pulled her out of the bottle and saw that Ding Dang was covered in canned juice, so he kindly helped her clean it up. Yeah, I just pinched Ding Dang's 2 little short legs and shook them a few times like I was shaking a thermometer. This impolite action angered Ding Dang, and the little thing immediately threw a tantrum. She nibbled and bit Wang Hao's hand, and feeling unsatisfied, she climbed up his arm until she was on his shoulder. You big pervert, you're always bullying Ding Dang. Ding Dang yelled, grabbing Wang Hao's ear. I didn't. Wang Hao immediately retorted. Who said no? You're bullying me. Ding Dang pouted and glared at Wang Hao. You tickled Ding Dang's feet and secretly smelled her scent. You're a pervert. You're talking nonsense. When did I smell you? You still won't admit it? You're a complete pervert. Ding Dang let out a burp. Her eyes glazed with drunkenness as she looked at Wang Hao. You wretched human. Ding Dang will punish you on behalf of the goddess of life. Wang Hao shuddered, suddenly having a bad premonition. He grabbed Ding Dang's body, trying to pull her off his shoulder, but it was too late. By the goddess of life, Ding Dang begs for your help to make this pervert Ding Dang's servant. Before he could finish speaking, Ding Dang bit Wang Hao's earlobe, a smug smile on her face. You perverted bastard, you're finished. From now on, you're my servant, and you must obey me. I won't let you bully anyone else again. A complex magic circle appeared beneath their feet, enveloping Wang Hao and Ding Dang, while keeping Ari and Lulu, who had come to help, outside. Ding Dang loosened its teeth, licked the crimson on its lips, and laughed triumphantly. The contract has been activated, you big bad guy. You can't escape now. As the magic circle gradually expanded and its light grew brighter, Wang Hao's heart sank to the bottom. His advantage lies in his own body, possessing the purest strength and speed, making him a formidable fighter. But he knew neither magic nor martial arts, and had no idea how to break the magic circle, so he was helpless in the face of his predicament. Do we really have to become this little bean sprout servant? Wang Hao glared fiercely at Ding Dang, wishing he could strangle this annoying little devil right then and there. But the next second, his anger vanished abruptly, and he stood there dumbfounded. The magic circle quickly completed the final contract, and sent Wang Hao a message that left him unsure whether to laugh or cry. The servant contract is complete. From now on, you are Ding Dang's master. In other words, the little goblin went on a rampage. Fueled by rage, he went all out. Did you finally succeed in selling yourself? Before Wang Hao could recover from his shock, Ding Dang started giggling. She grabbed a strand of Wang Hao's hair and triumphantly issued her first command after taking charge. You pervert. Apologize to Ding Dang right now and repent for your rudeness. Wang Hao didn't say anything, just tilted his head and looked at Ding Dang as if she were an idiot. Not getting the apology she wanted, Ding Dang pouted in dissatisfaction and angrily cursed. You pervert. Why aren't you apologizing to me? Are you going to disobey my orders? Hee. What do you mean? Are you going to disobey your master's orders? Oh, who is the master? Nonsense, of course it's me. Ding Dang put her hands on her hips and glared at Wang Hao. The magic contract is complete. I am your master. Yeah. Wang Hao suddenly laughed, a somewhat eerie laugh that sent a chill down the spines of the worried Ali's sisters. Little brat, you're pretty arrogant. Wang Hao raised his hand and grabbed Ding Dang without hesitation, holding her in his palm. Under Ding Dang's astonished gaze, he bent his index finger and flicked it hard. Ouch, ouch, ouch. How dare you bully me? Ding Dang clutched her head, asking aggrievedly. I'm your master. How could you bully your master? Wang Hao's lips curled up slightly as he slowly opened his fingers. Ding Dang, dance for me. Ding Dang was taken aback. Ding Dang was puzzled. Ding Dang jumped up uncontrollably, spinning around in place like a little elf on a music box. Master, what's going on? Lulu asked, full of curiosity. Why is she suddenly being so obedient? Wang Hao chuckled. Then we'll just have to ask her. Only then did Ding Dang finally shake off her drunkenness and become completely sober. Why did this happen? I was supposed to be the master, so why have I become the servant? Ding Dang's life is so miserable. Ding Dang is so pitiful. As the little boy danced, he cried and lamented his resentment, which made Wang Hao laugh out loud. This is called retribution. Don't you understand what retribution is? You want me to be your servant? Dream on. See? Even your goddess of life can't stand it anymore. You brought this on yourself. Ding Dang had figured things out and realized that she had misunderstood the master-servant relationship, which led to Wang Hao becoming her master. But she wouldn't admit her foolishness, stubbornly insisting. It has nothing to do with the goddess. This is Ding Dang's own decision. Your own decision? Yes, you are a wicked villain who has done all sorts of evil deeds, a wicked pervert. To protect Ari and Lulu, Ding Dang has decided to sacrifice herself to personally guard you and prevent you from bullying them. Hee hee. Wang Hao laughed, a very happy laugh. So you used a magic contract to sell yourself and become a servant to this big pervert? You're really something. Ding Dang was suffering inside, but she didn't say anything. So why were Ding Dang's tears uncontrollable? The little fairy burst into tears, her cries heartbreaking. Ding Dang is already so unlucky. Why do you still bully her? Poor Ding Dang. Chapter 40, A Self-Inflicted Trap. Wang Hao is very satisfied with his current life. Ari manages the general store very well, earning dozens of gold coins every day, enough for him to live a carefree life. He doesn't have to cook for himself. Lulu has already learned basic cooking methods, and the food she makes suits his taste perfectly. In his view, having an extra servant now wouldn't make much difference. Ding Dang is too small. She'd be too uncomfortable to even use as a bed warmer, let alone being such a talkative little imp. If I kept this with me, I can't even imagine what the future would hold. Then, Ding Dang, can you please shut up and listen to me? After Wang Hao reminded her, Ding Dang finally shut her little mouth and looked at him pitifully. Clearing his throat, Wang Hao said, Ding Dang, if you want freedom, I'm happy to let you go. Ding Dang's eyes lit up, and she asked excitedly, Are you really willing to let me go? Of course, I never intended to arrest you. You've become like this entirely because of your own actions, haven't you? Ding Dang nodded repeatedly, admitting her mistake with a mournful face. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I've caused you trouble. Wang Hao smiled and nodded, looking like a promising student, and said, To err is human, to forgive divine. I won't ask you to do anything more. Just terminate the contract, and I'll give you your freedom. Wang Hao thought Ding Dang would express her gratitude, but to his surprise, Ding Dang didn't say anything and didn't show any appreciation. Ding Dang, don't you want to go back? Ari asked. Ding Dang shook her head, put her two little hands behind her back, and poked the canned food jar in front of her with her toes, looking very worried. Lulu thought she was afraid Wang Hao would go back on his word, so she took the initiative to comfort her. Don't worry, Master is a man of his word. He never goes back on his promises. Ding Dang remained silent, her expression becoming even more conflicted. Wang Hao was furious when he saw her like this, and snorted, I've already promised to give you your freedom. What else do you want? Ding Dang shuddered, her gaze lingering on Ari and Lulu's faces for a few seconds before finally looking at Wang Hao. I cannot terminate the servant contract. What? Wang Hao became anxious, his voice rising several decibels. Why? Do you want to be my servant for the rest of your life? Ding Dang shook her head, looking aggrieved, and said, Once the servant contract is established, Only the master has the right to terminate the contract, so you must be the one to terminate it. Wang Hao pointed to his nose and asked, "You should know that I'm just an ordinary person, right? I don't even know magic, so how can I break the contract?" Ding Dang lowered her head, her voice even softer. "I know, but that's how the contract is written, and there's nothing I can do about it." The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment, and the air fell silent. After a moment, Ari tentatively asked, "Ding Dang, isn't there any other way?" "Yes, isn't there absolutely no room for compromise on this contract?" Lulu pressed. Ding Dang sighed softly and said, "There is another way. Ask a magician with a mental strength higher than the master to use the magic to break the contract. As long as the master agrees, the contract can be broken." "Higher than my mental strength? Do I even have mental strength?" Wang Hao was immediately puzzled. He never thought he could be associated with magicians, nor did he believe he possessed any mysterious energy like spiritual power. But Ding Dang's next words silenced all three of them. "I've actually tried, but with my current mental strength, I can't activate magic at all, so your mental strength must be higher than mine. By your human standards, I should be a level 7 mage now, which is the level of a junior archmage. You are stronger than me." The phrase, "you are better than me," completely stumped Wang Hao. In terms of pure strength, with the system's cheat codes, he doesn't deny that he's very strong. But he doesn't know magic, and he doesn't even know how magic is formed. How could he possibly be stronger than Ding Dang, a junior archmage? "Are you kidding me?" "Are you sure?" Wang Hao asked. Ding Dang said aggrievedly, "My inability to use dispel magic is the best proof that I'm not lying to you." Wang Hao fell silent again, but he probably had a guess in his mind. A moment later, Wang Hao suddenly remembered something, pointed to the big tree in the center of Emerald Lake and asked, "There should be people in your clan who are stronger than you, right? Don't tell me you are the strongest of all the fairies. I don't believe it." Ding Dang looked back at her home and hesitated. "The clan leader is stronger than me, but I don't know if she's willing to come out. She doesn't like humans either." Upon hearing that there was hope, Wang Hao immediately perked up. "Whether she's willing or not doesn't matter, as long as it can be resolved. How about this? Let's go find her together. I don't believe she'll just stand by and watch you fall into the tiger's den." Falling into the tiger's den, Ding Dang suddenly took 2 steps back, creating some distance before cautiously staring at Wang Hao. "What are you going to do? I'm warning you, doing strange things to fairies will get you punished by the goddess." "Wang Hao." "Ding Dang, if you're itching for a beating, I don't mind letting you try other tortures. I'm sure you'll enjoy it." A look of fear flashed in the little bean's eyes, and it flew into Ari's arms in a flash. "You big bad guy, you super pervert, you can't keep bullying Ding Dang. Ding Dang is a good fairy. You'll be in trouble if you bully Ding Dang." Wang Hao sighed deeply, a heavy sense of powerlessness washing over him, and he didn't want to say anything more. He waved his hand lazily, dismissing him like a beggar, and said dismissively, "Fine, whatever you say, I can't be bothered with you anymore." Ali smiled gently, cradling Ding Dang in her hands, and softly advised, "Ding Dang, your master has never intended to make things difficult for you, nor does he want you to be his slave. If you want freedom, you must fight for it yourself." Lulu nodded repeatedly. "Yes, go ask the clan chief. I believe she won't stand idly by. Should we fight for it ourselves?" Ding Dang pondered for a few seconds before finally making up her mind. "Okay, even if I get a spanking from the clan leader, I'll try my best. I'm going to find her now." With a slight flutter of its wings, it carried Ding Dang towards the center of the lake. "Wait for me here. I'm sure I can persuade the clan chief." The sound faded into the distance, and Ding Dang's figure quickly disappeared on the lake. Wang Hao stretched and slowly leaned against Ali's legs. "Ali, give me a head massage. I'm so annoyed by that little bean." Ali smiled gently and did not refuse Wang Hao's request, placing her 2 soft little hands lightly on Wang Hao's forehead. "Master, you have always been a very kind person. Lulu and I both know that." Lulu had already moved to Wang Hao's leg and was about to massage it when she heard this, and she agreed. "Yes, sister is right." Chapter 41, Unsolvable. Ding Dang returned quickly. In less than 10 minutes, she flew across the lake with 3 fairies of similar age to her, heading straight for Wang Hao. The leading fairy wore a small flower crown on her head, and her eyes shone with a wise light, giving people a sense of calm and reliability. The other 2 fairies seemed to be her guards, following behind without saying a word. Ding Dang stood beside the 3 of them, barely daring to breathe, as obedient as a doll. The lead fairy flew up to Wang Hao, bowed slightly, and introduced herself. "Greetings, esteemed human powerhouse. My name is Dawn, and I am the patriarch of the Emerald Fairy clan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Wang Hao waved his hand politely. Just call me Wang Hao. I'm not some kind of expert. A glint of inspiration flashed in Chenexai's eyes, and she nodded slightly. Okay, Mr. Wang Hao. I'm very sorry that Ding Dang has caused you a lot of trouble. I apologize on her behalf, and ask for your forgiveness for her rudeness. Chun Shi bowed again, her polite manner leaving Wang Hao with no room for criticism. But Ding Dang wasn't happy about it. She hid behind Chenexai, muttering and complaining. I'm the victim here. Why are you apologizing for me? Hearing her words, Chenexai turned around and looked at her calmly. Ding Dang, if you do something wrong, you should apologize. Don't make excuses for your mistakes. Ding Dang trembled and obediently lowered her head. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Chenexai gave a soft hum and continued looking at Wang Hao. Mr. Wang Hao, I heard you are willing to terminate the servant contract. Is that right? Of course, I never intended to capture Ding Dang as a servant. She misused magic, so you can't blame me. I don't mean to blame you, Chenexai sighed and said. Ding Dang is my sister, and I know her personality very well. This accident is entirely her own fault, and I believe it has nothing to do with you. Ding Dang, who was standing next to her, wanted to retort, but was silenced by a serious glare from Chenexai. Seeing how understanding she was, Wang Hao had nothing to complain about. Since you already know what happened, I'll be frank. I'm willing to break the contract, but I don't know magic, so it can only be broken by external force. Do you understand what I mean? Chenexai nodded, her clear gaze lingering on Wang Hao's face for a few seconds. If you're willing, I'd like to terminate the contract now. Is that all right? Of course, go ahead and do it. Wang Hao readily agreed, then straightened his back and sat cross-legged on the grass. What do you need me to do? Wang Hao asked. Please relax. We will need your permission to activate the magic circle later. No problem, let's begin. Seeing that Wang Hao was ready, Chenexai no longer hesitated and began to draw the magic circle to break the contract. She took out a beautiful staff, flapped her wings, and flew around Wang Hao, gently waving the staff in her hand. A moment later, a complex magic pattern appeared beneath Wang Hao's feet, emitting a verdant light. Ding Dang, go to Mr. Wang Hao's side and prepare to terminate the contract. Ding Dang knew this wasn't the time to fool around, so she quickly rushed to Wang Hao's side and landed on his shoulder. The magic circle then emitted a dazzling light, completely enveloping the two of them. But, in less than 3 seconds, the light burst like a bubble, turning into a pile of emerald green specks before gradually disappearing. Wang Hao turned his head to look at Ding Dang, who had a blank look on her face, and then looked at Chenexai, who had a serious expression. Has the contract been dissolved? Chenexai shook his head, his expression becoming even more solemn. Mr. Wang Hao, I don't know why it failed just now. Can I try again? Oh, okay. Upon receiving an affirmative reply, Dawn immediately took action, waving her staff to cast a spell. The magical energy surged wildly, spreading out from Chenexai and enveloping Wang Hao and Ding Dang. Magic circle appears. Light shattered. Everything was exactly the same as before. Nothing had changed. Even the Dawn was bewildered. That's impossible. Why would this happen? Ari sensed something was wrong and tentatively asked, Chief Dawn, is something the problem? Chenexai frowned and hesitated. I've already used all my magic power. Why can't I break the contract? Upon hearing her words, Ding Dang burst into tears. Sister Chenexai is a level 9 high-level archmage. Even you can't break the contract. So am I going to be a pervert's servant for the rest of my life? I don't want to. I've only just grown up. I haven't seen the world yet. I don't want to be a servant to this pervert. Sister Chenexai, please think of another way. I know I was wrong. The little boy squatted on Wang Hao's shoulder and burst into tears. The sound pierced Wang Hao's ears and made his head spin. Chenexai, why don't you try again? Maybe you'll succeed next time. Yes, Sister Chenexai, try again. This time you'll definitely succeed. In their quest for freedom, Wang Hao and Ding Dang tried to persuade Chen Shi, but their suggestions were not accepted by Chen Shi. Chenexai lowered her head and pondered for a moment before slowly saying, There's no need to try anymore. What happened just now only proves one thing. What's the problem? Lulu asked hurriedly. Chenexai took a deep breath and said, word by word, Mr. Wang Hao's mental strength is stronger than mine. His mental strength is already comparable to that of a saint-level mage. Oh. Everyone stared at Wang Hao in astonishment, as if he were a monster. A saint-level mage in their 20s? Does such a freak really exist in the world? Wang Hao felt uncomfortable being stared at with strange looks. Dawn, is there really no way? Chenexai sighed and said, I can't do anything for now, but I think if we ask a powerful saint-level archmage to step in, there might still be a chance. Do you know any saint-level archmages? Wang Hao quickly asked. I know her, but you may not be able to meet her. Why? Chenexai did not answer immediately, but instead mentioned a very poetic name. Do you know who Ishmael and Leasil are? Isilmay means moonlight, and Leasil can be translated as Song of Light. The names sounded poetic, but Wang Hao had never heard of it before and had no idea who she was. He shook his head blankly. Ari thought carefully for a moment, then suddenly asked, Are you talking about the elf queen Ishmael? The elf queen? Wang Hao asked in surprise. Ali, have you heard of that name? Ari nodded and said, Yes, she is the queen of the elves and a powerful saint-level mage. She is said to be over 500 years old. Dawn sighed softly and said, I used to be very good friends with Queen Ishmael, but we haven't seen each other for many years. If you want her help, you can only go to the place where the elves live to find her. Where is it? Is it far away? It's very far, more than 3,000 kilometers away from the Leighton Empire. It's so far. Chapter 42 can't shake it off. Wang Hao had no intention of taking Ding Dang as a servant, so he was willing to help Ding Dang break the servant contract. However, he was hesitant if terminating the contract would require him to travel 3,000 kilometers to find someone to help him. In this world, there are no airplanes or high-speed trains. Commoners travel on foot, while nobles travel by horse-drawn carriage. At 3,000 kilometers, even by horse-drawn carriage, it would take about a month to get there, and the round trip would take at least 2 months. If the road conditions are poor and we encounter monsters or something, it will probably take even longer. Wang Hao has no plans to travel far for the time being, and it's even less likely that he would travel 3,000 kilometers away to ask for help for Ding Dang. So, he has to put aside the matter of asking the elf queen for help for the time being. Ding Dang kept sobbing, seemingly also thinking that this idea wasn't very feasible. Wang Hao sighed and held Ding Dang in his hands. Ding Dang, can you calm down and let me finish what I have to say? Ding Dang looked up at Wang Hao with teary eyes. What do you want to say? Wang Hao organized his thoughts and said sincerely, I don't plan to travel far for the time being, so it's impossible for me to take you to find the elf queen. You understand, right? Upon hearing this, Ding Dang choked up again, tears dripping into Wang Hao's palm. Don't cry yet. I haven't finished speaking. Wang Hao advised. Although the contract cannot be terminated for the time being, you can rest assured that things are not as bad as you think. Ollie and the others are going back soon, so you don't need to leave with us. You can continue living here as if nothing happened, and I won't threaten you with the contract. Wouldn't that be better? Ding Dang stopped sobbing, looked up at Wang Hao with an expectant expression, and asked, Really? Just as Wang Hao was about to assure her that he wouldn't lie to her, Chen-Shi interrupted him, saying, Mr. Wang Hao, I'm afraid your good intentions cannot be fulfilled. She flew to Ding Dang, hovered in midair in front of Wang Hao, and sighed softly. Ding Dang, that fool, used a blood pact, using your blood as a medium to complete the contract. The contract is far more complicated than you imagine. Wang Hao asked curiously, puzzled. What's the difference between this and a regular contract? Most of the rules are the same, but blood pacts offer greater control and place more demands on the servants. For example, Ding Dang cannot leave without permission. Even if she gets your permission, she cannot stay away from you for a long time. Otherwise, she will be punished by the contract. Oh, there are so many restrictions. Wang Hao frowned, realizing he was in trouble. To terminate the contract, I would have to travel 3,000 kilometers to find someone to help me, and I don't even know if they would be willing to help. It would definitely waste a lot of time on the way. If the contract isn't terminated, Ding Dang, that troublesome little imp, will stay by my side forever, and I'll never have a moment of peace again. Why have we fallen into this dilemma? Wang Hao looked at Ding Dang, who was crying again in his palm, and felt completely overwhelmed. Just then, Lulu suddenly spoke up. Ding Dang, why don't you come with us? She walked to Wang Hao's side, bent down and stared at the little Ding Dang, her bright eyes shining. Ding Dang, since there's no way to break the contract now, why don't you come back with us first? Master is very kind. As long as you don't make him angry, he definitely won't make things difficult for you. And we have lots of Coke and all sorts of delicious food at home. You can eat whatever you want without the owner charging you. Ding Dang looked up, staring blankly at Lulu. Lots of cola and delicious food. Lulu nodded vigorously, a bright smile spreading across her face. A lot. More than you can imagine. It's free. It's free. You can ask the master if you don't believe me. Lulu nudged Wang Hao's kidney, forcing him to make a promise. That's right. As long as you don't waste food, you can eat whatever you want in the store, I won't charge you. Ding Dang's expression clearly showed some interest, but she didn't agree immediately. She glanced at Chenexai, seemingly waiting for his decision. After pondering for a moment, Chun-Shi suddenly looked at Wang Hao and said, Mr. Wang Hao, could you cooperate with me to do a small test? What kind of test? Wang Hao asked curiously. Chenexai didn't explain, but instead waved her staff to summon a small magic circle that floated in front of Wang Hao. Mr. Wang Hao, may I ask you to place one of your fingers on this magic circle? Although Wang Hao didn't know what the magic was for, he didn't feel threatened or warned, so he readily agreed. He stretched out his right index finger and pressed it on the magic circle. Just as he was wondering what it would do, the magic circle suddenly lit up with a green light and turned into a small green grass in the blink of an eye. A gentle smile appeared on Chenexai's face when she saw the grass. Thank you for your cooperation, it's all set now. Wang Hao withdrew his finger, and there was no change at the fingertip, as if nothing had happened. He asked curiously, what is this? Chenexai smiled and said, this magic is called the goddess of life's judgment. Its main function is to judge whether the target respects life, and whether he has ever killed innocent people based on his inner thoughts. I'm so glad you're such a respectable and good person. After saying this, Chenexai bowed slightly and paid her respects to Wang Hao. The two guards behind him also bowed and saluted, their attitude becoming noticeably more friendly. Even Ding Dang, who had been crying all along, flew into the air and solemnly bowed to Wang Hao, her attitude even more respectful than when she apologized. Wang Hao stared blankly at the lush green grass in front of him. Can a single blade of grass really be used to judge whether I'm a good person? Is the standard for judgment that arbitrary? What if I were an actor? These fairies are so unreliable. With that in mind, Wang Hao wasn't foolish enough to sabotage things at this moment. He waved his hand and said modestly, I'm just an ordinary person, not as great as you all say. Chenexai smiled gently and said softly, it's all right, I trust the goddess's instructions. She flew to Ding Dang's side and gently stroked Ding Dang's little face. Ding Dang, you should have made your decision by now, right? Ding Dang nodded and softly hummed in agreement. Sister Chenexai, I will go back with him. But you don't need to worry about me. I will definitely come back to see you often in the future, I promise. Upon hearing the first two sentences, Chenexai did not react. But when he heard that she would be coming back often, Wang Hao noticed a detail. A hint of awkwardness seemed to flash across Chenexai's delicate face. Could it be that even these fairies can't stand Ding Dang's chatter? Chenexai forced a smile, took Ding Dang's hand, and flew to Wang Hao. Mr. Wang Hao, I'm entrusting Ding Dang to you. Please treat my sister well. Wang Hao reached out and caught Ding Dang, saying seriously, don't worry, Ding Dang won't be wronged here. Thank you. On behalf of the Emerald Fairy Clan, I thank you for your kindness. After exchanging a few polite words, Chenexai flew towards the lake with two guards. But after flying only a few meters, she suddenly stopped. Chun-Shi slowly turned around and looked at Wang Hao with a meaningful gaze. Please don't do anything strange to Ding Dang anymore, okay? Chapter 43 Thanks. Ding Dang, wake up. We're almost home. Wang Hao shook his head vigorously, trying to shake the parasite off his head. Have we finally arrived? Ding Dang rubbed her eyes and sat up, complaining. I took a nap before I got home. You guys were so slow. Two black lines appeared on Wang Hao's forehead as he reached out and yanked Ding Dang off. This little brat is too arrogant. He has no sense of responsibility as a servant at all. After witnessing Wang Hao pass the test of dawn and realizing that he was not a good person who indiscriminately killed innocent people, she completely let loose. Not only did she eat and drink lavishly the whole way, but when she got tired of flying, she even asked someone to carry her. After trying Ari's chest and Lulu's embrace, she surprisingly set her sights on Wang Hao's head, making a nest in his hair and comfortably lying down on it. This stretch of road is there the whole way. You can't shake it off. Having been his mount the whole way, Wang Hao was already unhappy, so why would he dare to complain now? Wang Hao gripped Ding Dang and shook it twice, and the little bean's eyes immediately started spinning. Little thing, who's the master here, you or me? You've turned the world upside down, haven't you? Wang Hao sneered. Ding Dang was not to be outdone and struggled fiercely, complaining to Wang Hao as she struggled. Hey, what are you doing? You've wrinkled my wings. Let me go. I'm warning you. If you bully me again, I'll tell Sister Chenexai, and she'll avenge me. Wang Hao sneered, pinching Ding Dang's wings and lifting her up. You seem to have forgotten one thing. Even your sister Chenexai can't beat me. Ding Dang trembled and immediately bowed to reality. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. There will be a next time? We'll talk about it next time. You? I. Lulu chuckled and gently nudged Ari's arm. Sis, look how good Master and Ding Dang's relationship is. Don't they look like a strict father and a rebellious daughter? Ali smiled without saying a word, but the look in her eyes at Wang Hao and Ding Dang clearly said, they really do look alike. It's getting late. The sun is about to set. In order to get home and rest as soon as possible, the three of them quickened their pace and soon returned to the grocery store. We're closed today, so Ari made a sign and hung it on the door to remind customers that we're not open for business for the next 2 days. But when the three of them reached the door, Wang Hao was surprised to find a person sitting on the steps, an elderly man with gray hair. Upon seeing him return, a glimmer of light appeared in the old man's cloudy eyes, and he hurriedly got up to greet him. Boss, Miss Ali, Miss Lulu, you're back. Wang Hao frowned slightly and asked, is there something you need? The old man bowed slightly and took a furry animal from the basket at his feet and handed it to him. Boss Wang, I happened to catch a unicorn rabbit today. I'll give it to you to try. Wang Hao was stunned when he saw the unicorn rabbit handed to him. Why would someone who is not related to you give you something? As the sun set, Wang Hao carefully observed the old man's appearance, and a vague name gradually came to mind. Are you Old John? Old John seemed very happy to be called by his name, and a smile bloomed on his wrinkled old face. I didn't expect the boss to remember my name. It's my honor. Wang Hao smacked his lips, feeling uneasy. Old John was a resident of Celtic City, a poor farmer who made a living by farming. 2 years ago, his son and daughter-in-law died after being attacked by monsters, leaving behind a little granddaughter who depended on him for survival. They were not well off. He came to the store to buy salt a couple of days ago, just in time for the new product to be launched. Old John had his eye on the canned yellow peaches and wanted to buy a bottle to supplement his sick granddaughter's nutrition. He only had 25 silver coins on him at the time, which wasn't enough to buy canned yellow peaches after buying salt, leaving him in a dilemma. When Wang Hao heard about this, he gave him a discount, allowing Old John to take away the salt and canned yellow peaches for only 25 silver coins. This was originally a trivial matter that Wang Hao didn't take to heart. However, 3 days later, Old John came to express his gratitude with a gift, which surprised him. Wang Hao didn't take the rabbit Old John offered, and frowned as he asked, is your granddaughter better now? Old John nodded and said excitedly, after I got back that day, I gave Nana 2 slices of canned yellow peach. I didn't expect that she would recover after sleeping for 1 night and be able to get out of bed and move around the next day. Wang Hao said, oh, and pushed the rabbit back. I appreciate your kind offer, but I don't want this rabbit. Take it back to your granddaughter to supplement her nutrition. Old John shook his head repeatedly and stubbornly pushed the rabbit back. Boss, I know you're a good person and you don't need the money, but I can't accept your kindness for nothing. A tear glistened in his cloudy old eyes, and Old John said sincerely, without the canned peaches you gave me, Nana wouldn't have recovered so quickly. I still need to borrow a lot of money to treat her illness, so? As he spoke, Old John held the rabbit in both hands and presented it to Wang Hao, slowly bending down. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Since things had come to this point, Wang Hao couldn't refuse any longer. All right, I've accepted your gift. Get up now. He took the rabbit from Old John, handed it to Lulu, and then helped Old John up. I'm just a small merchant who runs a grocery store. I can't accept such a generous gift from you. Old John slowly straightened his back, a kind smile appearing on his old face. You are our benefactor. We are honored to receive this honor. Wang Hao sighed and said to Ollie, Ollie, go and get 2 jars of canned yellow peaches for Old John. When Old John heard that they wanted to give him something, he quickly refused, saying, No, I came to thank you. How could I accept anything from you? Wang Hao deliberately put on a stern face and snorted. On my turf, you have to listen to me. If I tell you to take it, then take it. Why all the nonsense? This? Old John looked at the can of food that Ollie handed him, feeling very conflicted. Canned yellow peaches are a good thing. They are not only nutritious, but can also treat typhoid fever and colds, a fact that has already been proven in my granddaughter. It would be a lie to say he didn't want it, but he wasn't shameless enough to accept a gift worth 20 silver coins for free. 20 silver coins were enough for him and his granddaughter's food expenses for a week. If he took these 2 cans of food for free, he would owe Wang Hao even more favors. Seeing his hesitation, Wang Hao decided not to wait any longer. He took the can of food from Ollie and shoved it into Old John's hand, saying sternly, I've given you the food. If you dare to waste it, don't come back to buy anything from me. A look of gratitude flashed in Old John's eyes, and he nodded solemnly. Thank you for your kindness, boss. I'll accept it without hesitation. Wang Hao waved his hand and said, All right, hurry back. Don't leave the child home alone. It's not safe. Old John thanked them repeatedly before putting the canned food into the basket and, with Ali's help, carrying it on his shoulder. Thank you, Mr. Wang. I'll head back now. Looking at the old man's dark skin and calloused hands, Wang Hao suddenly asked, Old John, have you planted your wheat? Chapter 44 Nana. It's so hard to understand what you're saying. After Old John walked away, Ding Dang dispelled the illusion of concealment. She sat on Wang Hao's shoulders, her feet bobbing up and down, looking very relaxed. You humans are too complicated. Why can't you just say what you mean instead of going around in circles? We fairies don't have so many complicated relationships. If there's a problem, we just talk to each other directly. We don't keep things half-said like you humans do. By the way, why did you ask him to wait for you outside the city gate tomorrow morning? If you want him to do something for you, just say so. What? Ding Dang talked on and on, a real chatterbox, completely oblivious to her own shortcomings. Wang Hao's head was buzzing from his nagging, so he simply took the little bean and stuffed it into Ali's arms, finally getting some peace and quiet. After dealing with Ding Dang, Wang Hao looked at the unicorn rabbit in Lulu's hand. The unicorn rabbit is one of the most common wild animals in the world. Although it has a horn on its head, it does not belong to the category of magical beasts, and its combat power is limited. People often brought the unicorns they caught to the market to sell. The price was not high, usually between 3 and 5 silver coins, and it was one of the main sources of meat for ordinary people. The unicorn rabbit that Old John brought was quite large. If prepared properly, it would be enough for 3 people to have a meal. Lulu, can you skin this rabbit? Wang Hao asked. Sure, I've done this for my mom before when I was at home, so you can just leave it to me. Okay, you clean up the rabbit first. I'm going to use her to cook later. Upon hearing that they were going to use unicorn rabbits in a dish, Ding Dang went crazy again. No, bunnies are so cute. How can you eat them? Wang Hao glanced at her sideways and snorted. This rabbit is already dead. What's the point of keeping it if we're not going to eat it? Keep it, keep it. Ding Dang couldn't think of a reason to stay for a long time, and her face turned red with anxiety. Wang Hao found it amusing and decided to tease her. All right, I know you believe in the goddess of life and can't bear to eat it. How about this? We'll have rabbit for dinner tonight, and you can have canned peaches and egg yolk pie. That way, it won't go against your beliefs, right? Not only do they want to eat, but they won't even let themselves eat? That won't do. Ding Dang panicked, flapped its wings and rushed towards Wang Hao, slapping him directly in the face. No, the bunny is so cute, we can't let it die in vain. Ding Dang wants to eat too. Wang Hao grabbed Ding Dang by her wings and pulled her down, a playful smile appearing on his lips. Hee, that it's actually delicious principle is indeed well-deserved. Emperor Jing's is terrifying indeed. The next day, outside the North Gate. Yesterday, Wang Hao made a request. He wanted to see the wheat that Old John had planted. Therefore, Old John waited at the city gate early, afraid of delaying Wang Hao's important business. Seeing the group approaching, Old John quickly led his granddaughter forward to greet them. Boss Wang, you've arrived. Wang Hao nodded and looked at the little girl next to him. The little girl was about 5 or 6 years old. She had a fair face with a few freckles, and her short brown hair was tied into 2 cute pigtails. Perhaps because it was her first time meeting Wang Hao, the little girl was a bit nervous and quietly hid behind Old John. Old John noticed Wang Hao's gaze, quickly pushed his granddaughter in front of him, pointed at Wang Hao and said, Nana, don't be afraid. This is the grocery store owner I told you about. Those canned peaches are from him. Quickly thank your uncle. Nana nervously swallowed, mustered her courage, walked up to Wang Hao, and bowed deeply to him. Thank you for the canned food, uncle. Nana likes it very much. You're welcome, get up quickly. Wang Hao helped the little girl up, and his brows furrowed when his hands touched Nana's arms. The little girl was too thin. Her arms were so light that if she hadn't been wearing a very large coat, she would have looked no different from a skeleton. Uncle John, it's so cold this morning. Why did you bring Nana out? Old John sighed upon hearing this and said, There's no one else at home. I don't feel comfortable leaving Nana alone at home, so I try to keep her with me as much as possible. A hint of pity flashed in Wang Hao's eyes, and he waved to Lulu. Today, besides checking on Old John's wheat, Wang Hao also planned to take the Ollie sisters for a walk around the neighborhood, so he brought some food in his backpack. He found a few packets of egg yolk pies and stuffed them into Nana's hands before starting to talk to Old John about serious business. Uncle John, where are your farmlands? It's not too far, just 1,500 meters to the west. I'll take you there now. Wang Hao nodded and picked Nana up in his arms. Come on, take me there to have a look. Old John said, okay, and led Wang Hao and the other two towards his farmland. Nana was very well behaved, neither making a fuss nor fussing. She sat quietly in Wang Hao's arms, looking at his face like a porcelain doll. Why are you looking at me like that? Wang Hao asked. Nana blinked. Uncle, why are you so good to Nana? Wang Hao was taken aback for a moment, then asked, really? Nana nodded gently, her voice choked with emotion. Since my parents left, no one has been willing to carry me around. Uncle, you are the first. Looking at Nana's thin face, Wang Hao felt a pang of sadness, and his past came to mind. He also lost his parents at this age, and distant relatives were unwilling to take care of him, so the government had no choice but to send him to an orphanage. The orphanage had limited funds and many children, so life was quite difficult. But the kind-hearted headmaster always managed to find ways to improve everyone's meals, striving to ensure that each child could eat a little meat every day, so they wouldn't become as thin as Nana. So compared to Nana, he is considered lucky. Nana, if you ever have nowhere to play, come find me at the general store. Uncle has lots of delicious food there. I'll treat you. It's free. Nana's eyes lit up, and she asked excitedly, is it okay? Of course. Wang Hao laughed. It's my general store, so of course I'm in charge. After receiving an affirmative answer, the little girl was very happy and opened her arms to hug Wang Hao's neck. Thank you, Uncle. Nana loves you. Wang Hao was amused by the little girl's words and was about to praise her for being sensible when he suddenly heard a faint chuckle. Trying to trick young girls with food again. And you still say you're not a pervert. It's obvious without even guessing that Ding Dang was secretly mocking him. Wang Hao calmly raised his right hand and vigorously rubbed his hair until he heard Ding Dang begging for mercy before he withdrew his hand with satisfaction. Nana, unaware of what had happened, asked curiously, Uncle, what's wrong? It's nothing. My hair is just a little itchy. I'll scratch it, and it'll be fine. Nana immediately perked up upon hearing this, raised her little hand, and said, Uncle, I'm the best at picking lice. Let me pick them for you. Chapter 45 Experimental Field. You're the flea. Your whole family are fleas. Ding Dang is so cute. How could you call her a flea? That's too much. Clearly, Ding Dang heard Nana's words, and the little bean sprouted a rage. She grabbed Wang Hao's hair and pulled hard, turning her grief and anger into motivation, vowing to reclaim Captain Ding Dang's authority. Wang Hao could not stand by and do nothing. Taking advantage of Nana's inattention, he grabbed Ding Dang and stuffed it into Lulu's hand, finally getting some peace and quiet. This little brat is too arrogant. We must find a chance to teach him a lesson. The distance of 3 li is not too far. After walking for more than 20 minutes, the group arrived at Old John's field and saw the wheat he had planted. Looking at the yellowish wheat seedlings in the field, Wang Hao frowned. Uncle John, is this the wheat you grew? Old John knew the wheat wasn't doing well, and he sighed, explaining, it hasn't rained lately, so there's not enough moisture in the soil, and the wheat seedlings aren't growing. Is there no water source nearby? Yes, but the nearest pond is more than 2,000 meters away from here. Old John's face was full of bitterness, and his eyes dimmed. He had seen everything about Mai Zi's condition and was very worried about her. But he was almost 60 years old, and his physical strength couldn't keep up. The little water he carried back was just a drop in the ocean and couldn't change the predicament at all. He could only watch helplessly as the wheat seedlings turned yellower and yellower. It would be a lie to say he wasn't anxious. Wang Hao didn't ask any further questions and stared into thought as he looked at the withered wheat field. The wheat seeds have been on the shelves for 3 days, and not a single bag has been sold yet, and there's still no word from Arthur. Wang Hao didn't blame anyone, but he still felt it was a great pity that such good seeds couldn't be put to practical use. So he plans to set up a test field first, and when the wheat is harvested, that will be the best publicity. At that time, he is sure that many people will buy his seeds. Old John's farmland was the perfect size for him, and the wheat seedlings weren't growing well, so it wouldn't be a loss to pull them all out. However, the water source issue cannot be ignored. If the seeds are not good, it may all be for nothing. Will the seeds provided by the system actually survive in this land? To verify his hypothesis, Wang Hao secretly activated the system. System, you've seen the situation, haven't you? Will the wheat seeds you gave me work? This question seemed to have struck a nerve with the system, and a response came quickly. Please adopt a proper attitude and do not doubt the capabilities of this system. The wheat seeds provided by this system are specially bred premium varieties with drought resistance beyond your imagination. Even if you plant them in the desert, they can still grow normally as long as you water them in time after sowing. They are more resilient than you can imagine. What? It can survive in the desert? That's incredible. Heh, ignorant host. The greatness of this system is beyond your comprehension. Just do your job properly. Okay, I got looked down upon for asking a question. System, you're really something. With the system backing him up, Wang Hao felt more confident about his plan. Uncle John. Wang Hao looked at old John and smiled. I want to discuss something with you, and I hope you can agree. Old John hesitated for a moment, then quickly replied. Please say so. I will definitely agree. Wang Hao laughed and said, Look, the wheat in the field has turned yellow. I guess next year's harvest won't be much better. Why don't you lend me this land? I can give you money. Upon hearing his words, old John's face fell, and he felt a deep bitterness in his heart. No wonder he was willing to send Nanakin goods. It turns out he had his eye on my land. But what will happen to Nana and me if we sell the land to you? Are we going to starve to death next year? Old John didn't agree immediately. He was torn between his thoughts and his own, trying to figure out how to persuade Wang Hao to give up the idea. Mr. Wang, old John said slowly, in a sincere tone, I'll be 60 next year. When I die, I'll be gone. There's nothing to be nostalgic about. But Nana is still young. She has a long way to go. If you take this land away, Nana won't have anything to eat. I can't let her starve to death. Wang Hao was stunned and didn't react for a moment. It's just renting a piece of farmland. Why is old John reacting so strongly? Is it really necessary? However, he quickly noticed the bitter expression on old John's face and the pleading look in his eyes, and immediately guessed what had happened. He smiled and gently patted Nana's head. The little girl was still unaware of what had happened. Uncle John, are you thinking too badly of me? Nana is so cute. How could I possibly let her starve? You must have misheard me. Did I hear you wrong? Old John paused, then tentatively asked, Then what do you mean? I want to rent this piece of farmland of yours to grow wheat seeds from my shop. It won't take long, just one season. I'll return it to you next year when the wheat is ripe. Old John breathed a sigh of relief, and the expression on his face visibly relaxed. I'm sorry to have made you laugh. I thought you had your eye on my land. Old John smiled awkwardly. No problem. Take it if you need it. Just leave some money for food for me and Nana. He spoke casually and genuinely didn't intend to ask for much money, but Wang Hao never thought of taking advantage of him. Don't worry, you two won't go hungry. How about this? Wang Hao took 2 gold coins out of his pocket and stuffed them into old John's hand, saying, These 2 gold coins are a deposit. You can take them first. Next year, when the wheat ripens, we'll split it 50/50ths, each taking half. Can you accept this deal? Old John clutched the gold coins tightly in his hand, nodding excitedly repeatedly. Yes, of course I'm willing. The wheat seeds in Wang Hao's shop are very expensive, costing 2 gold coins per acre, not including other expenses. However, those who have heard of this seed know that Mr. Wang once publicly promised that his seeds could yield 1,500 gene per mu. Although everyone said he was bragging and that it was impossible for him to have such a high harvest, old John was willing to give it a try. Even if we only achieve 1/3 of the harvest in the end, it's still better than the wheat that's almost ruined now, right? What's more, Wang Hao had given him 2 gold coins as a deposit in advance, which was what he was most grateful for. With these 2 gold coins, he could buy Nana a warm winter coat and some meat to nourish her body, so she wouldn't have to suffer this winter. As for how Wang Hao intends to use the land, he neither interferes nor wants to ask further questions. Old John was very self-aware. He knew he was just a farmer who knew nothing but farming, and that talking out of turn would only make him look foolish. He figured he might as well just hand over the land to Wang Hao and let him do whatever he wanted with it. He thought that this was the end of it and that the rest was none of his business, but Wang Hao gave him another huge surprise. Uncle John, you've been farming all your life. You should know a lot about how to grow wheat, right? Old John nodded. Wang Hao smiled and said, Now, I officially hire you as my chief cultivation expert, with 2 gold coins per month until the wheat is ripe. Uncle John, would you like to work for me? Chapter 46. The adventure begins. Unexpected joy struck old John, leaving him completely disoriented. You get paid just for planting wheat, and you can get 2 gold coins every month. Is there really such a good thing in the world? He couldn't believe his ears. He looked up and cautiously asked Wang Hao, Mr. Wang, you're not kidding me, are you? Wang Hao smiled and waved his hand, saying, Uncle John, I know what you're worried about. Please don't worry, I'm not joking with you. I want to use this land of yours to create an experimental field to try planting the wheat seeds sold in my store. But I'm a rather lazy person, and I've never grown wheat before, so I have to hire someone to take charge of this. Do you understand? Old John breathed a sigh of relief, all his worries vanishing. It's just planting wheat. What's so difficult about that for a farmer? He patted his chest and said confidently, "Don't worry, leave this to me. I promise I won't let you down." Wang Hao smiled and nodded. Then it settled. "From now on, come to my place at the end of each month to tell me about the wheat's growth and collect your salary for that month. Is that acceptable?" "Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for your kindness. Nana will finally be free from suffering with me this winter." At this point, Old John's eyes were already moist, and he wished he could kowtow to Wang Hao right now. Lacking food and clothing, and with the weather so cold, winter is the most difficult season for every poor person. Now that Wang Hao has provided this job, he can earn 2 gold coins every month, which is enough for him to make a living. Nana no longer has to suffer from hunger and thirst with him, and she won't have to endure this winter. Wang Hao was also very happy that the experimental field project was progressing well. He remembered that contracts were usually signed when hiring workers, and to put Old John at ease, he also suggested signing one. But Old John rejected the proposal. "You are a good person, and I trust you. Besides, I don't know many words, so it doesn't matter whether I sign or not, so there's no need to waste my time." "You can't read?" Wang Hao was very surprised to hear this, and asked curiously, "I heard that the church often holds training classes to teach people to read. Didn't you go?" When the church was mentioned, Old John looked slightly embarrassed, and his eyes darted away. However, after hesitating for a few seconds, he still explained his situation. "The training courses offered by the church are limited to believers of the God of Light. I have been a believer in the Goddess of Life since I was a child, so I cannot participate in their training courses." "I see." Wang Hao nodded thoughtfully. "There are many religious sects in this world, and each religion has its own deity and legends related to that deity. Among the many legends, the most widely circulated is the story of the God of Light defeating the demons and rebuilding the Holy Light continent. Countless believers take pride in this story and devote their lives to the God of Light. The Holy Light Church was established to gather believers into a church and spread the blessings of the God of Light to every corner of the Holy Light continent." Wang Hao had heard a lot about the church these past few days, including the annual literacy training course. Every winter, the church sets aside a month specifically to arrange for people to teach believers to read and write, and to study the scriptures of the God of Light. Regardless of gender or age, anyone who is a believer in the God of Light can participate, and lunch will be provided. Others don't have this opportunity. If they want their children to learn to read and write, they have to spend money to hire teachers. But hiring teachers is very expensive, so most of them end up illiterate, like Old John in front of us. Wang Hao looked down at Nana. The little girl held the egg yolk pie and savored it carefully, eating each bite with great care, not even wanting to throw away the crumbs that fell on her hands. "Uncle John, does Nana also believe in the Goddess of Life like you?" Wang Hao suddenly asked. "This?" Old John hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded. "Yes, Nana has been with me since she was little, and she often heard me tell the legend of the Goddess of Life. She is also a believer in the goddess. So, Nana can't attend the church's training courses anymore?" Old John sighed and said, "There's nothing we can do. We have different beliefs, so we're not qualified to participate. But I've already made up my mind. Tomorrow I'll work a little harder and save up some money to hire a teacher for Nana. Once she learns basic writing, she can become an apprentice." Becoming an apprentice was a common path for children from ordinary families. For example, there are several apprentices in Hans's shop. These children have been learning tailoring techniques from their father since they were about 10 years old. They worked for Hans while earning a meager living allowance to supplement their family income. It might seem like a miserable situation, but they were actually much better off than other children. Children who couldn't read couldn't find jobs as apprentices and ended up following in their parents' footsteps, becoming farmers or hunters to make a living through manual labor. As for higher-ranking mages or knights, they themselves need to learn a great deal of relevant knowledge, so it's even less likely that they would accept illiterate children. Therefore, literacy became a dividing line in destiny, separating people into different classes from childhood. Wang Hao felt sorry for Nana, but there was nothing he could do. The skill of language proficiency is similar to muscle memory. You can understand what something means just by hearing or seeing it, and you can also write it down when needed. But when asked to teach others to read and write, he couldn't explain it clearly, and couldn't even explain basic grammar. "Looks like I need to find a solution," Wang Hao muttered to himself. Old John didn't hear him clearly, and asked curiously, "What did you say?" Wang Hao shook his head and pointed to the wheat field in front of him, saying, "Uncle John, how long will it take to pull up all the wheat seedlings and turn the soil over again?" Old John silently calculated for a moment, then held up 5 fingers. 5 days, I think. I can turn it all over in 5 days. If you're in a hurry, I can work a little longer tonight, and I estimate it can be done in 4 days. No need to rush, 5 days is enough. Wang Hao spread his 5 fingers and said, I'll give you 5 days. After you've turned over all the land, come find me at the general store, and I'll give you the seeds then. Okay, don't worry, I promise I won't waste any time. Old John nodded and immediately agreed. After explaining everything, Wang Hao lost interest in staying any longer. After looking around, he asked, Uncle John, are there any fun places to go nearby? Old John frowned, thought for a moment, then pointed to a small hill in the distance and said, There's a moon spring on that hill. The scenery is beautiful, and there's plenty of wild animal, perfect for hunting and barbecuing. However, but what? Old John looked at the Ollie sisters behind Wang Hao and hesitated. Some low-level magical beasts occasionally appear on that mountain. It might be inconvenient for you to bring 2 girls. Maybe we should just forget about it. There are low-level magical beasts? Wang Hao immediately became interested upon hearing about magical beasts. I was just wondering where to go for fun, and here it is. He waved his hand, pointed at the small hill in front of him, and roared. My men, the adventure begins. Chapter 47 The Gorilla and the Fat Man. Magic emphasizes both theory and practice. A person must be proficient in using magic and possess the courage to remain calm in the face of danger to be qualified to become a magician. Starlight Academy takes these issues very seriously, so it schedules a practical class every other week. Students will be divided into groups of 3 and led by their mentors to search for suitable magical beasts in the wild. Through practical experience, students will improve their overall abilities, so that every graduate of Starlight Academy can become an outstanding magician. Since practical experience is required, students cannot rely on their instructors for help. As a result, injuries occur in every practical class, which is a heavy test for inexperienced students. However, there are exceptions, such as Amelia. Amelia's father is Duke Kyle Geraint, the Grand Master of the Knights of Dawn. As the second largest knightly order in the kingdom, Duke Geraint led the Knights of Dawn to guard the northern border of the Kingdom of Leighton, dealing with magical beasts and northern barbarians year-round. Under her influence, Amelia developed a lively and warlike personality. She didn't like staying in school memorizing those long-winded magical theories. The life she longed for was to fight monsters in real combat and defeat all enemies with powerful magic. Therefore, she was always the most enthusiastic one in every practical class, and she longed to fight more than other students. Mentor Phil, these Gale Wolves are too weak. Can we go somewhere else? After Amelia killed a dire wolf with her wind blades, she felt it wasn't very interesting and couldn't help but complain. The Gale dire wolf is only level 2, while we are all level 4 mages. Can't we find a stronger opponent? Phil, who was following behind, was already used to this. He smiled and shook his head, declining her suggestion. Amelia, I know you want to fight stronger opponents, but you are students after all and lack experience. I can't let you take risks. Amelia pouted in dissatisfaction after hearing what Instructor Phil said, but she did not bring up the request to change opponents again. Instead, she vented all her dissatisfaction on the Gale Wolf. Dense wind blades appeared out of nowhere, forming a small tornado that quickly enveloped the 4 demonic wolves. Faced with the sudden attack, the Gale Wolves were powerless to resist and were all killed amidst heart-wrenching howls, leaving behind a pile of shattered corpses. Amy, can't you be a little more mindful of your image? What kind of girl is this cruel? Lily felt nauseous from the smell of blood and gently patted Amelia's shoulder, reminding her not to go too far. Hee, Lily, it's no use talking to her like that. She's a violent maniac. She has no image to speak of. The chubby boy who made the sarcastic remarks was named Richard Wellington. He was Amelia's classmate and the last member of the group. He was the second son of the Marquis of Wellington. Because he was close in age to Princess Lily, the Marquis of Wellington sent him to Starlight Academy to study magic. From the moment Richard first saw Lily, he was captivated by her beauty and vowed to marry her. At the time, Lily was rather shy and introverted. She didn't reject Richard on the spot, and the chubby boy kept pestering her. As a friend, Amelia couldn't stand by and watch her best friend be bullied by a pig, so she resolutely became her protector, giving the chubby boy a good beating and knocking out one of his front teeth on the spot. From that day on, the two became enemies, disliking each other, and even after 3 years, there was no sign of reconciliation. You fatso, do you think you can call me Lily? Amelia was already annoyed, and Richard's mockery made her even more furious. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? A pig trying to be friends with a swan? Dream on. Who are you calling a pig? The chubby boy's face darkened, and he immediately pointed at Amelia and retorted loudly. You savage gorilla whose brain is filled only with barbarity and killing. What right do you have to criticize me? I'm warning you, Lily and I are classmates, and we've been friends for 3 years. You, an outsider, have no right to deny our friendship. Amelia snorted and pointed her wand at the chubby boy's nose. You fatso, you don't want your other front tooth either, do you? If you don't want it, just say so, and I'll pull it out for you. Gorilla, don't be arrogant. Don't think you're so great just because you have a duke father. My father is the Minister of Finance. What's wrong with the finance minister? I'm not afraid of him. Yeah, of course you're not afraid, but your father might not be. If my father cuts off his supplies, how long do you think the Knights of Dawn can hold out? You? I. The two argued fiercely, leaving Lily caught in the middle in a very difficult position. On one side is his best friend, and on the other is the son of the finance minister. To be fair, she was more inclined to side with Amelia, but as a princess, she couldn't afford to offend the Marquis of Wellington, otherwise her father would be in a difficult position. All right, Amy, stop arguing. We're still in our practical lesson. Don't make things difficult for Mr. Phil. Lily pressed down hard on Amelia's arm, trying to calm her down. As it turns out, the ferocious gorilla was not just a name. She, a mere lamb, could not tame it. Left with no other choice, Lily could only look to her mentor, Phil, for help, hoping she could step in and subdue the two. Professor Phil noticed her gaze, sighed inwardly, and had no choice but to step in and stop her. Enough. A stern rebuke finally silenced the roars between the beasts, and Amelia and Richard obediently shut their mouths. Professor Phil cleared his throat, his stern gaze sweeping across the two faces as he said coldly, Look at the state you two are in. As comrades in the same group, instead of considering how to cooperate in combat, you openly provoke the other side in front of me. You have no respect for me as your mentor. Amelia glared at the chubby boy before obediently bowing her head and apologizing. I'm sorry, Professor Phil, I was wrong. I won't argue with him anymore. Richard saw her lower her head, snorted dismissively, and said nothing. Professor Phil noticed this, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he did not pursue Richard's attitude. Being a mentor is not easy, especially since her team included a princess, a duke's only daughter, and the son of a finance minister, none of whom she could afford to offend. If she had a choice, she would prefer to mentor ordinary students without any connections. But there was no other way. She was the only junior mage, level 7, in the 3rd year, and she had to be responsible for the students with these 3 most important identities. The other students were not strong enough, and the academy was worried that something unexpected might happen. Fortunately, although the chubby boy is annoying, Princess Lily is well-mannered and sensible, and Amelia is a good student who can admit her mistakes and correct them, so the situation has not reached the worst point yet. Once she finishes her practical lesson today and brings these 3 troubles back to the college safely, she will be free. Have a good drink after get off work in the evening, and you'll forget all your troubles. Thinking about the drinks tonight, Phil immediately perked up and shouted, Everyone, perk up, keep moving forward, and hurry up and finish the mission. Chapter 48, My Pokemon. Level 1 Earth-type magical beast, Spiked Porcupine. You're the one. Go, Doraemon. At Wang Hao's command, Ding Dang reluctantly flew out, lazily flying to the front of the spiky porcupine, where it hovered about a meter above the ground and remained motionless. Upon seeing this, the porcupine's 2 small, black bean-like eyes flashed with confusion, but it still arched its back and assumed a fighting stance. Its gray skin clenched together, and its sharp thorns, controlled by its muscles, were all aimed at Ding Dang, ready to attack at the slightest sign of trouble. Wang Hao rubbed his hands excitedly, pointed at the porcupine, and shouted, Ding Dang, use special skill, illusion attack. Ding Dang turned to look at Wang Hao, her resentful little eyes seeming as if she were looking at an idiot, and then snapped her fingers at the porcupine. The next second, the porcupine's beady eyes suddenly widened, becoming more than 3 times their original size, as if it had seen some terrifying natural enemy. Its muscular body trembled uncontrollably, and the spikes on its back subconsciously lowered their angle, as its 4 short legs moved backward little by little. After retreating 2 or 3 meters, the porcupine suddenly turned around, took off running, and charged into the depths of the forest. Trying to run? No way. Wang Hao couldn't let the toy get away, so he immediately issued a second command to Ding Dang. Ding Dong, illusion attack, maze spell. Ding Dang was speechless after hearing the command, and waved her little fist at Wang Hao, Maze my ass. When did I ever learn maze magic? Can you please stop giving my magic names so casually? Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively, pointing at the soon-to-disappear porcupine and said, "Don't worry about the details, attack quickly, don't let that guy get away." You humph. Ding Dang pouted and snorted to express her dissatisfaction, but she still obeyed Wang Hao's orders and chased after the porcupine to cast a spell on it as it was about to escape. Under the control of the illusion, the scene in front of the spiky porcupine suddenly changed. The gap that was originally enough for it to escape was gone, and its way was blocked by a huge rock. The porcupine, with its limited intelligence, didn't have time to think and could only struggle to adjust its direction, finding another gap to escape. After several attempts, the spiky porcupine was quickly captivated by Ding Dang and unknowingly returned to Wang Hao's side. Well done. You truly deserve to be a top-tier combat unit, little Ding Dang. I have high hopes for you. Wang Hao gave Ding Dang a thumbs up, but Ding Dang didn't appreciate it and instead gave him a very direct eye roll. Foolish human. How could I, Captain Ding Dang, have signed a contract with you? It's so shameful. Is it my fault? Wang Hao's sarcastic remarks left Ding Dang speechless, and the little bean simply turned away, not wanting to look at this childish owner. After all that playful teasing, the porcupine had exhausted most of its strength, and its limbs were trembling. It was panting heavily with its mouth wide open, its eyes filled with nothing but confusion. Why did they return to the same spot when they had already escaped immediately? The spiky porcupine didn't understand what was going on, but that didn't dampen Wang Hao's interest in playing games. Well, we've almost run out of energy. It's time to switch people. Wang Hao chuckled as his gaze lingered on Ari and Lulu for 2 seconds each. Ari, Lulu, it's your turn to go on stage. Ari nodded obediently, while Lulu had already been eagerly preparing. Ari, Lulu, unleash a flurry of blows. At Wang Hao's command, the two sisters set off together, carrying sticks and charging towards the spiky porcupine. Demi-humans all possess some racial talent, and even without systematic training in martial arts, they are still significantly stronger than ordinary humans. Fox-like demi-humans are naturally agile, fast, and quick-wit, making them more than capable of dealing with a spiky porcupine. The two sisters worked together, attacking with their sticks in turn, blocking the porcupine's retreat while also dealing combo damage. They quickly brought the porcupine down. Of course, Ari and Lulu didn't kill the porcupine. They just knocked it unconscious. Okay, we've defeated another enemy. Ari, Lulu, you guys are awesome. Wang Hao clapped his hands, praising the Ali sisters. Leave the rest to me, you guys get some rest. Ari and Lulu exchanged a smile and slowly walked back. From the moment he encountered his first monster, Wang Hao insisted on playing Pokemon battles, treating Ding Dang and the others as his own Pokemon, and demanding that they obey his commands to attack enemies. Although they didn't know what Wang Hao was doing, the two sisters didn't feel any resistance because they saw him having so much fun. They were happy to be able to do something for their owner, which was a rare opportunity. Only Ding Dang was unconvinced, always scoffing at Wang Hao's orders, yet she had no choice but to obey out of fear of his tyranny, her little mouth never stopping. You big bad guy, you clearly have the absolute strength to crush these magical beasts, but you insist on making us torture them together. Are you a psychopath? Wang Hao ignored Ding Dang's taunts and casually squatted down next to the porcupine, poking its head with a small twig. The injuries aren't serious, he won't die? He was very careful in his attack. The porcupine struggled to raise its head, its eyes filled with fear as it looked at Wang Hao, as if it had a premonition of its own death. Wang Hao tapped its head with a tree branch and scolded. I didn't say I was going to kill you. Why are you acting like you're half dead? Stay put. I'll let you go after I get some spoils. He carefully examined the porcupine's entire body, finally focusing on the quills that hadn't all fallen off. These spikes are about 20 centimeters long, have a metallic sheen, and feel extremely sharp to the touch. As a vital weapon for survival, the quills of the porcupine can not only attack enemies, but also regenerate after use, so there is no problem even if they are all pulled out. Wang Hao showed no mercy, sweeping away the remaining dozen or so quills from the porcupine's body and putting them all into his pocket. Without its quills, the porcupine is left with only its chubby body. When the wind blows, it immediately curls into a ball, hiding its head under its belly and not daring to show itself. Wang Hao found it amusing and kicked the porcupine hard in the butt. Get lost. Do you want me to beat you up again? Whether or not it understood what he said, the porcupine raised its head and glanced at Wang Hao. A glint of light flashed in its small, black eyes, and it quickly got up from the ground. With a few wiggles of its chubby bottom, It dashed into the bushes at extraordinary speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Goodness, you ran away pretty fast, Wang Hao chuckled. Be careful next time, others aren't as kind as me. Ding Dang wrinkled her nose and snorted. You call yourself kind? Tell me how many small animals you've harmed along the way. How dare you call yourself kind? Wang Hao spread his hands and laughed nonchalantly. But I didn't kill them, did I? Seeing that the two were about to start arguing again, Ari quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Ding Dang, Master, stop arguing. Come and eat something. We have more adventures to go on later. Ali is the best behaved, unlike some gossipy fairy who doesn't know any better. Who are you talking about? I'm talking to you. Hey, Ding Dang's going to fight you. Chapter 49 Black Dragon. It was already noon. After driving away the spiky porcupines, Wang Hao did not venture any deeper. Instead, he led the Ali sisters to a nearby stream to rest before continuing their adventure. Lulu was in charge of starting the fire and cooking, while Ari assisted her by washing vegetables and fruits by the stream, and Ding Dang flew into the jungle to pick mushrooms. Everyone was busy with their own work, except for Wang Hao, who had nothing to do. Lulu's cooking skills have improved recently, and she no longer needs him to stand by and give her instructions while she cooks. Wang Hao simply became a hands-off manager, finding a flat, large rock to bask in the sun, crossing his legs, and waiting for his meal. He was enjoying his leisure time, unaware that deep in the forest more than 500 meters away from the stream, Amelia and the others were furious about today's mission. This practical course task is divided into two parts. The first part requires killing 20 low-level magical beasts below level 3, and the second part requires each person to kill one level 4 magical beast, which will be reviewed by the accompanying instructor. The first task was relatively simple. Amelia completed most of the objectives on her own, and the rest could be easily finished with a few casual attacks. The three then continued deeper into the forest, searching for their second objective of the day, a level 4 magical beast. They thought they would be able to complete the mission quickly, but after searching in the forest for more than an hour, they couldn't find a single level 4 magical beast. This is very abnormal. The mountain at our feet is more than 5,000 meters away from the Celtic city, covering an area of over 400 hectares, with 80% of it covered by dense forest. This environment is very suitable for the survival of monsters. Even though the Light Griffin Knights come to wipe them out once a year, there are still many that escape. In the past, after receiving a practical course assignment, Amelia would go straight here and complete the assignment in half a day at most, leaving her with the other half a day to do as she pleased. This was one of the reasons why she liked practical courses. What's wrong with me today? Ugh, where have all these magical beasts gone? I can't see a single one. Amelia was getting anxious, and her voice carried a hint of anger. If we encounter them later, I'll wipe them all out. Lily knew Amelia's personality and knew that Amelia's temper was flaring up, so she gently advised, Amy, calm down first. Maybe bounty hunters came here and drove away those magical beasts. Those annoying bounty hunters. Can't they go hunting somewhere else? Why do they have to come against me? Richard was already panting heavily, but he still managed to banter with Amelia. Who do you think you are? Why should anyone give way to you? If you ask me, we shouldn't have teamed up with you, otherwise we would have finished the mission long ago. You fatso, shut up. I won't, go ahead and hit me. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing again, Lily quickly pulled Amelia away and took the opportunity to ask her mentor, Phil, for help. Teacher, this can't go on. Do you have any suggestions? Professor Phil frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, I know you're all very tired. How about this? There should be an open space ahead. Let's go there to rest and have something to eat before we talk again. Hearing what the teacher said, the three of them stopped talking and continued on their way in silence. Before long, Amelia saw a clearing through the gaps in the trees. She gently tugged at Lily's arm and pointed to the empty space ahead, saying, We're almost there, Lily. Just hang in there a little longer and we'll be able to rest. Lily nodded, gritted her teeth, and followed Amelia's steps, walking through the woods toward the clearing. The two were slender and moved quickly through the forest, completely disregarding Richard's condition. A flash of anger crossed the chubby boy's eyes, but he no longer had the strength to argue with Amelia, so he could only try his best to follow behind the two of them. Compared to his three students, Professor Phil was the most relaxed. She was an adult and a novice mage, so her physical condition was much better than that of the three students. She followed at the back of the group at a leisurely pace, without even a bead of sweat on her forehead. But as he got closer to the open space, a sudden, inexplicable sense of tension welled up inside him, making Phil feel a little uneasy. What's going on? Why do I have this feeling that something terrible is about to happen? Phil's heart tightened, and he quickly sped up to catch up, hoping to stop Amelia and Lily. But she was still too late. By the time she caught up with Amelia, the Grand Duke's daughter was as stiff as a board, as was Princess Lily beside her. The two stared in terror at the terrifying creature, which looked like a small mountain, in the center of the open space. Black Dragon. A massive black dragon, over 15 meters long, and with a head the size of a horse-drawn carriage, appeared naked in the three people's field of vision. The other person seemed to be asleep, its huge head lying on the ground with its eyes closed. With each breath, the black dragon spewed out murky gas with sparks from its nostrils, scorching the surrounding ground. Phil's pupils contracted sharply, and cold sweat instantly soaked his white mentor's robe. No wonder I can't find any level 4 or higher magical beasts, and I can't even see many low-level magical beasts. It turned out that all the magical beasts had been frightened away by the black dragon's aura and had long since left this dangerous place. Phil quietly moved in front of Amelia and Lily, blocking their view while secretly gesturing for them to leave quickly. Amelia understood her gesture, immediately grabbed Lily's hand, and carefully led her backward. Dragons are one of the most powerful races on the Holy Light continent. Every adult dragon possesses formidable strength no less than level 9, and saint-level dragons are not uncommon. They are insatiably greedy, bloodthirsty, and brutal. Any creature that dares to appear before them will be regarded as an enemy. When facing enemies, the dragon race never reasons, only recognizes strength. It was obvious that none of the four, including Mentor Phil, had the ability to communicate with the dragons. So they had no choice but to try to escape and leave quietly before the black dragon discovered them. Otherwise, everyone would face certain death. Under Phil's guidance, the three of them carefully retreated a few meters, slowly creating some distance between themselves. But they overlooked one person, a fat man who finally caught up, but didn't see anything. "What are you doing?" Richard asked, panting heavily. Amelia shuddered and quickly gestured for him to be quiet, then pulled Lily aside to make way for him. Through the tiny gap, Richard finally saw the enormous creature, the terrifying beast that sent chills down his spine and nearly made him wet himself. Without anyone reminding him, the chubby boy immediately covered his mouth, turned around, and ran away. But he forgot that he was fat, a fat man who weighed over 200 pounds. Just as he turned around, Richard stepped on a dead branch as thick as an arm. Unsurprisingly, an accident occurred. Click. The sound of a branch snapping was particularly jarring in the quiet woods. The black dragon slowly opened its eyes, its golden vertical pupils reflecting Phil's pale face. Not good. Professor Phil's heart tightened, and he shouted loudly to the three people behind him, "Run!" Chapter 50, An Unexpected Choice. Roar. A deep roar echoed through the depths of the forest, and the shockwaves spread rapidly, soon reaching the vicinity of the stream. The bowl of rice that Wang Hao had just brought to his mouth trembled, spilling the delicious mushroom soup all over the floor and soaking his sleeves. What the hell is that wailing and howling? Wang Hao stared at his sleeve, which was soaked with soup, and couldn't help but complain. "Don't you have any manners? Don't you know you should keep quiet in public places?" His complaints received no response from the Ali sisters, and even the usually chattering Ding Dang fell silent, not immediately refuting him as usual. Wang Hao paused for a moment, then looked at Ari and Lulu sitting next to him. Ari's ears perked up, her lips were tightly closed, and her face was deathly pale. Lulu's performance was even worse. She was completely stunned, as if she had been terrified by the roar she had just heard. "Hey, what's wrong with you two? Are you really that scared?" Wang Hao thought the two sisters were frightened by the roar of the monster, and jokingly said, "I, as their master, am not afraid. So what are you worried about? Don't worry, nothing will happen with me here." Ding Dang, hearing his teasing, finally broke her silence. "Do you even know what that thing is?" The little bean's voice was unusually serious, so serious that Wang Hao wondered if she was still the same foul-mouthed little bean. Wang Hao frowned and asked, "Ding Dang, are you scared too?" Ding Dang rolled her eyes at him, nervously staring in the direction the sound came from. "That's the roar of a dragon." "Dragon, do you know that?" "Dragon. A dragon." The majestic image of the five-clawed golden dragon immediately flashed into Wang Hao's mind, but he quickly shook his head and dismissed the image. "This is a world of magic. The Chinese dragon cannot exist here." "Is the giant dragon that Ding Dang mentioned a lizard dragon?" Wang Hao thought of the winged lizards in American TV shows, and his eyes lit up. "Lizard dragons are great. Lizard dragons are the embodiment of evil, and everyone should kill them." Since I've stumbled upon this opportunity, how could I possibly miss out on such a good thing? Be a hero, slay the evil dragon, act on behalf of heaven, and save the people from suffering. Then he emptied the dragon's treasure and lived a shameless life with the princess. I wonder what the princess of this country looks like. If she's beautiful, I'll tolerate it. If you're not pretty, you can't let the princess take advantage of you. You should refuse. Just as Wang Hao was lost in thought, a colossal creature rose into the sky above the forest, its menacing head clearly visible even from hundreds of meters away. What? It really is a lizard dragon. Its head is huge. Wang Hao couldn't help but exclaim. The dragon floated in midair, opening its massive jaws towards the forest below and spewing out crimson flames. The flames were extremely hot, distorting the air wherever they passed, and in the blink of an eye, a large forest was ablaze, with black smoke billowing from the raging fire. Oh no, someone has angered this dragon. We need to get out of here right now, Ding Dang warned in a shrill voice. Ari snapped out of her daze and quickly urged Lulu to pack her things, while reminding Wang Hao to leave immediately. But Wang Hao seemed not to hear, standing still and staring blankly at the woods in front of him. Master, don't scare me, please wake up. Lulu grabbed Wang Hao's arm and shook it violently, thinking that he had also been scared silly by the black dragon. Wang Hao gently slapped Lulu's little hand away, took a step forward to shield the two sisters behind him, and looked at the woods across the stream, saying, "Someone's coming, be careful." Before he finished speaking, a large, fat man rushed out of the woods opposite them. It was Richard and Wellington, who were busy escaping for their lives. Richard was stunned when he saw Wang Hao and the others, but all he wanted to do now was escape. Without saying a word, he ran downstream along the creek. It was as fast as a maddened wild boar, and it was gone in no time. Before Wang Hao could even complain, two more figures emerged from the woods, and it turned out they were familiar faces. Amelia, holding Lily's arm with one hand and pushing aside the branches blocking their way with the other, finally managed to rush out of the woods, where she saw Wang Hao and the other two standing there in a daze. "What are you doing here?" Amelia asked instinctively. However, she quickly realized that this was not the time to chat, and shouted at Wang Hao, "Are you blind? Can't you see that black dragon? Run!" Lily recognized Wang Hao too, waved vigorously, pointed in the direction of the fat man, and shouted, "Run! The black dragon is chasing us." By this time, Wang Hao had a rough idea of what had happened. These three must have been wandering aimlessly in the forest when they encountered the black dragon, angering it, and forcing them to flee immediately. However, they were too slow. Not only were they unable to escape the black dragon's pursuit, but they were also caught up to its vicinity, putting them in imminent danger. Yes, that must be it. Ding Dang flapped its wings and landed on Wang Hao's head, asking curiously, "Hey, do you know them?" Wang Hao shrugged and gestured towards Lily with his lip. "They've bought things from my shop. I'm quite familiar with the father of that silver-haired girl. We're like friends despite the age gap." Amelia and Lily had already run more than 10 meters away when they noticed out of the corner of their eye that Wang Hao and the others were still standing there, and they were immediately furious. "That dimwit boss, can't he see the black dragon is coming soon?" Lily frowned and couldn't help but ask, "Amy, should we call them and run away together?" Amelia didn't have a good impression of Wang Hao and didn't want to care whether he lived or died, but she hesitated after hearing Lily's words. Grand Duke Geraint regarded protecting the people as his knightly code, and as his daughter, Amelia never forgot her father's beliefs. Although she didn't like Wang Hao, it was only because Wang Hao ignored her at the time, making her feel a little embarrassed. But she also knew that Wang Hao was not an irredeemable villain, and she could not stand by and watch Wang Hao be tortured and killed by the black dragon. "That idiot, he's just making things worse for me." Amelia clenched her fists tightly, hesitated for 2 seconds, then immediately turned around and waded through the stream that was over her calves toward Wang Hao. "Are you stupid? Didn't you see the black dragon flying over? Do you want to die?" She rushed up to Wang Hao, kicked him in the shin, grabbed his hand, and ran away. This action startled Wang Hao. "What does that mean? Is this to save me?" Wang Hao found it incredible. It would be understandable if Lily came to rescue him, since he and Arthur Old Dang were friends and had some connection. But what is Amelia? This girl is arrogant and proud, and we've only met once. Is it really worth wasting her chance to escape for a stranger? In that brief moment of distraction, another person ran out of the woods. A woman whose entire body was covered in black ash and who looked utterly disheveled. Seeing the students he had risked his life to protect still dawdling around, Phil felt like killing someone. But she had no time to complain. because the black dragon had already caught up and was hovering in midair less than 10 meters away from them, staring at them with a mocking look. It's over. Now even I'm going to die here. What a waste of all my good wine. Chapter 51. Are you male or female? The black dragon did not immediately launch an attack. After circling above the crowd twice, it landed in a spacious open space and looked down at them. Wang Hao took the opportunity to size up the other party, his eyes showing no sign of panic, only curiosity about the Western dragon. Its enormous head was sharply defined. Its golden pupils shone like two lanterns, and its four sharp dragon horns pointed straight into the sky, like a giant Wi-Fi router. For some reason, Wang Hao suddenly felt that the dragon was handsome and even a little cute. That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that I've suddenly developed some strange fetish? Just as Wang Hao was observing the dragon also took in everyone's expressions. Its gaze lingered on Phil and the others for a few seconds before finally settling on Wang Hao's head. Ding Dang shuddered involuntarily, realizing that the dragon had discovered her. The strength of the dragon race is beyond doubt. They can easily reach level 9 or above, which is far beyond what a little fairy like her can compare to. There was no other way. In order not to cause any misunderstanding with the dragon, Ding Dang quietly dispelled the illusion and obediently sat on Wang Hao's head. You're very clever, you little imp. The dragon's voice rang in everyone's ears, deafening like rolling thunder, making them very uncomfortable. Phil, Emilia, and Lily then noticed a small figure on Wang Hao's head. However, they were in no mood to care about Ding Dang's affairs. They were all nervously watching the dragon, fearing that it might suddenly launch an attack. Hey, big guy, can I ask you a question? Just as everyone held their breath, Wang Hao stared between the black dragon's legs and suddenly asked a very impolite question. Are you male or female? Do dragons have little penises too? Lily and Phil, the two beauties, were stunned and didn't react for a moment. Emilia heard it clearly, but she wished she hadn't heard anything at all. She slowly turned her head and looked at Wang Hao as if he were an idiot, her eyes clearly saying, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. I haven't lived enough yet. Although Ari and Lulu were also speechless, they were already used to the strange questions Wang Hao often asked. Although they were scared, they did not react as strongly as the others. As for Ding Dang, the little boy was holding a handful of hair in each hand and pulling it upwards frantically, trying to teach this loose-tongued pervert a lesson. Wang Hao's question successfully attracted Heilong's attention. The enormous head turned around, its two golden vertical pupils flashing with angry flames as it stared intently at Wang Hao. Human, do you really want to die? The black dragon suppressed its anger and roared in a low voice. If so, then congratulations, you have successfully ignited my anger. How do you want to die? Wang Hao waved his hands repeatedly, looking at the other person with an innocent expression. Don't be angry. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just curious. Your dragon race are among the strongest on the continent, and you are rarely seen. Now that I have finally encountered you, I certainly cannot miss this opportunity. Besides, I need to confirm your identity before I can address you properly. I can't keep calling you names like Black Dragon or Big Dumb Guy. That would be so impolite. These words seem to be flattering the Black Dragon, but upon closer examination, they are not at all like that. The Black Dragon quickly reacted, spewing out two plumes of black smoke with sparks from its nostrils and opening its mouth to let out an angry roar. Human, you have succeeded. I, Oeolus, hereby swear that I will wash away the shame you have brought upon me with your blood. Wang Hao hadn't expected the Black Dragon to react so strongly. He took 2 steps to dodge the sparks flying at him and complained, Damn it, you're supposed to be a dragon. How can you be so petty? Can't you answer my question first? The result was predictable. Wang Hao did not receive an answer. Instead, he saw the Black Dragon open its blood-red maw, and a ball of crimson flame ignited deep within its throat. Hey, this looks like they're about to attack. Seeing the crimson flame gradually grow larger, Wang Hao was not nervous at all. On the contrary, he became very curious. How did this thing catch fire? Was it your saliva? Are you crazy? Get out of the way. Emilia saw him standing there frozen in place, screamed, and pounced on him. A powerful force burst forth from its small body, and it pushed Wang Hao aside when he wasn't paying attention. Phil felt a chill run down his spine when he saw this, and had no choice but to bite the bullet and stand in front of the two of them, quickly casting a water-based defensive spell. This stranger who suddenly appeared can die, but Emilia cannot. She is the only daughter of Grand Duke Geraint, and she cannot let Emilia die here if there is even the slightest hope. Before the pale blue water shield was fully formed, the dragon's breath, carrying violent fiery energy, swept over it, enveloping the shield and the three people behind it. The air heats up rapidly under the scorching heat of the flames. Wang Hao felt like a lab rat trapped in a microwave oven, about to be roasted to a crisp. Damn it, can't you stop making things worse? Wang Hao quickly pulled Amelia behind him and placed his right hand on the shattering shield. What are you doing? Get out of here with Amy. Seeing Wang Hao's reckless behavior, Phil was horrified and wished he could kick him away. If it weren't for this stranger, she wouldn't have risked fighting the Black Dragon. She would have run away with Amelia and Lily long ago. Don't be nervous, it'll be fine. Wang Hao smiled faintly, increased the force in his hand, and directly broke through the shield's defense. Just when Phil was in despair, a miraculous thing happened. The scorching breath vanished the moment it touched the palm, as if it had been wiped off the face of the earth, and even the surrounding air cooled down rapidly. She stared blankly at Wang Hao's retreating figure, her mind a jumbled mess, completely unaware of what had happened. On the other side, cough cough cough. After its breath attack was neutralized by the cheat, the Black Dragon coughed violently, as if someone had grabbed its neck, emitting deafening gasps. Wang Hao withdrew his right hand and brought it to his nose to smell it. Fortunately, there was no strange smell, so it seems that this flame is not the Black Dragon's saliva. You pervert. You were secretly smelling it again, and you still say you're not a pervert. The clinking sound rang out at just the right moment, drawing everyone's thoughts in a strange direction. Wang Hao's eyes twitched twice. He grabbed Ding Dang and tossed it to Ali, then walked towards the Black Dragon. Hey, big guy, what did you say your name was again? OEI Hecarus, right? Didn't your parents teach you about the 5 stresses and 4 beauties, or that you shouldn't play with fire in public? The Black Dragon finally caught its breath, and upon hearing his words, it flew into a rage and immediately unleashed the dragon race's unique inherited magic. A pitch-black magic circle appeared out of thin air, and a ball of black energy quickly condensed in the center of the circle, emanating an ominous aura. Again? Are you never going to stop? Wang Hao snorted coldly and swung his fist at the magic circle. Your turn is over. Now it's my turn. Chapter 52 Beating the Black Dragon. The fist was thrown out lightly, seemingly without any power. But this seemingly insignificant punch produced an unexpected effect. The moment the fist made contact with the black energy, the ominous energy rapidly contracted, instantly condensing into a black dot of light before disappearing. There was no violent reaction at all. It just disappeared without a sound. This scene stunned everyone. Even the magic casters, the Black Dragon OEI and Hecarus, had not expected this to happen. Their 2 golden vertical pupils focused on one point, their eyes filled with confusion. It's happening again. Twice in a row, the magic he cast mysteriously disappeared, as if it had been wiped out from the source by some mysterious force. Why is this happening? OEI and Hecarus were filled with questions, but she was destined never to get the answers. After breaking the magic with the help of the cheat, Wang Hao swung his arms and continued forward, walking straight up to the Black Dragon without any hesitation. Looking at the other's massive body, which was as large as a small mountain, Wang Hao felt not a trace of fear, but rather a little excited. Hey, you big oaf. I've heard that your dragon race has incredible physical strength. Can I give it a try? Before Black Dragon could answer, Wang Hao had already swung his arm and thrown a punch, hitting Black Dragon squarely in the thigh. The moment the fist collided with the scales, a visible shockwave exploded, producing a piercing airburst sound. The next second, to everyone's astonishment, the Black Dragon's massive body flew backward, crashing through several towering trees before finally landing. Dust and smoke rose everywhere, and fallen leaves flew all over the place, leaving the surroundings in a mess. Amelia's mouth dropped open, her face filled with disbelief. Lily covered her mouth in surprise, swallowing back the scream that was about to escape her lips. Phil, a novice mage, had never seen such a scene before. He was stunned and stood there, not even bothering to pick up his wand that had fallen to the ground. Although Ari and Lulu were also surprised, they were already used to Wang Hao's unexpected actions and seemed to be able to accept it. As for Ding Dang, although the little bean was very confused about the power that Wang Hao had shown, she remembered what Shinexai had said and seemed to understand it. A human. How dare you hit me? The Black Dragon roared suddenly, struggled to its feet, and limped out of the dust-shrouded area. Human, how dare you ambush me? Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the dragons? Wang Hao looked at her with a smile and asked in return, do you think I'm afraid? You. Black Dragon was speechless. She realized that the man in front of her not only possessed great strength, but was also a hothead. He didn't care about his identity at all, and even ignored the dignity of the dragon race. Arguing with him will not bring me any benefit. I will only be looked down upon, or even despised by him. Thinking of this, anger flared up in the black dragon's eyes again, and he launched an attack without saying a word. She would use her immense power to subdue this man, and then completely destroy him when he knelt down begging for mercy. The sharp dragon claws unleashed tremendous power, sweeping across Wang Hao's chest, the strong wind whipping his clothes. The thick dragon tail slammed down, missing Wang Hao's head by only 1 centimeter. Its claws and tail attacked in turn, occasionally spewing out a scorching dragon breath, forcing Wang Hao to constantly dodge. Even those who were just watching from the back could feel the fear of death from the fierce attacks. It was the oppressive feeling brought about by the innate power of the dragon race. But ha ha ha, a soft chuckle suddenly rang out, instantly dispelling all the fear in everyone's hearts. Ding Dang knelt on Ari's chest, pointing one finger at the black dragon and Wang Hao who were fighting, while the other hand patted the snow-white buns haphazardly, and the buns responded with bouncy waves. Haha, look at that guy. Doesn't he look like a big, clumsy bear? No matter how you hit him, you can't hit anyone. Although no name was mentioned, everyone knew who the big bear was referring to, because from the start of the attack until now, the black dragon hadn't touched Wang Hao once. Not even once. Despite the ferocity and intimidation of her attacks, they were all show and no substance. Not a single blow landed. Wang Hao was like a light, floating paper doll, easily dodging the black dragon's attacks, and even having the mood to mock his opponent. Big dummy, give it your all, you're about to hit me. Yes, just like that. A little faster with the tail, a little faster, and it might touch my nose. Can't we be civilized, kids? Fighting is one thing, but don't talk back. Your dragon breath is useless against me, don't waste your breath. A few breaths later, the black dragon suddenly stopped attacking, distanced itself, and stared intently at Wang Hao, its eyes filled with anger and resentment. The dragons are no less intelligent than other races, and the black dragon, having calmed down, has already realized the problem. If Wang Hao manages to dodge an attack once or twice, it means he's lucky and has a lot of combat experience. The fact that he could dodge her attacks by the narrowest of margins every time could only mean one thing. Wang Hao's speed was superior to hers. It could kick me flying with one kick, and it would be faster than me. Physically speaking, this human is no less powerful than himself, and may even be stronger. And that mysterious magical immunity also baffled her. Dragons are known as being immune to magic, meaning they can ignore magical attacks. In reality, it relies on its strong physique and hard scales for defense, but it will still suffer magical damage if it encounters a powerful mage. But this human in front of me is different. His abilities are even more bizarre. All attack magic is as if it doesn't exist in front of him. It disappears before it even takes effect. That's the most terrifying thing. With a powerful physique and immunity to magic, what kind of monster is this human? Oh, you're not playing anymore? Then it's my turn. Wang Hao didn't care what Hilong was thinking, and charged forward with his fist raised. The black dragon's body was so enormous that he could hit his opponent with a single punch without any preparation. After a flurry of wild punches, Black Dragon screamed and fled in all directions, unable to even take flight. Human, don't push your luck against dragons. The black dragon's deep roar suddenly changed into a woman's voice with a slight tremor, sounding like a helpless child. I am a descendant of the Hecaris family. Do you know what the consequences will be if you bully me? Wang Hao had no idea what the Hecaris family was, and he didn't bother to ask. He continued to relentlessly chase and beat the black dragon, causing it to run around wildly and trample on the flowers and plants on the ground. Enough. After being repeatedly beaten, the black dragon quickly accumulated enough rage to explode. Human, you forced me to this. A surge of magical energy emanated from the black dragon's body, instantly enveloping Wang Hao. By the time Wang Hao realized what was happening, everything around him was a white blur, as if he were in a thick fog. Humans, the dignity of the dragon race must not be desecrated. You'll regret this. Chapter 53 Unlucky Amelia. When Wang Hao realized that the surroundings were just ordinary fog, he knew he had been tricked. These dense fogs can only obscure his vision and cannot cause him any harm, so they cannot be broken by the cheat. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he had a vague sense of foreboding. He didn't dare to hesitate, and with a burst of energy, he broke through the fog, but it was too late. Everyone was present and unaffected by the black dragon, except for Amelia, who was nowhere to be found. Upon seeing Wang Hao appear, Lily pointed in the direction behind him and shouted, "Amy has been captured by the black dragon. Please, go and save her." Wang Hao looked back and saw that the black dragon had flown hundreds of meters away, still holding Amelia in its claws. Faced with the dragon's immense power, Amelia's struggles were futile, unable to inflict even the slightest damage on the dragon's claws. Damn it! This dragon has no martial ethics. It actually did such a despicable thing. Does it have no dignity left in the dragon race? The black dragon seemed to sense his resentment, turned to look at Wang Hao, and its golden pupils revealed a mocking look. "Human, you are strong, but you still lost. I'm taking this human girl with me. This is the price you pay for provoking the dignity of the dragon race. Be more polite to dragons in the future." Good heavens, that's fucking shameless. Wang Hao cursed under his breath and shouted to Ali and the others, "You guys go back to the general store first. I'm going to rescue that unlucky guy." As he spoke, he sped up and rushed out, quickly stepping on branches to reach the treetops. The black dragon flew very fast, covering another 100 meters in the few seconds it was delayed, and its figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Wang Hao could only barely maintain his balance by stepping on tree branches, observing the black dragon's whereabouts while trying to figure out how to catch up with it. Although he was fast, he was still slightly slower than the flying dragon in the sky and could only barely keep up behind. Fortunately, this predicament did not last long. Once Wang Hao figured out the trick to running on the tree branches, his speed gradually increased. He stared at the black shadow in the sky and cursed through gritted teeth. "Don't fucking let me catch up, or I'll cut off your penis and soak it in wine." "Wah, Amy, you have to come back safe and sound." Lily was heartbroken, staring blankly in the direction where the black dragon had disappeared, two clear tears slowly streaming down her fair cheeks. Phil sighed softly and gently pulled her into his arms. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being useless and unable to protect you." Lily gently shook her head, choking back tears, and said, "Minter, this isn't your fault. I know you've done your best." And that is indeed the case. After the black dragon awoke, Instructor Phil stayed behind to cover their retreat, buying them time to escape. Just her courage to face the black dragon alone is enough to make her worthy of the Starlight Academy instructor's uniform she's wearing. Moreover, this mountain is so close to Celtic City, and every year they have to wipe out the high-level magical beasts on the mountain. It's just bad luck that they still encountered the black dragon. Ollie knew that Wang Hao and Lily's father were close friends despite their age difference, so after hesitating for a moment, she carried Ding Dang over. "You don't need to worry too much. Master has already gone to rescue that girl. I believe she will definitely come back safely." Ari's words reassured Lily a little, and her emotions gradually stabilized. She looked at Ari's fox ears and hesitated. "Are you a clerk at the general store?" She was too embarrassed to ask Ali's identity directly, so she could only probe into his background in this way. Ari didn't care and readily revealed her identity. "Lulu and I were slaves bought by our master, but he treated us very well and never treated us like slaves, so we trusted him very much." Lily nodded, looking curiously at Ding Dang lying on Ari's chest. "Hello, are you a fairy?" Ding Dang looked up at her speechlessly. "Isn't that obvious? Besides us fairies, have you ever seen a creature like me?" Lily was speechless after being rebuked, but she was still very curious about Ding Dang, so she mustered up her courage and asked, "What is your relationship with the boss? I heard that fairies don't like to be with humans." When Ding Dang brought up her sad memories, her little face immediately fell. "Don't ask things you shouldn't, or I'll beat you up." Lily was startled and quickly hid next to Phil, but she still couldn't suppress her curiosity and kept peeking at Ding Dang. Annoyed by the stares, Ding Dang snorted and said, "Don't think she's so great just because she's a junior mage. Ding Dang is also a junior mage, and a fairy at that. She definitely can't beat me." Lily's eyes lit up, and she asked cautiously, "Are you called Ding Dang?" "Nonsense. What else would you call Doraemon if not Doraemon? Are you stupid?" After being repeatedly rebuffed, Lily had no choice but to suppress her curiosity and change the subject. "What do we do now? Should we wait for him here?" Ari understood what she meant and shook her head, saying, "No, we should pack our things and go back right now. Master is very capable, and I believe he will save your friend. We can't hold you back here." After a slight hesitation, Ari extended an invitation to Lily and Phil. "If you're worried, you can come back to the grocery store with us. I expect good news to come back soon." "Is that so?" Lily looked at Lulu, who had already started packing, and asked hesitantly, "Teacher, What's your opinion? Phil thought for a moment and then slowly nodded. Let's go back together. Today's events are serious. If Amelia returns safely, everything will be fine. But what if? What if something happens? She didn't continue, but Lily already knew what she wanted to say. Amelia is the daughter of Duke Geraint, a status far beyond that of an ordinary student. If something unexpected really happens, Professor Phil will also be implicated and probably won't have a good ending. Now we can only pray that Wang Hao can successfully rescue Amelia, as that might leave room for maneuver. Oh, right. Ari suddenly asked, remembering the fat guy who had escaped earlier. A fat guy ran away earlier. Was he with you guys? Phil was furious when he remembered that all his misfortunes started because of the fat man's carelessness. Never mind that fatso. I'll find a chance to deal with him when we get back. I won't let that pig get away with this. When Lily saw that her usually good-natured mentor Phil was actually swearing, she opened her mouth wide in surprise and looked at her as if she were an alien. Phil snorted. What are you looking at me for? Am I wrong? If that fat guy hadn't woken up the black dragon, would we have been in such bad luck? Forget it. Don't worry about this. Leave it to me. Seeing that she was angry, Lily didn't know what to say, so she looked at Ari. Your name is Ari, right? I'd like to help you pack your things. Is that all right? Chapter 54. One shot, one kill. Time passed slowly, and before we knew it, more than 2 hours had gone by. Wang Hao had no idea how far he had run or where he was. The black dragon flew aimlessly over 100 meters in the air. Lacking the ability to attack from a distance, it could only silently follow behind, looking for an opportunity. Damn giant lizard, keep flying if you dare. If you dare land, I'll chop off your wings and barbecue them. Just so you can be so cocky. The long march had exhausted Wang Hao's last bit of patience, leaving him with nothing but endless resentment as he vented his frustrations with curses and swears. About an hour ago, Amelia went silent, her limbs hanging limply to the ground, her fate unknown. Wang Hao didn't know if she had fainted or died, but he dared not give up easily. It's so hard to repay favors. Although he had no feelings for Amelia and disliked her when they first met, she risked her life to help him escape when the black dragon appeared, and she rushed to his rescue without hesitation when the black dragon breathed on him. These were favors that he could not ignore. So even though Amelia was dead, he wanted to take the girl's body back so that she could reunite with her parents. This is the bottom line of conscience. Wang Hao silently exhaled, mustered his spirits, and continued running, tracking the black dragon's retreating figure while looking for an opportunity. An opportunity to save a life, or an opportunity to retrieve a body. Fortunately, the situation soon took a turn for the better, and the black dragon began to slow down. Ahead lies a valley. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, the valley floor contains a clear lake that shimmers in the sunlight. The black dragon slowly landed on the lakeside, tossing Amelia aside like trash. The unfortunate girl rolled twice on the ground before stopping and lying motionless on the grass. Wang Hao focused intently, slowly approaching under the cover of the trees, and hid in a large tree more than 50 meters away from Amelia. This was the closest he could get to Amelia. Beyond that was an open field with no cover, not even a single shrub. Wang Hao did not act rashly. After concealing himself, he quietly observed the black dragon's movements. Amelia's position is not good. She was too close to the black dragon, her head right next to its massive tail. If she alerted it, the consequences would be unimaginable. She could only wait for another opportunity. After flying for so long, the black dragon seemed to be a little thirsty. She looked around to make sure there were no other creatures before stretching her head out of the lake and opening her mouth wide to take a big gulp of clear lake water. A great opportunity. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately took action without the slightest hesitation. With a burst of powerful force from the muscles in his legs, he instantly rushed to Amelia's side and pulled her into his arms. When the black dragon, who was drinking water, heard the sound from behind, its pupils narrowed to a single point. Without thinking, it controlled its tail and unleashed a sweeping attack, carrying immense power as it slammed towards Wang Hao. Unfortunately, she was too late. Wang Hao had already retreated more than 10 meters away with the ice-cold Amelia in his arms, easily dodging her attack. It's you. Black Dragon's heart trembled. He hadn't expected that Wang Hao could find him even after flying so far. A sense of fear he had never felt before surged into his heart. You didn't expect I'd been following you all this time. While Wang Hao was dawdling with Yulong, he secretly examined Amelia's body. The girl was not in good condition. Her body was ice-cold, but there was still a trace of warmth in her chest, and a faint heartbeat could be felt. Wang Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The weight that had been hanging over him finally lifted. As long as the person is alive, everything else is negotiable. Human, what exactly do you want? Black Dragon's voice rang in my ears, and it even sounded a little aggrieved. Wang Hao sneered, staring coldly at the large man in front of him. What am I going to do? You tell me what I'm going to do? I'm going to fucking fuck you. Black Dragon gasped, his eyes filled with fear. No, we are different races. Dragons will not mate with humans. A series of question marks flashed through Wang Hao's mind, and he felt as if he had been insulted by something filthy. What the hell are you talking about? When did I ever say I wanted to have sex with you? Are you fucking crazy? Black smoke billowed from the dragon's nostrils as it declared defiantly. You just said you were going to do me. Wang Hao had never been so speechless before. Do I mean the same thing as you mean do? You're a black dragon, one of the world's top creatures. What kind of filthy thoughts are you having? Wang Hao wanted to say that he didn't mean it that way, but he suddenly realized something, and his eyes subconsciously looked between the black dragon's legs. So you're female? The black dragon raised its head, gave a haughty snort, and said, I am the only daughter of the Hecaris family, the princess of the Black Dragon clan. Human, don't even think about having any relations with me. I'd rather die than let you succeed. Wang Hao slowly raised his head, his gaze stretching from the black dragon's feet all the way to the Wi-Fi antenna above its head, carefully examining the black dragon's entire body. With a body that's over 10 meters long, it must weigh at least several tons, right? If you make her squat down, Wang Hao couldn't help but shudder. The scene was too beautiful to imagine. Pa, are you out of your mind? I have no interest in you. Wang Hao cursed viciously. The black dragon snorted. Then why have you been chasing me? Of course it's to save my friend. Wang Hao pointed at Amelia in his arms and cursed. If you hadn't caught him, I wouldn't have bothered chasing you. You came here because of this human girl, the black dragon asked in surprise. Wang Hao frowned slightly. He felt there was a faint hint of disappointment in the other person's voice, but he might have misheard. Nonsense, we're not even that close. If you run away, so be it. I don't care. Then you can't kill me. I can spare your life. Wang Hao paused, a wicked smile suddenly appearing on his lips. But I have to beat you up, otherwise I won't be able to vent my anger. A flicker of fear flashed in the black dragon's eyes, then vanished. You think you can beat me up? Not so easy. Before the words were even finished, the enormous dragon tail crashed into the water with a thunderous roar, splashing up a curtain of water everywhere. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the black dragon resorted to its old tricks, once again summoning a dense fog to envelop Wang Hao. Again, without hesitation, Wang Hao carried Amelia and quickly retreated, instantly breaking free from the thick fog. The black dragon had already flown into the sky, hovering more than 30 meters above the ground, looking down at the ground. Human, you don't seem to know magic or martial arts. It seems your wish cannot be fulfilled. That's not necessarily true. Wang Hao gave a wicked smile, kicked a dead tree beside him, broke it in half, picked up the thick trunk, and weighed it in his hand. Have you ever heard of a stick technique that can lift someone off the ground? Heilong felt a sudden sense of crisis, as if a great disaster was about to befall him. She dared not utter another word of nonsense, flapped her wings, and soared into the sky, instantly reaching a height of over 100 meters. But it was too late. A whooshing sound came as a dark shadow rose from the ground and caught up with him in the blink of an eye. Then, by sheer coincidence, it pierced between two thick thighs. A heart-wrenching scream rang out, and Wang Hao's smile became even more sinister. One shot, perfect. Chapter 55, Amelia's Change. So warm. Is this feeling from my father's back? Amelia slowly opened her eyes, and what came into view was a head of short black hair and slightly yellowish skin beneath the short hair, and she could also hear heavy breathing. After a brief moment of distraction, she finally realized how awkward her current situation was. She was lying on the back of a strange man, with a pair of hot, large hands supporting her from below. Moreover, these hands are a bit mischievous, occasionally sneaking a pinch. A piercing scream suddenly rang in his ears, and Wang Hao slipped and almost fell over. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and managed to stay upright after staggering a few steps, preventing Amelia from falling off his back. Hey, you scared me to death. Wang Hao turned his head and looked at Amelia with displeasure. I risked my life to save you, and this is how you repay my life-saving grace. Amelia's face turned bright red, and she glared fiercely at Wang Hao. We can talk about saving me later. Can you tell me what your hand is doing? My hand. Wang Hao instinctively pinched it. It's very soft and bouncy. The feel is absolutely amazing. Although he felt great, he wouldn't admit it. We're running for our lives, okay? Can you stop being so picky? Me? Picky? Emilia laughed in exasperation and struggled to jump off Wang Hao's back. When she regained her footing and looked at Wang Hao again, she suddenly felt as if her heart had been squeezed hard, and she swallowed the curses that were about to come out of her mouth. His tattered clothes were covered in dust and dead leaves. His body was soaked in sweat, and steam could be seen rising from his head. The man in front of me was almost completely unkempt. Even the beggars on the street were cleaner than him. But it was precisely this disheveled appearance that quietly touched Emilia's heart. Did you come here specifically to rescue me? Nonsense. Do you know how far this place is from Celtic City? At least 200 kilometers. 200 kilometers, you understand? I'm exhausted. Emilia remained silent. 200 kilometers of terrain consisted entirely of mountains and forests. No wonder the other person's clothes were so tattered and covered in dust and twigs. Without Wang Hao needing to show off, she had already begun to imagine the hardships and difficulties along the way. But why did you save me? Emilia asked softly. I know you've always had a problem with me. You didn't even look at me properly on the day the grocery store opened. These are two different things, okay? Wang Hao looked at Emilia with a "are you stupid" expression, curled his lip, and snorted. I do dislike your arrogant attitude, but that has nothing to do with me saving you. You are still young and so beautiful. Your wonderful life has just begun. If you were to die like this, I believe many people would be saddened and would feel sorry for you. Certainly. Wang Hao picked a leaf to use as a fan, and while cooling himself down, he said casually, My strength is not bad, and I am confident that I can defeat that black dragon, which is why I try to save you. If I were just an ordinary person, you would be in big trouble. So you've been following us all the way from Moon Mountain all the way here? Emilia asked. Well, I guess so. Wang Hao didn't hide anything and said frankly, My strength and speed are not bad, but I don't know martial arts or magic, and I don't have any means of ranged attacks, so I can only wait for the black dragon to land to save you. Emilia's last shred of doubt vanished completely, leaving her only with overwhelming emotion. There's also a slightly strange feeling. She couldn't quite describe the feeling, but she knew she didn't dislike the man in front of her, even though he looked like a beggar. Thank you. Emilia crouched slightly, her skirt lifted gently, striking a pose with a very aristocratic air. Thank you for coming all the way to save me. Thank you for all the hard work and effort you put in along the way. Thank you for not giving up on me. Wang Hao was taken aback by this sudden expression of gratitude. Should we reciprocate the gesture, or should we help this young woman up? Emilia received no response, and when she looked up, she saw Wang Hao's silly expression and couldn't help but laugh. That smile immediately eased the tension considerably. Don't be so reserved. I know you're not an aristocrat, and aren't good at these aristocratic etiquettes. I just want to express my gratitude. You don't need to think about anything else. Upon hearing Emilia's words, Wang Hao shrugged and decided to stop thinking about it. Well, to be thanked by a noble lady like you makes all that sweat worthwhile, Wang Hao joked casually. In the past, Emilia would have felt uncomfortable hearing such a joke, finding the other person vulgar and offensive. But this time she didn't react at all, and didn't even sense that there was anything wrong with what Wang Hao said. Yeah, you must be exhausted from sweating so much. I'll walk the rest of the way myself. Wang Hao naturally had no objections and laughed. I remember the way we came. I'll run down here, and you can fly with me in the sky. Emilia paused for a moment, then shook her head and said, I can't fly. You can't fly? Aren't you a magician? Haven't you learned any magic like flight spells? Emilia shook her head and patiently explained. Flight is a high-level magic, and it can generally only be used by those with the strength of a mage or above. I'm only level 4, so I'm still far from it. Wang Hao had already heard Ding Dang explain the levels of magicians. First to third level mages are in the initial stage of learning the basics, and can only use some simple spells. They are called magic apprentices. Levels 4 through 6 are called magicians. They have a more proficient control over magic and can cast a wider variety of spells. This stage accounts for almost half of all magicians, and it is a hurdle that most magicians cannot overcome in their entire lives. Levels 7, 8, and 9 correspond to the titles of Junior Archmage, Intermediate Archmage, and Senior Archmage, respectively. With each level advancement, a mage's overall strength doubles, and their numbers become even scarcer. Level 10 is collectively referred to as Saint level, and a level 10 mage is called a Saint Magician. To obtain a Saint level title, talent and hard work are indispensable, as well as good luck and abundant resources. Only those who possess all these qualities are qualified to try, and only 1 in 10,000 succeeds. Amelia is only at level 4, which is just the beginning for a mage, so it's understandable that she can't use the flight spell. But the problem is that we are still nearly 200 kilometers away from Celtic City. How long will it take to walk back? So, Wang Hao turned around, put his hands behind his back, and waved to Amelia. What are you waiting for? Get up here. Chapter 56. This is the last time. My savior is secretly pinching my butt. What should I do? I need help urgently. Amelia lay on Wang Hao's back, her head nestled close to his neck, the whistling wind rushing past her ears. A strong masculine scent wafted towards her, filling her nostrils with Wang Hao's aroma, making her feel somewhat intoxicated. She could tolerate all these problems, but what embarrassed her the most was that a pair of big hands were always secretly taking advantage of her, yet she couldn't refuse. Amelia's face burned, and she kept doubting whether she had made the right choice. Half an hour ago, Wang Hao gave her 2 choices. You can either carry it in your arms or carry it on your back. Because it was too far from Celtic City, walking back was impractical, so Amelia had no choice but to accept Wang Hao's suggestion to carry her on his back. At first, Wang Hao was quite well behaved, focusing intently on his journey without making any random movements. But after only half an hour, Wang Hao started to play dirty tricks. Each time he landed, he would secretly pinch his buttocks, the pressure just right, as if it were a normal reaction to the bumps. It's fine once or twice, but it won't work if it goes on for too long. I'm not stupid. Can't I tell the difference between an accident and intentional? Whenever asked about an accident or his fear of falling, Wang Hao could always find an excuse to brush it off, and then continue to look for opportunities to take advantage of others. I'm so annoyed. I really wanted to beat him up, but I couldn't beat him, and I was counting on him to take me home. What else can we do? With her mind a jumbled mess and unable to make sense of it, Amelia gave up resisting after much effort. She slowly leaned closer to Wang Hao's ear and whispered a sentence. This is a one-time exception, and there will be no next time. Do you hear me? As dusk fell, streetlights were gradually turned on in the streets of Celtic City. There is a general store on the first floor. It's my turn, watch me. Ding Dang hovered in midair, holding a wooden die and throwing it forcefully, her gaze following the die as it jumped back and forth. 3 o'clock, let me see what it is. Holding the chess piece that represents his identity, he took 3 steps forward, and under his feet was a square painted with a crown. Ding Dang screamed excitedly. It's the king's title. This time it's my turn to be the king. Ari, quickly massage my feet. I want to be a licentious and tyrannical ruler. Ari obligingly stretched out her hands and pinched Ding Dang's legs twice. This is awesome. No wonder humans all want to be kings. It's so much fun. Lily's gaze secretly drifted to the corner of the general store, where Wang Hao used to slack off every day, but now there were 2 outsiders there. In the corner, King Arthur's face twitched, and he had an urge to hit someone. He was about to crush the Coke bottle in his hand. He took several deep breaths before managing a weak smile and shaking his head at his daughter. Lily's lips curled up slightly, and she subtly withdrew her gaze, continuing to play games with Ari and the others. Alan, who was standing nearby, saw everything. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he wished he could immediately cover the little vixen's mouth to stop her from talking nonsense. To declare to the king that you want to be king, and a licentious and incompetent ruler, isn't that courting death? Logically, he should have immediately stopped this provocative act against the dignity of the royal family. But since the person in question hadn't said anything, what could he say? Moreover, the real princess was also playing that game, and he wasn't foolish enough to reveal his identity on his own. He could only try to change the subject and distract King Arthur. Sir, are we really not going to look for Miss Amelia? King Arthur, having just gulped down a mouthful of cola and let out a burp, asked, How do we find it? Do you know where the black dragon is? Alan was speechless for a few seconds before suggesting, You can send the knights out to look for clues. The black dragon is so conspicuous, surely someone knows where it is. King Arthur glanced at him and asked indifferently, So what if you know? Can you defeat the black dragon? These words were like a thorn in Alan's heart, leaving him speechless. According to Princess Lily and Minter Phil's intelligence analysis, the black dragon that kidnapped Amelia was at least a level 9 powerhouse. Within the Order of the Griffin Knights, only the leader Kevin and Remington are capable of challenging the opponent. The only way for the others to defeat the black dragon is to rely on sheer numbers and exhaust most of its power before they can have a chance to win. 2 weeks ago, Commander Kevin led half of the Knights' forces out to fight the rampaging monsters, and they have not returned yet. Even if the Black Dragon's hiding place is found under these circumstances, sending out all remaining forces may not guarantee a successful rescue of Amelia, unless King Arthur, a level 9 greatsword master, personally intervenes. But obviously, that's impossible. After careful consideration, King Arthur made his own judgment. He decided to trust Wang Hao and pin his hopes on saving Amelia on him, and went to the grocery store with Lily to wait for news. Then that funny scene just happened. A few girls, having nothing to do, took out the flying chess game invented by Wang Hao and shared it with each other, having a great time playing it. King Arthur was also very interested, but he couldn't bring himself to play with the girls, so he and Alan hid in this corner to wait for news and discuss the promotion plan for wheat. Time passed slowly, and as night fell completely and the moon climbed into the night sky, there was a knock on the door of the grocery store. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the doorway, but they quickly looked away in disappointment. The person knocking on the door was not Wang Hao, but Professor Phil, who had rushed over after returning to the academy to report on his work. She changed into clean clothes and rushed to the general store with a worried expression, but she couldn't find Amelia. Just as Phil was about to ask what was going on, he caught a glimpse of 2 more figures in the corner. When she finally saw what the other person looked like, she broke out in a cold sweat. Lily is the princess of the Kingdom of Leighton, and all the instructors at the academy know this, so they naturally know who the king is. We've caused such a huge mess today, and now even the king has come. This matter is unlikely to end well. Phil sighed deeply, steeled himself, walked up to King Arthur, bowed, and prepared to apologize. King Arthur gestured to stop Phil's rash action and then pointed to the chair next to him. Sit down. Don't be nervous. This isn't your fault. Phil breathed a sigh of relief and then carefully sat down next to King Arthur. Your Majesty, what's wrong? King Arthur waved his hand and lowered his voice, saying, Call me Mr. Arthur. The people here don't know who I am. Phil hummed in agreement and promptly changed the way he addressed him. Mr. Arthur, I'm very sorry. It was my negligence. Here's what happened. More than an hour passed in the blink of an eye. While everyone was engrossed in their own world, the door of the grocery store was kicked open with a bang, and a tall figure appeared in the doorway. Everyone, I'm back. Chapter 57 Going Home. When Wang Hao appeared at the door, everyone immediately dropped what they were doing and crowded in front of him. Master, are you alright? Ollie noticed that Wang Hao's clothes were tattered and asked with concern, Are you hurt? Is anything bothering you? Lulu was more direct. Without saying a word, she immediately took action, carefully feeling her body from head to toe, searching for any signs of injury. I'm fine, don't worry, Wang Hao said with a smile, touching Lulu's ear. Ding Dang circled Wang Hao twice, and seeing that he really showed no signs of injury, it couldn't help but marvel. It's such a pity you weren't eaten by the Black Dragon. Wang Hao was speechless. He grabbed the little bean and kneaded it like dough. Ding Dang, I'm so sorry I wasn't eaten. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Ding Dang squealed and cried out pitifully as she was being rubbed. I didn't. I was just concerned about you, you know? Stop rubbing me. You're going to wrinkle my wings. Hee hee, isn't that even better? It saves me from having to keep buzzing around in my ear like a fly all day long. Lily hadn't managed to squeeze past anyone else, and she wanted to ask about the situation but couldn't get a word in edgewise, leaving her extremely anxious. Just then, a dirty face pushed aside Wang Hao's arm and peered tentatively into the store. Amy. Lily recognized Amelia's face first and screamed excitedly. Amy, you're finally back. Amelia's eyes reddened when she saw Lily. She pushed past Wang Hao and squeezed into the store, where she hugged Lily. Wow, I thought I'd never see you again. Okay, it's good to be back. Are you hurt? Is anything bothering you? No, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. The scene of the two embracing and comforting each other was heartwarming, and even Wang Hao, a straight man, felt embarrassed to disturb them at that moment. He silently looked towards the back of the crowd, where there were still 3 figures. When Professor Phil saw that Amelia had returned safely, a huge weight was finally lifted from his heart. With the pressure gone, the pent-up frustration dissipated, and I slumped down like a deflated balloon. Ellen, who was standing next to her, reacted quickly and grabbed her slender waist, preventing Phil from being embarrassed in public. King Arthur stood behind everyone, a faint smile on his face. After meeting Wang Hao's gaze, he said, Good lad, I knew there would be no problem. You really are reliable. Wang Hao pursed his lips, ignoring his words, and instead looked at Lulu beside him. Lulu, is there anything to eat? I've driven hundreds of kilometers. I'm starving. Yes, everything is ready. We're just waiting for you to come back, master. Lulu took off running and rushed upstairs to the 2nd floor to hurry up and prepare dinner for Wang Hao. Ari looked at Wang Hao, then at the others, hesitated for a moment before making up her mind, and cautiously looked at Wang Hao. Master, Miss Lily has been waiting for you and hasn't had dinner yet. May I invite them to dine with us? Don't worry, Lulu and I have prepared plenty of food, enough for everyone. Wang Hao was greatly surprised when he heard her idea. Because of their unpleasant past experiences, the Ali sisters have always harbored hostility towards humans. When facing customers, they always pretend to be friendly, but Wang Hao knows that the two sisters are very wary inside. They don't trust anyone except him, including Old Man Hans and Uncle John. Wang Hao respected their ideas, never forced them to change anything, and did not think there was anything wrong with their ideas. What he didn't expect was that in just one afternoon, Lily was able to get the two sisters to lower their guard, which was quite interesting. Ali, are you sure? Ari nodded seriously without hesitation. Miss Lily is a good person, and I think she can be trusted. Wang Hao smiled with satisfaction when he heard this. Living in a city dominated by humans, if you are constantly hostile to humans and always feel that everyone around you is a bad person with ill intentions, you will definitely not be happy. Now that Ari and Lulu have taken the first step, he certainly won't object. Okay, go invite them. I'll go upstairs to change my clothes and be right back. After greeting everyone, Wang Hao returned to his bedroom on the second floor. When he changed into clean clothes and returned to the first floor had changed drastically. The shelves were moved to both sides, and a large table was placed in the empty space. Phil used magic to create several small, floating fireballs for lighting, while Alan moved heavy wooden chairs and placed them around the table. Under Ali's direction, the other girls brought over tableware and food and placed them on the table one by one. Arthur Old Dang somehow got hold of a bottle of wine and was admiring it alone by the firelight. Inside the transparent crystal bottle, the amber-colored liquid shone with a captivating luster in the firelight, suggesting it was a high-quality wine. Wang Hao didn't stand on ceremony with him. As he passed by, he reached out and grabbed the beautiful crystal bottle. Wow, this bottle is quite pretty. I wonder what it tastes like. As he spoke, Wang Hao had already pulled the cork off the bottle. With a pop, the cork was opened, and a rich fruity aroma filled the air. Wang Hao took a deep breath, and his eyes lit up. It smells delicious. Let me taste it. Just as he brought it to his lips, and before he could even taste it, a large, hairy hand reached out and snatched the crystal bottle from Wang Hao's hand. You brat, this is Eversong mead, a specialty of the elven race. How dare you taste it like this? King Arthur carefully held the crystal bottle, his distressed expression amusing Wang Hao. Old Dang, you're a nobleman. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a bottle of wine? King Arthur rolled his eyes, snatched the cork from Wang Hao's hand, and carefully placed it on the crystal bottle. What do you know? This is something money can't buy. Do you think it's like Coke, where you can just buy a whole bunch of it? Although Wang Hao didn't know the exact value of Yanga mead, the fact that Arthur was so distressed by it meant it must be a rare and valuable item. But what does this have to do with me? A wicked smile appeared on Wang Hao's lips. Taking advantage of Arthur's inattention, he snatched the crystal bottle from his arms and swallowed a large mouthful. The amber-colored wine bursts with rich, fruity aromas upon tasting, sweet and mellow, with a delightful flavor. It's sweet and has a rich, fruity aroma. It's definitely a good product. What? King Arthur watched helplessly as Wang Hao downed nearly half the bottle in one gulp. He was so angry that his hands and feet trembled. He pointed at Wang Hao's nose and scolded. You brat, you've wasted all this good stuff. Can't you even be a little more mindful of your image? Wang Hao let out a burp and replied irritably. Old Dang, I've done you such a big favor. Is it all right for me to drink a bottle of your wine? Chapter 58 Old Dang and Chopsticks. What would happen if Emilia died at the hands of the Black Dragon? Lily must be very sad. After all, the two grew up together and were best friends who could talk about anything. Phil will also be in big trouble, and it's uncertain whether he can continue to work at Starlight Academy. But compared to the two of them, the person with the biggest headache must be King Arthur, the ruler of the Kingdom of Leighton. Duke Kyle and Duke Geraint are two of only two paladins in the kingdom, leading the Knights of Dawn to guard the northern border, making them the second largest power in the Kingdom of Leighton. Many years ago, before Arthur ascended the throne, he met Geraint by chance. The two embarked on adventures together, defeating bandits and monsters, and forged a deep friendship over the long years. Later, Arthur ascended the throne as King Arthur, and Geraint was awarded the title of Duke for his outstanding military achievements and became the leader of the Knights of Dawn. Although their identities have changed, their relationship has remained the same, and they are still best friends in private. 6 years ago, the northern barbarians sent a group of elite assassins to infiltrate the border and launch a surprise attack on the ducal territory while Geraint was away on a campaign, brutally murdering the kind duchess. As a result of this incident, Duke Geraint had no choice but to send Emilia to the capital and entrust her to King Arthur for care. If Emilia were to die at the hands of the Black Dragon, King Arthur would not know how to face his former friend. If the other party becomes disloyal because of this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Wang Hao's statement that he did him a great favor is absolutely true. However, King Arthur was also curious as to why Wang Hao would say such a thing. Did he already know his identity? "Boy, you didn't save my daughter. What does it have to do with me?" King Arthur asked, pretending to be nonchalant. Wang Hao glanced at him and snorted, "That girl and your daughter are so close. Don't tell me you don't know her father. If her father finds out his daughter is dead and your daughter is still alive and kicking, do you think you'll have a good life from now on?" "I see." King Arthur had to admit that Wang Hao was quite clever, managing to glean so much from the relationship between the two girls. "Okay, you're right. This really helped me a lot." King Arthur readily accepted the favor and asked, "What do you want? I can find a way to help you achieve it, as a thank you for saving Amy." "A thank you gift?" Wang Hao thought carefully for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I'll remember it for now. I don't need anything right now. We'll talk about it later." King Arthur paused for a moment, then laughed. "All right, you'll remember this, kid. Tell me when you've thought it through." The dining table was already set out neatly, and steaming hot food and drinks were all prepared. At Ari's warm invitation, everyone sat around the dining table. Wang Hao took the seat of honor without hesitation. Seeing all the dishes he loved on the table, his mouth watered. He picked up his chopsticks, ready to take a bite of the fragrant and fatty braised pork, when a soft little hand quietly reached out and gently pinched the soft flesh on his waist. Wang Hao was startled and looked down to see that it was Ali causing trouble. "Hey, Ari, why are you pinching me?" This question made Ari blush. She lowered her head and whispered, "Master, this is the first time everyone has come to our house as guests. As the host, you should say something." Wang Hao then belatedly realized what was happening and nodded thoughtfully. "That's right. I should probably be more polite." He thought for a moment, then suddenly picked up his chopsticks and pointed at the dishes on the table 3 times, saying as he pointed, "Quickly, quickly, everyone, eat it before it gets cold." After saying that, without caring whether anyone else understood, he picked up a piece of bright red braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth, eating it with relish. Everyone looked at each other and laughed in unison. The guests present, whether it was Lily, Emilia, or Phil, all came from noble families, and there were many rules and etiquette to observe when dining. Wang Hao's habit of eating whatever he wanted, while lacking in manners, also subtly brought everyone closer together. In particular, the pressure brought by King Arthur's noble status also disappeared without him realizing it. "What are you waiting for? Eat up." Wang Hao muttered something else, while picking up a piece of twice-cooked pork and stuffing it into his mouth. "Let me tell you, these are all Lulu's specialties. You'll be missing out if you don't try them." The group exchanged smiles. Then, without further hesitation, each picked out the dishes that caught their eye and began to taste them. To make it easier for everyone to use, Ari has specially prepared 2 sets of tableware. A set includes a knife and fork, which are common cutlery in Celtic cities, and a pair of chopsticks in front of each person. Wang Hao used the chopsticks to his heart's content, making them incredibly versatile for picking up meat and vegetables. However, in the hands of others, they became a challenge, leading to all sorts of hilarious and unexpected situations. After a few attempts, everyone had to switch back to knives and forks, except for King Arthur, who was still stubbornly sticking with chopsticks. "Kid, what are these 2 sticks? Why are you so good with them? But they're so unruly when I use them." Wang Hao glanced at him indifferently and snorted, "These are tableware from my hometown. Only smart people can use them skillfully. If you can't use them, it must be because you're stupid." "Oh." King Arthur glared with his big eyes, snorted coldly, and cursed, "Nonsense. If I'm not smart, then there's no smart person in the world. Then don't use a knife and fork. Chopsticks are so convenient. Look at me." Wang Hao twirled his chopsticks a couple of times like a clown, then picked up a bean and showed it off to King Arthur. "See? I can even add beans together. Can you do that?" "It's just a bean. What's the big deal?" King Arthur's stubbornness kicked in, and he challenged a chickpea, determined to prove himself. After several attempts, he finally figured out a trick and managed to use the chopsticks to pick up the cunning bean. Before he could even show off, Wang Hao subtly pressed down on the table, knocking the bean he had painstakingly picked up back to the ground. "Kid, you cheated." "Hee hee. Old dang. If you're not good enough, don't blame others. You need to practice more, understand? Then don't touch the table. Mind your own business. The old man and the young man started arguing, and it went on, leaving everyone speechless. Wang Hao is one thing, but this guy is not like an aristocrat at all. He's a complete street ruffian, so it's not surprising that he does anything. But King Arthur, who was the most honorable king of Leighton, also followed his foolish ways. Those who know King Arthur's identity find it incredible and can't understand why. After arguing for a long time, King Arthur finally put that damned pea into his mouth, and then suddenly remembered something else. Kid, you keep calling me Lao Dang. Lao Dang? What does Lao Dang mean? Chapter 59 Colosseum. I had a good night's sleep. The next morning, the grocery store opened on time, and a long line formed in front of it early in the morning. Wang Hao glanced at the queue and noticed some unusual customers. These people wore more exquisite clothes that ordinary commoners could not afford, but they were not as ostentatious as those of nobles. Wang Hao guessed that they might be businessmen. As it turned out, he was right. Before the holiday, Wang Hao asked Ali to make a sign to hang on the door, informing customers of the 5-day work week and 2-day rest rule to prevent anyone from making a wasted trip. At first, no one believed that someone would give up a profitable business and take 2 days off to rest. But the grocery store didn't open for 2 days in a row, so these people had no choice but to believe it. So some people started to have ideas. Since the grocery store takes 2 days off every 5 days, why not give us the distribution rights for the goods so that we can supplement the market demand during those 2 days? As soon as these people entered, they started trying to get close to Ali, appealing to his emotions and reasoning with him, making all sorts of promises in the hope of getting discounts. In particular, the premium salt sold in the store is a product that almost every merchant wants to exclusively distribute. The salt that can cure moonsight is already well known in Celtic City, and even nearby towns have heard the rumor. As long as you can get a discounted price, you can make a lot of money by reselling it. How can you miss such a good deal? However, Wang Hao had already set a rule that the store's goods would not be discounted without his permission, and no merchant would be granted an agency right, so Ali decisively refused them. Undeterred, the businessmen set their sights on Wang Hao, who was sitting in the corner studying his new toy. They surrounded Wang Hao, all talking at once to express their sincerity, which annoyed Wang Hao to no end. In business, harmony is paramount. Even if a deal falls through, goodwill should remain. Although these merchants were as annoying as flies, they didn't mean any harm, so Wang Hao couldn't easily take action against them. This is the price. Take it or leave it. If you're not buying, get out. After uttering a harsh threat, Wang Hao drove away all the merchants and then took the opportunity to slip away. If I can't hit you, can I at least dodge? Wang Hao left the business in the store to Ali and Lulu and wandered around the streets. The East District is safe and has legitimate businesses, so after a while I felt it wasn't very interesting. After thinking for a moment, Wang Hao decided to head straight to the West District to see what those shady businesses were up to these days. The atmosphere in the West End was still just as oppressive, making people feel very uncomfortable. There were many people hiding in the shadows by the roadside, casting malicious glances at anyone who passed by. Among these people were beggars, thieves, and spies planted by certain forces. Everyone who enters the West District is subject to their scrutiny, and once someone is identified as a target, trouble is sure to follow. But Wang Hao is an exception. This area, which others would have to be wary of, is like his own living room to him. He can go wherever he wants. If you see something you've never seen before, go and take a look. If you encounter food you've never eaten before, buy some to try. He saw 2 pitiful little beggars on the road, and his heart softened, so he gave each of them a silver coin. Even so, no one dared to make a move against him. Before he knew it, Wang Hao had arrived at the entrance of the arena. This amphitheater has a history of over 100 years, and its architecture exudes a sense of historical vicissitude. The gate, crafted in the shape of a giant dragon's head, exudes a powerful sense of oppression. The passageway lies within the dragon's mouth, and approaching it feels as if one is about to be swallowed whole, adding to the somber and oppressive atmosphere. Just as Wang Hao was hesitating whether to go in and broaden his horizons, a group of people walked out of the arena. The fat man in the lead was his old acquaintance, the slave trader George, Leather. Upon seeing Wang Hao standing at the door, George paused for a moment, then immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. "Oh my, isn't this Brother Wang? What brings someone as busy as you to the West District?" The fat man's smile was obsequious yet tinged with a hint of awe, making those who knew him feel a sense of unfamiliarity. The West Side is large, but there aren't many powerful forces within it, and George is one of them. His slave-hunting team has hundreds of skilled fighters, many of whom are silver-level warriors. If they were all mobilized, they could conquer a territory. In addition, George has a wide network of connections. Because of the slave trade, he had frequent dealings with nobles and also had close cooperation with the #1 thief guild in the underworld. Looking across the entire Celtic city, there aren't many people who can make this fat man bow and scrape. Who is this unfamiliar young man? It's you, fatty. Wang Hao glanced at George indifferently and asked coldly, do you still want your money? Do you really want me to deliver it to you personally? The fat man waved his hands repeatedly and explained with a smile. It's just a small amount of money. How could I let you make the trip yourself? Just send someone to tell me when it's convenient for you, and I'll come and collect it myself. No need for you to trouble yourself. Wang Hao remained non-committal, simply grunting in response without replying. George's eyes darted around, and he leaned closer to Wang Hao and whispered, Brother Wang, is this your first time at the Colosseum? Let me introduce you. This is the owner of the Dragon Arena. Everyone calls him Hercules Noah. He pointed to the burly, muscular man next to him and introduced him. Noah is a gold-level grand swordsman. There are few people in the West District who can rival him. These words seemed to have a hidden meaning, but Wang Hao didn't care. Even the Black Dragon was no match for him. So how could a gold-level great swordsman possibly turn the tide? Seemingly sensing the disdain in Wang Hao's expression, Noah's rugged face twisted, gradually revealing a malicious smile. George, whose young master is this? Why don't you introduce him to us old folks? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not a nobleman. Don't try to label me. Before the fat man could introduce himself, Wang Hao revealed his identity. I'm just an ordinary person, running a small grocery store. I can't compare to Noah's big business. Hearing that he was just a small merchant who ran a general store, although everyone couldn't understand why the fat man was so respectful to him, their expressions clearly showed a hint of contempt. Seeing everyone's expressions, George didn't say a word, but he was already sneering inwardly. Do you think someone who can make even the finance minister swallow his anger is an ordinary person? Brother Noah, it's a rare occasion for Boss Wang to come all this way. Why don't you invite him in for a tour? The fat man suggested with a smile. Hearing his words, Noah's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked with a hint of malice, I'd like to, but I don't know if Mr. Wang would be willing to do me the honor. Wang Hao chuckled as if he hadn't understood the malice in the words. Since it's Hercules who invited me, how could I possibly refuse? Please come, Mr. Hercules. Chapter 60 The Bet. Brother, I recently received another batch of slaves, and there's a pretty nice cat girl among them. When are you going to go check her out? Let's talk about it when we have time. I'm not in the mood right now. Alright, let me know when you come, and I'll send someone to pick you up. By the way, I have a partnership with the Dragon Arena. If you want to gamble later, you can contact me. I know the details of those slaves very well. Let's take a look first, and we'll talk about it when we need it. Brother. Although Wang Hao remained aloof, the fat man acted as if he didn't notice, continuing to chatter and try to get close to him, leaving the others confused and wondering about Wang Hao's identity. Noah, in particular, remained skeptical of Wang Hao's identity, refusing to believe that Wang Hao was merely a small merchant running a grocery store. The Celtic city's underworld has recently encountered some troublesome problems, and the forces in the West District have also been implicated. In order to find out the truth of the matter as soon as possible, all the major forces have sent people to participate in the investigation, but after more than a month of hard work, they still haven't found the source. George came to the Dragon Arena today not only to deliver a batch of strong slaves, but also to discuss the possibility of an alliance with Noah. In this perilous time, having more allies is always better than having more enemies, not to mention the opportunity to further divide up even greater benefits. The two engaged in a heated debate for over an hour and reached a preliminary agreement on cooperation. They only need to further divide the profits before finalizing the alliance and jointly pursuing greater benefits. At this crucial moment, a young man suddenly appeared who even the fat man had to give way to. Noah would be suspicious. However, he did not delve into the matter, but instead temporarily concealed his suspicions and took Wang Hao for a tour of the arena. The Dragon Arena is divided into two parts, the above-ground arena and the underground arena. The arena on the ground is open to everyone. It can be used to settle personal grudges or to challenge the warriors trained in the arena and obtain high rewards through bets. Noah didn't care about this part. His core interest was actually the underground arena. The underground arena, as the name suggests, is a battleground for humans and beasts. Noah ordered his men to capture a large number of magical beasts in the wild and keep them in captivity. He arranged for slaves to fight them and set up betting games during the competition. Blood and bestiality stimulate the desires hidden deep within human beings, and many people participate in gambling in each competition, betting on the outcome of a match, on the end time, or even on which side will ultimately perish. The darkness of human nature was laid bare at this moment. When Wang Hao entered the underground arena, the match had just ended, and the situation on the stage was appalling. This match is between a centaur male demi-human and a level 3 magical beast, the giant snout sawtooth crocodile. After a fierce battle lasting more than 10 minutes, the centaur man finally defeated the giant crocodile and achieved final victory. Although he won, his situation is not optimistic. The giant crocodile has thick, tough skin and incredible defense. Its serrated teeth can easily tear apart an enemy's body, making it the uncrowned king of the swamp. To defeat it, the centaur paid a heavy price, losing an arm and a hind leg to the serrated teeth. In the end, he managed to kill the giant crocodile by plunging his wooden spear into its eye in a desperate attempt to kill it. This was never a fair fight. Facing a powerful level 3 magical beast, with only a wooden spear as his weapon, almost no one believed he could survive to the end, yet he did. Some people pointed at the ring and cursed loudly, while others excitedly waved their betting tickets and rushed to the counter to redeem their winnings. The scene was chaotic. A pungent smell of blood filled the foul air, and Wang Hao frowned instinctively. Noah's eyes flashed with disdain upon seeing this, and he deliberately asked, "Boss Wang, how's it going? Want to play around?" The fat man quietly nudged Wang Hao's arm, giving him a cautious look, but said nothing. "Play around?" Wang Hao sneered. "How do you want to play? Let's bet on whether he can survive the next match." Noah pointed at the centaur man kneeling on the ring. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, his disgust for Noah reaching its peak. The centaur man was already crippled, and to gamble with his life under these circumstances, this man was utterly depraved. Moreover, this is Noah's home turf. Whether the centaur man can survive is entirely up to him. Wang Hao would not participate in a situation where defeat is inevitable. If you're going to gamble, gamble in areas you're good at. Your Excellency Hercules, to be honest, I am not one to entrust my fate to others, and I hope you will understand. Wang Hao said this with a smile on his face, a smile so genuine that no one could find fault with it. However, I'm very interested in your suggestion, so I have an idea. How about we make a bet? Noah paused, a hint of confusion appearing on his face. You want to bet with me? Yes, we don't need anyone else to do it, just the two of us. What do you think? This suggestion left Noah somewhat puzzled. How do you want to bet? Simple, Wang Hao laughed. We just stand here, one punch each. Whoever falls first loses. Simple, right? He spoke casually, but to Noah it was nothing short of a huge joke. Noah's ability to establish himself in the West District was due not only to the legacy of his ancestors, but also to his own strength. Everyone thought that Noah had just entered the gold level, but in fact he had already successfully broken through to the 7th level 3 years ago, but he had been hiding it very well. He has already reached the threshold of level 8. With diligent training, he can successfully break through to level 8 in at most 2 years and become one of the top combat forces in Celtic City. In his view, Wang Hao's suggestion was no different from courting death. Are you sure? Noah asked, frowning. Of course, I never like to lie, Wang Hao replied decisively. Noah narrowed his eyes, carefully observing Wang Hao's body. With an ordinary physique, no explosive muscles, and no fluctuations of fighting spirit within his body, where does he get the confidence to bet with me? Just as he was racking his brains trying to figure it out, Wang Hao spoke up again. Of course, as a sign of respect, I can let you make the first move. If you can defeat me, I am willing to offer 500 gold coins as an apology for offending you. If I'm lucky enough to win, you can do as you please. These words sounded polite, but Noah sensed a provocation from Wang Hao, an offense he had rarely encountered since becoming famous. Young man, you have a lot of confidence. Noah sneered, I accept your challenge. I can still afford the 500 gold coin wager. As for your respect, haha, I'm not so much someone that a junior would give way to me. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately swung his arm. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Chapter 61 George's Unspeakable Secret. It's foolish not to take advantage of a good deal. Since Noah has voluntarily given up the advantage of attacking first, why should Wang Hao be polite? He smirked, swung his arm, and threw a punch that landed squarely on Noah's stomach. This punch had neither an explosive sound nor a powerful force. It was soft and weak, as if it had hit cotton, and looked quite ordinary. Just as everyone was waiting to see him make a fool of himself, Wang Hao put away his fist, turned around, and walked slowly toward the door. Fatty, I'll ask Hercules for the money I owe you. Consider the extra amount as interest, no need to thank me. George's pupils contracted sharply, his heart filled with utter shock. What does this sentence mean? Could it be? 3 seconds later, as Wang Hao's figure disappeared through the doorway, Noah's strong body collapsed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Without uttering a single word, or even a groan, he simply lay stiffly on the bluestone-paved ground. When Noah's 2 men went to check on him, they found that Noah's eyes had rolled back and he had passed out, gritting his teeth. Hiss! A collective gasp filled the air. Everyone was stunned by Noah's tragic state, and they all trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. Without using any battle aura, he was able to knock out Noah, a gold grand swordsman, with a single punch using only his physical strength. Just what kind of monster is that young man? While everyone was discussing Wang Hao's combat strength, the fat man had already quietly slipped out. Wait for me, bro. The fat man chased after him, panting, and when he saw Wang Hao's back, his eyes lit up with joy, and he quickened his pace to catch up. Why did you just leave like that, brother? You didn't even wait for me. Wang Hao glanced at him indifferently and said irritably, You're not a great beauty. Why would I wait for you? The fat man wasn't embarrassed at all. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, he chuckled and said, I'm not a great beauty, but I don't have any beauties around. If you're looking for women, I'll send you a few. I've got all kinds of types. Forget it. I'm not a stud. I'm not interested. Wang Hao decisively rejected the fat man's advances, saying, I've already settled the money I owe you. You can ask that big oaf for it yourself. 500 gold coins is no small sum, and George certainly wouldn't give it up. But compared to Wang Hao, what is that little bit of money? Knocking Noah unconscious with a single punch, such terrifying combat power is unparalleled in the entire Celtic city. Perhaps only that one from the Griffin Knights has that kind of strength. No wonder the Marquis of Wellington didn't react at all. He must have known something beforehand. The fat man took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, Brother, can you tell me your strength? Wang Hao smiled faintly and said self-deprecatingly, I'm just an ordinary person. I don't know magic or battle chi. I'm just naturally strong. There's nothing special about me. Since you don't want to say more, then I won't ask. The fat man thought Wang Hao was unwilling to reveal his secrets, so he simply changed the subject. Hey bro, your general store's been really popular lately. Lots of stuff I've never seen before. Take that toilet paper, for example. It's so soft and comfortable. It feels amazing to wipe my butt. The fat man talked on, showing no signs of stopping even after leaving the arena. Wang Hao was so annoyed that he had to interrupt his flattery. Fatty, what do you want? If you just want to flatter me, forget it. I'm not interested. George licked his lips, glanced around, and then leaned closer to Wang Hao, whispering something to him. Brother, I do have something I want to tell you, but it's not convenient here. Could we go somewhere else? Wang Hao glanced at him and nodded calmly. George was overjoyed and immediately called his men to bring the carriage over. Brother, come to my place. It's convenient there. George's house was located at the border of the lower town in Goldenport, not far away. It was a quick carriage ride away. It was a lush, green manor. Although the fat man was not an aristocrat, he was rich and willing to enjoy life. His home was decorated in a magnificent and luxurious style. As soon as you enter, several maids kneel down to greet you. Some are responsible for taking off your shoes, some for taking your clothes, and others for bringing you hot water at a comfortable temperature to wash up. Wang Hao was like a country bumpkin, completely at everyone's mercy, his toes practically digging into the floor in embarrassment. In order not to embarrass himself in front of the fat man, he tried to divert his attention by looking at the obedient maid beside him. Among these maids are demi-human beast-eared girls and young human girls, each with their own unique temperament. But without exception, they are all young and beautiful girls. Several of them were even wearing maid outfits made by Hans the Elder, their long, slender, and fair legs exposed, exuding youthful energy. George noticed Wang Hao's gaze and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hey bro, have you got your eye on any of them? If you do, just tell me. These maids are still virgins. I'll give them to you if you like. Chick. Wang Hao could hardly believe his ears. He thought he had misheard. 9 out of 10 fat men are lecherous, and George holds the power of life and death over the maids, so it's unbelievable that they've been kept alive until now. Seeing Wang Hao's astonished expression, the fat man roughly guessed what he was thinking. He sighed deeply and shook his head helplessly. Brother, you don't know this, but when I first became rich, I didn't know how to control myself and my body was too exhausted. Now I'm willing but unable, and these maids are just for my eyes. I've never touched them. I see. Wang Hao looked like he suddenly understood, finally realizing what was going on. He didn't laugh at the fat man, nor did he show any unusual reaction. Everyone's a man. Just because you haven't done something doesn't mean you haven't thought about it. It just means you haven't had the opportunity. George was overjoyed that George didn't laugh at him. Brother, don't be so polite. Just tell me which one you like. There are guest rooms upstairs. I can wait until you're done playing before we talk about other things. Of course, if one isn't enough, we can have more. Wang Hao interrupted him as he spoke more and more outrageously. Stop. I'm not interested in your women. You can keep them for yourself. The fat man paused for a moment, then smiled wryly and said, Brother, please don't make fun of me. What difference is there between me and a cripple now? Please don't laugh at me. That's not necessarily true. Wang Hao smiled mysteriously and suddenly waved to the butler at the door. Go to a general store in the eastern part of Golden Harbor and buy a bottle of something called Liwei Dahuangwan. Go quickly and come back soon. This stuff will be useful to your master. Although George didn't know what Liwei Dahuang pills were, he still had the butler buy them as Wang Hao had instructed. As for the price of 100 gold coins, that's nothing. He has the money. After the butler left, George's expression hardened, and he said solemnly, Brother, have you heard about the recent massacres and tortures in the city? Chapter 62, Bizarre Massacre. In the past month, more than 30 cases of torture and murder have occurred in Celtic City. The victims died in extremely cruel ways. Some had their life force drained, while others had their hearts and livers ripped out, suffering inhumane torture before their deaths. After receiving the report, the city's guards organized an investigation and determined that the crime was committed by a person, but they were unable to find a suspect. Charles, who was in charge of the matter, was furious. He summoned the leaders of the various factions and forced them to hand over the murderer within half a month. You want him to hand over the murderer? Wang Hao frowned upon hearing this. He's so sure it was you guys who did it. How is that possible? George leaned back lazily on the sofa, slowly swirling the wine in his glass, and said unhurriedly, Those officials have always been like this. They are incompetent and can't find the criminals, so they make us take the blame. They just want to give those stupid civilians an explanation. Seeing that Wang Hao still seemed doubtful, George offered a few more explanations. We may not be any good people, but our main goal is to make money. What use are those filthy organs? Besides, even if I were really so perverted as to want those disgusting things, I have plenty of slaves. Why would I bother with those commoners? Wang Hao thought it made sense and temporarily put aside his suspicions about the fat man. However, he still couldn't understand why the fat man had told him this. I'm not a police officer, and I can't solve cases, so what's the use of telling me? The answer to this question was quickly found. The fat man put down his wine glass, leaned forward, and moved closer to Wang Hao. Brother, are you wondering why I'm telling you this? Wang Hao nodded. The fat man's expression turned extremely serious, and he only continued to explain after dismissing both maids from the room. Brother, I am a slave trader, and my slave-catching teams have traveled almost all over the continent. I've seen this situation more than once in the past 10 years. What? Wang Hao was taken aback and hurriedly asked, when and where? The fat man waved his hand, signaling Wang Hao to calm down first, before continuing. This story begins when I was young. I was once a chivalrous knight-errant, upholding justice and fighting injustice, and was deeply loved by the common people. Shut up, don't insult my ears with your shamelessness. Do you think I'd believe your nonsense? Well, that was my childhood dream, but unfortunately I went astray. Get to the point, don't waste my time. Seeing that Wang Hao was about to get angry, the fat man quickly put away his smile and said seriously, Demon summoning ritual. A demon summoning ritual? Wang Hao frowned and couldn't help but ask, Are you sure? I'm sure. The fat man nodded, his expression serious. I've encountered this situation before when I led men out to capture slaves. They slaughtered demi-humans, using their flesh and blood as sacrifices to make deals with demons. Then why didn't you tell the guards? Do you think they don't know? The fat man retorted. This question left Wang Hao speechless. Knowing that someone might be setting up a demon summoning ritual, why make the underground forces take the blame? Aren't they worried that this matter will escalate? The fat man snorted and said disdainfully, Celtic City is very large. The upper city, the lower city, and the surrounding towns all have at least 100,000 people living here. Such a large area cannot be adequately served by the guards alone, with just over 1,000 men. Charles just wants to use our people to help him investigate this matter. If he finds the suspect, great. If not, he can force us to take the blame. It's a win-win situation for him. He doesn't care about the lives of civilians. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but shudder. For a department whose duty is to maintain public order to handle this matter so carelessly shows that those noble lords don't treat ordinary people as human beings at all. Letting out a sigh of relief, Wang Hao asked again, "What is the purpose of this demon summoning ritual? Can it summon demons? You can summon demons directly, or you can make a deal with demons to exchange for what you need." "What do I need? Power, appearance, lifespan. These are nothing to demons. As long as there are enough sacrifices, they can satisfy them." "I see." Wang Hao understood. When it comes to their own interests, it's not surprising that they would do anything utterly immoral, let alone sacrifice other people's lives. "Fatty, now that you've guessed all this, what are you planning to do?" Wang Hao asked. George picked up his glass of red wine, took a sip, and said casually, "I'm just an insignificant slave trader. I only need to guard my own little plot of land, and at most keep an eye on whether any suspicious people appear in the city." A suspicious person? Wang Hao was visibly taken aback when he heard this, because he noticed that George was looking at him with an unreadable light in his eyes. "You doubt me?" Wang Hao asked. The fat man didn't hide anything and readily admitted it. "That's right. I had people investigate you after I left last time. Your general store sells goods I've never seen before. You're very strong. Even Noah isn't your match. Isn't that suspicious enough?" After listening to his analysis, Wang Hao smiled. "Then how dare you be alone with me? Aren't you afraid I might be a potential murderer?" The fat man smiled and shook his head. "No, you're not. Although your origins are mysterious, you still have humanity. I don't believe that a person with humanity would use other people's lives as a sacrifice." Wang Hao asked in surprise, "Where did you get the idea that I have humanity? Couldn't it just be an act?" Hearing his words, the fat man laughed even harder. "I haven't lived these years for nothing. I've met all sorts of people, so I have a good eye for them. Back in the arena, you deliberately swapped your bet with Noah, didn't you? That centaur slave was sold to Noah by me, and I believe this is the first time you have seen him. But I saw a hint of reluctance in your eyes, which cannot be faked, so I believe you." "Okay, congratulations on guessing correctly." Wang Hao clapped his hands lightly twice, acknowledging George's guess. "Then what did you call me here for? Just to praise me for being humane?" Wang Hao asked. The fat man smiled faintly and said calmly, "You are very strong. It's better to be friends with someone as strong as you than to be your enemy, right? I'd like to make friends with you." Wang Hao shook his head and refused the fat man without any politeness. "But I don't want to be friends with you. There's a saying in my hometown. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. You and I are not on the same path, and I have no interest in being friends with you." Wang Hao thought his words would embarrass the fat man, but to his surprise, the fat man not only didn't get angry, but laughed even more happily. "You're a straightforward person, and dealing with you is easy and doesn't require much thought, which is great. Since we can't be friends, let's be familiar strangers. My name is George Leather. Nice to meet you." Chapter 63 Rise Up. Wang Hao did not stay at the fat man's house for long. After finding out the whole story, he left the luxurious manor alone. As the fat man said, something should be done by some people. Just mind your own business and don't worry about other things. Instead of wasting time on that, you should study the store's business and earn more money so that the system can be upgraded as soon as possible. The items in the store are related to the system level, and each upgrade requires earning a certain amount of gold coins. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 is relatively simple, requiring only 50 gold coins, but subsequent upgrades are not so easy. Upgrading from level 2 to level 3 requires 500 gold coins. Upgrading from level 3 to level 4 requires 5,000 gold coins, and upgrading from level 4 to level 5 requires 50,000 gold coins. And so on, the requirements for each level increase tenfold, which is simply outrageous. What's most frustrating is that only selling products provided by the system counts as income. Coins earned through any other means are not included in the assessment, effectively eliminating any possibility of cheating. The system is currently in level 2, and it will take more than 300 gold coins before the next upgrade. Relying on selling cheap items like cola and salt will probably take several more days. However, Wang Hao wasn't without shortcuts, such as Liawei Daihuang pills. Liawei Daihuang pills are priced at 100 gold coins per bottle. As long as you can find a way to sell more bottles, upgrading in the early stages won't be too difficult. As for how to sell such an expensive product, Wang Hao turned to look at the villa in the center of the manor, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. That's Liawei Daihuang pills produced by the system. Everyone who's used it raves about it. Inside the living room on the first floor of the villa, George leaned back lazily on the sofa, holding a crystal glass in his hand and idly shaking it. The scarlet wine shimmered beautifully as the glass was slowly swirled. Inviting Wang Hao to my home today might seem a bit abrupt, but George has his own reasons. Wang Hao's strength is unfathomable, far surpassing that of ordinary experts. George had intended to bring him to his side and use him to gain more benefits, but unfortunately, he failed to do so. But it wasn't like we gained nothing at all. The conversation went fairly smoothly. Although Wang Hao repeatedly expressed his unwillingness to be friends with him, he did not show much resistance. He believed that as long as he continued to make contact, he would eventually be able to figure out the secrets of this mysterious young man and manipulate him at will. Even if all else fails, it's a way out. If something happens in the future, they can ask Wang Hao for protection. At worst, they can just spend more money. George was pleased with his decision, raised his glass, and drank it all in one gulp, then looked at the butler standing at the door. What about the things I asked you to buy? The butler hurriedly took out the Liwei Daihuang pills he had just bought from his coat pocket and carefully handed them to the fat man. Sir, this is the Liwei Daihuang pill that the man asked me to buy. It is said to be a very useful supplement for men. Useful for men? The fat man noticed that the butler emphasized the word man, and was slightly surprised. He took the bottle and examined it carefully. The butler continued, these are some small black pills. Take 6 each time. Consistent use might enhance male function, who knows? He didn't finish his sentence, but his words had already piqued the fat man's interest. The fat man's hidden ailment had persisted for 7 or 8 years, and no effective treatment had been found. Even the church pastor couldn't solve this physiological problem. Although the fat man acted nonchalant and indifferent in front of Wang Hao, what man would willingly become a eunuch? So, with a nothing-to-lose mentality, the fat man poured out a handful of pills, didn't even count them, and directly put them into his mouth. Then he picked up a glass of red wine and gulped it down. Belch. After letting out a burp, the fat man slumped back onto the sofa, staring blankly at the view outside the window. But after only a minute or two, he felt the changes in his body. A warm current appeared in my stomach, traveled around my body, and then surged to my lower back, instantly seeping into my kidneys. Immediately afterwards, a familiar yet unfamiliar impulse arose. That was the long-lost power of manhood. The fat man lowered his head, a huge surge of joy welling up inside him, completely overwhelming his reason. It works. It actually works. That kid wasn't lying to me. It really is effective. I finally stood up. The fat man jumped up from the sofa, his obese body bursting with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed to the side of a maid with animal ears. Under the other person's terrified gaze, the fat man carried the poor beast-eared girl and ran towards the bedroom. The lewd laughter still echoed in the corridor. Damn it! I've finally regained my virility. You bunch of little wenches, just wait until I've played you to pieces. As evening approached, Wang Hao returned to the grocery store carrying large and small bags. It was already closing time, so there shouldn't be any outsiders in the store. But as soon as Wang Hao entered the door, he was stunned by the scene before him. Arthur and Alan, 2 grown men, were dancing hand in hand. Their muscular bodies were performing a seductive dance, which looked disgusting no matter how you looked at it. Lily and Amelia sat side by side, softly singing a beautiful song to accompany their dance. Although Ari and Lulu didn't join in this absurd farce, they both laughed so hard they were doubled over, their tails wagging wildly. Ding Dang wasn't much better off. The little bean was kneeling on the table, pounding the surface with his little fists, laughing so hard he was almost breathless. Upon hearing the door open, Arthur's old face stiffened. He mechanically turned his head and gave Wang Hao an awkward but polite smile. As for Alan, well, this guy was even more decisive. He slipped behind the shelf and disappeared in an instant. What? What are you doing in my shop? Wang Hao couldn't help but swear. Are you too sick? If you're gay, go do it somewhere else. Don't pollute my eyes here. King Arthur instantly adopted a serious expression and retorted righteously. You brat, we don't have such disgusting hobbies. We're playing the Ludo game you invented. Lily nodded repeatedly, not forgetting to explain for her father. Ding Dang just drew the king card, and she made my dad and Uncle Alan dance as punishment. My dad was just following the rules, so please don't misunderstand. Wang Hao's face twitched as he looked at the little boy who was laughing so hard, he was practically paralyzed on the table. This little thing is really immoral, letting 2 middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s hold hands and dance a lewd dance. Doesn't she feel disgusted at all? All right, do whatever you want. I'm not in the mood to care about you. Wang Hao felt helpless and sighed, asking, But can any of you tell me why you've come to my house again? Don't you have your own homes? Amelia and Lily exchanged a glance and giggled. Of course I have good news to tell you. Chapter 64 Rewards for Acts of Bravery. The results of yesterday's unexpected incident are in. To compensate Amelia, Starlight Academy gave her a Firestone. Firestone is a higher-level fire attribute gem than Fire Crystal. When inlaid, it can increase the power of fire magic by 30%, making it a very precious and high-grade gem. Amelia has a high affinity for fire elements, making this gem very suitable for her, which shows the Academy's sincerity. As one of the parties involved, Lily also received a crystal as compensation. Although crystal is not as precious as Firestone, it is very suitable for Lily, as it matches her water affinity perfectly. Professor Phil did not hide his mistake and voluntarily applied to the college for punishment afterward. Considering that this was indeed an accident, the school did not make things difficult for her. They simply fined her 3 months' salary and made her write a 10,000-word self-criticism as a lesson. Phil accepted the punishment without objection, as he was able to remain teaching at the college. Although Richard, the chubby boy, was shameless for abandoning everyone and running away alone, the school did not punish him, nor did it reward him, considering his status. Richard was very dissatisfied, but before he could express his dissatisfaction, he was severely beaten by Amelia. In the end, he obediently shut his mouth and accepted the Academy's arrangement. As for the good thing Amelia mentioned, it was actually a reward for Wang Hao's act of bravery. Black Dragon kidnapped the Grand Duke's only daughter. If Wang Hao hadn't intervened, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After careful consideration, the Academy offered Wang Hao a spatial ring with storage capabilities as a reward to thank him for saving Amelia in a critical moment. Originally, the ring was supposed to be delivered to Wang Hao personally by the Academy's higher-ups, but they came to the general store during the day and found nothing, so they decided that Amelia would deliver it on his behalf. Here, this is your reward. Amelia took a silver ring out of her pocket and handed it to Wang Hao, her eyes filled with curiosity. The spatial rings require extremely rare void crystals to craft, and each one is incredibly valuable. Even she had only heard of them before. This was the first time she had ever seen one in person. How do you use this thing? Wang Hao happily accepted the ring, holding it in his hand and pondering it repeatedly, but he still couldn't find a way to open it. Amelia rolled her eyes and said irritably, "Blood oath ceremony. Only the owner is qualified to use the ring's storage function. Haven't you heard of that? Damn, even the magical world is doing this blood oath system now. Can't they come up with something more original?" Wang Hao muttered a complaint to himself, then used a knife to make a small cut on his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood onto the ring. There was no reaction at all. Wang Hao waited for a while, but didn't see any special changes, so he looked at Amelia again. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Amelia said irritably. "You have to wear it on your hand to use it. How can you be so stupid?" Wang Hao was very indignant to be called stupid by a silly girl. But there were more important things to do right now, and he decided to wait until later to find an opportunity to get revenge on that brat. I slipped the ring onto my right index finger. The silvery white ring emitted a hazy white light, which then disappeared in the blink of an eye. The ring disappeared, but Wang Hao now had a ring pattern on his index finger, which looked like a tattoo. This time, without Amelia's prompting, he already knew how to open the ring. This spatial ring only has half a cubic meter of storage space, which can only hold inanimate objects. Objects showing signs of life cannot be put into the ring. The method of use is also quite simple. Just place the ring pattern on the object and silently think income to put the target into the ring. After learning how to use it, Wang Hao immediately picked up something from the table and began to study it. Cola, small chess pieces, cups. These little things can be easily stored in the ring. However, this didn't work for objects like tables, which were more than half a cubic meter in size. No matter how much he activated the ring, it was to no avail. The table didn't budge an inch. Wang Hao grabbed Ding Dang and tried to put it into the ring, but he couldn't do it either. "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me?" The little boy got impatient and grabbed Wang Hao's hair, tearing at it forcefully, as if he wanted to pluck all of his hair out to feel better. "TCH, it's just a test. There's nothing to lose. Why are you panicking?" Wang Hao pulled the little boy off his head, feeling very disappointed. "This little thing is so noisy. It would be so much quieter if I could put it in my ring. What a pity." Although this spatial ring only has half a cubic meter of storage space, it is still a rare and valuable item for Wang Hao. With this ring, we won't have to carry so much stuff when we go out to play, and Ari and Lulu won't have to work so hard. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Lily, please thank your school teachers for me tomorrow. I really like this gift. Lily was a little surprised and winked at Amelia. Shouldn't you have Amy relay the message for you? Why me? Amelia pouted and huffed in dissatisfaction. If he wants to talk to you, he can. I'm too lazy to pass on his messages. It's such a hassle. Wang Hao chuckled. I went through so much trouble to save her, and all she did was say thank you. I wouldn't dare trouble you, Mississippi. You bastard, what are you saying? When Amelia heard Wang Hao bring up the matter again, she was furious. Who said I didn't show any reaction? When you were doing that on the way here, I didn't do anything either. As she spoke, Amelia's voice gradually faded away, her face turning as red as a monkey's bottom, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at the crowd. Everyone immediately guessed that something must have happened yesterday. Otherwise, how could the usually arrogant young lady have backed down? Lily nudged Amelia's arm and asked curiously, Amy, what happened yesterday? Did he bully you? Amelia blushed deeply, gritted her teeth, and snorted. It's nothing. Nothing happened, and he didn't bully me. The crowd clearly didn't believe it, and all looked at Wang Hao. Don't look at me like that. I'm a gentleman. I would never take advantage of someone's misfortune to do such a despicable thing. His explanation only fueled the crowd's suspicions, especially King Arthur. His gaze towards Wang Hao was extremely complex, containing 3 parts anger, 3 parts helplessness, and 3 parts admiration. As for what the last point is, I don't know either. It's just very complicated. Wang Hao felt uncomfortable under their gaze, and had to quickly change the subject. What time is it? Why aren't you home yet? Are you trying to freeload off me again? It would have been fine if we hadn't mentioned food, but once the topic of food came up, everyone remembered the uniquely flavorful dinner from last night. King Arthur's lips curled up, and he looked at Wang Hao with a meaningful expression. You brat, you know it's getting late. Why aren't you preparing dinner? Are you trying to starve old Dang to death? Chapter 65 The Little Match Girl. After dinner, Arthur and the others left one after another, and the restaurant became quiet again. Ollie and Lulu were cleaning up the leftovers when Wang Hao, not idle either, took the packed trash out to go for a walk to digest his food. The weather isn't very good tonight. The sky is overcast, and there's a chill in the wind. You big bad guy, wait for me. Before they had gone far, Ding Dang caught up and landed naturally on Wang Hao's head. Are you planning to do something bad by going out so late? Wang Hao rolled his eyes and said irritably, Are you blind? Can't you see I'm carrying trash? Ding Dang grunted and snorted. Why do you have to take out the trash now of any other time? You must be planning something bad. I know you meant too well. You get horny at night. You must be thinking about women. Nonsense. After cursing, Wang Hao ignored Ding Dang and wouldn't respond no matter how much she talked. This angered Ding Dang so much that she started pulling his hair again. After spending these few days together, Wang Hao had a thorough understanding of Ding Dang's temperament. This gossipy little imp has no bad intentions, but she's too idle and has an insatiable curiosity. She always wants someone to play with her, and arguing with herself has become one of her interests. Once you get into the groove, you can't stop for at least an hour or two. Wang Hao didn't want to waste time arguing with her, so he simply shut up and pretended to be mute. The landfill was in a rather remote location, in the woods at the end of the street. Wang Hao strolled slowly toward the garbage dump, observing the surrounding night view while pondering what the fat man had told him, ignoring Ding Dang's provocations. After turning a corner, we got closer and closer to the landfill. Wang Hao suddenly heard a soft, sweet voice in his ear. Sir, would you like some matches? Wang Hao paused for a moment, then slowly turned around and saw a small figure standing in the shadows in the corner. Seeing him stop, the small figure slowly emerged from the shadows and looked up at him. Sir, would you like some matches? They're 3 silver coins each, very cheap. Wang Hao frowned slightly, observing the other party in the dim light of the street lamp. A thin little girl, her clothes patched in several places, had a large basket hanging from her slender arm, looking somewhat strained. The little girl was about 11 or 12 years old. She had a pair of beautiful big eyes under her dark golden hair, and her pert nose and pink lips made her look exceptionally cute, like a porcelain doll. When her eyes met Wang Hao's, the little girl trembled slightly, and she mustered her courage to force a smile. Sir, could you please buy me a match? I haven't eaten in a long time. If you could buy me a match, I could buy some black bread to fill my stomach. Could you please help me? The little girl was smiling, but her smile looked forced, like a pitiful little puppy that had been wronged. Wang Hao's heart softened, and he was about to help the poor little girl, but then he stopped when he remembered what she had just said. Matches? 3 silver coins each? Are matches sold by the piece? Matches are very cheap in this world. 1 silver coin can buy 5 boxes. Lulu usually uses matches to start fires and cook. This little girl is actually selling them by the piece, and she's charging 3 silver coins for each one. Is she trying to rip me off? Wang Hao felt that he might have encountered a scammer. However, he was curious about where this little liar got the confidence to deceive him. Was her match different from ordinary matches? Then, you want me to buy your matches? Wang Hao asked. The little girl nodded, a pleading look on her thin face as she looked at Wang Hao pitifully. Sir, 3 silver coins are really not expensive. Can you buy one? Wang Hao said, oh, and asked, I can buy it, but I need to see your goods first. Upon hearing his words, the little girl trembled, a hint of panic showing in her eyes. Sir, would you like to look at it here? Oh, this place isn't suitable. Wang Hao retorted, inwardly sneering. If it's not suitable, then forget it. I won't buy it. Seeing how decisive he was, the light in the girl's eyes gradually faded, and her thin lips pressed tightly together, as if she were going through an unimaginable internal struggle. After a moment, she sighed softly and raised her hand to take Wang Hao's arm. Sir, please follow me. It's not convenient here. Although he didn't know what was inconvenient about it, Wang Hao wasn't worried that the little girl would hurt him. Instead, he was curious about what she wanted to do. So, led by the girl, he followed her into the alley next door. The lighting in the alley was poor, and it was barely possible to make out the girl's appearance. Just as Wang Hao was completely baffled, the girl moved. She put down the basket in her hand, gave Wang Hao a deep look, and then began to unbutton her clothes. In the few seconds that Wang Hao was stunned, she had already unbuttoned 3 buttons and started taking off her clothes right under his nose. What? What are you doing? Wang Hao was startled and quickly grabbed the girl's hands, while also closing her clothes. What are you doing? Why are you taking your clothes off? Wang Hao panicked and questioned the other party loudly. He's not a pervert, and he would never have any inappropriate thoughts about a minor girl. He doesn't want to cause any unnecessary misunderstandings. The girl lowered her head, 2 crystal tears falling to the ground, and said aggrievedly, Sir, you were the one who wanted to see the goods first. How can I see them if I don't take off my clothes? Wait a minute, don't move. Wang Hao used one hand to stop the girl from doing anything out of line, and with the other hand, he reached up to his own head and held down the crazy little bean curd, barely managing to save his hair. Girl, Wang Hao took a deep breath and said solemnly, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me, but you'd better explain clearly what you want to do, otherwise I won't help you. The girl paused for a moment, then looked up at Wang Hao. Sir, I just want to sell matches. I have no other intentions. That's the problem. Why are your matches so expensive? And why are you selling matches by the piece? What exactly are you trying to do? To avoid further trouble, Wang Hao had no choice but to speak frankly and get straight to the heart of the matter. Under his stern gaze, the girl slowly bent down and took out a strange box of matches from the basket. Although it's called a match, it's much bigger than the matchbox Lulu bought, and it even has a small hole in it. The girl opened the box, took out a small candle, stuck it in the hole, and then handed it to Wang Hao. Sir, do you know what this is? Matches? Candles? Wang Hao was a bit confused, so he simply asked the girl, I've never seen this before, what is it? A hint of hesitation flashed in the girl's eyes. She lowered her head and softly uttered a sentence. A match can burn for 10 minutes. For these 10 minutes, I am yours, and you can do anything to me. Now, do you understand? Chapter 66, The Strange Girl. If you didn't know what it meant before, it means Wang Hao is ignorant. If you still don't understand what I mean after all this has been said, then it just means Wang Hao is stupid. By selling her body according to the time frame, the identity of this girl in front of us is becoming increasingly clear. She's a child prostitute. When he came to this conclusion, Wang Hao was extremely shocked and could hardly believe his own guess. But the facts were right before his eyes. The match in the girl's hand was so glaring that he couldn't refute it. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao flipped his right hand, revealing 7 silver coins in his hand. This was something he casually put in when he was experimenting with the space ring. It was all the money he had on him. Wang Hao stuffed all 7 silver coins into the girl's hand, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. I can't buy your matches, but I hope this money can give you a decent meal. Take it and go home now. Don't linger here any longer. After saying this, Wang Hao turned to leave. But as soon as he took a step, 2 slender little hands grabbed the hem of his clothes tightly. Sir, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't deserve your money for nothing. The girl stubbornly shook her head and said, If you pity me, could you buy me back? I have no family left. If you can buy me back, I'm willing to do anything for you, anything at all. Is that all right? The girl looked at Wang Hao pitifully, her tearful eyes filled with pleading, just like a little puppy begging for adoption on the street. But Wang Hao still hardened his heart and rejected her. I'm sorry, I can't buy you. Go home early, it's not safe outside. After saying that, Wang Hao decisively broke free from the girl's hand and left without looking back. Hey, how can you be so heartless? After the two had walked away, Ding Dang flew to Wang Hao's shoulder, tugged at his ear and asked, that girl was so pitiful. You clearly had the ability to help her, so why did you leave her there alone? Wang Hao paused for a moment, then continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. Ding dong, Wang Hao's voice was deep and firm. Some things have happened in the city recently. I will not allow anyone to threaten Ari and Lulu's safety, not even a little girl who can't even kill a chicken. Ding Dang paused for a moment, then asked curiously, what happened? Wang Hao considered it for a moment and didn't tell her what the fat man had said directly. Don't worry about anything else. The main thing is that it's not safe. Just remember that. Unsafe? What exactly is it? Tell me. How am I supposed to know what happened if you don't tell me? What if I'm wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you lying to me? Let me tell you. I'm the famous Captain Ding Dang. I won't be fooled by you. Ding Dang's curiosity was piqued, and in order to get to the bottom of it, she even resorted to reverse psychology. But Wang Hao remained silent, because he had his own considerations. The fat man's words were too shocking, and since it was only his side of the story, Wang Hao didn't completely believe them. Rather than giving Ding Dang the wrong information, it's better to say nothing at all. Ding Dang. Wang Hao suddenly grabbed the little bean curd in his hand, stared into her eyes and said, I have a task for you, a task that only Captain Ding Dang can complete. Ding Dang was taken aback, then asked excitedly, tell me, there's no mission that Captain Ding Dang can't complete. Wang Hao smiled slightly and changed his posture, holding Ding Dang in his hands. Ding Dang, from now on, when I'm not around, you need to be more vigilant and not let any strangers get close to Ari and Lulu, understand? Ding Dang nodded vigorously and patted her chest, assuring everyone, don't worry, Captain Ding Dang will definitely protect Ari and Lulu. You can entrust them to me with peace of mind. I have faith in Captain Ding Dang's abilities, so I'll entrust this task to you. Wang Hao laughed heartily, placed Ding Dang on his head, and continued walking towards the garbage dump. Let's go. Let's take out the trash quickly. We need to go home and rest. Wang Hao's figure gradually faded into the distance, but in that deserted corner, the little match girl seemed to have become a different person. The pitiful, begging to be adopted expression he had just shown when facing Wang Hao vanished, replaced by an indignant look. Damn it. I can't fool you even with this. How come you're so vigilant? She looked down at her flat body, and a certain guess formed in her mind. Could it be that this style doesn't suit his taste? Looks like I'll have to try a different style next time. The girl licked her lips, revealing an extremely alluring expression, and gave a soft moan as she said, young man, you won't be so lucky next time. The wind is picking up. The shadows on the ground stretched longer and longer, gradually becoming blurred. The next day, unfortunately, the weather turned bad. It started to drizzle before dawn. Wang Hao leaned against the windowsill, watching the light rain outside, and sighed inwardly. This rain is a bit late. This rain is indeed a bit late. If they had come a few days earlier, old John's wheat seedlings wouldn't have all withered, and he could have harvested several hundred kilograms of wheat next year. For ordinary people, as long as the land can still produce food, there is hope for the future, and they are willing to endure hardship. But if something like old John's happens, there's no hope left. It would be a miracle if they didn't starve to death next year, let alone raise children. Nana was lucky because she covered for them, but what about the others? Wang Hao isn't a saint, but he also came from a difficult past, so it's understandable that he has some feelings about it. Just then, thump, thump, thump. A crisp knock sounded, and Lulu's energetic voice came from outside the door. Master, are you awake? The water for washing your face is ready. Okay, I'll be right there. Wang Hao stretched and looked at the bamboo basket next to him. This bamboo basket is a small bed that Ollie made for Ding Dang. It is lined with soft velvet grass and a small quilt made of cotton, and there are fresh flowers that Ding Dang picked herself all around. When Ding Dang sleeps, she likes to hug her legs, curl up in a ball among the flowers, sleeping peacefully and quietly. No one could possibly connect this image to Ding Dang's usual appearance. They are completely different people. But, has this little one gotten fat? Wang Hao stroked the stubble on his chin, staring intently at Ding Dang, and the more he looked, the more he felt that Ding Dang had gotten quite fat. Think about Ding Dang's usual behavior. Eat, sleep, sleep, eat, stay home every day with Ollie and the others, drink a whole bottle of cola. No wonder he gets fat. If this continues, won't he get as fat as a ball? The thought of going out with a ball on his head made Wang Hao feel immense pressure, and his heart started to pound. No, I have to lose weight, starting now. Chapter 67 Magic must serve the people. Since realizing Wang Hao's importance, King Arthur has adjusted Alan's work focus. He revoked Alan's appointment as captain of the guard and transferred him to his side to be specifically in charge of matters related to Wang Hao. Sure enough, as soon as the grocery store opened, Alan arrived despite the rain, accompanied by a sprightly old man, the royal steward Stephen, also known as Albert. Good morning, Miss Ollie. Alan was already quite familiar with Ari. After exchanging greetings, he went straight to a corner on the first floor and found Wang Hao, who was slacking off. Wang Hao was carving wood with a knife. The table in front of him was already covered with small wooden blocks of the same shape, at least 30 or 40 at a glance. Alan picked one up and noticed a round, disc-shaped pattern engraved on it. Curious, he asked, "Brother, what's this?" Wang Hao glanced at the piece of wood in his hand and casually said, "One of the dots, a suit in mahjong." "What is mahjong?" "It's a very interesting toy. You'll understand later." Alan nodded, without pressing for details. Wang Hao always has some strange and unusual ideas that he can't figure out. It's better to wait for Wang Hao to decipher them himself, rather than wasting his brainpower. "Brother, hold on a minute. Let me introduce you to someone." Alan pointed to Stephen beside him and introduced, "This is Mr. Arthur's butler, Stephen Albert. He has something to ask you." Wang Hao put down his knife and the 5 pieces he was carving, and turned to look at the gentlemanly old man. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Wang Hao asked. Stephen bowed slightly and said, "Hello, Mr. Wang. I would like to ask about the wheat seeds sold in your store. Are they as good as you say?" "Wheat seeds?" Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling what he had said to King Arthur after dinner last night. The promotion of wheat seeds has not been as smooth as expected. Due to the prolonged drought, the land near Celtic City has suffered from severe drought, resulting in poor growth of wheat seedlings. To save next year's harvest, farmers had to do everything they could to find water, which barely allowed the wheat to survive. In this situation, even with the royal family's promise to repay the money after the wheat ripens the following year, few people were willing to try uprooting all the wheat seedlings they had managed to save and planting new varieties of wheat they had never heard of before. This matter gave King Arthur a great headache. Even though he was the king of the kingdom of Leighton, he couldn't force the common people to pull up their wheat, as that would only make the promotion much more difficult, so he had to find another way. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao told King Arthur about his plan to establish experimental fields. King Arthur was very interested and, after thinking about it carefully, said that he also wanted to open an experimental field and promote the new wheat variety with Wang Hao. It seems that the old butler came for this matter. After offering Stephen a chair and inviting the old man to sit down, Wang Hao said seriously, "Mr. Stephen, I can assure you that as long as the wheat seeds I sell here are available, there will be no problem with either the yield or the ability to withstand risks. You can plant them with confidence." "What if the drought continues?" Stephen pressed. Wang Hao glanced outside the door. The light rain was still falling steadily, and it didn't look like the drought was going to continue. "Old man, do you think the drought will continue?" Wang Hao asked, frowning. Stephen nodded without hesitation on his serious face and said, "Please forgive my intrusion. I am not sure if the drought will continue, but I must prepare for the worst. The food issue concerns the fate of the kingdom. If we rashly switch to planting new varieties, success may be good, but what if problems arise?" The old man didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was already very clear. He worried that problems with the new wheat variety would cause even bigger trouble, so he thought it better to continue his efforts on the existing basis and find a way to save the wheat that had already survived. Wang Hao wasn't angry at his words. After thinking carefully for a moment, he suddenly asked a strange question. "Mr. Stephen, I've always been curious, with the drought lasting so long, why haven't you sent any magicians to help the farmers solve their irrigation problems?" Stephen paused for a moment, a clear look of surprise flashing across his old face. "Magicians? Can they solve the drought problem?" Wang Hao frowned slightly and asked in return, "Why not? Lily knows several kinds of water magic. Given enough time, I think she can save several acres of wheat by herself. Haven't you thought of this method?" Stephen remained silent and did not immediately answer Wang Hao's question, but Alan, who was standing next to him, cleared up Wang Hao's doubts. "Brother, you're not a magician. You probably don't understand the problem." "What's the problem?" Wang Hao asked. "Dignity, prestige, and the scarcity of magicians." Without hesitation, Alan continued. "Unlike us warriors, magicians are proud. They disdain doing such menial work, and they would never use magic for the common people, not even the most basic water ball spell. What a load of rubbish. If you're so tough, why don't you just stop eating? Wang Hao flew into a rage and started cursing. They're as good as two when it's time to eat, but when we need their help, they put on airs. Do they think everyone owes them something? The sound echoed in the grocery store, harsh and jarring, but it resonated deeply with many ordinary people who came to buy things. Someone started it, and a chorus of cheers erupted in the general store. Boss, you're right to scold them. Those magicians are such hypocrites. They eat our food and drink our water, so why do they look down on us commoners? Exactly. Although we don't know magic, we can grow food. Do they know how? If you're so capable, then don't eat the food we grow, and let these bastards starve to death. The general store was a mess, and all you could hear were complaints about the magician. Wang Hao hadn't expected everyone to have such strong opinions. Even Alan and Stephen fell silent. Ari reacted quickly and immediately spoke up to stop the situation when she realized something was wrong. Dear guests, please be mindful of your words and actions, and be careful not to say anything that might cause trouble. These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone's heads, immediately extinguishing their anger, and the general store fell silent. Recalling what they had just said, many people turned pale, realizing they might have gotten themselves into trouble. Those who were timid immediately slipped away, and others also left quickly after buying their things, not daring to linger in the store any longer. Wang Hao, on the other hand, seemed indifferent and continued with the previous topic. Stephen, go back and tell Arthur that old man Deng. Whether you're a mage or a warrior, you're still human at heart, and humans need to eat. Show some backbone. So what if they're mages? When it's time to get them working, don't keep them around like royalty. Magic should serve the people. Chapter 68. The fatty is here. Magic should serve the people. Years later, when the kingdom of Leighton grew into a unique and powerful empire on the Holy Light continent, people realized just how weighty those words truly were. Even Wang Hao himself did not expect that a casual remark he made in anger would change the fate of a country. At this time, he was still discussing the promotion of wheat seeds with Stephen. Old Deng, no, how big of an experimental field is Arthur planning to build? 250 mu, that's all the arable land the royal family can offer. Royal farmland? Wang Hao was greatly surprised when he heard that royal land would be used as experimental fields. He had guessed that Arthur might be related to the royal family, but he never expected that this old man would be able to use royal land for experiments. He was probably not just an ordinary relative. However, none of that mattered to him. What he cared about was whether that land could serve as an experimental field. Stephen gave a precise answer to this question. Don't worry, the royal family is the royal family after all, and they always have certain privileges. That piece of land is the best farmland in Celtic City, and there is an ample water source nearby, so even if there is a drought, it will not affect the survival rate of the seeds. Then why did you ask me so many questions just now? For the first time, a smile appeared on Stephen's serious old face. Mr. Arthur entrusted this matter to me because he trusts me, so I must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Of course, this is the first time I've heard of such a miraculous seed, so I have some doubts. Please forgive me for that. He was being polite, and Wang Hao felt awkward criticizing him, so he simply waved his hand dismissively. It's okay. I don't believe it myself, so it's understandable that you don't believe it either. Stephen didn't know how to respond to that. Alan laughed and said, Mr. Stephen, I believe he won't lie to us. Just go ahead and do it. There won't be any problems. Stephen let out a long breath and nodded seriously. Okay, I hope we can get a good result in the end. Of course, I believe you won't be disappointed, Wang Hao said with a smile. With 250 acres of farmland, at a cost of 2 gold coins per acre, a total of 500 gold coins worth of seeds are needed to purchase. However, Wang Hao had already promised King Arthur a discount, and in the end, he gave him a 20% discount. Stephen readily agreed and followed Alan to the counter to pay. A short while later, Wang Hao heard a notification from the system. The upgrade requirements have been met. This upgrade will take 2 hours. Would you like to upgrade now? Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he silently opened the system interface. Upgrading from level 2 to level 3 requires 500 gold coins, but the system account shows more than 760 gold coins, which is significantly more than that. Wang Hao glanced through the sales records and immediately understood what was going on. George bought a bottle of Liawei Daihuang pills and earned 100 gold coins. Stephen just bought 400 gold coins worth of seeds and also paid Ari the 100 gold coins that Arthur owed. After the money was deposited, it became the store's income. Old Deng, you're smart. At least you didn't forget to pay back the money. Wang Hao chuckled and casually clicked the deny button. The grocery store is currently open for business, so upgrading it now would be very inconvenient, and it would be difficult to explain the sudden addition of several new products. Anyway, it wouldn't make a difference if he spent a little more time. He planned to upgrade tonight and give Ari and Lulu a surprise tomorrow. Hey, you big bad guy, why are you smiling so lewdly? Ding Dang had been watching the commotion from the sidelines, and after noticing Wang Hao's expression, she couldn't help but complain. Are you planning to do something bad again? Let me tell you, Captain Ding Dang won't go along with you unless you let me drink Coke. Wang Hao glanced at her indifferently, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Want a Coke? Wait until you lose that belly fat. Don't even think about it now. Time passed slowly, and the rain gradually subsided. As the afternoon sun shone through the clouds, an unexpected guest appeared at the entrance of the grocery store. Fat George has arrived. Ari was the first to recognize the fat man's identity. She trembled, instinctively clenched her fists, and a flash of anger appeared in her eyes. Lulu also saw the fat man's figure. Her eyes flashed with a fierce light. She quietly grabbed the broom and stood silently next to her sister. The fat man noticed their subtle movements, but he made no comment and walked into the general store with a smile. As they passed the counter, the fat man placed a bag of pastries in front of the two sisters and walked straight to the corner without saying a word. Ari and Lulu had suffered a lot at his hands before, and now that they were enemies, they were extremely hostile and didn't want anything from the fat man. But this was Wang Hao's home, and they couldn't make the decision. They could only push the bag of pastries, which looked expensive, aside and pretend they hadn't seen anything. The fat man wasn't annoyed and walked straight toward Wang Hao. Brother, your big brother's here to see you. The fat man greeted him with a grin. What are you busy with? What's this? Wang Hao frowned slightly and cursed. I don't know you, so don't pretend like we're old friends. Spit it out, or get lost. The fat man chuckled, showing no sign of anger, and shamelessly sat down opposite Wang Hao. Don't get agitated. We're familiar strangers, not enemies, the fat man said with a fawning smile. I know I wasn't very nice to those two girls before, but don't worry, I'll be more careful in the future and won't bother them unnecessarily. Wang Hao gave a cold snort and didn't reply. The fat man looked around and, seeing that no one was paying attention, slowly moved closer to Wang Hao. Brother, I've come to thank you. As he spoke, the fat man took out a small box from his pocket and gently pushed it in front of Wang Hao. Although he didn't know what was in the box, Wang Hao could roughly guess why the fat man had suddenly come over to fawn over him. It was probably because the bottle of Liwei Dawang pills had taken effect. Sure enough, the fat man's next words confirmed his guess. Brother, so this is you. The fat man gave Wang Hao a thumbs up and said, I didn't expect the medicine you gave me to be so effective. I regained my strength yesterday and got a pentakill in a row. I owe it all to you. Pentakill. Wang Hao thought of the beautiful animal-eared girls in Fatty's house and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a tragedy. The fat man, completely oblivious, continued to boast smugly. I haven't been able to stand up straight for years. Yesterday, I took the medicine you gave me, and it worked immediately. Then I went on a rampage, one after another. Shut up. Wang Hao had no interest in hearing about his romantic escapades, and he raised his hand to stop the fat man from speaking. What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy? The fat man sensed Wang Hao's impatience and gave an awkward smile. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that the medicine you gave me is so effective that I'm worried I won't have enough in the future, so I wanted to buy more. Wang Hao rolled his eyes and said irritably, Are you sick? If you're going to buy something, just buy something. Why are you pretending to be an acquaintance? 100 gold coins per bottle, no bargaining. Go to the counter and pay for whatever you want. Once you've bought it, get out of here. I get annoyed just looking at you. Chapter 69. The fat guy left. The fat guy came quickly and left quickly. Knowing he was not welcome there, he bought 5 bottles of Liwei Dawang pills and then took his leave. However, before leaving, he seemed to say something to Ari, which made the usually composed Ari's eyes redden, and she almost wiped away tears in public. After the fat man left, Wang Hao went to the counter to ask what had happened. Ari wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and choked out. That guy told me he would keep an eye out for my parents' whereabouts, but he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to find them. I see. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief and gently patted Ali's head. Don't be sad. This is a good thing. He's a slave trader, so he's definitely better informed than us. Maybe he'll be able to find your parents soon. Lulu heard her sister's words, looked up at Wang Hao's face, and asked excitedly, Master, will we really be able to see Mom and Dad again? Wang Hao laughed and said, Why not? You've only been separated from your parents. You haven't seen their bodies with your own eyes. Maybe they're already out of danger and looking for you. His words of comfort rekindled the sisters' hope, and they silently looked forward to the day when they could reunite with their parents. By the way, Master, this was delivered by Fatty. Ali placed the snacks that Fatty had brought in front of Wang Hao and asked him what to do with them. Keep them. Don't waste good food. These pastries haven't offended you, Wang Hao advised. With a clatter, she landed on the counter and grabbed the bag of pastries. If you don't want to eat them, give them to me. I'll take your anger and destroy them all. I won't let them live past tomorrow. Lulu chuckled when she heard Ding Dang's words. She snatched the snacks from Ding Dang's arms and teased with a grin. Ding Dang, you're on a diet, so you don't need to bother with these things. Leave them for your master. As she spoke, Lulu shoved the pastry into Wang Hao's hand, and Ding Dang stomped her feet in anger. Lulu, you've turned bad too. How could you join the bad guys in bullying me? I don't love you anymore. Seeing Ding Dang lose her temper, Wang Hao burst into laughter, which earned him another eye roll from Ding Dang. And you, what are you laughing at? Ding Dang is growing. What's wrong with eating some good food? I'm still so young, and I need nutrition right now, and all you do is bully me. No way. I'm the famous Captain Ding Dong. I won't give in to you. Knowing that illusions were useless against Wang Hao, Ding Dang didn't waste her magic power and directly took action to snatch him. While Wang Hao was laughing so hard he was doubled over, Ding Dang pounced on him like a hungry tiger and darted into the bag of snacks. Wow, the cream smells so good, and the honey is so sweet. These cakes are all mine, and Ding Dang is going to eat them all. When Wang Hao opened the bag, he saw that Ding Dang was already eating a piece of cream cake with foam all over her mouth, and he couldn't help but shake his head. All you do is eat. You'll get so fat you won't be able to fly any further. Humph, I don't need your help, you wicked and malicious big bad guy. Ding Dang kept smacking her lips, slurping the cream off the cake, while mocking Wang Hao. Knowing that she definitely wouldn't give up these snacks, Wang Hao was too lazy to keep arguing and simply handed them all over to Lulu. You and Ari should eat some too. Don't let this guy stuff himself to death. After giving him a word of advice, Wang Hao returned to the corner alone and picked up the small box that the fat man had given him. The box is beautiful, decorated with exquisite patterns, and the workmanship is very fine. Inside the box was a pair of beautiful pearl earrings, each pearl as big as a grape, which looked quite valuable. Wang Hao picked up the beautiful pearl earrings, gestured to Ari and Lulu, and then shook his head. Animal-eared girls are indeed cute, but they are not perfect. Take Ari and Lulu for example. The two sisters' fluffy ears stick up on their heads, which are very cute and feel nice to touch, but wearing earrings would look a bit out of place. Let's save it for later. Wang Hao put the earrings into his spatial ring, and then continued carving the mahjong tiles. Sculpting is a tedious task that requires patience and perseverance, and it is a good opportunity to hone one's character. Time passed slowly, and before we knew it, it was time to close. After seeing off the last customer, Wang Hao couldn't wait to issue the upgrade order. Start the upgrade now. This upgrade will take 2 hours, during which time restocking services will be unavailable. Please prepare accordingly. In the small banquet hall of the royal palace, several ladies are sharing their recent experiences. A very strange grocery store recently opened in Golden Harbor. It is said that it has very few products, but its sales are quite impressive. I know that shop. It has a strange name, Eugean Grocery Store. What a strange name. What kind of person could come up with such an odd name? Doesn't he care if people laugh at him? A joke? Hee hee, I think it's just jealousy. Do you know Coca-Cola? Coca-Cola is one of that store's signature products. Which grocery store sells Coke? By the god of light, my Earl has become almost addicted lately. He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't drink Coke with every meal. What kind of magic does it contain? It's not magic, but the taste of cola is indeed very unique. If you're interested, madam, you can try it. I feel it's even a little worse than wine. Then I'll have to find an opportunity to give it a try. This was a small gathering of noble ladies, initiated by Queen Duyil, and the attendees were all ladies from prominent noble families. As queen, Dewey summoned these noble ladies to a gathering at the palace, this time to help King Arthur fulfill a promise. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Queen Dewey coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention. Ladies, I recently acquired something wonderful, a household product that's very friendly to women. I wonder if any of you would be interested in learning more about it. Dewey's words aroused the curiosity of the ladies, who all pressed her to tell them what it was. Queen Dewey smiled and placed the sanitary napkins that had been prepared beforehand in front of everyone. Guess what this is? The ladies were seeing sanitary napkins for the first time and shook their heads, indicating they didn't know what they were talking about. After piquing everyone's curiosity, Queen Duer stopped keeping them in suspense and revealed the purpose and usage of sanitary napkins. These are my personal experiences after using it myself. I can tell you with certainty that this product is really considerate and very good for us women. After learning about the function of sanitary napkins, the ladies were amazed and eagerly inquired where they could buy such a wonderful product. Duer laughed and said, "Didn't you already know that?" Someone realized what was happening and asked in surprise, "Sister Duer, could it be that general store?" Duer nodded. "Yes, that's it. If you want, you can send someone to the general store to buy it. I'm sure you won't be disappointed." Amidst gasps of amazement, everyone said they would send someone to buy it the next day, determined not to miss out on such a thoughtful and wonderful item. At this point, Duer didn't need to say anything more. She's already promoted sanitary napkins. The next step is to see if she can successfully penetrate the market. It all depends on Wang Hao's own abilities. Chapter 70 Tang Monk's Flesh. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed quickly. While Wang Hao was carving 8 lines, the system emitted a notification sound indicating a successful upgrade. Finally finished. Wang Hao's face lit up with joy. He put down the knife and the half-carved 8 strips, and silently opened the system panel. System level 3. Upgrade experience 801-5000. Available products: toilet paper, egg yolk pie, salt, cola, sanitary napkins, toothpaste and toothbrush sets, wheat seeds, canned yellow peaches, oyster sauce, and Liawei Daihuang pills. Related parties. 1. Ari, 17, female fox human. Identity: owner of a general store. 2. Lulu, 17, female fox human. Occupation: employee of Yujian General Store. 3. Ding Dang, 51, fairy. Identity: pet. When Wang Hao saw Ding Dang's identity, he almost burst out laughing. It turns out that in the system's judgment, the gossipy little imp was actually classified as a pet, which actually fits her character perfectly. In addition to the above information, the system also provides a special notification reminding users that they can now participate in the lucky draw. Wang Hao had been waiting for this, so he promptly issued the order. "Let's have a lottery. Pick me some good stuff. Don't try to fool me with junk." Good grief. The system showed no mercy, directly sending a disdainful emoji, leaving Wang Hao speechless. Despite his disdain, the system still started the lottery program as he requested, and then 5 winning messages popped up. "Congratulations, host. You have won the edible agricultural product, Lapsang Souchong. Congratulations, host. You have won the condiment, spicy hot pot base. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the food item, spicy strips. Congratulations, host. You've won a cosmetic item, a face mask. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a medicine, a potent Duerming medicine." Just like last time, this lucky draw features 5 new products from various categories. Wang Hao was too lazy to argue with the system, so he directly opened the detailed description of the prizes and carefully examined each one. Lapsang Souchong, the original black tea. 50 grams per can, priced at 10 silver coins. This product is made from top-grade tea leaves from Tongyu Pass in Wuyi Mountain, processed using the traditional method of pine wood smoking. It boasts a unique flavor and is a top-tier gem among black teas. Upon seeing this, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Cola is delicious, but you get tired of drinking it every day, and he doesn't really like overly sweet drinks anyway, so he's been wanting to try something different for a while. Now that we have tea, we no longer need to worry about what to drink. I just don't know if this Lapsang Souchong is as good as the system claims. After paying 10 silver coins, a fist-sized porcelain jar appeared in Wang Hao's hand. This jar is exquisitely crafted. The sky blue porcelain jar is covered with fine crackle patterns, like a meticulously sculpted work of art, pleasing to the eye. Moreover, the smooth glaze feels very comfortable to hold, making it perfectly suitable as a handheld piece for appreciation. Although Wang Hao didn't know much about porcelain, he had a feeling that this jar was not an ordinary work of art, but probably a product of careful craftsmanship. Sure enough, the system seemed to have guessed his thoughts and proactively sent him a message with a boastful tone. Top-grade tea must be stored in the finest porcelain. The outer packaging of this product is made using the lost roux kiln technique, which is incomparable to modern handicrafts. They really dare to claim that the roux kiln technique has been lost. Wang Hao was secretly amazed, but he didn't respond to the system's words. Instead, he silently opened the seal of the jar and checked the tea leaves inside. The tea leaves in the jar emitted a rich pine scent, which smelled very pleasant, as if one were in an autumn pine forest. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Such fine tea deserved to be tasted immediately. Ali, boil a kettle of water for me, and bring it down when it's done. Wang Hao shouted towards the direction of the stairs. Yes, master, I'll send it over to you in a bit. Ari remains as obedient as ever, never asking why, and always prioritizing obedience. While fiddling with the tea canister in his hand, Wang Hao looked at the second prize, spicy hot pot base. Spicy hot pot base, 4 pieces per pack, priced at 1 silver coin. Authentic Sichuan spicy hot pot base, made with top quality ingredients, is spicy, fragrant, and has an unforgettable aftertaste. Wang Hao's mouth watered when he saw the words spicy and fragrant. Although he grew up in Shandong province, he went to the south to work hard after he grew up. He worked hard until midnight every day and relied on a spicy food to fill his stomach. Gradually, he developed a habit of liking spicy food. This world has chili peppers, as well as all sorts of novel spices. But the combination of these things was strange. It wasn't the spicy flavor he wanted, so he could only enjoy a single flavor, which couldn't satisfy his needs. Now that we have this base, we can recreate spicy hot pot, spicy dry pot, boiled fish, and spicy blood curd, dishes that he used to crave. He'll never have to worry about what to eat again. Tisk, if I had known I could win spicy hot pot base, I should have had hot pot tonight. Wang Hao smacked his lips and shifted his gaze to another message. Spicy strips, 0.1 silver coins per pack. Our premium spicy snacks are specially supplied by the system. Those who have tried them will want more. Compared to other products, the description of spicy strips was quite brief, but when Wang Hao saw the product picture, his eyes widened suddenly, and he even doubted whether he was seeing things. The system provided images showing 30 different types of spicy strips in various packaging, each of which could be selected individually. Is it possible to offer 30 different types of spicy strips at the same time? To find out what was going on, Wang Hao paid the system 3 silver coins and bought all the goods provided by the system. In the blink of an eye, a mountain of spicy strips had piled up on the table. Mushroom and beef slices, tang monk meat, a type of meat dish, stinky tofu, spicy shredded chicken. Upon closer inspection, there were actually 30 different types of spicy strips. That's terrifying. Wang Hao tore open a package of tang monk meat, pinched off a piece, and stuffed it into his mouth. Accompanied by a familiar smell, a vague memory surfaced in my mind. Children in orphanages are different from others. It's already difficult enough for them to have enough to eat, and they can hardly get any snacks, let alone spicy strips. During his school years, Wang Hao felt inferior because of his orphan status. He didn't like to interact much with his classmates and didn't have money to share snacks with them. When others share spicy snacks, he will deliberately keep a distance and pretend to be disgusted. The reason people ask is that they think it's dirty, that spicy strips are made with gutter oil and are unhygienic. But which child doesn't like snacks? How could Wang Hao really hate spicy strips? He's just concerned about saving face and unwilling to humble himself and ask others for help. As we were about to graduate from elementary school, our homeroom teacher organized a farewell ceremony, allowing everyone to bring snacks to school. A classmate named Chu Ziaja jokingly stuffed a spicy strip into his mouth, and that was the first time he tasted spicy strips. It's salty and spicy, with a hint of sweetness that's hard to describe. Wang Hao no longer remembers what Chu Ziaja looks like, but he still remembers the name of that bag of spicy strips. Tang Monk's Flesh. Chapter 71, The First Victim of Spicy Strips. Dwelling on past memories and wallowing in self-pity is not in Wang Hao's nature. After realizing he couldn't remember what Chu Ziaja looked like, he simply gave up trying to recall. Some people have appeared in your life. Just remember them. There's no need to let them become a burden. Wang Hao is particularly open-minded about this. After setting aside the half-eaten bag of tang monk meat, he looked at the remaining 2 new products. Face mask, 5 sheets per pack, priced at 1 silver coin. This 5-in-1 powerful mask deeply cleanses the skin, whitens and moisturizes, removes blemishes and acne, softens the stratum corneum, and firms the skin. Its powerful effects make it a must-have. Powerful insect repellent, 2 pills for 1 course of treatment, priced at 3 silver coins. It can expel all parasites, with excellent results, no side effects, and is suitable for all ages. After reviewing the information on the 2 products, Wang Hao stroked his stubble and began to think. As a man, he didn't know much about face masks, only that they were a type of skincare product used for facial care. However, he had confidence in the system. Since the system dared to write the effects in the description, it must have its unique features, without a doubt. There are also powerful brimming medications. The system used several absolute terms in its description of this 2-pill brimming medication. indicating that it is very confident in its effectiveness. Given the system's past practices, the fact that it dares to say this means the product is indeed very good. Just like Liwei Dahuang Wan, a traditional Chinese medicine, it must be a premium product. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, and had already reached a conclusion in his mind. Lapsang Souchong is a very good black tea, but the porcelain jars used to hold the tea seem to be more valuable. Considering that the world has not yet figured out how to make porcelain, Wang Hao decided to set the price of tea at 2 gold coins per can. 2 gold coins for a tale of tea. Even if the tea canister is beautiful, the price is still not cheap, and ordinary people certainly cannot afford it. However, this world is inherently unfair. Good things naturally deserve a good price, so let's sell them to merchants and nobles. They're rich, so why not make some money? They need these suckers to upgrade their accounts. Hot pot broth shouldn't be too expensive. This condiment will eventually become popular among the general public. Once everyone accepts its unique flavor, sales will naturally increase. Wang Hao decided to break it down into 4 separate small packages, each priced at 1 silver coin, so that ordinary people could afford it. There are many types of spicy strips, and the purchase price is particularly cheap. But these snacks can't be eaten as a meal, so if they're too expensive, nobody will want them. Based on the principle of small profits and quick turnover, Wang Hao decided to sell half a silver coin per pack, and give 1 pack free for every 2 packs bought, which means 1 silver coin for every 3 packs sold. Since the face masks couldn't be sold individually, we simply increased the price tenfold, charging 10 silver coins per pack. 1 pack of face masks can be used 5 times, and if you use them sparingly, they can last for a month, which is not too extravagant for women in ordinary families. If we can open up the market and accumulate enough loyal users in the future, it won't be too late to raise prices. When the scythe of capital is wielded, even death itself must yield. There's no need to rush. As for the last item, a powerful deworming medicine that claims to eliminate all parasites, Wang Hao did not set a high price. 5 silver coins per set, just enough for 1 person, which is quite generous. As for whether anyone will buy it, let's leave it to fate. However, before that, Wang Hao bought 2 doses of deworming medicine and placed them on the table, intending to let Ali and Lulu try it out first. The 2 sisters have lived a poor life since childhood, eating whatever they could get, and not even having the habit of drinking hot water. Let's help them get rid of the parasites first. Just as I was thinking about how to persuade Ari and Lulu to take their medicine, I suddenly heard footsteps on the stairs, along with the little pet's complaints. You big bad guy, all you do is give orders. Why do you insist on drinking boiled water this late at night? Can't you just have a Coke? Ding Dang's tiny figure flew over from the stairs, scattering little stars all the way. Huh? What are these things? How come there are so many things all of a sudden? Ding Dang noticed that there were many things on the table in front of Wang Hao, and driven by curiosity, she landed directly on the table. What's that smell? It smells so good. Ding Dang's nose twitched, and like a puppy, it sniffed around, following the scent to find the half-eaten Tang monk's flesh. Her eyes lit up, and she sniffed the bag of spicy strips, which was taller than her, before looking at Wang Hao expectantly. You big bad guy, this is delicious, isn't it? Wang Hao pouted and said irritably, all you ever think about is food. Don't you have anything else on your head? Ding Dang stuck out her tongue and made a face, then sniffed the packaging. You big bad guy, can I eat this? No, that's poison. It's poisonous. If you eat it, you'll die. Ding Dang was startled and instinctively dropped the spicy strip in her hand, flapping her wings and flying away. Anyone who has tried spicy strips knows that besides their unique flavor, the aroma after opening the package is even more enticing. Even though she was already half a meter away from the spicy strips, the tempting smell kept wafting into her nose, making Ding Dang's mouth water. Is this really poisonous? Ding Dang asked cautiously. Eating a little bit should be okay, right? I'm a fairy, the famous Captain Ding Dong. Eating a little bit shouldn't poison me, right? Wang Hao wanted to tease her, so no matter how Ding Dang asked, he would just say one thing. If you're not afraid of dying, then eat it. But clearly, he underestimated the little foodie's determination and his intelligence that could be broken through at the last minute because of cravings. Ding Dang suddenly flew to Wang Hao's mouth, sniffed hard against his lips, and then flew to the spicy strip and sniffed hard again. No, you're lying to me. As if she had discovered crucial evidence, Ding Dang pointed at Wang Hao and loudly questioned, Did you just steal some of this? Don't lie to me. You can still taste it in your mouth. Wang Hao was speechless, never expecting that the little bean would discover this. Do you think you're the same as me? Wang Hao sneered deliberately, continuing to deceive the little boy. I'm even more powerful than your sister Chinexai. These things won't kill me, but they can definitely kill you. Try it if you don't believe me. I'll give it a try. I don't believe this stuff can poison me. Ding Dang gritted her teeth, pulled out a piece of greasy tang monk meat from the bag, and took a big bite. A taste she had never experienced before instantly assaulted her taste buds. Ding Dang had never eaten anything so spicy before, and her little face immediately turned bright red. But when she discovered that the tang monk's flesh wasn't poisonous and that the spiciness was particularly addictive, the situation immediately changed. Ouch, this is so spicy. How can this be so hot? Wow, this is delicious. It's spicy and a little sweet, but it's too salty. Coke, where's my Coke? I'm dying from the spiciness. Can someone get me a bottle of Coke? Even though her face was already flushed red from the spiciness of the tang monk's flesh, Ding Dang still refused to give up and kept eating bite after bite. Wang Hao was completely speechless. Goodness, the first victim of spicy strips has appeared. Looks like we don't have to worry about not being able to sell them. Just then, Ali's beautiful voice reached my ears. Master, the hot water you requested has arrived. Shall I pour it into your cup? Chapter 72 The Countess Arrives. The next morning, Wang Hao was awakened from his sleep by a series of panicked screams. When he rushed out of the bedroom, he saw Lulu sobbing in Ari's arms, looking as if she had been frightened by something. Lulu, what happened? Wang Hao asked hurriedly. Lulu, who is usually quick to answer any question, was acting out of character. She nestled in Ali's arms and refused to look up, her face flushed, and she didn't say a word or explain what had happened. There was nothing else they could do but speak for her. It turns out that Lulu had just finished using the toilet and found a lot of worms in her excrement. She was so frightened by the worms that she couldn't help but scream out in her excitement. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief and comforted him with a smile. What's there to be afraid of? The bugs have already been expelled. You should be happy. Lulu blushed even more when she heard his words. But I'm already very careful about hygiene, so why are there still so many bugs? It's probably because of your previous eating habits. Wang Hao had no idea why, so he could only give a vague answer and then patiently advised. Don't be nervous. Parasites are a common problem. Just be more careful in the future. There's no need to make a fuss about it. With his comforting words, Lulu quickly dispelled her worries and cheered herself up. Thank you for your concern, Master. I'm fine now. Lulu smiled, her cute little face regaining its vitality. It's all right. I'm going back to sleep now. Seeing Lulu's cheerful demeanor return, Wang Hao felt relieved and, yawning, prepared to go back for another nap. He went to bed early last night, but he didn't sleep well and was tormented by Ding Dang all night. The little imp had a sweet tooth. Half a pack of tang monk's flesh wasn't enough, so she ate a whole pack of spicy shredded chicken to satisfy her craving. However, because she ate too many spicy snacks at once, she had an upset stomach starting in the middle of the night and went to the toilet more than a dozen times. Every time Ding Dang finished using the toilet, she would go to Wang Hao's ear and cry, blaming him for her stomach upset, insisting that he had poisoned the spicy snacks, which made her feel unwell. Wang Hao endured it all, and before he knew it, dawn had broken. Just when Ding Dang finally quieted down, Lulu woke him up again after he had just fallen asleep, and his head was still foggy. Wang Hao glanced at the little fairy sleeping soundly in the flower bushes and couldn't help but smile wryly. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I shouldn't have let her drink that bottle of cola in the first place. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the grocery store was open for business as usual, and the new products drawn last night were already on the shelves. Black tea is expensive, so it naturally needs to showcase its unique qualities. So, several exquisite porcelain jars appeared on the shelf behind Ari, looking just as good as Liwei Daihuang pills. There are many kinds of spicy snacks, and their colorful packaging is also very attractive, so we arranged a separate shelf for them. Other items were also placed in their designated locations according to their respective categories, making the originally empty shelves look more complete. Lulu, full of energy, had already made preparations in advance. Every customer who entered the store received a warm response, making them feel respected like never before. Since there were new products on the shelves today, Lulu took the initiative to introduce these items to customers and recommend that everyone try them. However, her efforts did not earn the trust of customers. She worked for more than half an hour without selling a single new product, not even the cheapest spicy strips. Lulu was inevitably a little frustrated, and she secretly complained to Ari about it several times. Wang Hao saw all of this, but he neither stopped Lulu nor got angry about it. In fact, the grocery store has only been open for 10 days, and 2 of those days were holidays. In such a short time, People didn't know much about the grocery store, only that it had things that other stores didn't have, such as the recently famous salt and cola. Therefore, many customers who come to the general store for the first time have already decided what they want to buy before entering the store, and are therefore resistant to the new products recommended by Lulu. Why have I never heard of these things before? Is it because the product is bad that no one is buying it? Although these unspoken concerns were not voiced, the resistance shown by the crowd when they declined spoke volumes. They were not interested in the so-called new products. Wang Hao knew that things couldn't be rushed. It would take some time for everyone to accept it. Brew yourself a pot of tea, pick up a knife and some wood, and continue carving mahjong tiles in the fragrant and elegant atmosphere. As the scattered wood chips fell to the ground, my mood calmed down. Just as Wang Hao was getting into the swing of things and was about to get the hang of it, an untimely reprimand interrupted his train of thought. Countess Berlick has arrived. You lowly commoners, get out of the way. A tall, burly middle-aged guard walked into the grocery store, looking very impatient. As soon as he entered, he waved to drive away the customers in the store. Everyone, go outside and wait until the Countess leaves before coming back in. Don't make things difficult for yourselves. Although these words were spoken to ordinary people who were shopping, they still aroused Wang Hao's disgust. Who do you think you are, driving away my guests on my turf? Wang Hao's expression was indifferent. With a flick of his wrist, a black shadow flew out. With a thud, the middle-aged man's vision went black, and he fell backward onto the ground, motionless for a moment. The mahjong tiles fell to the ground, and only then did everyone notice that this arrogant and domineering guy had 2 rows of small, vertical dots on his forehead, as sharp as flesh, clearly visible. Wang Hao got up and walked to the middle-aged man's side. He flicked the man's waist with his toe, and the burly body immediately flew out, passing through the gate and landing on the street outside. After doing all this, the evil aura in Wang Hao's heart dissipated, and a gentle smile reappeared on his face. I'm sorry to have startled everyone. Wang Hao bowed slightly to the stunned commoners and said firmly, please rest assured, no matter who you are, you will receive the respect you deserve here. No one can bully my customers in front of me. If anyone dares to break my rules, no matter if they are nobles or whatever, that person just now will suffer the same fate. They will bear the consequences. With just a few words, these ordinary people immediately felt an unprecedented sense of respect, and they all applauded and cheered. The sound reached the street, and the other 2 guards who were treating their companion immediately changed their expressions, turning to look at the noble lady. Suman Berlick, Count Berlick's 3rd wife and the woman he loved most. Yesterday, while attending a party organized by Queen Duil, Suman became somewhat interested in the grocery store with the rather unusual name in front of her. It wasn't just because of the sanitary napkins that were so friendly to women. There were many other things that interested her. For example, the grocery store makes a considerable profit every day. Count Barrack loved Suman very much, but for various reasons, the Count's wealth shrank several times, and little was left in her hands. If she could take over this grocery store, even if it was just a half share, Suman felt that her quality of life would definitely improve. That's why she rushed over early in the morning, wanting to see for herself if this general store was as amazing as the rumors said. Looking at the open door, Suman's expression shifted between anger and rage. How dare you hit one of my Suman's men? Even if the king himself came today, he wouldn't be able to save you. Chapter 73. The Countess is gone. Wang Hao's performance won the favor of everyone. Everyone expressed their gratitude to him, and said they would patronize the store often to support its business. Wang Hao was naturally pleased to see this, and he clasped his hands in a gesture of welcome. In this harmonious atmosphere, a jarring sound suddenly rang out, shattering the peace. Who just hit my guard? Suman walked into the general store, her cold gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on Wang Hao. Are you the owner of the grocery store? Suman asked coldly. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow slightly and gave a curt "hmm." This disdainful expression made Suman feel that her dignity had been challenged, and the anger in her eyes deepened. Good, you're decisive and responsible, you're a man. However, Suman's lips twitched, her alluring face seemingly shrouded in frost, her voice carrying a chilling edge. He is my servant, Suman Berlick. By hitting him, you are provoking the dignity of Earl Berlick. Have you thought about how you will compensate me? Oh. Wang Hao was stunned for a full 5 seconds before he could understand what the other person meant. Your people came to my shop and caused trouble. I kicked them out, which is considered a provocation against the Earl's authority. And you expect me to pay compensation? Do you think I'm stupid? Wang Hao laughed in anger, crossed his arms, looked at the woman in front of him, and sneered. What kind of compensation do you want? A hint of surprise flashed in Su Man's eyes. She hadn't expected Wang Hao to compromise so quickly. It seemed that the Earl's reputation was indeed effective. She feigned magnanimity and said calmly, "Considering this is the first time you have offended the Earl's dignity, I can let you off the hook. You'd better show your sincerity." Sincerity? Sincerity, my ass. Wang Hao cursed inwardly, but outwardly pretended not to understand and asked curiously, "I wonder what kind of sincerity Madam desires." Su Man frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure rising on her face, and snorted, "You think you can run a business? You have no brains at all. Here's what we'll do. I won't make you kneel down and apologize. From now on, half of your shop's profits will go to the Marquis's mansion, and we'll call it even." She originally intended to take over the entire store, but considering Wang Hao's potential hidden strength, she ultimately hesitated and only accepted half of the profits. In Su Man's view, since they had attacked the Earl's mansion, they should apologize. Moreover, she had generously left half of the profits, so Wang Hao should be grateful and express his thanks. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao didn't care about the so-called count at all, and didn't take her, the countess, seriously at all. "Damn, is your brain full of sweet tofu pudding?" Wang Hao was so angry at this brainless woman that he laughed. He pointed at her nose and yelled, "I don't care who you are. Get out of here in 3 seconds, or I'll beat you up." Su Man's beautiful eyes widened, filled with disbelief. She was a countess, yet this man dared to insult her and tell her to get out? Why should I? Also, what is sweet tofu pudding? Would it taste better if it were salty? Wang Hao didn't care what Su Man was thinking. Seeing her standing there blankly and motionless, he felt even more disgusted. He was too lazy to count, so he raised his right foot and kicked out, sending the esteemed countess out the door before the 2 guards could react. Incidentally, he also kicked out the 2 oblivious guards, letting them keep the noble countess company. The sharp pain in her buttocks completely stunned Su Man. She sat there dumbfounded on the street, staring blankly at Wang Hao standing on the steps. "You dare hit me? How dare you hit me?" Su Man snapped out of her daze and, like a mad woman, pointed at Wang Hao and started cursing. "I am the noble countess, the Earl of Berlick's most beloved woman. How dare you hit me? I'm going to tell the Earl that I'll have him arrest you, throw you in the dungeon, and let those disgusting barbarians eat you up. I want." The barrage of insults annoyed Wang Hao to no end, and the patience he had cultivated over the past 2 days of carving mahjong tiles was completely worn away by the insults. "Damn it! Are you never going to stop?" Wang Hao rolled up his sleeves and walked down the steps, heading straight for the shrewish Su Man. This is an Earth. There are no brain-dead laws protecting idiots. Daring to provoke a powerful person is suicide. Is Wang Hao a strong person? Although he always claimed to be an ordinary person, everyone who had seen him fight knew that Wang Hao was a powerhouse among powerhouses, a true man capable of exploding the Black Dragon's chrysanthemum. The 2 guards did not forget their duty. They gritted their teeth and stood in front of Su Man, ready to protect the countess with a death-defying stance. What awaited them were 2 resounding slaps and a free flight mode. After swatting away 2 guards, Wang Hao was left with only a dumbfounded Su Man in front of him. "Your Excellency, has anyone ever told you a truth?" Su Man asked blankly, "What truth?" Wang Hao grinned, a smile that, like a demon's intimidation, entered Su Man's eyes. "A woman with a foul mouth deserves a beating. Beat her until she can't open her mouth anymore, and she won't dare to be so foul-mouthed." Smack! A clean slap landed on Su Man's face, and half of her face immediately swelled up, with saliva constantly dribbling from the corner of her mouth. "Ugh, that's disgusting." Wang Hao shook his hand dismissively, as if his hands were covered in something unclean. "No, it looks terrible if only one side is swollen. It must be symmetrical. Symmetry is the ultimate essence of aesthetics." Before Su Man could beg for mercy, Wang Hao had already raised his other hand and delivered a second slap. After 2 crisp cracks, Su Man's face became completely symmetrical, like 2 burnt loaves of bread stuck to her face, and she couldn't even open her eyes. Wang Hao carefully compared the 2 and was very satisfied with his skills. "Not bad, symmetrical looks better. From now on, we should play in a symmetrical way." Su Man was very angry. Su Man wanted to curse. Su Man couldn't open her mouth. Amidst a series of unintelligible sobs, Su Man was dragged away by her guards, along with the guard with the large footprint on his chest. If they still don't understand that Wang Hao is a ruthless person, then they, as guards, have worked in vain. A few hundred silver coins a month? What's the point of risking your life like that? Wang Hao did not stop the other party from leaving. After Su Man and the others had gone far away, He walked slowly into the grocery store as if nothing had happened. Ari and Lulu were both standing at the door waiting for him. As soon as he came in, they quickly asked him what to do next. The sisters believed that publicly humiliating the Countess would definitely cause big trouble, and they had to prepare in advance. But Wang Hao was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he waved his hand in a nonchalant manner and said something that deeply shocked the two sisters. Ali, Lulu, you two remember this. As long as I'm here, and as long as the two of you are here, our family will stay together. As for where, that's not a problem. Anywhere can be our home. Did you remember? Chapter 74 Complaint. King Arthur was in a terrible predicament. His brain was practically boiling. Just now, while he was handling state affairs with several ministers in the Parliament Hall, he suddenly received a message from Dewey. The Earl of Berlick's wife was beaten up in public by that brat Wang Hao, and he's now crying to her in the small drawing room. King Arthur had to quickly interrupt the meeting and go to the drawing room with Earl Berlick to see what was going on. Upon seeing this, King Arthur almost burst out laughing in front of Earl Berlick. Half an hour later, Su Man's face not only did not subside in swelling, but it became even more swollen. When he left the grocery store, you could still see a bit of his original skin color, but now it was swollen and purple, making him look like a stinky pig-headed orc. Varric almost didn't recognize Suman and struggled a couple of times after being hugged by her. Only after recognizing his wife's voice did he realize who the pig-headed monster in front of him was. Honey, who beat you up like this? Earl Barrick was furious, and his hand trembled as he touched the pig's head. As if she had found a pillar of support, Su Man began to wail and recount her misfortunes. My lord, you must avenge me. The owner of that general store hit me. He actually hit me in front of a bunch of commoners. You must help me get revenge. Upon hearing the word commoner, King Arthur and Dewey frowned slightly, but said nothing, instead looking at Earl Barrick. Earl Barrick was momentarily stunned and pressed. Which general store? Who dares to be so bold? Su Man choked up as she said, It's that grocery store that just opened in Golden Harbor, the one that sells Coke. Upon hearing the word cola, Count Barrick knew which grocery store it was. He turned to look at King Arthur, a barely perceptible hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes. Your Majesty, how do you think this matter should be resolved? Why ask King Arthur directly? Because Barrick is the Minister of Agriculture in the Kingdom of Leighton. He is in charge of all matters related to agriculture and animal husbandry in the Kingdom of Leighton. A few days ago, King Arthur proposed to promote a new type of wheat seed, and I talked to him a lot about it. Barrick wasn't stupid. He could tell from the lines how much King Arthur valued that suddenly appearing general store and the mysterious young owner, and King Arthur's goodwill towards him was palpable. Now that his beloved wife has been beaten by Wang Hao, he must ask King Arthur's opinion first. Otherwise he will definitely be blamed by His Majesty the King afterward. King Arthur was somewhat troubled by the fact that he had been given the problem. He pondered for a moment, then asked, Mrs. Barrick, can you tell me why Wang Hao hit you? Su Man was taken aback at first, then began her performance. Your Majesty, I attended the party last night at the Queen's invitation. I heard that the general store there has things that we women need, so I went there early this morning to buy some for future use. King Arthur frowned slightly and looked at his wife. Dewey nodded calmly and said, That is indeed the case, but I only recommended sanitary napkins to the ladies, and I don't know anything else. King Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Dewey wasn't involved, everything else would be easy to resolve. As for the reasons for right and wrong, a thorough investigation is still needed. King Arthur ruled the Kingdom of Leighton for over 20 years and was not incompetent. He had his own insights into many things. He knew Earl Barrick, and he knew even better the Countess who had only recently risen to power. Earl Berlick is a long-established lord of the Kingdom of Leighton. He is loyal to the royal family, hard-working and conscientious, and a trustworthy old minister. But he has one flaw. He's a womanizer. Suman was once one of the most famous courtesans in Celtic City. She was charming and knew how to manipulate men's psychology, and was a well-known socialite. After Berlick's second wife died, someone introduced the two to each other, and Suman quickly won over Count Berlick with her skillful techniques. Even though the two were nearly 20 years apart in age, Barrick still married her despite the immense pressure, making her a distinguished countess. Could such a woman be a kind soul? King Arthur clearly didn't believe it, but he wouldn't deny it to Earl Barrick's face. Barrick, calm down. King Arthur patted Earl Barrick on the shoulder and advised, You're 50 years old. Don't get yourself worked up. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Earl Barrick nodded, just as he was about to accept King Arthur's arrangement, when Suman started causing trouble again. Your Majesty, my Earl has always been loyal to you, and is the pillar of the kingdom. As his wife, I also bear the responsibility for the face of the kingdom. That madman dared to hit me in public. This is not only a provocation against my earl, but also a provocation against the kingdom. You must not let him get away with this." Upon hearing these words, a hint of displeasure flashed across King Arthur's face. It's one thing for Beric to be taken care of, but what right does a mere songstress like you have to bear the weight of the kingdom's reputation? When did the kingdom's reputation become so worthless? Beric noticed King Arthur's expression and immediately stopped Suman's ramblings. He secretly pinched Suman's waist and took the opportunity to apologize to King Arthur. "Your Majesty, Suman must have been angered by that young man, which is why she said such nonsense. Please forgive her rudeness." King Arthur took a deep breath, suppressing his agitation, and said to Suman, "Miss Suman, you are in a bad state. Go and treat your injuries first. I will investigate this matter with Berlick and give you an explanation once the investigation is complete." After saying that, without waiting for Suman's consent, he nodded directly to Dai Weier. Weier understood and took the initiative to walk to Suman's side, taking her arm to help her treat her injuries. "Remember, hire the best pastor. Don't let Miss Suman have any regrets." After giving him a word of advice, King Arthur looked at Beric. The old count's face was expressionless, but King Arthur, who knew him well, knew that he was definitely more inclined to support Suman. With a sigh, King Arthur said, "Berlick, you haven't been to that general store, have you?" Beric paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, I always have my servants buy coke from that store. I've never been there myself." "In that case," King Arthur said with a faint smile, gesturing for him to go, "let's go and see what's going on. Maybe there's some misunderstanding." Beric hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, let's go take a look together. Hopefully, we can resolve this matter as soon as possible." King Arthur smiled and walked towards the door first. "Let's go. Once you meet that young man, you'll know what kind of person he is. I believe you two will become friends." "Friends?" Beric raised an eyebrow slightly. "I hope so." Chapter 75. Guess if I believe it. As noon approached, the restaurants and bakeries gradually became busier. The air was filled with the aroma of freshly baked bread and the sense of chefs cooking with spices. However, among this mixed fragrance, there is one scent that is particularly domineering, making one's mouth water with just one whiff and unable to resist the urge to explore it further. King Arthur sniffed the air, raised an eyebrow, and asked curiously, "What smells so pungent?" "It smells like a mixture of chili peppers and some kind of spice." Earl Beric, who was in charge of agricultural affairs and had a great deal of knowledge about agricultural products, nodded in affirmation of his guess. "That's right. Dried chili peppers have this pungent smell after being fried in oil, but there are a few spices that smell unfamiliar to me, and I can't figure out what they are right now." King Arthur took a deep breath, feeling his mouth water, and looked at Alan. "Alan, do you know which restaurant this smells from?" Alan shook his head, looking somewhat bewildered. "I'm sorry, sir. This is the first time I've smelled this scent either, and I'm not sure what it is." "Oh, then let's go see that kid first. Later we can find out which restaurant came up with the new menu. I'm really interested in the taste." Alan nodded, silently keeping this in mind, and prepared to help King Arthur find the answer later. As they got closer to the grocery store, the peculiar smell grew stronger, seemingly right ahead. King Arthur stared at the crowd gathered at the entrance of the general store, and a bold guess formed in his mind. "Alan, do you think it's possible that that kid did it?" Alan paused for a moment, then thought of the oyster sauce sold in the grocery store, and nodded subconsciously. "Mr. Arthur, your guess is very likely correct. I once bought a bottle of oyster sauce, and when I poured a little into the pan while cooking, the dishes would immediately taste better. Maybe it really is a new product he came up with." King Arthur's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. "Hurry, let's go see what that kid is up to. This smell is too strange. I have to figure it out." Count Beric frowned slightly as he watched King Arthur walk away, then quickened his pace. In a corner on the first floor of the grocery store, a small stove burning brightly, and a large iron pot filled with red soup. The red broth in the pot was bubbling away, and its enticing aroma wafted everywhere, even reaching the street through the shop door. The table next to them was piled high with vegetables and thinly sliced fresh meat, as well as several bottles of chilled cola. Ding Dang flapped its wings and hovered above the hot pot. Its face was flushed from the steam, but it still couldn't bear to fly away. It kept drooling and chattering about the boiling hot pot. "You big bad guy, the hot pot is already boiling. When can we eat?" Ding Dang is very, very hungry. If you don't give Ding Dang something to eat, Ding Dang will starve to death. If Ding Dang starves to death, Sister Chenexai will be very sad. She will definitely avenge Ding Dang. If it weren't for the size issue, Ding Dang would have done it herself long ago. Now she has no choice but to bow down to Wang Hao. You big bad guy, hurry up and eat. Doraemon, please. Ding Dang has never eaten hot pot before, and now Ding Dang wants to try it. Wang Hao found it amusing, but he didn't immediately agree to Ding Dang's request. Instead, he made an excuse that it wasn't the right time and delayed for a few more minutes. In fact, the soup had already been boiling for a while. As long as you put the vegetables and meat slices into the pot, you can enjoy the flavor of spicy hot pot in less than half a minute. The reason we haven't touched our chopsticks yet is mainly because we're waiting for Ollie and Lulu, and also to let the flavors spread further. The grocery store takes a 1-hour break every day at noon, which is when everyone eats together. Because of the time wasted in the morning, Ari felt very sorry for the customers who were queuing, so she insisted on waiting for them to leave before resting. Wang Hao didn't mind, but he respected Ali's decision, so he didn't touch the hot pot even after it boiled, insisting on waiting for Ali and Lulu to join him. Just as Lulu was about to close the door after the last customer left, a familiar face appeared at the door. Hey, it really was you who did this. King Arthur walked into the shop, his nose twitched, and his eyes immediately lit up. I could smell a really strange odor from a distance. I was wondering who was making it. Turns out it was you. He walked over to Wang Hao and, seeing the bubbling hot pot, asked curiously, What's this? You've come up with something new again, haven't you? Wang Hao rolled his eyes at him, annoyed, and snorted. Are you a dog? Why do you always show up at mealtimes? Are you deliberately watching us? Haha, only you dare to talk to me like that. If anyone else dares to call me a dog, I'll beat them to a pulp. King Arthur wasn't angry. He simply sat down opposite Wang Hao and also got a chair for Alan and Erlberich. Hurry up and sit down. What are you waiting for? Alan was an old acquaintance, and after exchanging greetings, he naturally sat down next to King Arthur, curiously examining the bubbling hot pot. Only Count Barrick, the fat old man, seemed a little out of place, standing to the side like a wooden stake without moving. Wang Hao glanced at the fat old man and asked, Who's this? Is he your friend? King Arthur grunted and said casually, Erlberich, you just hit his wife. Come and ask what happened. What? Lulu walked over carrying a plate of candied persimmons and exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. You're that arrogant and domineering Erlberich? The fat old man's face darkened, and he remained silent with a cold expression. Being accused of being arrogant and domineering, especially in front of the king, Count Barrick felt his dignity had been challenged. But with the king sitting right next to him, he couldn't afford to lose his temper on the spot, so he had to suppress his anger for the time being. Wang Hao glanced at him indifferently and asked King Arthur, Since you know I hit his wife, why did you bring him here? Aren't you afraid I'll beat him up too? King Arthur shrugged and said nonchalantly, With your strength, I can't stop you from beating him up if you want. You might as well face it honestly and maybe clear up the misunderstanding. This statement sounded like he was bargaining with Wang Hao, but Count Barrick sensed another layer of meaning in it. This young man is very capable. Even His Majesty the King treats him with deference. It's best not to have any ulterior motives. Having grasped the key point, Berlick took a deep breath, bowed, and looked at Wang Hao. Hello, my name is Wanda Bellick. I have come here with a question for you. What has my wife done to offend you? Wang Hao was about to put the sliced meat into the pot when he heard this and paused, turning to look at Erlberich. You do not know? Count Barrick looked at him blankly. Know what? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, then looked at King Arthur. And you? King Arthur shrugged and said, I don't know either. I only know that you hit his wife, and she complained to the queen, so I brought him here to ask what happened. Wang Hao said, Oh, put down his chopsticks, and turned to look at the fat old man. Since you're Arthur's friend, I'll be frank. Your wife came to my shop this morning and made a scene, demanding that I send half of my profits to your house every month, or she'll throw me in the dungeon. Don't tell me you didn't know about this. Do you think I'd believe you? Chapter 76 Suman and Barrick. Impossible. I never said such a thing. Earl Barrick seemed to have been greatly humiliated and retorted sharply. My Barrick family has served the Leighton royal family for generations, working diligently and conscientiously, and has never done anything to bully others. Don't even mention your small grocery store. I wouldn't be interested in any bigger business. I would never do anything that would damage the reputation of the Barrick family. Wang Hao pursed his lips and snorted impatiently. What you do is your business. I only recognize the facts. The truth is that your wife came and threatened me in front of more than a dozen customers, forcing me to hand over half of the profits. You threatened me in public, using your count status to intimidate me, and now you're telling me it has nothing to do with you? Wang Hao grew increasingly angry as he spoke, and the pent-up rage finally erupted at that moment. I do business with my own abilities, without stealing, robbing, or evading taxes, yet you nobles always want to take advantage of me for nothing. Last time a group of tax officials came, and now a countess has arrived. Do they really think I'm easy to bully? A faint killing intent swept over him, and Count Barrick couldn't help but shiver. Knowing he couldn't explain it clearly, he turned to look at King Arthur. Mr. Arthur, please believe me. Although I have many flaws, I have never solicited money from any merchant. All the property of my Berlick family is clean, and I swear to you on this in the name of my ancestors. King Arthur raised an eyebrow slightly and gestured to Barrick to calm him down. Berlick, I believe in you, just as I believe in your ancestors, and you have no doubt about that. However, King Arthur paused, then pointed at Wang Hao. I also do not believe he would lie about this matter. Count Barrick's smile froze on his face, feeling as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Mr. Arthur, what do you mean by that? King Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly, a wise light flashing in his pupils. Barrick, this isn't just about the two of you. Do you understand what I mean? The fat old man's face stiffened, and he immediately understood what King Arthur meant. Su Man, the woman he loved most, was the culprit behind the conflict with Wang Hao. Barrick couldn't help but recall some rumors he had heard before. Someone had once subtly warned him that Suman's public display of the Earl of Barrick's name might have a negative impact on him. But he thought it was just a woman's vanity, not a heinous crime, so he just laughed it off. In retrospect, it seems that the colleague was referring to someone else. Count Barrick's face darkened, and he looked at Wang Hao with a stern expression. I'm sorry, I have to reinvestigate this matter. I hope you can give me some time. Wang Hao waved his hand impatiently and snorted, Do whatever you want, I don't care. But let me make this clear. If your wife dares to cause trouble again, there will be consequences. Upon hearing this, the fat old man sighed deeply, apologized to King Arthur, and turned to walk towards the door. His back view was somewhat lonely. Count Barrick's figure quickly disappeared outside the door. King Arthur withdrew his gaze, shook his head, and said earnestly, You acted impulsively this time. Suman is, after all, a woman and a countess. You slapped her in the face in public, and Barrick must be very unhappy about it. Even if you are in the right, it won't be easy to resolve. His original intention was to persuade Wang Hao to control his temper, but Wang Hao did not listen. What's it to me? After uttering a curse, Wang Hao was too lazy to pretend to be civilized anymore. I don't care if she's a countess or a whore. If she dares to cause trouble here, she has to bear the consequences. I've already been very polite by not killing her. Old dang, you don't think I'm afraid of those guys, do you? Wang Hao smiled contemptuously and said coldly, I'm not running a general store here because I can't leave. With my strength, there's no place on this continent I can't go, and I'm not afraid of not having customers. Do you think I need to be so subservient? King Arthur was speechless for a moment, and was left speechless after being rebuked. And that is indeed the case. Wang Hao's personal strength is beyond doubt, and he has no worries about selling his goods. Even if he doesn't do business in the kingdom of Leighton, he can go to other places. With such an astonishing yield of wheat seeds, the other two major human kingdoms would treat him as an honored guest. Who would turn away such an important resource? However, as the ruler of a country, King Arthur could not abandon Berwick either. The country is so large that he can't manage it all by himself. He needs the support of the nobles to stabilize the situation. However, commoners and nobles are two completely different interest groups, and how to balance the relationship between the two has been the most troublesome problem for successive rulers, and he was no exception. Whether to uphold Earl Barrick's reputation or support Wang Hao in seeking justice is a difficult question to answer. While King Arthur was having a headache, Wang Hao, that carefree guy, was teaching everyone how to make dipping sauce. These seasonings all taste different. Just pick the ones you like and add a spoonful of broth from the hot pot, and that should be about right. If you think it's not flavorful enough, you can add a little oyster sauce. But then you won't get the aroma of hot pot, so you can decide for yourselves. Everyone nodded in agreement, and then began to prepare their own dipping sauces. Ding Dang wasn't even as tall as Chopsticks, but she was the most enthusiastic of all. She poured all the prepared seasonings into a bowl, then held Chopsticks taller than herself and flew around the bowl, stirring the seasonings while chattering incessantly. You big bad guy, help me cook the vegetables. Doraemon is starving. I want to eat vegetables, I want to eat meat, and I also want to eat canned yellow peaches. How can there be so many choices? Ding Dang is so conflicted. Which one should she eat first? On the other side, after leaving the grocery store, Barak had his servant drive him to the palace in a carriage, intending to find Suman and find out what had happened. The crisp sound of horses' hooves reached his ears, and his mind gradually relaxed as he began to recall the events of the past few years. 3 years ago, after his second wife passed away from illness, a minor nobleman introduced him to Suman. Just 6 months later, Suman successfully won him over with her superb skills and meticulous gentleness, leaving a deep impression on him. Despite the 20-year age difference between them, he still faced immense pressure to marry Suman, making her an enviable countess. And then what happened? Barak thought about it carefully, and his eyebrows gradually furrowed. He recalled seeing expensive jewelry on Suman more than once, but Suman said it was fake and she bought it just to make a show of it. He believed it. He also encountered some merchants and nobles who asked him for favors, and they vaguely mentioned that he was related to the countess and hoped that he could make an exception. But he firmly refused them all. As a member of a long-established noble family, Barak had his own pride and never associated these things with Suman. But now it seems that it's not that simple. When his thoughts were in turmoil, he suddenly remembered something else. Since marrying Suman into the Earl's mansion, she has prepared a room for herself and does not allow anyone to enter, including him, the Earl. Suman said that was her practice room, a place for practicing singing and dancing, and she didn't want others to go in, so he didn't insist. Could it be? Barak's expression immediately turned serious. He rang the bell and instructed the coachman. Turn around and head back to the Earl's mansion. Chapter 77 Hot Pot and Delicacies. The spicy hot pot smells so tempting. Before the break was even over, the entrance to the grocery store was already packed with curious customers. When Ari saw that so many people had gathered outside, she decisively gave up resting and told Lulu to open the door and start doing business as soon as possible. She wanted to seize the opportunity before the hot pot smell dissipated and quickly launch the hot pot base to the market. Ding Dang ate too much again. Her little belly was round and full, so she went to rest on the chair next to her. Only 3 grown men remained by the stove, sweating profusely as they worked on a pot of boiling red soup. Hiss! This beef becomes both numbing and spicy immediately after being dipped in the hot pot. It's so delicious. King Arthur picked up a piece of scalding hot beef, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it a couple of times, and quickly swallowed it, then exhaled a breath of scalding hot air. This hot pot broth is amazing. It's numbing and spicy with a unique aroma. It's so satisfying to eat meat in it. Kid, how did you come up with this idea? I just thought about it, and it came out. It's not difficult at all. Wang Hao poured the remaining half plate of beef into the pot. When he picked up the cola to drink, he found that the cola had unknowingly become hot. Hot cola is no good. You have to drink it ice cold. Then, a large hand appeared above Ding Dang, grabbed her wing, and lifted her up. The little fairy isn't entirely useless. Besides her most proficient illusion magic, she also knows some basic magic, such as freezing magic. Wang Hao made good use of this ability, using it as a refrigerator. He would have Ding Dang freeze any leftover fruits, vegetables, or meat so that they could be preserved for a few more days. In addition, it can be used to chill cola. You want me to drink iced cola again? How can you drink so much? The little boy complained. Wang Hao pinched her wings and shook them twice, urging, You're just a freeloader. How dare you talk back? Don't you have any self-awareness? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Urged on by him, Ding Dang reluctantly raised her hand and released icy gas into the cola bottle. According to the human hierarchy, Ding Dang is a level 7 beginner mage, and even a small freezing spell can exert considerable power in her hands. In less than 3 seconds, the Coke bottle was covered with white frost. Just as Ding Dang was about to end the magic, 2 more bottles of cola were suddenly thrust at her from the side, along with 2 faces that were flushed red from the spiciness of the hot pot. King Arthur, Miss Ding Dong, could you please cool this for me too? Alan gave a simple, honest smile. And mine too. Ding Dang rolled her eyes, casting a freezing spell on the cola while complaining that the 2 of them were bullying her along with Wang Hao. King Arthur and Alan exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. After the cola was chilled, Wang Hao casually tossed Ding Dang onto a chair and started drinking it by himself. After a sip of ice-cold cola, the burning sensation from the hot pot immediately disappeared, replaced by a feeling of complete relaxation. Wang Hao let out a satisfied burp and muttered, Spicy hot pot with ice-cold cola, that's what I call enjoyment. What a pity. King Arthur, with his keen ears, heard this and asked, What's a pity? It's a pity I couldn't buy any offal. Wang Hao couldn't help but complain, recalling his previous experience buying meat at the market. You people are really crazy. You can't afford meat, Yet you throw away all the offal. Don't you think it's a waste? Although King Arthur was not among those who couldn't afford meat, he was aware of market prices and knew that most commoners didn't eat offal because it had a strong smell. He asked curiously, "The offal smells so strong, even professional chefs can't clean it properly. Is it really safe to eat?" Wang Hao curled his lip and snorted. "That's because you don't know how to eat. A true gourmet will not give up any food. If you can't eat it, it must be because you haven't found the right way to cook it. If you asked me to make it, let alone tripe or kidneys, even if you gave me a fresh pig intestine, I could make a dish that would leave you speechless with delight." King Arthur was taken aback at first, then asked in surprise, "Really? Nonsense. When have I ever lied to you?" Wang Hao snorted smugly and said, "Your food culture is too backward. I'll find an opportunity to show you some things later, so you won't treat bread and roast meat like treasures all day long. It's vulgar." King Arthur was even more delighted upon hearing this. He had been king for 20 years and had tasted all sorts of delicious food. He was long since immune to the culinary delights available in the market. But he has no other hobbies except for food, which is why he can't forget the taste of hot pot. There was nothing he could do before, but now that he knows Wang Hao has a trick up his sleeve, he's not going to let him get away with it. "Not later. Can't we do it today?" King Arthur asked expectantly. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow and snorted. "What do you mean? Isn't hot pot enough for you?" King Arthur chuckled and explained, "Hot pot is indeed delicious, but it seems to be a bit tough on the stomach. At my age, I can't eat it every day." Alan nodded and chimed in. "This spicy hot pot is really delicious, but I always feel thirsty after eating it, and my stomach feels burning. I'm afraid I'll get an upset stomach if I eat too much." "Yeah, you two are quite clever. You actually guessed right." Wang Hao didn't keep them in suspense and directly answered their questions. "This hot pot broth is made by stir-frying beef tallow with a variety of spices, including 7 or 8 different kinds of chili peppers. Eating too much of it will definitely cause internal heat. Alan is one thing, but old dang, you should eat less, lest you have trouble pooping." Upon hearing that word, King Arthur's face twitched twice, and he felt a surge of nausea. "But these are minor matters. They can be tolerated and will pass. The important thing is to focus on the main business. Since you know all this, you can understand my predicament, right? When will you make some other delicious food? I'll provide all the ingredients. You can have whatever you want. TCH, do you even have dragon wings? Didn't you encounter the black dragon last time? Last time was last time. Now it's now. So just tell me if you have it or not." Pressed by Wang Hao's repeated questioning, King Arthur gritted his teeth and nodded seriously. "Can I get a dry dragon wing? You actually have one?" Wang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. "Where did you get it?" King Arthur didn't speak, so Alan answered the question for him. "Last time, a dragon came to the city and caused trouble. Captain Kevin personally killed it and kept the dragon's wings as a trophy." Upon hearing that someone could actually take on a dragon single-handedly, even though it was a slightly weaker sub-dragon, Wang Hao was still very interested and hurriedly asked, "Who is Kevin? Where is he?" King Arthur explained, "Commander Kevin is the commander of the Light Griffin Knights. He is not in the city at the moment. He has gone elsewhere to quell the rioting monsters." Hearing that the person was no longer there, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Just as they were about to ask Kevin when he would be back, Lulu's voice suddenly rang in their ears. "Master, Uncle John and Nana have arrived." Chapter 78. Old John and Nana are here. Uncle John and Nana are here. Wang Hao was somewhat surprised. He turned around and saw Old John standing at the door, looking a little reserved, with a small figure standing next to him. It was Nana's first time visiting a general store, and she was very curious about the store's layout, looking around. A smile appeared on Wang Hao's face as he waved towards the door. "Nana, come quick. I'm here." Upon hearing his voice, the little girl first looked at Old John, and only after receiving permission did she run to Wang Hao, her 2 pigtails swaying adorably. "Uncle Boss, my grandpa and I have come to see you." Nana's smile was radiant, and her innocent childlike voice was refreshing. She was much cuter than that little imp. Ding dang. "Thank you, Nana. Have you been listening to Grandpa these past 2 days?" Wang Hao smiled as he looked at the little girl and took her 2 small hands in his hand. But as soon as he touched Nana's hands, his brows furrowed. Nana's hands were rough, covered with countless tiny cuts, some just healed, others still revealing pink, tender flesh, a heartbreaking sight. "Nana, what happened to your hand?" Wang Hao asked in a deep voice. The little girl was startled and immediately pulled her hands back behind her back so he wouldn't see. "No, it's okay, Uncle Boss. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt anymore." The little girl was very sensible and spoke very politely, taking the initiative to comfort Wang Hao and tell him not to worry. But the more she acted like this, the more heartbroken Wang Hao felt. Despite being from an ordinary family, Nana is clever, sensible, and very polite, and Wang Hao has always had a good impression of her. Seeing Nana injured, he flew into a rage and glared sternly at Old John. "Uncle John, what happened to Nana's hand? Who bullied her?" Old John forced a smile and explained, "Thank you for your concern, boss. Nobody bullied Nana. She got hurt while weeding. It's nothing serious." Pulling weeds, Wang Hao was a little angry, his voice becoming stern. "She's so young. How can you let her work in the fields?" Old John looked bitter, sighed, and said, "Children from poor families aren't that delicate. Boss, don't ask anymore, it's nothing." The little girl nodded in agreement. "Yes, Nana is all right now. Nana is happy to help Grandpa with chores, and Nana isn't afraid of getting tired." Watching the grandfather and grandson sing back and forth, Wang Hao felt very complicated and didn't know what to say. Children from poor families mature early, and although it was out of necessity, it still made him feel very uncomfortable. Wang Hao remained silent, and neither he nor his grandfather dared to speak, making the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. King Arthur leaned closer and asked in a low voice, "Boy, what's going on?" Wang Hao sighed and pointed at Old John, saying, "The experimental field I told you about was rented from him. I asked him to pull up the original wheat seedlings these past 2 days, and I guess this young girl went to the field to help out." Mentioning wheat, Old John immediately perked up and said excitedly, "Boss, all the wheat seedlings have been pulled up, and the weeds have been cleared away. It's ready to plant wheat now." Wang Hao was taken aback after hearing this, and frowned as he asked, "Didn't you say it would take 5 days? How come it was finished so quickly?" Old John smiled and explained, "It rained all day yesterday, and the fields were soaked. Nana and I quickly pulled up the rest of the wheat so we could plant it sooner." He spoke casually, but considering the tiny cuts on Nana's hands, Wang Hao knew it was definitely not as simple as he made it sound. Farming is hard work. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the people's turn to do it. Just as he was wondering whether to reward the grandfather and grandson with a few silver coins, a faint gurgling sound reached his ears. Wang Hao looked at Nana's lower abdomen, frowned, and asked, "Nana, you haven't had lunch yet, have you?" The little girl blushed, lowered her head shyly, and hid behind Old John's legs. "Don't be afraid. I don't eat people. Why are you hiding?" Wang Hao reached out and pulled Nana to his side, asking softly, "Tell Uncle what you want to eat." Nana's gaze bypassed Wang Hao and fell on the nearly extinguished hot pot. Her little nose twitched, and she quietly swallowed the saliva in her mouth. "Nana isn't hungry. Nana can wait until we get home to eat." Judging from her behavior, Wang Hao knew exactly what the girl was thinking. More than an hour has passed since they started eating hot pot. They've finished all the meat, and there are hardly any vegetables left, not enough to fill the stomachs of the grandfather and grandson. Is it too late to prepare the ingredients again? Alan had been watching the commotion from the sidelines, and when he noticed Wang Hao's expression, he immediately guessed what he was planning to do. "Brother, get the kid a couple of egg yolk pies to tide him over. I'll go buy the groceries for you." Alan stood up, ready to run the errand for him, but Wang Hao stopped him. "Forget about buying groceries, just buy me some cakes instead. If you have any ready-made roast meat, buy more too, but don't make Nana wait too long." Alan readily agreed, took the silver coins from Wang Hao, and quickly disappeared outside the door. Wang Hao picked up Ding Dang and put it on his head, then pointed to the empty chair and said to Old John, "Uncle John, please have a seat. I have something to ask you." Earl of Barrick's house. As soon as he got home, Barrick went straight to the end of the second-floor corridor and stood in front of a locked wooden door. Behind the wooden door was Su Man's training room, the only room in the entire Earl's mansion that he had never entered. A flicker of hesitation crossed Barrick's eyes, but he quickly made up his mind and gave the order to the butler beside him. "Open it." Without hesitation, the butler took out his tools and fiddled with the lock, quickly opening the heavy brass lock. Pushing open the door, Barrick walked into the room with a nervous heart and looked around. The room was simply furnished and easy to understand. A large floor-length mirror, a dressing table with cosmetics and jewelry, a chair where you can lie down and rest, and other than that, there is only a thick wool carpet on the floor. Barrick examined all the items one by one and found nothing suspicious, nor any jewelry of unknown origin. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. In his view, it was a good thing that no suspicious items were found. At least it meant that Su Man had not lied to him. As for what Wang Hao said, it might be true, but so what? At most, it's just that Su Man was blinded by greed. The matter hasn't reached the point of no return. Perhaps we can have a good talk through His Majesty the King. There's nothing that can't be resolved. Beric walked toward the only chair in the room, intending to carefully consider how to solve this thorny problem. But just as he relaxed and sat down in the chair, the accident happened. With nearly 200 pounds of weight pressing down on the chair instantly tilted to the right and backward, and one leg shoved hard into the carpet. With the help of the butler, Count Beric got up from the ground and angrily kicked away the chair that had embarrassed him. But the next second, he saw the last thing he wanted to see. When the chair rolled away, it took the carpet underneath with it, revealing a hole the size of a fist. Hidden inside that hole was a pile of valuable jewelry, including a gemstone necklace he had seen once before. Under the sunlight, the gemstones shimmered with a captivating luster. It's beautiful, but also dazzling. Chapter 79, Do Me Another Favor. Goodbye, Uncle Boss, Nana will miss you. Nana waved her little hand, gave Wang Hao a sweet smile, and then turned and left with old John. Watching the small figure walk further and further away, Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh. What a wonderful child, don't you think? King Arthur smiled and said, She's a polite little girl, very cute. However, Wang Hao asked in surprise, But what? King Arthur chuckled, But my Lily is also very cute, and even prettier, don't you think? Wang Hao was speechless. Are you showing off to me that you have a beautiful daughter? If a pig suddenly appears and steals your cabbage, let's see if you'll still be able to laugh. Old dang, you can keep your daughter to yourself. I have no interest in her. After uttering those words in anger, Wang Hao turned and went back into the shop. After opening the windows for ventilation for more than half an hour, the hot pot smell had mostly dissipated, and the smell in the restaurant was no longer so strong. However, the promotion was surprisingly effective, with many people queuing up to buy hot pot base, including some familiar faces. In the queue, Wang Hao saw a man wearing an apron. His name is Liden. He is the owner and head chef of a high-end restaurant next door. He is skilled at cooking with mixed spices and making various stews. Wang Hao had once taken the Ali sisters to his house for dinner and had a good impression of him. Upon seeing Wang Hao approach, Liden bowed slightly and greeted him politely. Hello, Mr. Wang. I heard that you have a new condiment called hot pot base in your store. I would like to buy it and take a look at it. Is that all right? Wang Hao immediately understood what he meant by research. Of course, Mr. Liden. You are welcome to conduct your research. I look forward to your results. That would be my honor, and I don't think I'll let you down. After exchanging a few polite words, Wang Hao returned to his little pond and continued fishing. Old dang, this is some newly arrived black tea. How does it taste? Wang Hao poured King Arthur a cup of freshly brewed Lapsang Souchong tea and looked at the two of them with a smile. This tea is a premium product. You can't find it anywhere else except here. King Arthur picked up his teacup, smelled it, and then brought it to his lips and took a sip. The rich aroma of tea bursts forth on the tip of the tongue, carrying a faint hint of pine, followed by a refreshing sweetness in the aftertaste. King Arthur's eyes lit up, and he drank the rest of the tea in his cup in one gulp. Indeed, the tea has a rich aroma with a hint of pine resin. It is truly a rare and excellent tea. Opening his eyes, King Arthur picked up the tea canister and examined it closely. This jar is also very pretty. Is it a unique item you have here? Wang Hao smiled faintly and introduced. This is called porcelain. It's a handicraft from my hometown, and it's perfect for storing tea. Of course, it's also nice as a decoration. After all, it's quite beautiful, isn't it? King Arthur nodded, carefully examining the patterns and glaze on the jar against the sunlight, clearly quite fond of it. How much does one of these jars cost? Can it be sold separately? Wang Hao shook his head, took a sip of tea, and said, Buying the box and returning the pearl is not a good habit. You don't think the tea inside is worse than the packaging, do you? All right, you're right. King Arthur shrugged and put the tea canister back on the table. This isn't cheap, is it? How much are you planning to charge? 2 gold coins, no bargaining. So expensive. Upon hearing the price, King Arthur's eye twitched, utterly speechless. He had just looked at the tea leaves in the jar. The quantity was very light, and even if one were to use them sparingly, they could only be brewed about 10 times at most. The price was indeed not cheap. Aren't you afraid no one will want to buy it at such a high price? Nobody wants it. How is that possible? Wang Hao chuckled and said, There are plenty of rich people in the city. I don't believe no one will be interested. Besides, even if it doesn't sell, I can keep it for myself. This stuff is much better than cola. King Arthur paused for a moment, then smiled helplessly. Wang Hao is right. There are many wealthy people in the city, and even more who are willing to spend money to enjoy life. They are not worried about not being able to sell their products. Give me 5 cans later, I'll take them back for my wife to try. She likes black tea. When Queen Devi was mentioned, King Arthur's smile softened considerably, as if he could already picture Devi enjoying her tea. But then he sighed. However, your tea is still too expensive. It would be better if it were cheaper. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's eyes darted around, and he came up with a good idea. If you can do me a favor, I can give you a 50% discount. How about it? 50% off? That much. King Arthur did not immediately agree, but stared at Wang Hao with a strange look. You should tell me in advance what you want me to do. I won't agree to anything too outrageous. Humph, do you think I'm that kind of person? Wang Hao got up, walked to a shelf, took 2 packs of face masks, and handed them to King Arthur. This is called a face mask. It can moisturize and beautify your skin when you put it on your face. Take it home and let your wife try it. Also, please help me promote it. King Arthur shuddered instinctively upon hearing his words, and his head began to throb again. Not again. Are you trying to kill us? This whole thing with Balik started because he was helping you promote your product. How dare you ask him for help? It's understandable that King Arthur felt resentful, but what he didn't know was that sanitary napkins were selling exceptionally well today because of last night's small gathering. Unlike that fool Su man, the other noble women did not have any bad intentions. They simply wanted to buy some good sanitary products for themselves, so they sent their servants directly to the general store to buy them, and they bought quite a lot. Ali has already told Wang Hao the good news. In just this morning, they sold over 100 packs of sanitary napkins, more than the total number sold in the previous period. This is a good start. Wang Hao looked at King Arthur with a smile, his expectant expression making him look like a simple-minded boy waiting for a reward. But King Arthur saw this expression quite differently. He looked exactly like a cunning little fox, and who knew what he was up to. After taking the face mask and examining it closely, King Arthur looked at Wang Hao with a suspicious gaze. How do you plan to promote this? Let your wife use it first, and then tell others about the actual results. It's that simple. Otherwise what? King Arthur breathed a sigh of relief and put the face mask into his pocket. All right, I'll let Davy try it first. If it works well, I'll help you promote it. But you can't cause me any more trouble or mess things up, you hear me? Don't worry, am I that kind of person? Wang Hao chuckled and said, as long as no one bothers me, I won't bother with them. Don't worry. Just then, Alan, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly interrupted. Brother, is this thing really as good as you say? Chapter 80 Alan, what are you going to do? Alan learned martial arts from a young age, laying the foundation at 7, and officially became a first-class bronze knight at 10. For the next 20 years, he devoted all his energy to training and combat, and finally passed the 7th level test 2 days ago, becoming a powerful gold knight. At the same time, he is also the youngest gold knight in the Order of the Griffin Knights, with a bright future ahead of him. But as far as Wang Hao knew, Alan was not married and he had never heard of him having a woman he liked. So why was he so interested in face masks? Could it be? Wang Hao couldn't help but shudder and glance sideways at Alan. He had a center-parted hairstyle, a square face, deep blue eyes, and a clean-shaven chin with not a single stubble. Is he gay? Alan felt uncomfortable being stared at. He looked down at himself, but didn't see anything dirty. He couldn't help but ask, Brother, what's with that look? Why are you staring at me like that? Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, Are you very interested in face masks? Alan nodded. Yes, didn't you say this face mask has whitening and skincare effects? Yes, there is, but... Wang Hao hesitated for a few seconds, then steeled himself and asked the question that had been bothering him. What would a grown man like you need a face mask for? Don't you think you're fair enough? Alan paused for a moment, seemingly unsure how to answer the question. Wang Hao continued to persuade him. Alan, we men should be masculine. Darker skin is a good thing, it means we're healthy. Don't you find those pretty boys who sing opera particularly disgusting? Alan paused for a few seconds, then suddenly realized. He looked into Wang Hao's eyes and said, both amused and exasperated, Brother, what are you thinking? I didn't plan to use it for myself. King Arthur immediately became interested upon hearing this, and put his arm around Alan's shoulder. Have you taken a fancy to any girl? Tell me, and I can give you some advice. Maybe we can win her over soon. Wang Hao also breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Yeah, which girl is so lucky to have caught your eye? Introduce me to her, please. Alan, a little embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and chuckled dryly. It's not that fast. I just have a bit of a crush on her. By the way, you guys know her too. Who is it? Wang Hao asked in surprise. I don't know many people. You're not mistaken, are you? Alan shook his head and whispered a few words. Phil. Yanasia? Who? Wang Hao stared at Alan in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. A woman named Phil? Don't tell me she's Lily's magic teacher. Alan's face flushed slightly, and he turned his head away shyly. It's Professor Phil. I really like girls with that kind of personality. It really is her. When it comes to Mentor Phil, Wang Hao has a pretty good impression of her. At the age of 27, she was in the prime of her youth, very beautiful, and had a great presence. I heard she's a 7th level beginner mage, definitely a genius among her peers. However, these are all bonus points. What Wang Hao admires most is that his mentor, Phil, is very responsible and a woman with a strong sense of duty. When they first encountered the Black Dragon, Instructor Phil stayed behind to hold it off in order to buy Amelia and Lily a chance to escape. Although she couldn't completely stop the Black Dragon with her strength, her courage was admirable. Otherwise, Starlight Academy wouldn't have let her off so easily. King Arthur and Wang Hao exchanged a glance and asked, Alan, when did you get together with Mentor Phil? Alan shook his head and said, We're just friends for now, not at that level yet. Wang Hao said, Oh, and asked curiously, I remember the last time we ate together, it seemed like it was the first time you met Professor Phil, right? How did you fall for her? Upon mentioning Professor Phil, Alan immediately became excited, his eyes lighting up. Phil is a responsible and good woman. She single-handedly stopped the Black Dragon for Lily and Amy, and afterwards she didn't make any excuses for her mistakes, but calmly accepted the punishment. Most importantly, at this point, Alan suddenly became a little embarrassed, lowered his head, and whispered, Don't you guys think Phil is very pretty? Puffed ha ha ha. Wang Hao was amused by Alan's shy expression and laughed so hard, he almost fell off his chair. King Arthur suppressed his laughter, trying hard not to laugh out loud, but the twitching muscles in his face betrayed his emotions. Alan sighed as he saw the two of them laughing at him. Can you please stop laughing? I have my pride too, you know. I know I may not be good enough for Phil, but I still want to try. After all, if I miss out on such a wonderful woman as her, I might regret it for the rest of my life. Seeing that Alan seemed a little insecure, Wang Hao and King Arthur exchanged a glance and quickly suppressed their smiles. King Arthur said seriously, Alan, you are outstanding. You are the most talented young man I have ever seen. Why do you feel that you are not good enough for her? Wang Hao chimed in. Yes, you're a gold knight, and she's a beginner-level archmage, both at level 7. What's wrong with that? You're a perfect match. Alan sighed deeply, his expression somewhat melancholy. Even though we're both level 7, mages are more respected than us knights, because they are mages. Seemingly remembering something, Alan said self-deprecatingly, Brother, you're too strong. Maybe we're all the same in your eyes, but a mage's attack power is much stronger than our knights. If we really fought, I probably couldn't beat Phil. Is there really such a big difference? This time, not only Alan, but even King Arthur fell silent. Seeing that the two of them remained silent, Wang Hao found it somewhat difficult to understand. Even though they are both at level 7, can their strength differ greatly just because of their different professions? King Arthur seemed to sense his confusion and explained, People are different, and talent is very important. He pointed at Alan, then at himself. I am a greatsword master, and Alan is a knight. The most important characteristic of our professions is perseverance. As long as you keep training and hone your skills through real combat, plus a little bit of luck, you'll eventually reach the level of me and Alan. But magicians are different. To become a magician, you must first have a keen sense of magic. Sensing the existence of magical elements, touching them, understanding them, and ultimately controlling them. The stronger one's magical perception, the greater one's future achievements. This is God's favor towards magicians, but also their limitation. Is there no way to improve this perception? Wang Hao asked. King Arthur shook his head and sighed. I have 3 children. My 2 sons can only vaguely sense the existence of the elements, but they cannot control them. Only Lily is born with a strong sense of perception, which is why I sent her to Starlight Academy to learn magic. If possible, I would also like the Kingdom of Leighton to have more magicians. Hearing this, Wang Hao suddenly remembered a thought that had crossed his mind earlier and blurted out. Then let more people learn magic. Chapter 81 Faith and State. Get more people to learn magic? It's not that easy. King Arthur shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't laugh at Wang Hao's naivete, but patiently explained to him the difficulties of training a magician. Do you know how difficult it is to train a magician? King Arthur asked. Take Lily for example. Every year, she has to pay 500 gold coins just for tuition at Starlight Academy. She also has to pay for clothing, textbooks, and experimental materials herself, which adds up to 200 or 300 gold coins. So many. Wang Hao frowned. This is nothing. King Arthur chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued. Every magician needs to prepare their own set of magical equipment, and this cost cannot be reduced. Take wands for example. A good wand costs at least 300 gold coins. If you add a high-grade gem to the wand, the price will be unimaginable. Do you remember the magic gems the Academy gave to Lily and Amy last time? Only a few days had passed, but Wang Hao hadn't forgotten. He said, Amy gave me a firestone, and Lily gave me a crystal stone, which I heard is quite valuable. King Arthur nodded. That's right. Firestone is a high-grade fire-type gem, and even the lowest quality one costs 3,000 gold coins. Crystal is a bit cheaper, but you still need 500 gold coins to buy the lowest grade one. After hearing King Arthur's introduction, Wang Hao was completely speechless. No wonder there are so few magicians. No wonder magicians always feel superior to others. It's all built with money. With the meager monthly income of ordinary people, which isn't even enough to eat, how could they possibly be qualified to learn magic? With a sigh, Wang Hao tentatively asked, if the requirements aren't high, and we only want to learn basic spells like water ball and fireball, could you lower the fee? Basic magic? King Arthur thought for a moment, then rejected Wang Hao's suggestion. Learning basic magic can indeed shorten the learning time and greatly reduce costs, but basic magic is not very useful. Who says it's useless? Upon hearing that there was hope, Wang Hao immediately refuted his words and offered his own insights. Basic magic may seem useless, but it can actually solve many problems in life, such as the drought a while ago. Wang Hao reorganized his ideas about magically irrigating the land, and then told them to King Arthur. At first, King Arthur didn't take it seriously. In his subconscious, the greatest use of magic was for attacking, defeating enemies to protect his home, or killing monsters to make money. However, after listening to Wang Hao's detailed explanation, he gradually became interested. Using water balloons to irrigate the wheat seedlings? Wouldn't that be too slow? Slower is better than nothing, right? Wang Hao retorted. One magic apprentice might not be able to solve the drought problem, but what about 10? If 10 isn't enough, then 100 will do. Magical elements are free anyway, and we don't need to equip them with gear. This way, we can minimize costs and solve a lot of problems at the same time. After listening to Wang Hao's line of reasoning, King Arthur's eyes gradually lit up. Can quantity lead to qualitative change? That's a question I've never thought about before. He stroked his chin in thought, but after a long while, he shook his head under Wang Hao's expectant gaze. Even if we want to achieve our goal through sheer numbers, there is still one problem that must be solved. What's the problem? Wang Hao asked. Magicians must be trained from childhood because children have the most acute senses. Once they grow up and have more thoughts in their minds, it becomes very difficult for them to learn magic from scratch. King Arthur tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his expression one of utter helplessness. The children can't read, and they don't have the patience to listen to the teacher's lectures, which is also a problem. The magical theories are too complicated. Unless someone forces them to learn, not many children can learn magic, even the most basic water ball spell. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao suddenly laughed, a laugh that left King Arthur completely bewildered. Why are you laughing? You guess. King Arthur looked at him speechlessly. Guess whether I'll guess or not. Wang Hao chuckled and said, So, will you guess, I'll guess, or not? Alan was completely confused and quickly stopped the two of them. What are you two guessing about? My brain isn't working properly. Can't you just say it clearly? Wang Hao glanced at him and chuckled. Actually, it's nothing. In my opinion, the problems that old Deng mentioned are not serious and can be easily solved. What? King Arthur suddenly stood up, looking at Wang Hao with surprise. You have a way to solve this? Wang Hao glared at him disdainfully. How old are you? Why are you still so irritable? Sit down quickly, aren't you ashamed? King Arthur noticed that the customers in the shop were secretly watching him, so he quickly sat back down in his chair. He picked up his teacup and drank it all in one gulp, using the cool tea to quell the restlessness in his heart. All right, now you can speak. King Arthur stared intently at Wang Hao, hoping to hear the answer he wanted from him. Wang Hao waved his hand and asked a question that puzzled King Arthur. Old Deng, what do you think about the church teaching its members to read and write every winter? King Arthur paused for a moment, then asked, Isn't this a good thing? Good news? That's hard to say. Wang Hao gestured for the two to come closer, then lowered his voice and asked, Which do you think is more important, God or the country? King Arthur's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze towards Wang Hao sharpened. What do you mean? Wang Hao waved his hand, signaling him not to get excited, and then continued his speech. My beliefs differ from yours, so I won't explain that now. What I want to ask is, Do you expect your believers to obey the commands of the church, or to follow the laws of the country and serve the country? This question was quite outrageous, and Alan broke out in a cold sweat. He glanced at King Arthur, only to find that King Arthur was not angry, but was seriously considering Wang Hao's question, seemingly also searching for an answer. After a moment, King Arthur looked into Wang Hao's eyes and solemnly answered the question. A country is the foundation of a home. I hope everyone will abide by the law and work together for the future of the Kingdom of Leighton. Wang Hao clapped his hands lightly twice, expressing his agreement with King Arthur's idea. That's right, a country comes before a family. Faith can't put food on the table, so it's better to be realistic. King Arthur was speechless, looking at Wang Hao with a troubled expression. What exactly do you want to say? Can you just say it all at once? You're driving me crazy. Wang Hao picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said slowly, I have an idea. If we can do it, the common people will not only be grateful to the king, but will also trust the country from the bottom of their hearts and obey its orders. King Arthur's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, What idea? Wang Hao spoke, calmly uttering 3 words. Start a school. Chapter 82 Barrack's Apology. King Arthur is gone. His expression was incredibly complex as he left, yet there was also a subtle, peculiar excitement about him. During the conversation just now, Wang Hao revealed his thoughts in their entirety, which brought him an unimaginable shock. Wang Hao proposed that the state fund the establishment of schools, requiring children aged 5 to 10 to attend school every day, learning to read and write while also acquiring some special skills. Children with talent can learn basic magic or martial arts, while those without such talent learn skills to make a living. In short, they are never allowed to be idle. This proposal seems cruel, but upon closer inspection, it's a brilliant idea. With the children all in school, adults have more time to participate in production and thus earn more money. When ordinary people become wealthier, the country will also become stronger, which can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, during the conversation, Wang Hao also put forward an extremely evil idea, brainwashing. Through long-term education, a seed is planted in the hearts of children, making them aware of the importance of the country from an early age. In this way, even when they grow up and develop their own beliefs, they will not forget the kindness the country once showed them. This idea would be considered a heinous crime by the church, but for the Kingdom of Leighton, quite the opposite, it would become the cornerstone of the kingdom's long-term stability. King Arthur was a devout follower of the God of Light, but he was also the ruler of the kingdom, the King of Leighton. Wang Hao's proposal was so tempting to him that he even ignored the potential negative consequences of doing so. Alan. King Arthur's majestic voice reached Alan's ears. Don't mention this to anyone. I need some time. Without the slightest hesitation, Alan knightly salute with one hand over his chest and solemnly replied, As you wish, your majesty. King Arthur waved his hand, his serious expression returning to a gentle smile. Don't be nervous. Let's go back to the palace first. I need to think about this carefully. Inside the royal palace council chamber, Dewey sat on her throne, which belonged only to her, looking down at those below with a somewhat helpless expression. Count Barrack, you really don't have to do this. At the bottom of the steps, Earl Barrack knelt on one knee, bowing his head in respect. Your Majesty, it is my incompetence in disciplining my children that has caused so much trouble. I am willing to accept your and His Majesty's punishment. Please give the order. But, Queen Duil hesitated slightly, glancing to the side. Suman was forced to kneel on the ground by 2 guards, her face contorted in a grotesque grimace from the whipping, blood still slowly seeping from her wounds. Her gaze toward Berlick was filled with resentment, as frenzied as a monster ready to devour its prey. Why did I go blind and marry Barrack? This heartless man actually disregarded our relationship and interrogated me like a criminal. On what grounds? It's just that I took a small benefit from someone. It was just a trivial matter done for those businessmen. It's just that I've set my sights on a grocery store with decent sales, isn't it? So what? You dragged yourself into the palace over such a trivial matter, forced the queen to break off the engagement, and even tried to bring him to justice. Are you even a man? If her mouth hadn't been gagged, Suman would have bitten this shameless old man to death to get justice for the 3 years of her youth she had wasted. But now she can do nothing, like a weak goblin pinned to the ground, awaiting the judgment of fate. A surge of overwhelming hatred boiled within her, nearly driving her mad. Duier had observed all of Suman's actions. As a woman, she knew very well what Suman was thinking and what that fierce look in her eyes meant. This woman has shown absolutely no remorse to this day. Dewey sighed softly, and looked at Earl Beric, who had his head bowed and eyes downcast. Beric offered his apology, and since King Arthur was not present, she should have acted as judge, but Dewey still could not make up her mind. Count Beric's request to annul his engagement with Suman was perfectly reasonable, as was the decision to temporarily imprison Suman in the dungeon. But Earl Beric also demanded a reduction in her peerage as punishment, which put her in a difficult position. She knew very well how much King Arthur valued Beric, and that if Beric were stripped of his title, King Arthur would certainly be in a difficult position. Fortunately, the situation soon took a turn for the better. Footsteps could be heard outside the council chamber. King Arthur had returned. Prompted by Stephen, King Arthur rushed to the council chamber and immediately saw Beric and Suman kneeling on the ground. "Beric, what are you doing?" King Arthur walked to Beric and raised his hand to help the kingdom's pillar to his feet. Beric took a deep breath, shook his head firmly, and said, "Your Majesty, you have returned just in time. Please forgive my dereliction of duty." King Arthur had already heard the whole story from Stephen and knew what Beric was up to, which gave him a headache. Over the past 3 years, Suman has done many foolish things under the name of the Marquis of Berlic's mansion and has confessed to them all under Berlic's violent interrogation. To put it bluntly, Beric does bear undeniable responsibility, and according to the laws of the kingdom, he should indeed be demoted by 1 rank. However, Beric was his right-hand man, and to strip him of his title for a woman's mistake, even if it was only a demotion, was a severe punishment. After much hesitation, King Arthur decided to interrogate Suman first, and then make a decision based on the situation. With Berico helped to his feet, King Arthur walked up the steps and sat down on the throne. "Beric, don't rush. I have something to ask her." At his instruction, the guards removed the gag from Suman's mouth, allowing her to answer the question smoothly. "Suman, look at me." King Arthur exuded an imposing aura without anger. The king's majesty was on full display at this moment. "Do you have anything else to say about the issues reported by Beric?" Suman burst into laughter, as if she had gone mad. Say something? Say something? What's there to say? So what if I took some jewelry and precious stones from someone else? So what? It's what I deserve. I thought that marrying into the Earl's family would allow me to enjoy wealth and luxury, and that I would never have to worry about money again or have to see those ugly faces. But I was wrong. I actually married a fake count, a poor man with a reputation but no wealth at all. Do you know how poor this old man's family is? 200 acres of land, a pasture, and less than 5,000 gold coins. That's all he has. If I had known there was only this much, why would I have married him? I could have easily found a rich man who would have been better than him. Amidst the barrage of harsh insults, Beric's expression grew increasingly grim, yet he remained unable to refute them. Because Suman was telling the truth, the Beric family is no longer the family it once was. But more than wealth, he hoped to help King Arthur realize his ideal and make Leighton a truly free kingdom. Everyone can have enough to eat and wear. Everyone loves their country. Everyone is proud to be a citizen of the Kingdom of Leighton. Compared to these lofty ideals, what are a few gold coins? It's not like he can't afford to eat. But it is obvious that these ideals were only his and King Arthur's ideals, not Suman's ideals. Suman cursed for a while, and finally screamed hysterically, "Old man, if you have the guts, kill me, or I'll make sure your Berlic family line ends one day." King Arthur's expression turned cold, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. "Guards, shut this shrew's mouth." Chapter 83. The group of people freeloading has grown even larger. In the evening, after the grocery store closed, looking at the room full of heads, Wang Hao felt like his head was about to explode. "Hey, don't go too far. Do you really think this is your own home?" King Arthur wasn't embarrassed at all, and chuckled, "Don't be so formal. We're friends. Shouldn't friends visit each other more often?" Wang Hao laughed angrily, pointing at King Arthur and cursing, "Old Deng, you're shameless. Don't you consider yourself an outsider? Besides, you're here, but what's with all these people?" Wang Hao raised his hand and pointed, encircling everyone in front of him. Amelia was playing with Ding Dang with some cookies when she noticed Wang Hao's gaze. She gave a soft snort and turned her head away, not daring to meet his eyes. Lily stood gracefully beside Amelia, but what caught Wang Hao's eye the most was the woman next to her. With her gentle and refined demeanor, long silver hair cascading down to her waist, and a striking resemblance to Lily, it's no surprise that this beautiful middle-aged woman is Arthur Old Deng's wife. Alan goes without saying, wherever Hardin is, he's sure to be there too. Seeing Wang Hao pointing at him, Alan smiled sheepishly, held up the bag in his hand, and said, "I bought some fresh offal and brought it over. I think you might be able to use it." Wang Hao glared at him and looked to the side. Professor Phil also came. She brought 2 bottles of wine as a gift, which made Wang Hao feel embarrassed to find fault with her. However, one thing almost made him burst out laughing. Alan's years of training have given him a healthy bronze complexion, slightly tanned. Compared to him, Professor Phil was not just ordinary white. It looked like he had been slapped with a thick layer of white paint. The two standing side by side gave off a somewhat comical vibe, reminiscent of the black and white duo. These were all old acquaintances, so Wang Hao didn't have much to say. But what bothered him was that the fat old man was also standing in the corner of the crowd. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, pointed at Earl Barrick, and asked, "Old Deng, what's he doing here? Do you want me to beat him up?" King Arthur quickly stopped him from this dangerous idea, explaining, "Balik has come to apologize to you. You should give him a chance, shouldn't you?" "Apologize?" Wang Hao scoffed dismissively, then retorted without any politeness, "Get lost. If apologies were enough, what would be the point of laws? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Being publicly humiliated by a junior, Barrick was extremely embarrassed and wished he could disappear into the ground. But remembering what Su Man had done, he still mustered up his courage and stepped forward, bowing to Wang Hao. "I'm sorry. I'm very sorry about what happened to Suman," the fat old man said solemnly. "I assure you, she will not come here to cause trouble again." Wang Hao was slightly taken aback and looked at King Arthur beside him. King Arthur sighed and explained, "Balik has dissolved the engagement, and that woman is no longer the countess." "Divorced? You're not just making excuses for me, are you?" Wang Hao asked, frowning. Seeing that he didn't believe him, King Arthur had no choice but to explain the situation in detail. Upon hearing that Suman had been imprisoned and that Berlik had been stripped of his count status for his mistake, Wang Hao fell silent. In this world, titles are not only a symbol of status, but also a matter of a family's reputation. Barrick has the courage to take responsibility for his mistakes and willingly accept punishment, which seems to make him more responsible than the average nobleman. Wang Hao's anger dissipated, and he began to look at the fat old man with new respect. "All right, since you're willing to take responsibility, I'll let bygones be bygones, and let's move on from this." Barrick breathed a sigh of relief, bowed, and uttered 2 words, "Thank you." Wang Hao waved his hand and looked at King Arthur. "You brought your whole family to see me today? What's the matter? Don't tell me you just wanted to give me an answer. I don't believe it." King Arthur laughed heartily, patting Wang Hao's back with his large hands, making a loud thud. "I knew you weren't a stingy person. I wasn't wrong about you. But we really don't have anything else to do tonight. We just want to try your cooking. Can you make us some?" Wang Hao glared at him and said angrily, "You've gone too far. You want me to cook for 9 people all by myself? Are you trying to kill me with exhaustion?" Ding Dang's voice suddenly interrupted. "Me too. There should be 10 people. Ding Dang counts too. Get lost. You're not even as heavy as a piece of flesh. What are you talking about?" After scolding Ding Dang, Wang Hao looked at everyone, and all eyes were on him. In those gazes, he sensed kindness and gentleness, as well as an apology from the fat old man, and it didn't seem so unpleasant after all. Just as he was considering whether or not to accept the job, King Arthur spoke up again. "You made some tough talk at noon, saying you could make delicious dishes out of offal. You weren't just bragging, were you? A provocation tactic? Are you trying to provoke me?" Wang Hao sneered and scoffed. "Old Deng, your provocation won't work on me. I won't fall for your tricks." However, after hesitating for a few seconds, under the curious gazes of everyone, Wang Hao surrendered. "I don't dislike you guys, so I'll treat you to a meal." "Haha, thank you in advance." King Arthur laughed heartily and clapped his hands vigorously. "Everyone is in for a treat tonight, so thank our head chef." Everyone expressed their gratitude, instantly enlivening the previously lukewarm atmosphere and making Wang Hao feel very comfortable. However, amidst all the praise and encouragement, a discordant voice still reached his ears. "TCH, I thought you were going to say something. You're just pretending to be a good person." Although Amelia wasn't looking this way, Wang Hao still recognized her voice. The young lady was being arrogant again. "Amy, I'm your savior. Is it really okay for you to mock me like this?" Wang Hao walked up to Amelia, placed his right hand on her head, and vigorously ruffled her short pink hair. "You bastard, how could you be so rude to a lady? That's outrageous." Amelia grinned, showing off her cute little fangs, and expressed her strong dissatisfaction with Wang Hao's rude behavior. But it didn't work. Within seconds, a bird's nest appeared on her head, which looked particularly funny. "You pervert, you're bullying me again. I'll fight you to the death." Enraged, Amelia swung her fist at Wang Hao, but he nimbly dodged it. "You little brat, even Black Dragon isn't a match for me. You think you can beat me with your skills? Dream on. Pushing Amelia's head away, Wang Hao called out to the Ollie's sisters. Ollie, you make tea for everyone. I'll go cook. Ari nodded in agreement, while giving Lulu a wink. The clever Lulu immediately understood what her sister meant, and jogged to catch up with Wang Hao. Master, let me help you. Chapter 84, A Stinking Love. King Arthur was clearly prepared. To enjoy the most authentic offal cuisine, he specially asked Alan to slaughter a cow and buy fresh offal from the market. The large bag of waste was wrapped tightly in sesame oil cloth, but even so, a pungent stench could still be smelled. Wang Hao stared at the swollen package, a bad feeling suddenly creeping into his heart. They didn't just take it over without any pre-treatment, did they? As it turned out, he was right. The moment the rope was untied, the waste inside the package, like a wild beast breaking free of its restraints, spilled out onto the floor, instantly taking up most of the kitchen area. Wang Hao stared wide-eyed in horror, unsure of what to do with the entrails scattered on the ground. Fresh beef liver and tripe are one thing, but what's with that bundle of intestines as thick as an arm? What's bulging inside? The stench of blood from the internal organs and the foul smell emanating from the intestines mingled together, creating a distinctive mixture that rushed straight to the top of the head through the nostrils, instantly taking over the area. For a fleeting moment, Wang Hao seemed to see the legendary hell, a terrifying abyss of bloodshed and slaughter. His great-grandmother, whom he had never met before, was waving at him. Ugh! The fox people have an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Lulu was instantly choked by the disgusting smell, tears streaming down her face. She covered her mouth and fled the kitchen, running to the toilet to dry heave. Wang Hao suppressed his murderous urge and roared towards the stairs. Alan, I'll give you 2 seconds. You fucking get up here, or I'll cripple you. Downstairs, Alan was watching Phil and the others play Ludo when he suddenly heard a roar from upstairs. He trembled and almost peed his pants in fright. He was fine just now. Why did he suddenly get angry? Who upset him? He didn't have time to think too much and scrambled up the stairs, arriving just before Wang Hao could explode. Brother, why are you so angry? Who upset you? Alan asked Wang Hao with a forced smile. Who messed with me? You fucking tell me who messed with me. Wang Hao's face twitched, and he pointed at the drain on the kitchen floor, loudly demanding, What's going on with those things? You mean that? Alan looked over and chuckled dryly. You said at noon that the offal had to be the freshest, so I went and slaughtered a cow. Fresh enough, right? Fresh my ass. Wang Hao was about to curse, but in his excitement, he was choked by the stench coming from the kitchen and started to gag. Couldn't you have dealt with it before bringing it over? Wang Hao pointed at the pile of entrails on the ground and cursed. There's still shit in your intestines, a whole bunch of shit. Do you want to eat shit? Alan shook his head awkwardly and explained, I've never eaten food made with offal before, and I don't know either. Can you eat poop? Wang Hao was speechless. Wang Hao got angry. Wang Hao pointed at the entrails on the ground and roared, Get out of here with your shit, wash yourself clean, and come back, or I'll kill you. Alan immediately realized he had messed up, so he quickly picked up the entrails on the ground, packed them up, and took them downstairs. The smell wafted downstairs, and King Arthur and the others were so overwhelmed by it that they avoided Alan like the plague. Ding dang. Oh no. Someone's going to attack me with poop. What should I do? I need help online, it's urgent. Amelia, don't come any closer. If you dare come any closer, I'll have my dad bring the entire Knights of Dawn to beat you up. Even the usually well-behaved and sensible Lily lost her usual gentleness and looked at Alan in fear. Uncle Alan, don't come any closer. I'm scared. Dewey managed to maintain a smile, but her stern gaze clearly said, You dare to come and try. Alan was almost in tears, and he looked to King Arthur for help. King Arthur shook his head repeatedly, ruthlessly rejecting him. Don't look at me. Solve your own problems. I don't want to deal with shit. Alan felt a deep sense of desolation and subconsciously looked at Phil. Phil's lips twitched, but it turned into a helpless sigh as he slowly stood up. Let's go. I'll go with you to deal with these internal organs. Alan was overjoyed, his eyes almost closing with laughter. Thank you, Phil, you're the kindest and most considerate one. Upon hearing Alan's sweet words, Phil rolled his eyes at him and walked straight towards the back door without saying a word. Soon, the two figures disappeared outside the door. King Arthur stroked his chin and muttered, Looks like there's a chance. Dewey nodded. If she doesn't mind this, she must have feelings for him. Lily smiled faintly, as if she could already see the day of victory. Only Amelia was still completely confused and didn't understand what was going on. What are you talking about? What do you mean there's a chance? Who's interested? Dewey turned to look at her, her eyes full of pity. Poor child. She lost her mother at a young age and doesn't even understand what love is. So pitiful. Emilia was puzzled by the stares, but too embarrassed to ask the queen for the reason, so she lowered her head and pretended not to see anything, continuing to tease Tinkerbell. Second floor. Wang Hao opened the window to ventilate the room, only to unexpectedly witness a good show. In the alley outside the back door, Alan and Phil were cleaning out the entrails. Phil released a giant water sphere that hovered in midair, while simultaneously adding a whirlwind spell to the sphere. Under the influence of the whirlwind spell, the water sphere slowly began to rotate, starting at a stable frequency. Alan used a stick to lift a string of large intestines, and once the intestines were airborne, he quickly launched an attack, using the soft force of the stick to repeatedly pound them, knocking out all the feces from the intestines before sending them into the water sphere for Phil to clean. The two worked together very well, and in no time they had cleaned a large intestine, washing away the filth on the ground as well. Alan took the large intestine and examined it carefully, then gave Phil a thumbs up. Miss Phil, your control over magic has reached a level of perfection. It's amazing. Phil tucked his bangs behind his ear, a faint blush rising on his face. It's all right, practice makes perfect, not as amazing as you say. I'm not lying, it's really amazing. To prove his point, Alan showed Phil the large intestine. Look, it's been cleaned inside. There's not a speck of dirt. Really? Let me see. The two were standing so close that their eyes met without them noticing. An ambiguous atmosphere quietly emerged. Wang Hao curled his lip and snorted. They don't even forget to date while working. What a stinking love story. After watching for a while, and seeing that the two still hadn't taken the next step, Wang Hao didn't wait any longer and shouted down. Can you two be a little more mindful? I'm waiting to cook. Get to work. The two men below immediately separated like startled quails, pretending nothing had happened, and continuing to clean the internal organs. Wang Hao. Hell, love. Oh, it stinks. Chapter 85. Give me face. Dinner was quite plentiful. The aroma of the spicy hot pot was irresistible, and the spiciness made people sneeze, yet they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Compared to noon, the preparations this time were much more thorough. Tender slices of beef, large pieces of tripe, and clean vegetables are all laid out on the table for you to choose from. Besides hot pot, Wang Hao also used the ingredients at hand to make several fragrant stir-fried dishes. Stir-fried pork kidneys, spicy beef tripe, stir-fried pork intestines, spicy stir-fried beef offal, and a pot of boiled beef that's about to overflow. Although Wang Hao is not a professional chef, with the help of specially supplied hot pot base, he still fulfilled his promise and prepared a sumptuous offal feast. The food looked incredibly tempting with its glossy appearance and mouth-watering taste, making everyone's mouths water. Wang Hao wiped his hands and sat down in the main seat. What are you waiting for? Let's get started. King Arthur understood his temperament and took the initiative to assume the responsibility of leading the charge. This is the first time for everyone, so let me show you how it's done. As he spoke, he clumsily picked up a piece of fatty intestine, examined it carefully, and then cautiously put it into his mouth. There was no foul smell as he had imagined, only the aroma of deep-fried food and the spicy flavor of the broth, which put King Arthur at ease. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he slowly chewed the fatty intestines in his mouth, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. It's delicious. Even better than I imagined. Everyone should try it. Seeing how much he enjoyed his food, everyone couldn't wait any longer and immediately started eating as well. Amidst the praise, Wang Hao's culinary skills were recognized, and he smiled happily. Eat more if you like. This is enough for everyone, so please don't be shy. After exchanging a few polite words as usual, Wang Hao picked up his chopsticks to start eating, but suddenly noticed that Berlick, who was sitting in the corner, had not touched his chopsticks yet, and there wasn't a speck of oil on his plate. He sighed and said to Barrick, Old man, didn't I say we've moved on? Don't feel guilty. I won't pursue this any further. Barrick chuckled dryly. Sorry, I'm still a little embarrassed. I hope you didn't find this amusing. Wang Hao waved his hand and gave Alan, who was sitting next to Berlick, a wink. Don't just fawn over Mr. Phil. Give this fat old man some food too. You have no sense at all. Alan was already used to his teasing and didn't care at all. He cheerfully explained to Berlick how to eat hot pot. Following his demonstration, everyone's attention shifted back to the hot pot, and they all started trying it. Wang Hao held his wine glass, looking at the lively atmosphere at the table with great joy. Although these people are not his family, how is this lively atmosphere any different from that of a family? Isn't this how life should be? After a few rounds of drinks and several dishes, the sense of distance at the dinner table completely disappeared. Whether he was drunk or speaking from the heart, King Arthur suddenly put his arm around Wang Hao's shoulder and asked a strange question. Kid, do you know why I always want to come here for a free meal? Wang Hao rolled his eyes at him and snorted. Because you're greedy. King Arthur paused for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. Being greedy is only one aspect. Actually, I mainly like the atmosphere here. Atmosphere? Wang Hao was a little confused, not knowing what King Arthur meant by that. King Arthur let out a burp and pointed at the people at the table, saying, according to status, here you have slaves, commoners, nobles, magicians, knights, and me, a level 9 greatsword master. In another setting, we would never sit at the same table to eat. Do you know why? Why? Of course, it's because you're too proud to admit your status. Wang Hao's words were quite impolite, but King Arthur was not angry at all. Instead, he nodded seriously. That's right, identity is the biggest problem. God said to love all people, that everyone is equal, and that everyone is a brother or sister. As a devout believer, I believe that God would not lie to me. But that's not actually the case. The nobles oppressed the common people, and the demi-humans were captured and enslaved. I wanted to change this, but I was powerless. For a long time, I felt pain and helplessness because of this. King Arthur's voice wasn't loud, and everyone instinctively held their breath, afraid of disturbing him. I want to change the status quo. I want God's glory to spread to all his people, but every move I make will be opposed by countless people. Do you know why I chose Beric? Upon hearing King Arthur mention his name, the fat old man sighed and said, it is an honor to have your trust. You need not take it to heart. King Arthur smiled at the fat old man, and then looked at Wang Hao. Do you know why Suman did those things behind his back? For money, Wang Hao asked tentatively. Yes, it's all about the money. King Arthur affirmed. The Beric family was once one of the most powerful families in the Kingdom of Leighton, with wealth beyond your imagination. But that was then, not now. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao immediately became interested and asked curiously, did something happen? King Arthur nodded. That's right. In the past 20 years, the Kingdom of Leighton has experienced 4 major natural disasters, each of which caused widespread suffering and starvation. At that time, the Kingdom of Leighton had not yet developed, and the country could not afford to provide them with much aid, so it could only seek help from the nobles. But those selfish nobles were unwilling to care about the lives of commoners. Only 2 people supported me and took out a large amount of gold coins from their family wealth to buy food and help the poor who were about to starve to death for free. One is Balik, and the other is the person who tried to take advantage of your shop last time. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed, and he immediately perked up. Balik donated nearly 70% of his fortune to help the kingdom through its difficulties, so I trust him. King Arthur paused, then continued. The other one also contributed about half of his wealth to the country, which prevented more people from starving to death. So, at this point, King Arthur patted Wang Hao on the shoulder, sighed, and said, I've already warned him about what happened last time. I can guarantee he won't try anything with you again. I hope you can give me some face. I see. Connecting the causes and consequences, Wang Hao understood why the previous matter had no follow-up. Fine, since you want to protect him, I'll give you that face. Wang Hao looked into King Arthur's eyes and said calmly, as long as he doesn't provoke me, I won't actively cause him trouble. Are you satisfied with this answer? King Arthur's lips curled slightly upward as he casually picked up his wine glass. Good lad, I accept this honor. This toast is for you. King Arthur downed the wine in his glass in one gulp, his eyes glazed with drunkenness, and looked at Lily sitting opposite him, asking a question that astonished everyone. Hey kid, what do you think of Lily? Chapter 86 Sewing. The following morning. Ollie, I'm going to find Uncle John. You and Lulu are in charge of the shop. Don't wait for me at noon. Wang Hao said hello and was about to leave, but he was stopped by Ali after taking only a few steps. Master, please take this. Ali caught up with him and stuffed a small package into Wang Hao's hand. There's food inside, and some tea that's been brewed in advance. Take it with you on the road. The small package contained Ali's heartfelt sentiments, which warmed Wang Hao's heart. He put the items into the ring, patted Ari on the head, and said, Thank you, Ari, I'm off. After getting into the carriage, he looked back and saw Ali still standing on the steps at the door, watching the carriage slowly drive away. Just as Wang Hao was marveling at how gentle Ari was becoming, he suddenly heard a sour, sarcastic remark. If you're so reluctant to leave, then go back now. It's obvious that only Amelia could say something like that. Today, they were going to plant wheat. Considering that they would need to water it after sowing, Wang Hao called out Amelia and Lily, who were both off duty today. On the one hand, it's to let these two young ladies experience the hardships of farming, so they won't make a fool of themselves by not knowing the difference between grains. Another reason is to test the idea beforehand and see if basic water magic or other water-based spells can be used to irrigate the land. If feasible, King Arthur could consider promoting that school project. Hey, Miss Amy, I haven't done anything to you, have I? Wang Hao looked at Amelia with a smile and teased, why are you so irritable today? Are you constipated? Amelia's face flushed red instantly, as tempting as a ripe tomato. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly deserve to die? You disgusting scoundrel. I shouldn't have come out with you. Amelia turned her head away, glaring angrily out the window, not wanting to acknowledge the man across from her who had absolutely no manners. Lily couldn't help but laugh when she saw her best friend's reaction. Don't upset Amy. She was already feeling unwell this morning. If you push her too far, I won't be able to stop her. Wang Hao paused for a moment, then seemed to realize something, and laughed even more heartily. I told you last night not to eat so many chili peppers, but you wouldn't listen. Now your butt is suffering. Amelia's face turned even redder, almost as if it were about to bleed. Shut up. You're so annoying. I'll beat you to death. As she spoke, her fair little hand clenched into a fist and aimed at Wang Hao's head. Unfortunately, Wang Hao wasn't even afraid of the black dragon, so why would he be afraid of a little girl? He tilted his head slightly to dodge the punch and flicked Amelia's head. Boom. A crisp sound rang out, and Amelia's brow swelled up visibly, soon forming a lump of moderate size. Amelia was stunned. She covered her forehead and sat back down in her chair, staring blankly at Wang Hao. As I watched, my eyes welled up with tears. Her beautiful eyes welled up with tears, and a sense of grievance spread through her heart. You bully me. You've always bullied me. Why do you always bully me? Amelia forced back her tears, staring at Wang Hao through teary eyes. Even Wang Hao, known for his tough and straightforward personality, couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness at her pitiful appearance. He frantically pulled out a handkerchief and reached out to wipe Amelia's eyes. Don't cry. I was wrong, okay? My dear aunt, please don't cry. If you start crying now, I won't be able to explain myself no matter how hard I try. Outside the carriage, Alan heard the conversation coming from inside, and his face twitched. So this has come to you. After receiving all sorts of unequal treaties, Amelia finally stopped crying and looked at Wang Hao with a smug expression. You said all of this. I didn't force you. Wang Hao sighed and nodded helplessly. Zhang Wuji's mother once said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive people. The ancients were right. Amelia can act before she's even an adult. What will she be like when she grows up and matures? You should be more careful in the future. The carriage was fast, and it arrived at its destination in half an hour. Old John was digging a hole in the field when he saw the carriage coming and quickly went to greet it, along with the lovely Nana. Uncle Boss, you're here. Nana ran to Wang Hao's side, looked up at his face, and said, Nana has been waiting for you for a long time. Why did it take you so long to come? Wang Hao hugged the little girl and pinched her delicate face, then smiled and said, I'm sorry, I only got here after finishing my work at the shop. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I could have just explained it once, and that would have been the end of it. But Amelia started to sabotage me again. Trying to fool the little girl again. When have you ever managed the work in the shop? Isn't it all Ari and Lulu who are busy? I think you're just lazy. Wang Hao remained silent and did not respond. He carried Nana to the edge of the wheat field. Old John knew that wheat was to be planted today, so he came to the field early to work, digging 2 rows of shallow pits, as Wang Hao had instructed. Wang Hao compared the dimensions of the shallow pit and nodded in satisfaction. Okay, let's keep digging like this. If we work hard today, we can finish planting the wheat. With that, he put Nana aside, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to get to work. When old John saw that he was going to do it himself, he quickly advised him. How can I let you do it? You rest, I can do it myself. Wang Hao smiled and waved his hand, then grabbed a hoe and jumped into the field. The weather is getting colder. Let's finish this quickly so we can get some rest. Let's all work together. Under his influence, Alan and the others joined the digging team and got to work enthusiastically. Amelia and Lily exchanged a glance, then jumped into the field after them. Wang Hao and the others dug holes in front, while Nana and her 2 older sisters sowed seeds behind them and covered them with soil. The process was completed efficiently, and in less than 3 hours, all of Old John's land was planted with the new varieties from Wang Hao's shop. Now that we've reached this point, it's time to test that hypothesis. Urged by Wang Hao, Emilia and Lily began to use their magic to water the wheat seeds that had already been covered with soil. Emilia uses the water ball technique. She put the large water ball created by the water ball spell into a bucket, which was then carried to the ground by Alan and others to irrigate the seeds. It was a bit slow, but at least it solved the problem of no water. Lily is skilled in water magic and has a more adept control over it. Her waterfall spell can easily irrigate large areas of land without washing away the soil on the seeds, making it far more efficient than Emilia's. However, waterfall is an intermediate level spell that consumes a lot of magic power. Therefore, after each use of waterfall, Lily needs to spend some time meditating to recover her magic power and gather more water elements. Wang Hao didn't urge them, standing quietly to the side as an observer, but inside he was already laughing so hard, he was practically snotting up. I'm a fucking genius. I had such foresight. Magic should serve the people. Chapter 87 Miracle. Did we make this? Emilia's tone was tinged with disbelief and distrust. She could hardly believe her eyes. We did it, but is this normal? Lily stared blankly at the lush green wheat seedlings in front of her, her face full of confusion. Just now, the two had finally finished watering the entire experimental field and were preparing to rest when an unusual phenomenon occurred. Following the sowing order, the seeds in the soil germinated one after another and grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, until they reached about 10 centimeters in length before stopping. As the barren land transformed into lush green wheat fields, everyone witnessed a miracle of life. Old John, who had farmed all his life, had never seen anything like this before. He knelt down with a thud, thanking the goddess of life for this miracle. The others looked at each other, unsure whether to thank the goddess of life or their own faith. Of all the people, only Wang Hao knew what was going on. To combat potential severe weather, the system provides only improved, high-quality seeds. When these seeds are planted in the soil, they will germinate quickly as long as they receive sufficient water, and their roots will grow deep into the soil. In this way, even if drought or severe cold occurs in the future, the seeds can survive thanks to their tenacious vitality and will not affect the harvest. When the wheat matures, these massive root systems, which can grow to several meters long, will slowly decompose, turning into nutrients that remain in the soil, enhancing soil fertility and laying the foundation for the next planting. These seeds are so perfect that even elves skilled in plant magic cannot cultivate them. King Arthur was preparing his experimental field, and with such results, he could probably rest easy. Just as I was marveling at this, the clear sound of horses' hooves came from afar. Alan is back. He rode up on horseback, and before he even got close to the experimental field, he swore. Holy crap, what's going on? At this moment, even the knight's composure could not withstand the shock brought by the miracle. Alan was completely dumbfounded. No, how could that be? How did this wheat sprout? That's way too fast. Old John raised his head, clasped his hands together, and prayed devoutly to the azure sky. This is a miracle of life. Only the goddess has such power. We should thank the goddess for this gift. Alan pursed his lips, ignored old John, and went straight to Wang Hao's side. Brother, what's with these seeds? Did you use plant magic to force them to grow? Wang Hao shook his head and said calmly. When have you ever seen me use magic? These seeds are all carefully cultivated superior varieties, and have nothing to do with magic. Alan looked at him, then at the lush green wheat seedlings in the field, and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Mr. Arthur insisted on switching to your seeds. These seeds are amazing. If this continues, we're sure to have a good harvest next year. Not bad. You underestimate me too much. Wang Hao proudly showed off. As long as these seeds don't have any accidents, next year the yield will be at least 1,500 gene per mu. Just wait and see the miracle. Alan gasped, his shock beyond words. Is a yield of 1,500 gene per mu really possible? After a brief hesitation, Alan chose to believe Wang Hao. I've known this mysterious friend for almost half a month now, and apart from his somewhat eccentric personality and fondness for teasing young girls, he has never uttered any boastful words. He never fails to succeed at anything he takes seriously, and this time should be no exception. It seems I must report this to His Majesty the King immediately. Wang Hao, unaware of what Alan was thinking, stared at the package on the horse's back and asked, Where's the food I asked you to buy? Did you bring it? Alan snapped out of his daze and quickly unpacked the package. I bought it. There's fresh roast meat and freshly baked flatbread. Oh, and I also bought some snacks and fruit. I think Nana will like them. Wang Hao nodded and called out to the still-dazed crowd. Stop staring and come eat. Aren't you hungry? Reluctantly, Everyone turned their gaze away and gathered around. Alan spread a clean burlap sack on the ground, placed all the food on it, and invited everyone to eat. After a busy day, everyone was hungry, and Wang Hao was no exception. He cut off a large piece of roast meat and put it in a flatbread. Just as he was about to eat, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Nana and old John were still standing next to him, seemingly hesitant about whether they should come over and eat. "Why are you standing so far away? Come and eat." Wang Hao waved to Nana, called the little girl to his side, and stuffed the freshly rolled pancake into Nana's hand. "Eat big. You need to eat your fill to grow strong. Do you hear me?" Nana took the pancake, nodded vigorously, opened her mouth wide, and took a bite, her little face full of happiness. "Thank you, Uncle. This pancake is delicious. Nana loves meat the most." Wang Hao smiled and patted Nana's head, then looked at the others. The gap in social status is an invisible chasm that keeps people of different social standing apart. Even the guard knights were no exception. They were always cautious in front of Amelia and Lily, let alone old John, who was a commoner. Wang Hao didn't insist, and personally rolled a large pancake for old John, indicating that he should help himself. Old John thanked him profusely, then took the flatbread and went to the side to eat it while looking at the lush green wheat field. A gentle breeze swept by, and the wheat seedlings swayed in the wind. Wang Hao ate a crepe in one hand and a can of cola in the other, his mouth greasy and his mood extremely happy. As long as the experimental fields prove that the seed yield is not just hype, there will definitely be no worry about sales next year. With a little promotion, the entire kingdom of Leighton will come to buy our seeds, and gold coins will pour in. Then we won't have to worry about system upgrades anymore. Just as I was thinking about what items I might get when I upgraded next time, two dark figures suddenly appeared in my peripheral vision, hopping around and doing something I didn't know. What is that? Upon closer inspection, Wang Hao realized they were two very large frogs. The two frogs, one red and one yellow, were roughly the size of an SUV, hopping around in the distance like two small jeeps. "Holy crap, what a huge frog." Wang Hao pointed at the frog and exclaimed, "Watch out, there's a monster over there." Upon hearing that there were magical beasts, Alan and the others immediately perked up and drew their long swords. But when they saw what the monster looked like, they couldn't help but laugh. Alan patted Wang Hao on the shoulder and laughed. "Don't be nervous, that's not a monster, it's just a regular big-mouthed frog." "What?" Wang Hao was stunned. Pointing at the two frogs, he asked, "Those things are at least 3 meters long. You're telling me they're not magical beasts?" Amelia scoffed. "Look at you, so ignorant and making a fuss over nothing. Big-mouthed frogs don't eat people. What are you so nervous about, you coward?" "Me? A coward?" Wang Hao laughed angrily. "I wonder who was scared unconscious by the black dragon's claws back then, and I had to come and save them. Who's the coward here? You? Humph, who asked you to save me?" Seeing that another argument was about to break out, Lily quickly tried to smooth things over. "Brother Wang Hao, Amy, stop arguing. Big Mouth Frog is coming." Chapter 88, Please help Miss Amy. The Holy Light Continent is home to many strange and unusual species. According to human consensus, a magical beast is an animal that possesses a certain level of intelligence, is capable of manipulating magic or skills, and harbors hostility towards humans. The Big Mouth Frog is not part of Warcraft. This giant frog is just unusually large in appearance. They have neither magic nor special skills. Their only way of attacking is to trap their target with their tongue and then swallow it. However, the special physiological structure of the big-mouthed frog makes it impossible for them to chew food. So even if they swallow their prey, they cannot digest it and will feel uncomfortable in their stomach, so they can only spit it out. So we often hear about people being swallowed by big-mouthed frogs, but no one is ever killed by them, and gradually no one takes big-mouthed frogs seriously anymore. "So you mean that guy looks scary, but he's actually not a threat at all?" Wang Hao asked. Alan nodded and laughed. "The only thing the big-mouthed frog can do is lick you clean with its saliva. It can't do anything to you otherwise." Wang Hao imagined being swallowed by a frog and then spitting it out, and couldn't help but shudder. "That's disgusting enough, okay? You can tolerate that." Nana, who had been quiet all along, suddenly looked up at Wang Hao and said innocently, "Uncle, don't be afraid. Big frogs don't eat people. My grandpa wasn't eaten." Wang Hao didn't react for a moment and subconsciously looked at old John. Old John scratched his head sheepishly and explained, "Although big-mouthed frogs don't eat people, they like to run around and often cause trouble in the fields. Once, a big-mouthed frog came into the field, and when I tried to chase it away, it swallowed me whole. It took me a lot of time to wash my clothes." Old John showed no fear in his tone, simply recounting an unfortunate experience to Wang Hao, which made Wang Hao lower his guard. Since they often come to cause trouble, why don't you completely eliminate them or drive them all away? Wang Hao asked Alan. Alan shrugged and explained, the big-mouthed frog has a high reproductive rate and can always find a hidden place to lay its eggs. By the time we find them, it's too late. Moreover, the meat of this frog is edible, and eliminating them all would be equivalent to cutting off the food source for civilians. So Mr. Arthur didn't let us take action. I see. Wang Hao nodded thoughtfully. Arthur's ideal was to ensure that the people had enough to eat and wear. Given the shortage of meat, keeping the big-mouthed frog was indeed more beneficial than harmful. But, Alan, you just said that you can eat big-mouthed frogs? Yes, what's wrong? Is it tasty? Alan paused for a moment, then chuckled and said, it's all right. The meat is tender and doesn't have any strange taste. Whether it's delicious or not depends on the chef's skill. The big-mouthed frog itself doesn't have much flavor. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. He looked at the two big frogs as if he were seeing a pile of delicious food. Dry pot bullfrog, pickled pepper bullfrog, boiled bullfrog, salt and pepper frog. Dishes made with frogs have long formed a unique culinary system, and the aftertaste alone is irresistible. I used to think that bullfrogs were too small and didn't have much meat, so they weren't satisfying to eat. If this were made with a big-mouthed frog. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he was practically drooling. How can we miss such good ingredients? We must get them, not a single one. Wang Hao was determined to catch the two big-mouthed frogs, but he stopped just as he was about to make a move. He looked at Amelia with ill intent, a bold idea forming in his mind. Dear Miss Amy? Wang Hao forced a smile and looked at Amelia with a grin. I heard that you have successfully passed the 4th level assessment and are a powerful novice mage. I wonder if you can do me a favor. Amelia was eating cake when she heard this and couldn't help but shudder, getting goosebumps all over. What are you trying to do? She looked at Wang Hao warily. Let me tell you, I'm not stupid. I won't fall for your tricks. Wang Hao waved his hand with a smile. Look at what you're saying. When have I ever lied to you? Besides, I'm your savior. Can't you even do me a small favor? Amelia felt a headache every time she heard the words savior, but she was powerless to refute them. She sighed and asked, what do you want to do? Let me make it clear first. If it's too troublesome, forget it. I don't have that kind of ability to help you. Wang Hao shook his head repeatedly and laughed. It's no trouble at all, just a small matter. I would like to ask Miss Amy to help me catch those two big-mouthed frogs. I wonder if Miss Amy can do that. You want me to catch those two big-mouthed frogs? Amelia paused, then frowned and asked, with your abilities, do you really need anyone's help? Wang Hao looked at her with a smile and explained, with my abilities, I certainly don't need anyone's help, but I'm rather averse to creatures like frogs, and I don't want to touch them unless absolutely necessary. Then why are you still going to catch them? Amelia asked, even more puzzled. That's two different things. Wang Hao waved his hand and said, I don't like touching frogs, but I like eating them. If you can catch those two big-mouthed frogs, I can cook them and invite you to eat with me. You can even cook with big-mouthed frogs. Alan immediately became interested and stood up, rubbing his hands together eagerly. No need to trouble Miss Amy. I'll catch some for you. Is that noticeable? Wang Hao glared at him fiercely, his eyes even carrying a hint of murderous intent, which finally made Alan realize the truth. Alan wiped away a cold sweat and quickly sat back down. Let's forget about it. I've been having a run of bad luck with frogs lately, so it's not a good time for me to take action. I'd rather trouble Miss Amy to come and help me. Wang Hao patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction, then looked at Amelia. Miss Emily, may I trouble you? Amelia was naturally unwilling, but it was no use. She was easily swayed by Wang Hao's few words and agreed to help him catch frogs. Let me make this clear beforehand. I can help you catch frogs, but the dishes you cook must suit my taste. You can't put all chili peppers in them, understand? Wang Hao nodded with a smile and gestured for them to proceed. Then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Amy. I look forward to your good news. Amelia gave a haughty snort, straightened her clothes, drew her wand, and walked towards the giant frog. Lily was worried that she would be taken advantage of alone, so she stood up and offered to help. Wang Hao naturally had no objections and agreed with a smile. However, before Amelia could take action, Wang Hao made a special request. Amy, be gentle with your attacks. Don't smash the frogs to pieces, and don't burn them to death. If they're burnt, they won't be able to be used for cooking. Amelia rolled her eyes and snorted irritably. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Shut your mouth and wait. Cowards have no right to speak. Wang Hao laughed, a laugh that was somewhat wicked. A coward? Perhaps. Chapter 89, I'm not clean anymore. While the giant frogs aren't exactly magical beasts and pose little threat, their enormous size still put considerable pressure on Amelia. Even though she was still several meters away from the giant frog, Amelia felt like a helpless kitten about to be swallowed by the giant beast. Lily reassured her. Don't worry, the big-mouth frog only attacks with its tongue. If we're careful, we'll be fine. Amelia nodded and held out her wand toward the red-mouthed frog. Raging fire elementals, heed my command. Use your raging energy to utterly destroy my enemies. Amelia is skilled in fire magic, and her favorite spell is Explosive Flame, which uses terrifying fire elements to create explosions that blast enemies to pieces. Faced with the enormous big-mouth frog, she instinctively chose her best skill, Flame Burst, but was interrupted by Lily as soon as she uttered the incantation. Amy, the big-mouth frog has no magic resistance. Your explosive pyro spell will turn them into mincemeat. Amelia paused for a moment, then frowned slightly when she remembered Wang Hao's request, and had no choice but to give up using the explosive flame technique. What a nuisance. They won't even let us use the explosive flame spell. Are they trying to kill us? After thinking for a moment, Lily suggested, Amy, how about I create a swamp for you, and you freeze it with an ice spell? Amelia's eyes lit up, and she nodded slightly. Okay, let's do it your way. The two of us will work together. Having devised a strategy, Lily began preparations. She pointed her wand at the ground beneath the two giant frogs, silently chanted a spell, and channeled her magic to release a large amount of water, instantly soaking the ground beneath the frogs. Suddenly, a large amount of clear water appeared at their feet. The two big-mouthed frogs were a little confused and tried to lower their heads to see where the water came from. Lily took the opportunity to increase her magical output, injecting more water element into the soil. In no time, the once hard ground became muddy and could no longer support the heavy bodies of the big-mouthed frogs, and began to devour their limbs. With all four legs stuck in the mud, even the dumbest frog would know something was wrong. They squealed and struggled, trying to break free of the swamp's grip with brute force, but only managed to sink deeper. Just then, Amelia, who was already prepared, rushed in front of the red-mouthed frog, raised her wand, and cast a freezing spell. The white mist emitted a chilling aura, instantly enveloping the red-mouthed frog's body. The red frog's body visibly stiffened, its struggles became weaker and weaker, and more white frost appeared on its body, soon forming a thin layer of ice. In order to freeze the giant frog completely, Amelia gritted her teeth and increased her magical output, spraying more white mist onto the frog. On the other side, Lily also changed her attack method, using water elements to form chains, firmly controlling the yellow frog in the swamp. Everything was going as planned. With just a little more effort, once the red-mouthed frog was completely frozen, they could deal with the other frog. But then, an accident happened. The yellow frog suddenly gave up struggling, raised its head with effort, and stuck out its long, slimy tongue at Amelia. The tongue was swift and precise, instantly reaching Amelia's side and wrapping around her slender waist before she could even react. Ha ha ha, I guessed right. This is so much fun. Wang Hao almost peed his pants laughing when he saw the yellow frog roll Amelia into its mouth, and then swallow her bit by bit. He laughed even harder when he saw Amelia's legs still struggling in vain, her little leather boots even flying off. Unlike him, Alan and the others were not heartless. They quickly got up from the ground and wanted to go and help. Unfortunately, this was exactly the moment Wang Hao had been waiting for. He wasn't about to let them down. Sit down, all of you. Don't disturb my show. In a flash, several guards were pinned to the ground, including Alan. Don't panic, the big-mouthed frog doesn't eat people. What are you all worried about? Wang Hao waved his hand, signaling Alan and the others not to move, and then slowly walked towards Lily. Amelia has completely disappeared into the frog's mouth. But she did not give up and struggled fiercely inside the big-mouthed frog's belly. The big-mouthed frog's belly was very soft, and it couldn't withstand the violent movements caused by Amelia's antics for long. After a piercing croak, the yellow frog opened its mouth and spat out a wet object. Amy. Lily was overjoyed and pulled Amelia's body backward, afraid that she would be eaten by the big-mouthed frog again. Without any further magical intervention, the yellow-mouthed frog quickly escaped its predicament and leaped out of the artificial swamp. Its limited mind never considered helping its companions. Its two black eyes only saw Amelia and Lily. With a powerful leap from its two thick hind legs, its massive body soared into the air and crashed down on Lily like a mountain crashing down on her. Just at this critical moment, Wang Hao arrived. He stood in front of Amelia, roared Hao Zhan, and sent the big-mouth frog flying as it was about to land. The yellow frog flew more than 10 meters away before crashing to the ground. It kicked its hind legs twice and then stopped moving, completely unconscious. Wang Hao then looked at the red-mouthed frog frozen in ice. Seeing that it was still obediently trapped in the ice, he lost the desire to beat it up and turned to look to the side. Amelia was covered in sticky, foul-smelling saliva, but she was unharmed. She lay on the ground, sobbing softly, her body trembling, and she kept muttering things like, "I'm dirty," and "I was eaten by a frog." No matter how Lily tried to comfort her, she couldn't stop. Wang Hao tried to hold back, thinking through all the sad things in his life, but he still couldn't hold back. "Ha ha, you dirty and smelly young lady. Ha ha, even the frogs dislike you. Ha ha, the frog thought you tasted bad, so it spat you out." Wang Hao's smile only made Amelia more heartbroken. She lay on the ground, wailing like a wronged little wife, hurling every curse word she could think of at Big Mouth Frog and Wang Hao. Lily couldn't stand it anymore. She glared at Wang Hao and began to gather her magic, using waterfall to wash away the slime on Amelia's body. But her efforts were somewhat in vain. The saliva of the big-mouthed frog seemed to have a special component in it, which clung firmly to Amelia no matter how the water flowed. Amelia was drenched in cold water, and overwhelmed with anger, she closed her eyes and fainted. "Holy crap, don't scare me." Wang Hao was now truly anxious and quickly reached out to check Amelia's breathing. Fortunately, his breathing is stable and he is fine. Lily gave Wang Hao a resentful look, said nothing, and carried Amelia into the carriage. Before leaving, Alan sighed deeply and said softly, "Brother, you've gone too far this time." Chapter 90. What is God? Isn't this a bit too much? Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, Wang Hao fell into deep thought. I was so focused on joking that I didn't consider Amelia's feelings, which seems a bit inappropriate. Imagine letting a beautiful girl be swallowed by a frog and then vomited up. The process must be incredibly uncomfortable, especially in front of everyone. After this incident, Amelia will probably hate herself to death. With a sigh, Wang Hao produced a delicate little box in his hand, inside which were the pearl earrings that Fatty George had given him. "I'll give it to her when I have the chance, and hopefully she won't hold a grudge." Wang Hao had a strange feeling about Amelia. To say I like someone doesn't really mean I feel that way. To say I hate it doesn't seem like I hate it at all. Their first meeting was on the opening day. Amelia had an air of arrogance about her, which he didn't particularly like. After several encounters, he discovered that Amelia didn't have the bad habits he had imagined. She was just a bit arrogant. On the surface, they are arrogant and sharp-tongued, speaking very rudely, but deep down they are actually very gentle and considerate of other people's feelings. Otherwise, given the Ari sisters' hostility towards humans, they wouldn't have become friends with Amelia so quickly. As for myself, it's probably because of my inherent flaws that I particularly enjoy seeing Amelia anxious, so I provoke her in various ways, watching her get angry and making her blush, which makes me very happy. This time, it was also because of this inherent flaw that I used reverse psychology to provoke Amelia into catching frogs. The goal was achieved, but the effect was too good, so much so that it didn't seem like a joke. A joke that doesn't make the other person laugh isn't a joke, it's bullying. Grandpa Dean once told me, how could I have forgotten? While he was lost in thought, the naive Nana asked a question that stabbed Wang Hao in the back again. "Uncle, you're so amazing. Why didn't you save Sister Amy?" "Me?" Wang Hao sighed, patted Nana's head, and said nothing. He put the pearl earring into his ring and looked at the two big-mouthed frogs. The two big-mouthed frogs are lying on the ground like two small cars, and they are not dead yet. After thinking for a moment, Wang Hao found a knife and decisively sent the two big-mouthed frogs to their deaths. Yes, I hope there is no Amelia in heaven. After muttering a sentence to himself, Wang Hao began to butcher the frog. Old John had also caught big-mouthed frogs when he was young and had some understanding of their body structure. Under his guidance, Wang Hao cut several pieces of meat from the frog's back and the inside of its thighs. This meat is tender, smooth, and has no unpleasant odor. It is the best quality meat from the big-mouthed frog and the most worthwhile part to taste. Wang Hao weighed it in his hand. It totaled over 30 jin, approximately 15 kilograms, enough for several meals. "Uncle, I'll take this meat, but you can have the rest." Old John shook his head repeatedly upon hearing this. "This is prey that you and those two young ladies caught together. How could I possibly want it? Don't be shy, I can't finish it all even if I take it all, so you can have it. As for what to do with it, that's up to you, I won't interfere." Wang Hao wasn't a greedy person, he'd already taken the best cuts, so there was no point in asking for more. The remaining parts of the two big-mouthed frogs can yield 200 gene of meat, which can be made into salted meat and will last for a long time, perhaps even all winter. Instead of taking it back and throwing it away, we should give it to old John and Nana. The grandfather and granddaughter can improve their meals. Even if we can't finish the food, we can sell it to buy 2 winter clothes, which is better than wasting it. At his repeated requests, old John accepted the gift with tears of gratitude and thanked Wang Hao profusely. Nana jumped up happily, climbed into Wang Hao's arms in a few moments, and kissed his unshaven face to express her gratitude. Wang Hao burst into laughter, playfully flicked the little girl's nose, and admonished, "Nana, you're a girl. You need to be reserved. Don't do that again, understand?" Nana didn't seem to understand, but she nodded her little head heavily and smiled brightly. "Yes, I'll listen to Uncle." With Wang Hao's help, the 2 big-mouthed frogs were quickly disassembled into a pile of parts. Although the frog's skin wasn't worth much, old John couldn't bear to throw it away and kept it to use as wall covering. Since the internal organs were poisonous and inedible, he dug a hole and buried them all in the ground to avoid causing trouble. The remaining meat was divided into 2 piles and wrapped in frog skin. Wang Hao and old John each carried 1 bag and headed towards the city gate in the afterglow of the setting sun. "Young boss, it's our good fortune to have met you." Old John felt the heavy weight on his back and couldn't help but sigh. "Without you, Nana and I would definitely have had a hard time this winter, and we might not have even seen the spring sun." Wang Hao, with one arm around Nana, smiled faintly upon hearing this. "I suppose it's fate. Don't you believe in the goddess of life? Perhaps this is the goddess's arrangement." Old John clasped his hands together and said devoutly, "It must be because the goddess took pity on us that you sent you to our side. Thank you, merciful goddess." Wang Hao listened silently to old John's prayer, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. Does God really exist in this world? Or rather, what exactly is God? Many stories about gods circulate on the Holy Light continent. The protagonists of these stories are all different. There is the god of light who defeats demons and saves the Holy Light continent, the goddess of life who is kind-hearted and loves life, and gods with different attributes such as the god of water and the god of war. Their followers swear by the truth of these myths, but who has actually seen God with their own eyes? If there really are gods in the world, then how did I come into this world, and what is the system all about? These questions had been on Wang Hao's mind for a long time, but he still didn't have a definite answer. As for the system, every time Wang Hao asked it about its origins, it would avoid the question and play dead if pressed. There was nothing Wang Hao could do about it. Hopefully, one day we'll figure out what's going on. Old John's house was on an old street called Oak Barrel in the lower town, not too far from the city gate. Wang Hao declined the invitation to stay for dinner, said goodbye to Nana, and left old John's house, heading towards Golden Harbor. After a busy day, it's time for him to go home for dinner. Strolling along the old streets, the air is filled with the aroma of food, not particularly fragrant, but full of life and warmth. Wang Hao gradually relaxed and began to enjoy the lively atmosphere. But good times are always fleeting. As he passed through a dilapidated alley, a mournful plea suddenly broke the silence and reached Wang Hao's ears. "Help! Someone please save me." Chapter 91 Behind You. Upon hearing someone cry for help, Wang Hao immediately became alert. How could someone dare to commit such a crime in broad daylight? Could it be? Wang Hao remembered what the fat man had said and couldn't help but feel nervous. Although the system had told him that he could protect himself no matter what kind of opponent he encountered, he was still unsure whether he would suffer a loss when facing the legendary demon. Adhering to the principle that caution is better than disaster, Wang Hao moved quietly, leaning against the wall to the alley entrance. The alley was dirty and dark, with a putrid smell in the air, making it look particularly eerie. Wang Hao poked half his head out and cautiously peered into the alley, his brows furrowing slightly. There was no magical light in the alley. Only a man and a woman were entangled. The man was tall and strong, and he used his strength to pin the woman against the wall. One hand was around the woman's neck, while the other was tearing at her shirt. The woman struggled fiercely, unwilling to be humiliated, but she was too weak to break free from the man's grip. Her upper body clothes had been torn open by the man, revealing her alluring figure. So it was just harassment. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt somewhat disheartened. Ever since he drove away the black dragon, he has become somewhat arrogant and always wants to find an opportunity to test his skills. I thought I'd finally get to talk to the legendary demon, but it turned out to be just an ordinary thug, which was a bit disappointing. Despite his disappointment, Wang Hao decided to help the woman out of consideration for the 2 jujube buns. It would be such a shame if such good grain were eaten by dogs. Wang Hao shook his head, put on a nonchalant expression, and swayed as he walked into the alley. His appearance immediately caught the attention of the couple. Seeing someone appear, a tall and handsome young man at that, the woman seemed to see a glimmer of hope and cried out at the top of her lungs, "Sir, please save me. This guy is trying to assault me. Please help me." Her heart-wrenching voice carried a hint of sobbing, as if she had placed all her hopes on Wang Hao, hoping he could help her escape her misery. The man was furious when he saw that she dared to ask someone for help. He slapped the woman across the face and cursed viciously, "Shut up, or I'll kill you." After threatening the woman, he didn't forget to threaten Wang Hao. "Kid, mind your own business and get the hell out of here." His fierce appearance was quite intimidating, but unfortunately, he encountered Wang Hao, a man who dared to fight the Black Dragon one-on-one. "Hey, buddy, don't get so angry." Wang Hao walked towards the man unhurriedly, a lewd smile on his face. "I've been short on cash lately and haven't had any fun in a while. If you don't mind, big brother, how about letting me have some fun too?" The man was stunned for a few seconds before he came to his senses from Wang Hao's words. "You want some too?" the man asked, surprised. Wang Hao nodded. "Yes, you don't mind, do you, brother?" "So we're kindred spirits." The man thought for a moment, then suddenly grinned lewdly. "All right, but you have to be behind me. I'll definitely leave you some soup after I've eaten the meat." Wang Hao nodded repeatedly and agreed with a smile. "Then thank you, brother. I'm not in a hurry. I can stay behind you." The man burst into laughter, revealing a cruel smile to the woman's desperate face. "See? No one will come to save you. You won't escape my grasp today." The woman seemed to have been completely defeated by despair. She silently lowered her head and stopped resisting, letting her tears soak the date-filled steamed bun. Only now did Wang Hao see the woman's face, which was hidden by her long hair. Her nose was a nose, her eyes were eyes, her lips were pale, and there was no sign of makeup. She has a very innocent face and doesn't look very old, probably under 20. But none of that matters. What Wang Hao cared about most was what this woman ate to make the jujube buns so white and big, looking so shiny and tempting. I'll definitely ask her for her recipe later. It might help Lulu. With that thought in mind, Wang Hao had already unknowingly walked up behind the man. The man reeked of alcohol, had messy hair, wore the rough leather short armor commonly seen on adventurers, and had a short sword hanging at his waist. He seemed to be an adventurer of little renown. "Kid, since you call me big brother, I can't let you suffer a loss." The man suddenly spoke, startling Wang Hao. "Don't worry, the first bite is mine. The second bite is yours. Big brother won't keep you waiting too long." Wang Hao smiled and nodded, then squatted down. Just as the man was about to continue, he suddenly felt something moving around his waist. Looking down, he saw that it was Wang Hao causing the trouble. "Hey kid, what are you doing?" Wang Hao looked up at him with a grin. "Big brother, I saw you didn't have time to unzip your pants, so I'll help you." As he spoke, he pulled away the rope used to tie his pants and then pulled it down. The man only felt a cool breeze, and that was when it was exposed. What are you doing? Who told you to help me take off my pants?" the man shouted angrily. "I'm not without hands. Mind your own business." Wang Hao spread his hands, looking completely innocent. "Big brother, I was just anxious. Besides, I already promised to follow you, aren't you worried?" "In a hurry? If you're in a hurry, you'd better be behind me, or I'll cripple you," the man cursed through gritted teeth. Wang Hao quickly raised his hands, putting on a good boy's act. "Don't worry, big brother. You go ahead, and I'll go behind you. We won't bother each other." The man nodded, seemingly satisfied with Wang Hao's attitude. "Okay, stay behind me, and it'll be your turn soon." After saying that, he ignored Wang Hao and started tearing off the woman's clothes again. "Actually, we don't need to wait. We can do it now. You do yours, I'll do mine, and we won't interfere with each other." Wang Hao suddenly uttered a strange remark that sent a chill down the man's spine. "What's the meaning? What does it mean to not delay either? What the hell are you trying to do?" Sensing something was wrong, the man quickly turned around and met a pair of evil eyes. "Big brother, why are you looking at me like that?" "Just continue," Wang Hao said innocently. The man swallowed hard, staring at the short stick, as thick as a wrist, in Wang Hao's hand, and stammered, "Kid, brother, sir, what are you trying to do? Can you stop scaring me?" Wang Hao laughed, a very happy laugh, like a child who had just seen a new toy. "Don't be nervous, big brother. Didn't we agree that you would go first and I would follow behind you, so that neither of us would get in the way? Don't worry, I'll be careful and won't make you suffer. After saying that, she didn't give the man a chance to struggle and immediately struck him hard. A sharp pain shot through him instantly, and the man's eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground, his legs stiffening, and he fell silent. Wang Hao dusted off his hands and said with a smile, "See? I said I wouldn't let you feel pain, and I meant it. I wasn't lying." Chapter 92, I'm not that kind of person. After confirming that the rogue had only fainted, Wang Hao turned to look at the woman. Wow, that's huge. He looked away and at the stunned woman, saying, "What are you still standing there for? Are you waiting for him to wake up so he can continue to abuse you?" The woman trembled, finally snapping out of her shock. "Thank you for saving me. You're a good person. I almost misunderstood you just now." The woman thanked Wang Hao as she straightened her clothes. She appeared poised and confident without the slightest hint of timidity, her expression revealing only gratitude towards Wang Hao. "My name is Anna. May I ask your name, sir?" the woman asked. Wang Hao touched his nose, took one last look at that fleeting beauty, and then withdrew his lingering gaze. "My name is Wang Hao. Are you all right?" The woman gave a soft, and after getting dressed, she bowed deeply to Wang Hao. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life. I will never forget your kindness. I don't know how I can repay you." Wang Hao shrugged and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just a coincidence. Don't worry about it. It's getting late, you should go home soon. It's not safe outside." After saying that, he turned to leave. He had only taken one step when Anna grabbed the hem of his clothes. "Sir, can I trouble you with one more thing?" Anna looked at Wang Hao pitifully, her eyes pleading. "I'm very scared right now. Could you take me home?" "Should I take you home?" Seeing Wang Hao frown, Anna quickly explained that her home was just on the next street and wouldn't take him too long. Recalling what had just happened, Wang Hao considered it for a moment and then agreed. "Okay, I'll take you back." Anna's house was in an alley on another street, in a very remote location with poor lighting. The only window in the house was blocked by the house next door, and the house was pitch black inside, so you couldn't see anything. Anna seemed a little flustered, clutching the hem of her clothes, and asked cautiously, "Could you wait a few more minutes? Just until I get the stove lit." Since he was already there, Wang Hao figured a little more time wouldn't hurt, so he readily agreed. "Come on, I'll help you." Hearing this, Anna seemed very happy, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. Her eyes were full of tenderness as she looked at Wang Hao. "Thank you. You are such a good person." Wang Hao shrugged and stepped into the room, which consisted of only one room. The room was furnished rather simply. There was a small bed on the left, near the window, with neatly folded bedding on it. In the middle is a set of table and chairs, 2 cabinets, and some household utensils. There's a fireplace on the right, against the wall, which is what Anna referred to as the stove. There was a pot on the stove, which could be used for both heating and cooking, just like the NPC's hut in the game, but unfortunately there was no treasure chest. It was a bit simple, but the room was very clean and there was no sense of dirt or mess. A bunch of wildflowers was placed on the windowsill, making the room look especially cozy. Anna tossed a handful of dry grass into the fireplace, lit it with a match, and then added dry wood. The flames quickly ignited. At this point, Wang Hao felt he should leave. "Anna, I have to go now. You should get some rest." Anna shuddered, as if she had made up her mind, and stood in front of the door, closing it behind her. Wang Hao, unsure of her intentions, frowned and asked, "Anna, what do you mean by this?" Anna took a deep breath and slowly walked towards Wang Hao. "I'm sorry, I don't know how to thank you for saving my life, and I don't have any money to buy you a gift." Anna's voice was low, as if she was blaming herself for her incompetence. "So, I thought about it all the way, and there was only one way to express my gratitude for your help." Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that there was something wrong with Anna, but he couldn't figure out what it was. "No, I don't need your thanks. I just want to go home now." Anna shook her head and walked affectionately to Wang Hao. She placed one hand on Wang Hao's chest and the other on her own, gazing at him with adoration. "I want to give myself to you, and I hope you won't find it offensive." Wang Hao suddenly opened his eyes wide. His heart began to pound erratically, and his mouth became dry, making it difficult to speak. Is this a sign of self-sacrifice? When did I become so charming that I could win the admiration of a beautiful girl just by casually saving her? What a melodramatic plot. Just as he was wondering whether he should feast his eyes on her before leaving, Anna had already started unbuttoning her clothes. 1 or 2. Her pace was slow and unhurried, like a lover slowly revealing her beauty. 3 or 4. When the third opening was undone, the alluring cleavage and the bulging white skin on both sides could be seen at the chest. By the time the fourth button was undone, Wang Hao's mouth was practically watering. Then, the fifth one was also unsolved. Wang Hao reached out and pressed Anna's hand, shaking his head forcefully. Don't do that. Anna, you're a good girl. It's just fate that I'm helping you. I never thought about getting anything from you. Anna froze, her mouth agape in surprise, and asked blankly, but I have nothing else to thank you for. Wang Hao tried to look away and turned to look at the bunch of wildflowers on the windowsill. No, I said I don't need any thanks. I just did what I was supposed to do. If saving you means I have to possess you, how am I any different from that scoundrel? I'm not that kind of person. A hint of impatience flashed in Anna's eyes. She forcefully broke free from Wang Hao's hand and continued unbuttoning her clothes, much faster than before. Stop talking nonsense. I already said this is my own choice. Can't you just listen to me? Oh, what do you mean, Look here. Anna pointed to her body, drawing Wang Hao's attention to where he should look, and then continued unbuttoning her clothes. Just as the last few buttons were undone and the beautiful moment was about to unfold, a scene suddenly flashed into Wang Hao's mind. It was the scene of Ari standing on the steps watching him leave this morning when he set off. Compared to the erotic scene before him, Ari didn't show any reaction, but he couldn't forget those gentle eyes. The restless mind immediately calmed down, and the thought of compromising vanished instantly. Anna, don't move. Wang Hao pulled Anna's clothes back together, buttoning up a few key buttons, then looked at her seriously. Anna, I don't know why you insist on doing this, but I have to tell you, I'm not interested in you, and I don't want anything to happen between us. Do you understand? Anna glanced at Wang Hao, then at the large hand pressed against her chest, a playful smile appearing on her lips. Then why is your hand on my chest? And why are you gripping it so tightly? Wang Hao blushed, quickly withdrew his hand, and then rushed out of the room as fast as he could. I'm sorry, that was an accident. I'm not that kind of person. Chapter 93 What to Do When Bored. Wang Hao ran away, fleeing in panic like a coward. Although he also wanted something to happen and had been feeling really stifled lately, he still didn't dare to be careless. Without the protection of the guardian spirit, he always felt insecure. What if I get infected with some unknown little virus? The system's cheat codes aren't omnipotent. The pain from Ari's dinner is still vivid in Wang Hao's mind, so he dares not be careless. And to dedicate oneself to repay a debt of gratitude for a chance encounter seems too hasty and somewhat abnormal. It's best to avoid such cheap deals. At the door of the room, Anna glared angrily in the direction where Wang Hao had disappeared, gritting her teeth as she cursed. Scumbag, coward. You won't even eat the meat that's been delivered right to your mouth. Are you out of your mind? I went to great lengths to create opportunities to get close to you, and you wouldn't even take it if it were given to me for free. You took advantage of me and then ran away. What kind of man are you? If you're so capable, then stay this vigilant, or I'll show you what regret is. After grumbling indignantly for a while, Anna's violently heaving chest gradually calmed down, and her pupils turned an eerie purple. Ever since she met Wang Hao that night, she felt that this man was not simple and was not as ordinary as he looked. He is physically strong and has abundant blood and energy, and there is an unimaginable and enormous power hidden within him. Anna wanted that power and that vigorous life force, but she failed. Unwilling to give up, she secretly investigated Wang Hao's information, found the general store by following the scent, and after observing it many times, confirmed that Wang Hao lived there. But every time she approached that grocery store, her demonic sixth sense would frantically alarm her, suggesting that going in would only lead to her death. That unassuming general store seemed to hide something terrifying. If she dared to go in, utter annihilation awaited her. Even though she was the patriarch of the succubus clan, she could not escape death. They couldn't win in a fight, their ever-effective charm magic had failed, and they couldn't even launch a sneak attack. Wang Hao was like a porcupine covered in sharp quills, making it impossible for her to find a way to attack him, so she had to think of another method. The little match girl and the girl being humiliated by thugs. These were all opportunities Anna deliberately created to get close to Wang Hao. As long as there is physical contact with her, she has 100 ways to make Wang Hao feel unprecedented pleasure. When life fully blossoms and the soul reaches its peak, everything Wang Hao owns will belong to her, and even he himself will become her slave, the most loyal and obedient slave. This is the confidence of Anna, the succubus chieftain, Nirnika. But, you scumbag, you touched me and don't want to take responsibility? You're a shameless piece of trash. Pooh. The general store was already closed, and Ari and Lulu were cleaning up. When Wang Hao returned, Lulu skipped over to greet him, and Wang Hao was overjoyed to hear her call him master. Wang Hao patted Lulu's head and said, Lulu, you've worked hard. Tonight I'll cook some new dishes as a reward for you. Lulu was very happy to hear this. Her fluffy tail swayed from side to side, and her furry ears twitched happily. Thank you, master. You are the best. Ari walked up to Wang Hao, looked at him with a strange gaze, and said softly, Master, Mr. Allen just came by and left you a message. Wang Hao was taken aback for a moment, then asked, What did he say? He said. Ari pursed her lips and said, that Miss Amelia is very sad and doesn't want to see you lately. I see. Wang Hao sighed and said, if she doesn't want to see me, then she shouldn't. It's good for her to calm down. Lulu, curious about what had happened, tilted her head and asked, Master, what's wrong with Miss Amy? Why doesn't she want to see you? Wang Hao forced a smile, offered no explanation, and immediately changed the subject. I ran into 2 big-mouthed frogs today, and I got some good quality frog meat. We're having a frog feast tonight. Lulu was smart. She knew Wang Hao didn't want to talk about Amelia anymore, so she changed the subject. Master, we used to stew wild vegetables with the meat of the big-mouthed frog. Do you want to stew vegetables too? Wang Hao smiled and shook his head. No, I have a better way. You and Ollie clean up first. I'll take care of dinner. I guarantee you'll be surprised. Without waiting for Lulu's response, Wang Hao headed straight for the stairs, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to cook. Ari watched Wang Hao's retreating figure thoughtfully, then pulled Lulu back, who wanted to go and help, and gently shook her head. Our master seems to be preoccupied. Let's not disturb him and let him be by himself for a while. Over the next 2 days, the store returned to its original state after opening. The store remains open for business, as usual, every day. Lulu is in charge of promoting products to customers, while Ari is in charge of packing and settling the bill. Wang Hao, on the other hand, secluded himself in his own little world to slack off and figure out new ways to entertain himself. The mahjong tiles have been carved. All 144 tiles are carved from the finest wood and have a perfect feel. Wang Hao found a well-known carpentry shop and asked the old carpenter to do a second processing, giving the mahjong tiles a color and patina. When the mahjong tiles returned to his hands, each tile was coated with a uniform layer of varnish, and the surface of the tiles was also colored according to his requirements, making them look more pleasing. Ollie and Lulu were busy with their work at the shop and didn't have time to play mahjong with Wang Hao, so he figured out how to play alone. For example, a matching game. After shuffling the 144 mahjong tiles, lay them flat on the table and connect them in pairs. As long as the connection does not exceed 2 turns and the path is not blocked by other mahjong tiles, it is considered successful, and the 2 tiles of the same suit can be removed. Wang Hao whiled away 2 days with this simple game, but then he got bored again. In the past, King Arthur would often visit the store or send Alan over to check on things. Having someone with him made it less of a problem, but these past 2 days he's been busy switching to a new wheat variety, and neither King Arthur nor Alan have come. Wang Hao doesn't know what to do anymore. He didn't need to worry about the shop's affairs. Ari and Lulu could handle them very well, earning dozens of gold coins every day. Golden Harbor remained as prosperous as ever, but Wang Hao had long taken it for granted and found it utterly uninteresting. Ding Dang hasn't been around for the past 2 days either. She missed home, missed her sister Chenexai, and missed the sister she had lived with for decades. After saying goodbye to Wang Hao, she took advantage of the night to return to her parents' home with a pile of gifts. Without the annoying little imp chattering in his ear, things seemed much quieter, but Wang Hao felt empty inside, as if he were even more lonely. Leaning lazily back in his chair, toying with the little gift George had given him, Wang Hao suddenly had a bold idea. How about we go and check out Starlight Academy? Chapter 94 Starlight Academy. Today is a rest day, so we don't need to open for business. During breakfast, Wang Hao suggested going to Starlight Academy to check it out, but Ali politely declined. Master, are you going to see Miss Amy? Ari asked. Wang Hao paused for a moment, then picked up a piece of pickled vegetable and put it in his mouth, giving a casual hum. I made a joke to her a couple of days ago, which may have gone a bit too far. I need to go and apologize to her. Ari smiled and said, then you go by yourself. It's inconvenient to take me and Lulu with you, and it might make Miss Amy worry. Lulu nodded in agreement. Yes, an apology must be sincere. Master, don't forget to prepare a small gift for Amy. Girls love surprises. Wang Hao's gaze was somewhat complicated. He looked at the 2 attentive maids for a few more seconds before asking, so what about you 2? Ari and Lulu exchanged a glance and laughed. We have plenty of things to do. We can tidy up the room, take a nice bath to relax, and if you're not in a hurry to come back, we can even take a nap. Lulu's ears twitched, and she said with a grin, It's getting colder lately, and I want to go to Old Man Hansen's place to see if he has any suitable clothes. Can you come with me, sister? I've been wearing a maid outfit to work lately. It looks good, but it's getting a bit too cold. Wang Hao readily accepted the suggestion and said with a smile, then I'll give you some gold coins. You can buy whatever you like without worrying about saving money. Ari smiled and shook her head, declining his offer. Thank you, master. The gold coins you gave us last time are still unused, enough for Lulu and me to buy clothes. They're really one of our own. They wouldn't even take money from us. I don't know whether to be happy or just feel a bit sentimental. Wang Hao didn't insist. After telling the two to be careful, he left the grocery store alone. Starlight Academy is recognized by the Magic Association and is the only higher magic academy in the Kingdom of Layton. Adhering to the principle of elite education, the academy only accepts children under the age of 12 with exceptional magical talent. No matter how much money you spend, you cannot get in if you do not meet the requirements, even if you are the offspring of a great noble family. The Kingdom of Layton attaches great importance to Starlight Academy and has specially allocated a piece of land in the best location in the upper city, investing a large amount of gold coins to build a magnificent campus. The surrounding walls alone are 5 meters high, and the interior is a level of luxury that ordinary people can only dream of. Standing at the college gate, looking at the magnificent buildings on campus, Wang Hao could only think one thing. They're fucking rich. 4 fully armed soldiers stood inside the gate, exuding an imposing aura, looking quite intimidating. Wang Hao stepped inside, but one of the soldiers blocked his way. What are you going to do? Go inside and find someone. Who are you looking for? Do you have an academy pass? Is it true that I can't get in without a pass to find a girl named Amelia? No, Starlight Academy isn't open to just anyone. You'll have to get a pass before you come back. The soldier was adamant. After a question and answer session, Wang Hao was kicked out without any leniency. Wang Hao understood the other party's attitude and wasn't angry. This is, after all, Starlight Academy, a sacred school for magicians. Strangers certainly cannot be allowed to come and go as they please. But, if you won't let me in, how am I supposed to apologize to Amelia? Wang Hao stroked his chin, hesitating whether to force his way in, but then abandoned the rash idea. With his own strength, he really didn't care about these few guards, and they couldn't stop him anyway. But if they forced their way in, it would probably cause a lot of trouble, and they might be hunted down as enemies. I'm just here to find someone, not a spy sent by the enemy, so there's no need for me to cause trouble for myself. Having figured out the problem, Wang Hao nodded to the stern-faced soldier and turned to leave. If you won't let me in, then I won't go in? What a joke. This little thing is no problem for me. Wang Hao walked along the wall, and when he turned around at the corner, he could no longer see the magnificent gate. It's just a 5-meter-high wall. Watch this. He lightly touched the ground with his feet and jumped onto a nearby tree branch. After judging the direction, he leaped onto the wall and landed nimbly. Hee, here I am. I'm a genius. Brushing off non-existent dust from his hands, Wang Hao began to observe his surroundings. The area is lush with flowers and greenery, with green plants and flowers everywhere you look, and a carefully manicured lawn under your feet. Walking through it, your body and mind will unconsciously relax. The college doesn't have many buildings, but each one is a masterpiece. In the very center was a white building, its clean glass windows reflecting a dazzling white light in the sunlight. There were figures moving inside, which must have been a place for classes. To the east is a gray obelisk, tens of meters high, with a large band hanging in the openwork section at the top, the purpose of which is unknown. To the west is a domed building with white walls and blue glazed tiles, which looks like a stadium or something similar. In addition, there are several small buildings of unknown purpose, all connected by corridors. Since he had come all this way, Wang Hao didn't rush in to look for anyone, but instead strolled around the academy. It's class time now, and most students are in the central building. Only in the training ground in the backyard are about 20 young children practicing magic. Wang Hao quietly approached and peered out from a corner. Under the guidance of their instructors, the students chanted incantations and then cast basic spells such as fireballs or ice arrows at targets. Someone hit the target with a single shot and cheered, receiving applause from the crowd. Someone missed and then stamped their feet and beat their chest, causing a burst of laughter. The male instructor, however, maintained a serious expression throughout, keeping order and pointing out the students' shortcomings. Amelia and Lily were not among these people. After watching for a while, Wang Hao got bored, shook his head, and prepared to leave. Just then, "Young man, what can I do for you?" A gentle voice sounded behind him, startling Wang Hao. He quickly turned around and found an old man with a white beard standing behind him. The white beard almost reached his chest, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. "Oh, hello. I'm here to see someone." Wang Hao scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Strangely enough, given his strength, very few people could approach within 5 meters of him without making a sound. Who was this white-bearded old man? The old man smiled at Wang Hao, his gaze sweeping over his right hand, and asked, "Looking for someone? Who are you looking for? Maybe I can help you." "Oh, I'm looking for Amelia. She's a student here, but I don't know where she has classes, so I didn't dare to go in and look for her," Wang Hao said frankly. The old man smiled slightly and said, "Amelia, then come with me." Chapter 95 The Hidden Boss Gandalf. Led by the white-bearded old man, Wang Hao arrived at a beautiful little garden. Under the pavilion in the center of the garden, there were tables and chairs prepared in advance. The old man sat down in one of the chairs, pointed to the chair opposite him, and said to Wang Hao, "Rest here for a while. You promised to take me to find Amelia, so why did you suddenly come here to rest?" Seeing his confused look, the white-bearded old man smiled and said, "It's class time now, and Amelia is in class. We can wait for her here." Wang Hao thought it made sense, so he sat down opposite the old man. The two sat facing each other. The old man seemed very interested in Wang Hao, staring at him intently. Wang Hao felt extremely uncomfortable under their gaze and had to find a topic to break the awkward silence. "Sir, may I ask your name?" The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, "My name is Gandalf, and I am a tutor at the academy." Wang Hao was stunned when he heard the name Gandalf. In my memory, Gandalf was some famous old wizard, known for his invincible physical body and ability to defeat anyone with his fists. Could this white-bearded old man in front of me also be a hidden master? "Are you really named Gandalf?" Wang Hao asked tentatively. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Gandalf paused, seemingly not quite understanding Wang Hao's words, and frowned as he asked, "You don't recognize me?" Wang Hao shook his head. "I'm sorry, I haven't been in Celtic City for long, and I don't know much about the situation here. Are you very famous?" Gandalf looked at Wang Hao thoughtfully and smiled. "I used to be somewhat famous, but that's all in the past. I'm just an old man who's about to die now, and I don't care about those empty titles anymore." The old man's tone was calm with a touch of nonchalance, and Wang Hao could tell he wasn't showing off. "You're very open-minded. I admire that." Wang Hao gave a thumbs up. Gandalf chuckled. "I'm so old. What can I do if I can't let go? You little kid, you're quite the talker." "Really?" Wang Hao touched his nose and explained, "I'm just telling the truth. Many people like to reminisce when they get old and show off their great achievements to others. You are different from them." "Haha, I would never do something that would annoy people. I like to live in the moment." Gandalf's mindset was somewhat similar to Wang Hao's, which unknowingly made Wang Hao feel more favorably toward him. After a few words of casual conversation, Gandalf seemed to remember something and suddenly asked, "We've been so busy chatting, little friend. What would you like to drink?" Being called little kid all the time, while it made no difference to the old man, still made Wang Hao feel a little uncomfortable. "Mr. Gandalf, my name is Wang Hao. You can just call me Wang Hao." "Wang Hao? What's your surname?" Gandalf asked curiously. "My surname is Wang, and my given name is Hao. Wang is my surname. This is the custom in my hometown, which may be different from here." Gandalf nodded. "What would you like to drink, young man?" "Alcohol is forbidden in the house, so I only have tea and beverages here." Wang Hao was speechless and accepted the nickname Kid. "Please make yourself at home. It's already quite impolite of me to come here so abruptly, so I have no right to be picky." Gandalf's lips curled up slightly, seemingly quite pleased with Wang Hao's compromise. "Well then, please have some tea with me." Gandalf raised his right hand, and a blurry little ball of light suddenly appeared in his hand. After muttering a few words to the ball of light, Gandalf raised his hand and tossed it away. Wang Hao found it very interesting and asked curiously, "Mr. Gandalf, what kind of magic is this?" "It's a sound transmission magic I figured out myself. It can transmit a few short sentences to a designated person over a short distance. Are you interested? Directional sound transmission? This is just a telephone." Wang Hao immediately became interested and asked, "What is the principle behind this magic? What is the maximum distance it can reach? Can it be popularized?" Gandalf shook his head and said regretfully, "I'm afraid that won't work. This magic seems simple, but it requires a very high level of magical control, and ordinary people can't learn it." "What a pity." Wang Hao felt a little disappointed that he couldn't make a phone call. In this world, there are no widely available communication tools. Ordinary people can only communicate with the other party in person or by writing a letter. However, the delivery time was too long, and the letters might not arrive due to unforeseen circumstances, so they were basically useless. He had been looking for a way to communicate instantly, so that he could contact the other party directly if anything happened, such as calling Arthur and Alan to come over and play mahjong. What's a pity? Gandalf asked curiously. Wang Hao didn't hide anything and directly revealed the truth. You magicians always keep yourselves in a small circle. Outsiders can't get in touch with you, and you don't consider the thoughts of outsiders. If you can broaden your thinking and invent more magic that can be popularized by the masses, it will definitely be very popular. This statement seemed to give Gandalf a great insight, and the old man actually fell into deep thought in front of Wang Hao. How can we popularize magic among the masses? Wang Hao did not answer the question. He doesn't know magic, let alone how it works. His nonsense will only make people laugh. He'd be better off just being an observer. If the old man really has the ability to invent a practical magic for ordinary people, wouldn't it be better for him to reap the benefits? A gentle breeze carries the faint fragrance of flowers and the crisp sound of footsteps. This time, Wang Hao noticed someone was coming immediately, but when he turned around to look at the person, he was stunned. Phil, what brings you here? Professor Phil was carrying a tray with an exquisite tea set on it, and steam was rising from the spout of the teapot. She was stunned when she saw Wang Hao. Wang Hao, what are you doing here? The two stared at each other for a few seconds, then said in unison, You go first. Then, let me go first. Wang Hao waved his hand and spoke first. I came to see Amelia, but she seems to be in class right now, so I'll wait for her here. Phil gave him a deep look, then looked at the white-bearded old man opposite him. Dean Gandalf, your black tea has arrived. Would you like to put it here? Dean Gandalf. Wang Hao looked at Gandalf opposite him in surprise, never expecting that this old man was actually a hidden master. Gandalf smiled and waved, gesturing for Phil to place the tea on the table. Phil, I need to ask you for a favor. After Amelia finishes class, please invite her here and tell her that I need to see her. After saying that, the old man winked mischievously, which gave Wang Hao goosebumps. What is this old idiot trying to do? Is he trying to scam me? Gandalf did not notice anything unusual about Wang Hao and personally poured him a cup of black tea. Little friend, this is black tea cultivated by the elves. Why don't you try it and see how it tastes? Chapter 96 Great Ideas. The Kingdom of Leighton has 5 saint-level powerhouses. Knight Kevin Remington, leader of the Light Griffin Knights, is the pillar of the Kingdom of Remington. Amelia's father, Duke Kyle Geraint, led the Knights of Dawn to guard the northern border, defeating barbarian attacks several times, and was known as the Guardian of the North. Raven the Nightwalker, the Guild Master of the Thieves' Guild, is a shadow assassin who appears and disappears without a trace. It is said that no one has ever seen his true face. Guts, the Sword Saint and leader of the Adventurers Guild, is a legendary figure beloved by children and a role model for countless people. And the Holy Magus Gandalf and Dumbledore. As a saint-level archmage, Gandalf's magical prowess is beyond doubt. In the Kingdom of Leighton, if he says he's second, no one dares to claim first. He is undoubtedly the #1 magician. At the age of 60, Gandalf, through continuous study and experimentation, finally mastered his third forbidden spell, the Wrath of Hephaestus. Vulcan's Wrath is the ultimate fire magic, possessing unparalleled destructive power. When unleashed at full power, it can even burn down an entire Celtic city. While experimenting with this magic, Gandalf looked at the terrifying flames covering the mountains and fields and suddenly felt an immense emptiness. He discovered that continuing to study magic was merely a pursuit of greater destructive power, which contradicted his original intention in learning magic and was not the result he wanted. Disheartened, Gandalf gave up on fame and fortune and went to live a secluded life at Starlight Academy, educating the next generation while cultivating his character and enjoying a carefree retirement. But today, during my conversation with Wang Hao, that longing for magic was rekindled. Wang Hao put forward many interesting ideas, many of which were issues he had never paid attention to before. For example, the application of basic magic in daily life, universally applicable magical props, and some creative ideas that can only be realized through magic. What interested him most was the communicator. Little friend, do you mean that by using regular flashes of light to form a signal, achieving directional transmission through magical resonance, and then having the person receiving the signal reinterpret the information, can instant communication really be achieved? Wang Hao nodded and began to explain in detail. We can preset the meaning of different colors and frequencies of flashes, and then use magic to transmit these signals to the corresponding devices. After receiving the signal, the other side interprets the content based on the frequency and color of the flash, thus achieving the purpose of transmitting the message. Of course, I'm not a magician, and I don't understand the specific workings either. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Gandalf stroked his white beard, deep in thought, and muttered to himself, color and frequency are easy to achieve. They can be done using the water mirror technique. The key is how to achieve resonance. Wang Hao didn't disturb Gandalf, picked up his teacup and drank it all in one gulp, letting the sweet tea soothe his hoarse throat. This white-bearded old man had a special obsession with magic. Ever since hearing some of his ideas, he had become obsessed with it and kept pestering him with questions. Since there was nothing else to do, Wang Hao chatted with him for a few more minutes, and before he knew it, more than an hour had passed. Phil came 3 times during that time. Seeing that the dean was chatting with Wang Hao, he didn't disturb them. After putting down the tea, he quietly left, and no one knows where he went. I'm so bored. Wang Hao yawned, looking somewhat dejected. Discussing technology with a technician is not a pleasant experience, especially when you don't understand the technology yourself and only have some superficial ideas. The feeling of having your opponents engaged in heated discussions while you can only keep up is not pleasant and can even be a little annoying. Fortunately, the situation soon took a turn for the better. Clang, clang, clang. The Big Ben clock on the obelisk rang, signaling the end of get out of class for the students. Gandalf let out a long breath and looked at Wang Hao with a smile. Little friend, your idea is very interesting, but I need some time to study it. Wang Hao shrugged and said nonchalantly, it's okay, you can do whatever you want with your research, I can't help you anyway. His shameless nature left Gandalf speechless, feeling like he was punching cotton. It was clearly your idea, but you didn't care about anything and just dumped everything on me, leaving a 70-year-old man like me to figure it out on my own. Do you even know what it means to respect the elderly and care for the young? Hee hee, if I figure it out, would you want it? Gandalf joked. I'll take it if you give it to me, and there's nothing I can do if you don't. I can't force you to give it to me, can I? Wang Hao shrugged and said nonchalantly, my life is fine as it is now. It's more convenient to have it, but it doesn't really matter if I don't have it. I don't care. This stubborn attitude made Gandalf laugh in exasperation. Little friend, has anyone ever told you that you can be quite annoying sometimes? Really? I don't think so. Wang Hao chuckled. I don't care what others say. As long as I'm happy, that's all that matters. They can't eat me. Hey, you have no ambition at all. Aren't you just wasting your intelligence? Gandalf was furious, feeling a sense of disappointment and frustration. They have so many brilliant ideas. If even one of them could be realized, it would be a world-changing feat. Why don't they care at all? What is ambition? Can it be eaten? Wang Hao looked at Gandalf with the curiosity of a child. Didn't you just say you wanted to take fame and fortune lightly? Why are you lecturing me now? But, Gandalf sighed. Fine, since you don't like research, then let me do it. Hopefully, I'll still have a chance to realize this great idea. Then I wish you great success and that you will realize your dreams soon. Wang Hao, of course, wouldn't object and happily flattered him, which made Gandalf so angry that he plucked several hairs from his beard. This is so heartbreaking. Just as the two were staring at each other, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out behind Wang Hao. Dean, you wanted to see me? Emilia has arrived. Lily came with her, along with Lily's little tag-along, Richard, the chubby boy. Gandalf looked up and smiled at Emilia. Amy, a little boy couldn't find you, so I called you over for him. Emilia frowned slightly as she looked at Wang Hao sitting opposite her. The figure from behind looked familiar to her. It seemed to be that annoying guy. But how could he possibly be at Starlight Academy? He didn't have a pass, so the gatekeeper wouldn't let him in unless. Wang Hao turned around, flashing a bright smile at Emilia, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Hi, dear Miss Amy, I've come to see you. Chapter 97 Apology. Lily, let's go. Emilia got furious when she saw Wang Hao's smug grin. She took Lily's hand and turned to leave, but in a flash, Wang Hao blocked her way. Don't rush off. I still have something to tell you. Wang Hao spread his arms to block the way, looking exactly like a hooligan harassing a young girl. Emilia's face darkened, and she immediately flew into a rage. What are you doing? This is Starlight Academy, not a place for you to act like a hooligan. Get out of my way. No. You. Emilia was so angry she jumped up and down, turning to Gandalf. Headmaster, this man is bullying me. Can't you do something about it? Gandalf looked at Emilia with a smile, as if she were his mischievous granddaughter. But he was already cursing under his breath. Tube. How should it be managed? Can I control him? The holy mage's mental power is terrifying, reaching a level of meticulous detail. Even without deliberately releasing his mental energy, he was still fully aware of everything happening within a 10-meter radius, and could even sense what the ants and insects in the soil were doing. But just now, Wang Hao shocked him once again. The speed was too fast, so fast that his mental energy could only catch a fleeting afterimage. He didn't even see clearly how Wang Hao stood up from the chair or how he ran to Amelia. How should this situation be managed? Based on the speed he just displayed, unless he had created a 100-meter distance beforehand, even a saint-level mage like him wouldn't have had time to react. He might have been killed by Wang Hao before he could even cast a fireball. Why would I meddle in other people's business under these circumstances? Am I just bored and have nothing better to do? However, while they couldn't interfere, they also couldn't speak out directly. Even a holy mage has a sense of shame. Amy, this little boy came all the way here to see you, so please give him a chance, Gandalf advised gently. Wang Hao smiled knowingly and secretly gave the old man a thumbs up. All that spittle I wasted just now actually worked. The old man is awesome. Sure enough, after Gandalf's earnest persuasion, Amelia had no choice but to bow to the evil forces, gritting her teeth as she asked, "Fine, say what you have to say, and then leave immediately. I don't want to see you." Wang Hao knew he had truly hurt Amelia's feelings this time, and dared not continue his foolish antics. On a whim, he took out the pearl earrings that George had given him. Handing the box to Amelia, Wang Hao said softly, "Amy, I'm so sorry about what happened that day. I was just joking around and didn't consider your feelings. I apologize and hope you can forgive me." Amelia looked at the gift handed to her, then at Wang Hao's apologetic face, and still felt a little uncomfortable. If apologies were effective, the world would be at peace long ago. I do not accept them. The firm rejection felt like a knife stabbing into Wang Hao's heart, making him feel uncomfortable. But as painful as it may be, if you've made a mistake, you should bear the other person's resentment. That's the attitude a person apologizing should have. Yes, you're right. Wang Hao's tone became more sincere, and his attitude softened considerably. But I really regret it, so I still hope you can forgive me. This small gift is a token of my appreciation, and I hope you can accept it. As he spoke, he pushed the box towards Amelia, hoping she would accept his gift. Amelia was furious and, without thinking, grabbed the box and threw it forcefully. "Who wants your gift? I don't care about it." The box flew several meters away, then suddenly opened in midair, and the pearl earrings inside fell out. Just as the earrings were about to fall into the grass, Wang Hao darted out and grabbed the two large, dazzling pearls in his hands. "Amy, it's okay to be angry, but don't waste things." Wang Hao walked up to Amelia, looking down at her and putting immense pressure on her. Amelia's heart skipped a beat, her throat bobbed, and she asked nervously, "What are you going to do?" Wang Hao stared at Amelia's delicate face for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. "Don't move. These earrings really suit you. I'll put them on you, and you can try them on first to see if they look good." Without giving Amelia a chance to refuse, he forcefully took her hand. A warm, large hand gently pinched Amelia's chin, while the other hand swiftly removed her earrings, then hung the pearl earrings on her soft earlobes. After both earrings were on, Amelia belatedly came to her senses, her face instantly flushed. "Hey, what are you doing? You pervert, you filthy scoundrel. Who gave you the right to touch me? How can you be so rude?" The shy Amelia became even angrier and was about to take off the earring, but she unexpectedly stopped when her fingers touched the pearl. When Amelia was born, Geraint had already been promoted to Grand Duke. Even if he wasn't a greedy person, the Duke's mansion had accumulated a great deal of wealth, including many precious jewels and ornaments. Having played with jewelry as toys since childhood, Amelia naturally knew how to distinguish between good and bad items, and was also aware of the value of these pearl earrings. They are all the same size, with a smooth and rounded surface without a single flaw, and there was a fleeting glint of light just now. These earrings are not just any ordinary decorations. Wang Hao was a rough man, a clueless straight man who didn't know how to please girls, and this impression was firmly etched in Amelia's mind. Subconsciously, she never felt that Wang Hao had the ability to appreciate jewelry, let alone understand jewelry. But these earrings gave her a different feeling. Could it be that he specially chose this for me to express his apology? This slight confusion churned within her, and Amelia's anger gradually subsided, replaced by a barely perceptible sense of gratitude. So he cares about me this much. Wang Hao had no idea what was going on in Amelia's little head. He took 2 steps back to create some distance, looked at Amelia's face and laughed, a smug smile on his face. "Yeah, I told you it suited you. Look how pretty it looks on you. Much better than the old one. Lily, who was next to her, almost burst out laughing. She tried her best to hold back her laughter, and her body started to tremble. The earrings are nice and really beautiful, but are they really suitable for Amy? Amelia has a small face, like a big child who hasn't fully grown up, a total pink-haired loli. She put on those huge pearl earrings, which looked like two small white balls hanging on her ears. Does this really look good? Considering her best friend's pride and Wang Hao's feelings, Lily tried her best to restrain herself from laughing out loud. But the other person was very disrespectful and immediately started mocking. Oh, you think a pair of pearl earrings is enough to fool you? That raging gorilla is too easy to fool, isn't he? The chubby boy looked at Amelia smugly. I can have as many of these tattered items as I want. If you want, I can put a chain on you and hang it on your body so you won't go crazy everywhere. Amelia's good mood vanished instantly, and her face darkened. Before she could retaliate, Wang Hao made the first move. Smack! A loud slap rang out, and the bewildered chubby boy flew backward, crashing to the ground with a thud. A cold voice came from beside my ear. You fatso, say that again if you dare. Chapter 98 You Can't Beat Me. Richard was stunned. He never dreamed that someone would dare to beat him up in front of the holy archmage, and in such a humiliating way as to slap him across the face. I am a student of Starlight Academy. Shouldn't Headmaster Gandalf protect his students? The answer is obvious. Gandalf didn't want to get involved, but he was just too late. He didn't expect that Wang Hao, who was all smiles and chatting with Amelia just moments before, would turn on him because of something the chubby boy said. By the time he realized something was wrong, Richard had already been beaten. Just in case, Gandalf took some remedial measures to prevent Wang Hao from losing his temper again. Without any visible movement, two chains made of ice appeared out of thin air around Wang Hao, trapping him inside. Although the chains did not touch his body, the chill emanating from them made Wang Hao feel a chill run down his spine, as if he were in an ice cave. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow slightly and turned to look at Gandalf. Old man, what are you doing? Gandalf said sternly. Nothing, just to keep you from going mad. To prevent me from going crazy? Wang Hao was puzzled and frowned, asking, why would I go crazy for no reason? Are you senile? Are you mad at me? Gandalf was furious, his beard bristling and eyes wide. He pointed at the chubby boy who was still lying on the ground pretending to be pitiful and said, if you weren't crazy, why did you hit him just now? Because he has a foul mouth. Wang Hao spoke as if it were the obvious thing to do, as if that was the proper way to handle it. Forehead. Gandalf was speechless, then glared at him. Even if he's foul-mouthed, greedy, lazy, and unlikable, you can't lay a hand on him. This is Starlight Academy. You're hitting my student right in front of me. You don't respect me at all. After hearing Gandalf's words, Wang Hao chuckled. Old man, it seems you don't like this guy either. No. Gandalf realized he had misspoke and quickly retorted. Even if I don't like him, that's not a reason for you to hit him. If you have any questions, you can tell me, and I will definitely judge fairly. Richard felt incredibly wronged when he heard his words. I'm the son of the finance minister. My dad approved so much funding for the school and gave you so many gifts. Even the black tea you usually like to drink was a gift from my dad. Is this how you treat me? Even if you don't like me, do you have to say it in front of so many people? Don't I have any pride? Unfortunately, no one paid attention to the little fat boy's feelings, and no one even glanced at him. All eyes were on Wang Hao and Gandalf. Old man, I've never taken you seriously. Wang Hao said matter-of-factly. What did you say? Gandalf was furious. His patience, cultivated over many years, was about to be completely worn away. Do you know that I am a Saint Archmage, the only Saint-level Archmage in the Kingdom of Leighton? Wang Hao laughed. I didn't know before, but I do now. But it makes no difference to me. I've never taken you seriously because... Why? Because I keep you in my heart. This sentence sounded more like a declaration of love to a lover, which completely stunned Gandalf. What? What are you talking about? Do you even know what you're saying? Are you out of your mind? Wang Hao smiled and waved his hand, continuing, I'm not sick. I'm telling the truth. Although we've only just met today, I feel that you're different from other magicians. You're a respected elder. Gandalf's anger, which had just been ignited, was extinguished by Wang Hao's few words, and he felt much better. So he asked, why? Wang Hao explained with a smile. Because you can understand what I'm saying, and you've really considered using magic to do something for the people. That's why I respect you. I see. Gandalf suddenly understood, connecting the conversation with Wang Hao's words, and immediately realized what he was thinking. During their conversation, Gandalf noticed that Wang Hao seemed to care more about the lives of ordinary people, rather than being as greedy and opportunistic as some others who fawned over the powerful for personal gain. His words were filled with dissatisfaction and disdain for the nobility. No wonder he possesses terrifying strength, yet is willing to be a small business owner, dealing with ordinary people every day. It seems this is his true nature. Having seen many storms, Gandalf had long since become indifferent to wealth and privilege, and did not believe that nobles were superior to others. Therefore, he did not think there was anything wrong with Wang Hao's mentality. Just then, Wang Hao blurted out something that almost made Gandalf die of anger. "By the way, old man, don't waste your energy. You can't beat me." When Wang Hao said this, he was calm and his tone was natural, as if he did not think there was anything wrong with what he said. Gandalf laughed in exasperation. "Boy, you're trapped by my chains of ice. How dare you say that?" "This?" Wang Hao pointed to the chains that were radiating a chilling aura. Gandalf nodded. "That's right. Although the chains of ice is just a very ordinary intermediate ice spell, no one else can cast them as powerfully as I can. Under my control, this spell is comparable to a high-level spell, and you won't be able to break free so easily." The old man spoke eloquently, and a hint of pride could be clearly heard in his tone, the powerful confidence that came from his saint-level strength. Wang Hao stared at the chains in front of him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. "Old man, you underestimate me too much. You think this thing can trap me." He raised his right hand and gently touched the chain with his index finger. Then, the chains exploded. Like a soap bubble that has been popped, it burst open with a pop, scattering a pile of azure ice shards on the ground. Gandalf was dumbfounded. Phil, who had just arrived, was also stunned. Richard, who was waiting to see the show, was also shocked by this scene. The ice chains released by the holy mage could trap even a level 7 or 8 high-level warrior for a few seconds. So why did they explode inexplicably? Everyone was puzzled, wondering why such a strange thing was happening, except for Emilia, who didn't find it strange at all. Wang Hao is a monster who can even erase the breath of a dragon. How could a mere chain of ice possibly trap him? "Boy, how did you do that?" Gandalf was puzzled, racking his brains, but still couldn't figure out why this was happening. He had no choice but to ask Wang Hao directly. "My chains of ice are comparable to high-level magic, so why didn't they have any effect on you?" Wang Hao spread his hands and acted like a rogue. "I just touched it, and it broke. How would I know why?" That's what he said, but he still felt a bit of hope. Fortunately, the chill emanating from the chains made him uncomfortable, otherwise it wouldn't have attracted the attention of the cheat. To avoid arousing further suspicion, Wang Hao quickly changed the subject. He pointed to the chubby boy on the ground, who was standing there dumbfounded, and asked, "Dean Gandalf, this guy insulted Amy. What are you going to do with him?" Chapter 99 Reciprocity. An apology in person, a post-incident review, and a 10-day punitive duty period. Gandalf quickly delivered a just verdict. Although Wang Hao felt it wasn't enough, he could barely accept it. It's normal for classmates to have a little argument, and as long as Emilia can accept it, he has nothing to say. As for why he hit the chubby boy, that's because he needed a punching bag to vent his anger on Emilia, and the chubby kid just happened to jump out and act like a jerk. So who else should he hit but the chubby kid? After Richard apologized, Wang Hao immediately resumed his gentle smile, as if nothing had happened, and continued to chat and laugh with everyone. The chubby boy stood alone to the side, trembling with anger. It feels very uncomfortable to be ignored, especially since he is the only victim in this matter. Richard clenched his fists tightly, staring maliciously at Wang Hao. Gandalf was the headmaster and a saint-level expert. Even his father didn't dare to offend him, let alone him. Emilia is Duke Geraint's only daughter. It's one thing to scold her a few times, but if she really tries to do something underhanded, she'll definitely suffer the consequences. He's not stupid. Of course he wouldn't go looking for trouble. But Wang Hao is different. He observed the man closely and found that he had neither a family crest to signify his status nor expensive jewelry to adorn him. His speech also lacked the noble air expected of an aristocrat. He was vulgar and uncouth, like a street ruffian. In conclusion, he judged that Wang Hao was just an ordinary person with some ability. Since they're not nobles, that makes things easier. A ruthless glint flashed in Richard's eyes. He had already made up his mind. Just you wait. It'll be your turn to regret this soon. Richard glared at Wang Hao, then turned and left, his gloomy face showing a look of impending triumph. Phil noticed Richard's expression and raised an eyebrow slightly, then leaned closer to Wang Hao and whispered a few words. Wang Hao glanced back at the chubby boy's retreating figure and snorted disdainfully. What can a little brat do? It's nothing. After saying that, he looked at Gandalf again and continued the previous topic. The college only had one large class in the morning, and after chatting for a while, it was lunchtime. At Gandalf's invitation, Wang Hao experienced a luxurious lunch at the college cafeteria, a meal enjoyed by the upper class. More than 30 kinds of delicious dishes carefully prepared by the chef, freshly baked pastries and fresh fruits, as well as a variety of delicious drinks. These things are all free and available for students to enjoy. Wang Hao was somewhat surprised to find that the cafeteria also provided ice and lemon slices, which was prepared for students who like cola. Lily, how did you come up with the idea of adding ice and lemon to Coke? Wang Hao asked. Lily explained with a smile. These were all developed by the students themselves. The academy found out and provided them to everyone for free, so we don't have to prepare them ourselves. As expected of Starlight Academy, they are really considerate. Wang Hao was amazed and admired Gandalf even more. It's perfectly normal for children to enjoy eating and drinking. Instead of watching them like they're thieves, we should proactively understand their needs and provide healthy meals. That's true, humane management. After eating and drinking his fill, Wang Hao went to Gandalf's office for a short while, left 2 jars of lapsang souchong, and then prepared to say goodbye and leave. Little friend, take this. Gandalf handed over a golden card and smiled. This is the house pass. With this card, you won't need to climb over the walls. Wang Hao awkwardly touched his nose and casually took the card. You knew everything? Gandalf chuckled and said, Do you really think we're all blind to have a stranger in the school? I'm sorry, I'll definitely be more careful next time. Wang Hao put the card into the ring, then suddenly remembered a question. Old man, did you give me this ring? He raised his right hand to show Gandalf the design on the ring on his finger. Gandalf stroked his long beard and laughed. This is your reward for saving Emilia. You're welcome. Thank you? Who said I should thank you? Wang Hao felt confused and shook his head, saying, I wanted to ask if you could replace it for me. This ring has too little space. It can't hold much. Could you give me a bigger one? 2 white whiskers drifted down, and Gandalf's hand froze in midair. What did you say? He thought he had misheard and asked again. I asked if you could give me a bigger one. The bigger the better. Wang Hao repeated himself, very cooperatively. Get lost. Gandalf laughed angrily, kicking Wang Hao in the shin. Do you know how precious a spatial ring is? Giving you one is already more than enough. You want an even bigger one? Why don't you just rob someone? Wang Hao chuckled. Even if you're going to steal something, you should at least know where to steal it. I don't know. Why don't you tell me where to find some, and I'll share one with you if I manage to steal one. Get out of here right now, old man. I get angry just looking at you. Gandalf shoved and pushed Wang Hao out of the office, laughing and scolding. You greedy little fellow. Come visit this old man often when you have nothing to do. Maybe I'll tell you if I'm in a good mood. Now, get the hell out of here. I hate just looking at you. Wang Hao laughed heartily, cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to Gandalf, and said, Then I won't upset you any longer. I'm off. Gandalf waved his hand, and only after Wang Hao's figure disappeared did he turn around and walk into the office. An interesting little guy, but he's too flamboyant and needs some tempering. Muttering to himself, Gandalf picked up the tea leaves that Wang Hao had given him and examined them carefully. Is this the black tea he sells in his shop? The can is very pretty, but I wonder what the tea leaves inside are like. Gandalf became somewhat interested in lapsang souchong and decided to try the tea. He took out a clean cup, pinched off a little tea leaves, put them in the cup, and smelled them carefully. A faint pine scent wafted into my nostrils, quite different from the black tea I usually drink. Gandalf's snow-white eyebrows twitched, showing even greater interest. Pine scent. Could it be tea leaves scented with pine wood? Boiling water is poured into the cup, and the tea leaves slowly unfurl, releasing a clear, bright reddish-brown tea liquor. At the same time, a rich aroma of tea spread out. Gandalf's eyes lit up. He was drawn in by the rich aroma of the tea. What a rich aroma. It's even more fragrant than the black tea produced by the elves. How is that possible? He eagerly picked up the teacup, blew on it to release the steam, and carefully took a sip. His eyes immediately lit up. The aroma is wonderful, and the aftertaste is sweet. What a fine tea. Looking at the celadon jar on the table, Gandalf suddenly smiled. The little guy has hidden quite a few good things. It seems I should find an opportunity to go and check out that general store. Chapter 100 Milk Tea and Tea Eggs. After making the mahjong set, Wang Hao tried to train the Ollie sisters to be his mahjong partners, so that they could play mahjong with him. Ollie and Lulu are very clever and quickly learned the rules of mahjong, becoming very familiar with all the different hand types. However, they never showed any interest in it, and instead were more interested in puzzle games like Connect 4. Sure enough, when Wang Hao returned to the general store, the two sisters were playing a matching game again. The two animal-eared girls sat side by side, their backs looking exactly the same, even wagging their tails at the same frequency, which looked particularly amusing. However, the two sisters seemed to have encountered a problem, as they were concentrating on finding the next piece they could connect with, and did not notice that he had already returned. Wang Hao tiptoed up behind Ali and coughed heavily. The cough startled the two sisters, and their two fluffy tails instantly bristled, becoming as fluffy as two feather dusters. "Oh dear, master, why didn't you tell us you were back?" Lulu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it was Wang Hao. She patted her flat chest and breathed heavily, looking like she was still in shock. Wang Hao was amused by her startled appearance. "Haha, I just wanted to play a joke on you guys since you didn't react. You scared me, didn't you?" "Of course I was scared. I was looking for my next piece." "Master, you're so mean," Lulu scolded playfully. Ari remains as well-behaved as ever. She took the milk and eggs from Wang Hao and asked curiously, "Master, have you seen Miss Amelia?" "I've already met her. I gave her a small gift, and she promised to forgive me," Wang Hao said smugly. "Really? That's great." Lulu happily hugged Wang Hao's arm, her tail wagging so hard it seemed to fly. "When Amy comes next time, I'm going to teach her how to play Connect 4. She'll definitely love it." Ari was also very happy and applauded Wang Hao. "Master is really amazing." He took the initiative to apologize to Miss Amelia. "You are a good man who can be relied on." "Haha, it's not as exaggerated as you say." Wang Hao was a little embarrassed by the compliment and quickly changed the subject. "Where are your new clothes? Let me see them." Ari and Lulu exchanged a glance and shook their heads in unison. "We can't look now. We haven't gotten the clothes back yet." "Why doesn't old man Hans have any clothes that fit you?" "No, that's not it." Lulu pointed to her fluffy tail and explained, "My sister and I both have clothes we like, but there's nowhere to put our tails on them, so we asked Dad to alter them for us. We can get them back tomorrow." "Oh, I see. I forgot about the tail. I'm sorry. It's strange, really. Whether by chance or the creator's wicked sense of humor, the difference between men and women in the demi-human race is so great that they are almost like two different species. Male demi-humans are closer to animals, with particularly strong animal characteristics, making it easy to identify which species they belong to at a glance. Female demi-humans are closer to humans. Apart from limited animal characteristics, most of their bodies resemble human females, and they can be easily mistaken for demi-humans if they are covered up. Take Ari and Lulu, for example. The two sisters can only prove their identity with their ears and tails. Their smooth skin and beautiful faces are no less than those of human women, and may even be better. But Ari also said that all the male demi-humans of their fox clan have a fox head on their heads, and many parts of their bodies have noticeable downy fur, making it easy to identify them at a glance. Wang Hao had also seen other demi-human slaves in the city and knew a little about this, but he usually had the most contact with Ari and Lulu, so he subconsciously ignored these characteristics. "Ali, Lulu, I'm planning to make milk tea and tea eggs. Are you interested?" Wang Hao asked. "I know about milk tea, but what is a tea egg?" Lulu asked curiously. "It's just boiling the eggs of the gugu chicken with tea leaves." Wang Hao pointed to the eggs in Ali's hand and explained with a smile, "Let the eggs absorb the flavor of the tea leaves, and the eggs will taste even better. You'll see in a moment." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started." Urged on by Lulu, Wang Hao went into the kitchen to start preparing. Milk tea is relatively simple to make and quick to prepare. Pour tea leaves and white sugar into the pot in a 1-to-3 ratio, and slowly roast them over low heat while stirring. The sugar quickly dissolved into a light brown syrup, and then a large number of dense small bubbles appeared. Wang Hao took the opportunity to pour in boiling water, boiled it for 3 minutes, then poured the milk into the pot and continued heating. The milk and caramel blend together to turn coffee-colored, and soon release a sweet milky aroma with a hint of tea. Once the milk has boiled completely, a pot of fragrant milk tea is ready. Wang Hao opened a can of yellow peaches, diced the peaches and threw them into a pot, then poured a glass and handed it to Lulu. "Try it. This is my special peach milk tea. I'm sure you'll like it." Lulu took the milk tea and sniffed it. A rich milky aroma filled her nostrils, and her eyes lit up. She blew on the cup, carefully licked it, and was immediately amazed by the sweet milk tea. "Wow, this is the best milk tea I've ever had. You're amazing, master." Wang Hao laughed smugly and asked, "How is it amazing? Isn't it better than the milk tea you've had before?" Lulu shook her head and winked at Wang Hao. Reporting to master. I've never had milk tea before. This is my first time. Oh. Wang Hao's smile vanished abruptly, and he almost choked on his own saliva. This girl has gone astray. She actually dared to make fun of me. It seems I need to find a time to punish her. Ollie carried a bag of washed eggs into the kitchen and saw Wang Hao and Lulu staring at each other. She asked curiously, Master, what are you doing? Sister, try the milk tea that Master made. It's delicious. Lulu quickly handed the milk tea to Ollie and praised Wang Hao's cooking skills. Really? Then I'll try it. After tasting the milk tea, Ollie was also won over by Wang Hao's culinary skills. As expected of our master, this milk tea is delicious. Should we make some and sell it in the shop from now on? Wang Hao thought for a moment, then shook his head and rejected the suggestion. Forget it. This stuff is too expensive to make. If we sell it at a high price, no one will buy it. Let's keep it for ourselves. Ari remembered the price of tea and immediately gave up the idea. Master, you're right. Tea is so expensive, we shouldn't waste it. After tasting the milk tea, Lulu began to look forward to tea eggs, which she had never heard of before. Wang Hao wasted no time and immediately got to work. The first step in making tea eggs is to boil the eggs until they are 70% cooked, then take them out and rinse them with cold water. Once the egg whites have solidified, gently crack the eggshells, then put them back into the pot, add tea leaves and various spices, and simmer together. While Wang Hao was demonstrating the process, he was also explaining the making of tea eggs to Ollie and Lulu, completely ignoring the time. Before we knew it, night had fallen. Chapter 101 The Reminder of Dawn. As night fell, a small figure appeared in Golden Harbor and slowly flew towards the general store. Ding Dang's little face was full of worry. The occasional sharp pain in her head made her very unhappy, and her heart was full of resentment towards Wang Hao. She was having a great time visiting her family, and even shared the snacks and cola she brought back with her relatives. But that damned contract kept messing with her, starting with pain every half day, then gradually decreasing to pain every few minutes, and it never stopped. Ding Dang was almost driven crazy by the torment, so she had no choice but to say goodbye to everyone and return to Celtic City alone. You nasty villain. You must be cursing me behind my back. Otherwise, why would my head hurt so much? Ding Dang flew to the general store complaining all the way, then squeezed through the small hole in the bedroom, and finally felt a little more comfortable. What's this smell? It's so strange. Ding Dang's little nose twitched, and she sniffed around like a puppy. The air was filled with a complex aroma, a rich milky scent, the smell of the black tea that Wang Hao often drank, and a strange smell that was hard to describe but made your mouth water. Ding Dang followed the smell and immediately saw Wang Hao and the Ollie sisters eating, along with a sumptuous dinner. Oh, you guys actually stole delicious food behind Ding Dang's back. That's too much. Ding Dang was furious and rushed to the dining table without saying a word, pouncing on the bowl of brown tea eggs. What is this? It has a strange smell. Ding Dang held an egg about the same size as her and smelled it carefully. After confirming that it was the same smell she had just smelled, she looked at Wang Hao and said, Tell me, are you trying to poison me again? Why does this egg smell so strange? Wang Hao had already noticed that the little imp had returned. Upon hearing this, he immediately put on a stern face and pretended to scare Ding Dang. That's right. These are eggs cooked with Gelsemium elegans. If you eat them, your intestines will rupture and you will die. Put them down right now. Ding Dang shuddered and almost rolled onto the table along with the tea egg. But she quickly noticed that Ari and Lulu were trying not to laugh and immediately understood what was going on. You're talking nonsense. You're just trying to scare me. I don't believe you. Without giving Wang Hao a chance to explain, she opened her little mouth and bit into the eggshell with a whoosh. Snap! The eggshell made a crisp sound. Ding Dang's face froze, and then she spat out a few pieces of eggshell. You're just bullying me. How am I supposed to eat an egg with such a hard shell? Ollie couldn't stand it anymore, so she snatched the tea egg from Ding Dang's hand and said softly, Ding Dang, I'll peel the egg for you, don't rush. Ollie still cares about me the most. Ding Dang nodded to Ollie, then glared at Wang Hao. Unlike you, you big bad guy. All you do is bully me, and you even secretly curse me, giving me headaches and not letting me play with Sister Chinexai. Ding Dang rambled on, leaving Wang Hao completely bewildered. When did I curse you? When did I stop you from playing with Chinexai? Also, what does your headache have to do with me? That was the contract you signed yourself. What does it have to do with me? Wang Hao thought to himself, but he didn't argue with Ding Dang. This little bean sprout is unreasonable. Arguing with her will only lower your IQ, and then you'll be defeated by her in her area of expertise, turning you into a fool just like her. Wang Hao had suffered quite a bit in this regard, so he quickly gave Ali a wink. Ding Dang, how is Chief Chinexai? Ari understood, stuffed the peeled tea egg into Ding Dang's arms, and asked with a smile, do they miss you? Sister Chinexai is doing well, everyone is doing well, and they miss me too. Ding Dang took a bite of the tea egg and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. This egg tastes so special. It has a tea flavor, and it's salty too. Lulu poured a small cup of milk tea and handed it to Ding Dang, saying, these are tea eggs that were just made this afternoon. Master also made milk tea. Try it and see if you like it. Ding Dang let out an oh, leaned over the cup, took a sip of milk tea, and her eyes immediately lit up. It's so sweet and fragrant. Is this milk tea? This is my first time trying milk tea, and it's so delicious. Ding Dang finally quieted down in the face of food and drink, allowing Wang Hao a moment of peace. The peace and quiet didn't last long. Ding Dang suddenly brought up something that stirred up some ripples in Wang Hao's calm heart. Sister Chinexai told me to tell you to be careful lately, because some demons have infiltrated the city. Demons? Wang Hao immediately recalled what Fatty George had said and frowned, asking, did Chinexai also see the demons? Ding Dang shook her head and said, a few days ago, Sister Chinexai sensed the aura of demons near Emerald Lake. She led her sisters to investigate, but they didn't see any demons. They only knew that the aura eventually entered this city. Only an aura? That's a bit troublesome. Wang Hao felt a headache coming on. He was not a strong man in the conventional sense, nor did he have the ability to sense auras, and he had never seen what a demon looked like. If it's an ugly demon, that's fine, but if it's a demon that can transform, he won't be able to tell its identity. Ding Dang burped and continued, you don't need to worry too much. Sister Chinexai said she only sensed the aura of one demon, so there probably aren't many of them. As long as you're careful, there won't be any problems. Ari had been listening silently, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. Demons, huh? I never expected to find demons in this city. Also, Wang Hao noticed Ali's choice of words and quickly asked, Ali, have you ever seen demons before? Ari nodded, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. The places where you humans live are relatively safe, and the demons dare not show up easily. But we demi-humans generally live in remote areas and are often harassed by the demons, so we are used to it. Lulu nodded repeatedly, her face also looking unwell. Our village was attacked by cannibals, and many of our people were captured by them. Not a single one of them escaped back. The answer to why no one escaped back is obvious. Wang Hao's mood also became somewhat depressed, but considering the potential dangers, he still asked a few more questions. With Ari's introduction, Wang Hao learned some knowledge about the demon race. In the Holy Light continent, the demon race is often divided into two types. One type is the low-level demon race, with limited abilities and low intelligence. They mainly rely on their strong bodies to invade villages, plunder food, and vent their brutal desires. Although these are also called demons, they are the lowest-ranking group among demons, essentially cannon fodder. Another type is the higher demon race, such as the legendary abyss demons, undead lords, and succubi. These demons possess intelligence no different from humans, and also have special racial talents and magic, making them essentially rulers. They are powerful, ambitious, and capable of controlling lower-level demons as cannon fodder. Their appearance would pose a huge threat, and they are the common enemy of all races on the Holy Light continent. Clearly, neither Fatty George nor Dawn were referring to low-level demons, but rather to high-level demons with extremely high intelligence. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, then looked up at everyone. From today onwards, you are not allowed to go out after dark. If there is anything you need, I will handle it. Safety is the top priority. Chapter 102. Ari and her sisters are captured. To others, high-level demons are no less than a raging flood or a ferocious beast, and they would avoid them at all costs. But for Wang Hao, the situation wasn't so bad. The combat power that is barely able to defend itself may seem mediocre, but it is actually not that simple. The system positions him based on the world's highest combat power, granting him immense physical strength. Even without learning magic and martial arts, he can defeat enemies through sheer power and speed. Moreover, he also has an immune abnormality as a backup, which protects his safety to the greatest extent. It can be said that as long as Wang Hao doesn't do anything reckless, he is invincible. What are one or two high-level demons compared to him? In addition, the system has made special arrangements for the grocery store. Anyone who harbors hostility towards Wang Hao, his subordinates, or his pets will be closely monitored once they enter the general store. Wang Hao will also be alerted to prevent his store from being raided. Even if Wang Hao isn't in the store, the system has an emergency plan that can temporarily control the enemy by consuming a large amount of gold coins, buying him time. Therefore, he was not worried about the appearance of the demon race. However, now that he knew the accurate information, Wang Hao did not want to stand idly by. He planned to warn Arthur so they could prepare in advance and be careful not to get tricked. As for whether they can capture the demons who have infiltrated the city, that depends on Arthur and his companions' abilities. The next morning, Wang Hao went straight to the northern outskirts of the city and found the experimental field where seeds were being sown, based on the information Alan had mentioned. The wheat planted earlier used high-yield seeds from the elven race, which were quite valuable. However, in order to promote the new wheat product in the general store, King Arthur reluctantly ordered that all the sprouted wheat be uprooted, plowed, and replanted. When Wang Hao arrived at the experimental field, King Arthur was also there inspecting it. He marveled at the sprouting wheat seedlings and was especially happy to see Wang Hao arrive. "Kid, I was just about to look for you." King Arthur laughed heartily, pointing to the sprouting wheat seedlings and saying, "Your seeds are amazing. They started sprouting right after I watered them. Their vitality is incredible." Wang Hao already knew about this and replied with a smile, "You get what you pay for. I wasn't lying to you, was I?" King Arthur nodded repeatedly and patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. "Good lad. With your batch of seeds, next year will definitely be a bumper harvest. I'll recommend you for credit then. We'll talk about that later. Come with me. I have something to tell you." Seeing Wang Hao's unusually serious expression, King Arthur's heart sank, and he and Wang Hao walked to a secluded spot. "What happened?" King Arthur asked. Wang Hao lowered his voice and asked, "I've heard that some brutal murders have happened in the city recently. Are you aware of this?" King Arthur nodded slightly, his expression turning unusually serious. "I know. I've already sent people to investigate, but we haven't found any clues yet. Have you discovered something?" "Demons have infiltrated the city," Wang Hao said bluntly. "I have received accurate information that demons have infiltrated Celtic City, but the exact number is unclear. It could be 1 or 2, or it could be more." "Demons?" King Arthur's voice suddenly rose 2 octaves, his eyes widening. "A high-ranking demon?" Wang Hao nodded. "This is no joke. Where did you hear that?" King Arthur asked, frowning. "Do you know the origin of Ding Dang?" Wang Hao asked in return. "I know them. I've known about those little fairies who live in the Emerald Lake for a long time." King Arthur didn't seem surprised. "Those fairies are very well behaved and usually don't leave the Emerald Lake area, so I haven't bothered with them." "Yes, Ding Dang is one of them." Wang Hao nodded and said, "Ding Dang went back to visit her family these past 2 days. The chief of the demon clan told her that a high-level demon had infiltrated the city and warned her to be careful. I think she was not lying to me." King Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this, seemingly considering the veracity of the news. Fairies, like us humans, are enemies of the demon race. It's not surprising that those fairies could sense the demon's presence. However, but what? Wang Hao asked. "It's nothing." King Arthur paused before continuing. "The individual strength of high-ranking demons is indeed very strong, but there is a limit to how strong they are. They certainly cannot take on an entire night order by themselves." He pointed to Alan not far away and said, "The Light Griffin Knights, to which Alan belongs, are stationed in the city. Unless they're stupid, those high-level demons can't possibly sneak into the city alone to launch a sneak attack. That would be tantamount to suicide. What if someone deliberately summons them?" Wang Hao relayed George's words to King Arthur, reminding him, "These demons could very well have been summoned by that murderer. What do you think?" King Arthur frowned, carefully considering the connection between the two. Using human organs and flesh as sacrifices to summon higher demons to fulfill one's wishes? It is theoretically possible, but it's not that simple. Higher demons possess extremely high intelligence and would never obey human commands. Aren't they afraid of suffering a backlash from the demon race? Backlash? Wang Hao scoffed. When people are faced with desire, what reason do they have? I bet he doesn't care about any of that. He just wants to fulfill his wish. That's quite possible. King Arthur stroked his chin and murmured, "It seems this matter must be taken seriously. We must send people to investigate thoroughly and find the murderer and the demons who have infiltrated the city as soon as possible." Wang Hao knew this matter would be very troublesome, so he offered King Arthur several potential problems for consideration. As the two were discussing the details, a chestnut-colored old horse came galloping over, panting heavily, and Hans's father's hoarse voice could be heard from a distance. Wang Hao, where are you?" "I am Hans. Wang Hao, can you hear me?" When Wang Hao heard his name, his heart tightened, and he rushed out to stop Hans's father. "Dad, I'm here. What do you need me for?" Old man Hans blinked hard, and only when he saw that it really was Wang Hao who had stopped him did he breathe a sigh of relief. Before he could dismount, he yelled at Wang Hao, "Quick, quick, go save Ari and Lulu. They've been kidnapped." "What?" Wang Hao was shocked and grabbed Hans by the collar. "What happened? Who kidnapped Ari and Lulu? Could it be the demons?" Old man Hans, hunched over on his horse, his face flushed red, struggled to speak. "There are no demons. It was a group of nobles' private guards who captured them. They were taken away as soon as they left my shop. You must find a way to save them quickly, or it will be too late." "Nobility? Private bodyguards?" Wang Hao flew into a rage and shouted sharply, "Who the hell wants to die? If you dare touch my men, I'll cripple you." Chapter 103 The Fatty Wants Revenge. Let's go back half an hour. Ollie and Lulu came to Hans's shop to pick up their clothes as agreed. The altered clothes fit perfectly, and the tail had plenty of room to move around, without compromising warmth. The two sisters praised their father's cooking skills, paid for the clothes readily, and then prepared to go home with their new clothes. The tailor shop has been doing very well lately. The clothes designed by Wang Hao are very popular with some skilled women, and according to the agreement, he should be paid a share of the profits. Thinking it best not to bother two people, Old Man Hans quickly stuffed the share of gold coins into his pocket, wanting Ari to take them back with him. But when he reached the door, he saw a group of armored guards roughly tying Ari and Lulu up with ropes and shoving them into the carriage. Hans was shocked and stepped forward to question the kidnappers about why they had been kidnapped, only to be kicked away by an impatient guard. By the time he got up from the ground, the carriage had already sped away, leaving only the noble badges on the back of the carriage that represented his status. Hans remembered that Ollie had mentioned Wang Hao had gone to the experimental field in the north of the city, so he came all the way here to inform Wang Hao of this news. "Hurry up, those nobles are no good people. It will be too late if something happens," Old Man Hans urged breathlessly. Wang Hao's face was terribly gloomy, his eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent, and his heart was burning with rage. "Dad, do you know which noble family that badge represents?" Wang Hao asked. "Yes." Old Man Hans was about to speak, but hesitated when he saw King Arthur and Alan beside him. These two people clearly weren't ordinary citizens, and he worried that something unexpected might happen again. With King Arthur's shrewdness, he could certainly guess what Hans was thinking, and said seriously, "Hans, is it? Go ahead and say it. I guarantee no one will cause you any trouble." Alan nodded with a straight face, saying nothing, but his attitude spoke volumes. Hans clenched his fist and mustered his courage to say, "It's the Marquis of Wellington. That badge is the Marquis of Wellington's mark. I've delivered clothes to the Marquis's mansion before, and I've seen that badge." "Wellington, the Marquis?" Wang Hao's lips curled into a cruel smile. "I don't care if he's a Marquis or a Duke. If he dares to touch my people, he's asking for death." "Oh no, this kid's going to go berserk again." Upon seeing that eerie smile, King Arthur's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately realized that Wang Hao was about to lose his temper. Before he could even offer a word of dissuasion, Wang Hao had already dashed off like lightning, disappearing into the distance within a few breaths. "Damn it, can't you give me some time to sort this out?" King Arthur cursed and ran wildly toward the city gate, giving Alan a final word before he left. "Go find Dean Gandalf and have him go to the Earl's mansion to keep things in order. Wang Hao is a reckless man who dares to challenge the Black Dragon one-on-one. He certainly can't suppress him with just his own level 9 swordsmanship." King Arthur knew perfectly well that he had no choice but to seek outside help. With Captain Kevin out of town, all that remains is to pin our hopes on Gandalf, the Holy Mage, hoping he can temporarily suppress Wang Hao's anger and buy us time to resolve the issue. "Damn Wellington, you promised me you wouldn't mess with Wang Hao. What are you trying to do?" Marquis Wellington House. Ari and Lulu sat side by side on the sofa. Both of their hands were tightly bound with rope, but their clothes were still relatively neat, indicating that they had not been abused. Across from the two of them, an annoying chubby boy was looking at them arrogantly, hurling insults at them. The two sisters have excellent memories and have already recognized who the chubby little boy in front of them is. "Why did you arrest us?" Ari asked, mustering her courage. "We have no grudge against you, and we even know Amelia and Miss Lily. Aren't you afraid they'll cause you trouble?" Richard paused, his chubby face full of confusion. "You guys know Lily?" Lulu nodded repeatedly. "Yes, we are good friends with Miss Lily. Please let us go." "Humph, you think you can be friends with me?" Richard scoffed. "Two demi-human slaves dare to be friends with Lily? Dream on. Let me tell you, Unless that guy kowtows and apologizes to me in person, no one can save you. Without giving the two sisters a chance to refute, he had the maid gag them and then left the room. Spoiled since childhood and born into an aristocratic family like an earl's mansion, Richard developed an arrogant and domineering personality. Yesterday, Wang Hao slapped him in front of Princess Lily, and he couldn't swallow his anger. As soon as he got home, he sent people to investigate Wang Hao. Wang Hao was usually carefree and never thought of hiding anything, so his background was quickly figured out. Having confirmed that he was just a small businessman with no connections, Richard could no longer suppress his desire for revenge and vowed to reclaim his dignity. He carefully studied Wang Hao's intelligence, and in that intelligence, which was practically given away for free, he saw something interesting. Wang Hao seemed to particularly like these two slaves, taking them everywhere he went, including when he went out to play. So now these two slaves are in my hands. No commoner dared to oppose a nobleman. That would be suicide. Richard firmly believed this. Therefore, as long as Wang Hao dares to come to their door demanding their return, he is 100% confident that he can force them to kowtow and admit their mistake. What you owe me, you'll have to pay me back double. Richard hesitated for a moment as he approached the study door, then gently knocked. Father, it's me, Richard called out to the door. I have something to report to you. May I come in? The Marquis of Wellington, who was reviewing documents, frowned upon hearing this. He had the butler open the door and asked Richard, who was standing in the doorway, "Why didn't you go to school today?" Richard shuddered and cautiously entered the study, bowing slightly to the Marquis of Wellington. "Father, this is exactly what I wanted to report to you. Yesterday, a civilian went to the school to cause trouble. When I tried to stop him, he slapped me. I was so angry that I captured 2 of his slaves, intending to take revenge when he came to demand their release. I hope my father will support me." The Marquis of Wellington merely raised an eyebrow after hearing his son's words, not finding anything wrong with them. The dignity of the nobility cannot be desecrated. Slapping Richard in the face is slapping him in the face, and should be retaliated against tenfold. The Marquis of Wellington gave a curt hum and asked, "Who has the audacity to cause trouble in the academy? Didn't Headmaster Gandalf intervene?" Richard lowered his head, a sly glint in his eyes, and said softly, "It's a small businessman named Wang Hao. He seems to know Dean Gandalf, that's why." Before he could finish speaking, a loud roar suddenly came from outside, followed by Wang Hao's furious roar. "Wellington, send my men out right now, or I'll tear down your Marquis's mansion today." Chapter 10 for the Earl's mansion was demolished. The sudden roar startled Richard. The chubby boy was startled at first, then his face lit up with joy. "Father, the person who hit me is here. You must help me get revenge." The Marquis of Wellington's eye twitched involuntarily, and he asked sternly, "Who did you just say hit you?" "A small businessman named Wang Hao." Richard, oblivious to his father's change, continued to smugly boast about his achievements. "I have investigated. He has no title. He is just an ordinary merchant who runs a grocery store in Golden Harbor." "So you captured those 2 foxes?" The Marquis of Wellington clenched his fists, suppressing his anger as he asked, "You didn't do anything to those 2 slaves, did you?" Although the chubby boy was puzzled as to how his father knew he had captured 2 fox slaves, he still answered his question honestly. "Yes, I did capture 2 fox people slaves, but I didn't do anything. I just tied them up and brought them to our house." "Father, is there a problem?" "What's the problem?" The Marquis of Wellington walked up to his son, raised his hand, and slapped Richard hard across the face. "How the hell could I have given birth to such a piece of trash like you?" Then he kicked Richard in the shin, knocking the precious boy to the ground. "If I had known you were such a piece of trash, I should have smashed you against the wall back then, so you wouldn't have caused me any trouble." Richard, who was lying on the ground, was completely stunned. As the youngest child in the family, he was treated like a treasure from childhood to adulthood, and his father never hit him. "What's wrong with me today?" The chubby boy covered his stinging cheek, staring blankly at the Marquis of Wellington. "Father, what did I do wrong? I'm just a small merchant you can see anywhere. Why did you have to hit me? You still dare to be stubborn." The Marquis of Wellington, enraged, kicked the statue several times before the butler stopped him. Gasping for breath, he cursed, "Useless trash. You still don't realize the enormity of the trouble you've gotten yourself into? Did a slime eat your brain?" Boom, boom. The roaring noise outside interrupted the Marquis of Wellington's words, forcing him to temporarily abandon his plans to educate his son. "Stay here and behave yourself. If you dare to leave this room, I'll break your legs." He glared at Richard, and the Marquis of Wellington swayed his obese body as he left the study. "Go and bring those 2 slaves here." Remember to be polite to them and try to keep them calm. The steward received the order and left in a hurry, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. The Marquis of Wellington roused himself and walked toward the door, his feelings extremely complicated. Wang Hao, a small merchant who suddenly appeared in Celtic City. No one knew his origins, nor did anyone know where the goods came from. However, one thing is certain. This person is not simple, and may even be a hidden saint-level expert. King Arthur had solemnly warned himself not to provoke Wang Hao or to try anything with that general store, otherwise even he wouldn't be able to protect himself. As a confidant of King Arthur, he believed that King Arthur would not lie to him. From then on, he specifically instructed his men not to go to that grocery store again, and even if they needed to buy something, they should find an unimportant person to buy it for them, so as not to have any dealings with Wang Hao. The matter seemed to have been resolved at this point, but he never expected his son to be so stupid as to arrest Wang Hao's men behind his back, causing huge trouble. Boom! Another loud bang, and the Marquis of Wellington was stunned by the sight before him. Wang Hao stood on the steps outside the door, holding an iron rod as thick as his arm as a weapon, and kept hitting the wall. He was very strong, and each strike produced an explosive roar, sending bricks and stones flying everywhere. The heavy gate had long since crumbled and fallen to the ground, and the broken wall was wide enough for two luxurious carriages to pass side by side, and it was still expanding. As for the guards who were recruited at great expense, they lay on the ground like dead dogs, their fate unknown. Only two clever individuals, hiding around the corner, rushed over to pledge their loyalty upon seeing him. "My lord, this monster is too terrifying. We can't stop him." "You should run too," a guard urged. "Run? Where the hell am I supposed to run to?" The Marquis of Wellington slapped the guard across the face and cursed viciously. "This is my home. If I run away, what will become of this home?" The guard covered his face, a flash of anger in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. "My lord, we don't want to give up the Marquis's manor either, but this guy is too terrifying. I'm worried he might harm you, so let's hide for now." Another guard chimed in. "Yes, sir, let's hide first and wait for reinforcements to arrive." "Reinforcement? Where did the reinforcements come from? Even if reinforcements come to help, do you think they can defeat a saint-level expert?" The Marquis of Wellington sighed and had no choice but to bite the bullet and step in to solve the problem. "Wang Hao, I am Calorie Wellington, the Marquis of Wellington you are looking for. Can you stop for a moment? I have something to say." Wellington tried to appease Wang Hao, but to no avail. Wang Hao merely glanced at him indifferently, said nothing, and continued to demolish the house. This iron bar was taken from the gate at the entrance of the manor. It is the right weight, easy to use, and especially suitable for demolishing walls. Wang Hao pounded the wall with an iron rod, ignoring all the good words the Marquis of Wellington said, until the butler arrived with Ari and Lulu. A dark shadow flashed by, and by the time Wellington came to his senses, Ari and Lulu were already standing in the open space outside the house, showing no fear on their faces. Instead, their eyes shone as they looked at Wang Hao's back. Wang Hao picked up the deformed iron rod and walked towards the door again, seemingly intending to continue demolishing the house. "Stop smashing. Can you let me finish what I'm saying?" The Marquis of Wellington was anxious, but dared not step forward to stop Wang Hao, so he could only hide in the house and shout loudly. "This was done by my foolish son, and I've already disciplined him. If you're still not satisfied, you can make a request, and I'll try my best to fulfill it." Wang Hao walked to the front door, a devilish smile spreading across his face. "Can I make a request?" Seeing an opportunity, the Marquis of Wellington immediately perked up. "That's right. Do you want money? I can give you gold coins as compensation. How much do you want?" "Gold?" Wang Hao thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "A gentleman loves money, but he acquires it in a proper way. If I want gold coins, I can earn them myself. You don't need to worry about it." After saying that, he ignored the Marquis of Wellington and focused intently on being a demolition worker, as if he had a grudge against the house. The Marquis of Wellington watched helplessly as his house was torn down piece by piece, his heart bleeding, yet he was powerless to do anything about Wang Hao. Just then, a figure rushed over and shouted Wang Hao's name from a great distance. "Wang Hao, give me some face and stop for now." Chapter 105 Negotiating Conditions. Despite his haste, King Arthur arrived too late. Looking at the Marquis's mansion, which was completely destroyed, King Arthur was in a terrible predicament, yet he was unable to condemn Wang Hao's atrocities. Ari and Lulu were standing in the courtyard, which meant that the tailor named Hans was not lying. They had indeed been captured by the Wellington family and taken to the Marquis's mansion. As for who gave the order, that's no longer important. Having provoked Wang Hao, the Marquis of Wellington is already incredibly lucky to be alive. Let the house be demolished if that's the case. Seizing the opportunity, King Arthur swiftly struck and grabbed the iron rod from Wang Hao's hand. Kid, calm down and listen to me. King Arthur's expression was extremely serious, but his tone contained a barely perceptible hint of compromise. Give me some face, and let me finish what I have to say, okay? Wang Hao glanced at him indifferently before slowly putting down the iron rod. King Arthur breathed a sigh of relief, cast a grateful glance, and then looked at the Marquis of Wellington. Calories, what exactly happened? Why did you kidnap those two girls? Wellington's entire body trembled as he suppressed his anger and explained, It wasn't me who gave the order. It was my good-for-nothing youngest son who did it. Richard, King Arthur raised an eyebrow and asked, why did he arrest Ari and Lulu, and why in front of all the commoners? What is he trying to do? The Marquis of Wellington glanced at Wang Hao's expression and explained, Richard was slapped yesterday, and he can't swallow it, so he wants to use those two girls to threaten the other party into apologizing. King Arthur paused, then turned to look at Wang Hao. You did this. Wang Hao gave a blank hum. Why? He insulted Amelia to my face, so slapping him was too lenient. Not only did King Arthur frown, but even the Marquis of Wellington's expression turned grim. Who is Amelia? That was the only son of Duke Geraint, the leader of the Knights of Dawn, and a paladin. Anyone who dares to insult the Grand Duke's daughter in front of their tutor and classmates is punishable by 20 lashes and 6 months of forced labor according to the kingdom's laws. That slap was well-deserved. King Arthur, his face ashen, glared at the Marquis of Wellington. Calories, is this the good son you raised? You expect someone like this to pursue Lily? The Marquis of Wellington wished he could strangle Richard with his own hands, but he still had to defend his son. Your Majesty, Richard is still young, and he is classmates with Miss Amy. I think there must be some misunderstanding. His Majesty? Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at King Arthur with a playful expression. Old dang, you've been keeping it well hidden. King Arthur sensed the mockery in Wang Hao's eyes and knew that he could no longer hide his identity. He's not pretending anymore. He's going to lay his cards on the table. I'm sorry, I've been hiding my identity from you. Actually, I am. Just as he was about to declare himself king, Wang Hao suddenly slapped him hard on the back. Old dang, shut up. Don't say anything. I don't want to know. If you still want to come to my place to freeload in the future, you'd better pretend nothing happened, and we can still be friends. King Arthur was stunned, then laughed. Haha, you're right. Who I am isn't important. Our friendship is. Give old dang some face. Could you let Calorie off the hook this time? I believe that if he had known what Richard was going to do, he certainly wouldn't have let it happen. Are you trying to put me down again by using my pride? Wang Hao was speechless. He turned to look at Ari and Lulu. The two sisters stood gracefully at the back, their eyes showing no fear, but rather a strange excitement. Their clothes were clean and tidy, and there were no signs of injury on their faces or bodies, except for a faint red mark around their wrists, which was probably from being tied with rope. In other words, apart from being forcibly brought here, the two sisters have not yet been abused or molested. Wellington, being an old fox, immediately understood what Wang Hao was thinking and quickly explained, Don't worry, my son didn't do anything. He just wanted to use them to threaten you into apologizing to him. I don't deny that there are problems with doing this, but things are far from being unsolvable. Could you give me a chance? I'm willing to pay a certain price to gain your understanding. In order to obtain a chance for a peaceful resolution, Wellington had to lower his stance and negotiate with Wang Hao in an almost pleading tone. As for the face of the nobility, the prestige of the Wellington family, in front of a saint-level expert, those are nothing but a fart. Nothing is more important than staying alive. It's unclear whether it was the Marquis of Wellington's words that moved Wang Hao, or whether he had already vented his anger. Wang Hao tossed aside the iron rod, dusted off his hands, and said calmly, All right, then you can speak. Say what? Of course, it's about how to get compensation. Wellington wasn't stupid. He immediately offered his terms. I'm very sorry for disturbing you and those sisters, so I'm willing to offer you 1,000 gold coins as compensation, and also have Richard apologize to you. Is that all right? 1,000 gold coins is not a small amount. It's enough to buy two two-story buildings the size of general stores in Golden Harbor. But for Wang Hao, this money wasn't that important. The gold coins needed for system upgrades can only be obtained by selling goods. Gold coins obtained through other means, including gifts or compensation from others, are not counted and will not change much. Wang Hao stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and suddenly uttered two words, Not enough. Wellington's pupils contracted, and he asked nervously, "Then how much do you think is appropriate?" Wang Hao did not answer his question, but instead looked at King Arthur. "Old Deng, you said last time that setting up a school would cost a lot of money, and the Chancellor of the Exchequer disagreed. Is it this fat guy who disagreed?" King Arthur was surprised that he suddenly brought this up, and nodded subconsciously. Wang Hao laughed, a somewhat eerie laugh that sent chills down Wellington's spine. "Fatty, are you afraid of me?" Wang Hao asked with a smile. The Marquis of Wellington swallowed hard and shook his head nervously. "No, I'm not afraid. It's out of respect. I always respect the strong. You can ask His Majesty if you don't believe me." Wang Hao rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with him. "Whether it's fear or respect, you definitely won't dare to go against me, right?" The Marquis of Wellington felt deeply humiliated, but still nodded with difficulty. Wang Hao chuckled and casually patted the fat man's shoulder twice, making Wellington wince in pain. "Remember this feeling. Don't push me to my limit, or you'll have to rebuild this house." After saying that, Wang Hao turned and walked towards Ari and Lulu. "Old Deng, we can start preparing for the school now. I believe the Earl knows what to do." King Arthur was taken aback at first, then a smile crept onto his face as he looked at the Marquis of Wellington with amusement. "Calories, what do you think about this?" The Marquis of Wellington looked more like he was about to cry, but he still managed to force a smile. "Your Majesty, I support your decision. I am willing to contribute some of my gold coins as a donation, and I wish you success in establishing the school as soon as possible." King Arthur laughed heartily and patted the Marquis of Wellington hard on the shoulder. "Then I'll leave it to you." Chapter 106. Too late again. On his way home, Wang Hao couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He was in an incredibly happy mood. This forced entry into the Marquis's mansion not only resulted in compensation, but also won the hearts of both Ari and Lulu. The two sisters were deeply moved when they saw Wang Hao stand up to the Marquis of Wellington to save them, and they completely let down their guard. Ali hugged her left arm, and Lulu hugged her right arm. The two sisters leaned tightly against Wang Hao, and he could feel their warm heartbeats. Even if Wang Hao was slow to react, he could sense this strong sense of dependence. "Master, thank you for saving us." Ari looked at Wang Hao with deep affection and said, "You actually went against the Marquis for me and Lulu. I don't know how to repay you." "Yes, our master is so good to us. I love our master so much." Lulu nestled her little head against Wang Hao's arm, nuzzling him like a puppy, murmuring words of gratitude. "It's nothing. It's what I should do. There's no need to be so polite between us." Wang Hao said, "You're welcome," but he was secretly overjoyed. Lulu is one thing. She's simple-minded and a bit carefree, and she and Wang Hao have long lost their sense of boundaries. But Ari is different. She always maintained an appropriate distance, and even though she trusted Wang Hao completely, she never showed any overly intimate behavior. The fact that she can now be as close to herself as Lulu is a sign that she has let go of her resentment and truly accepted herself. Wang Hao knew that he was not far from his small goal. "By the way, where did Ding Dang go? Didn't she go out with you?" Wang Hao asked. "Ding Dang is at home," Lulu said with a smile. "Ding Dang ate 2 tea eggs this morning and was too full to fly, so we let her rest at home." "That gluttonous little devil. She messed up at the crucial moment," Wang Hao said angrily. "Ding Dang possesses the strength of a novice mage." Wang Hao had told her long ago that whenever he wasn't home, she should protect Ali and Lulu. If she went to get the clothes with Ari and her sister, she definitely wouldn't let the two sisters get kidnapped. Ari, being intelligent, naturally knew what Wang Hao wanted to say, and gently advised, "Master, don't be angry with Ding Dang. Today was an accident, and we'll be fine if we try not to go out in the future." "How can that be?" Wang Hao's eyes widened, and he snorted. "You are living, breathing people, not pets I keep in captivity. Why shouldn't you be allowed to go out? I'm going to teach her a lesson when we get back. If she ever dares to leave you two behind again, I'll make her regret it." These words moved Ari even more. She leaned gently on Wang Hao's shoulder. Although she didn't say anything, the unwavering love in her eyes was enough. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed as he laughed. "Let's go home, get some rest, and then forget about this unpleasant experience with a delicious meal." Marquis. The Marquis of Wellington looked at the dilapidated house, his heart filled with unspeakable bitterness. Wang Hao went too far. He first smashed the solid wood door, and then damaged the surrounding walls, leaving a huge hole in the house. Without any support, the second-floor balcony has tilted and could collapse at any moment. If the second floor collapses, the third and fourth floors will also be affected, and the entire Marquis mansion will need to be renovated, which will definitely cost a lot of money. The Marquis of Wellington had never suffered such a loss before. Not only could he not take revenge, but he also had to compensate Wang Hao with 1,000 gold coins. He was extremely depressed. Don't think too much about it. You've already won by surviving that kid. King Arthur comforted him. He should have kept quiet. His words only made Wellington more frustrated. Your Majesty, what is that boy's actual strength? Is he really as terrifying as you say? Seeing that he was still somewhat unwilling to give up, King Arthur said seriously. Calories, we've known each other for so many years. When have I ever lied to you? That kid's strength is unfathomable. He's probably already at Kevin's level. No, he surpassed Kevin. That's impossible. The Marquis of Wellington became extremely agitated, as if someone had stepped on his tail. Commander Kevin spent a full 40 years to break through to the level of a paladin. That kid is only a few years old. How could he possibly be stronger than Commander Kevin? King Arthur certainly knew about Kevin and Remington's experiences, and he also knew how much Kevin had sacrificed to reach saint-level strength. However, he also knew that although Wang Hao did not know magic or martial arts, his physical strength was already on par with, or even surpassed, that of a dragon. He was a level 9 swordsman, only one step away from becoming a saint, and his strength was beyond doubt. But in front of Wang Hao, he was like a beginner in martial arts. He couldn't even catch up with Wang Hao's back, let alone fight him, let alone defeat him. With such a huge gap, Wang Hao's true strength is definitely not that simple. Just as they were thinking about these random things, an old man with a white beard flew down from the sky and slowly landed beside them. Dean Gandalf, you've arrived. The Marquis of Wellington quickly bowed. I'm so sorry to have troubled you to make such a trip for such a small matter. Gandalf waved his hand, interrupting him. Stop with the nonsense. What happened? Where are they? You're late again. King Arthur sighed and told Gandalf the whole story, saying, luckily, he didn't make a big mistake. I've already persuaded the boy to leave. Upon hearing the words, you're late again, Gandalf's old face stiffened, and he accidentally plucked out 2 more hairs from his beard. He casually tucked his beard back in, then looked at the Marquis of Wellington. I'm not trying to criticize you, but your Wellington family has been around for over 100 years. How come you have no aristocratic manners at all? Gandalf didn't care about Wellington's feelings and pointed out the problem directly. Your son has no manners at all. He insulted Amy in front of me. I wanted to punch him. The Marquis of Wellington forced a smile, already pondering how to punish Richard. Don't worry, I'll definitely teach that kid a lesson this time, and make sure he doesn't cause any more trouble. Gandalf scoffed. How you raise your child is your business. I have no interest in it. But I'm warning you, with your son's character, if you don't discipline him properly, he'll suffer later. After saying that, he ignored the Marquis of Wellington, whose face was full of black lines, and looked at King Arthur. Hey Arthur, what's the name of Wang Hao's shop? Do you know where it is? King Arthur paused for a moment, then asked, is there something you need? Gandalf stroked his beard and said meaningfully, I'm very interested in that little fellow. I'd like to go see him. King Arthur smiled. I was just looking for him too. Let's go together. Chapter 107 Gandalf's Visit. That's outrageous. You actually made me a fire starter. Ding dang, facing a pot full of red soup, used fire magic to heat it up while complaining. I'm the famous Captain Ding Dang. You can't treat me like this. Bully you? I'd rather beat you up. Wang Hao was cleaning tripe when he heard this and sneered. I asked you to protect Ari and Lulu, and you were easily defeated by 2 tea eggs. What use are you? Ding Dang's face fell, and she protested pitifully. That was an accident. I didn't know anyone was going to bully Ari and Lulu. I should have known better than to eat 2 tea eggs. I would have eaten one at most. One wouldn't have made a difference. Hee, you still want to eat one? I think you shouldn't eat any at all. Just eat yourself. Ding Dang shuddered, its 2 pairs of wings drooping listlessly, and muttered, Ding Dang doesn't taste good. Ding Dang's flesh is sour. Ding Dang doesn't want to eat itself. Ari, who was washing vegetables, couldn't help but laugh out loud and pleaded for Ding Dang. Master, please don't tease Ding Dang. This has nothing to do with her. We'll just be more careful in the future. Hearing Ari speak up for her, Ding Dang perked up again. Ari, I'm so pitiful. This big bad guy only knows how to bully me and even wants to eat me. You have to protect me. Don't worry, Master is just teasing you. How could he possibly eat you? That's not necessarily true. That big bad guy has been plotting against Ding Dang for a long time. Who knows what he's thinking? As she spoke, she glared at Wang Hao, her gaze clearly a provocation. Wang Hao. Sure enough, arguing with Ding Dang only lowers your own standards. That little bean sprout is quite cunning. Just then, Lulu's voice suddenly came from downstairs. Master, Mr. Arthur and Mr. Allen have arrived, along with an old man with a white beard. They have something to discuss with you. They've arrived. Wang Hao had anticipated this. He knew King Arthur would come looking for him, and here he was. Ali, these dishes are yours. I'm going downstairs now. Yes, master, I'll take care of the rest. When Wang Hao got downstairs, he saw a scene that left him speechless. King Arthur was talking to thin air, smugly showing off his guesses. Dean Gandalf, see, I guessed right. I knew this kid would cook something delicious when he got home. I know this taste all too well. It's definitely spicy hot pot. I just don't know if he's prepared any tripe. Wang Hao coughed loudly and said irritably, Are you a dog? How come you came here just because you smelled it? You're here to freeload, aren't you? King Arthur laughed heartily and gave a triumphant thumbs up. Young man, my nose is very sensitive, so tell me if I guessed right or wrong. What's so great about that? Wang Hao gave a disdainful snort and greeted Gandalf. Dean Gandalf, you've arrived. Gandalf laughed and said, Young man, I'm sorry to have come here so abruptly, but I hope you're not angry. Of course not. I'd love to welcome you. Wang Hao led the three to the rest area, instructed Lulu to make tea, and then asked them why they had come. When the conversation turned to serious matters, King Arthur's smile vanished, and he immediately became solemn. Kid, you were too reckless today. Couldn't you give me some time to sort this out? Wait for you to solve it. Wang Hao scoffed. By the time you solve it, it'll be too late. What were you doing all this time? King Arthur, knowing he was in the wrong, sighed helplessly. You probably guessed it. The second person was calories. Actually, I warned him not to. Don't mention him. I'm annoyed. Wang Hao interrupted King Arthur, his face stern, and said, I know what you want to say, but I also have to tell you. Even if Wellington doesn't appear today, some kind of monster like Wellington or Philip might pop up tomorrow. I must establish my authority. That's right, it's about establishing authority. With Wang Hao's strength, he was fully capable of rescuing Ari and Lulu without them even noticing, and without letting them discover his presence. But he did not do that. Instead, he used violence to break into the Marquis's mansion, injuring the guards and demolishing the Marquis of Wellington's house. His real purpose was to establish his authority. His idea was simple. Rather than being schemed against by these disgusting scoundrels again in the future, he might as well do something ruthless and teach them a lesson. I not only dare to demolish the Marquis's house, but I can also continue to run my general store peacefully. You dare to try if you dare. King Arthur could roughly guess what he was thinking, and with a sigh, he silently gave up the idea of persuading Wang Hao to think twice before acting. Fine, you have the bigger fist, you're right, I have nothing to say. Gandalf chuckled and stroked his beard, saying, Establishing authority isn't a bad thing. It can save a lot of trouble. I support you. As expected of a seasoned veteran, he was indeed ruthless and decisive. Wang Hao silently gave Gandalf a thumbs up. When Gandalf saw the thumbs up, he smiled faintly and gave Wang Hao a look, as if to say, Don't worry, I've got your back. Seeing the two exchanging glances, King Arthur slapped his forehead, utterly speechless. Gandalf was known for his fiery temper and exceptional strength in his youth. No one who offended him ever failed to regret it, making him one of the most untouchable people on the Holy Light continent. After much deliberation, he came to a realization and went to Starlight Academy to cultivate his mind and character, which gradually led him to fade from public view. Now look what's happened. Another one with an even bigger temper has emerged, so it seems like there's a successor. Hopefully, those short-sighted fools will learn their lesson, otherwise no one can save them. Gandalf didn't care about King Arthur's thoughts. He looked at Wang Hao with a smile and asked, Little friend, Arthur wants to start a children's school. He said it was your idea. Can you tell me what you think? What were you thinking? Of course, it's to free up the children's parents so they can earn more money to spend at my store. Wang Hao's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression, as he said, For world peace. After a brief silence, Gandalf snapped out of his shock and looked at Wang Hao with an expression that said, Are you kidding me? Wang Hao not only didn't feel embarrassed, but instead gave a serious explanation. My idea is simple. Bring the children together and teach them to read and write so that their parents can have more time to work and earn more money. With money in their pockets and no longer having to worry about making a living, they can gradually improve their quality of life. Then they all buy things from you. Gandalf interjected. Wang Hao nodded. That's right. The goods here are of high quality and low price, with extremely high cost performance, and they are all good things that others don't have. How can you do justice to such a wonderful life if you don't come and spend some money? Gandalf was speechless, then smiled and shook his head. No merchant is without cunning, and you're cunning to the extreme. Chapter 108 Hope Primary School in Another World. Gandalf was particularly curious about children's schools, especially their educational content and future development direction, which were points of interest to him. From the tea table to the dining table, the old man kept pestering Wang Hao with questions. Even while they were cooking tripe, he still had a question to ask. You say we should teach according to aptitude, with different children learning different content. But how do we determine what these children should learn? We can't just try them all, can we? Wang Hao placed the cooked meat slices into the ding-dang bowl and explained, this isn't difficult. I roughly divided it into 3 categories. Which 3 categories? Lifestyle, action, and art. Roughly these 3 categories. Could you elaborate? King Arthur also became interested, and at the same time gave Alan a wink. Alan understood, and quickly took out a small notebook made of parchment to take notes. Life skills are the main focus, and students learn skills related to daily life such as tailoring, carpentry, blacksmithing, and farming. These children may not achieve great things in the future, but they will definitely be able to make a living. Gandalf nodded thoughtfully. That's right. Not every child is qualified to learn magic and martial arts. A practical approach is more suitable for them. As for combat-oriented children, should we teach them magic and martial arts? Wang Hao shook his head and said, no, professional knowledge should be taught by professionals. I think it's enough to teach some basic things and see if these children have any talent in this area. For example, in magic, Starlight Academy is definitely the most professional magic school. All we need to do is recommend talented children to you, and that's enough. Gandalf quickly understood Wang Hao's meaning and couldn't help but exclaim, this is a great idea. We can save time testing talent and recruit more children suitable for learning magic. Excellent. The pen scribbled incessantly on the parchment, Alan meticulously recording every word Wang Hao wrote, afraid of missing any crucial information. King Arthur glanced at the paper, nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at Wang Hao. What's the deal with the arts and culture category? Do you really want children from ordinary families to learn painting and sculpture? Aren't you afraid they'll go hungry in the future? Wang Hao glanced at him and snorted. You underestimate art and literature too much, don't you? Huh. King Arthur was a little confused. What do you mean? Did I say something wrong? You don't think only nobles have the right to entertainment, do you? Wang Hao scoffed. What's wrong with commoners? Don't they have the right to have some fun? Commoners are just born into a lower social class than nobles like you. It doesn't mean they have to live a life of hardship and never be able to laugh. What gives you the right to deprive them of the right to be happy? King Arthur was speechless after being rebuked and lowered his head in shame. Ignoring him, Wang Hao continued rambling on while cooking the meat. Let some children with artistic talents learn to sing and paint. After they finish their studies, they can enter the lives of the public, bring joy to everyone with their songs, and depict a beautiful future with their paintbrushes. At worst, Ding Dang finally finished eating, slumped in her bowl, clutching her stomach, and asked curiously, what else is there to worry about? Wang Hao sighed and said quietly, at the very least, I can help people paint a portrait for their funeral, so that future generations can remember them. Death is not the end, forgetting is. Ari felt a jolt in her heart as she suddenly remembered her deceased relatives and their gradually fading faces. Death is not the end, forgetting is. These words not only stung Ari's heart, but also made everyone else very uncomfortable. This world is not peaceful. Death is common, and even nobles are not immune. Unlike commoners, nobles were wealthy and could commission painters to create portraits of them while they were alive, leaving them as mementos for future generations. The royal palace is filled with portraits of past kings, queens, and their children. But ordinary people struggle to make ends meet, so they don't have the extra money to hire someone to paint their portraits. Nana once told Wang Hao that she missed her parents very much, but she couldn't remember what they looked like anymore. These words left a deep impression on Wang Hao and reminded him of his parents, whose faces he had long forgotten. If there were more artists and the prices were lower, perhaps Nana's family would have a family photo hanging on the wall, and Nana wouldn't be so sad about it. Wang Hao, you're right. King Arthur breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, everyone has the right to enjoy life. I support arts education, and I will hire the best teachers to teach them. Wang Hao laughed, a very happy laugh. Invite more people, singers, painters, and don't overlook opera, pantomime, sketch comedy, stand-up comedy, or anything that can make people happy. It's worth learning. Alan was taking notes of Wang Hao's words when he suddenly stopped when he heard a few unfamiliar words. He asked curiously, what are skits, crosstalk, and stand-up comedy? What are they used for? Forehead. Wang Hao was speechless. He glared at him and then skipped over the topic. If possible, I hope this school can be called Hope Primary School. Does the Hope Primary School have any special meaning? King Arthur asked curiously. Only when children have a future can the country have hope. What do you think? Wang Hao looked at him with a smile. King Arthur shuddered. His chopsticks, which he had halfway through holding, froze in midair as he fell into deep thought. Do children have hope for the nation? Are children the future of the kingdom? Wang Hao didn't disturb King Arthur's contemplation. Instead, he smiled and said to the others, Hey, everyone, don't just sit there. There's so much food, it'll be a waste if we don't finish it. A few minutes later, King Arthur finally came to his senses and figured some things out. He gave Wang Hao a deep look, his eyes holding an indescribable depth. Wang Hao, King Arthur suddenly spoke, his expression unusually serious. What you just said is very important to me. Thank you for telling me so much. Wang Hao waved his hand impatiently, interrupting him. Don't say anything unpleasant while we're eating. Can't even tripe shut you up? Hurry up and eat, or Alan will eat it all. Alan had just picked up a piece of cooked tripe, but now he was caught in a dilemma, whether to eat it or not, and his eyes were full of resentment. King Arthur was amused by him, patted Alan on the shoulder to indicate that he didn't need to worry about him, and then looked at Wang Hao. Kid, I didn't expect you to have thought this far ahead. It seems you really care about this school. It's all right. My main hope is that everyone can earn more money so they can come to my store to spend money. King Arthur chuckled and said, Since you are so interested, I would like to entrust you with an important task. What? How about you become the principal of the Hope Primary School? Chapter 109 Who will be the principal? King Arthur walked out of the general store with regret, and when he looked back, Wang Hao had already slammed the door shut. You brat, you're going to drive me crazy. Recalling what had just happened, he was furious. He wanted Wang Hao to be the principal, but Wang Hao refused no matter what. After a few more words, he got angry and threatened to beat him up if he didn't leave. King Arthur didn't know why he was reacting so strongly, so he had to give up the idea, but he still felt very regretful. Hey, Dean Gandalf, why do you think that boy doesn't want to be the headmaster? King Arthur asked. Gandalf chuckled. That lad is no ordinary man. He probably has his reasons, but I think he's right. He's not suited to be the headmaster. King Arthur frowned instinctively and asked, Why? He has already made detailed plans for the school, and I think he is the most suitable person. Gandalf gave him a deep look, then continued looking ahead. If you want the children who come out of the school to be more loyal to the kingdom, then don't let outsiders be the headmasters. King Arthur was struck dumb, and his heart was in turmoil. Brainwashing, a problem he had deliberately ignored, has once again come to the forefront. As a devout believer, King Arthur always felt that he should not compete with the church for the loyalty of believers. So even though Wang Hao had pointed out the importance of brainwashing, he subconsciously ignored the issue. But can we really pretend we don't know? The answer is obviously no. As king, he also hoped that his people would be more loyal, that his decrees would be effectively implemented, and that the country would become prosperous and strong. Now that Gandalf has pointed out the key issue, he has to re-examine this problem. After a moment's hesitation, King Arthur asked, Dean Gandalf, don't you think this is going against God? Of course not. How could you think that? Gandalf looked at him in surprise. What does teaching children loyalty to their country have to do with God? King Arthur licked his lips and said with difficulty, But the church has always preached that we must be loyal to God, obey God's will, and not disobey the church's orders. Humph, you've already said it's an order from the church, don't you understand? Gandalf looked at him with disdain and snorted, saying, Gods don't care about the thoughts of ants. They are born gods and do whatever they want. The loyalty of ants is of no use to them. But the church is different. They are human beings who need to eat, enjoy life, and live more like nobles than nobles. Without the offerings from believers, how can they enjoy themselves and become superior people? In the end, they are nothing but a bunch of shameless people who exploit believers in the name of God. These words are utterly blasphemous. Anyone who dares to say them in public will soon be arrested by the church and burned at the stake as a heretic. But if these words came from Gandalf, then that's another story. Gandalf was a holy mage who possessed forbidden magic that only gods could use, so naturally, he had a greater understanding of gods. King Arthur considered it carefully and found that what he said made a lot of sense. As long as the interests of the church are ignored, believers can remain loyal to the country while upholding their faith, and there is no contradiction between the two. Having grasped the key point, King Arthur suddenly understood and was no longer so resistant to Wang Hao's proposal. Dean Gandalf, what do you think of Andrew? King Arthur suddenly brought up a name. If possible, I would like to give him a try. Andrew? Let me think. Gandalf did not agree immediately, but thought about it carefully. Andrew is King Arthur's youngest son and Lily's second brother. He is 19 years old this year. He loved reading and music from a young age, and also had a great talent for magic. He studied at Starlight Academy for a period of time, and Gandalf had a good impression of him. In Gandalf's memory, Andrew was a good young man, but he had some minor flaws in his character. He was indecisive and too kind, and he had never had any conflicts with anyone. Arthur, Andrew's abilities are beyond question, but have you considered his character? Gandalf said slowly. He is kind, but may not be suitable to be a manager. King Arthur certainly understood his son's character. He knew that Andrew's personality was not suited to be a manager, not even for the smallest territory in the Kingdom of Leighton. But this isn't about managing territory. It's about being the principal of a group of children who haven't grown up yet, protecting their safety, and encouraging their healthy growth. Is that not allowed? King Arthur raised his doubts, and soon got the answer from Gandalf. Arthur, don't underestimate children. Sometimes, immature children are harder to manage than adults. Their thinking is not mature, they lack self-discipline, and often we need to use strong measures to make them obey. Wouldn't such a harsh approach be too extreme? King Arthur asked hesitantly, somewhat worried. Didn't that kid Wang Hao say he wanted to teach according to aptitude and respect the child's nature? Respecting a child's nature? Gandalf shook his head and said, if you care about children's nature and respect their choices and decisions, then you will. What will happen? You'll find that their nature is to be afraid of hardship, fatigue, and effort. They're also greedy, lazy, and playful. If they aren't disciplined, they'll only indulge themselves more and more, ultimately achieving nothing. King Arthur was nearly stunned by these words, his face filled with disbelief. Gandalf smiled faintly and said, don't think I'm exaggerating. This kind of thing is very common at Starlight Academy. I'm used to it. But, King Arthur hesitated for a moment before asking, none of my 3 children have these problems. Aren't you overthinking it? Gandalf gave him a deep look, and then said something that made King Arthur both happy and ashamed. That's because you married a good woman. She gave you 3 well-behaved and sensible children in return for her love and dedication. A tender look crossed King Arthur's face as he sincerely exclaimed, yes, marrying Dewey is the greatest fortune of my life. Gandalf patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. Actually, you don't need to be discouraged. If you really want Andrew to be the headmaster, I have a way. What method? Let him learn from Wang Hao, and it would be best if he could become his apprentice. To become Wang Hao's disciple? Yes, don't let Wang Hao's young age fool you. He has a very broad perspective and unique insights into many things. You won't regret learning from him, Gandalf said with a smile. Upon hearing his explanation, King Arthur suddenly understood, and his eyes began to light up. That's right, that kid is too cunning, and he also possesses extraordinary strength. If Andrew can get his support, the school will definitely be fine. I'll have someone call Andrew back right now. Spend a couple more days with that kid before the school is even built. He'll definitely get rid of his indecisiveness. Gandalf stroked his long beard and smiled meaningfully. He was eager to see what kind of sparks the 2 young people would create, which might be the chance to change everything. Chapter 110 A Visit to Apologize. Not long after King Arthur left, 2 luxurious carriages slowly arrived and stopped one after the other in front of the general store. After the first carriage came to a stop, Wellington, with the help of his butler, stepped down from the carriage using the servant's steps. Looking up, he felt a pang of unease when he saw the adorable cat image on the sign, and his face turned grim. He had to apologize even after being taken advantage of, and the cat seemed to be mocking him, making him feel increasingly irritable and frustrated. Richard, supported by a servant, slowly walked over and cautiously asked, Father, shall we go in now? The Marquis of Wellington was furious when he saw him. He glared at him and yelled, Shut up, stay put, and don't forget what I told you. Richard shuddered, lowered his head, and softly hummed in agreement. Yes, Father, I know what to do. Wellington took a deep breath, walked heavily up the steps, and knocked 3 times lightly on the closed door. Soon, Wang Hao's impatient voice came from inside. Who is it? We're closed today. The Marquis of Wellington gritted his teeth, but still managed to suppress his anger as he replied. It is I, Callery Wellington, who brought Richard here to apologize. There was a few seconds of silence in the room, then a lazy voice said, Wait, I'll open the door for you in a bit. That's outrageous. You, a mere merchant, dare to make me wait at the door? You have no respect for me, a marquis. The Marquis of Wellington was furious and wished he could turn around and leave, rather than put up with this humiliation. But the moment the door opened, his expression changed, and he immediately put on a humble and kind smile. Mr. Wang Hao, I brought Richard here to apologize to you. I hope you can forgive my son's rudeness. Wang Hao looked at the big fat man in front of him, then at the little fat man behind him, and lazily grunted, "Come in." The Marquis of Wellington breathed a sigh of relief. It's already a loss of face for a marquis to apologize to a commoner. If he were to stand in the street and apologize in public, he would surely become a laughingstock among other nobles. The fact that he's letting us in now means that Wang Hao is still leaving some room for maneuver and doesn't want to make this matter public knowledge. You're smart enough to know your limits. Wellington consoled himself and led Richard into the familiar, yet unfamiliar grocery store, accompanied by 2 guards carrying boxes. Ari and Lulu stood prettily by the counter. When they saw Welling, their faces turned cold, but when they saw Richard who came in next, they couldn't help but laugh. Richard was already fat, and his face had been slapped several times by the Marquis of Wellington, so it was now swollen like a pig's head, making him look particularly funny. The clear laughter reached Richard's ears. The chubby boy felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation, but he clenched his fists and endured it, standing obediently behind his father. The Marquis of Wellington also saw the Ari sisters' performance, but he didn't take it to heart, or rather, this was the effect he wanted. Having offended a saint-level expert who was vengeful, he had no choice but to compromise for the sake of his family's legacy and his own interests. Richard at this moment was someone he had deliberately arranged. I've already disciplined my son. I even beat him so badly that his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Isn't that enough to show my sincerity? The answer is obvious. The chubby boy's pig head bought a possibility for this reconciliation. Wang Hao lazily sat down in a chair and gestured to the Ollie sisters next to him. Ollie and Lulu are right here. You can talk to them about what you want to say. The Marquis of Wellington took a deep breath, forced what he thought was a very gentle smile, and gave Ari and Lulu a slight bow. Miss Ari, Miss Lulu, I'm so sorry that my negligence caused you to suffer. I sincerely apologize. Ari and Lulu exchanged a glance, then looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao propped his head up with one arm, tilted his neck, and looked at the Marquis of Wellington casually, asking, "Is this your sincerity?" The Marquis of Wellington waved his hands repeatedly and explained, "Of course not. This is just my sincerest apology. Please wait a moment." After saying that, he straightened his back and shouted at Richard next to him, "Hurry up and apologize to Ari and Miss Lulu." Richard felt incredibly aggrieved as he apologized to the 2 demi-human slaves, but dared not show any dissatisfaction. He walked up to the sisters, suddenly bent down, and shouted loudly at Ari and Lulu, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you 2 ladies over such a trivial matter and done that to you. I, Richard Wellington, sincerely apologize to both ladies. Please forgive my ignorance and recklessness." After saying that, Richard kept his mouth shut, maintaining his 90-degree bow, and stood there quietly with his back bent. Lulu was startled and tried to reach out to help the chubby boy, but Ali stopped her. Ari gently shook her head and gestured to Wang Hao beside her, signaling her sister not to move around. Lulu was very obedient and immediately put her hand down, waiting quietly for Wang Hao's instructions. The room fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat eerie. Wang Hao tapped his face repeatedly with his fingers. He didn't glance at Richard, but stared intently at the Marquis of Wellington. The Marquis of Wellington knew it was time for him to prove himself. He beckoned to the guards behind him, and 2 strong guards carried the large box to the front and opened the lid. A full box of gold coins was exposed to everyone's view, each coin shining brightly with a captivating light. "Mr. Wang Hao," Wellington cleared his throat and pointed to the gold coins. "There are 1,000 gold coins in here, which is the compensation I promised to give you." After saying that, he took a small box from the butler, opened it, and handed it to Ari and Lulu. "These 2 bracelets are a gift for the 2 young ladies as compensation. Please accept them." Inside the box were 2 jade bracelets, radiating a bright green luster and clear and translucent, which definitely did not look cheap. Ari stared wide-eyed in surprise, while Lulu excitedly covered her mouth. These 2 bracelets are so beautiful, no girl could ignore their beauty. But the 2 sisters only glanced at it before turning their heads away, refusing to take the box that was handed to them. They knew very well that the bracelets were not a gift for them, but rather a means to persuade Wang Hao to give in and stop pursuing the matter. These are the bargaining chips in the deal. Therefore, they cannot accept it. The 2 sisters were very smart and rational, and did not want to put their owner in a difficult position. But Wang Hao didn't have that kind of mind. Since it's a gift, I'll accept it. Anyway, wanting to beat you up doesn't conflict with accepting your gift. I have the right to decide what I want, and you have no right to refuse. Might makes right. Ollie, Lulu. Wang Hao blew the earwax off his finger and said slowly, "Those bracelets look all right. Let's keep them, just to give the marquis face." Chapter 111 Full of Affection. A jade bracelet worth 300 gold coins is considered a mediocre item by you? Your standards are too high. Wellington inwardly grumbled, but dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. You're right. They're just two inexpensive little pieces of jewelry, just a token of my appreciation. Wellington then pushed the box containing the bracelet toward the two sisters, pleading, "My son did something foolish in a moment of impulse. Please give me a chance to repent." With Wang Hao's approval, Ollie stopped resisting, said, "Okay," took the box, and held it in her hand without saying anything more. Wang Hao smiled knowingly and snorted at Richard, who was still bent over. "Get up. Playing the victim won't work. Be more careful next time." What else could Richard say? After thanking them sincerely, I straightened my back, feeling an unprecedented sense of loss. The kingdom of Leighton has only 2 dukes, below whom are marquises. As the Lord of Wellington was the Minister of Finance, in charge of the kingdom's finances and held a leading position among the marquises. When has Richard, as his son, ever suffered such humiliation? But there was nothing he could do, not even dare to express his dissatisfaction, because that would bring utter destruction to the Wellington family. Richard may be young, but he's not stupid. He can tell the difference between momentary pleasure and a lifetime of suffering. So he gritted his teeth and accepted it. Wang Hao silently observed the area above the heads of the Wellington father and son, where there were 2 exclamation marks, special markings that only he could see. These 2 exclamation marks are system alerts. Red indicates hostility, yellow indicates unfriendly behavior, and no exclamation marks mean the system is not under surveillance. From the moment he entered, the Marquis of Wellington had a huge yellow exclamation mark above his head, indicating that he had a problem with Wang Hao, but it hadn't escalated to the point of retaliation or becoming a mortal enemy. Richard's exclamation mark above his head was light red when he entered, indicating that he harbored resentment and hostility towards Wang Hao. But a few minutes later, the exclamation mark changed from red to yellow and then disappeared. Wang Hao knew that the chubby boy had admitted defeat and no longer dared to oppose him. He was very satisfied with the result. Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively and said coldly, "All right, that's enough for today. My lord, I have a favor to ask you." The Marquis of Wellington quickly asked, "What is it? Please tell me. Please pass on a message for me within the noble circles. I am just a small-time merchant with little ambition. I hope that you noble lords will not covet my position and allow me to live a peaceful life. If you insist on being my enemy, then don't blame me for being disrespectful." The Marquis of Wellington was startled and silently clenched his fist. "All right, I will definitely pass on the message." Wang Hao nodded and said calmly, "Then thank you, Marquis. Please go back. I won't keep you for tea." The Marquis of Wellington, being quite sensible, immediately led his men out of the grocery store, thanked them repeatedly, and then left by carriage. The shop became quiet again, and Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, leaning back lazily in his chair. "I'm exhausted. I hate dealing with people like this. They're all scheming." Ari and Lulu exchanged a glance, and both smiled. The master is still the same master, without any semblance of propriety. Lulu walked behind Wang Hao, stretched out her soft little hands to massage his shoulders, and murmured, "Master, why are you so good to Lulu? Lulu is just a demi-human slave. She doesn't deserve you to do so much for us." Wang Hao gently patted her little hand and said tenderly, "Don't say that. We are family. Family members should help each other. How can I just stand by and watch you be bullied?" The words family seemed to touch Lulu's heart. Her nose tingled, and her bright eyes were shrouded in mist. "Master, you're so good to me. Lulu loves you to death." Wang Hao suddenly felt a gentle breeze brush past his ear, and then felt 2 warm, moist lips kiss his cheek. The feeling was so wonderful. However, this wonderful feeling didn't last long. It disappeared in less than a second. When Wang Hao turned around, Lulu's face was so red it looked like it could bleed, as tempting as a ripe tomato. "That's a reward from Master. Please don't overthink it." Lulu was a little embarrassed and quickly turned her face away, pretending not to care. Wang Hao smiled knowingly, then looked at Ali, his burning gaze clearly asking, "Where's your reward?" Ari wasn't as bold as Lulu, so she quickly changed the subject. "Master, these bracelets seem to be quite valuable. You should keep them." Wang Hao took the box and examined it. These 2 bracelets are indeed beautiful, crystal clear, without a single impurity. You can even see the backing cloth underneath through the bracelets. They would definitely fetch a good price on Earth. But Wang Hao picked up a bracelet and gently placed it on Ali's right hand. Why are you putting it away? This was originally a gift for you. Why would you put it away? Ali was startled at first, then hurriedly tried to take off the bracelet, muttering, "It's such a waste for me to wear such an expensive bracelet. I can't accept it. Master, you should put it away." Wang Hao held her hand and laughed. "This is my order. Wear it properly and don't take it off." Ari was momentarily lost in thought, her hazy gaze lingering on Wang Hao's face. Wang Hao then picked up another bracelet and put it on Lulu's left hand, then held her soft little hand and examined it carefully. The bracelet is pretty, but this hand is even prettier. Lulu, what do you think? What else could Lulu say? So she kissed Wang Hao's other cheek as well, which was her answer. Wang Hao was so excited and smug when he heard Ding Dang's sarcastic mockery. "You pervert. All you do is try to win girls' hearts. You're so wicked. Only Ari and Lulu are so naive. A pair of bracelets was enough to win them over. Why don't you try to win me over? To bribe you? What good would it do to bribe you? You're not even as long as one of my fingers. Would you be able to wear the bracelet if I gave it to you?" Wang Hao grabbed Ding Dang's body, ripped the little bean from his head, and sneered. "Ali and Lulu help me manage the shop and take care of our daily lives at home. We're a family. What right do you, a pet, have to criticize me? I'm a pet." Ding Dang pointed at his nose and shrieked. "I'm the famous Captain Ding Dang. How dare you call me a pet? That's too much. I'll bite you to death, Ding Dang." The little boy fought back fiercely, lunging at Wang Hao's nose. Then, she was slammed onto the table by a large hand, as easily as swatting a fly. Wang Hao sneered. "You think you can kill me? Dream." Chapter 112 Environmental Transformation. Among the various functions of the system, there is one auxiliary function that Wang Hao has been deliberately ignoring: environmental modification. The main purpose of this function is to modify the grocery store according to his requirements. For example, the space folding function can be used to expand the interior space of a grocery store, renovate the store's decor, provide better shelves, cash registers and other items, and also transform the rest area to meet daily needs. The function is good, but there is a problem that Wang Hao has to ignore. The modification will cost a lot of money. Since opening, all the money has been used to upgrade the system, and the remaining money has to cover daily expenses, so Wang Hao has never used this auxiliary function. But things are different now, and he's ready to try out this feature he's never used before. The compensation sent by Wellington could not be used for system upgrades, but it could be used to renovate the space, so he shamelessly kept it all for himself, intending to use it to renovate the living area on the second floor. "Ali Lulu, I won't give you this 1,000 gold coins. I'll keep them for myself. You don't have any objections, do you?" The 2 sisters looked at each other and smiled, then shook their heads in unison. "Master, we wouldn't exist without you. Everything we have belongs to you, so please take it all," Ari said. Lulu teased with a grin. "Master, why are you being so polite with us? You're not planning to do something bad behind my and my sister's back, are you?" Wang Hao laughed heartily, grabbed Lulu's ear and asked, "What are you thinking about in your little head? I have the 2 of you. That's enough for me. I'm not that bored." Lulu blushed deeply, broke free from Wang Hao's clutches, hid behind her sister, and made a face at him. "Ding Dang is right. You only know how to bully us. Master is too mean." Upon hearing this, Ding Dang immediately perked up, climbed off the table, and prepared to give Wang Hao a just trial. Unfortunately, before the trial could begin, Ding Dang was slapped back by a palm strike that came from the sky, sticking to the table like a sticker. Wang Hao ignored Ding Dang's resentful gaze and said to Ari and Lulu, "You 2 rest here for a while and don't go to the second floor yet. I'll give you a surprise later." "Yes, master. Just call us when you need us," the 2 sisters said in unison. Wang Hao nodded and carried the heavy box of gold coins upstairs. As soon as his figure disappeared down the stairs, the curious Ding Dang rushed over, determined to see what Wang Hao was up to. But as soon as she flew to the top of the stairs, she was blocked by an invisible wall. She was so dizzy from hitting her head that she couldn't get into the stairwell. "Why? Hey. Why can't we get up there? There's clearly nothing here, so why can't we go in?" A series of question marks appeared above Ding Dang's head. Undeterred, she tried several more times, but still made no progress. Ari smiled and waved to Ding Dang. "Ding Dang, don't disturb your master. Come and play Connect 4 with us." "System, I want to use the environment modification function." The environment modification function is now enabled. Please select a modification template or submit specific requirements for modification yourself. The system was as efficient as ever, displaying a large number of images in front of Wang Hao without saying a word. These images are templates collected by the system, covering various environments such as bedrooms, living rooms, kitchens, bathrooms, and studies. According to the system, anything shown in the picture can be provided after modification. Even if the world has no electricity, modern electrical appliances can still be used. From cozy little bedrooms to luxurious banquet halls, every imaginable scene could be found in the pictures, and Wang Hao is soon dazzled by them. No, there are too many to look at. System, I only need modification samples under 1,000 gold coins. The system instantly retrieved 99.9% of the images, leaving only a handful for his reference. What? How come there are only a few left? Wang Hao was shocked and quickly asked the system, System, are you sure you're not mistaken? How come there are only 5 templates left? If you don't have money, don't act like a big shot. 1,000 gold coins can only provide these 5 modification options. Take it or leave it. As expected of a system. As always, she was sharp-tongued, hitting the nail on the head and leaving Wang Hao speechless. With a sigh, Wang Hao knew he had no right to bargain with the system, so he could only study the remaining 5 templates. But after only a few glances, he frowned. Of these 5 model homes, 3 are bedrooms, and the other 2 are living rooms and studies. If I had to describe it, I would sum it up in 2 words, rudimentary. The pictures show only white walls and a few very ordinary pieces of furniture. There is no artistic beauty whatsoever, and not even modern appliances. There is only a ceiling light sticking alone on the ceiling. System, you're too ruthless. Wang Hao was so angry his nose almost twisted, and he asked through gritted teeth, That's 1,000 gold coins, and you only give me this little bit? Is that fair? This time, the system didn't activate its mocking mode, but instead patiently offered an explanation. The renovation requires costs, and the raw materials need to be transported from other worlds, but the price is reasonable. Wang Hao was speechless and silently raised his middle finger. Then, Wang Hao, you're the boss of the system. I'm impressed. Continuing his study of the template, Wang Hao discovered that the problem was not simply that it was rudimentary. Take the bedroom as an example. 1,000 gold coins can only be used to renovate 1 bedroom. What about the room where Ari and Lulu live? I just said I was going to give the 2 sisters a surprise. I can't just turn my back on them now, can I? The living room could be considered as a public area, but the picture only shows a fabric sofa, an artificial marble coffee table, and a large glass fish tank. These things can be easily replaced in this world. There's no need to spend money to have the system modified, and money shouldn't be wasted like this. So Wang Hao simply gave up on the living room. As for the study, he didn't even consider it. The rooms on the 2nd floor are limited. There's simply no place to set up a study, and besides, what use would a study be to him? So, system, I want to modify it myself according to my needs. What kind of furniture can you provide? Wang Hao asked. The system responded quickly, displaying several options in front of Wang Hao. Bedroom, living room, kitchen, bathroom. Each option will bring up different furniture and appliances, with prices ranging from low to high, offering a wide range of choices. Wang Hao was overjoyed and looked at the various rooms on the 2nd floor. 2 bedrooms? I don't have the money, so I'm not considering it for now. Kitchen? It's good enough for now. Let's just make do for now. So there's only one option left, the bathroom. After making up his mind, Wang Hao clicked on the bathroom option and began to browse through it. Chapter 113 Thinking. The clanging and banging sounds lasted all afternoon, only gradually subsiding by evening. Ali, Lulu, you can come up now. Wang Hao's voice came from upstairs, excited yet slightly tired, and clearly reached Ari and Lulu's ears. The 2 sisters exchanged a glance, quickly put down their mahjong tiles, and rushed towards the stairs. But Ding Dang was 1 step ahead of them. The little fairy flapped its wings and rushed to the stairs. After discovering that the mysterious air wall had disappeared, it flew to the 2nd floor without hesitation. When Ari and Lulu ran up to the 2nd floor, Ding Dang seemed to be petrified and hovered at the toilet door, staring blankly inside. Wang Hao was leaning against the door frame when he saw the 2 sisters come in. He gestured inside and said with a smile, Look, this is the surprise I prepared for you. I hope you like it. A surprise? What kind of surprise could there be in a toilet? Lulu was a little puzzled, but when she saw the changes in the toilet, she was immediately dumbfounded and stood there frozen like Ding Dang. Is this still a toilet? Lulu murmured. Why has it become like this? Ollie rubbed her eyes hard, the changes in the bathroom making her wonder if she was seeing things. The toilets used to be dark and stuffy, and there was always a strange smell that lingered in the air. No matter how clean they were, it was difficult to solve these problems. The toilet is now exceptionally clean and tidy, with white tiles on the walls and floors. The glaze is smooth and shiny, and you can even see blurry shadows if you look closely. The wooden wash basin has been replaced with a one-piece ceramic wash basin, with a bright mirror on top and a pretty little cabinet below. The wooden bucket for excretion is gone, replaced by a strangely shaped ceramic toilet. It looks like you can sit on it to use the toilet, but I don't know how to empty the waste. The most outrageous thing is that there is an extra-large bathtub next to the window. It is big enough for 2 people to take a bath at the same time. It is so white that it shines, like a large work of art. No wonder Lulu doubted whether this was really a toilet. It certainly didn't look like one. Master, what are all these things? After her initial surprise, Lulu became very curious and pulled Wang Hao aside to ask him about each one. What is this thing, and what is it used for? This is a faucet. Turn it on, and you'll have running water. You won't have to go out to fetch water anymore. Wang Hao turned on the tap and pointed to the clear tap water, saying, "This water is all treated and clean. You can use it to wash your face or cook. From now on, we'll use it to boil water and cook." Lulu curiously stretched out her hands, scooped up a handful of water, brought it to her lips, and praised it highly after tasting it. "This water tastes so good, there's no sand or strange smell. Is it water made with magic?" "I guess so." Wang Hao touched his nose, not telling the truth. He didn't actually know how the system did it. Anyway, these sanitary wares could be used directly after installation. As for where the water came from and where the filth went, he knew nothing about it, and was too lazy to investigate. He simply considered it magic. After explaining how to use each tool, Wang Hao patted his chest and proudly showed off. "I installed all of these myself. Pretty impressive, right? Master is the best." Lulu showed her support as always. "Master, thank you for your hard work." Ari is still as gentle as ever. When it came to Ding Dang, the little bean was unusually quiet and didn't mock him. Instead, it flew to Wang Hao and gave him a thumbs up. The little thumb looks like a cotton swab if you don't look closely, and you can't see anything clearly. "This is Captain Ding Dang's affirmation of you. You should accept it carefully," Ding Dang said proudly. Although he didn't know what the purpose of Captain Ding Dang's affirmation was, Wang Hao still happily accepted it. "Thank you for your recognition, Captain Ding Dang. I will continue to work hard." Ding Dang nodded in satisfaction and flew to the mirror to admire herself. Wang Hao was also very happy to see that everyone was satisfied with the new toilet. He personally renovated this brick by brick, and it's no easy feat to achieve such results. With limited funding, a terrible system, and ridiculously expensive products, the products were overpriced. In order to save costs, Wang Hao had to personally carry out the renovations so that he could save money to buy that large bathtub. As for why he insisted on buying that large bathtub, he naturally had his own reasons. As night falls, one of the myriad lights shines particularly brightly. "Wow, is this an electric light? It's so bright, 100 times brighter than the candles we use." Lulu marveled at the white fluorescent light, exclaiming that she had seen something truly amazing today. "It's alright. When I have more money in the future, I'll replace all the candles in the rooms with fluorescent lights. Then you guys can play Connect 4 at night too," Wang Hao said with a smile. "Yes, I really hope that day comes soon." While we were chatting, the bathtub was filled with hot water and sprinkled with some dried flower petals as decoration. These flower petals were obtained from Ding Dang. Ari couldn't bear to throw them away and kept them in the toilet to purify the air. She never expected they would come in handy. "Master, the bathwater is ready. You can bathe first. I'll go clean up the dishes." After Ali finished speaking, she turned and left, leaving only Wang Hao and Lulu in the restroom. Wang Hao quickly took off his coat and pants, jumped into the water, then took off his soaking wet underwear and handed it to Lulu. Lulu took the underwear and put it in the basket, intending to wash the clothes after Wang Hao finished showering. This is the tacit understanding that the two have always maintained. But today, things have changed somewhat. "Master, you should take a shower first. I'll do the laundry later." Just as Lulu finished speaking and was about to leave, Wang Hao's deep, hoarse voice suddenly came from behind her. "Lulu, this bathtub is so big, it's a bit of a waste for me to take a bath by myself. Why don't you come in and take a bath with me?" It was just a joke, and Wang Hao didn't expect any consequences, but Lulu's raised right foot slowly returned to its original position, and then she stood there motionless with her back to the bathtub. A few seconds later, just as Wang Hao was wondering what she was going to do, Lulu suddenly spoke up. Her voice was very soft, so soft that it was almost inaudible with the slightest noise, but Wang Hao still managed to pick it up. Master, would you like to take a bath with me? Wang Hao's nerves tensed instantly, and his mind went blank. What's the meaning? Could it be? Regardless of whether it was what he thought or not, Wang Hao didn't want to miss this opportunity. He took a deep breath, silently clenched his fist, and softly uttered a single word. Want. Then, Lulu's shy voice reached my ears. Close your eyes first, and you're not allowed to open them until I tell you to. Chapter 114, My Foolish Sister. Early morning. Warm sunlight streamed into the bedroom. Wang Hao listlessly opened his eyes and sat in bed, lost in thought. Directly in front of him, at the foot of the bed, stood a slender bamboo pole. The top of the bamboo pole was slightly bent, and a sock was hanging from it. The smelly socks covered Ding Dang's body, with only a small head sticking out, hanging on the rope like a raincoat bug. Ding Dang was sleeping, her little face twitching every now and then, and her eyeballs, hidden under her eyelids, were moving restlessly. It was hard to tell whether she was bothered by the smell of the socks or having some terrible nightmare. When Wang Hao saw this scene, he revealed a cruel smile, his eyes devoid of any pity. Seemingly sensing the malicious gaze, Ding Dang twisted her body a few times and suddenly opened her eyes. You big bad guy, you're awake. Did you sleep well? Did you catch a cold last night? Ding Dang's tone was extremely obsequious as she looked pitifully at Wang Hao. Ding Dang knows she was wrong. Can you let me out first? My socks smell awful. You want to come out? Well, Ding Dang wants to get out. Ding Dang doesn't want to become a stinky Ding Dang in the sock, Ding Dang said pitifully. Dream on. Wang Hao coldly rejected her request, saying decisively, You stay inside obediently, and don't even think about coming out today. No. Ding Dang felt a wave of dizziness, as if the sky was about to fall. She cried out, You can't bully Ding Dang like this. Ding Dang didn't mean it. Ding Dang didn't know you and Lulu were going to do something naughty in the bathroom. If I had known you and Lulu were going to do something naughty, Ding Dang definitely wouldn't have disturbed you. Please forgive me. Her nagging only reminded Wang Hao of his experience last night, causing his heart to clench. Last night, Lulu mustered up her courage and stepped into the bathtub, obediently sitting in Wang Hao's lap. Although he was still wearing his underwear and refused to take it off, Wang Hao was already very satisfied. He held the soft, delicate body and said many sweet words, taking advantage of her quite a bit. When feelings are strong, it is hard to give up. When love is deep, affection arises naturally. Just when things were about to go smoothly, that little devil Ding Dang suddenly barged in and ruined everything. She flew into the bathroom through a small hole specially made for her in the door. When she saw Wang Hao and Lulu hugging, she excitedly shouted, startling Ollie, who was cleaning up. Ollie quickly came over to see what had happened. And then, that was it. Once she regained consciousness, Lulu grabbed her clothes and fled back to her bedroom. She didn't show her face all night and didn't say a word to Wang Hao. Wang Hao was furious. It was so close, just a tiny bit away from getting to base, but this clueless little devil ruined it all. Without hesitation, he tied Ding Dang up, stuffed her into his sock, and hung her on the bamboo pole. No matter how much Ding Dang apologized, she wouldn't give her a chance and insisted on teaching her a lesson for her blindness. How dare you say that? Wang Hao's lips twitched, and he said coldly, If Lulu can't get over this, I'm not letting this go. You can just wait to live in a sock for the rest of your life. After uttering those harsh words, Wang Hao left the bedroom without giving Ding Dang a chance to beg for mercy. The little one, relying on her cuteness, has always been disobedient. Today, we're going to teach her a lesson. In the kitchen, Ali was boiling water. When she saw Wang Hao, her face flushed red. Master, you're awake. Where's Lulu? Wang Hao asked. She's still in the bedroom. She's too embarrassed to come out, so it might take a little longer. Oh, I'll go check on her. Seeing Wang Hao turn to leave, Ali reached out her hand to call him back, but hesitated for a moment and then put her hand down. Having lived together for so long, they had seen everything Wang Hao had done. She and Lulu recognized Wang Hao's character and believed that he was someone they could entrust their lives to. The two sisters had long expected this day to come, but they didn't expect it to happen so suddenly and so quickly. Remembering Lulu's sad face, Ari sighed softly. Master, I hope you can help Lulu resolve her inner conflict. The sisters' bedroom door was tightly closed. Wang Hao knocked twice but received no response, so he simply pushed the door open and entered. The room was quiet. Lulu curled up in a ball under the covers, her tail tucked in, and only a faint outline could be seen on the covers. Wang Hao sighed and slowly walked towards the bedside. As the footsteps drew closer, Lulu became very nervous, straining her ears to listen carefully to the sounds outside. What does the master want to do? Does he want to continue what happened last night? My face is burning hot. What should I do? Should I agree or give in? Why is it so quiet outside? Could the owner have already left? Should I take a look? After a fierce internal struggle, Lulu grabbed the edge of the blanket and quietly pulled it down, peeking out her eyes to see what was happening outside. Then, she saw a pair of eyes full of laughter. Lulu quickly pulled the blanket up, trying to hide under it again, but it was too late. Wang Hao grabbed the edge of the blanket and looked at Lulu with a smile. The sun's already high in the sky. How long are you going to hide? Lulu's face flushed instantly. Her mind went blank, and she didn't know how to answer the question. Master, I want to. Wang Hao sighed, sat down next to Lulu, and took a soft little hand in his. Lulu, I'm sorry about last night. I acted impulsively. Wang Hao took responsibility upon himself and said a lot of things in one breath, comforting Lulu while also expressing his apologies, which made Lulu feel much better and her tense mood gradually relaxed. Master, this is not your fault. I agreed to it myself. Lulu finally mustered up the courage to stand up and respond to her feelings directly. I like you, Master. You are strong but not arrogant, considerate but not promiscuous. You care about us, love us, and always consider us. You even stood up against the Marquis for my sister and me. Actually, my sister and I both like you. We've always wanted to follow you for life. It's just a bit sudden, and Ding Dang found out, so I'm a little embarrassed. Master, please don't be angry with me, okay? Ari outside the door gritted her teeth in anger, her clenched fists turning slightly white. You can just talk about yourself. Why did you drag me into this? I have my pride too, you know. Inside the room, Lulu was still sharing her innermost thoughts, but she was no longer as reserved as before. Master, could you give my sister and me a little more time? We need to make some preparations, including mental preparations. As long as we're ready, my sister and I won't refuse you, really. Wang Hao's face lit up with joy, and he quickly asked, Is Ali willing to? Lulu lowered her head and softly hummed in agreement. My sister and I have already agreed that we will be together and never be separated. Ari's legs went weak, and she slowly sat down against the wall. It's over, this silly girl has sold me out too. How could I have such a stupid sister? Chapter 115, There's an operation tonight. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the grocery store opened for business on time. Alan arrived just in time and immediately looked for Wang Hao as soon as he entered. But after looking around, he found that Wang Hao was not in the shop, and even the rest area where he often slacked off showed no signs of brewing tea. He didn't know where he had gone. Lulu. Alan found Lulu and asked in a low voice, Where is your master? Isn't he home? Lulu smiled slightly and pointed to the ceiling above her head, saying, Master has diarrhea again and is resting in the bedroom. Diarrhea again? Alan was startled at first, then a sense of familiarity washed over him. He glanced at Ari, who was settling accounts for customers, and quietly asked, Is your sister cooking again? Lulu nodded and said with a grin, This morning my sister made a pot of mushroom soup. The owner didn't know it was made by my sister. After drinking a bowl, he started having diarrhea. Your sister is amazing. Alan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Once you reach the saint-level strength, your physical abilities far surpass those of ordinary people, and you generally won't get diarrhea from eating bad food. A bowl of mushroom soup was enough to keep Wang Hao in bed. Its potency was comparable to poison. I need to talk to him. Can I go up now? Alan asked. Sure. Lulu smiled and pointed towards the stairs. Go up by yourself. I still have guests to entertain. Alan nodded, greeted Ari, and then went up the stairs to the second floor, heading straight for Wang Hao's bedroom. Wang Hao was reading a book when he saw Alan come in. He put the book on his pillow and lazily pointed to the chair next to him. Sit down. What do you need me for? Alan didn't state his purpose directly, but stared at Wang Hao's sallow face and asked, What happened to you? A bowl of mushroom soup shouldn't be this serious, right? What do you know? Wang Hao rolled his eyes and said irritably, Ali's cooking is rule-level food. Even if I use cheats, I can't withstand it. What do you think? Alan had no idea what he was talking about and asked curiously, What do you mean by rule level? Even someone with your saint-level strength can't be immune to it. Forget about the rules. You wouldn't understand even if I explained them. What do you want from me? Wang Hao was too lazy to explain and simply changed the subject. Alan then remembered his business and took out a sparkling crystal ball from his pocket. Dean Gandalf sent over some demon-detecting crystals, which can be used to detect the presence of demons. We plan to search for demons in the city tonight. Can you come and help? A demon-detecting crystal? Wang Hao took the crystal ball, looked at it, and asked, Since you have such a convenient tool, Why didn't you take it out sooner? You don't understand. The demon-detecting crystal isn't as powerful as you think. Alan sighed and briefly explained the function of the demon-detecting crystal. It turns out that this crystal has a special reaction to the aura of demons, and after processing, it can be used to detect traces of demons. Once demons are detected, the crystal ball will light up to warn the user to take precautions. However, this crystal ball has a drawback. Its detection range is limited, with a maximum radius of only 100 meters. Celtic City is too large. Trying to find the hidden demons with just a few crystal balls is like finding a needle in a haystack. So many people need to work together. Mr. Arthur mobilized all the city's security forces to search according to the designated areas, and Dean Gandalf also sent tutors from the college to help. I see. Wang Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems we'll have to use a human wave tactic to find the demons. But why look for me? I can't do anything by myself, can I? Alan gave Wang Hao a strange look, as if to say, are you kidding me? Brother, you're worth 100 of me. Who else would I turn to if not you? Really? I'm that amazing. Wang Hao burst into laughter, and a little color finally returned to his sallow face, though he was panting heavily as he laughed. Alan frowned and couldn't help but ask, are you all right? You shouldn't be in such a bad condition. Could you have been poisoned? You're overthinking it. Poison has no effect on me. I won't be defeated by such low-level tactics. The only thing that can conquer me is Ali's cooking. That's what I meant. Alan didn't even know where to begin complaining. If you agree, I'll come find you at 7 tonight, and we'll set off together then. Okay, I'm bored anyway, so I'll just treat it as a post-meal digestive aid. Seeing that Wang Hao agreed, Alan was relieved. The most terrifying enemy is the unknown one. We have not received any information yet, and cannot determine the specific situation of the demons, so we must prepare for the worst. With Wang Hao's addition, along with Gandalf, the Holy Mage, they are not afraid even if the enemy is a high-ranking demon king. The strength of these two is enough to intimidate the enemy. With his mood relaxed, Alan smiled. He pointed towards the window and asked, Brother, you have some rather unusual interests. What's with that sock? It looks like there's something alive inside. Wang Hao glanced at the socks hanging by the window and snorted, Don't ask. Meddling in other people's business will get you punished. Don't make me beat you up. Alan paused for a moment, then shook his head, half laughing and half crying. Fine. If you don't want me to ask, then I won't. But I still want to remind you, that sock smells really bad. It's a bit disgusting. Why don't you get a clean one? As if to confirm Alan's words, the sock suddenly moved, startling him. It really is alive. What did you put in there? Aren't you disgusted? Disgusting. Wang Hao's lips curled up slightly, revealing an extremely wicked smile. If you knew what she did, you probably wouldn't say that. All right, forget about that guy. Do me a favor first. What for? Alan became wary as soon as he heard that he was asked to help. I'm warning you. I change my socks every day. I don't have any smelly socks to lend you. What use would I have for your smelly socks? Wang Hao's stomach started to ache again from anger. He waved his hand and urged, Don't say anything. Go find Lao Deng and get one of those pills from last time. I don't want to spend the whole day in the toilet. Alan thought for a moment, then tentatively asked, Are you talking about Alun's tears? Alun's tears? What the heck? It's the medicine that King Arthur gave you last time. It's called Alun's tears. It's a precious treasure that the elves made from the sap of the sacred tree and can save lives. Wang Hao waved his hand impatiently and urged, No matter what that thing is, if you still want me to do your work, hurry up and go. Otherwise, you'll be patrolling behind my back. Alan sighed and said, Okay, I'll go talk to Mr. Arthur about it. It should be fine. Seeing that he was about to leave, Wang Hao quickly called him back. I'd better have 10 or 8 pieces. I'll save them to cure my diarrhea later. Ari's food is too terrible. Alan stumbled and walked dejectedly out of the bedroom. How can people be so shameless? Chapter 116 Oak Bar. At 7 p.m. sharp, Alan refreshed the general store, accompanied by Phil, Yuna, Emilia, and Lily's mentor. Wang Hao peeked outside and saw that there was no one else on the street except for a drunkard. What's going on? Where are the others? It can't just be the two of you, can it? Wang Hao asked. Alan didn't find anything strange about it and said matter-of-factly, Isn't it enough that I have you? Wang Hao, since I can manage on my own, why did you bring Phil along? You're not thinking of using this as an excuse to go on a date, are you? Alan blushed and turned his face away. Don't talk nonsense. Phil has his own mission. We don't have time for dating. Really? Wang Hao looked at him with a suspicious expression. Really, I'm not lying to you. Seeing that he didn't believe him, Alan had no choice but to tell the truth. The magic crystal is a magical item that needs to be infused with magic to be used. I don't know magic, do you? Wang Hao shook his head. No. That settles it then. Alan spread his hands and said, Phil will be in charge of controlling the crystal, I'll be the scout, and you'll be in charge of the fighting. There are only 3 of us in this team. The others have been assigned to other places to search. Well, looks like I'll be busy tonight. Meanwhile, Phil was chatting with the Ari sisters, discussing the mushroom soup that could defeat a saint-level powerhouse. Ali, I heard you knocked Wang Hao out with a bowl of mushroom soup. Is that true? Ari blushed and nodded, somewhat embarrassed. That was an accident. I didn't expect Master to react so strongly. Phil was very curious and asked, How did you do that? What kind of mushrooms did you use? Did you accidentally mix in any poisonous mushrooms? They're just ordinary mushrooms, Ari argued. My master bought those mushrooms himself at the market. I don't know why they have such great power when cooked. Ordinary mushrooms. Phil stroked his smooth chin and muttered to himself. If the mushrooms are fine, then the cooking method is the problem. Ari, how did you do it? Can you teach me? Why are you asking this? Lulu asked curiously. It's nothing. I just wanted to learn how to do it. Phil suddenly revealed a cunning look and glanced at Alan. If anyone tries to bully me in the future, I'll punish them with this mushroom soup. It'll definitely work. Ari was mortified, and her face turned even redder. It was just a simple bowl of boiled mushrooms, so why did it become a weapon to punish criminals in Professor Phil's mouth? What did I do? At Phil's repeated request, Ari explained the entire process in detail, including how much salt was used and what spices were added. As for whether that magical effect can be replicated, only God knows. Having just finished discussing the mushroom soup, Alan was already eager to set off. Phil, are you ready? We need to hurry. Phil winked at Ari and walked toward Alan with a smile. Let's go, we can set off now. 3 hours later. I'm so bored. Wang Hao stretched and asked lazily. Phil, still no response. Phil stared at the crystal ball in his hand and replied without looking up, no. Wang Hao sighed and asked, We've searched the entire East District, but we still haven't found anything. Could it be that the crystal ball is broken? Phil hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, It shouldn't be. Dean Gandalf personally inspected these demon-detecting crystals. If they were broken, he wouldn't have given them to us. Alan thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, Phil, is it possible that the crystal's detection function has been affected by something, which is why it hasn't detected any trace of the demons? Phil didn't answer immediately, but thought for a moment before saying, Indeed, there are some items that can conceal one's aura. If a demon carries such an item, unless they come into close contact, it will be difficult for the demon-detecting crystal to discover their identity. Then what's the point of having this thing? Wang Hao was furious when he heard her words. It's a waste of more than 3 hours. I might as well go home and sleep. No, that's just one possibility. Seeing that Wang Hao was about to back down, Alan quickly advised, maybe there are no demons in the East District to begin with, which is why we haven't gained anything. Hang in there a little longer. Let's search the West District as well. If we still can't find it, then we'll go home and rest. We have to go to the West District again. Wouldn't that waste several more hours? The demon race is a hidden danger and must be eliminated as soon as possible. Wang Hao didn't mind helping, but this aimless search was a waste of time, and he was getting so bored that he started to feel sleepy. Seeing this, Alan suggested, the Adventurers Guild's tavern is just ahead. Let's go there for a drink and rest before continuing. Wang Hao had never been to a bar here before, and he immediately became interested. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Led by Alan, the 3 arrived at the Oak Bar near the crossroads. This tavern is owned by the Adventurers Guild. In addition to providing food and beverage services, it also accepts various tasks and assigns them to adventurers to complete. Because adventurers are quite free-spirited and don't have fixed working hours, this tavern is open 24 hours a day. When Wang Hao entered the tavern, there were still quite a few people drinking inside, and the air was thick with the smell of alcohol. Afraid that drinking too much would delay our business, Alan repeatedly reminded him, we need to rest for a while before we set off. Don't drink too much, or I won't be able to explain it to Mr. Arthur. After looking around the store, Wang Hao waved his hand and said, my nickname is Yushu. Don't worry, it won't interfere with business. Alan hesitated for a moment, then leaned closer to Wang Hao and whispered, brother, can I be alone with Phil for a little while? Just a little while, 10 minutes at most. Wang Hao glanced at him sideways, a playful smile on his face. Bro, does this count as a date? Alan scratched his head sheepishly and said, I guess so. I know it's not really appropriate, but we haven't had much time together lately, and I have something I want to say to her. I understand. Wang Hao patted Alan's shoulder hard, making Alan grimace but not daring to resist. Then I'll go sit at the counter for a while and won't be a third wheel. Just call me when you're leaving. Alan gave him a grateful look, thanked him, and then quickly pulled Phil to a corner to sit down, where they held hands and whispered to each other. Sigh, it's not easy being a middle-aged virgin. Look how anxious the kids are. Wang Hao smiled and shook his head, then called out to the middle-aged bartender behind the counter. A whiskey, please, on the rocks. Chapter 117, I got scammed. Is this your first time at our Oak Tavern, sir? The middle-aged bartender, with a warm smile, struck up a casual conversation as if they were old friends. We cater specifically to adventurers, and we'll try our best to meet any needs. However, I'm sorry to say I've never heard of whiskey. Would you like to try our homemade barley wine? Barley wine. Wang Hao shook his head and declined the other party's suggestion. Barley wine is similar to beer, but it tastes more sour and has a slightly astringent flavor. He had tried it once before and didn't like it, so he never tried it again. Are there any other drinks? Wang Hao asked. Of course, the bartender said with a smile. We also have green plum wine and golden rum. If you're not satisfied with either, we also have cola plum wine, which we recently developed. It tastes pretty good too. Wang Hao immediately became interested. What is cola plum wine? Is it made with cola? The bartender chuckled. Looks like you know about cola. That's right, cola plum wine is made with cola and plum wine. It tastes even better with ice. Would you like to try a glass? How about a drink then? How much? Not expensive at all. 10 silver coins a cup, definitely worth the price. As they were talking, a glass the size of a fist was placed in front of Wang Hao. The bartender took out a half-empty bottle of Coke from under the counter, poured a small half glass into the glass in front of him, then poured in a little amber-colored plum wine, and finally threw 3 pieces of crushed ice into the glass. This is your cola plum wine. I hope you like it. The bartender looked at Wang Hao with a sly smile, his expression clearly saying, You sucker. Hurry up and pay up. Wang Hao was so shocked he couldn't speak. He opened his mouth several times, finally gritting his teeth and squeezing out a sentence. This is the cola plum wine you were talking about? The bartender, still smiling, nodded earnestly. That's right, this is cola plum wine. 10 silver coins, please. Good heavens, they've tried to rip me off. Wang Hao laughed in exasperation, looking at the bartender with amusement. How much does a can of cola cost? This little bit won't even cost you half a silver coin, right? And that plum wine, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the cheapest kind. 2 silver coins can buy 3 caddies, and you have the nerve to use it to mix with other wines. You have the nerve to sell me this worthless junk for 10 silver coins? Do you think I'm stupid? The bartender wasn't angry at all, and still had a smiling face as he said, Sir, please don't be angry. The price is set by the Adventurers Guild. How can I, a mere worker, have the right to set a price? If you're not satisfied, I suggest you buy a snack set that comes with the plum wine. I guarantee you'll love it. Oh ho, you think you can fool me once and then try again? Wang Hao was eager to know what other tricks the other party had up their sleeve, so he readily agreed. Okay, let's get a set meal then. I want to see something new today. The bartender seemed to have been prepared, and immediately took a tray from the side and placed it in front of Wang Hao. The tray wasn't big, and it had 5 kinds of snacks on it, all of which Wang Hao recognized, as expected. 1 packet of tang monk meat, 1 packet of spicy shredded chicken, 1 packet of stinky tofu, 2 egg yolk pies, and a can of yellow peaches. Don't get me wrong, the canned yellow peaches aren't a whole jar, but rather a piece is placed in a bowl, with a wooden fork for eating peaches next to it. Thank you for your patronage. That'll be 20 silver coins in total. Wang Hao looked at the snacks in front of him, then at the bartender's smug smile, and was speechless. I knew it would be a rip-off, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Spicy strips are one thing, but at least it's a whole bag, unopened. What's going on with this can of yellow peaches? Why is there only 1 slice of peach? You're not going to take your leftover canned food and sell it to me as a snack, are you? Have you no shame? Wang Hao clenched his fists tightly, suppressing his anger as he asked, Is this the snack set you were talking about? The bartender nodded and pointed to the spicy strips, explaining, Sir, you may not know, but this is called spicy strips. It's a popular item in our Celtic city recently, and you can't buy it anywhere else. You can try it. It goes very well with plum wine. Of course I know you can't buy this anywhere else. This is what I'm selling. The problem is that all of your stuff combined doesn't even cost to 1 silver coin, yet you're asking for 10 silver coins. Is this how the Adventurers Guild rips off adventurers? Wang Hao's face turned pale and then red, feeling like he was being treated like a vengeful ghost, and he wanted nothing more than to slap all of this in the bar's face. But the bartender seemed oblivious, continuing his rambling explanation. Sir, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. You certainly don't lack anything that can be found everywhere, so of course we want to provide you with the best. This price is very fair, and we are definitely not ripping you off. Wang Hao took a deep breath, trying to calm his agitation, and counted out 20 silver coins, slapping them on the table. Get out of my sight right now, immediately, and don't say a word, or don't blame me for yelling at you. The bartender smiled and nodded, took the silver coins, and turned to leave without saying another word. They have quite a lot of professional ethics. After seeing the bartender go to serve other customers, Wang Hao picked up the expensive plum wine and took a sip, using the icy taste to forcefully suppress his irritation. If it weren't for tonight's mission, he would have flipped the table long ago. You dare to cheat me with the stuff I sell in my shop? You really don't know what a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex is. I'll smash up your guild, you believe me? And that pair of adulterers hiding in the corner, having a love affair. Wang Hao glanced at Alan and Phil. The two hid in a corner and whispered to each other, chatting happily, probably having long forgotten why they came out in the first place. I curse you to have 10 babies in one pregnancy. All 10 of them boys, the most naughty and disobedient kind. So you two dogs will be exhausted. Wang Hao cursed angrily. Just then, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang in my ears. Sir, who made you so angry? Along with the sound came a faint fragrance, a refreshing scent emanating from plants. Wang Hao turned his head and saw a beautiful woman standing next to him, about the same height as him. She is about 1.8 meters tall, with a slender and slim figure. Her features are so delicate that they look like they were painted. Her big, bright eyes are clear and sparkling, as if they can see through people's hearts. The only drawback is that her chest is too flat. There's only a slight undulation to indicate her gender. However, this shortcoming was covered up by a necklace. The necklace features a purple gemstone that complements her fair skin, exuding a bewitching aura. The woman smiled slightly and introduced herself. Hello human, my name is Alice Sever, and I am an elven ranger. Chapter 118 Alice the Elf. Are you an elf? Yes, look. The woman tossed her long hair aside, revealing a pair of long, pointed ears, which did indeed resemble those of a legendary elf. Wang Hao looked at her in surprise, never expecting to encounter such a beautiful elf in this inconspicuous little tavern. Elves are not demi-humans. Although they look very similar to humans, they are an independent and powerful race. As the kin of the forest goddess, each elf receives the goddess's favor. Long lifespan, beautiful appearance, and unparalleled talent. These are dreams that others can only dream of, but they possess them from the moment they are born. Moreover, every adult elf is a powerful individual skilled in both magic and martial arts. Their swordsmanship is incredibly powerful, their archery is unerring, and they also possess amazing plant-based magic. With their immense power, the elves occupied the most expansive forest in the center of the continent, where they established a unique paradise for themselves. However, some elves are not willing to stay at home. They like to travel around, appreciate the local customs and culture of different parts of the continent, and are also willing to come into contact with kind humans. Is this your first time meeting an elf? Alice asked with a smile. You seem quite surprised. Is it because of my identity? Wang Hao readily admitted. Yes, I heard that every elf is very beautiful. Seeing is believing indeed. Alice giggled and patted Wang Hao's shoulder with her fair hand. You're quite handsome too. Although not as handsome as my people, you're still above average among the male humans I've met. Is this a compliment or an insult? Wang Hao was both amused and exasperated. He asked, Miss Alice, if I may be so bold as to ask, what are you doing here? He pointed to the tavern's atmosphere, which was noisy and filled with the smells of sweat and alcohol. I've heard that you elves prefer quiet environments, but this isn't the kind of place you like. Alice shrugged, a helpless expression appearing on her delicate face. I don't like it here either, but I have no choice. I need to make money. Huh? Wang Hao thought he had misheard and asked in surprise. What did you just say? To make money, Alice said seriously. We elves need to eat too. You don't think we can survive on fruit every day, do you? We're not monkeys. The overwhelming atmosphere of the marketplace caught Wang Hao off guard, shattering his beautiful illusions about elves. So even elves have to work hard to earn money, Wang Hao remarked. Alice laughed and said, I don't know about others, but I like human food, especially some snacks that have suddenly appeared in the city recently. She glanced at the tray in front of Wang Hao. Yes, this is it. I think it's called spicy strips, right? Wang Hao nodded blankly. It's called spicy strips, but different flavors have other names. It doesn't matter. Alice waved her hand and said, I like the spicy and numbing flavor of spicy strips and cola. That drink has a unique taste, even better than the fruit wine that we elves brew ourselves. Turns out she's a foodie. Wang Hao could roughly understand why she wanted to make money. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Once you step into human society, you must abide by human rules and pay for things. So you became an adventurer, taking on quests here to earn money? Wang Hao asked. Alice nodded, her gaze then falling on the tray on the table. Are you still going to eat these things? I noticed you haven't touched them. If you don't like them, could you give them to me? Oh, you can have it if you want it. I don't want to eat anything right now. Is that okay? Thank you so much. Alice thanked them, took the tray to herself, tore open the packaging of the stinky tofu, and started eating. It smells delicious. Seeing that she started eating without any hesitation, Wang Hao was quite surprised, but then he thought about it and felt relieved. When you're out and about, everyone has their share of difficulties, and perhaps Alice is in just such a situation. Eat slowly. I can order you another serving if you're not full. Well, thank you for your kindness, but this is enough. Alice smiled faintly. She could eat and talk while maintaining her elegance. She truly lived up to her reputation as an elegant elf. Wang Hao watched in amazement. As a wandering knight, Alice has been to many places and seen many strange and wonderful people and things. She picked out a few interesting stories to tell Wang Hao, which made him laugh out loud, and before he knew it, a long time had passed. When Alan came to call him, Wang Hao realized that more than an hour had passed. Brother, we've wasted a lot of time. We need to speed things up later, Alan whispered a reminder. Is it my fault? Wang Hao glanced at Alan sideways, then winked at Phil beside him. I wonder who was having so much fun chatting that they forgot about their brother, and now they're blaming me for wasting time. Why am I so unlucky? Alan blushed deeply and scratched his head sheepishly. Haha, please forgive me for this special circumstance. Let's get back to work. Alice asked curiously, working so late, have you taken on a new task? Alan's face stiffened, and he then noticed that there was a beautiful woman sitting next to Wang Hao. And who is this? Alan asked. Oh, a friend I just met. Her name is Alice. She's an elf. An elf. Alan's eyes widened immediately, looking at Alice with the curiosity of a child. It's been so long since I've seen an elf in Celtic City. Hello, Miss Alice. My name is Alan Lun. The voice suddenly rose 2 octaves, and Alan's expression looked extremely painful, his features almost contorted together. When Wang Hao noticed the hand around Alan's waist, he chuckled and said, Phil, let's talk about this when we get back. Let's give Alan some face. Alan nodded repeatedly, lowering his voice to plead with Phil. Give me some face. Can we talk about this outside? Phil glared at him and slowly released his right hand. Hurry up and go. Finish the task as soon as possible and go back to rest. I have class tomorrow. After saying that, he ignored Alan and Wang Hao and walked towards the tavern door alone. Alan rubbed his lower back, nodded to Alice, and pulled Wang Hao up from the chair by the arm. I have something to do, so I can't keep you company any longer. Maybe we'll meet again someday. Wang Hao left a polite remark and followed Alan toward the door. Seeing him leave so abruptly, a flash of anger crossed Alice's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. It's getting late. I need to go back and rest too. Let's go together. Alice stood up, swaying her slender waist as she walked to Wang Hao's side. Aren't you going out to complete a mission? Let's go. Her tone of voice was very natural, like that of an old friend she had known for a long time, leaving Wang Hao with no reason to refuse. Okay, let's do it together then. Chapter 119 Alice's Identity. The sky was overcast and dark clouds covered the entire night sky, making people feel very uncomfortable. As Wang Hao walked out of the tavern, he saw Alan and Phil looking at him with serious expressions, and Phil was holding up the demon-detecting crystal in his hand. The fist-sized crystal ball was emitting a faint light. You've spotted demons? Wang Hao immediately became alert and hurriedly asked, Where are they? Have you seen them? Phil shook his head and said in a serious tone, It lit up as soon as I infused the magic crystal with magic power, but I don't know the specifics. Alice also stepped out of the tavern at that moment. When she saw the slightly glowing crystal ball in Phil's hand, her pupils contracted, and she asked in surprise, A demon-detecting crystal? Are you looking for demons? Wang Hao gave a perfunctory hum and continued, Phil, is there a way to determine the specific direction? No, the crystal ball can only detect large areas. We'll have to find the exact location ourselves, Phil said, shaking his head. So that means there are definitely demons within 100 meters of us. This time, Phil gave an affirmative answer. That's right, The crystal's detection range is only 100 meters, so we just need to search within that range. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get going, Wang Hao urged. Just then, Alice suddenly raised her hand, asking to help search. The demons are our common enemy, and I will help you search for them too, Alice said firmly. With one more person, there would be one more unit of strength, and the demons were everyone's common enemy, so Alan had no reason to refuse and immediately agreed. All right, then I'll leave it to Miss Alice. Alice smiled and waved her hand. It's no trouble at all. It's what I should do. After reaching a consensus, the four-person team quickly moved around the tavern, searching every corner of the streets and alleys, while keeping a close eye on the changes in the crystal ball. Surprisingly, no matter where they went, the light in the crystal ball remained at a stable brightness without any change. This situation puzzled Wang Hao greatly. Wait a minute. Wang Hao stopped everyone and asked with a frown. Sister Phil, why is the crystal ball constantly glowing? Phil paused for a moment, then looked down at the demon-detecting crystal in his hand. Yeah, why is it always glowing? Alan said urgently. It's normal for it to glow when it senses the aura of a demon. What's so strange about that? Let's hurry up and leave. We finally found a clue. Don't let the cunning demon get away. Phil shook his head and said, No, we're definitely more than 100 meters away from the tavern now. Logically, the light from the crystal ball should have changed, but it hasn't. Do you know what that means? Alan asked blankly. How should I know? Just tell me. Phil's expression turned grave as he scanned everyone's faces. He said seriously, this means there's been a demon nearby all along. He's likely discovered us, but for some reason, he's been secretly following us. Everyone was shocked by these words. Alan looked around, then leaped onto the nearby wall and scanned his surroundings in the dim light. The surroundings were quiet. There wasn't even a stray cat, let alone any demons. Alan saw nothing, so he jumped down from the wall. There's not a soul around. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Did I guess wrong? Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, reviewing all the places he had just passed through in his mind. Oak Tavern, Tom's Blacksmith Shop, Jerry's Cheese Shop, Spike's Barbecue. Several key locations appeared in his mind one by one, and then formed triangles. Triangulation method. Everyone who's used it raves about it. We've been to so many places, it's impossible that we haven't found any clues at all, unless... A glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes, and he instantly made a move, grabbing Alice's wrist. Alice asked in surprise, Why are you grabbing me? I'm not a demon. Wang Hao ignored her and said to Phil, Phil, keep going forward and pay attention to the changes in the crystal ball. Alan, protect her and be careful not to be ambushed. Phil's gaze swept across Alice's face, and he nodded solemnly. Okay, be careful. Alan was still in a daze, not yet recovered from Wang Hao's sudden grab of Alice, and asked blankly, Brother, what are you doing? Wang Hao grinned and looked at Alice. Let's do a little experiment. I hope Miss Alice won't disappoint me. Oh, what are you going to do to Miss Alice? Alan wanted to ask more, but Phil pulled him away. Shut up, you idiot, don't you understand? Come with me now. Pulled along by her, the bewildered Alan remained bewildered and gradually walked away. Miss Alice, how are you feeling right now? Are you a little nervous? Wang Hao looked at Alice with a smile, but his right hand held her wrist firmly. Alice suddenly laughed, a somewhat alluring laugh, but her eyes were icy cold. I didn't expect you to notice this. I really underestimated you, handsome young man. As soon as the words, handsome young man, were uttered, Wang Hao suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. I feel like I've heard that name and that familiar tone somewhere before. Just as he was thinking about when he had heard it before, Alice suddenly opened her mouth and exhaled a cloud of black smoke at Wang Hao, enveloping his entire head in it. The black smoke seemed corrosive, causing Wang Hao a strong stinging sensation the moment it came into contact with his eyes. Although it was quickly erased by the power of the cheat, it still bought Alice a moment to escape. Wang Hao felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and the next moment Alice broke free. You're quite clever, handsome young man. I was hiding so well. How did you find me? The sound traveled through the black mist into Wang Hao's ears, and he finally remembered where he had heard this sound before. He had previously commissioned Hans to customize 2 backpacks. When he went to pick them up that night, he encountered a very glamorous streetwalker who addressed him as handsome young man in that same tone. Wang Hao dispelled the black mist before his eyes and stared at Alice, who had already jumped onto the roof, asking, Are you that prostitute? Alice's expression turned cold, but she smiled again in the blink of an eye. It seems the handsome young man has a deep impression of me. Have you been thinking about me all this time? Pa, I have no interest in having affairs. Who do you think you are? Wang Hao spat on the ground and cursed viciously. Even if I wanted a woman, I wouldn't go and mess around with a prostitute. Forget about it. Alice wasn't angry. Instead, she looked at Wang Hao with interest. So you hate prostitutes? How about this then? As she spoke, the jewel on Alice's chest emitted a hazy purple light, enveloping her perfect body. After the purple light dissipated, a familiar little girl appeared before Wang Hao's eyes, along with that innocent childlike voice. Big brother, do you want to buy matches? Chapter 120 is a bit of a pity. A familiar face, a familiar tone, and that basket covered by burlap. Wang Hao's mouth dropped open in astonishment. He could hardly believe his eyes. A tall, slender, elfin beauty suddenly transformed into a little match girl. Not only did her figure and appearance undergo a dramatic transformation, but her tone of voice and overall demeanor also changed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought he was watching a live magic show where people could appear out of nowhere. What? A magical transformation? How did you do that? Wang Hao asked in surprise. Seeing his naive and unsophisticated demeanor, Alice's eyes flashed with disdain, but she still chuckled. Is it fun? Wang Hao nodded. That's fun. Can it transform into other things? A blush rose on the little girl's cute face, and she gave Wang Hao a flirtatious wink. Since you like watching, big brother, I'll perform for you again. As she spoke, she reached out and pressed on the necklace, and the gemstone once again emitted a bewitching purple light. This time, Wang Hao was prepared. He narrowed his eyes slightly and stared intently at the little girl's figure. The purple light flickered, and the shadow within it gradually lengthened, starting at 1.2 meters and growing more than 40 centimeters in the blink of an eye. After the purple light dissipated, Wang Hao's pupils shrank, and he looked at the woman who had reappeared and uttered, Anna, it's you. A pure and innocent face, full and alluring breasts, and a pitiful expression. That's right. It's Anna who was bullied by thugs a couple of days ago. Anna, who was willing to sacrifice herself. Connecting the dots, Wang Hao suddenly realized why Anna had been so eager to offer herself to him that day. It turned out that the old witch had been eyeing him for a long time, and everything was a trick she had deliberately set up to get close to him. No wonder he always felt something was off. Now I understand. But, with a flash, Wang Hao rushed to Anna's side at an extremely fast speed and grabbed Anna's shoulder before she could react. Old hag, this isn't your original appearance, is it? Wang Hao asked coldly. Anna felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, and cold sweat broke out on her back. She knew Wang Hao was very powerful, but she didn't expect him to be so fast. Before she knew it, she was captured again. However, Anna wasn't worried. She still had a trump card up her sleeve. Hee, don't be angry. I didn't do anything to you, did I? Anna smiled sweetly and gently placed a hand on Wang Hao's chest. Although we've only met a few times, I really like you. Your strong body fascinates me. I can't help but think of you these days, which is why I've tried every means to get close to you. If you can. Anna gently scratched Wang Hao's chest with her small hand, constantly teasing his vulnerable bottom line. If you could, would you like to spend this beautiful night with me? My sister knows a lot of amazing poses. A blush rose on her innocent face, and her alluring eyes were almost drool-worthy. Anna's breath was intoxicating, and her rosy lips slowly moved closer to Wang Hao's mouth. Don't worry, leave everything to me. I won't let you down. What? You're still trying to tempt me at a time like this? Wang Hao shuddered, goosebumps rising on his skin. Who knows what this old hag's prototype is? What if she's some kind of tentacle monster or demon? I'd be at a huge disadvantage. I don't want to be subjected to this first, then that second, and finally all at once. What about a man's dignity? In a flash, Wang Hao slapped Anna across the face. Smack! A clear and bright voice, a beautiful face. Anna froze, covering her face in disbelief as she stared at Wang Hao in astonishment. You hit me. How dare you hit me? How could you lay a hand on someone as beautiful as me? Are you even a man? Wang Hao flicked his hand and snorted disdainfully. Beauty and the dead are as they may be, but I am free to do as I please. Who knows what your original form is? I have no desire to spend the night with an old hag like you. Forget about it. These words seemed to trigger Anna's temper, and she instantly went berserk. You're driving me crazy. Are you out of your mind? You don't want a seductive mature woman. You don't want an innocent young girl. You don't even want a teenage girl in the prime of her youth. So what do you want? Also, you're not allowed to call me an old hag. I am Anna, Nils Nurka, the current chieftain of the succubus race. You should call me Chieftain Anna. As they spoke, the gemstone shone brightly once more. After the purple light disappeared, Wang Hao finally saw Anna's true face. He was 1.8 meters tall, with 2 horns on his head, long hair reaching his waist, and long, curvy legs. His figure was extremely hot. As for her face, it has a pure yet slightly alluring quality, but it doesn't look out of place. Even the most beautiful woman in the world couldn't be more stunning than this. Wang Hao swallowed hard, staring intently at Anna's chest. Are you really a succubus? Genuine, guaranteed. Anna spread her demonic wings and flicked out a long tail with a cute black heart at the end. See that? I am the succubus clan leader, the most beautiful woman in the world. Anna smiled sweetly, flicked her tail in front of Wang Hao, and gently lifted his chin with her black heart-shaped tail. Now, are you still going to refuse me? To comply or to refuse, that is the question. Such a beautiful succubus, it's a bit of a waste to kill her. How about we have Ding Dang make a servant contract with her and keep her in the shop as a shopkeeper? No, succubi are high-level demons. What if they bewitch that old man Arthur? How am I supposed to explain this to Lily? But it would be such a waste to kill him. How about I take advantage of him first? No, I am a gentleman. How could I do such a thing? If I'm going to do it, I should do it secretly where no one is around. It wouldn't be good if someone saw me. Wang Hao struggled internally and couldn't make up his mind for a while. Just then, a crimson arrow, burning with raging flames, flew over and aimed straight at Anna's chest. A hint of disdain flashed in Anna's eyes. She raised her hand and easily crushed the fire arrow. A mere fire arrow? That's all your strength is at. Anna sneered at Phil, who was standing not far away. Seeing that Phil's fire arrows had failed, Alan immediately shouted, Brother, this is a high-level succubus. Don't let her bewitch you. Wang Hao snapped out of his daze, smiled, and waved his hand. Don't worry, her charm has no effect on me. I'm thinking about how to deal with her. Of course we should kill her, Alan said urgently. These high-level demons have many ways to protect themselves. You must not be careless and we can't let her get away. Kill her. Wang Hao's gaze lingered on Anna's face and chest for a few seconds, and he murmured, That's a bit of a pity. Chapter 121 Anna's Trump Card. Handsome young man, would you really kill me? Anna showed no awareness of being a prisoner and continued to provoke Wang Hao with her tail. The smooth, black spade-shaped object swept across his face, its cool, refreshing sensation quite pleasant, making Wang Hao's mind wander. Seeing that Wang Hao did not resist, Anna became even bolder. She wrapped one arm around Wang Hao's arm, and with the other hand she drew circles on Wang Hao's chest, while saying some very provocative things. Handsome boy, why don't you just give in to your older sister? Although I am a succubus, I don't like killing like other demons. I only like handsome young men like you. If you submit to me, you will not only get me, but you will also unlock many different characters. Don't you like elves? I can make that happen for you. Seeing that Wang Hao remained unmoved with a straight face, Anna was not discouraged and continued to tease him as if she had found a new toy. Besides elves, demi-humans are also fine. If you don't like any of these, I can also become a human princess or customize a character to your liking. As long as you're willing to be with me, I'll give you anything you want. After her identity was exposed, Anna seemed to break free of her shackles, speaking without any restraint and completely immersed in the game of teasing Wang Hao. Afraid that Wang Hao would lose control, Alan shouted at the top of his lungs, Brother, you absolutely mustn't believe her. Succubi are masters at seducing men. She's definitely lying to you. Anna's face flashed with displeasure, and she snorted coldly. Shut up, you foolish human. What do you know? So what if we succubi like to seduce men? That's our way of life. It's the meaning of our existence. I didn't tempt you. It's none of your business. Get the hell out of my way. Anna raised her hand and fired a purple energy arrow, which streaked across the night sky and arrived in front of Alan in the blink of an eye. Without the slightest hesitation, Alan crossed his forearms in front of his chest, conjuring a square, pale golden shield of light. The light shield had intricate patterns that flashed continuously, radiating a sacred aura. The moment the energy arrow struck the light shield, a divine aura erupted, melting the energy arrow instantly, like the scorching sun melting ice and snow. High-level night skill, divine guardian shield. Damn it, it's the night again. Anna cursed under her breath and couldn't help but frown. Of all human professions, the mage undoubtedly possesses the strongest offensive power, but the knight poses the greatest threat to the demon race. Knights are a group of stubborn and obstinate individuals. They possessed a devout faith, were brave and fearless, and were unafraid to sacrifice themselves, dedicating their lives to fighting for their beliefs. Even the lowest-ranking bronze knights are fearless when encountering demons, ready to die for their cause, and even willing to perish together with their enemies. Even if demons try to corrupt them, their loyalty will become the final holy shield protecting their true nature, making them extremely difficult to corrupt. Seeing Alan holding up his protective shield to block Phil, Anna knew she couldn't continue arguing with him. One knight is troublesome enough, but adding a mage at full power means even she will waste a lot of time to defeat them. Moreover, there was an even more powerful being beside them, Wang Hao. This mysterious man was very strange, leaving her somewhat puzzled. Wang Hao showed no energy fluctuations, yet his body contained terrifying power. He was a pure muscle warrior. For a succubus skilled in mind control, such a muscular warrior should be the easiest enemy to deal with. But for some reason, her abilities failed on Wang Hao. When she was teasing Wang Hao, she used 3 different abilities to secretly corrupt his soul, but all of them failed. Wang Hao is like a stone statue. All negative energy entering his body disappears without a trace, having no effect whatsoever. That's so strange. However, now is not the time to study Wang Hao. With a troublesome knight and a mage ready to unleash his full power at any moment, plus the enigmatic Wang Hao, Anna knew she couldn't waste any more time. This is the capital of humanity. The enemy is prepared, and if we attract more enemies, we may fall here tonight. We have to use our trump card. A hint of seriousness flashed in Anna's eyes. On the surface, she continued to tease Wang Hao, but in secret, she quietly issued an order. A few seconds later, a cold light suddenly appeared in the distant night, rushing towards them on the rooftops. Anna breathed a sigh of relief and continued to mock Alan to draw everyone's attention. You foolish human, you are not worthy of being called a knight. Nonsense, what makes you think I'm not worthy of being a knight? What knight falls in love with a woman while on a mission? What about your mission? What about your duty? How are you going to face your loyalty and faith? You still say you're qualified to be called a knight? Alan blushed with embarrassment after being rebuked. He wanted to refute, but couldn't find a reason to, so he lowered his head in shame. Phil, seeing Alan's pathetic state, was furious and pinched him hard on the waist. Are you stupid? Who said you can't take a break during a mission? Besides, we've already found the enemy, and you've been fooled by a succubus? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Oh right, we've found traces of the demons. Our mission hasn't failed. Alan rallied and was about to retort when his gaze was suddenly drawn to a magnificent sword aura. The silver sword energy emitted terrifying energy fluctuations, like a sharp spear piercing straight into Wang Hao's back. Watch out, someone's attacking. Alan's pupils constricted sharply, and he loudly reminded Wang Hao. But he was clearly overthinking it. Wang Hao had already sensed the attack coming from afar, and grabbed Anna to dodge before the sword energy could get close. Well, it's finally here. It wasn't a waste of time. Wang Hao wore a smug smile, very satisfied with his performance. A succubus, the chieftain of the succubus clan, travels alone to the human capital to impersonate a prostitute, all to seduce a few stinky men. It doesn't seem that simple no matter how you look at it. They searched all night but couldn't find any trace of other demons, and no other team sent out any signals either. So Wang Hao wanted to try and see if he could use Anna to lure out the other demons. As it turned out, he succeeded. At this point, no one but Anna's accomplices would attack him. Wang Hao gripped Anna's shoulders, quietly awaiting the enemy's arrival. A moment later, a demon knight riding a skeletal horse and wearing heavy armor appeared in his field of vision. The skeletal horse with green fire in its eyes nimbly leaped over rooftops, carrying its master forward at high speed, and soon rushed to Wang Hao and the others. With a sudden stop, the horse and rider came to a smooth halt. My name is Arthas, the most loyal knight of Anna and Nilsnica. Humans, release our lord. Chapter 122 Death Knight. Arthas's appearance put Alan on high alert. When he saw the giant sword in the other person's hand, which exuded a chilling aura, his pupils instantly focused on a single point. It really is you. Phil asked in surprise, you know him? Alan swallowed hard and nodded with difficulty. Yes, he is the Death Knight Arthas, a traitor who abandoned the knightly faith. To make everyone realize Arthas's strength, Alan continued. He was the previous vice-commander of the Knights of God's Glory of the Xiling Empire, and it is said that he was already a level 9 gold knight 20 years ago. What? Phil exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise. Then how did he become a Death Knight? Because he lost himself in the process of breaking through to become a paladin. His soul was corrupted, and he was completely transformed into a Death Knight. Alan's tone was somewhat bleak, and his expression showed great sadness. When a golden knight breaks through to become a holy knight, they need to undergo a faith trial. Only those who pass the trial are qualified to receive God's approval and transcend the ordinary to become holy knights. I don't know what he went through. I only know that he failed the trial of his soul and was completely corrupted when he left the temple. And that sword. Alan pointed to the great sword in Arthas's hand and said, that sword is the famous holy sword Caliban, a treasure passed down for hundreds of years by the Xiling Empire, which has also been corrupted along with it. Phil covered his mouth in surprise, never expecting to encounter the legendary Death Knight. Arthas heard Alan's introduction, but he didn't react at all, still coldly staring at Wang Hao and the hand on Anna's shoulder. Human, take your hands off Miss Anna. On what grounds? Wang Hao looked at the cold-faced man in front of him with amusement, or rather, he should be called the Death Knight Arthas. Who do you think you are? You think you can just tell me to move it? Why should I listen to you? With the sword in my hand, Arthas raised his great sword, the tip pointing at Wang Hao's chest. I am Miss Anna's guardian knight. I will protect Miss Anna's safety for the rest of my life, and I will not allow anyone to threaten Miss Anna's life. Ugh, ugh, ugh. What the hell are you talking about? Wang Hao laughed in exasperation. Instead of letting go of Anna, he pulled her closer to him. Are you out of your mind? What era are we living in? Still playing that guardian knight game? Young people don't play that game anymore. If you want to sleep with this succubus, just say so. Being a simp will only lead to nothing in the end. It's better to give up sooner rather than later. Guardian knight? Heh, I think he's more like a lapdog. Huh. Wang Hao laughed wildly, but he didn't notice the resentful look in Alan's eyes. Hey bro, can you not drag me into this when you're mocking the enemy? Alan suddenly interjected. I'm a knight too. Wang Hao's smile froze instantly, and he awkwardly touched his nose. Sorry, brother, I was just provoking the enemy, so please don't cause trouble. Alan's gaze was filled with resentment and a hint of grievance. He sighed deeply and remained silent. You can't beat them in a fight, and you can't win an argument with them. What else can we do? Just bear with it. After Alan shut up, Wang Hao turned his gaze back to Arthas. You want this succubus? Arthas's pale face remained impassive as he calmly nodded. Release my lord, and I will give you a fair chance to fight. Pshaw, what use would I have for that thing? Wang Hao snorted disdainfully and continued. If you want her, tell me where your other accomplices are and why you came to Celtic City. If you tell me, I'll consider letting her go. I never associate with other demons. I only protect Miss Anna, Arthas said coldly. No other accomplices? Wang Hao stroked his chin, deep in thought. The words of the demons cannot be trusted. This is a fact universally acknowledged by all races on the continent. He wasn't sure if Arthas was telling the truth, but that didn't stop him from asking for more information. Okay, then can you tell me why you're in Celtic City? You can't be here for tourism, can you? This is the question Wang Hao most wants to know. The sudden appearance of a high-ranking succubus and a renowned death knight in the city couldn't possibly be without reason. Wang Hao has never forgotten what the fat man said. The murderer hiding in the shadows is very likely the one who summoned Anna. So you wanted to know why I came to this city? Anna suddenly giggled, wrapped her tail around Wang Hao's back, and teased his buttocks with her heart-shaped tail. If you want to know, you should have told me sooner. How would I know you want to know if you don't tell me? If you had told me, I would definitely have told you and wouldn't have kept it from you. Wang Hao's eyes twitched, and he grabbed Anna's tail, pulling the slippery heart away from his buttocks. Don't move, or I'll beat you up. Wang Hao pinched the heart shape slightly and threatened. Then, oh no. Caught off guard, Anna opened her cherry-like mouth and let out a soft, alluring moan, almost making Wang Hao get an erection on the spot. What? Can you please stop being so provocative in public? You're making people misunderstand me. Wang Hao yelled. Who told you to pinch my tail? Anna's eyes were alluring as her fair fingers gently stroked Wang Hao's chin. Tails are very sensitive. You're making it hard for me to control myself. The endless teasing finally annoyed Wang Hao. You're just starting a fire but not putting it out. Are you the one who's suffering? Are you Tang Santang? Shut the hell up. Wang Hao grabbed Anna by the neck, finally silencing the incessantly chattering succubus. Tell me why you came to Celtic City. Did someone summon you here? Stop talking nonsense, or I'll kill this nagging woman. Anna struggled to breathe as Wang Hao's grip tightened, and she murmured incoherently as she tried to break free. But it's not that easy. Wang Hao is a man who can rival the strength of a dragon. How could he let her break free so easily? He stared coldly at Arthas and shouted, If you don't want her to die, then speak up. Don't fucking play dumb with me. Arthas's icy gaze finally showed a slight change. Instead of answering Wang Hao's question, he let out an angry roar. How dare you harm my lord? You are courting death. The giant sword was raised above his head, and the chilling aura instantly condensed into a single point, emanating a terrifying presence. Those who harm my lord shall die. With an angry roar, Arthas swung his greatsword with one hand, unleashing a terrifying sword aura imbued with freezing power at Wang Hao. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air seemed to freeze, sending chills down one's spine. Get out of the way. Alan only had time to utter 2 words of warning before the sword energy reached Wang Hao, determined to kill him in one strike. Then, the sword energy was caught between 2 fingers and suddenly disappeared before everyone's eyes. A cold smile appeared on Wang Hao's lips as he looked at Arthas with disdain. Trying to kill me? You're not that capable. Chapter 123, it was actually her. Arthas's power is beyond doubt. 20 years ago, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Golden Knight level, and was only 1 step away from becoming a paladin. Even after falling into the form of a Death Knight, his power never diminished in the slightest, not to mention that he still wielded the legendary Holy Sword Caliban. This sword belongs to the legendary swordsman Musuro. It accompanied Musuro on the battlefield for decades, slaying countless demons, and possesses powerful divine attributes. After defeating the demons, Musuro helped his friend establish the Xiling Empire, and the Holy Sword remained there. In his youth, Arthas was full of vigor and ambition. With his unwavering faith and formidable strength, he earned the recognition of the Holy Sword and became Musuro's successor. But with Arthas's fall, the legendary Holy Sword also became corrupted, its divine properties transforming into the power of ice that freezes all life. From then on, the Holy Sword Caliban became a deadly sword that struck fear into the hearts of all. Seeing that Wang Hao had easily blocked his attack, Arthas did not hesitate and immediately unleashed several sword energies while riding his skeletal warhorse toward Wang Hao. The icy, bone-chilling sword energy was nothing to Wang Hao, but the solid, massive sword strikes were not to be underestimated. Wang Hao held Anna by the neck with one hand and grabbed the wings on her back with the other, using this charming beauty as a shield in front of his chest. Arthas, fearing the consequences, abruptly halted his attack, stopping his greatsword just centimeters from Anna's neck. Once Anna returns to her original height, she will be a full 1.8 meters tall, just the right height to be used as a shield. Wang Hao hid behind her, smiling as he watched Arthas. Hey, why did you stop chopping? Keep chopping. If I dodge even once, I'll be your grandpa. You try me. Looking at Wang Hao's smug grin, Arthas was so angry his nose almost twisted. Human, release my lord. Your shamelessness disgusts me. TCH, you think you can just let it go like that? You haven't answered my question yet. You are shameless. Arthas raised his blade again, but before he could launch an attack, Wang Hao had already held Anna in front of the blade. No matter how he changed the angle, Wang Hao could always put Anna's neck on the blade in the first instant, and with a slight movement, he could slice open her slender neck. Human, what do you want? Arthas roared angrily. Don't you have any dignity as a strong person? The dignity of the strong? Wang Hao thought for a moment, then asked naively, how much does it cost per pound? Can it be eaten as a meal? Asshole. Arthas was furious, and a hint of color forced a smile onto his pale face, clearly indicating that he was very angry with Wang Hao. All right, I'll answer your question, but you must promise to release Miss Anna and fight me fairly. No problem. Wang Hao readily agreed, while secretly giving Alan a wink. Dark clouds loomed overhead. The night was shrouded in darkness, and the faint light from the streetlights was barely enough to illuminate the darkness. Alan couldn't make out Wang Hao's facial expression at all, but he could vaguely sense that Wang Hao was winking at him. What are you doing, bro? Is his nose itchy? Phil laughed in exasperation and pinched him hard on the waist. Are you stupid? Do you think his nose is itchy? What does he mean? He can't expect me to fight for him, can he? I'm no match for Arthas. Phil frowned and pondered. Wang Hao may have some plans. We should be on high alert and ready to provide support at any time. Alan suddenly realized. You're right. You're so smart. No wonder you're the woman I've set my sights on. Phil, is it really appropriate for him to confess his feelings to me at this time? Are you sure Wang Hao won't beat you to death later? On the rooftop, Arthas, his face grave, stared into Wang Hao's eyes and slowly spoke. It was a human woman who summoned Miss Anna. She offered the flesh and blood of living beings as sacrifices, wanting an eternally youthful appearance and endless wealth. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. You agreed? How is that possible? Anna answered Wang Hao's question this time. Although she was held in Wang Hao's hand, there was no fear on her face. She remained as calm and composed as before. What does that woman think the demons are? She thinks we're fools, that we can exchange a bunch of rotten flesh for beauty and wealth. Anna laughed heartily, her voice tinged with undisguised smugness. I lied to her and said that I had used magic to grant her her first wish, and from now on she would never have to worry about aging. She would be forever young and beautiful, a stunning beauty admired by thousands. Did she believe it? Wang Hao asked. Of course, I'm a succubus. How could she not believe me if I gave her a little mental suggestion? Wang Hao. How tragic, so tragic. A woman blinded by desire, a fool yearning for beauty and wealth, was actually deceived by a ridiculous suggestion. She got nothing and was kept in the dark. Does she even have a brain? And those poor people who were brutally murdered, your deaths were so worthless. After a moment of silence for those unlucky souls, Wang Hao rallied and continued. All right, could the beautiful succubus tell me who that foolish woman is? I'd love to know which unlucky guy you ran into. Anna clearly didn't care about this issue and sold the trading partner without hesitation. It'll take a while, let me think about it. That woman seems to be the wife of a human nobleman, but I heard that her husband seems to have some problems. He gave away most of his wealth to the poor. Despite being a nobleman, he lives worse than an ordinary wealthy merchant. He doesn't have much money at all. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao suddenly had a strange thought. The nobleman's wife, a nobleman who didn't have much money, gave away all his money to do good deeds. Why does it look so familiar? Could it be her? Anna seemed to have forgotten the woman's name and hesitated. What was her name again? I forgot. Let me think. Wang Hao didn't have time to wait for her to guess, and tentatively asked, Is her name Su Man? Huh. Anna turned around, looking at Wang Hao in surprise. What did you say? Wang Hao raised his voice and asked loudly, Is her name Su Man, and is she married to a count named Barrick? Huh? I think her name is Su Man. How did you know? Anna looked at Wang Hao with a surprised expression, wondering how he knew who her trading partner was. It really was her. Wang Hao understood. Everything now made sense. Why hasn't the murderer been found in over a month? Why is it that even with both the legitimate and criminal elements mobilized, there's still not a single clue? Because it was the Countess who did it. Whether Su Man did it herself or sent someone to kill for her, the Earl's mansion could easily erase the traces with its power. Unless the person involved comes forward, who would have thought that the cruel murderer was actually a member of the Earl of Barrick's family? Wang Hao's feelings were very complicated as he slowly looked at Alan. You heard everything, didn't you? Chapter 124 Preparing for the Battle. Did you hear that? Of course I heard it. A fierce anger blazed in Alan's eyes as he said sternly, Leave this to me. I'll go back and report to Mr. Arthur. I trust he will handle it impartially. Wang Hao nodded, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings. It was already past midnight, and none of the houses around were lit, but he could still see people peeking out of windows, probably woken up by the sounds of fighting earlier. We can't take action here. It would harm innocent people. Wang Hao was getting a little annoyed, so he waved to Arthas and said, Hey, you simp knight, let's find another place to fight. Without giving Arthas a chance to refute, she grabbed Anna by the wing like a hen and ran away. They moved so fast that they disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Damn it, shameless humans. Arthas cursed angrily and quickly urged his mount to give chase. Human, you promised me that you would abandon my master if I answered your question. Are you going to go back on your word? Wang Hao kept walking and shouted back. I said I'll think about it. Do you understand? I've thought it through now. I don't want to give it up. Is that not allowed? Arthas had never seen such a brazen and shameless rogue before. He roared, Shameless human. Do you have no dignity as a strongman? You are not worthy of being called a strongman. Shah, you can't eat that stuff. I don't want it. Arthas was furious, but he was helpless against Wang Hao and could only urge his warhorse to chase after him. This skeletal horse was his former companion, which he transformed into an undead horse using the power of death, greatly increasing its speed and stamina compared to its former self. Even so, the horse's hooves were practically smoking, but it still couldn't catch up with Wang Hao. It could only trail far behind, gradually widening the gap. Damn, they can't even keep up with that speed? They're such useless. Wang Hao was worried that Arthas would get lost halfway, so he quietly slowed down a little and continued running at full speed only after Arthas caught up with him. Anna didn't miss this little trick of hers. She curled up and clung to Wang Hao's hand, asking with interest, Hey, you're so strong now. Why do you still have to run a rundown general store and deal with those commoners every day? Doesn't it get annoying? None of your business. Wang Hao didn't even bother to look at her and snorted. I just like this kind of peaceful life. You don't need to worry about me. Is it because of those two demi-human slaves? Mind your own business. Shut up, or I'll beat you up. If you were willing to beat me up, you would have done it already. Why wait until now? Anna laughed heartily, her tail licking up again. Why don't you come with me? Take those 2 slaves with you too. I'll take you to hell for a visit. It's much more interesting than human cities. Only a devil would willingly go to hell. Wang Hao retorted angrily. Why would I want to go to hell with you when I could be living a perfectly good life? Do you think I'm as stupid as that idiot behind me? You mean Arthas? He's not stupid. Anna said softly. Do you think he fell into depravity after being seduced by me? Isn't that right? Wang Hao retorted. Of course not. Anna rolled her eyes and said irritably. That guy has always been a hypocrite. He just has been good at hiding it, and no one has found out. Is there such a secret? Wang Hao immediately became interested and asked. Then why does he call you master? Don't tell me he's really your lapdog. What is a licked dog? Anna asked curiously. You've said it several times. Is it a dog kept by humans? I don't care if he's a simp. I'm too lazy to explain. You should talk to him instead. Seeing that Wang Hao had no interest in explaining, Anna stopped asking questions and instead started talking about her ill-fated relationship with Arthas. It turns out that 20 years ago, Arthas revealed his true nature during the trial of faith and was therefore punished by God, his soul almost disintegrating. On his deathbed, he suddenly changed his faith and swore allegiance to the great demon Osakawan, which saved his life, but also caused him to fall into the trap of becoming a Death Knight. In the human world, Death Knights are high-ranking demons and are humanity's eternal enemy. Even though Arthas was once the revered Golden Knight, he could not escape the fate of being surrounded and killed. He fought his way out of the encirclement and encountered Anna on his escape route. Anna attacked him while he was still recovering from his injuries, and his soul was at its most vulnerable, leaving her mark on his soul and taking him back to hell. So that's why he became your guardian knight? Wang Hao asked. Anna said with a grin, Isn't this great? I saved his life, and he's spending the rest of his life repaying my kindness. It's a pretty good deal, don't you think? Wang Hao didn't respond, glanced at Arthas who was hot on his heels, and silently quickened his pace. Let's find a place and take care of this guy quickly. Ari and Lulu are waiting for me to go home and sleep. Wang Hao's figure disappeared into the night, and Arthas soon vanished as well. Looking at the dark night sky, Phil asked worriedly, Will Wang Hao be all right? Alan shook his head and said, I don't know, but based on what I know of him, he's a very risk-averse person and probably wouldn't do something he's not sure he can handle. Phil felt a deep sense of self-reproach and murmured, Alas, it's a pity we can't help. The opponent is just too strong. No, we have our own mission. A glint flashed in Alan's eyes, and he took Phil's hand. Come with me. We must tell His Majesty about this immediately. Phil understood and immediately cast an acceleration spell, condensing 2 vortexes that enveloped himself and Alan. With the help of magic, the 2 scaled walls and flew through houses, quickly arriving at the palace. King Arthur was waiting for news from all sides in the council hall when he saw Alan, and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked, Have you discovered traces of the demons? Alan nodded and recounted what had just happened in detail, adding at the end, Your Majesty, Wang Hao lured Arthas and the succubus outside the city to ensure the safety of the civilians. I hope you can send someone to meet them immediately. I am worried. Even the legendary Death Knight Arthas has appeared. King Arthur pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, You're right. We can't let Wang Hao take the risk alone. It's not his responsibility alone. After saying that, he looked at the white-bearded old man next to him. Dean Gandalf, I can't leave here for the time being. Could you please make a trip for me? It is our inescapable responsibility. Gandalf readily agreed, darted to the balcony, cast a flight spell, and soared into the night sky, gradually disappearing into the distance under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Your Majesty, is Dean Gandalf all right? Alan asked worriedly. King Arthur, his expression grave, calmly stated, The Holy Mage's strength is beyond doubt. He's more than capable of helping Wang Hao suppress those 2 demons. However, there's a condition. Alan hurriedly asked, What premise? King Arthur took a deep breath and said softly, Hopefully Dean Gandalf won't be too late this time. Chapter 125 The battle begins. Hey, can you be a little gentler? You're hurting me. Anna glared at Wang Hao reproachfully and huffed. You're so rude. Can't you be a little gentler? Gentle? You dare call yourself that? Wang Hao's lips curled into a smirk as he tightened the rope. A cunning succubus like you. I'm already being lenient by not killing you on the spot, and you dare to complain? Believe me, I'll teach you a lesson right now. Anna's eyes lit up, and she licked her lips with her pink tongue, asking, Are you really that good? I don't believe it, I want to try. Wang Hao. Sure enough, Whatever you say in front of a succubus will turn yellow, so you'd better shut up. After tying the last knot, Wang Hao took a step back and began to admire his work. Her alluring figure appeared curvaceous under the rope. The two prominent advantages are particularly evident, while the concave one disadvantage is also fully exposed. As Anna struggled, the rope tightened, making her already voluptuous figure even more alluring. I have to say, the Japanese inventions are really quite good. They're definitely something special. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction and boasted, I succeeded on my first try using the tortoise-shell binding technique. I'm a genius. Anna rolled her eyes at him and complained, I thought you were a real man. All you do is brag. If you're so capable, then do it for real. Wang Hao shuddered and took a step back, saying, I'm not that desperate. Don't even dream about it. Stay put and wait until I deal with that brain-dead simp. After saying that, without caring how upset Anna was, he turned around and looked back in the direction he had come from. The crisp sound of horses' hooves echoed through the night sky, and two bright green flames drifted over leisurely. After a long chase, Arthas finally caught up. Seeing Wang Hao standing still, Arthas was about to question him about why he hadn't kept his promise when his pupils suddenly contracted as he noticed Anna hanging from the tree. Human, how dare you hang my lord from a tree? You're courting death. Wang Hao flicked the booger off his fingertip and said with a disdainful look, If you want to fight, then fight. Why all the nonsense? Haven't you heard that villains die from talking too much? You deserve to die? Knowing he couldn't win an argument with Wang Hao, Arthas didn't hesitate any longer and charged forward with his greatsword. A knight is a knight because he is a knight. The mounts are responsible for charging, while the knights are responsible for attacking. If the two work together seamlessly, they can create an offensive effect greater than the sum of their parts, leaving the enemy nowhere to escape. It was obvious that Arthas and his skeletal horse worked together very well. With a thought, the skeleton horse's four hooves ignited with eerie blue flames, and like an arrow released from a bow, it carried Arthas towards Wang Hao. In the previous brief exchange, Arthas discovered that the icy sword energy was ineffective against Wang Hao, so this time he did not waste his strength and directly used the most primitive slash. With his muscles bursting with power, the greatsword slashed down with unstoppable momentum. If he lands that hit, even the cheat code won't save Wang Hao. Oh, you've learned your lesson this time. Wang Hao was prepared. He took a step to the side to dodge the sword, and at the same time, his right arm muscles burst out with terrifying power as he clenched his fist and threw a punch. The punch landed squarely on the greatsword, the powerful force causing it to tremble violently and nearly break free of Arthas's control. Arthas was not surprised but delighted, his eyes blazing with powerful fighting spirit. This is a true battle between the strong. Let's go again. Arthas roared, his greatsword slashing in an arc as he swept across the battlefield, aiming for Wang Hao's waist. Come on then, I'm not afraid of you. Ever since encountering the Black Dragon, Wang Hao has developed a great interest in combat. The thrill of each punch hitting the flesh ignited his passion, and he longed to fight stronger enemies and conquer them with his own fists. Having finally encountered the legendary Death Knight, Wang Hao thought he could have a good fight, but he soon realized that something was wrong, and he couldn't beat him. In terms of strength and speed, he was far superior to Arthas, enough to completely overwhelm him. But Arthas was a knight, and his heavy knightly armor helped him withstand most of the damage, while his rich combat experience made up for the lack of speed. Despite the relentless onslaught, he not only avoided fatal injuries, but also used his exquisite swordsmanship to force Wang Hao into a desperate dodge, nearly striking Wang Hao's neck several times. Moreover, the skeletal horse he rode was not just for show. It also played a significant role. This horse had followed Alsace in many battles over the years, and some fighting instincts were ingrained in its bones. Whenever Wang Hao tried to sneak up behind him, the skeleton horse would react in advance, kicking Wang Hao back. After several fruitless attempts, Wang Hao was so angry he was about to curse. Damn it, it's one thing if I can't beat a human, but even a dead beast is bullying me? Does he really think I'm easy to bully? Wang Hao got angry and turned to run away. While Arthas was still stunned, Wang Hao had already rushed to Anna and tore the rope tied to the tree. You think you're the only one with weapons? I have mine too. Wang Hao spat on the ground, grabbed the end of the rope and swung it hard, making Anna spin like a windmill. Ugh, I'm so dizzy. Put me down. Stop spinning. I feel awful. I'm going to throw up. Anna's complaints drifted through the darkness of the night. Her voice could be heard, but she could not be seen. Wang Hao smiled coldly, spinning the large windmill as he walked towards Alsace. You think you can bully me because I don't have any equipment? You think you can bully me because I don't have a mount? Then don't blame me for being shameless. Wang Hao suddenly tightened the rope, using Anna as a flail to smash Arthas, and at the same time, he pushed off with his feet and charged forward. Seeing Anna fly over, Arthas instinctively opened his arms to catch her, which gave Wang Hao an opportunity. Wang Hao arrived first, rushing to the front of the warhorse and grabbing its skull with his 5 fingers. You damned beast, you can't even give me peace of mind after you're dead. I'll make you die again. Get out here. Wang Hao shouted and pulled the skull horse's head out along with half of its spine. No. Arthas had already realized what Wang Hao was about to do, but it was too late. Sobbing. Without its head, the skeletal horse lost its cohesion and was completely crushed by Arthas's heavy body, scattering into a pile of broken bones. The bones scattered on the ground, no longer protected by the power of death, quickly turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared. The skull in Wang Hao's hand was not spared either. The 2 ghost flames flickered a few times before going out. TCH, dead already? I haven't had enough fun yet. Wang Hao shook his head unhappily and casually tossed the horse's head aside. Before it even landed, the skull horse had disappeared into the wisps of black smoke. Arthas, witnessing the complete annihilation of his former comrades, was overcome with grief and roared to the heavens. Human, I want you dead. Chapter 126, The Belated Rescue. As it turned out, the Death Knight without his mount was nothing special and was no match for Wang Hao. What good is superb swordsmanship if you can't hit anyone? Wang Hao didn't give him a chance to fight head-on, but instead attacked him from behind. Using his absolute speed to dodge Arthas's attacks, Wang Hao fully utilized his shameless, win-at-all-costs fighting style, circling Arthas the entire time and specifically targeting him from behind. No matter how high the armor's defense was, it couldn't withstand the destructive power of repeated heavy blows, and Arthas's body gradually couldn't hold on any longer due to the accumulating injuries. Soon, Wang Hao seized the opportunity and kicked Arthas to the ground, then leaped onto him. Riding atop his sturdy armor, Wang Hao's lips curled into a cruel smile. So what if you're wearing a tin can? I'll see if your canned food is harder than my fist. Watch my Pegasus meteor fist. Aura, aura, aura. Would big, would big, would big. Like a pervert whose high had been triggered, Wang Hao shouted inexplicable sound effects and launched a storm of punches at Arthas's head. Countless fists rained down, creating afterimages and leaving Arthas utterly defenseless. Anna, who was not far away, couldn't help but shudder when she saw this scene, and a series of strange thoughts suddenly popped into her mind. Is this man sick? He must be a pervert, otherwise why would he be riding on a man and yelling? Despite possessing immense power, couldn't you just give Arthas a quick death? Wang Hao's manic behavior made Anna feel guilty, as if she had offended someone she shouldn't have. No, if he uses that trick on me, I definitely won't be able to handle it. For the sake of her own happiness, Anna dared not stay here any longer. She quietly turned over, and before Wang Hao could notice her, she crawled forward like a caterpillar, her butt sticking out. Get out of his sight first, then burn the rope, and then get out of here as soon as possible. Anna encouraged herself as she carefully crawled forward, and under the cover of darkness, she quickly made her way into the woods. At this moment, Wang Hao was still immersed in the pleasure of beating the sandbag and could not extricate himself. That's awesome. A real man's punches land hard and satisfying. Does it feel good? It was really satisfying. But that was only Wang Hao's feeling. Arthas was in pain, and he didn't even have the strength to resist. Wang Hao's fist was incredibly heavy, weighing a ton. Even with the protection of a helmet, it couldn't counteract the force, and his brain was practically turned into tofu. What saddened Arthas most was that Anna abandoned him and ran away. That's right. Wang Hao was so focused on slapping Anna in the face that he didn't notice she had already escaped. However, as Anna's guardian knight, Arthas never forgot her. Just moments before Wang Hao took a breath, Arthas caught a glimpse of Anna's figure disappearing into the woods. He knew that Anna had abandoned him and run away alone. Arthas's mind was blank, his eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he could not feel any external stimuli, not even Wang Hao's fist. They couldn't win a fight, and they couldn't escape. He watched helplessly as his comrades, with whom he had shared life and death, perished before his eyes, and was ultimately abandoned by Miss Anna, whom he had sworn to protect for life. Arthas couldn't describe his feelings, or perhaps he felt nothing at all. Those who betray their faith will ultimately be punished for their betrayal. Arthas slowly closed his eyes, completely giving up resistance amidst the relentless beatings. Then, smoke began to rise from his cold body, the same black smoke that had appeared when the skeleton horse disappeared. Wang Hao sensed something was wrong, and quickly jumped off Arthas, staring at him warily. Hey, are you alright? You're not going to die, are you? Arthas lay quietly on the ground without opening his eyes, muttering, You are strong. You possess great power, but you are not worthy to be called strong. TCH, you still have the nerve to mock me at a time like this. Looks like you're not going to die anytime soon. Arthas seemed not to hear him and continued muttering. Human, do me a favor. If you have the chance to see Miss Anna again in the future, please pass on this message to her. It is my honor to be her guardian knight, and I have never regretted it. As soon as he finished speaking, black flames erupted from Arthas's body. In this ominous flame, Arthas's body vanished completely, leaving behind only a deformed suit of armor and the holy sword that once represented supreme glory. Holy crap, did he commit suicide? Wang Hao was greatly surprised and couldn't understand why this was the result. However, he soon noticed a problem. Anna was missing. What? Where are they? Wang Hao searched everywhere, but in the darkness of night, where could he possibly find it? Just then, a flash of lightning streaked across the dark clouds, illuminating the entire night sky. Boom! A clap of thunder boomed, and a drop of cold rain fell on Wang Hao's nose. It's raining. Looking at the armor and giant sword in front of him, Wang Hao clenched his fists, feeling a strange mix of emotions. I felt a little disappointed, a little lost, and a little sorry for Arthas. The once promising golden knight has ended up like this. Perhaps this is his fate. Underpants. A bolt of lightning ripped through the night sky, and Wang Hao's ears twitched as he looked up at the sky. Little Wang Hao, this old man is here to help you. Gandalf, who arrived a step too late, finally spotted Wang Hao and flew quickly toward him. When he landed, Wang Hao was dumbfounded. The old man was covered in black smoke, his hair and beard were singed, his white robe was tattered and had several holes from which sparks were coming out, and he looked like he had just been struck by lightning. Gandalf dusted off the sparks on his clothes and looked at Wang Hao as if nothing had happened. Kid, I'm here to help you. Where are that succubus and the Death Knight? I'll beat them up for you. Wang Hao's lips twitched, and he pointed to the armor and great sword on the ground, saying, The Death Knight is here. The succubus ran away while I was fighting, and I don't know where she went. Gandalf frowned slightly, looking at the great sword on the ground. Is this the Holy Sword Khalifa? I think so, Wang Hao said uncertainly. It's Alan who said it, but I don't know him. Alan is a steady young man. He shouldn't be mistaken. Gandalf murmured something and bent down to pick up the holy sword from the ground. But, mine. Wang Hao grabbed the greatsword first, and then used his foot to pull the armor behind him. This is my spoils of war. You're not allowed to take it. Gandalf was taken aback, then laughed in exasperation. You brat, I came here to help you out of kindness, and you won't even let me take a look? Wang Hao curled his lip and snorted. A belated rescue is no rescue at all. It's your own fault for being late again. Chapter 127 will be kept as a memento. Although Gandalf arrived late, he wasn't entirely useless, at least. Dean Gandalf, can I do you a favor? Wang Hao's smile was so radiant that it gave Gandalf goosebumps. Young man, just say what you want to say, don't look at me like that. This old man is getting on in years and can't take your young pranks. Wang Hao rolled his eyes, pointed to the armor on the ground, and asked, Do you know a skilled blacksmith? I damaged this armor, and I want to repair it and put it in the shop as a decoration. Gandalf had been so engrossed in studying the holy sword that he hadn't paid any attention to the armor on the ground. Now that Wang Hao has said this, he realizes that the armor seems to have a hidden world inside. After a careful inspection, Gandalf exclaimed, This armor is made of eternal silence alloy. It's incredible. What is eternal silence alloy? Wang Hao asked. Eternal silence alloy is a synthetic metal with extremely high physical defense and magical resistance. It requires the remains of a dragon to forge, so it is very expensive. Gandalf clenched his right fist and gestured, saying, This piece alone costs tens of thousands of gold coins. Just imagine how much it would cost to forge this suit of armor. So expensive? Wang Hao's eyes lit up as he looked at the armor on the ground. A fist that big costs 10,000 gold coins. Wouldn't this whole set cost over 1,000,000? Ha ha ha, I'm rich. I've struck it rich this time. Seeing his infatuated look, Gandalf scoffed. You're getting ahead of yourself. Not many people would dare to buy this thing. The laughter stopped abruptly, and Wang Hao asked with a puzzled look, Why? Didn't I tell you? The forging requires the remains of a dragon. Do you even understand what remains are? Gandalf said quietly, A dragon that has just died will not do. It must be one that has been buried in a dragon tomb for hundreds of years. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then asked curiously, What do you mean? Are you going to dig up the dragon's ancestral grave? Gandalf nodded and said seriously, dragons are not to be trifled with. Every time the eternal silence alloy appears, it means someone has desecrated their ancestral graves. If you were in their shoes, what would you do? Me? Wang Hao thought for a moment, then asked uncertainly. Investigate the origin of the dragon bone and kill everyone involved? That's right. Gandalf looked at the armor on the ground and sighed. So much eternal silence alloy. I wonder how much dragon bone was used up. If the dragons found out, they'd probably hunt us down to the ends of the earth. The thought of the trouble that might arise in the future made Wang Hao's scalp tingle. With his strength, he wasn't afraid of dragons. Even if there were 100 or 80 of them, he wouldn't care. He could just hide in the general store, where he would have food, drink, and pretty girls to play with, and he would still live his life as usual. But if the dragon vents its anger on Celtic City, not only will the common people suffer, but he won't be able to continue doing business. And how will he upgrade the system in the future? Damn it! What good is this thing to me then? Enraged, Wang Hao kicked the helmet, sending it flying dozens of meters before crashing into the darkness with a clatter. I thought I could sell it for money, but it turned out to be a hot potato, a useless thing. Gandalf, seeing his displeased expression, couldn't help but laugh. Actually, as long as you don't sell it, it's fine as a souvenir. Dragons don't just wander into your house for no reason, and naturally they won't discover that you have this armor. Yes, it's fine to keep it as a decoration. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran to where the helmet had fallen, groping in the dark to retrieve it. I don't trust anyone else, so why don't you help me find someone to repair it? Wang Hao handed the helmet to Gandalf, grinning at him. Don't worry, I'll pay for the repairs, you don't need to pay anything. Gandalf thought about it and agreed to the request. I happen to know a master blacksmith from the dwarves. Let me ask him for you. After saying that, he waved his hand and put all the parts of the armor into his spatial ring. This made Wang Hao extremely envious. The spatial ring on his hand only had half a cubic meter of storage space, not even enough to fit a breastplate, let alone a complete set of armor. Wang Hao suddenly grabbed Gandalf's arm and asked expectantly, Dear Dean Gandalf, can we exchange rings? Gandalf's lips twitched, and after a long pause, he managed to utter a single word, Get out. The rain continued, but the atmosphere remained relatively harmonious. In the dim candlelight, Ari and Lulu sat on chairs in the rest area, still waiting for Wang Hao to come home. Looking out at the heavy rain, Lulu asked worriedly, Why hasn't Master come back yet? I hope nothing bad has happened to him. Ari gently squeezed her sister's hand and murmured, Master is so powerful that even dragons are no match for him. He'll be fine. Ding Dang sat on the table, gagging and munching on spicy snacks. Overhearing the sisters' conversation, she couldn't help but complain. That pervert should be dead. He dared to put Ding Dang in his stinky sock. That's too much. A whole day? Do you know how I got through it? Ugh. When Ari, who was usually gentle, heard Ding Dang's complaint, her expression suddenly changed. Ding Dang, shut up. Don't talk to your master like that. Ding Dang was startled, and the spicy snack in her hand fell onto her body, getting oil all over her. She hurriedly packed away the spicy snacks, complaining, I was just saying that. Can't I even complain a little when I'm being bullied? Ari sighed, cradled Ding Dang's tiny body in her palms, and looked earnestly at Ding Dang's little face, saying, Ding Dang, you should know that our master has never treated us as outsiders. Whether it's me and Lulu or you, we have never been treated differently. You like to joke around, you like to play pranks, and you like to tease your master. As long as it doesn't go too far, your master has never punished you. You should know that, right? What happened last night might have been a small, unintentional misunderstanding for you, but it was very serious for your master. You're not human, so you don't understand that feeling, which I understand. But I hope you won't blame your master because of it. Do you understand what I mean? Lulu's face flushed slightly when the incident from last night was mentioned, but she still joined her sister in giving a lecture. My sister is right. We are family. Family members can joke around, but we must know our limits. Ding Dang, if your master dies, perhaps you can gain your freedom and return to Emerald Lake to live with everyone again. But have you ever thought about? What have you been thinking about? Ding Dang asked curiously. Lulu pointed to the shelves in the store and said, These things, spicy strips, egg yolk pies, canned yellow peaches, and your favorite cola, they won't be available anymore. You'll never be able to eat them again. Ding Dang trembled violently, scattering tiny stars from its wings, and couldn't help but wail, No. You big pervert, please don't die. Ding Dang will bless you to live a long and healthy life, forever. Just then, The door of the grocery store was suddenly pushed open, and Wang Hao's voice came from the doorway. What's with all this howling and wailing in the middle of the night? Do you want to spend the night in a sock again, ding dang? Chapter 128, Knowing Your Mistakes and Correcting Them. With Wang Hao back safe and sound, the sisters finally relaxed after a long period of tension. Ollie came over with a fragrant, dry towel, gently wiping the rainwater off Wang Hao's face and hair, and asked with concern, Master, why were you gone for so long? Are you alright? Wang Hao smiled and patted her head, saying, Don't worry, don't you know my strength? I'm a man who can fight dragons one-on-one. A mere succubus and a death knight are nothing to me. Lulu handed over a cup of hot tea and asked in surprise, Master, you really found the demons? Well, it's not exactly that we found her. She came to us willingly, and then we saw through her. Wang Hao felt a pang of melancholy when he thought of Anna. This succubus appeared beside him time and time again, yet he never realized her identity. Was it carelessness or ignorance? Just then, Ding Dang flew over holding a small plate and said in a concerned tone, Big bad guy, you're back. Are you hungry? I've prepared an egg yolk pie for you, so hurry up and eat it. When Ding Dang took the initiative to be attentive for the first time, Wang Hao was a little stunned and subconsciously looked at the small plate on Ding Dang's head. There was a piece of egg yolk pie on the plate, with a noticeable chip at the corner and clear teeth marks on it. Judging by its size, you can tell it was bitten out by Ding Dang, using food he'd already eaten to curry favor. That's something Ding Dang is capable of doing. Wang Hao joked, Ding Dang, did you poison the egg yolk pie? Are you going to get revenge on me? Ding Dang screamed excitedly, as if someone had stepped on its tail. Nonsense! How could Ding Dang possibly poison an egg yolk pie? Wasting food is shameful. I can't bear to waste such a delicious egg yolk pie. Considering Ding Dang's gluttonous nature, this statement wasn't wrong, but Wang Hao was still puzzled as to why Ding Dang was suddenly being so attentive. Ding Dang, why did you suddenly make me an egg yolk pie? Don't you hate me for putting you in a stocking? Ding Dang's face stiffened, and then anger welled up inside her. You big bad guy, all you do is bully Ding Dang, and you even put Ding Dang in your stinky socks. Ding Dang hates you so much. Ding Dang was almost soaked by your stinky feet. It took Ollie a long time to wash them off. Ding Dang hates you so much. And also, anyway, Ding Dang just hates you to death. Ding Dang turned her head away, muttering complaints under her breath, her little face full of grievance. Wang Hao found it amusing and asked, Then why did you bring me food? These are two different things. Ding Dang turned to look at Wang Hao and said seriously, You bullied Ding Dang, and Ding Dang hates you. But you also give Ding Dang lots and lots of delicious food, and Ding Dang has never forgotten that, which is why Ding Dang thinks about you. Upon hearing this, Ari and Lulu exchanged a glance and both smiled. Wang Hao smiled, reached his right hand to Ding Dang's feet, and held her in his palm. Thank you, Ding Dang. I'll remember your kindness. Let me change into clean clothes before we eat, and I'll share half with you then. Ding Dang nodded vigorously, a bright smile spreading across her little face. Even the big bad guy has a conscience, so Ding Dang will reluctantly share with you. Hee, then I should thank you. Wang Hao chuckled as he untied the ropes and leaned the holy sword against the wall. This sword is about 1.5 meters long, and its entire body is ice blue. It looks very beautiful. Lulu was very curious and reached out to touch the sword, but was stopped by Ding Dang the next second. Don't move. Something's wrong with this sword. I feel like it's dangerous. Ding Dang, unusually serious, spread his arms to block Lulu. This sword contains extremely strong icy power, capable of freezing all life. Lulu, don't touch it, or your fingers will freeze off. Lulu was startled and quickly withdrew her hand, looking at Wang Hao curiously. Master, what's this sword? Did Mr. Arthur lend it to you? No, these are my spoils of war. Wang Hao briefly recounted what had happened that night, saying, I had Dean Gandalf take the armor to be repaired, but I brought this sword back with me, intending to keep it as a decoration at home. Lulu stared wide-eyed in surprise, while Ari covered her mouth. Ding Dang remained relatively calm, but the shock was still evident on her little face. Although the three did not know the story of Arthas and the Holy Sword, they could still sense the extraordinary nature of the sword. Wow, that's amazing. It's actually the legendary Holy Sword. The master is truly incredible. After Lulu came to her senses, she said with a smile, Master must have had a hard night. I left you some stewed meat. I'll heat it up now, and you can eat it in a little while. Thank you for your help. Wang Hao felt the warmth of the concern and smiled knowingly. Then he looked at Ollie and said, Ollie, I want to take a shower first. Can you scrub my back for me? Ari blushed and was about to speak when Ding Dang interrupted her. "Ali, go ahead without worry. I definitely won't disturb you and the big bad guy doing bad things. I swear, if I disturb you tonight, I will sleep in my socks as punishment." Ari was already shy, and now her face turned even redder. "Ding Dang, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't give you any breakfast tomorrow morning." Meanwhile, inside the royal palace's council chamber. That's exactly it. It was already over when I got there. "The kid didn't need my help at all," Gandalf said calmly. Whether or not to put it aside for now, everyone was speechless when they heard that Gandalf was a step too late again. King Arthur rubbed his temples and said, "Dean Gandalf, you've had a long night. I've had bathwater and clean clothes prepared. Please rest for a bit, and we can talk about it later." Gandalf knew he meant well, but he still waved his hand and declined the offer. "Forget it, it's just being struck by lightning. It's no big deal. I'm used to it. Let's discuss the next steps first, and then we'll talk about the rest." "What do you mean by it's no big deal?" "That was the power of thunder, one of the most terrifying forces in nature. How did you survive it unscathed?" "That's not quite right either. We can't say they were completely unharmed. His beard and hair were burned, so there was still some damage. However, for a man in his 70s to be struck by lightning and only lose some hair and beard, his physical strength is extraordinary. Even a paladin wouldn't be much better." "Are you really a magician?" Everyone inwardly grumbled, but business was of the essence, so they immediately began to discuss it. By piecing together the causes and consequences, the whole matter has become clear. The culprit was Suman, who summoned the succubus Anna for her own selfish desires, and Anna then brought Arthas with her. Suman had been imprisoned in the dungeon by mistake a few days ago. Now, all she had to do was clean up the mess and find Anna to prevent the succubus from causing any more trouble. King Arthur's gaze swept across everyone's faces, finally settling on Beric. "Baron Beric, what's your opinion on this matter?" Chapter 129, I'll give you a son. The atmosphere in the city has been somewhat oppressive these past few days, with a vague sense of tension. The city's residents have noticed that there are many more guards patrolling the streets these days than before. They will stop and question any unfamiliar faces they encounter until they find out their ancestors for 18 generations or have an acquaintance help them prove their identity before letting them pass. Many small vendors who come to the city to do business have been tormented, suffering greatly, but having nowhere to appeal. Not only during the day, but the checks are even more stringent at night. Especially in some brothels, the guards conduct surprise inspections every night, causing chaos and disorder. The prostitutes complained bitterly, lamenting that the guards had ruined their business and were driving these poor women to their deaths. The clients weren't much better off. If caught, they were not only fined, but some even suffered irreparable psychological trauma. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. After about 10 days, the intensity of the examinations gradually decreased until things returned to normal. That morning, the grocery store opened for business as usual. Wang Hao brewed himself a pot of tea and was about to read a book when a large group of people suddenly rushed in through the door. The leader was none other than King Arthur, whom they had not seen for more than 10 days. "Hey, I'm so busy, but you're so relaxed and have time to read." King Arthur didn't stand on ceremony and plopped down next to Wang Hao, first pouring himself a cup of tea. "I really envy you. When can I relax a bit?" Wang Hao rolled his eyes at him and said irritably, "Becoming king was your own choice, and now you're working yourself to death. It's your own fault. What does it have to do with me?" King Arthur's face stiffened, but he then calmly drank his tea. "You're really not being polite at all. Do you think my status is worthless in your eyes?" "It's not worthless, but we don't have any conflict of interest, so I don't care," Wang Hao replied casually. King Arthur chuckled and said, "You're so optimistic. I wish everyone were like you. By the way, let me introduce you to someone." He pointed to the refined-looking young man next to him and said, "This is my youngest son, Andrew, Lily's second brother. He will be in your care from now on." "Lily's second brother? Isn't that the second prince of the kingdom of Leyden?" Wang Hao became somewhat interested and looked up to examine Andrew. The young and handsome man bears a striking resemblance to King Arthur, but his demeanor is more like that of Queen Davil, gentle, refined, and good-natured. Seeing Wang Hao looking him over, Andrew smiled gently, placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed slightly, saying, "Hello, Mr. Wang Hao. My name is Andrew. It's a pleasure to meet you." Wang Hao said, "Oh," and nodded. "Hello, my name is Wang Hao." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Hao belatedly realized what was happening and turned to look at King Arthur. "Wait a minute. What do you mean by hand it over to me? What would you do with my son? If I wanted a son, couldn't I have one myself?" Puff. King Arthur sprayed a mouthful of hot tea all over Alan, choking him until his face turned bright red. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? King Arthur roared. My son, whom I raised with such difficulty, who said he was going to give him to you. You wish. At most, I might give you Lily, but that would depend on your performance. Wang Hao was speechless, his mind in turmoil. Old Deng had tried to push Lily into his arms more than once, even saying it in front of Lily and her mother. Lily is only 16 years old, still a teenager. Aren't you forcing me to commit a crime? I'm not that kind of person. We should wait a few more years, until Lily is a few years older and has fully grown up. Stop talking nonsense. What exactly do you mean? Wang Hao asked, pretending to be angry, taking the opportunity to change the subject. Your son is one of the future successors. If you don't raise him properly, what kind of business is it to hand him over to me? I was just worried that your shop was doing so well, and you wouldn't be able to handle it all, King Arthur said with a laugh. Andrew is very clever and will definitely be a good helper. Wang Hao pointed, said nothing, and let King Arthur see for himself. Because of the citywide inspection a few days ago, the store's business has been affected to some extent, and there aren't many customers. At that moment, there were only 3 customers in the store selecting items, and they didn't look too busy at all, let alone need help. King Arthur also noticed the problem and gave an awkward laugh. Hee hee, you'll need it sooner or later. You can accept it now. You might have guests coming soon. Wang Hao, you have so many sons. Are you just bored and have nothing better to do? Why would a prince like him choose to be a servant in my company? Are princes so worthless these days? Feeling uncomfortable under Wang Hao's strange gaze, King Arthur had no choice but to tell the truth. All right, I won't beat around the bush. I'd like Andrew to train with you for a while, and you can help him change his temperament. A series of question marks popped into Wang Hao's mind as he looked at Andrew again. Andrew stood to the side with a smile on his face. Even though he was the subject of other people's conversation, he remained calm and composed, showing no signs of anger. This level of refinement is not something an ordinary person possesses, and Wang Hao really couldn't think of any problem with it. Old Deng, are you kidding me? Wang Hao frowned and asked, your son seems like a good person. Why do you want to change his personality? Oh, that's because you don't understand Andrew. King Arthur sighed and shook his head, saying, Andrew is a good boy, intelligent, studious, patient, well-mannered, and very polite. Even when interacting with commoners, he has never looked down on anyone because of his status, and— Stop! Wang Hao quickly reached out, interrupting King Arthur's rambling. No matter how outstanding your son is, you don't need to brag to me, do you? If you don't tell the truth, I'm going to kick you out. At this moment, Andrew, who had been silent all along, spoke up and took the initiative to answer Wang Hao's question. Mr. Wang Hao, please don't be angry. Let me explain myself. Seeing King Arthur's approval, Andrew slowly began. From a young age, I loved reading and music. Influenced by my mother, I have a rather gentle personality, or perhaps a bit indecisive. My father has always wanted me to change, but I have never been able to meet his expectations, so— There was no need for further explanation. Wang Hao naturally understood what was going on. If the heir to the kingdom is an indecisive person, the country is bound to have problems in the future. But character is not formed overnight, and it is even more difficult to change it. King Arthur must have been desperate and resorted to any means necessary to think of himself. What Wang Hao couldn't understand was why old Deng thought he had the ability to change Andrew. Does he see me as a ruthless and decisive person? Surely not. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow and asked, Old Deng, are you trying to scam me? Chapter 130, I'll accept you as my son. The matter of the Hope Primary School has been settled. King Arthur's sudden speech surprised Wang Hao. So quickly, you've made up your mind? Wang Hao asked. King Arthur nodded solemnly and said, This matter should be done sooner rather than later. I have already sent people to find a suitable site. Once we find one, we will start construction immediately and try to get a group of children enrolled before next summer. We have never done this before, and I want those kids to get used to it first, in preparation for the large-scale enrollment to come. King Arthur was very thoughtful, which shows that he had indeed considered this matter seriously. Wang Hao agreed, affirming, identifying and addressing gaps can prevent more problems, so it's definitely necessary. But what about the teachers? Will they have enough time to prepare? No problem. I can assign a group of people to take care of those children and teach them some basic knowledge and common sense. King Arthur spoke with certainty, so Wang Hao was relieved. Wang Hao, are you really unwilling to become the principal? Bringing up the old topic again, King Arthur once more sought Wang Hao's opinion. I think the most suitable person is you. After all, You have already made detailed plans for the school, so there will definitely be no problem. Wang Hao leaned back lazily in his chair, picked up his teacup, and said, "Forget it. I'm too lazy to be a manager. I'd rather be a carefree small businessman." Seeing his resolute refusal, King Arthur sighed and called Andrew to him. "Since you don't want to be the headmaster, let Andrew give it a try. Hopefully, he can handle the job." Wang Hao had a good initial impression of Andrew and said with a smile, "Your son is quite good. I believe he can definitely meet your requirements, so don't worry about it." Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, King Arthur gave Andrew a deep look and then said, "Well, that's why I'd like him to stay with you for a while. I hope you can mentor him and help him get rid of some of his bad habits." Wang Hao, what the heck? How did we end up back on this topic again? Wang Hao was somewhat puzzled. He couldn't understand why King Arthur was so insistent on keeping Andrew as a helper in the grocery store. Was there something else he wanted there? "Old dang, what exactly are you trying to do?" Wang Hao asked with a frown. "What does your son being the principal have to do with me? You should send him to Gandalf to study. He's the dean." King Arthur shook his head and said, "No, it was Dean Gandalf's idea. He said you are better suited to teach Andrew than he is." "Why?" "Because." King Arthur did not hide anything and told Wang Hao about his conversation with Gandalf, adding at the end, "I think he makes a lot of sense. Kindness and compassion alone are not enough to manage so many children. A combination of gentle persuasion and firmness is necessary to ensure success." Wang Hao remained silent, unsure of what to say for a moment. He himself had gone to school, so he naturally knew what it was like for children at school. Some children are naturally unruly. Hitting and scolding classmates and talking back to teachers are common occurrences. Persuasion and education are no different from tickling an itch for them and have no effect whatsoever. If there are several children like this in a class, then the class is bound to be in turmoil, and neither the teacher nor the other students will have an easy time. Gandalf is right. Some children do need a bit of tough discipline, Wang Hao remarked. King Arthur nodded in agreement and said, "I trust Andrew's character, but he is too kind. I worry that he might not be able to bring himself to do it, or that he might lack flexibility. Let him stay with you for a while and learn from you how to communicate with different people. I think he will definitely benefit from that." These words made Wang Hao feel like he was being put on a pedestal. But the thought of him being a tutor to a prince is actually quite exciting. "All right, I'll take him as my son. Let him work for me for a while." Wang Hao finally made up his mind to take Andrew on as a team and said with a smile, "Food and lodging are provided, and there will be a bonus at the end of the month if you do a good job. No objections." "King Arthur, everything else is negotiable, but what do you mean by saying I'll accept you as my son? I'm leaving Andrew here with you, not the other way around. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" King Arthur felt that Wang Hao had taken advantage of him, but he couldn't find a reason to refute it, which made him furious. Andrew didn't seem to notice anything wrong. He bowed respectfully to Wang Hao, expressing his gratitude. "Teacher, thank you for accepting me as your student. I will learn from you and will not let you down." What he said made no problem, but Wang Hao still felt uncomfortable and quickly helped Andrew up. "First of all, I'm not taking you in as a student. I don't have much to teach you. You need to figure it out yourself." Andrew paused, slightly taken aback. Wang Hao continued, "Secondly, this is a general store, not a school. You should call me boss, not teacher. I'm keeping you here as a boss and employee, so please stop calling me teacher." Andrew frowned slightly and tentatively called out, "Boss." Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction and patted Andrew on the shoulder twice. "Your comprehension is pretty good. Looks like you're not a bookworm." Relieved, Andrew finally felt relieved and a happy smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry, boss. I will definitely do my best and won't let you down." Wang Hao nodded and waved to Ari and Lulu, calling them over. "Ollie, Lulu, his name is Andrew, and he will be our shop assistant from now on. Don't worry about his status. Treat him like a regular worker, and don't be shy." Ollie smiled gently and nodded to Andrew. "Hello, Andrew. My name is Ollie, and I am the owner of the general store." Lulu quickly raised her hand and said, "I'm the manager's assistant. You can just call me Lulu." Andrew did not question the sisters' demi-human identities and humbly said, "Miss Ollie, Miss Lulu. Hello, my name is Andrew. Please take care of me in the future." Just as Wang Hao was about to express his determination, he suddenly heard a clanging sound above his head. "And me, my name is Ding Dang. Yes, yes." Ding Dang hesitated for a long time before coming up with a suitable title, so she grabbed Wang Hao's hair and asked, "You big bad guy, what am I?" Wang Hao felt embarrassed to be called a big bad guy by Ding Dang in front of everyone. He grabbed Ding Dang's body and threatened her. "Ding Dang, be more polite to me in front of outsiders. Don't forget what you said last night." After saying that, He ignored how aggrieved Ding Dang was and handed the little bean to Andrew. Her name is Ding Dang, and she's my pet. Chapter 131, Lesson 1. Andrew is very smart and has strong execution skills. He spent 10 minutes asking Lulu for advice, memorizing all the prices and information of the products, and then began to introduce the products to customers, just like Lulu. His handsome appearance and gentle demeanor made him feel right at home, and he quickly became proficient in helping with sales. Everyone saw Andrew's performance. However, unlike King Arthur's gratified expression, Wang Hao gradually frowned, his expression becoming increasingly strange. A moment later, he nudged King Arthur with his elbow and said, "I think I understand why you sent your son over." King Arthur paused for a moment, then asked curiously, "What did you see?" "Your son won't refuse," Wang Hao said firmly. Now it was King Arthur's turn to be surprised. "How did you figure that out?" Wang Hao pursed his lips and winked at Andrew. Andrew was standing next to the shelf displaying spicy snacks, negotiating with a man with a mustache. This mustache has a very distinctive look. With triangular eyes, a flat nose, and a thin mouth topped with a mustache, he looked like a shrewd, petty businessman. He appeared distressed and troubled, but his triangular eyes gleamed with shrewdness as he bargained with Andrew. The spicy strips are sold on a buy-2-get-one-free basis, which means 1 silver coin buys 3 packs. The man with the mustache tried to persuade Andrew to sell to him 5 packs for 1 silver coin, saying many nice things and recounting some seemingly fabricated tragic stories, commonly known as playing poor. Andrew knew the store's rules and that no one could get a discount without Wang Hao's permission, so he was patiently negotiating with the man with the mustache, trying to make him understand why a discount was not possible. "See? Your son has wasted more than 10 minutes on a deal for a single silver coin. I told you he wouldn't refuse, didn't I?" Wang Hao said, pointing at Andrew. King Arthur overheard Andrew's conversation with the man with the mustache and couldn't help but frown. It certainly wasted a lot of time. But isn't the principle of doing business to prioritize harmony? Andrew's actions weren't wrong, were they? Wang Hao curled his lip and stood up from his chair. "You're a blockhead too. Watch me instead." Wang Hao stretched and slowly walked over to the man with the mustache, placing his hand on his shoulder. The man with the mustache was startled and angrily asked, "Who are you? Don't you know about first come, first served? I haven't finished talking yet. You wait here." Upon seeing Wang Hao, Andrew quickly introduced him. "Mr. Curry, this is our boss. He's the one who set the rule of no discounts. If you really want to buy, you can discuss it with our boss." The man with the mustache's eyes lit up, and he immediately changed his tune. "Oh dear, my apologies, sir. Hello, my name is..." Wang Hao interrupted the man with the mustache, his face stern, and said, "Whatever your name is has nothing to do with me, and I have no interest in knowing. I'll just tell you one thing. There are no discounts on the items in this store. Buy what you can afford, or get lost and don't interfere with my business." Without waiting for the man with the mustache's unpredictable expression, he said to Andrew, "Remember, the rules of the shop cannot be broken, not even if your dad comes. Go serve the other customers, don't waste your time here." Andrew shuddered and looked at Wang Hao in surprise. Wang Hao snorted, "Why are you looking at me? Get to work." Andrew glanced at the man with the mustache, nodded, and went to help the other customers choose their goods, leaving the man with the mustache and Wang Hao staring at each other. The man with the mustache was furious at being scolded for no reason. But when he thought about the huge profits he could make from reselling spicy strips, he tried his best to suppress his anger and prepared to try again. However, before he could speak, Wang Hao spoke first. "What are you looking at? Didn't you hear what I just said? Buy it if you can, otherwise get lost. Don't linger here and annoy people. I don't welcome troublesome customers." The man with the mustache's face darkened, and he angrily said, "So what if you're the boss? Is this how you do business? Go ask around and find out where you can't bargain when you buy things. Why are you the only one who gets special treatment?" The customers in the shop were all drawn to the mustache's actions, casting curious glances at him, and Andrew was no exception. Wang Hao maintained his cold demeanor and said indifferently, "First of all, this is my shop. I can sell it however I want, and it's none of my business. Secondly, my product is one of a kind. If you're so capable, go buy it elsewhere. If you can, then you're truly skilled. Third, I don't like you. If you keep whining, I won't mind personally escorting you out." These 3 sentences were very impolite. No shop would dare to speak to a customer like that, as offending a customer would definitely affect business. But Wang Hao was different. He had confidence and naturally didn't care what the man with the mustache thought. The man with the mustache was trembling with anger, wishing he could leave immediately, but he hesitated and held back. Wang Hao was right about one thing. The products here cannot be bought anywhere else. Even if you find a skilled chef to imitate them, you can't get even half the taste, so you can't sell them at a high price. Instead of wasting time finding other sources, it's better to buy directly from here. At worst, you'll just earn a little less. The man with the mustache suddenly put on a smile, bowed deeply to express his apology. I'm sorry, I acted impulsively and forgot your store's rules. Please don't be angry, boss. I'll go queue up right away. After saying that, he quickly picked out a bunch of spicy strips, hugged them to his chest, and obediently lined up to pay. This scene deeply shocked Andrew, making him question whether his actions had been meaningful at all. Wang Hao glanced at the man with the mustache and waved to Andrew. Come here, I have something to tell you. After leading Andrew back to the rest area, Wang Hao moved a chair for Andrew and sat down himself. Aren't you wondering why I speak to guests in such a forceful manner? Without hesitation, Andrew frankly replied, Yes, boss. Everyone says that harmony is the most important thing in business. Won't your forceful attitude just now leave a bad impression on other customers and affect the store's business? Wang Hao picked up his teacup, took a sip, and calmly said, Your idea is fine, but you've overlooked a premise. What? Save your good attitude for value customers. Don't waste time on those unreasonable customers. Be firm when necessary. Andrew fell silent, head down, trying to process what Wang Hao had said. Wang Hao continued, No matter what, you must remember your main purpose. Everything else is secondary. Like me, my main mission is to open the store, make money, sell better products to everyone, and improve the performance of the general store. Other things, like adventure, leveling up by fighting monsters and getting equipment, are secondary. They're just my personal interests. As long as it doesn't interfere with the main quest, I'm fine with playing around a bit, but it can't interfere with the important matters. Do you get me? A glint flashed in Andrew's eyes, as if he had realized something. You mean I should focus on educating the good kids and give up on the unruly ones? Wang Hao rolled his eyes and cursed. Are you an idiot? What I mean is that you need to hurry up and sell the goods for me, and don't waste time and breath on irrelevant people. Don't you understand? You're incredibly stupid. Chapter 132, Trying It Won't Hurt. Wang Hao's words made Andrew think a lot. When he returned to work, everyone noticed that he seemed to have changed. Instead of simply showing enthusiasm, we provide appropriate service based on the guest's needs, while maintaining a certain distance. This small change did not affect Andrew's work. On the contrary, it made his work easier, saving him time from wasting time on troublesome customers. This scene pleased King Arthur greatly, and he also marveled at Gandalf's experience and keen insight. Young man, entrusting Andrew to you was indeed a wise choice, King Arthur remarked. Wang Hao gave a light, appearing completely calm and collected, as if everything was under his control. King Arthur laughed in exasperation and said, Can't you just stop pretending? What's the point of acting all profound in front of me? Wang Hao glanced at him and laughed out loud. Pretending to be profound is boring, but watching you get humiliated is hilarious. Old dang, you've been a father for nothing all these years. King Arthur was speechless and sighed. Never mind, let's get down to business. There's no news about that succubus for now. We'll just have to keep an eye on her. Wang Hao, everyone involved in this matter has been arrested. Those who should be killed have been killed, and those who should be dealt with have been dealt with. Wang Hao, I have already executed Suman. Barrick was completely unaware of it, but he is willing to bear all the losses and compensate the deceased family. Hearing this, Wang Hao finally perked up and looked at Baron Barrick in the corner. The fat old man came with King Arthur and the others, but he didn't say a word from the moment he entered, sitting silently in the corner in a daze. Wang Hao had noticed him long ago, but considering that King Arthur had his own plans, he didn't meddle. After not seeing him for half a month, Baron Barrick seemed like a completely different person. He had lost a lot of weight, and his spirits had become listless. He didn't know? Wang Hao asked. King Arthur nodded and said seriously, Don't disbelieve me. Barrick voluntarily accepted a trial of faith to prove his innocence, and we were all present at the time. The power of the judgment of faith is undeniable. Even Arthas, a powerful figure on the verge of becoming a paladin, could not cheat, let alone the fat old man, Barrick. Since he was able to pass the trial, it means that he was indeed unaware of the truth and may have been kept in the dark all along. With a sigh, King Arthur slowly spoke. Suman killed more than 30 innocent people for his own selfish desires. Barrick is willing to offer 100 gold coins to compensate the families of the deceased. He is very sincere. Upon hearing the amount of compensation, Wang Hao's face darkened immediately. Only 100 gold coins for more than 30 people? Is this what you call sincerity? No, it's 100 gold coins per person, King Arthur said seriously. This amount of money has almost emptied the Brimming family's cash reserves. Any more, and we'll have to sell our houses and land. 100 gold coins per person? That's quite generous. Wang Hao's expression softened considerably, and his gaze towards the fat old man became much more amiable. 100 gold coins are enough for the deceased family to live a peaceful life for a few years, and there's really nothing wrong with that. Alas, Brimming is truly unlucky. Ever since he married Suman, he hasn't had a single day of peace. That woman has squandered all his wealth, King Arthur lamented. He brought it on himself. Why did he have to marry a courtesan? What was he doing all this time? Hearing Wang Hao's mockery, Brimming's old face was somewhat embarrassed. He opened his mouth several times as if to refute, but in the end, he let out a heavy sigh and continued to pretend to be mute. King Arthur, feeling somewhat apologetic, whispered, "Young man, give Brimming some face. He has his own difficulties. Otherwise, who would want to marry a socialite?" Wang Hao was taken aback, looking at King Arthur with a strange expression. "What do you mean? Is there some hidden story?" King Arthur hesitated, but after careful consideration, he decided to explain for Brimming. He lowered his voice and whispered in Wang Hao's ear. The Brimming family has a rather unhealthy familial disease. Once the men in their family reach adulthood, they have a strong sex drive and a great need for that kind of thing, which continues into old age. But once they get over 40, their sexual function declines significantly, and they soon become unable to have normal intercourse. Can you imagine the feeling of wanting something but not being able to? Wang Hao put himself in Su Man's shoes and thought about it for a moment, then couldn't help but shudder and asked, "Okay, then what does this have to do with Su Man?" King Arthur glanced at Brimming and whispered, "I've heard that Su Man has a medicine that can temporarily restore one's virility. You know what I mean." Wang Hao, isn't that a coincidence? If it were another genetic disease, he definitely wouldn't be able to cure it. But if it's a hidden ailment, then it's a piece of cake to cure it. Lulu. Wang Hao suddenly called out Lulu's name and asked her to bring over a bottle of Liwei Daihuang pills. Old Deng, that's not fair of you. Holding the unopened Liwei Daihuang pills, Wang Hao looked at King Arthur with a playful expression. "Don't tell me you don't know this. You've taken plenty of it." King Arthur was stunned and asked in surprise, "This can cure Brimming's illness? Don't be ridiculous. It's a family disease that hasn't been cured for years. And you think this can work? Why not give it a try? What if it works?" Wang Hao didn't dare to make any guarantees, but he wanted to give it a try. If it works well, we'll have another stable customer from now on. Even if it doesn't work, it's okay, since there's no loss anyway. Wang Hao opened the medicine bottle and poured 6 small, dark-colored pills into the cap. Wouldn't 6 pills be a bit too few? After thinking for a moment, he poured out a few more grains, and finally counted them to make a total of 12. Even if it's a hereditary disease, double the dose of something produced by the system should have some effect, right? Wang Hao walked up to Brimming with the bottle cap in his hand and uttered 2 words, "Eat it." Brimming was stunned. "What did you expect me to eat? What are you trying to do?" The fat old man looked at Wang Hao, and Wang Hao also looked at him with a stern face, as if to say, "Try not to eat." The threatening intention was very obvious. At this moment, King Arthur also came over and urged with a lewd look, "Eat quickly. Don't worry, it's not poison." Brimming looked at Wang Hao, then at King Arthur, and finally, with a heavy heart, poured the Liwei Daihuang pill into his mouth and swallowed it with a sip of herbal tea. Gulp. Brimming let out a burp, turned the bottle upside down, and told the two that they had finished eating. Wang Hao and King Arthur exchanged a glance, then looked at Brimming together. "How do you feel?" Wang Hao asked. "Do you have any impulse, that kind of impulse?" King Arthur was also looking forward to it. Brimming was incredibly annoyed. He was about to ask them what they were up to when his face suddenly froze, and he slowly lowered his head. What? Chapter 133 The Fatty is Back. Brimming left in a hurry, without saying goodbye, and without even saying hello to King Arthur. But King Arthur was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed in an exaggerated way. Men, those who know, know. But despite his laughter, he still had a big question that remained unanswered. What exactly is in Liwei Daihuang Wan? King Arthur himself has consumed almost a whole bottle, and each time the effects are immediate and unbelievable. He had always thought that this effect was due to the use of precious medicinal herbs, but now it seems that it is not that simple. The Brimming family's hidden ailment has been passed down for generations. Countless gold coins have been spent on treatments, and all sorts of medicines have been tried, but to no avail. Suman's so-called miracle drug wasn't as powerful as people imagined. Although it can have some effect, it requires a long preparation time each time, and the duration is very unstable. But the Liawei Daihuang pills that Wang Hao sells are different. It works quickly, lasts a long time, and leaves you feeling refreshed afterwards, with no side effects whatsoever. Compared to Liawei Daihuang pills, Suman's special medicine is a pile of garbage and doesn't even qualify for comparison. What are these amazing health supplements made of? King Arthur grew increasingly curious and couldn't resist poking Wang Hao in the waist. Kid, what exactly is in this medicine? Why is it so potent? You want to know? Wang Hao slapped his hand away and replied with a smile. I'm not telling you. This is my trade secret. Don't you understand what a trade secret is? Don't pry into it. Since it involved trade secrets, King Arthur naturally couldn't press further and could only pick up the medicine bottle and study it himself. Wang Hao saw it but pretended not to, though he was already laughing inside. The products provided by the system are all specially processed, with only 3 pieces of information on the packaging: product name, picture, and expiration date. Nothing else is displayed. There's not even an ingredient list. If you can figure it out, I'll write my name backwards. Of course, it wasn't just King Arthur who was curious. Many others were also curious about the products in the store, especially those foods with unique flavors, such as spicy strips. The man with the mustache was an unknown small businessman with little capital, earning meager profits by reselling goods between towns. By chance, he saw someone eating spicy strips sandwiched in black bread with great relish, as if they were enjoying a delicacy. Driven by curiosity, he asked the man for a little, and after tasting it, he was amazed by its deliciousness. The man with the mustache immediately realized this was a great business opportunity, so he bought a few packs to take back and study, hoping to produce more spicy strips at a low cost. But things didn't go as planned. They were far more complicated than he had imagined. He wasted several days and spent a lot of money, but all he got was a bunch of incongruous imitations that he couldn't sell at all. There was no other way, so the man with the mustache had to come to the general store to buy goods, which led to what just happened. Let's get back to the main topic. King Arthur eventually put the bottle of Liawei Daihuang pills back on the table, and the research was declared a failure. Just like Wang Hao, nothing in his shop is simple. Instead of wasting time researching recipes, he'd rather think about what to eat for lunch. Young man, this is my son's first day working here. What delicious treat are you planning to make for him? King Arthur asked lazily. Wang Hao sneered. Entertain him? He's here to work, not to be a guest. Why should I entertain him? King Arthur's face stiffened, and he said, he's a fool. Never mind what I said. Just tell me what you're having for lunch. Wang Hao scoffed. What I eat is none of your business. Nonsense, I need to eat too. Who says it's none of my business? King Arthur spoke with such confidence, as if he were entitled to eat there, which made Wang Hao laugh in exasperation. Old dang, you're getting more and more shameless, aren't you? Wang Hao didn't hold back at all, directly mocking me. This is a general store, not a restaurant, much less your canteen. How dare you ask me what I want to eat? Don't you have any shame? King Arthur blushed and quietly shifted his gaze. Since you're already here, how can you possibly send me away? Enough talk. What are we having for lunch? Alan, standing beside him, looked at Wang Hao with anticipation, seemingly waiting for a satisfactory answer. Hee, even the city wall isn't as thick-skinned as you. You win. Wang Hao was speechless, so he simply asked, so what do you want to eat? King Arthur's eyes lit up, and after thinking for a moment, he said, how about spicy hot pot? I haven't had it in ages. I'm really craving it. All right, let's have hot pot then. Wang Hao sighed, then turned to Alan. What are you waiting for? Go buy some tripe. Alan jumped to his feet, patted his chest, and said, don't worry, I recently met a butcher who can guarantee I can buy the freshest offal. Leave it to me. Without waiting for Wang Hao to pay, he ran out of the grocery store to find his butcher brother. It's just a hot pot meal. Is it really that big of a deal? Wang Hao smiled and shook his head, preparing to go to the kitchen to find the ingredients for the hot pot. But just as he reached the top of the stairs, a sharp voice suddenly called out to him. Brother Wang, it's been so long. I've missed you so much. The visitor was George, a fat slave trader whom we hadn't seen in a long time. Upon seeing the fat man arrive, Wang Hao frowned slightly and stopped in his tracks. What brings you here? George placed the pastries on the counter, then strode over to Wang Hao and opened his arms to hug him. Don't move. I'm not interested in men. Don't try that on me. Wang Hao quickly stepped back and placed his hand between the two. Spit it out. I'm busy. George wasn't angry. He still had a smiling face, but his squinted eyes secretly glanced towards the rest area. When the fat man saw King Arthur leisurely drinking tea, a glint flashed in his eyes, and then he quietly withdrew his gaze. "Brother, I've come here with a favor to ask. Could we speak in private for a moment?" The fat man was a big customer of the store, after all. He bought 7 or 8 bottles of Liwei Dawan pills, and also promised to help the Ollie sisters find their relatives. Even if he didn't like him, Wang Hao couldn't just kick him out. "Okay, come with me." Leading the fat man to the rest area, Wang Hao pointed to an empty chair and said, "Sit down." The fat man quickly sat down, staring straight at Wang Hao, as if King Arthur didn't exist. "Brother, you should know what's been happening in the city lately, right?" "It's the thing I told you about last time," the fat man asked. Wang Hao frowned and asked, "I know, what's wrong?" The fat man sighed and said, "The murderer has been caught, and I heard his identity is quite extraordinary." Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "What are you trying to say?" The fat man glanced at King Arthur beside him and slowly said, "Do you still remember Noah?" Wang Hao recalled the gladiator owner he had knocked unconscious with a single punch and asked, "Are you talking about Noah, the Hercules?" The fat man nodded. "Yes, it's him. I came here for him." Chapter 130 for the fat man's intentions. Su Man was just an ordinary person with some looks, who knew neither martial arts nor magic, and had no guts to kill. In order to gather the offerings needed to summon the succubus, she bought a skilled slave from the dragon arena at a high price, paid him a sum of money, and had him collect the offerings for her. After the plot was exposed, the guards followed the lead of the slaves to the dragon arena, arrested Noah as a suspect, and interrogated him overnight. Despite Noah's repeated denials of involvement in the murders, Commander Charles of the Guards refused to listen to his explanations, subjected him to severe torture for several days, and finally imprisoned him in the dungeon. Noah's wife panicked and quickly took a large sum of money to Charles, hoping to get revenge for Noah. The result was predictable. Charles took the money but did nothing. He not only slept with Noah's wife, but also threatened her that she must hand over ownership of the dragon arena, or he would arrest her too. Noah's wife was at her wit's end and finally begged the fat man for help, hoping he could save Noah's life. That was the fat man's purpose for this trip. After hearing George's words, Wang Hao's face darkened, and he stared coldly at the fat man. "You want me to help you save Noah?" The chilling tone sent shivers down the fat man's spine, and his fat began to tremble uncontrollably. But he still gritted his teeth and grunted, saying, "I know you're a capable person. If you're willing to help, you can definitely save Noah." Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and asked coldly, "I remember that your relationship with him was just a normal business transaction, and you don't have any shares in the dragon arena. Why are you so determined to save him? Are you involved in this as well?" No, how could that be?" The fat man was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly and shook his head like a rattle drum, afraid that Wang Hao would misunderstand. "This has nothing to do with me. I saved him for my son," the fat man explained. "Your son?" Wang Hao was stunned, looking at the fat man with a strange expression. "Noah is a few years older than you. If you dare to say he's your son, I'll kill you." The fat man sighed and honestly told the truth. "All right, I won't hide it from you anymore. Actually, I had an affair with Noah's wife, and Noah's only son is from our relationship. You have no idea, Noah is a martial arts fanatic. He has given up almost all enjoyment in order to improve his strength. He has barely even touched his newlywed wife a few times. That day, I went to deliver slaves to him. After the transaction, he insisted on treating me to drinks, but he couldn't hold his liquor as well as I could. Later, he got drunk, and when I took him home, I happened to run into his wife, and then what? Something that shouldn't have happened must have occurred. From then on, the two secretly lived together without Noah's knowledge, and only gradually lost contact after the child was born. The story sounds a bit melodramatic, but the fat man repeatedly assured that he was not lying. To convince Wang Hao, he even went so far as to describe in detail some inappropriate details for children, enough to fill a book called Jin Ping Mei. Wang Hao's eyes lit up as he listened, and he kept pressing the fat man for more details. His eager look made King Arthur laugh in exasperation. "You brat, is it really necessary?" King Arthur slapped Wang Hao on the back, and the pain finally brought Wang Hao back to his senses, pulling him back to reality from certain unspeakable secrets. Wang Hao awkwardly touched his nose and quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I just wanted to judge whether he was lying through the details. I'm not interested in those gossip stories." "Really? You have to believe me. You absolutely have to believe me." Did King Arthur believe it? "Of course I don't believe it. Do you need to ask someone what posture they use to determine if it's real or fake? Do you really think we're all just kids who don't know anything?" Faced with King Arthur's strange gaze, Wang Hao remained silent. He realized he had gotten a little too excited, so he quickly changed the subject. Fatty, even if it's for your son's sake, why don't you just take them away? You can be together forever and never have to worry about anyone else again. George gave a wry smile upon hearing this. If it were possible, I would certainly be willing. The problem is that Charles is involved, and that guy is no pushover. Charles was afraid that his prey would escape, so he had already sent people to keep an eye on the dragon arena. If I take the mother and daughter with me, I'm afraid I'll be captured by Charles's men before I even leave the city, and my fate won't be much better than Noah's. This statement is reasonable and well-founded, and Wang Hao also thinks it is very likely. Old Deng, you heard everything. What do you have to say? Wang Hao posed the question to King Arthur, wanting to hear his opinion. King Arthur pondered for a moment and said, "That's just his side of the story. I know Noah. He's no good. His hands are stained with blood, and he's not necessarily clean." His words were very pertinent, and Wang Hao felt the same way. George was a slave trader, and although he might still have a sliver of kindness in his heart, he was certainly not a good person. Noah is a hot potato right now. Anyone who gets involved could get burned. In this situation, is it worth sacrificing yourself for a fleeting romance and a son with whom you have little affection? Wang Hao, in any case, didn't really believe it. Unless, Fatty, Wang Hao stared into George's eyes and asked calmly, "You must have another purpose, right?" The fat man shuddered, instinctively wanting to avoid Wang Hao's gaze, but he managed to hold back. "I'm telling the truth. I'm only begging you for my son's sake. I really have no other purpose." Wang Hao's lips slowly curled into a cold laugh. "If this is your goal, then there's nothing more to say. I can't help you." With King Arthur right there, whether or not Noah was spared was entirely up to him. It wasn't actually that difficult. But the thought of being used as a pawn by the fat man made Wang Hao feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, he wouldn't consider helping this despicable slave trader until he learned the ultimate purpose of the transaction. The atmosphere became somewhat oppressive, and the three of them remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. A moment later, George clenched his fist and forced an ugly smile. "I can't hide it from you, little brother. Sigh, I'll just tell you the truth then." The fat man was finally about to tell the truth, but Wang Hao stopped him before he could speak. "Fatty," Wang Hao said casually, leaning back in his chair as if discussing a trivial matter. "Think it over carefully before you speak. You'll only get one chance." A seemingly innocuous sentence put immense pressure on the fat man. The fat man was in turmoil, and after a fierce internal struggle, he finally spoke. "I'm sorry, there are other reasons besides my son. Noah possesses something I absolutely must have. Only he knows where it is hidden, if he dies." Chapter 135. The fatty left again. George didn't elaborate on what that thing was, and Wang Hao didn't press for details. However, judging from the fat man's attitude, it was clear that this item was very important to him, and he was willing to pay a high price to get Wang Hao's help. "Brother, now that we've come this far, I have nothing to hide. If you can help me rescue Noah, I can use this to blackmail him into handing over the things. That's my ultimate goal. Of course, I won't let you help me for nothing." Suddenly, the fat man raised his right index finger, his chubby finger firmly planted in front of Wang Hao. "If you can rescue Noah, I'll try to scrape together 10,000 gold coins for you as payment for your help." 10,000 gold coins? That's no small amount. Even though Wang Hao wasn't a particularly greedy person, the 10,000 gold coins still gave him a glimmer of an idea. If he really had 10,000 gold coins, he could renovate the second floor properly and live more comfortably. But Wang Hao ignored the fat man and looked at King Arthur instead. He certainly had the ability to break into the guard's cell and rescue Noah, but that would be illegal. If we really do that, it would be like slapping King Arthur in the face. How will we ever see this old man again? What will happen to Lily? Therefore, it still depends on King Arthur's attitude. King Arthur guessed Wang Hao's thoughts, pondered for a moment, and asked, "You want to help him?" Wang Hao spread his hands and said frankly, 10,000 is no small amount. It will keep me busy for a long time." King Arthur was not offended by Wang Hao's honesty. On the contrary, he was quite pleased. He laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to be greedy for money. 10,000 gold coins is indeed a lot, but I think you should ask for something else." Upon hearing this, George immediately tensed up, fearing that King Arthur would ask him for that item. Fortunately, King Arthur wasn't particularly interested in his treasures and instead made another request. "Fatty," King Arthur also called George by his nickname. "If you can convince Noah to hand over ownership of the dragon arena, I'll convince this kid to help you. Do you understand what I mean?" The fat man paused for a moment, looking at King Arthur in surprise, his mind racing. He knew who King Arthur was, and it was precisely because he knew that he sought Wang Hao's help. He had been secretly observing the general store for the past few days in order to wait for this opportunity. He rushed over after receiving news of King Arthur's arrival today, just to make his request in front of King Arthur. But he never expected that King Arthur would set his sights on the Dragon Colosseum. Why does His Majesty want an arena? Does he also find the bloody killing of humans and animals interesting? But this is inconsistent with his consistent benevolent policies. The fat man didn't understand, and Wang Hao couldn't figure it out either. King Arthur asked him for the Colosseum, ostensibly to give it to him, but Wang Hao knew that it was King Arthur's own desire. But what does he want the Colosseum for? Is it because he's after the profits from gambling? Both of them were pondering this question, while King Arthur calmly sipped his tea, seemingly unconcerned. After a moment, Wang Hao decided to trust King Arthur one more time. So he looked at George and said, "Fatty." George looked up and stared longingly at Wang Hao. A gentle smile appeared on Wang Hao's face as he said, "Fatty, you can persuade Noah to hand over the Colosseum, right? I believe you can definitely do it. You won't let me down, right?" The gentle tone reached the fat man's ears, sounding no different from the whispers of a demon, and cold sweat broke out on his brow. Is this a discussion? This is clearly forcing me to make a pledge. The fat man had no way to explain his predicament, but things had come to this point, and there was no turning back. Don't worry, brother, leave this to me. At most 3 days. As long as Noah is still alive, I will definitely hand over the deed to the Dragon Colosseum to you. I guarantee it. Wang Hao patted the fat man on the shoulder with a smile and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Get lost." They turned on each other so suddenly. The fat guy was almost in tears. It's happening again. Why is it happening again? You turned your back on me and chased me away without a second thought. You don't respect me at all. Don't fat people have human rights? No, I will fight for my dignity. The fat man suddenly stood up, then abruptly bowed deeply to Wang Hao. Thank you for your help, brother. I'll go and find a way to complete the mission as quickly as possible. After saying this, he bowed to King Arthur again, then picked up his coat and walked towards the door. His back view looked somewhat disheveled, like a dog. Hey, old dang, why do you insist on that lousy Colosseum? After George left, Wang Hao finally asked the question that had been bothering him. What's so great about that arena? You're not after the gambling profits, are you? King Arthur put down his teacup and asked with a chuckle, why do you think I wanted that Colosseum? This question really stumped Wang Hao. You asked me for the Colosseum, how am I supposed to know what you're thinking? Wang Hao was too lazy to think, so he simply resorted to shamelessness. Are you going to talk or not? If you don't blame me for turning my back on you. That arena is quite large. With proper renovations, it could be big enough to open a large supermarket. If the remaining buildings are also renovated, I can buy more slaves to become noble lords. After saying that, he glanced at King Arthur sideways, with an expression that said, try it if you don't believe me. King Arthur laughed in exasperation and scolded, you brat, you want to be a nobleman? Do you even have the destiny for that? Who said I don't have any? Wang Hao retorted, sticking his neck out. I have the ability, I have the money, and I have a business. Why can't I be a nobleman? Are you mad at me? King Arthur slapped his thigh and said urgently, if you want a title, just tell me. I'll give you a baron, okay? If you're not satisfied, then marry Lily, and I'll give you an earl then. Wang Hao, old dang, are you worried that Lily won't be able to get married? She kept pushing me into her arms. If I ever sleep with her, you'd better not regret it. Old dang, let's not beat around the bush. Put Lily aside for now. Why do you want that arena? Tell me why, and I'll definitely help you get it. King Arthur nodded in satisfaction and laughed. It would have been so much better if you had listened to me earlier. You made me bring out Lily as my trump card. Aren't you shameless? Wang Hao's face darkened, and he sneered. Old dang, you seem to have forgotten something. What's up? You're just a level 9 swordsman. How many punches do you think you can withstand? Seeing Wang Hao's dark face, looking like he was about to devour someone, King Arthur quickly decided to back down while he was ahead. All right, young man, don't be so impulsive. Getting angry is bad for your health, you know. Actually, I want to transform that arena into a Hope Primary School. Chapter 136, Andrew's first experience. You want to turn that arena into a Hope Primary School? Are you crazy? Wang Hao stared at King Arthur in shock, his mind reeling. Don't you know what the situation is like in the West District? Do you want those children to go to school in fear every day? Wang Hao's accusations did not offend King Arthur. On the contrary, he seemed calm and even slowly poured himself a cup of tea. Why are you panicking? Do you think I don't know what you're talking about? King Arthur picked up his teacup and calmly looked at Wang Hao. I built the school there precisely because I knew that. As for the reason, you can try to guess. Are you keeping us in suspense again? Wang Hao calmed down and carefully considered the issues involved. The West District has many underground forces with complex relationships, involving many interest groups, including greedy nobles. Driven by self-interest, these people became entangled and jointly divided up the rule of the West District, seeking exorbitant profits for themselves. King Arthur, being such a shrewd man, must have been aware of the trickery involved, so why didn't he eliminate those forces? Wang Hao suddenly remembered something George had said to him during a casual chat. So what if he's a king? He's just a king. He can't manage all the land himself. In the end, he still has to rely on the nobles. As long as those nobles are unwilling to give up their interests, the West District will continue to exist, unless someone voluntarily betrays them and joins the king's side. Betrayal? Wang Hao's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of something. Old Deng, do you want to establish a foothold in the West End? Wang Hao asked. King Arthur's hand froze, and a little tea spilled from the cup, wetting his magnificent robes. Upon seeing this, Wang Hao knew he had guessed correctly. Heh, you old fox. Without waiting for King Arthur's reply, Wang Hao smiled, shook his head, and walked towards the stairs. I'll go prepare the hot pot. When Alan comes back, I'll ask him to come to the kitchen to help. Watching the figure gradually disappear down the stairs, King Arthur was stunned for a moment. Then suddenly a smile appeared on his lips. Hee, little fox, you're quite quick-witted. Don't you people have any self-awareness? Do you really think this is a cafeteria? Wang Hao stared at the table full of people, his eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Ari, Lulu, and Ding Dang are all on the same side, so there's not much to say. King Arthur, Alan, and Andrew, two shameless guys and a new employee. They're definitely indispensable for this hot pot meal. Barrack, didn't you go back to solve the problem? Why are you back again? Does this mean that Liawei Daihuang pills are ineffective? Wang Hao stared at the fat old man carefully, then dismissed his guess. At this moment, Baron Barrack seemed like a completely different person, radiant and full of energy, with a confident smile on his face, as if he had just completed some remarkable challenge. Seeing Wang Hao looking at him, Berlick smiled slightly and quietly gave a thumbs up. Although no words were spoken, everything was understood without being said. Those who understand, understand. After looking at Berlick, Wang Hao looked to his left. Lily, Amy, don't you two have to go to school today? Wang Hao asked. Of course I have to go to school today. It's not a day off, Amelia said irritably. Lily smiled gently and explained softly. I heard that my second brother is going to work for you starting today, so I came to see how he does and hope he won't cause you any trouble. Upon hearing this, Andrew winked at Lily and said gently, Thank you for your concern, little sister. I've adapted to my current job, and I certainly won't let the boss down. What a touching story of brotherly and sisterly love. Wang Hao pursed his lips and looked at King Arthur's side. Queen Duir, dressed casually, sat beside him, exuding charm and elegance, a true model of a noble woman. Noticing Wang Hao's gaze, Dai Weier smiled and said, I've come to see my son. Please take good care of him, boss. Wang Hao nodded numbly, then looked at Alan's side and said, Phil, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're here to see Andrew too. Phil shook his head repeatedly, his right hand naturally resting on Alan's arm. Amy and Lily suddenly want to leave the academy, and as their mentor, I naturally have to be responsible for their safety. Good. They were all prepared. They've got me cornered, haven't they? Wang Hao had nothing to say, and could only announce the start of the banquet. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat. We still have business to do after we finish eating. Everyone looked at each other and laughed in unison. A pot of red soup, you can enjoy the spicy and savory flavors, and also savor the myriad flavors of human relationships. Everyone chose their favorite food and chatted happily while eating. Even Ding Dang flew over to the hot pot with a chopstick in hand, simmering mushrooms in the steaming broth. That giant mushroom with a red cap and white stem was a whole size bigger than her. I really don't know how she could eat it. It was Andrew's first time attending such a gathering, and he was deeply moved. Nobles, commoners, demi-humans, fairies, people of different statuses could sit together without any inhibitions, eat food cooked from the same pot, and chat about topics that interested them. He never dared to dream of such a harmonious scene, yet it was unfolding right before his eyes. No wonder my father always likes to come here for meals. This must be his ideal kingdom, Andrew exclaimed. Wang Hao, with his sharp ears, heard Andrew's mutterings and glared at him, saying, Little Andrew, don't talk about such unpleasant things while eating. Can't all this food shut you up? Little Anzi? Andrew's eye twitched, and he stammered. Boss, Are you talking about me? Wang Hao sneered. Nonsense, besides you. Who else here has the surname in? But, Andrew said with a troubled expression, my last name isn't Andrew. You know, it is. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Hao interrupted him. Enough nonsense. You have to listen to me on my turf. From now on, you'll be called Xiao Anzi, understand? Andrew was so wronged. It's one thing for a dignified second prince to be a lowly laborer. After all, it's for his own advancement. But even the surname was changed, and it was done under duress in front of the parents. Is that really okay? Andrew glanced at King Arthur, only to be further disappointed. King Arthur was busy courting Devi and had no time for him. Honey, the tripe is ready. How about you try it? It's quite crispy, the texture is just right. That's right, I've studied it carefully. Tripe needs to be dipped 7 or 8 times to achieve the best texture, and I count the number of dips. Honey, hurry up and eat, or that brat will snatch it all up. Okay, I've got a wife but no kids. I guess I was picked up from a trash can. Andrew channeled his grief into his appetite, grabbing half a plate of beef slices with his chopsticks and tossing them into the pot. Ding Dang's eyes lit up, and she quickly flew to Andrew's shoulder, tugging at his ear and saying, Xiao Anzi, Captain Ding Dang wants to eat beef, so save the first slice for me. Andrew was speechless. Andrew wanted to cry. God, even my pet is bullying me. I can't live like this anymore. Chapter 137 Murida, the Copper Hammer. Ring, ring, ring. Just as the hot pot party was in full swing, the bell hanging on the door suddenly rang. Gandalf pushed open the door and entered, greeting everyone with a smile. Everyone's here. This old man's joined in the fun. I hope you don't mind. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up. Dean Gandalf, you're back. How's the armor? Is it repaired? Gandalf chuckled and said, Of course it's fixed. Not only is the armor fixed, but I've also brought in the master armor maker. Look. He moved aside, and only then did everyone notice that there was a dwarf standing at the door. This dwarf was only about 1.3 meters tall, wearing a horned helmet, heavy armor, and carrying a giant double-edged battle axe on his back, the axe blade being wider than his shoulders. He curiously looked around the store's furnishings, and when he saw the Caliban's sword displayed in the corner of the rest area, his eyes lit up. His short legs quickly sprang to life, and he ran over to it. Is this the holy sword Caliban? What exquisite craftsmanship! The dwarf traced the patterns on the great sword as if caressing a lover's body, a tenderness that sent shivers down one's spine. Wang Hao was filled with questions and looked at Gandalf blankly. Gandalf laughed and said, His name is Murida, the Copper Hammer. He is the best blacksmith in the Copperhammer tribe. That sword was forged by his ancestor. Wang Hao was stunned, staring at the dwarf in surprise. Are you kidding me? This sword is said to be over 1,000 years old. Was it really forged by his ancestor? Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, the dwarf turned around and said in a deep voice, Dwarves never lie. Caliban was made by my great-great-great-grandfather. He was the most outstanding blacksmith among the dwarves and a hero who defeated the demons. The heavy voice echoed in the grocery store, giving off an unquestionable feeling. Gandalf nodded and smiled. Muru is right. His ancestor was indeed one of the 7 heroes who defeated the demons. However, the dwarves are not as fond of showing off as humans, so they returned to their tribes after the war, and only the title of hero remains in human history. King Arthur, who was also familiar with this history, nodded and said, Groot, the bronze hammer, the famous furious hammer, is recorded in historical texts. I see. Wang Hao suddenly realized. Like elves, dwarves are also a powerful and independent race. They did not have a unified country, but were scattered across the continent in tribes, living their own lives. Despite appearing disorganized, the dwarves are actually remarkably united. In the event of a crisis, the other dwarves will provide support at all costs until the enemy is completely annihilated. But in peacetime, these dwarves, like nouveau riche in the countryside, stay at home and do only what interests them. Dwarves spend their days with forges. Forging is their innate passion and their primary source of income. In human kingdoms, weapons and equipment crafted by dwarves are highly sought-after items. They are snapped up as soon as they appear, and even queuing up might not guarantee you a single piece. Of course, the price isn't cheap either. Even a small dagger costs several gold coins, which is unaffordable for ordinary people. Thinking of the exorbitant price, Wang Hao suddenly had a bad feeling. He crept closer to Gandalf and whispered, Master, how much will it cost to repair my armor? Gandalf laughed, his eyes narrowing as he laughed. It's not much money, just 1,000 gold coins. How much? Wang Hao's voice suddenly rose 2 octaves as he asked in surprise, 1,000 gold coins? How can it be so expensive? Gandalf patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. He walked to the holy sword, raised his right hand, and took out the repaired Death Knight armor from his ring. The repaired armor was secured with an iron frame, including the helmet, breastplate, and leg guards. All components were placed in their designated positions according to their uses, their surfaces gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen. If you don't look closely, it looks like a burly knight standing there, exuding a terrifying aura and giving people a heavy sense of oppression. Is this still my old armor? Wang Hao was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. The weather was bad that night, so he didn't pay much attention to the style of the armor. He only knew that many parts had been damaged by his own punches, and there were many dents on it from the blows. Especially helmets. I got a little carried away with my emotions and unleashed a barrage of attacks on Arthas's head, flattening his helmet in the process. But the helmet in front of me looked brand new, and I couldn't see anything wrong with it. Wang Hao murmured, Is this the dwarf's forging technique? It's amazing, there's not a single trace left. Gandalf laughed and said, Do you still think 1,000 gold coins is expensive? Wang Hao touched the patterns on his breastplate, his mouth practically stretching to his ears in a wide grin. Not expensive at all. Such amazing repair skills, 1,000 gold coins is really not expensive. As expected of a master blacksmith, truly remarkable. Every word of Wang Hao's praise reached Murida's ears, and the dwarf smiled ly and patted Wang Hao's buttocks hard. Kid, you have good taste. Our dwarven forging skills are top-notch. This armor is guaranteed to be brand new, so you can use it without worry. Wang Hao awkwardly stepped back and bowed to the dwarf, saying, Thank you, Master Murida. However, this armor is not convenient to wear outside, so it may have to be left in the shop as an exhibit. Murida was aware of the hidden dangers of the Eternal Silence alloy, and waved his hand with a smile. It's all right. This is your armor. How you deal with it is your business. No need to apologize. By the way, just call me Murida. That's what my friends call me. Wang Hao certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to become friends with a master forging expert. He immediately changed his form of address and asked politely, Master Muru, you must not have had lunch yet? If you don't mind, please join us for lunch. We're having hot pot today, and we've only just begun. Dwarves are all straightforward, and Muru is no exception. It's good enough to fill our stomachs. We dwarves never refuse an invitation from a friend. Muru's hearty laughter won everyone's favor, and the crowd quickly moved aside to make room for Gandalf and Muru. The boiling red soup emitted an enticing aroma. Muru, imitating Gandalf, dipped a few slices of beef in hot water and put them in his mouth. The freshly cooked beef was piping hot, but he seemed oblivious to the heat, chewing it a few times before swallowing it whole. This tastes somewhat familiar. Muru asked in surprise, Kid, did you put some exploding fruit in this hot pot? Wang Hao had never heard of the exploding fruit, let alone eaten it, so he asked with a blank look. What is an explosive fruit? Chapter 138, The Amazing Explosion Fruit. This is the explosive fruit, look. Muru took a handful of small red berries from his waist pocket and placed them on the table in front of Wang Hao. I don't know what you humans call it, but in our Copperhammer tribe, this fruit is called the explosion fruit. Wang Hao picked up one and examined it carefully. This fruit looks like a cherry tomato that has been left out for too long and has lost its moisture. Its skin is wrinkled and unremarkable. But just by holding it in his hand, Wang Hao felt as if his fingers had been burned by candlelight, and there was a slight stinging sensation. Master Muru, what is the use of this fruit? Wang Hao asked. Eat up. Muru stuffed a mouthful of beef into his mouth and mumbled, This fruit is amazing. It will instantly energize you. Sometimes we need to work for several days in a row, and when we're tired, we eat one to perk ourselves up. A fruit that can refresh the mind? That's very interesting. Master Muru, may I try some? Eat it. It's nothing precious. Don't worry about it. After receiving permission, Wang Hao stuffed the fruit into his mouth, and Gandalf couldn't stop him, but he was too late. Don't eat it. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Wang Hao looked at Gandalf with a puzzled expression, but his mouth had already begun to chew. One bite and your mouth feels burning, like you've eaten a ghost pepper, and your face instantly turns bright red. However, the spiciness comes and goes quickly. The stinging sensation soon disappears, leaving only a sweet feeling in the mouth. Wang Hao smacked his lips and asked, Dean, what did you just say? Gandalf stared at Wang Hao's face for a while, then suddenly laughed. It's nothing. I just wanted to remind you that this kind of fruit has some side effects, but you seem to be fine. Wang Hao simply said, "Oh," and didn't take it to heart. He is immune to any negative status effects. Except for the food Ari makes. He can even swallow a packet of poison without any problem, let alone a single fruit. Besides, this exploding fruit doesn't seem to have any problems. At most, it's just an otherworldly version of the ghost pepper. Apart from being a little spicy at first, it doesn't have any other effects. Everyone was relieved to see that he was all right, and they resumed eating and drinking as usual, and soon the lively atmosphere returned. Only Ding Dang stared at Wang Hao with a curious expression, her little head seemingly lost in thought. A moment later, Ding Dang quietly crawled up to Wang Hao, picked up a popping fruit, and hugged it to her chest. She looked up at Wang Hao, and when she found him looking at her too, her face turned red. She stiffened her neck and said, "What are you looking at? Can't Ding Dang try the exploding fruit?" Wang Hao originally wanted to remind her that the fruit was spicy, but seeing Ding Dang's stubborn expression, he suddenly felt playful and said with a smile, "Ding Dang, do you want to eat the exploding fruit?" Is that not allowed?" Ding Dang tilted her head back, looking proud, and said, "I'm the famous Captain Ding Dang. Eating a fruit shouldn't be a problem for me." Wang Hao looked at Ding Dang with a mischievous grin and said, "Of course you can. But this fruit is very spicy. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Why don't you just try a little bit and not burn yourself?" Ding Dang's stubbornness kicked in, and she retorted loudly, "Ding Dang is amazing. Ding Dang isn't afraid of spicy food. I'm going to eat it in big bites and swallow the whole fruit in one go." After saying that, she opened her mouth as wide as she could and took a big bite of the fruit. The next second, Ding Dang cried. I really cried, sobbed uncontrollably, and couldn't stop the tears from flowing. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die from the spiciness. The exploding fruit is so spicy. Ding Dang is going to die from the spiciness. Ari, please save me. Ding Dang is going to die from the spiciness of the fruit." Ollie was startled and quickly poured a glass of iced cola and placed it in front of Ding Dang, urging her to drink it quickly. The bright red Ding Dang struggled to fly onto the cup and plunged in, its wings and all, soaking in the cola. Gurgle. A string of tiny bubbles rose from the cola, which Ding Dang greedily sipped, using the coolness of the cola to suppress the burning sensation brought on by the exploding fruit. Time passed second by second, and everyone stopped what they were doing, staring blankly as Ding Dang drank a large glass of cola one sip at a time. Then, belch. Ding Dang let out a burp, then slumped into the cup, clutching her round little belly, looking quite disheveled and soaking wet. Ha! No one knows who started it, but everyone burst into laughter, and the laughter echoed throughout the first floor of the general store. Ding dong, you. Amelia laughed so hard she almost fell over and could barely speak. Ding Dang, are you all right? Lily asked with concern, but then couldn't help laughing. You look so strange right now. Have you been poisoned? The laughter of the crowd alerted Ding Dang. She struggled to sit up, but as soon as she raised her head, she fell back down with a thud, her head hitting the cup hard. It hurts. Ding Dang felt wronged and wanted to touch her head to see if she had any bumps, but she suddenly froze when her fingers touched her forehead. The next second, Ding Dang started crying again. Wow, why is my head so big? Am I poisoned? I'm still young. There are so many delicious things I haven't tried yet. I don't want to die. You big bad guy, did you poison the fruit? Why do you always bully me? Wang Hao rolled his eyes, fished the wet, big-headed Ding Dang out of the cup, and casually tossed it onto the table. At this moment, Ding Dang looked just like a big-headed doll from an anime, with its head and body being the same size, and it no longer resembled a little fairy. Ding Dang, I'm warning you. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I told you long ago that there was something wrong with this fruit. You were the one who wanted to eat it, so what's it to me? Wah! Ding Dang, with her big head on the table, cried her heart out. Ding Dang doesn't want to die. Someone save me. Gandalf couldn't stand it any longer, so he used magic to conjure an ice bowl and placed it next to Tinker Bell, indicating to Lulu to put Tinker Bell in the bowl. Don't worry, you won't die, Gandalf said with a smile. It's a side effect of the explosion fruit. It will disappear in a while, so don't worry. Ding Dang struggled to lift her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Gandalf. Old man with the white beard, are you telling the truth? Gandalf smiled and nodded. I'm not lying to you. It'll be over in a minute. Don't be nervous. Ding Dang was relieved, but then fell down again with a thud, her big head hitting the ice bowl, wincing in pain. Gandalf explained. This exploding fruit is a specialty of the Copperhammer tribe. Although it has a strong stimulating effect, it also has obvious side effects. Eating it will cause poisoning, just like that little goblin. Everyone followed his gaze to Ding Dang again, and were amused by Ding Dang's big head. Amidst laughter and joy, Ding Dang burst into tears, feeling wronged. Stop laughing. Captain Ding Dang has his pride too. Please stop laughing. Wah, poor Ding Dang. Chapter 139 Mahjong. In his youth, Gandalf embarked on a journey filled with dreams, adventuring, and researching the mysteries of magic along the way. By chance, he encountered an elven girl bathing under a waterfall. Her beauty astonished him, and he was instantly captivated. Just as he was about to go over and strike up a conversation, a sturdy dwarf appeared beside him, who had also developed feelings for the beautiful elf lady. Three of a kind, and then? Wang Hao played a three of a kind and asked, what happened next? A blank card. Muru tossed out a blank card and said casually, later we had a fight. Neither of us could beat the other, and in the end we became friends. Wang Hao rolled his eyes and asked irritably, who asked about the two of you? I was talking about that elf girl. Which of you got her? Alan picked up a card, tossed it into the deck without even looking at it, and stared intently at Muru, waiting for him to continue. Successfully? Muru sighed. Neither of us succeeded. They didn't even consider us. It was Gandalf's turn to draw a card. The old man grabbed a mahjong tile and placed it in front of him, then threw out a two of bamboo. You look like a copper hammer. Of course people won't look at you. Upon hearing this, Muru was immediately displeased. He glared at me with his two large, round eyes and said angrily, how dare you laugh at me? I haven't even been interested in you. It's different, at least I'm more handsome than you. Get lost. You were as skinny as a bamboo pole back then. How were you handsome? You're just good at bragging in front of kids. I despise you. I'll retaliate against your contempt. I'll return your contempt to you. You? Watching the two bicker and argue, Wang Hao chuckled, almost knocking over the teacup beside him. These two old men are over 200 years old combined. How come they're arguing like children? How childish. However, looking at it from another angle, Wang Hao was a little envious of the friendship between the two. 50 years of friendship, it feels unbelievable just thinking about it. From spirited young men to gray-haired old men, the cruel hand of time has taken away their youth, but it has made the wine of friendship even more fragrant and mellow, something many people would never dare to dream of. Of course, only Gandalf had white hair. For dwarves who lived to be over 300 years old, Muru was in his prime and could hardly be called an old man. Nine of a kind. Gandalf played a mahjong tile and casually picked up his teacup. But before he could even drink the tea, Muru suddenly laid down 3 tiles and asked, I have 390,000 tiles here. If I add this one, can I make a Kong? Wang Hao nodded, placed the 90,000 in front of Muru, and smiled. 4 of the same kind is a Kong. You can draw another one. Muru nodded, tiptoed and drew a mahjong tile from the end of the deck, then frowned as he held it in his hand. Wait a minute, don't rush. I have a feeling I might have one. Muru used his thick fingers to separate the mahjong tiles one by one, muttering to himself, 2 quads, 3 fours, 5, 6, 7, a pair of 8s. I think I won. Muru pushed the cards aside, stared at Wang Hao, and asked, isn't this called winning on a Kong? Looking at the row of mahjong tiles in front of him, Wang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. How many times has this happened? How many times has this happened? How come I'm so lucky to have one big hands in mahjong when it's my first time playing? Is this some kind of special perk during the new player protection period? Wang Hao nodded and, steeling himself, began to calculate the score for Muru. A pure suit is worth 5 points, a concealed Kong is worth 1 point, a winning hand on a Kong is worth 1 point, and a self-draw wins against 3 other players, with each player receiving 7 egg yolks. Without Muru even prompting him, he started taking out egg yolk pies. Gandalf sighed, taking out an egg yolk pie as he complained, you old man, you're too lucky. You won so much on your first time playing mahjong. If you keep winning like this, I'll have to use up all my savings. Alan froze, looking at Gandalf with a mournful expression. Dean Gandalf, you've won quite a few too. How dare you speak ill of Master Muru? He lifted the bag next to him, flipped it over, and poured out 4 egg yolk pies with a clatter. I only have 4 left, so I have to buy egg yolk pies again. Muru laughed heartily, swept all the egg yolk pies on the table to his face, and urged, buy a few more. Egg yolk pies aren't expensive. Don't be so stingy. What else could Alan say? He sighed and called Andrew over, asking him to bring over 30 more egg yolk pies. The last 30. If I lose them all, I'm quitting. You guys can find someone else. Remembering that he had lost all afternoon, Alan's face darkened even more. Why am I the only one losing? This shouldn't be happening. Because you're too greedy, a voice came from the side. The speaker was a portly, middle-aged man with slicked back hair and shrewd eyes. The fat man said, I've been watching you for a while now. You've been trying to make a big hand, single-mindedly wanting to win big. Even when someone is about to discard a winning tile, you refuse and insist on winning by drawing the winning tile yourself. Tell me, aren't you being very greedy? The fat man's words made Alan feel awkward, but he couldn't refute them because the fat man was telling the truth. After finishing their hot pot meal, Wang Hao suggested playing mahjong. King Arthur had official business to attend to, so he left Alan behind. At first, Alan was able to calm down and play slowly. He didn't care about small wins or losses. As long as he could win, he was happy. But ever since he won a hand of 7 pairs by self-draw, his ambition began to swell. He started to study how to win big, and before he knew it, he had lost all his capital. Alan, somewhat embarrassed and angry, glared at the fat man and said, What do you know? How am I supposed to make back my investment without Huda? Do you think it's that easy? The fat man was not intimidated by his imposing manner. He patted his big belly and laughed. One should not be too greedy. One should seize what is in front of him first, and then consider expanding the spoils once he has the capital. How can you be so reckless and fight to the death? It's no wonder you lose. Alan was so angry that his face turned red. He stood up abruptly and walked towards the fat man. Just when everyone thought he was about to make a move, Alan grabbed the fat man's arm, dragged him to the mahjong table, and shoved him into a chair. If you're so good, then you try. If you win, you can have half. If you lose, it's yours. The fat man was dumbfounded. Wang Hao burst out laughing, and Gandalf and Miru looked at each other and laughed in unison. Is this okay? The fat man asked cautiously. Actually, he had arrived long ago. After buying his things, he was attracted by the clattering sound of mahjong tiles and stood by watching for a long time. There are many people as curious as him, but few can truly understand it. Most are just there for the spectacle. After consulting with Gandalf and Miru, Wang Hao smiled and said, Sure, if you want to give it a try, then come on. May I ask your name, brother? The fat man patted his belly and laughed. My name is Happy. Please excuse my appearance. Chapter 140 Happy's Request. Happy is very talented at playing mahjong. By the end of the game, he had not only won back all the egg yolk pies that Alan had given away, but he had also made a lot more egg yolk pies from Wang Hao and the other 2. These egg yolk pies filled a whole bag. Happy kept only one as a souvenir and gave the rest to Alan, making Alan so happy, he practically blew snot bubbles. So many egg yolk pies. Save them all for next time you play mahjong. Lulu nodded, took the bag of egg yolk pies, and handed it to the counter, putting it all on Alan's tab. Using egg yolk pies as chips was a rule set by Wang Hao. For him, playing mahjong was purely for entertainment, and talking about money would hurt feelings. But it wouldn't be fun to play without chips, so he thought of using egg yolk pies as chips. Egg yolk pies are inexpensive. If you win, you can take them home as a snack, and if you lose, it won't hurt too much, making them a good alternative. Of course, Wang Hao made a profit regardless of winning or losing, because egg yolk pies could only be bought from him and not anywhere else. Nero hasn't been to a human town for a long time. Besides seeing the holy sword left by our ancestors, I had another important purpose in being invited to Celtic City this time. He was to work with Gandalf to create several gadgets, supposedly new inventions that could be used to transmit information. Since he was a guest, Gandalf naturally had to take care of Miru's food and lodging, so the 2 of them would be staying together for a while. After seeing Gandalf and the dwarf Miru off, Wang Hao returned to the shop and saw Alan discussing mahjong techniques with Happy. The 2 leaned on each other, arm in arm, as familiar as old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Who would have thought they had only met today? Oh, still chatting? Are you really into it? Wang Hao asked with a smile. Alan gave a thumbs up and praised without reservation. Brother Happy's skills are really amazing. He managed to win 3 games in his first time playing mahjong. His luck is unbeatable. Is it a matter of luck? Wang Hao doesn't think so. He noticed while playing mahjong that, although it was Happy's first time playing mahjong, he had a very calm demeanor at the table and was not as anxious as a novice. When he wins, he laughs it off calmly. When he loses, he remains humble and continues to play his cards, even praising his opponent's play. His mentality is incredibly stable. Novices don't have such a stable mindset. Only seasoned veterans who have spent years at the poker table can remain so calm. So, Wang Hao smiled at Happy and asked meaningfully, Brother, you have a very stable mentality. You must gamble a lot, right? The question was a bit impolite, but Happy wasn't angry. Instead, he chuckled and admitted it. You figured it out, little brother? Happy laughed. I usually like to play the animal fighting card game. After playing it so many times, I naturally got used to it. Animal fighting is a card game in this world. The complete set of cards contains 88 cards, each featuring a different monster, ranging from the lowest level slime to a giant dragon, and categorized by their combat power. The game rules are somewhat similar to Tiger Stick Chicken, but because there are more cards, you need to use your brain to count the cards and also need a bit of luck. Animal fighting cards were quite popular, and almost everyone from nobles to commoners could access them. Even children were taught about magical beasts when they were first introduced to them. However, the biggest use of the animal fighting cards is gambling. It is one of the most popular games in casinos. Brother, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Happy's words interrupted Wang Hao's thoughts. What is it? Wang Hao asked. It's like this, Happy said, organizing his thoughts. I own a casino called Emerald Star, near Emerald Lake, and business is pretty good. But recently some customers have said they're tired of the games in the casino and have asked me to come up with some new ones for them to enjoy. I'm thinking of bringing in mahjong. What do you think? The casino at Emerald Lake? Wang Hao paused for a moment, feeling like he'd heard that name somewhere before. Just then, a tinkling, angry voice came from Wang Hao's hair. You're the owner of that casino? You're infuriating. Do you know how annoying your casino is? Ding Dang flew up to Happy, pointed at his nose and scolded. You guys are so rude. You're drunk and you pee in Emerald Lake. Don't you have any sense of public morality? Don't you know you should protect nature? Happy stared blankly at the little fairy in front of him, his mind a complete mess. What's going on? Why is there a fairy in his head? Also, what's wrong with my guest urinating in Emerald Lake? It's not like he urinated in your house. Why are you so angry? Happy looked bewildered and pointed at Ding Dang, asking, Brother, what's this? Wang Hao pulled Ding Dang back and said lazily, It's nothing. She's my pet. But she used to live at Emerald Lake, where she has friends. You'd better keep an eye on your guests. Emerald Lake isn't a place where they can just pee whenever they want. Upon hearing Wang Hao's explanation, Happy broke out in a cold sweat. Fairies are small and cute, but those who know them understand that they are born magicians, and each one is petty and scheming. Offending a fairy will bring a lot of trouble. No wonder guests keep falling into Emerald Lake for no reason. It turns out it's all the work of these fairies. Happy quickly apologized with a forced smile. I'm sorry, it was my poor management that disturbed you. Please rest assured, Miss Fairy, I will inform all my subordinates as soon as I get back, and they will definitely not allow any more guests to disturb you at Emerald Lake. Ding Dang waved her little fist and snorted. You better keep your word, or I'll have Sister Chinexai and her sisters cause trouble at your casino and drive all your customers away. After making a serious threat, Ding Dang put away her little fist and flew towards Lulu, who was cleaning. Lulu, I want to eat tea eggs. Can you make them for me? Happy let out a sigh of relief and said with a wry smile, Brother, you are indeed incredibly resourceful. You actually kept a fairy as a pet. I admire you. Wang Hao smiled faintly and said, It's just a demon, nothing to worry about. It would be more fun if I had time to catch a giant dragon to keep as a watchdog. Happy. Brother, you're joking. Let's talk about mahjong instead. Happy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Brother, I won't lie to you. That casino is nominally mine, but it also has shares held by several powerful nobles. I'm just an employee. If the casino's profits are low, I won't be able to explain it to them. So I hope you can be lenient with me. The reason why Wang Hao was asked to make an exception was because he was frightened. In fact, when Happy first saw mahjong, this novel toy, he realized its great potential and thought it would be popular if it could be adapted for casinos. But who is Wang Hao? That's a formidable figure who can sit at the same table and play mahjong with the Dean of Starlight Academy and the Holy Sorcerer Gandalf. What will happen if someone copies his game design without his permission? Happy didn't know and dared not gamble. That's why he reminded Alan, his purpose being to find an opportunity to strike up a conversation with Wang Hao and test his opinion. Now that the issue is out in the open, it's up to Wang Hao to say something. Happy. Brother, if you have any requests, just tell me. As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely fulfill them. Wang Hao stared into Happy's eyes and asked with a smile. Any conditions are acceptable? Chapter 141 Fooling Happy. Mahjong is a great form of leisure and entertainment, but gambling is not. The saying, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose, is not an exaggeration. Many people lose everything playing mahjong. Their families are torn apart, and they die without ever knowing what went wrong. Wang Hao had a painful experience once, and he deeply resented it. That happened shortly after he started working. At that time, a transformer near the workplace broke down, requiring a 3-hour power outage for emergency repairs. A few colleagues, bored and having somehow acquired a set of mahjong tiles, insisted on playing with him. They agreed on 1 yuan %, and Wang Hao figured it wouldn't be much money whether he won or lost, so he agreed. The result was disastrous. In less than 3 hours, he lost 108 yuan, almost never winning a single hand, and the other 3 people won 3 days' worth of food money. Since then, Wang Hao has developed a fear and aversion to gambling and no longer participates in any gambling games. But, you want to move mahjong into your casino? Wang Hao asked. Happy nodded, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Brother, name your terms. As long as I can do it, I definitely won't refuse. Wang Hao thought for a moment and then asked, any conditions are acceptable? This. Happy hesitated for 2 seconds, then gritted his teeth and nodded. Any conditions are acceptable. Wang Hao laughed and patted Happy's arm. Don't be nervous, I won't ask for an exorbitant amount. Happy had just breathed a sigh of relief when he immediately started to lift his head again. You guys running casinos must make a lot of money, right? Wang Hao asked with a smile. 2,000 gold coins shouldn't be much for you, brother, right? 2,000 gold coins? Happy's heart skipped a beat. He felt like he was about to be scammed. He swallowed hard and explained with difficulty. Brother, don't joke around. 2,000 gold coins is no small amount. My casino only earns a little over 3,000 gold coins a month, but I have to share that money with a few noble lords, so I don't keep much. Upon hearing that he could earn 3,000 gold coins, Wang Hao smiled even more broadly. Brother, don't be afraid. Let me finish what I have to say. My requirements are very simple, just 2 in total. First, you need to buy 2,000 gold coins worth of goods from my shop. Anything is fine. You can choose whatever you like. Secondly, as long as you continue to run a mahjong business there, starting from the 2nd month, you must buy 300 gold coins worth of items from me every month. Same old rules. Anything goes. I don't care what you buy. I only have these 2 requests. If you agree, you can make a few sets of mahjong tiles and play as you like. I don't care. Happy was stunned after hearing the 2 conditions Wang Hao set out. Do I have to buy anything from you? Wang Hao nodded, pointed to the shelves in the store, and said, you can pick any of these now, and you can change them if there are new products in the future. I only care about selling the goods. I don't care about anything else. To persuade Happy to make up his mind, Wang Hao started to talk his way out of it. Look, brother, I have some of the hottest cola and premium black tea here. Put these in the casino, add a little extra, and sell them to customers. I doubt those rich people are short of cash, right? Happy nodded subconsciously. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed with laughter as he continued to flatter. When customers come to your place, shouldn't you provide them with the best service? You can also prepare some spicy strips, egg yolk pies or something like that as snacks for them. They're not expensive and will make the customers feel good about you. If the customer's goodwill improves, will your casino still have to worry about business? This is a win-win situation, so what's there to hesitate about? To be honest, after hearing Wang Hao's suggestion, Happy was really tempted. He wasn't telling the truth just now. In fact, the casino makes a steady profit of over 5,000 gold coins every month. Half of it was to be given to the noble lord behind the scenes, and the other half was to be kept in the casino as operating capital, which he had absolute control over. The casino also offers drinks and snacks to guests, but they are all made by the chefs themselves. If it were replaced with snacks and drinks from a general store, the profit margin might be lower, but it wouldn't be unacceptable. Seeing that Happy was already showing signs of being interested, Wang Hao decided to add fuel to the fire, pointing to the Liwei Daihuang pills on the counter and saying, do you know what that is? Happy paused for a moment, then nodded and said, I heard it's a kind of aphrodisiac, supposedly very effective, but it's too expensive, so I've never bought it. Wang Hao did not refute the term aphrodisiac, proudly stating, you get what you pay for. Good things naturally have a price to match, however. He suddenly leaned close to Happy's ear and said in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, you have women in your casino, right? The kind that provide special services? Happy didn't know why he suddenly asked this, but he readily admitted, yes. Some guests need to vent when they're too angry, and we naturally won't refuse. That's right. Wang Hao laughed, a particularly lewd laugh. My medicine is exceptionally effective. It works immediately. Just think about it. What if a customer accidentally takes it and gets a fever? Happy was startled and asked excitedly, is the medicine really that effective? Exaggerated. Wang Hao chuckled. Don't judge a book by its cover. Look at the results. Do you know Baron Barrick? Happy certainly knows who Balik is. He went from being a count to a baron in just 2 months. Yet he still enjoys the utmost trust from His Majesty the King. He is the only one like him on the entire continent. Similarly, Happy was also aware of the problems with the Barrack family. You mean? Happy asked incredulously, cautiously probing. Wang Hao patted Happy's big belly and said with a smile, "Just this morning, Old Man Berlick's problem was completely solved, and this is what we used." "What?" Happy looked at Wang Hao in shock. "You mean?" Wang Hao nodded and winked at him. "It's the problem you were thinking about. It's solved. If you don't believe me, ask around yourself. I'm sure you'll hear back soon." "Hiss." Happy gasped, too shocked to speak. Even the hidden ailment that had plagued the Berlick family for over 100 years could be completely cured. This thing called Liawei Daihuang one has such miraculous effects. What if it's put into the guests' food or drinks? Should I buy a few more slaves? Demi-human made seem pretty good. Some customers really like that. Happy's little eyes gleamed with greed as he began calculating how much more money he could make. After a moment, he made up his mind and looked intently at Wang Hao. "Brother, I agree to your terms. Give me a day to raise the money. I'll buy 2,000 gold coins worth of goods first, and the rest will be as agreed." Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction and extended his right hand to Happy. "Brother, you've got guts. You deserve to make money." Chapter 142 Purple is the most charming. Wang Hao underestimated Happy's importance of mahjong. The next morning, when Lulu was getting ready to open her shop, Happy was already standing at the entrance of the grocery store. Upon hearing the news, Wang Hao rushed over and found that Happy had not only brought 4 servants, but also 2 four-wheeled carriages used for transporting goods parked on the street outside, as if he were about to empty the general store in one fell swoop. "Brother, I came to see you so early. I hope I didn't disturb your rest." Happy's chubby face showed apology, but his little eyes gleamed with shrewdness. "I contacted those noble gentlemen last night. They are very interested in your proposal and urged me to get it done as soon as possible, so I can only come and bother you so early." Wang Hao glanced at the carriage outside and laughed. "Brother, you've come prepared. Looks like you're going to keep your promise now." Happy nodded, pulled a pocket from his inner shirt, and mysteriously handed it to Wang Hao. "Brother, here are 20 magic crystal coins, which can be exchanged for 2,000 gold coins at the market price. Is that all right?" Magic crystal coins are tokens created from magic crystal or contains pure magic power, which can be used to activate magic circles or certain alchemical products. It can also help magicians restore their mental energy, making it a high value or. Due to their limited production and status as important magical resources, magic crystals are generally not available on the market and are only circulated in small quantities on the black market. The exchange rate is around 100, with occasional minor fluctuations but little impact. This was the first time Wang Hao had ever seen a magic crystal coin, and he was immediately drawn to its luster. He took out a magic crystal coin and held it up to the sunlight. The magic crystal coin shimmered with a purple halo, as beautiful and captivating as a perfect amethyst. Everyone says purple is the most charming color, and Su Song was absolutely right. Wang Hao exclaimed sincerely. Happy paused for a moment, then asked curiously, "Brother, who is this Su Song you're talking about? Is he also a businessman?" "No, he was a very talented bard, but unfortunately I will never be able to appreciate his works again." Happy paused for a moment, then reached out and patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. "Don't be sad. Some things are inevitable. You'll get used to it." Hearing Happy's words of comfort, Wang Hao was both amused and exasperated, but he didn't explain. Instead, he silently asked the system if he could pay with magic crystals. Magic crystals are highly complex energy entities, with a value far exceeding that of gold, and can be used to pay for goods. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "From what you're saying, magic crystals must be very valuable, right? What percentage can you offer?" The system seemed reluctant to answer the question, hesitating for a few seconds before displaying the result. One magic crystal coin is worth approximately 120 gold coins, and this ratio can be used for future calculations. Upon seeing this message, Wang Hao was so excited he almost jumped up. For a purchase of goods worth 100 gold coins, you can earn an extra 20% by paying with magic crystals. This stingy system actually offers such a good deal. It seems I need to find a way to accumulate more magic crystals and save them up. When there are large transactions, I can deduct the payment and then use magic crystals to make the payment. The system upgrade is just around the corner. Seemingly sensing Wang Hao's thoughts, the system immediately refreshed another message. This system only accepts magic crystals paid by customers. Payments made on behalf of the host will still be calculated at a ratio of 1 to 100. When a bucket of cold water was poured over him, Wang Hao's heart sank. Damn system, you're focusing all your attention on me, not giving me even the slightest chance. But anything is possible with human effort. I don't believe you can defend yourself perfectly. We'll see. Happy noticed the constant changes in Wang Hao's expression and was momentarily confused. Brother, don't you accept magic crystals here? Happy asked in confusion. Wang Hao snapped out of his daze, smiled, and shook his head. Brother, don't misunderstand. It's the first time I've seen magic crystal coins. I didn't expect them to be so beautiful. I was just a little stunned. Happy breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. It's okay. I had a similar reaction when I first saw it. I understand. Wang Hao nodded and casually pointed to the shelves in the store. Since you've prepared everything, brother, then pick out some items. Take whatever you like, and we'll settle the bill together at the end. Happy was prepared. He took a roll of parchment out of his pocket and handed it over, laughing. No need for all that trouble. I've already decided what I want, brother. Wang Hao opened the parchment, and sure enough, it was filled with product names and quantities. Liawei Daihuang pills, 12 bottles. 1,000 bottles of Coca-Cola. 500 rolls of toilet paper. Egg yolk pie. All in all, it adds up to exactly 2,000 gold coins. After looking at the product list, Wang Hao looked at Happy in surprise. Brother, why did you buy so many Liawei Daihuang pills? I have to remind you, although this stuff has no side effects, you can't eat it like food. Taking too much will cause drug resistance, and the effect will definitely be reduced. Happy smiled mysteriously, leaned closer, and whispered, Don't worry, brother, I know what I'm doing. These Liawei Daihuang pills are for the guests. I'm planning to buy a batch of beautiful female slaves to put in the casino, you know what I mean. Seeing his lewd smile, Wang Hao could easily guess what he was thinking. Gambling, prostitution, and drugs are inseparable. Whether drugs exist is unclear for now, but gambling and prostitution are indeed a perfect match. Of course, what Happy wants to do is his own business, and Wang Hao won't meddle. Wang Hao handed the parchment to Ollie, instructing her to handle the delivery of the goods, while he invited Happy to the rest area for tea. Hey bro, this is for you. Happy took the teacup and put it aside, then took out a beautiful card and placed it in Wang Hao's hand. This is our Emerald Star VIP card. This card is made of sterling silver and inlaid with several tiny jade gemstones. The craftsmanship is exquisite. Brother, if you ever come to our casino, remember to contact me in advance, and I'll make sure everything is arranged for you. At this point, Happy glanced at Ari, who was directing the servants to move goods, and laughed. I also have a few pretty demi-human girls with me. You can choose whichever one you like. Have you ever seen a centaur-like demi-human? I have some where I live. Hey bro, want to try being a knight? I guarantee it'll be an experience you've never had before. It'll be awesome. Happy grinned lewdly, making Wang Hao break out in a cold sweat. Humanoid demi-humans are one thing, but at least they still look somewhat human. What the heck is a centaur? The upper body is that of a beautiful girl, and the lower body is that of a horse. How can anyone bring themselves to touch such a thing? Knight. It's still uncertain who will ride whom. Wang Hao's expression turned serious, and he righteously refused. Brother, please stop talking. I'm not that kind of person. However, I've never seen a centaur girl before. I'd like to see one sometime, and I might have to trouble you, brother. Happy smiled knowingly and winked at Wang Hao. Don't worry, brother, I understand. Chapter 143, I have an anywhere door. With the order from Happy and the hard work of the previous 10 days, Wang Hao finally raised the 5,000 gold coins needed for the upgrade. After the shop closed, he couldn't wait to activate the system and start a 4-hour system upgrade. All that's left to do is wait patiently. Eating, taking a bath, and playing with Lulu made the agonizing upgrade process go smoothly, and I finally received a notification that the system upgrade was complete before 9 p.m. It's finally over. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands together and looked at Ding Dang, who was fiddling with the flower basket. The weather has been getting colder lately, and there aren't many flowers left in the area. Ding Dang needs flowers to sleep, so every night, she uses magic to nourish these nearly withered flowers and try to prolong their blooming period. Ding Dang. Wang Hao forced a friendly smile and looked at Ding Dang affectionately. I have important things to do right now. Can you go play with Lulu for a while? Ding Dang's eyebrows furrowed, and she gave a reluctant hum. You call Ding Dang when you need something, and doubting when you don't. You're the one ordering me around, so why should I listen to you? No, I need to take care of these flowers. You go if you want. What? I'd love to go, but Lulu's shyness won't give me the chance. Wang Hao's eye twitched, and he continued in a friendly tone. Don't get so agitated. I do have something to take care of right now. Why don't you and Lulu play for a while, and we'll do it later, Okay. Don't you like taking baths? Let Ollie make you some hot water to soak in and relax. I'll be done in half an hour at most. Ding Dang glared at Wang Hao. Aren't you annoying? Ding Dang wants to sleep. If you don't get these flowers sorted out, I'm going to have insomnia tonight. Heh, you little brat, you're getting too cocky, aren't you? Wang Hao's smile vanished, replaced by an angry expression. He snapped. Just go when I tell you to. Why all the nonsense? If you don't want to go, fine, I haven't washed my socks yet. You can sleep in them. Ding Dang shuddered. Her spirits immediately dampened. Fine, I'll go. But I don't want to sleep in your stinky socks. You disgusting pervert. I hate you. Under Wang Hao's coercion and enticement, Ding Dang finally flew out of the bedroom against her will and went to complain to Ollie. Huh, little brat, I can handle you. Wang Hao sneered and opened the system interface. System level 4. Upgrade experience, 507 to 50,000. Available items, toilet paper, egg yolk pie, salt, cola. Related persons, 1. Ollie, 17, 2. Lulu, 17, 3. Ding Dang, 51. Branch portal, 0 to 1. Number of draws, 1. The upgrade experience has indeed increased tenfold. Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh when he saw the upgrade requirement of 50,000. Upgrading is getting harder and harder. It took almost a month to go from level 3 to level 4, and that was all thanks to meeting that sucker Happy, otherwise it might have taken another month longer. Now my experience has increased tenfold. When will I ever level up? No, we need to find a few suckers first, otherwise when will we be able to level up? Upon hearing his words, the system silently updated an emoticon. Wang Hao completely ignored the system's reaction and pointed to the newly appeared option, asking, what the heck is this branch teleportation portal? Why is the usage count 0? The system responded quickly. To help the host expand their business, a branch portal is opened once every 3 levels, which costs 10,000 gold coins to open. Hiss. Wang Hao gasped and cursed under his breath. One opportunity costs 10,000 gold coins. Why don't you just rob it? System. Robbery is illegal. We hope that you will be strict with yourself and not cross the line of the law. By the way, robbing you is faster than robbing someone else. Wang Hao was shocked. Wang Hao suffered 10,000 points of critical damage and was defeated by the system's shamelessness. Wang Hao readily admitted defeat. You're the boss, you won. Now tell me what this portal is for, Wang Hao asked dejectedly. Once the conditions are met, this system can provide a branch indicator. Once the host obtains the quota, they can purchase property in any other city and return to the store through the main gate. Wang Hao was completely confused and hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Do you mean I have to run 2 general stores at the same time? I don't have the ability to be in 2 places at once, so how would I have the time? The system was silent for a few seconds, then quickly responded. Why did I choose such a stupid idiot as my host? This is such a disgrace to the system. If you buy a house elsewhere, I will use my permissions to merge the spatial coordinates of the 2 houses together so that others can directly enter this place from the gate of another city. Don't you understand? After patiently reading through this explanation, an image of a pink wooden door that allows you to go anywhere suddenly popped into my mind. Doraemon's Anywhere door? You can think of it this way. People from another city can enter the grocery store through that gate, and after shopping, they can also return to their original city through that gate. Can't we stay in Celtic City? Wang Hao asked. No, this system only provides commercial services. You need to handle spatial movement yourself. What about me? Wang Hao pointed to himself and asked, can I go over there? The host and staff of the grocery store are not subject to the restrictions. Upon seeing this, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. If the staff at the general store are not restricted, does that mean I can take Ari, Lulu, and my pets on a trip to another city? Just opening a door takes you to another city. The system is truly amazing. The system seemed pleased with the word, awesome, as it refreshed the page with a rather interesting message. Do not worship this system. This system is just a legend, an existence you can never reach. Wang Hao. What's this? Is this a case of Wang Pa selling melons, praising her own wares? Wang Hao. System, you're shameless. Wang Hao realized that this system was female, absolutely female, otherwise why would it be so petty? You dare call me an idiot? I tolerated it. Knowing that he had no way to deal with the system and even had to rely on it, Wang Hao could only swallow his anger and accept it. System, can the portal only be opened with money earned from selling goods? Wang Hao asked. No, you can pay for this money with any income you earn, not just profits. That's good news. Wang Hao felt better and prepared to begin the most important ceremony of the night. System, I want to participate in the lottery. Chapter 144, is a tricycle a bicycle? Congratulations, host, you have drawn the food item, luncheon meat. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the energy drink, Red Bull. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a human-powered vehicle, bicycle. Congratulations, host, you have drawn an entertainment item, mahjong. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a special outfit, stockings. 5 system notifications in a row dazzled Wang Hao, but he still noticed the middle one at a glance. System, Wang Hao asked in confusion. I remember you said that none of the products you provide would violate the common sense of this world. So why is there a bicycle? Why can't we have it? Wang Hao frowned slightly and said, bicycles are a product of modern industry. Can this world even manufacture them? Don't underestimate the world you live in. It still has its merits. The system's answer was crisp and efficient, which greatly impressed Wang Hao. The industrial level of this world is indeed not as advanced as your original world, but their hand-forging industry and alchemy technology are very advanced. For simple machines like bicycles, that dwarf named Miru was perfectly capable of replicating the exact same product. The only drawback was that it was slow and couldn't be mass-produced. That was all. Host, this system suggests you take the opportunity to go out and broaden your horizons. Don't spend all your time flirting with your employees. I'm tired of it, even if you aren't. Wang Hao, what you said makes so much sense. I'm speechless. Unable to refute the system's reprimand, Wang Hao could only silently review the product descriptions, using the opportunity to shift his focus. Luncheon meat, premium luncheon meat. 250g pack, priced at 2 silver coins. This product comes in 2 types, pork and beef. Both are made from high-quality meat, with a delicate texture and moderate fat content, making them ideal for daily consumption. Wang Hao was shocked once again when he saw the picture of luncheon meat. The luncheon meat I received this time came in 2 types, beef and pork, with 10 different flavors for each type. Original, black pepper, and braised are some of the more common flavors. In addition, there are special flavors that Wang Hao has never seen before, such as garlic, cheese, spicy, and sweet pickled. These different flavors of luncheon meat alone are enough to fill a whole shelf, looking even more impressive than spicy strips. System, how come there are so many flavors of luncheon meat? Does anyone really like eating luncheon meat? Just because you don't like it doesn't mean others don't. Its existence is inevitable. Young host, don't challenge the world's imagination with your ignorance. The products provided by this system will definitely have no shortage of market demand. Wang Hao, don't be angry, don't be angry. If you get angry, won't the system be even more pleased with itself? I won't stoop to the level of a petty mother system. Red Bull, an energy drink. Each can contains 250 milliliters and costs 1 silver coin. This system-exclusive Red Bull is rich in trace elements, refreshing and invigorating, replenishing energy and relieving fatigue. Only those who have tried it know how powerful it is. Good grief, they're exaggerating the absurdity of a can of Red Bull. The system is getting more and more outrageous. System, isn't this description of Red Bull a bit excessive? Wang Hao complained, I've had Red Bull before. I believe it's good for getting you alert. But what's with this replenishing energy thing? Does it also restore your fighting spirit and magic power? What was originally just a sarcastic remark, mocking the system's self-praise, left Wang Hao dumbfounded by the information the system subsequently updated. Why not? When has this system ever engaged in false advertising? Can you name just one example, host? Wang Hao was stunned and asked in surprise, can it really restore battle chi and magic power? Yes. The recovery effect is increased by 100% within half an hour after drinking Red Bull. Yellow Red Bull restores battle aura, and blue Red Bull restores magic power. Please pay attention to the difference. Wang Hao gasped, his body went numb. I talked about this topic with Alan earlier. Besides personal talent and comprehension, physical fitness is also an important factor in determining the level of achievement a professional can ultimately attain. People with strong physical fitness recover their fighting spirit and magic power more efficiently, which gives them more opportunities to practice and train than others, allowing them to grow faster. The reason why Alan was able to pass the level 7 test and successfully break through to the Gold Knight at the age of 30 is that his physical qualities are stronger than those of ordinary people, which allows him to improve his strength through extensive training. If you give him 2 cans of Red Bull provided by the system during training, Wang Hao simply couldn't imagine how crazy Alan would be if he knew the effects of Red Bull. Host, please note, Red Bull is good, but don't overindulge. It's best not to exceed 3 cans per day. Excessive consumption will put a huge burden on your body, so please don't be careless. The system's notification poured cold water on Wang Hao, but it also brought him back to his rationality. Indeed, Everything has two sides. We still can't be careless. Don't worry, I'll have them remind the customers. After reading the first two pieces of information, Wang Hao looked at the bicycle, which piqued his curiosity the most. After just one glance at the bicycle's description, Wang Hao was dumbfounded again. Bicycle, a human-powered means of transportation. Prices start at 50 silver coins. Why is it 50 silver coins or more? The system even provided a range of bicycles, and even a few pedicabs. The familiar 28-inch bicycle, the women's bicycle with a shopping basket, mountain off-road bikes, road racing bikes. This series has it all, and their performance is nothing short of insane. Take the 28-inch bicycle as an example. The system introduction states that it can carry a load of 380 kilograms. What does this mean? If an adult male weighs 80 kilograms, then this old-fashioned bicycle can carry 300 kilograms of cargo, which is comparable to a small car. Excellent performance is one thing, but what puzzled Wang Hao was why there were tricycles. System, are you mistaken? Why are tricycles also listed as bicycles? Wang Hao asked. Didn't you see that these tricycles all have pedals? Nonsense, I'm not blind, of course I saw it. Wang Hao said irritably. I'm asking why a tricycle is classified as a bicycle. Doesn't it have 3 wheels? What's wrong with 3 wheels? Do you look down on 3-wheeled vehicles? They all run on 2 legs, so what's the difference between 3 wheels and 2 wheels? What gives you the right to look down on tricycles? The system's reaction left Wang Hao somewhat bewildered. He wanted to refute it, but couldn't find a reason, so he was ultimately forced to accept it. Okay, you're right. A tricycle it is. It's better to have one than nothing. The system's anomaly confirmed one thing for Wang Hao once again. The system was indeed female. You are the mother. Your whole family are mothers. This system is. Let's see your introduction. This system is too lazy to bother with you. Chapter 145 Ding Dang. You actually. Inspired by Wang Hao, many people have recently become interested in mahjong. However, they gave up the idea after hearing that there were no mahjong tiles available and that they would have to find a way to make them themselves. After all, everyone is busy making a living every day. Who has time to carve little by little? I don't know if it's for this reason, but the system actually drew mahjong tiles and offered 5 choices at once. Mahjong, entertainment item. Price starts at 20 silver coins. These 5 types of mahjong tiles are made of different materials. The cheapest option is plastic mahjong tiles. They don't feel great, but they're cheap and cost 20 silver coins. The most expensive item is a mahjong set carved from crystal and decorated with beautiful gemstones, priced at 1 gold coin. These crystal mahjong sets are like works of art. They look exceptionally beautiful, but their exorbitant price means that only nobles would be willing to spend the money to buy them, and ordinary people certainly can't afford them. The final prize is stockings, and there are many options to choose from. Stockings, special clothing. Price, 1 silver coin. These stockings possess mysterious powers. When worn by women, they can significantly enhance their personal charm, while making men even more perverted. Well, judging from this provocative introduction, the stockings provided by the system are indeed extraordinary and must have hidden attributes. However, Wang Hao had no interest in trying it. In Ding Dang's words, he was already an incurable pervert. If they were to wear the stockings provided by the system, the scene would be too shocking to even imagine. However, Wang Hao stroked his chin and casually bought a pair of black stockings and a pair of white stockings. It would be really interesting for Ari and Lulu to wear these. I'll let them try them on later. After reading all the introductions, Wang Hao also had some initial ideas about pricing. The biggest advantage of luncheon meat is its long shelf life. It can be stored for many years. As for the taste, even if it's delicious, it's just so. It certainly can't compare to fresh food cooked by a chef, so let's price it at 5 silver coins. With a profit margin of 1.5 times, it's not too expensive. Ordinary people can grit their teeth and buy 1 or 2 cans to try it out, which can easily improve their meals. Red Bull's cost price is 1 silver coin, but considering its special recovery function, Wang Hao priced it at 10 silver coins. This price is affordable for most professionals and can be widely adopted. Once the market is opened up, sales will definitely not be a problem, even if no one buys it for the time being. Wang Hao grinned mischievously and muttered, "Isn't there old Dang to guarantee the outcome? I don't believe he won't be tempted." Bicycles were appearing in the world for the first time, and whether they would be accepted by the public was still a question, so Wang Hao did not ask for an exorbitant price, but instead set a low price. 2-wheeled vehicles such as the 28-inch bicycle and the ladies' bicycle are priced at 1 gold coin, while 3-wheeled vehicles are priced at 2 gold coins. Let's sell it under the guise of a new product promotion. If sales pick up in the future, We can raise the price later. Mahjong is a form of entertainment and leisure, not a daily necessity. Apart from the most expensive crystal mahjong set priced at 30 gold coins, the others are priced with only 2 to 5 times the profit margin, playing the game of small profits but quick turnover. If this becomes a popular trend in the future, it will be considered a contribution to the mundane lives of ordinary people. At this point, only one item remains for this lucky draw: stockings. Pantyhose are not very practical. Apart from looking good, they neither keep you warm nor are they convenient for working. Only a certain special group might buy them in large quantities. Taking their needs into consideration, Wang Hao priced each pair at 5 silver coins, a price he believed they would find acceptable. Stretching, Wang Hao smiled and picked up 2 pairs of newly bought stockings, preparing to let Ali and Lulu try them on. A cute animal-eared girl dressed in a maid outfit, paired with black and white stockings that accentuate her long legs. Just thinking about it is exciting. No, I want to see it now. I can't wait. Wang Hao opened the door, just about to go find Ali and Lulu, when he suddenly heard a light and melodious song coming from the bathroom, along with the sound of splashing water. At this time, has Lulu already started taking a bath? Wang Hao's eyes began to light up, his heart pounded, and his breathing became heavy. Ever since Ding Dang ruined her plans last time, Lulu has been avoiding him when taking a bath and refuses to bathe with him anymore. Wang Hao had been longing for this for a long time, and now he finally had his chance. He tiptoed to the bathroom door, took a deep breath, and suddenly pushed the door open. Lulu, let's go together. The lewd laughter stopped abruptly, and Wang Hao froze on the spot as if he had been petrified, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. A beautiful young woman sat in the bathtub, her breasts half naked, most of her body submerged in the water. When their eyes met, the girl gave Wang Hao a feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar. She had emerald green hair, bright eyes, a pert nose, and skin that was slightly red from being scalded with hot water. And 2 pairs of transparent wings. Wang Hao stared in surprise, his mouth agape, and stammered, "You are?" Ding Dang. Ding Dang belatedly realized what was happening, opened her little mouth, and let out a scream that could pierce eardrums. "You pervert, get out of here." Why, Ding Dang was seen naked by that pervert. Ding Dang is too ashamed to face anyone. The tiny child huddled among the flowers in the bamboo basket, covering his face with his 2 little hands, crying with such a pitiful expression. Crystalline teardrops dripped onto the petals, and the flowers, nourished by the tears, gradually regained their vitality and became even more beautiful. Ding Dang, calm down and let me explain. Wang Hao stood beside the flower basket, forcing a smile. I really didn't mean to. I thought it was Lulu inside, so I didn't knock. His explanation was weak and unconvincing. Not only did Ding Dang not appreciate it, but Lulu next to him also looked disgusted. However, Lulu softened when she saw the several scratches on Wang Hao's face that were still bleeding. Ding Dang, you have to believe your master. He definitely didn't do it on purpose. Ali sighed, took a warm towel, and walked over to gently wipe the blood from Wang Hao's face. Stop talking for now, let Ding Dang calm down. She must be very upset right now. Wang Hao was shocked and lowered his head in shame. If I had known it was Doraemon taking a bath in there, I definitely would have. What is certain? Of course I'll watch it. Who knew this little bean sprout could grow to the size of a human girl? If you miss out on something this amazing, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. However, this cannot be said to Ding Dang, much less to Ari and Lulu. Otherwise, he would really become a pervert. With a long sigh, Wang Hao slowly said, Ding Dang, I'm sorry. If you can forgive me, I think I'll accept any of your conditions. I hope you can give me a chance. Ding Dang remained silent, tears still streaming down her face. Wang Hao shook his head helplessly and said to the Ali sisters, Let's go outside first and let Ding Dang calm down. Chapter 146 won't be far off. Entering the bedroom next door, Wang Hao turned around and looked at the Ali sisters who were following closely behind. If I said I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me? Wang Hao explained. I was on my way to find you guys when I passed by the restroom and heard someone singing. I thought it was Lulu. Ari sighed and said softly, Master, even if it's Lulu, you can't just not knock, can you? Besides, her voice is different. Didn't you think about that? Wang Hao trembled and lowered his head in shame. I was too excited at the time to think about these issues. I'm so sorry. I'll definitely be more careful in the future. Ari gave a soft, glanced at Lulu's blushing face, shook her head, and turned to walk towards the door. Master, why don't you rest here for a while? I'll go check on Ding Dang. I think she needs some comfort. After Ali finished speaking, she left the bedroom. leaving Wang Hao and Lulu staring at each other in the room. Owner. Lulu. They both opened their mouths at the same time, and then closed them at the same time. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Hao said, "You go first." Lulu pursed her lips, walked up to Wang Hao, and looked up to examine the scratches on his face. The wound isn't deep, it's just a cut. It'll heal in a couple of days, so I won't apply any medicine. Looking at Lulu's pretty and cute face, Wang Hao nodded subconsciously. Okay. Under the intense gaze, Lulu's pretty face flushed slightly. She gently took Wang Hao's hand and said, "Master, please sit down for a while. I will take good care of Ding Dang." Led by Lulu, Wang Hao slowly sat down on the bed and sat next to her. "Master, if I were the one in the bathroom today, what would you want to do?" Lulu looked shy and coquettish as she gazed at Wang Hao with alluring eyes. Wang Hao's anger flared up instantly, but he quickly suppressed it. Ding Dang's matter hasn't been resolved yet. Even if Lulu has feelings for him, she wouldn't be flirting with him at this time, would she? Was it a test? If it were you, I would definitely ask you if we could come together. Wang Hao said seriously, without looking at him. Of course, if you refuse like before, I will leave immediately. A smile flashed in Lulu's eyes, as if she was quite satisfied with the answer. Master, we actually know that Ding Dang can turn into an adult, Lulu suddenly said. She demonstrated it to us once, but she told us not to tell you. So my sister and I didn't tell you. Why? Wang Hao asked in surprise. It's not a big secret. Are you finally keeping it from me? Lulu giggled and said, Ding Dang said you're a pervert because you lifted her skirt the first time you met her. She's afraid you'll do something bad to her. This little guy is quite vengeful. Wang Hao awkwardly touched his nose and explained, At the time, I didn't know what a fairy was. I was just curious, so you lifted up someone's skirt. Okay, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so curious. I won't do it again. Lulu gave a soft and slowly leaned against Wang Hao's arm. Master, don't be anxious. Give us some time, and once we are ready, you will get what you want. The voice was soft and weak, like a murmur, or like talking to oneself. But Wang Hao listened intently to every single word. I was so excited. Us. That means Ari is also in the game. Sister flowers are definitely the best, and Kimono Mai, animal-eared, sister flowers are the best. Just as Wang Hao was overjoyed, he suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes, and two warm, moist lips came close and gently pecked his lips. Master, don't worry, that day is not far away. Today is the day agreed upon for the delivery of the Colosseum contract. King Arthur arrived at the general store early, ready to discuss the renovation with Wang Hao. The first thing he noticed upon entering the store was the addition of new products, which filled almost all the shelves. Just as he was about to ask what good stuff was available this time, he suddenly noticed that Wang Hao was sitting listlessly in the chair, with several clear scratches on his face. When King Arthur noticed the scratches, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately became alert. With Wang Hao's strength, who could leave a scar on his face? Has that succubus reappeared? King Arthur walked up to Wang Hao, stared at his face, and asked, Boy, how did you get hurt? Wang Hao raised his eyelids and glanced at him, then lazily snorted and said, Don't ask, and don't pry, or I'll beat you up. King Arthur breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this threatening remark. Judging from this attitude, it definitely wasn't done by the enemy. Since there are no enemies, it must have been the girl who captured them. Who could it be? King Arthur sat down on a chair nearby, poured himself a cup of tea, but secretly glanced at Ari and Lulu. Ari stood behind the counter, graceful and poised, very polite to the customers, showing no signs of anything amiss. Lulu was introducing new products to Andrew, and nothing seemed amiss. As someone who had been through it all, King Arthur had long seen that the two sisters harbored deep feelings for Wang Hao. Given this affection, they shouldn't have resisted Wang Hao, much less dared to defy him and scratch his face. If it wasn't them, then it must have been someone else. King Arthur suddenly felt a sense of crisis and began to worry about Lily for no apparent reason. Is it because Lily hasn't been coming around as often lately that another woman is trying to take advantage of the situation? No. I need to remind Lily to come to the store more often and not to be careless. If such a good son-in-law is lost, where can you find another one? While King Arthur was lost in thought, Lulu had already led Andrew to the bicycle and was introducing him to the relevant information about it. Miss Lulu, you're not kidding, are you? Andrew was amazed by the performance of the bicycle and pointed at it, asking, This thing can carry 380 kilograms. Can it catch up with a horse-drawn carriage by manpower? Lulu looked a little displeased, but she still patiently explained, This is what Master said. Master never lies. If he says he can run, then he definitely can. Realizing his mistake, Andrew quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. This is the first time I've ever seen such an amazing bicycle. I can hardly believe it. Lulu, could you demonstrate how to use it? Lulu paused for a moment, her face slightly flushed, and shook her head, saying, I haven't learned yet. If you want to see, go ask your master. He can ride. Andrew hesitated for a moment, glancing furtively toward the rest area. What are you looking at? Wang Hao, having nowhere to vent his anger, cursed. How many times have I told you? A man should stand tall and be decisive. When are you going to get rid of this indecisive habit of yours? If you have a problem, just speak up openly. How can you shoulder heavy responsibilities if you keep hesitating? Andrew, his face flushed from the scolding, clenched his fists and roared. Yes, boss, I got it. Wang Hao stretched and pointed towards the gate, saying, Move that Phoenix bicycle out. Today I'll show you what the pinnacle of human ingenuity is all about. Old Deng, what are you looking at? Get out of here too. Chapter 147 Ownership of the Colosseum. On the deserted streets, a horse-drawn carriage slowly made its way towards the Eastern District. The atmosphere in the carriage was somewhat oppressive. Lena, don't be nervous. Noah will be all right. Fat George looked at the beautiful young woman opposite him and said comfortingly, My brother has a powerful background. Since he promised to rescue Noah, he will definitely keep his word. But the young woman named Noah hesitated, worried. Why does he insist on the Dragon Arena? Could he be in cahoots with Charles? Of course not. What is Charles? He's not even worthy of being a groom in front of him. The fat man's tone was resolute, and his words carried a powerful confidence that Lena could not comprehend. She didn't know the background of the brother George mentioned, but she had no other way to save Noah and could only place her last hope on George. Thank you, George. If Noah is successfully rescued, we will always remember your life-saving grace, and Noah will also give that thing to you. Well, we can talk about that later. Right now, the most important thing is to get Noah out of here. Their eyes met. Then they looked away, tacitly gazing out the window. Silence fell again in the carriage, broken only by the sounds of people eating. A chubby boy sat next to Lena, happily eating a large cake, completely unaware of the strange situation in the carriage. A moment later, the carriage began to slow down, and the driver's voice could be heard from outside the window. Sir, it seems something has happened ahead. Pedestrians have blocked the road, and carriages can't pass. What do you think? George frowned slightly and peeked ahead. The store sign was visible from afar, but no one knew what had happened there, as it was completely blocked by a group of civilians. The coachman shouted at the pedestrians in front of him, demanding that they make way immediately. But the pedestrians didn't react at all. They didn't even glance at the carriage, and they kept staring straight into the crowd. What happened? George was displeased and ordered the coachman to stop the carriage. Lena, you and Carl wait in the car for a moment. I'll go see what's going on. The young woman nodded nervously and instinctively hugged her son's head. This action greatly displeased the chubby boy, who grumbled and complained. Mom, I can't eat like this. Let go of me. A tender look flashed in Lena's eyes as she softly comforted him. Carl, be good. Mommy and Uncle George have important things to do. We'll eat later. George nodded, opened the carriage door, stepped down, and swayed his obese body into the crowd. In the open space in front of the grocery store, a strange two-wheeled vehicle carrying 3 people was spinning in circles. Wang Hao was in charge of riding the bike, rhythmically pedaling with both legs and holding the handlebars with both hands to maintain balance. Alan stood on the luggage rack, holding onto his shoulders, while King Arthur rode on Alan's shoulders. The 3 of them squeezed together like a circus act, having a great time. It can actually run. This is so much fun, King Arthur exclaimed excitedly. Mr. Arthur, don't move. I'm going to fall. Alan looked nervous, his toes almost tearing through the soles of his shoes. I told you there wouldn't be a problem, but you didn't believe me. Wang Hao pushed the metal paddle on the bell with his thumb, and the mechanism caused the gears to spin rapidly, producing a crisp bell sound. Anyone else want to come up and try? The ringing of the bell drew gasps from the crowd, and Wang Hao seized the opportunity to shout loudly to them. Our store's new Phoenix brand bicycle is sturdy and durable, capable of carrying up to 380 kilograms. No problem for pulling people or carrying goods. New product promotion is on now. You can take this bicycle home for just 1 gold coin. Getting rich is just around the corner. Don't hesitate, act now. Buy now and get a free guide to wealth. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What are you waiting for? Wang Hao's propaganda was very tempting, especially the phrase, getting rich is just around the corner, which resonated with almost every ordinary person, and many were tempted by it. However, the The price of one gold coin was still too expensive for them. Many people were tempted, but not many were willing to spend the money to buy an opportunity. Seeing that everyone around him was hesitant, Wang Hao was somewhat disappointed. All that effort and fuss, and not a single person wants to buy it? Isn't that a waste of time? It seems that promoting bicycles is not so easy. Just then, a deep, hoarse voice suddenly came from the crowd. Boss, I'd like to buy one. Could you give me a detailed introduction? Wang Hao immediately perked up, turned the car around to look in the direction the sound came from, and saw a familiar big face. Upon recognizing George, Wang Hao wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and responded to George's words. Since you're interested, sir, let's go inside and talk. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Brother, the deal is done. Noah has agreed to exchange ownership of the Colosseum for his life. Just like last time, George focused his attention on Wang Hao, ignoring King Arthur who was standing next to him. However, Noah has one more request, and he hopes you can grant it. Oh, what are the requirements? Wang Hao asked. He said the Colosseum could be given to you, but you must guarantee that Charles will not cause him any more trouble, and you must not touch his other property, which is his last line of defense for supporting his family, George said solemnly. King Arthur's only goal was the Colosseum. He had no interest in anything else, and he cared little about Noah's fortune. Seeing that he had no objections, Wang Hao readily agreed. Okay, I promise you. If Charles dares to cause Noah any more trouble, someone will deal with him. George breathed a sigh of relief and sent someone to summon Lena and her son. This is Noah's wife, you can call her Lena. George pointed at the young woman and said, Lena has brought the deed to the Colosseum. She will represent Noah in the transaction with you. At his prompting, Lena took out a roll of parchment that exuded a magical aura and placed it on the table. This is the deed to the Colosseum. When will you be able to rescue Noah? Lena placed her hand on the land deed and looked at Wang Hao cautiously. I believe George won't lie to me, but I still hope you can give me a promise. Promise? What promises can I make to you? Wang Hao looked at King Arthur and asked, should we send Alan on this trip? King Arthur thought for a moment and said, let Andrew go. He is more persuasive than Alan. Wang Hao shrugged and said to Andrew, who was standing to the side, little Andrew, you heard everything. Why aren't you going? Andrew nodded, but then stopped in his tracks just as he was about to leave. Boss, can I borrow that bicycle outside? Chapter 148, let's make a bet. With the second prince personally taking charge, even if Commander Carls was unwilling, he dared not voice any objections. Soon, Andrew returned on his bicycle, carrying the battered and bruised Noah. In just a few days, Noah looked as if his marrow had been drained, and he aged so much that Wang Hao almost didn't recognize him. The once towering and mighty Hercules is no more. Now Noah is more like a frail old beggar who could die at any moment. Lena hugged Noah and cried her eyes out, while little Carl was also terrified by his father's miserable state and burst into tears. The family of three embraced and wept, a heartbreaking scene that would move anyone who heard or saw it to tears. The word tragic simply cannot describe it. Wang Hao suddenly felt very fortunate. Fortunate that he had the system as his backing and the strength to barely protect himself. Otherwise, given the shop's current exorbitant profits, it would probably have been devoured long ago, leaving not even bones or scraps. Thanks. Wang Hao silently muttered a sentence to himself. He didn't say who he was thanking, but the system understood what he meant. You're welcome. Protecting the host's safety is what this system should do. Noah suffered greatly, and his mindset underwent some changes. He quickly composed himself and struggled to his feet. I'm sorry, I've made you all laugh, Noah said with difficulty. Wang Hao shook his head and pointed to the empty chair next to him. Sit down and rest for a bit before we talk. Noah nodded and, with Lena's help, walked over with difficulty and slowly sat down in the chair. Mr. Wang, I'm very sorry for offending you at the arena last time. Thank you for saving me despite the past grievances. I don't know how to thank you for saving my life. Wang Hao waved his hand and pointed to the untouched contract on the table, saying, this is a deal that your wife and George fought for you. If you want to thank someone, thank them. Noah gave the fat man a deep look, his gaze filled with an indescribable feeling. However, he didn't say anything, and turned to look at Wang Hao. I will thank George afterward, but let's talk about the Colosseum now. He untied the ribbon from the contract, unfolded the parchment, and laid it on the table, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Since it's settled, there's nothing more to say. All the property in the Dragon Arena, the land, the buildings, and all the slaves, is yours from this day forward. Wang Hao shook his head and said, I don't want those slaves. You'll have to figure out how to deal with them yourself. Noah paused for a moment, then asked, You don't want those slaves? Yes, I only want the land and the buildings. The slaves are still yours. You can sell them or keep them for yourself. Whatever you do with them is your business. I don't care. Hearing this, Noah was even more confused. The value of the Dragon Colosseum consists of two parts, the land and buildings, and the slaves who serve as gladiators for entertainment. In Noah's mind, the value of those slaves far exceeded that of the land and buildings. Those were the most valuable things in the Dragon Colosseum. As for the land, Celtic cities have no shortage of land, and there are many uncultivable wastelands outside the city. You can easily buy a large area by throwing money at it. Why do you have to choose that piece of land in the Western District? However, he was smart and didn't dwell on the issue too much. It would be better not to have slaves at all. They could be sold off for a large sum of cash, and there was a slave trader right in front of them. Okay, whatever you say. Noah was decisive. He bit his finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and let it fall onto the parchment. The blood triggered the magic on the parchment, and the name in the section for the contract holder gradually disappeared. Noah said weakly, All right, this contract has become a blank contract. As long as you sign your name, the Dragon Arena will belong to you. Wang Hao picked up the parchment, glanced at it, and casually tossed it to King Arthur. Old dang, I've given you the stuff. Don't bother me with the rest. King Arthur nodded and solemnly put the contract into his pocket. Noah witnessed all of this, but he didn't ask any questions, nor did he care to figure out what was going on. He struggled to his feet, and with Lena's help, bowed slightly to Wang Hao, saying, Give me 3 days, and I will get rid of all those slaves. Then you can take over the arena. Okay, I'll wait for you for 3 days. Wang Hao also stood up and extended his right hand to Noah. There's nothing to say. I wish you a speedy recovery. Noah paused for a moment, then extended his right hand as well. Thank you. After the transaction was completed, Noah, supported by his wife and son, got into the carriage and left with George. The shop returned to calm and became busy again. Wang Hao poured himself a cup of tea, drank it all in one gulp, and said, Old dang, your men are pretty ruthless. If we had been any later, that guy would be dead. King Arthur sighed and said softly, I am powerless to change the inherent flaws of human nature. Yes, the inherent flaws of humanity are the same everywhere, Wang Hao sighed. Kid, this is for you. King Arthur took out a black bag and threw it in front of Wang Hao. The bag made a crisp sound when it landed on the table. There are 100 magic crystals in here. Consider it your reward for helping me secure the arena. Don't be shy. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he quickly hugged the bag to his chest. How could I possibly accept your payment for nothing? I didn't do anything. Excuse me? If you're going to be so sorry, at least give me back my magic crystals. King Arthur looked at Wang Hao speechlessly, his eyes clearly saying, Kid, have some shame. Wang Hao completely ignored his expression, happily took out a magic crystal coin, and admired it in the sunlight. Magic crystal coin. How can you be so beautiful? If only we could use magic crystals for all transactions in the future, I could swim in a sea of magic crystals. Dream on, King Arthur said irritably. Do you know the value of magic crystals? How much money can you make from this little bit of stuff in your shop? Trading with magic crystals is a waste. That's not necessarily true. Wang Hao put the magic crystals back into his pocket and laughed. Old dang, there's bound to be something you need in this new shipment. How about we make a bet? A bet? King Arthur, recalling his past experiences of being tricked, immediately became wary. What are you trying to do? Don't be so nervous, Wang Hao said with a smile. We've got a really interesting new drink. If you're going to buy a lot, we can pay with magic crystals, no problem, right? Drinks. King Arthur thought of cola and snorted dismissively. It's that cola thing again, isn't it? So what if it tastes good? I'm not going to waste magic crystals on the bill. I have enough gold coins. Wang Hao didn't rush to explain, but asked with a smile. Never mind what it is, just tell me if you want to bet or not. King Arthur frowned and asked, Are you so sure I'll buy in large quantities? Wang Hao nodded. I'm confident. King Arthur pondered for a moment and said, All right, I'll take your bet. If this drink is indeed worth buying in large quantities, I'll pay with magic crystals. Wang Hao was overjoyed and waved to Lulu. Lulu, get me 2 cans of Red Bull, both the yellow and the blue ones. Chapter 149, let's give it a try. The yellow Red Bull regained its fighting spirit, and the blue Red Bull regained its magic power. Although I don't know what kind of cutting-edge technology was added, given the system's usual behavior, since it dares to say it out loud, the effect must be guaranteed to be good. Old dang, let me ask you a question. How long does it take for your battle chi to fully recover after it's been depleted? Wang Hao asked with a smile. King Arthur immediately became alert, his mind racing. The ability to recover is a personal secret, and neither warriors nor mages would easily reveal it to others, because it relates to potential crises during battle. Why did Wang Hao ask this question? Was he testing my abilities? King Arthur's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly relaxed. Given the power Wang Hao has demonstrated so far, even if his own recovery ability were increased tenfold, he still wouldn't be a match for him, so he doesn't need to worry about this issue at all. Moreover, that sly smile looks harmless, and apart from being a little disgusting, there's nothing unusual about it. He's probably up to no good, and is waiting to give me a blow. So, King Arthur coughed lightly and said proudly, I am now a level 9 Grand Swordsman, so my battle chi recovery speed is definitely faster than others. It only takes 4 hours to fully recover. 4 hours? That seems pretty fast. Of course, King Arthur looked at Wang Hao with a smug expression. Kid, what about you? Me? Wang Hao shook his head and said calmly, I don't know how to use fighting spirit, so I don't need to recover. Hey kid, you still won't reveal a single thing? King Arthur's face stiffened, and he said angrily, given our relationship, do you need to be wary of me? What's our relationship? Wang Hao glanced at King Arthur sideways. I'm warning you, we have absolutely nothing to do with each other. If anyone misunderstands, I'll settle the score with you. You brat, you've really angered me. King Arthur was lucky he didn't grow a beard, otherwise he would have been furious and glaring. Stop fooling around, I'm talking to you about serious matters. Wang Hao waved his hand and pointed at the yellow ox, saying, this drink is called Red Bull. This yellow one can restore your fighting spirit. Then he pointed to another jar and said, this blue one can restore magic. The two have similar effects, both lasting for half an hour, and can double your recovery speed. What did you say? King Arthur suddenly stood up, and the chair he was sitting on fell to the ground with a clatter. How old are you? Can't you be a little more composed? Wang Hao said disdainfully, picking up the stool as he did so. Calm down. What kind of behavior is this, so impulsive and reckless? How dare you lecture Xiaoanzi? King Arthur took several deep breaths to suppress his shock and sat back down in his chair. However, his expression became extremely serious, and his eyes flashed with unprecedented earnestness. Wang Hao, do these two drinks really have the effects you described? It's a beverage. Wang Hao emphasized seriously. The ingredients and taste are almost the same. It's just that the target audience is different. Who asked that? King Arthur was so angry his nose almost twisted, and he asked through gritted teeth. I asked about the effects. Does it really have the effects you described? Of course. Wang Hao picked up the scalp and introduced. If you drink it all in one go, your battle chi recovery speed will double for the next half hour. You can try it yourself if you don't believe me. Let's give it a try? Come with me. To personally verify the effect, King Arthur pulled Wang Hao into a back alley, struck a pose, and said to Wang Hao, I've been wanting to fight you for a long time. Today you'd better let me have my fill. As he spoke, King Arthur unleashed a powerful aura, his violent fighting spirit surging like waves, sending trash flying everywhere. Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively, chasing away the flying leaves. Can you tone it down? You'll have to pay for the damage to the house. King Arthur paused for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. Why do you have so many problems, kid? Never mind, I'll try another way. Roar. With a deep, muffled growl, King Arthur's expression became incredibly conflicted, like someone who had been constipated for half a month trying to break through, his features contorted in pain. Under his full control, the battle aura began to gradually converge, compress, and solidify, eventually forming a suit of armor radiating golden light on his body surface. The flickering flames of battle aura surrounded the armor, making the golden armor look imposing. King Arthur seemed like a completely different person, his face beaming with a confident smile. What? Battle chi armor? You've read battle through the heavens too. Wang Hao exclaimed. Breakthrough what? King Arthur frowned and said, I don't know what you mean. This is the martial art passed down in our Leighton royal family, war god's battle aura. Be careful. Before he finished speaking, King Arthur had already transformed into a streak of light and rushed towards Wang Hao, even faster than Arthur's on horseback. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and his fighting spirit instantly ignited. Good timing. Watch my turtle punch. The War God's Aura is a martial arts manual that King Arthur's ancestor accidentally obtained. It is said to be a martial art left behind by the god of war on Earth, and it has powerful combat capabilities. Cultivating the War God's battle chi has very high requirements. You need to start with the strength of the gold level. and you need to persevere in your efforts to gradually increase its power. Only when one cultivates to the point where armor covers the entire body and one possesses an incomparably sharp battle chi sword can one be considered to have fully mastered the god of war's battle chi. Among all the cultivators, King Arthur has the highest talent. He has now successfully condensed most of the armor, with only the helmet and the divine sword still needing further work. With the armor's enhancement, his strength and speed were greatly improved, giving him confidence to fight Wang Hao. However, after several encounters, King Arthur suddenly realized that something was amiss. Wang Hao never used any special abilities. He fought him entirely with his physical strength and lightning-fast reflexes. If that were all, it would be fine. King Arthur discovered that no matter how hard he tried, Wang Hao could easily catch his punches, and his speed was always just a hair's breadth behind Wang Hao's, making him feel like he was just a tiny bit away from defeating Wang Hao. King Arthur, unwilling to accept defeat, unleashed his full fighting power once again, focusing his mind on battling Wang Hao's wild punches. When Alan saw His Majesty the King's full fighting power for the first time, he was stunned. So His Majesty has become this powerful. Unfortunately, the mighty king ultimately lost to Wang Hao's eccentric fists, and after being brutally beaten several times, he had no choice but to call a halt to the duel. "Stop, you brat, stop right there." King Arthur staggered back several steps, creating some distance before glaring at Wang Hao, panting, and roared. "It hurts so much. Are you crazy? Why are you hitting my face?" "Nonsense. Who told you not to wear a helmet? It would be a waste not to slap you in the face." Wang Hao shook his somewhat numb fist, a bright smile spreading across his face. "Old dang, shall we continue?" Chapter 150. What kind of cow is it? Shall we continue? King Arthur spread his hands and removed his battle armor. "You're a pervert. I don't have any masochistic tendencies. I'm not hitting you anymore." Before Wang Hao could even retort, a shrill voice came from above. "Yes, you're a complete pervert." Looking up, I saw Ding Dang perched on the window of the second-floor bedroom, making faces at the view below. Fortunately, Wang Hao had very sharp eyesight. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to see what the little bean was doing with his winking and grimacing. What happened to your little pet again? Did you bully her?" King Arthur asked curiously. Wang Hao sighed and walked towards the back door. "Don't ask, or I'll beat you up again." After saying that, he pushed open the back door and walked into the grocery store with a melancholy look on his face. King Arthur and Alan looked at each other, wondering what had gotten into Wang Hao. What's wrong with him? I don't know. Maybe they had a fight with Ding Dang. Is he really that petty to argue with his own pet? He even put Doraemon in a smelly sock and locked him up overnight last time. I don't know what he was thinking. Is he playing this perverted game? Looks like I need to reconsider his relationship with Lily. Upon returning, King Arthur picked up the yellow Red Bull and asked, "How do I use this? Do I just drink it?" "Yes, just open it and drink it all in one go." Wang Hao gave a perfunctory reply, his mind still preoccupied with what happened last night. Ali was a kind and understanding girl. She patiently comforted Ding Dang for a while before she agreed to give him a chance to explain. After making various unequal treaties and offering a series of compensations, Wang Hao barely managed to gain Ding Dang's understanding and redeem the opportunity to sleep in the bedroom. Although she said she forgave him, Ding Dang, that petty little devil, didn't stay idle all night, secretly stuffing ice cubes into the bed every few days. Wang Hao had a lot of unspeakable suffering, but he couldn't vent it, so he could only swallow his anger and pretend not to see it. If I had known it would turn out like this, those erotic scenes. You still have to watch it. After downing the Red Bull in one gulp, King Arthur sat down in a chair, holding his breath and focusing on the changes within his body. Red Bull quickly took effect, significantly increasing the speed at which battle chi was restored. While King Arthur was busy recovering his fighting spirit, he compared it with his previous experience to feel the effects of the improvement. As it turns out, Wang Hao wasn't exaggerating. This cloyingly sweet drink, with its somewhat peculiar flavor, does indeed have a noticeable effect on improving recovery speed. This discovery thrilled King Arthur immensely. Recovery ability is related to a professional's training speed and combat endurance, and is one of the indispensable attributes. For centuries, countless geniuses have tried to develop drugs that could improve recovery speed, but the results have been less than ideal. Some experimental samples can indeed slightly improve recovery efficiency, but the effect is very poor, and their role in actual combat is negligible. Some people choose extreme research directions, sacrificing safety to increase recovery speed. While their research yields remarkable results, it depletes the user's vitality and can lead to irreversible and severe consequences. Besides these man-made artifacts, there is another thing that can significantly improve recovery speed: the fruit of life, unique to the elven race. The fruit of life is the fruit nurtured by the sacred tree, containing abundant life force that can quickly heal injuries. It is said that as long as one has a breath left, eating the fruit of life can save one's life, making it a treasure of heaven-defying quality. Such precious fruits are naturally not plentiful. It is said that only about 10 are produced each year, so the elves never sell them to outsiders. But Red Bull is different. While Red Bull's restorative effects aren't as dramatic as the fruit of life, it's plentiful and filling and very inexpensive. When King Arthur entered the house in the morning, he noticed the brightly packaged Red Bull drinks, which cost only 10 silver coins. Compared to the fruit of life, this price is practically free. What more could one ask for? Wang Hao, King Arthur said seriously, how many of these Red Bulls do you have? If I want to buy them in large quantities, how many can you provide? I can get you as many as you want, Wang Hao said lazily. As long as you have money, I can get you 10,000 bottles anytime. How many do you want? So many, hiss. King Arthur gasped and fell into deep thought. The importance of Red Bull is undeniable. With this beverage, not only can those around them quickly improve their strength, but the kingdom's 2 major knightly orders, as well as the combat units below, can also be rapidly enhanced, and their overall strength will soon catch up. However, the drawbacks are also obvious. If the sale is opened up, those professionals who are not under the kingdom's control will become increasingly difficult to manage, which will definitely increase a lot of hidden dangers. The best way to solve this problem is to limit its sale, like the fruit of life, restricting its use to a small group of people. Wang Hao, could you please not sell this drink to anyone else? King Arthur asked tentatively. Why? Wang Hao was somewhat surprised, not understanding why King Arthur would come up with such an absurd idea. I run a general store. Since I have goods, why can't I sell them to others? King Arthur hesitated, saying, this drink can increase cultivation speed. If those adventurers knew about this effect, they would definitely buy a lot of it for cultivation. I'm worried that they will become uncontrollable after they increase their strength. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. But don't worry, it's not as serious as you think. Red Bull has usage restrictions. You can only use a maximum of 3 cans per day, and it's only for your own recovery speed. For those mediocre talents, even if they have an extra hour and a half of training time every day, do you think they can make any breakthroughs? There are usage restrictions? King Arthur asked in surprise. Wang Hao nodded and said, nonsense, there's no such thing as a free lunch. There are bound to be limitations. That's true, I was overthinking it. King Arthur sighed deeply, his expression complex, neither one of regret nor relief. And what about this blue one? Are there any restrictions as well? King Arthur asked. Yes. Wang Hao's answer was crisp and clear. Just like the scalpers, 3 bottles a day. Each bottle is effective for half an hour. King Arthur was completely confused and asked hesitantly, what are these yellow and red bulls called? How could you be so stupid? Wang Hao rolled his eyes and said irritably, a yellow-red cow is called a yellow cow, and a blue-red cow is called a blue cow. They are all red cows, and they are called yellow cows and blue cows to distinguish them. Don't you know that? What utter nonsense. King Arthur laughed in exasperation and retorted, are you bored? Can't you just call it yellow ox or blue ox? Scalpers sell tickets, cows eat meat. Don't you even know that? Wang Hao snorted impatiently and asked, are you going to buy it or not? If you are, just give me a straight answer. Stop dawdling like a woman. You brat, can't you be a little more polite to me? King Arthur was so angry his nose was crooked. He gritted his teeth and said, I want to buy 10,000 bottles. Get the goods ready right now. Wang Hao's expression immediately changed, his lazy demeanor vanished, and he rubbed his hands together with a smile, saying, 10,000 bottles? No problem, I can pick them up anytime. But don't forget our bet, I want magic crystals. King Arthur sneered and uttered a single word. Get out. Chapter 151 Danger Alert. You can buy 10,000 cans of Red Bull for just 1,000 gold coins, which can be stored in a single box. But when these Red Bulls are piled up together, they look like a small mountain, and the golden color makes them look particularly spectacular. Alan gathered 8 colleagues from the Knight's Order and led a dozen servants to carry the load for an entire afternoon, making 4 trips back and forth before finally transporting it all back to the Knight's Order headquarters. They were exhausted, looking like grandsons. Such an extravagant moving operation naturally caused a huge sensation, attracting countless onlookers, including those attentive people who were always keeping an eye on the grocery store's activities. There was a small, unremarkable general store that sold only ordinary-looking items. But only those who truly understand them know that these products are not so simple. Consistent quality, identical packaging, and an unimaginable amount of inventory. You can buy as much as you want. These things, which are commonplace on Earth, are miracles in this world. It's hard to imagine how they were produced. Some people have tried to find the answer by tracking it down, but the results have only made things more perplexing. Wang Hao seemed to have taken root in the shop, spending all his time there. Even a noble lady wasn't as much of a homebody as him. He would occasionally go out to buy some things, stroll around for a while, and then go back. I never saw him leave the city, let alone interact with strangers. Having wasted a lot of time without gaining anything. These people were furious, but they were helpless against Wang Hao and could only continue to observe him in secret. A whole bunch of new products suddenly appeared today, once again attracting the attention of those people. West District, 3rd floor of the Thieves Guild. Vice President Vasily walked into the office with the Red Bull he had just bought and said to Raven, who was shrouded in a black robe, "President, the product is here. It's a refreshing drink." Vasily placed several cans of Red Bull on the table and explained, "The packaging comes in 2 colors, but the price is the same. They are all sold at 10 silver coins per bottle. I tried it when I came back, and it does have an energizing effect. As for other functions, I haven't discovered them yet. Does it only have the function of refreshing the mind?" The Raven's voice was rough and hoarse, as harsh as 2 rusty pieces of iron rubbing against each other. "If that's all it has to do, why would the Griffin people buy so many?" "I'm sorry, I don't know," Vasily quickly apologized and said respectfully, "but I've heard some information that might be related to these drinks. This morning, someone saw His Majesty the King and Wang Hao fighting in the alley behind the grocery store. The reason for the fight is unclear. Based on the intelligence gathered, His Majesty the King probably used the war god's battle aura inherited from the royal family, but he did not gain any advantage. In the end, the two fought to a draw. After the battle, he sent Alan to arrange for wagons to transport the drinks." At this point, Vasily looked up and tentatively asked, "Chairman, do you think these 2 things are related?" The Raven didn't answer, but carefully examined the Red Bull can, seemingly trying to uncover its secret. "Chairman," Vasily whispered a reminder, "you can drink it directly by pulling the tab on top, but the taste is a bit strange." Upon hearing this, the Raven glanced at him indifferently. Although it didn't say anything, Vasily was instantly terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. The eyes beneath the mask were calm and still, yet they gave him the illusion of looking at a dead person, making him feel a chill run through his body. "Sorry, I was too talkative." Vasily quickly lowered his head, not daring to make any further movements. Raven gave a faint snort and said, "Keep an eye on that person. Now get out of here." Vasily breathed a sigh of relief, cautiously took a few steps back, and then turned and went out. The dimly lit room was quiet, and the candlelight illuminated the strange, swirling patterns on the mask, making one feel very uncomfortable. Raven unzipped the Red Bull and took a careful sniff of the aroma emanating from it. A moment later, he slowly lifted a corner of his mask, revealing his smooth, rounded chin, and brought the Red Bull to his lips. "So that's how it is. It has such a miraculous effect. It seems I should contact the shop owner." At the entrance of the grocery store, as the last carriage, escorted by knights, gradually disappeared into the distance, King Arthur slowly spoke. "Kid, that's really unfair of you. I bought 10,000 bottles from scalpers this time, and you're not even giving me a discount? Are you trying to be stingy?" "Humph, you want a discount? Dream on." Wang Hao snorted and said, "I have to pay 300 gold coins in business tax every month. When have you ever thought about giving me a discount? Can those be the same?" King Arthur turned to look at Wang Hao and snorted. "You earn at least 1,000 gold coins every month, kid. I'm already being lenient by not increasing your taxes. Don't push your luck. I'm too lazy to argue with you." Wang Hao casually shoved a pack of stockings into King Arthur's hand and said, "We'll talk about the discount later. These stockings are for you. Take them back for your sister-in-law to wear. Don't forget to ask her to help me advertise them." Receiving a gift is a happy thing, but the title sister-in-law just sounds awkward, and King Arthur's eyebrows almost furrowed together. "You brat, how can you call Dewey your sister-in-law? Isn't that messing up the family hierarchy?" Wang Hao didn't back down either, staring at her with his big eyes and asking, "Are you sick? What should I call you if not sister-in-law? Should I call you auntie, grandma, or grandma? Do you think these are appropriate terms?" King Arthur was speechless for a moment, but quickly glared at her. "She's my wife, Lily's mother. If you call her sister-in-law, What will happen to Lily? Lily is Lily, and I am me. We have nothing to do with each other. Wang Hao said irritably. We call each other what we call each other. I call your wife sister-in-law, and Lily calls her mom. What's wrong with that? King Arthur wanted to say that they would be family sooner or later, but when he thought that Wang Hao might take advantage of him after hearing the news, he immediately gave up the idea. All right, let's call it that for now. We'll talk about it later, King Arthur conceded. That's it, isn't it? You're such a troublemaker. King Arthur was speechless after being rebuked with one sentence. He was filled with anger and had nowhere to vent it. He said angrily, You have no manners. You're driving me crazy. I hate looking at you. I'm leaving. Let's go without further ado. King Arthur leaped down the steps and headed towards the upper city in the afterglow of the setting sun, his silhouette appearing rather carefree. That old guy's quite the actor. Wang Hao smiled, shook his head, and turned back into the shop. Closing time had passed, and there were no customers in the store. Ari stood behind the counter calculating the bills. Lulu was tidying up the misplaced merchandise on the shelves when she saw Wang Hao enter. She smiled and asked him what he wanted to eat tonight. Wang Hao thought for a moment and then walked towards the stairs. You and Ari must be tired after a long day. Get some rest once you're done cleaning up. I'll cook dinner tonight. Lulu did not refuse, and after agreeing, she prepared to close the door and clean. Just then, the bell on the door suddenly rang, and a pretty little girl poked her head in, curiously peering inside. At the same time, Wang Hao heard 3 consecutive dings in his mind, and 3 bright red warning messages appeared before his eyes. Warn! Warn! The enemy is attempting to enter the grocery store. Please handle this with caution. Chapter 152 Headbutt Girl. Since its opening, the system has never issued such a formal alert. The 3 consecutive alerts immediately put Wang Hao on high alert, his muscles tense, ready to strike at any moment. A girl, about 12 or 13 years old, and about 1.3 meters tall, walked into the grocery store. The girl had rare long black hair, exquisite features that looked like they were painted, and skin whiter than milk. At first glance, the girl was as beautiful as a porcelain doll, with almost no flaws. But Wang Hao still keenly sensed something unusual. Winter is just around the corner, and the weather is getting colder and colder. Everyone is putting on thicker clothes to keep warm. But the girl was still wearing a black princess dress, with no warm clothing on her exposed calves, and only a pair of crystal sandals that you only see in summer. The girl seemed completely oblivious to the chill, showing no reaction whatsoever. She stood calmly at the doorway, a bright red exclamation mark above her head. Lulu, unaware of what had happened, patiently inquired about the girl's purpose. Little sister, what do you want to buy? The girl remained silent. Lulu raised an eyebrow slightly and continued to ask, So, have you encountered any difficulties? You can tell me, and I will definitely help you if I can. The girl remained silent, simply staring coldly at Lulu. Lulu wanted to ask more questions, but Wang Hao quickly interrupted her. Lulu, I want to have stewed meat tonight. Why don't you make it now? Lulu paused for a moment, turned around in surprise, and looked at Wang Hao with a puzzled expression. Wang Hao didn't explain, and looked at Ollie again. Ollie, you don't need to do the accounting for now. You and Lulu cook together. I'm hungry. Ari shuddered, immediately noticing Wang Hao's unusual behavior. There's an unwritten rule in the family. Unless Wang Hao explicitly states that he won't be eating at home, Ollie is not allowed to participate in the cooking process in any way, including starting the fire. These are lessons learned through blood and tears, painful memories that Wang Hao can never forget. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, Ari kept it in mind and silently followed the rule. Suddenly asking her to help with cooking, and even to cook with Lulu, is definitely suspicious. Lulu didn't think much of it and pointed at the girl, saying, Master, what should we do about her? Wang Hao smiled slightly and walked towards the door. Leave it to me. I'll take care of this young lady. That won't do. Let me have it. Before Lulu could finish speaking, Ari stopped her. Lulu, listen to your master. Let's hurry up and cook. Pulled along by Ari, Lulu followed her sister toward the stairs, still somewhat dazed. Sister what? Shoo, come with me, don't say a word. As the 3 passed each other, Wang Hao gave Ali a look, then walked up to the girl with a smile. Hello, what can I do for you? The aloof girl finally spoke. How did you know I was looking for you? Wang Hao smiled faintly and said, It's a premonition, I guess. My premonitions are usually very accurate. Do you want to say it here or outside? The girl gave Wang Hao a deep look with her golden eyes, then turned and walked away. Come with me. Try running away if you dare. Wang Hao shrugged and smiled at the 2 sisters who were peeking from the stairs. Don't worry, I'll be right back. You two go ahead and prepare dinner. After offering a word of comfort, Wang Hao walked out of the grocery store and closed the door behind him. The store is protected by a system, so even if someone tries to sneak up on it, there's nothing to worry about. The gold coins in the account are enough to get him back. After following the girl for a long time, the two arrived at a secluded open space, where the girl finally stopped. Wang Hao also stopped, standing about 3 meters away from the girl, looking at her curiously, and asked, "This should be our first meeting, right? I sense that you have a lot of hostility towards me. Can you tell me why?" The girl remained silent, staring intently into Wang Hao's eyes, her beautiful golden pupils flashing with fury. Wang Hao scratched his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. "Hey, say something. I can sense that you've already decided to kill me. At least let me die knowing why, right?" The girl took a deep breath, clenched her small hands into fists, and said slowly and deliberately, "My name is Oei Hecarus. This name sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it right now." Just as Wang Hao was trying to remember where he had heard the name before, the girl moved. Like a black meteor, she rushed in front of Wang Hao and swung her fist at his abdomen. Wang Hao remained vigilant at all times, naturally preventing her from successfully launching a sneak attack. He raised his left hand and caught the girl's right fist as she threw it. With a swift movement of his right hand, he grabbed the girl's other hand as well. In this way, the girl's all-out attack collapsed instantly, and she was firmly controlled by Wang Hao. The two stood face to face, their eyes locked, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Wang Hao looked down at the girl and said with a smile, "Sorry, I still can't remember who you are. Could you give me a hint?" "You bastard." The girl flew into a rage, tilted her head back, and swiftly struck out, delivering a powerful headbutt that slammed into Wang Hao's chest. Bang! "Damn human, you've forgotten who I am." Bang! "I am a descendant of the Hecarus family, a princess of the Black Dragon clan, and you don't remember me?" Bang! "Damn human, the shame you brought me must be repaid with your life." 3 consecutive headbutts finally opened up Wang Hao's meridians, reminding him where he had heard the surname Hecarus before. Wang Hao unleashed tremendous power in his arms, lifting the girl up like a claw machine, only to discover that her eyes had reverted to those familiar golden vertical pupils. "Oh my, it really is you. This girl who suddenly appeared is actually the Black Dragon that kidnapped Amelia back then. It's unbelievable." Wang Hao looked the girl over from left to right, and found that apart from her eyes showing dragon characteristics, there were no traces of dragons on her body. She was just as delicate and cute as an ordinary girl. "Where's your tail? Where did you hide it?" Wang Hao stared at the girl's buttocks and asked, "You didn't cut it off yourself, did you? Cutting off your own tail to get revenge on me? You're too willful." The lewd gaze and shameless teasing made the girl feel extremely humiliated. Her fair face flushed red instantly, and she opened her mouth to bite Wang Hao's nose hard. Unfortunately, even when she was in her dragon form, she couldn't bite Wang Hao, and now that her hands and feet are controlled, she has even less of a chance. Wang Hao casually flipped the girl over, placed her across his lap, and slapped her. "Behave yourself. Don't think I won't beat you up just because you've turned into human form. If you dare to move again, I won't mind sticking another branch in your hair. You hear me?" The girl froze, instantly becoming obedient. Not only did it obediently lie on Wang Hao's lap, but it also consciously shut its mouth and stopped swearing. But a few seconds later, Wang Hao suddenly felt something wet on his knee. He looked down and was immediately left speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "You're supposed to be a dragon. How can you cry like that?" Chapter 153, I'll take care of you. Dragons possess immense strength and savage physiques, and enjoy long lifespans. From the moment of their birth, they stand at the pinnacle of power as the celestial dragons. Arrogance, haughtiness, and disdain for others, these labels humans have attached to dragons speak volumes. In the eyes of dragons, humans are nothing but lowly ants, whom they can toy with when they are in a good mood, and with whom they can toy with when they are in a bad mood. The two have no right to talk to each other, let alone become friends. But every race has 1 or 2 oddballs who stand out from the crowd, whose ideas are different from those of other races, and who occasionally do some unconventional things. For example, Oei and Hecarus, the little princess of the Black Dragon clan. By chance, the Black Dragon princess met a kind human girl, and the two became best friends who could talk about anything. Those days were the happiest time since the Black Dragon princess was born. But the good times didn't last long, and the Black Dragon King eventually discovered the truth. Upon learning that his daughter had befriended a human, the Black Dragon King flew into a rage, destroyed the human girl's home, and forbade the Black Dragon Princess to remain on Dragon Island for 10 years. The rebellious princess fled Dragon Island that very night. After mourning the girl at her grave for a night, she flew directly inland, vowing never to return to that cold and heartless Dragon Island. Then why did you appear on that mountain? Wang Hao asked. I'm tired from flying. Can't I find a place to sleep? The black dragon princess roared, her golden vertical pupils flashing with anger. Those rude humans disturb my sleep. Shouldn't I chase them away? What a terrible morning grumpiness. And what deep resentment. Wang Hao finally understood why a black dragon had suddenly appeared on that mountain. It turned out that the rebellious princess had run away from home. Okay, I admit you did the right thing. They were indeed a bit rude. Wang Hao shrugged and said, but why did you grab Amy in the end? If you hadn't grabbed her, I wouldn't have chased you. And if I hadn't chased you, I wouldn't have beaten you up or poked you with the branch. At this point, Wang Hao's gaze suddenly shifted downwards a short distance, his eyes becoming somewhat lewd. Hey, are you a pervert? Princess Black Dragon quickly covered her buttocks and roared angrily. You are a powerful person who once defeated me, so why don't you have any self-awareness as a powerful person? Do you know how impolite it is to treat a lady like this? Are you a lady? Wang Hao was suddenly amused by the Black Dragon Princess's words. Little Black, even if you are female, even if you can transform into human form, your true form is still a dragon. Are you sure you can be called a lady? You're called Little Black. Your whole family are Little Black. I have a name. I'm called Oei Hekaris. I am the noble Black Dragon Princess. Wang Hao waved his hand with a smile and advised. All right, Little Black, don't be angry, Little Black. I know you are the Black Dragon Princess, but don't you think the name Little Black is quite endearing? You, oh my God, you're making me so angry. Anger arises from the heart, and evil thoughts spring from the gall. For the sake of the dragon race's honor, the Black Dragon Princess rose up in rebellion, only to be punished in an extremely humiliating manner. Smack! A crisp echo came from my buttocks. That's a nice ass. Smack! Little Black, you know the cuckoo chicken, right? You're just like the cuckoo chicken, you only remember the food and not the punishment. Why can't you remember? Smack! If you dare to resist again, I'll spank you until your butt is swollen and you won't even dare to sit down. Do you hear me? Xiao He was forced to submit, tears of grievance streaming down his face. I understand, please don't hit me anymore. Smack! I know I was wrong. Why did you still hit me? Sorry, I was just having a really good feel for the game and got into a rhythm. Smack! You've gone too far. I'm going to self-destruct. I'll take you down with me. No, your life as a dragon has only just begun. You have a long future ahead of you. Don't be silly. Then you're not allowed to spank me anymore. Okay, if we don't want to fight, then we won't fight. I definitely mean what I say. Then why don't you let go? Oh, Wang Hao reluctantly let go of her arm, allowing Little Black Princess to leave. Human, you've gone too far. The Little Black Princess stepped back, staring intently into Wang Hao's eyes. Don't think this is the end of it. The dignity of a dragon cannot be violated. I will come back for revenge. After uttering those harsh words, Princess Xiaohe turned and ran away, intending to seek revenge another time. Unfortunately, she underestimated Wang Hao. If you don't kill the snake, you will suffer the consequences. How could Wang Hao not know such a simple truth? And how could he possibly let the tiger return to the mountain? He moved swiftly, instantly catching up with Oei and Hekaris, blocking her path like a city wall. Bang! Little Black Princess couldn't dodge in time and crashed headfirst into Wang Hao's chest. What are you going to do? Xiao He covered his forehead and noticed Wang Hao looking at him with a wicked grin. He immediately had a bad feeling. I'm not going to take revenge anymore. Can you just let me leave? Not good. Wang Hao smiled brightly, but that smile looked incredibly eerie to Xiao He, just like a hunter spotting its prey. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao He turned around and broke through with all his might, risking everything for freedom. Unfortunately, all her efforts were in vain in the face of a cheater. She fled, he chased, but she couldn't escape. No matter which direction Xiao He ran in, he would be blocked by Wang Hao within 10 meters and would not have any chance to break through. An invisible fear completely enveloped Xiao He, and the Black Dragon Princess was so anxious that tears were about to fall. I was wrong. I swear I'll never come to this city again. Please let me leave. Her pitiful appearance was heartbreaking, but Wang Hao seemed not to see it and continued to look at her with a smile. You don't need to swear an oath, and you don't need to leave here. Come with me, and I'll take care of you from now on. Oh. Xiao He stopped crying and opened its mouth wide in surprise. What did you say? You're going to take care of me. Wang Hao nodded and laughed. That's right. I happen to need a security guard. If you watch over my house, of course I'll take care of you. What guards the house? Dogs are for guarding the house. Xiao He immediately realized what Wang Hao was about to do and roared angrily. Human, you've gone too far. I'll fight you to the death. Just as she was preparing to revert to her original form and fight Wang Hao to the death with her dragon body, Wang Hao made a move. He appeared beside Xiao He in an instant like a ghost, flicked her head hard, and took advantage of her dazed state to firmly control her. When Xiao He regained consciousness, she was already being carried under Wang Hao's arm, striding towards the general store. I finally caught you. If you get away, how am I supposed to live with myself? Just accept your fate and follow me. You'll be well fed and clothed, and I'll give you 10 gold coins every month as a reward. Isn't that generous? By the way, just in case, let's sign a contract when we get back, a servant contract. Those things are reliable. Also, Ari and Lulu are my women, so you can't bully them. If you're bored, there's a little pet at home you can play with, but don't break it, you hear me? After listening to the nagging all the way, and seeing the general store right in front of her, Princess Xiaohe was completely desperate and resigned to her fate. I only have one request. Could you please not call me Xiaohe? Wang Hao only replied with 2 words. You guess. Chapter 154. Why did you arrest me? Ari and Lulu were a little confused, feeling like they had heard the funniest joke in the world. The owner actually caught a black dragon and is going to raise it. Isn't this joke a bit too much? Dragons are born strong, proud, and arrogant. How could they possibly accept being domesticated by humans? Even if your strength is unparalleled, even if you shamelessly use forceful methods to coerce, even if you still need to sign a servant contract, that's not impossible. The 2 sisters suddenly realized what was happening. If this person is Wang Hao, it seems quite possible. There's definitely no problem with his strength. After all, Wang Hao has defeated experts above level 9 more than once. As for skin, to be able to hold a strange young girl in one's arms without batting an eye, that's some serious shamelessness. There are also servant contracts. That's a contract that even the Dawn Clan chief couldn't break. If you can successfully sign the contract, even if the other party is a black dragon, they can't break it on their own unless they find someone stronger than the master. Do such people exist? Perhaps they exist, but they certainly aren't in Celtic City, much less in this tiny general store. So, Master, is she really the black dragon we encountered that day? Ari asked with a troubled expression. Wang Hao patted Xiao Hei's head and laughed. Why would I lie to you? She really is that black dragon. Her name is Oei Hecarus, and she's said to be a princess of the Black Dragon clan. You can ask her yourself if you don't believe me. Xiao Hei sat on Wang Hao's lap, looking unwilling, but still nodded reluctantly. That's right. I am Oei Hecarus, the only daughter of the Black Dragon King. Of course, I am the Black Dragon Princess. Then how do you prove your identity? Lulu asked curiously. You look exactly like a human girl. Even a transformation technique couldn't make such a subtle change, could it? You don't believe me? Little Black roared in fury. How dare a mere demi-human question a great dragon? Do you want to die? 1 second he was threatening Ari with harsh words, and the next second Xiao Hei was punished by Wang Hao. A finger reached out and flicked hard on his smooth forehead. With a bang, a large bump rapidly swelled up on Xiao Hei's forehead at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the intense pain, a layer of mist quickly shrouded his golden eyes. Xiao Hei struggled to hold back the tears from the corners of her eyes, then turned around and glared fiercely at Wang Hao. What are you doing? Why did you hit me again? Wang Hao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a wicked smile. Little Black, do you remember what I told you before I came back? Ari and Lulu are both mine. If you dare to bully them, you'll be in for a world of hurt. Although Wang Hao didn't explicitly say my woman, both sisters understood the hidden meaning. A blush instantly spread across their 2 pretty faces, and they lowered their heads, not daring to meet Wang Hao's gaze. Seeing that the 2 did not object, Wang Hao became even more smug. Little Black, quickly change your eyes back. And your tail, show it too. You're a member of the dragon race. What's the point of pretending to be human? Xiao Hei glared at him fiercely before reluctantly making some changes. Its golden pupils instantly turned back into vertical pupils, and a thick tail emerged from under its rear end. Its tail is covered with hard, shiny black scales that feel cool and comfortable to the touch. This tail reminded Wang Hao of an anime he had once watched, in which the female protagonist was a dragon girl with a long tail, but her tail was green. The black tail isn't too bad looking. Let's leave it like this for now. Wang Hao's words once again made Xiao Hei feel humiliated, and he struggled fiercely. If you don't like it, then don't look at it. Let go of me, I want to go home. Wang Hao tightened his arms, firmly holding Xiao Hei's body in place, his smile utterly lewd. Going back home? A girl who has run away from home should stay at someone else's house obediently, otherwise how can you maintain your persona? What nonsense are you talking about? Let me go. Xiao Hei tried with all its might to break free from Wang Hao's arm, but all it did was exhaust itself and sweat profusely. In the end, it obediently sat in Wang Hao's lap. Why aren't you moving? Keep going. As long as you can break free, I'll let you go. I mean what I say, I won't stop you. Xiao Hei figured it out. This shameless guy keeps saying he'll give me a chance to leave, but he has no intention of letting me go at all. He's just taking advantage of the fact that I'm not as good as him, and my struggles will only add to his amusement. Instead of wasting energy, it's better to wait until the contract is signed before making a move. If we can't sign the contract, let's see what excuse he has to keep me here. Xiao Hei stopped moving, and Wang Hao, feeling rather bored, asked, "Where's Ding Dang? Hasn't she come back yet?" Lulu nodded and said, "There are no flowers nearby. Ding Dang is going to look for some outside the city. He should be back soon." Before the words were finished, a clanging sound came from the back door. "Ali, Lulu, I'm back. Is dinner ready? Ding Dang is hungry." Ding Dang flew in carrying a large bunch of wilted wildflowers. Seeing everyone sitting in the rest area, she asked curiously, "What are you all doing here? Who is she?" Wang Hao waved to Ding Dang and said with a smile, "Ding Dang, I found you a friend. Come and get to know her." Ding Dang pouted and flew over reluctantly. "I don't need any friends. I have Ari and Lulu. That's enough. This person, this. Ding Dang looked at the girl in Wang Hao's arms in terror, as if someone had grabbed her by the neck. "By the goddess of life above, there is a dragon. Ali, Lulu, run. That creature is a dragon. Don't let it eat you." Ding Dang quickly dropped the flowers in her hand, flapped her wings, and flew in front of Ari and Lulu, swiftly erecting a magic shield that emitted a fluorescent glow. "You guys run first, I'll hold her off." Their small bodies displayed unparalleled courage, giving the two sisters a strong sense of security. Ari gently picked up Ding Dang and softly comforted her. "Don't be afraid, Ding Dang. She was brought back by her master and is not our enemy." "What?" Ding Dang stared at Wang Hao in shock. "You big pervert. What are you trying to do?" Xiao Hei chimed in. "That's right, you big pervert. What exactly do you want to do?" Wang Hao stared at the two of them speechlessly. "It hasn't even been a minute. Have you two already gotten this in sync?" Faced with 4 pairs of curious eyes, Wang Hao finally revealed his purpose. "Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I'm going on a long trip soon, and I'm worried about the safety of my home, so I'm leaving Xiao Hei behind." Lulu asked instinctively, "Master, where are you going?" "I'm going to visit the capitals of 2 other human kingdoms, but I haven't decided which one yet." "The capitals of the other 2 countries. Won't that take a long time to get there?" Wang Hao nodded, let out a long sigh, and said, "It will take at least a month, and possibly up to 6 months. During this time, let Xiao Hei protect your safety." Chapter 155 Contract Little Black. As your level increases, the amount of gold coins required for system upgrades also increases. Currently, upgrading from level 4 to level 5 requires 50,000 gold coins, but with some effort, it's still possible to complete it within 1 or 2 years. But what about the future? Celtic City is already the richest city in the Kingdom of Leighton. Even so, the people here work hard all year and can only earn 10 gold coins in the end, while people in other places are even poorer. Nobles may be rich, but even if you force them to eat Liwei Daihuang pills as their staple food, how much could they possibly spend in a year? Even if you squeeze every last drop out of the kidneys, you still won't be able to scrape together 500. Therefore, the best way to solve the current predicament is to expand the market and attract more customers to the grocery store. Previously, when he helped King Arthur conquer the Dragon Arena, he was given 100 magic crystals as a reward. Wang Hao used that money to exchange for the coordinates of a teleportation portal. This portal is extremely valuable, as it affects the speed of future upgrades, so it must be used with caution. After careful consideration, Wang Hao temporarily selected 2 targets, the capital cities of the other 2 major human kingdoms. As the political center of a country, as long as the rulers are not foolish, the local economy, public security, and standard of living are generally not too bad. Once the general store opens, the local people will definitely accept the products in the store, and there will also be an opportunity to sell the expensive Liwei Dawang pills and Zhengshan Xiaozhong to the nobles. This is Wang Hao's ultimate goal. This journey is long and will take a long time. Ding Dang signed a servant contract, binding herself to Wang Hao. The two could not be separated for too long, so she had to be taken along on the journey. When that time comes, only Ari and Lulu will be left in the store, and safety will become Wang Hao's biggest concern. There's no need to worry in the general store. The system protects us, and even if someone breaks in, they can be driven away in time. But the two sisters couldn't just stay stuck in the shop forever. When you go out shopping or running errands, and the system can't guarantee your safety, you'll need a reliable bodyguard. Naturally, the higher your combat strength, the better. Xiaohei's arrival perfectly solved this problem. With a dragon of unfathomable power, and a female one at that, all of Wang Hao's worries were immediately resolved. There was no more suitable candidate than Xiaohei. So, Ding Dang, set up the servant contract. I want to sign a contract with Xiaohei. Ding Dang knew this was important, and without the slightest hesitation, she began to take action. She pulled a small magic wand from her skirt, swirling it around the two of them while chanting incantations and scattering countless tiny stars. Soon, a complex magic circle pattern appeared beneath Wang Hao's feet, exactly the same as the magic circle that appeared when Ding Dang sold herself. The magic circle emitted a dazzling light, completely enveloping Wang Hao and Xiaohei's figures. As the owner of the contract, Wang Hao could sense that Xiaohei was resisting signing the contract. Even though he had firmly controlled Xiaohei, this resistance from the depths of his heart was still struggling violently, trying to resist the power of magic and prevent the contract from taking effect. Wang Hao sighed, then suddenly changed his posture, pinching Xiaohei's armpits and lifting her up in front of him. Xiaohei, I know you don't want to sign the contract. Wang Hao stared at Xiaohei's golden vertical pupils and said calmly, but unfortunately, you are no match for me, and you have already fallen into my hands. Anger flashed across Xiaohei's face, and he struggled even more fiercely. Let me go. I am the pride of the dragon race. I will never acknowledge you as my master. Forget about it. Wang Hao gently shook his head and said, the victor is king, the loser is villain. If you can defeat me, then I am indeed not qualified to be your master. But you can't. You can't even withstand half of my strength, and resistance is futile. I'm not afraid to tell you. Even if your father comes to me personally to seek revenge, I'm 100% confident I can defeat him, and he still won't be able to save you. Impossible. Xiaohei's vertical pupils suddenly narrowed into a straight line, and a piercing roar came from his mouth. My father was a saint-level expert 300 years ago, and now he has touched the threshold of God level. What makes you think you can defeat him? You said you've only reached the threshold, which means your father isn't a god yet. Why can't I defeat him? Wang Hao's expression remained calm and composed, as if stating an indisputable fact. He said calmly, you might not believe it, but even if a god came, I would be able to protect myself. I am far stronger than you imagine. Just accept your fate. Be my security guard for a while and protect Ari and Lulu. I won't ask you to do anything else. I promise you that once I have achieved my goals, I will set you free. Xiaohei covered his ears with both hands, shaking his head and struggling. Impossible. How could you possibly be a god? I've never heard of a god as shameless as you. I don't want to be your slave. I want to go home. I want to go back to Dragon Island. At this moment, Xiaohei was like a big, jumping carp, wriggling around in Wang Hao's hands, which annoyed Wang Hao. Enough. Wang Hao held Xiaohei's body firmly in place, and said with a stern face, you won't listen when I talk to you nicely. You just want to make me lose my temper, right? Alright, then I'll show you what I'm capable of, and let you know what it means to win people over with virtue. Under Xiaohei's terrified gaze, Wang Hao revealed a wicked smile, tilted his head back, and then slammed it into Xiaohei's head. With a thump, Xiaohei felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, and then a multitude of tiny stars appeared out of nowhere. While she was feeling dizzy and lightheaded, Wang Hao held his breath and concentrated, attempting to mobilize his mental energy for the first time. Everyone has mental power, but only powerful magicians can skillfully use it. Ordinary people can't even sense its existence. Wang Hao had never learned magic and didn't know how to use his mental power. He simply imagined Xiaohei as a lamb to be slaughtered and himself as a fierce tiger, concentrating on swallowing Xiaohei whole. Although this method is clumsy, its effect is obvious. In Xiaohei's perception, Wang Hao was no longer Wang Hao, but an incredibly terrifying and powerful being whose appearance was obscured, who forcefully swallowed her whole with an unparalleled force. Little Black rolled its eyes and fainted. The magic circle shone brightly, condensing into a strange and intricate rune that landed on Xiaohei's chest and instantly disappeared into her body. At the same time, Wang Hao also received a notification that the contract had been successfully signed. We finally succeeded. Wang Hao laughed, A very happy laugh, but also a bit lewd. We captured a dragon maiden to guard our home. How prestigious that is. From now on, let Xiaohei stick its tail out and see who dares to cause trouble in the store. The magical light gradually faded, revealing Ari and Lulu's worried faces. Wang Hao nodded to the two of them and smiled. Our big family has gained a new member. Let's give them a round of applause. Chapter 156 Raising Dragons is not easy. I want to eat beef. I want to eat tripe and sliced pork kidney. I want more. Once Xiaohei regained consciousness, he realized that the die was cast, and he had no choice but to accept the fact that he had become a servant. She channeled her grief and anger into her appetite, vowing to eat Wang Hao out of house and home, to show him that dragons are not to be trifled with. The hot pot broth has been changed 3 times. 50 pounds of beef and mutton, over 10 pounds of pre-prepared offal, and as many vegetables and fruits as she could get. All the family's stock went into her stomach. Coke and canned yellow peaches were also included, and the ground was piled with empty bottles, at least 100 of them. Despite eating so much, Xiaohei's stomach remained flat, showing no signs of being full. Ding Dang stood beside her, holding a leaf of vegetable, watching longingly, almost crying with envy. How can she eat so much delicious food at once? I want to eat it too. I want to drink 100 bottles of Coke in one go. Ari chuckled and advised. She's a dragon. How can you compare to her? Ding Dang. Be good. You've already eaten a lot. If you eat any more, your stomach will explode. Ding Dang looked down at her bulging little belly and took a big bite of the vegetable leaf. So what if they're dragons? Can dragons really eat that much food in one go? I'm not convinced. I want to eat like that too. Hearing her complaint, Xiaohei glanced at Ding Dang and said disdainfully, if you're so capable, then eat it. If you can't finish, blame me. You. Ding Dang was so angry that she wanted to bite her, but considering the difference in strength between them, she finally gave in. You're right. I just couldn't eat anymore. It has nothing to do with you. Wang Hao carried over a basket of freshly steamed buns and turned pale when he saw the messy dining table. What? I was careless. Little Black is a giant dragon that is over 10 meters long, and its appetite is enormous. If we let her keep eating like this, the daily revenue probably wouldn't even cover her food expenses. So how would we make any money? But since things had come to this point and the contract could not be revoked, Wang Hao could only accept his fate. Wang Hao placed the steaming hot steamed buns on the chair next to Xiaohei and said with a wry smile, Xiaohei, there's no food left at home. I just steamed 20 buns. Please make do with these for now. Seeing Wang Hao get his comeuppance, Xiaohei was secretly overjoyed, but his face still showed a disdainful expression. Humph, you're the one who said you'd take care of me. Now you won't even let me eat my fill. Is this how you take care of me? I despise you. Do you despise me? Let them despise me. I'll tolerate it. Wang Hao sat down opposite Xiaohei with a bitter face, sighed and said, Xiaohei, if I could, I would certainly like to feed you well, but the problem is you eat way too much. Have you counted how much you ate in total? That food was enough for 20 people to eat in one meal, but you cleaned it all up by yourself. How can you blame me for that? At this point, Wang Hao hesitated slightly and tentatively asked, Xiaohei, give me a hint. How much do you eat in one meal? Seeing Wang Hao's frustrated expression, Xiaohei was very pleased, and the bad mood brought about by the contract was relieved a lot. We dragons are not a gluttonous race. If conditions permit, 2 cows are enough to satisfy our hunger. What if the conditions don't allow it? Wang Hao asked cautiously. The conditions don't allow it? Xiaohei thought for a moment and said, we can go 3 to 5 days without food, and we can replenish our strength with magic, but it will affect our mood. It's all right, it's not too much. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling at ease after learning the details. Xiaohei, with my current abilities, I can't let you go hungry. But to be honest, if you keep eating like this, I might not be able to meet your needs. What did you say? Xiaohei's pupils narrowed to slits, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. You said you would take care of me. Are you going to go back on your word? No. Calm down and listen to me. Wang Hao waved his hands repeatedly and explained, it's not that I don't want you to eat. It's just that I can't make sure you're full at every meal. As you can see, there are only a few people in the shop, and we have to keep it open during the day, so we can't cook for you specifically. Then what do you mean? Xiaohei asked coldly. How about this? Wang Hao came up with a compromise, saying, you can eat with us regularly, and we'll try to cook more so you won't go hungry. Let's go out to eat at a restaurant every now and then. The restaurant has a chef who can definitely meet your needs. How about that? You mean you'll feed me 1 meal a day, and then let me have a full meal every few days? Xiaohei asked. No, It's 3 meals a day, Wang Hao explained with a smile. There's one in the morning, one at noon, and one in the evening, but there might not be enough time. Only the evening meal is more substantial, while the other two are a bit more casual. 3 meals a day? Xiao Hei's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. No problem, I can accept that. Seeing how readily she agreed, Wang Hao suddenly felt uneasy. Does that seem like an excessively high price? However, seeing Xiao Hei devour a large steamed bun in 2 bites, his face beaming with a happy smile, Wang Hao's initial discomfort quickly vanished. This is a dragon girl. Others want to raise them but don't have the chance, so what do I have to complain about? Wang Hao laughed and said, You eat first, I'll go upstairs and arrange a place for you to sleep. Dragons are not picky about their sleeping environment. They can sleep in dry caves or on grassy fields in the wild. However, since Xiao Hei is currently in human form, letting her sleep outside is no different from child abuse, so we still need to make proper arrangements. There are only 2 bedrooms on the 2nd floor that are habitable. Wang Hao originally wanted to add a bed to his bedroom so that Xiao Hei could sleep with him, but Ali and Lulu both disagreed with his idea. With no other option, Wang Hao had to follow the sister's suggestion and buy a bed from the system to place in the adjacent bedroom so that Xiao Hei could live with them. 2 hours later, with the help of the 2 sisters, Xiao Hei took a comfortable bath, snuggled into bed, and quickly closed his eyes. A soft snore could be heard. Xiao Hei was sleeping soundly, a smile still lingering on her delicate face. Seeing this, Wang Hao finally felt relieved. Whether it was voluntary or forced, the fact that Xiao Hei could sleep in front of them shows that she doesn't see them as enemies. This is a great start, and also the beginning of Xiao Hei integrating into this family. Wang Hao believed that as long as he treated Xiao Hei sincerely, Xiao Hei would not suddenly harm Ali and Lulu even when he was not in the store. That's enough for him. After a whole night of fussing, Ari and Lulu were exhausted and had already changed into their pajamas to rest. Wang Hao yawned and walked towards the door. Ali, Lulu, you should get some rest. I'm going back to sleep too. Chapter 157 Night Raid. The night was quiet. The hazy moonlight shone through the window onto the flower basket beside it. Ding Dang had fallen asleep long ago, but Xiao Doubting seemed to have a strange dream. His little face was all wrinkled and he looked very aggrieved, muttering a few meaningless murmurs from time to time. Wang Hao lay in bed, still thinking about the branch store, and was having trouble sleeping. Suddenly, there were light footsteps outside the door, stopping at the bedroom door. The other person seemed hesitant, pausing for a long time before slowly turning the handle and carefully opening the bedroom door. Wang Hao squinted slightly, peering through the crack to observe the activity at the doorway. The door was pushed open little by little, very gently, almost without making a sound. Immediately afterwards, a pair of pointed ears peeked in, listening intently to the sounds coming from the room. Seeing that there was no sound in the room, the person carefully entered the bedroom and tiptoed toward the flower basket where Ding Dang was sleeping. Wang Hao guessed the person's identity from the pajamas they were wearing. Although the 2 sisters look almost identical, their personalities are completely different. Ari has a calm and steady personality and likes to wear 2-piece pajamas so she can get up and work whenever she wants. Lulu has a lively personality and loves the feeling of freedom. She wears a loose nightgown to bed every day. The person who came in was wearing a nightgown, so it was definitely Lulu. What is Lulu doing here so late? Wang Hao remained suspicious and continued to silently observe Lulu's movements. Lulu carefully picked up the flower basket and tiptoed out of the bedroom. When she returned, the flower basket was gone. Just as Wang Hao was about to ask Lulu what she was going to do, Lulu walked straight to the foot of the bed and quietly lifted a corner of the blanket. Could it be? Wang Hao was deeply shocked. A possibility that even he himself dared not believe suddenly appeared in his mind. Is Lulu planning a night raid on me? Wang Hao's body trembled slightly as he felt Lulu slowly crawling into the blankets, and then gradually moving upwards. This feeling was wonderful, a strange sense of anticipation that made Wang Hao reluctant to interrupt Lulu's little actions. Soon, Lulu climbed into Wang Hao's arms and lay softly against his chest. The blanket covered Lulu's head, so her expression couldn't be seen. However, Wang Hao knew that Lulu must be very shy right now, because he could feel the heat coming from Lulu's cheeks on his chest. Wang Hao's heart was pounding, and he didn't know what to do. Should we continue pretending to be asleep, or immediately hug Lulu and take the opportunity to do something inappropriate for children? Just as he was struggling to make a decision, Wang Hao suddenly felt a warm little hand press on his heart, and Lulu's murmur came from under the covers. "Master, you're not asleep yet, are you?" Wang Hao shuddered and gave a soft "hmm." Lulu hesitated for a few seconds, then continued. Don't move. Just listen to me, okay? Wang Hao hummed in agreement and obediently remained still. Master, you'll be leaving in the next few days, won't you? Do you know how much I hate it when you leave? Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat, but he did not answer. I originally wanted to wait for my sister to come with me. Lulu's murmur continued. But my sister kept hesitating. She was worried that if you got us, you wouldn't cherish us anymore. How could that be? I like you guys so much, how could that be? Wang Hao hurriedly tried to explain, but the second half of his sentence was pressed back down by a small hand, and he didn't say it. Master is being naughty. You promised not to move around. Why did you move again? Wang Hao quickly shut his mouth and lay down obediently. The little hand retreated back under the blanket and continued drawing circles on her chest. Master, I'm different from my sister. If I like you, I'll tell you boldly. I believe you won't give up on us because of this little thing. I know you arrested Xiao He because you were worried about our safety. I know everything. Your love moves me and makes me sad. I don't know how to repay your love, so I made a bold decision. Master, promise me you won't let my sister know about tonight's events, okay? What else could Wang Hao say but raise his limbs in agreement? Okay, I promise you. Hearing Wang Hao's answer, Lulu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling a warm current in her chest. Master, I've never done anything like this before, but I'd like to try. Would you be willing to be my experimental subject? Can I object? Of course not. One word is enough to explain the problem. Lulu smiled, and even through the blanket, Wang Hao could feel the genuine joy in her smile. Master, I'm about to begin. I hope it will bring you a wonderful experience. Wang Hao tensed up, feeling a small hand moving downwards. Then, oh, your damn gentleness. The shop opened as usual the following morning. Everything seemed the same as usual, but a careful person could still notice something unusual. As soon as King Arthur entered the store, he saw Wang Hao hiding in the rest area, looking like a big fool. To describe it, it's like finding 100 magic crystals on your way home, and then discovering a huge piece of gold has fallen from the sky into your living room, along with a beautiful young woman asking to be your wife and voluntarily walking into the bedroom to consummate the marriage immediately. This is truly a triple blessing. Not only was Wang Hao behaving strangely, but even Lulu, who was usually lively and cheerful, became unusually quiet. She was somewhat absent-minded when receiving guests and even mistook Andrew, who was reporting for work, for a customer who had come to shop at the store. As someone who had been through it all, King Arthur could tell at a glance that Lulu's walking posture had changed. As for what has changed, those who know. I see. Connecting the two events, King Arthur immediately understood why Wang Hao had that infatuated reaction. The brat has finally grown up. King Arthur pulled up a chair and sat down next to Wang Hao, nudging Wang Hao's waist with his elbow and teasingly saying, Feeling good, sir? Shall we celebrate for you? Wang Hao snapped out of his daze and asked blankly, Celebrate what? Nonsense, what do you think? King Arthur said sternly, his face hardening. A man can be charming, but not lewd. He can't just pull up his pants and then deny it. That's shameful. Wang Hao was confused for several seconds before he realized what was happening, and he was both amused and exasperated. Old dang, if you have nothing better to do, go back to your Miss Mel. Have you sorted out your own mess yet? You still have time to worry about me. You think I'm like you? I've already taken care of things. King Arthur picked up his teacup with a smug look on his face, took a sip with relish, and said, I'm a very reliable man. Mel is very satisfied with me, and I won't let her down. Yeah. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, a wicked smile flashing across his lips. Old dang, are you almost finished with that bottle of Liwei Daiwang pills? If we suddenly run out of stock, do you think Miss Mel will still be satisfied? Chapter 158 Lovebirds and Communicators. King Arthur came to see Wang Hao today to discuss the renovation of the Colosseum. However, before they could get to the main topic, they were interrupted by the sudden arrival of Gandalf and Muro. Gandalf heard about the effects of Red Bull from Lily and came specifically to see what was going on. As for Muro, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and get the mahjong tiles out. Today I'm going to beat 3 of you in one go and take all your good luck. The old dwarf kept rubbing his hands together and urging them on, looking like he couldn't wait any longer. Wang Hao was happy to have someone to keep him company, so he moved a table, set up a mahjong set, and instructed Xiao Anzi to brew 2 pots of tea and bring them over. Soon, the clattering sound of mahjong tiles filled the grocery store. Little friend, what's with that drink of yours? Why can it restore magic? While shuffling the cards, Gandalf inquired about Red Bull, showing great curiosity about its effects. Wang Hao had no idea what kind of advanced technology the system had added, so he replied perfunctorily, I just added a few special elements to it. Nothing special. Special elements? Gandalf assumed Wang Hao was unwilling to elaborate and pondered to himself, the best restorative medicine right now is the fruit of life. Did you perhaps add the essence of the fruit of life to the drink? No, the yield of the fruit of life is too low. It can't withstand such waste. What could it be then? Camille enhancement mixture? No, Camille has serious side effects. It's impossible for it to have such a mild effect. Could it be an extract from the enchanting flower? Miru was in a hurry to play mahjong and had no time to waste with him. He impatiently urged, what do you care what's inside? It's his skill to sell it. If you want to know, buy a few bottles and study it yourself. Gandalf snapped out of his reverie, chuckled, and nodded, saying, you're right. I shouldn't have said that. Let's wait until we get back to study it further. After saying that, he casually tossed out 2 dice, starting the first game of mahjong. Putting aside its gambling aspect, playing mahjong is actually a great way to socialize. As the mahjong tiles were played one by one, people started to discuss the game and began to chatter. Gandalf talked about what he and Miru were researching, and he sounded quite proud of himself. Your idea is excellent. Miru and I have found material that can be used to transmit signals, Gandalf said with a smile. Do you know what a lovebird is? Wang Hao shook his head. Never heard of it. What is it? Gandalf casually played an east wind card and laughed. The lovebird is a low-level magical beast with weak strength, but it has a special ability that other magical beasts do not have. Adult lovebirds live in monogamy, and once they find a mate, they will never be separated for the rest of their lives. To prevent accidental separation, the lovebird has evolved a special sensory ability that allows it to transmit information through its internal magic core, informing its partner of its location. Oh, is that so? Wang Hao tossed a 2 of coins into the deck and asked curiously, are you planning to use the magic core of the lovebird to make a communicator? Gandalf nodded and explained, through magical transformation, I can turn the information sensed in the magic core into a fixed signal, which can then be encoded and transmitted as you described. This is great news. How many meters can the effective range reach? When will it be widely available? Wang Hao asked excitedly. This, Gandalf hesitated, may take a long time. Why? Haven't we already found the key? Wang Hao asked, puzzled. Gandalf explained, my research on the lovebirds is not detailed enough. Currently, the 2 magic cores can only transmit signals within a 1-meter range. Beyond that range, they won't work. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but show a regretful expression. The system is not omnipotent. Beyond a certain distance, the system's monitoring of the grocery store will become weaker and weaker until it is completely disconnected. Although it doesn't affect daily supply, Wang Hao can't be notified immediately of what's happening in the store, which is one of the reasons why Wang Hao insisted on finding bodyguards for Ari and Lulu. If Gandalf's research yields results, even just a rudimentary prototype would provide some peace of mind. Unfortunately, I was still too hasty. King Arthur was also a tragic figure. He also knew what Gandalf was researching and was keenly aware of the importance of this communicator. In order to produce results as soon as possible, he also specially approved 5,000 gold coins for Gandalf to use for researching new communication devices. Finding a research direction but being unable to apply it in practice left him feeling frustrated, and his expression became conflicted. Gandalf noticed their expressions and smiled. Young men, keep your composure. The most difficult problem has been solved, and the signal range issue won't bother us for long. Trust me, in 6 months at most, I'll definitely show you satisfactory results. 6 months. Wang Hao sighed and said, it seems we'll have to wait until I get back to talk about it. King Arthur was very perceptive and immediately noticed the hidden meaning in Wang Hao's words. You're leaving Celtic City? Yes, I have to go out for a while. Wang Hao didn't hide anything and said frankly, if things go smoothly, I can be back in a month or 2, but if things go slowly, it may take half a year or even longer, so we can only wait until I get back. Then what will happen to your shop? Keep running the business. Ari and Lulu can stay here and won't interfere with the normal operation of the general store. King Arthur knew the importance of the general store and was also aware that someone was secretly watching everything happening inside. He frowned, looked at Ali who was doing the accounts behind the counter, and asked, are you going to leave those 2 girls to run the business alone? Aren't you afraid someone will raid your place? How could that be? Wang Hao sneered. Just because I'm not here doesn't mean I'm not here. And even if I weren't here, would you just stand by and watch someone rob my shop? I certainly can't just stand by and do nothing, but, King Arthur hesitated, What if someone takes advantage of my inattention? I can't exactly send a squad of high-ranking knights to guard this place, can I? It's not the theft itself that's scary, it's having someone eyeing it. Wang Hao understood what King Arthur meant and laughed. It's all right. I hired a thug yesterday. With her here, nothing will happen in the shop. Are the thugs very powerful? King Arthur asked. Very impressive, possibly even more impressive than you. Wang Hao nodded affirmatively. Impossible. King Arthur, as if someone had stepped on his tail, raised his voice by 2 decibels. I am a level 9 grand swordsman, and I also possess the war god's battle chi. There are few people in the entire Celtic city who are stronger than me. You're talking nonsense. Whether I'm lying or not, you can see for yourself. She's here. Everyone looked in the direction Wang Hao was pointing. A little girl dressed in a black maid outfit, barefoot, appeared on the stairs, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she swayed as she walked down. A thick, large tail was visible beneath the skirt of the maid outfit. Chapter 159 The Shock Brought by Little Black. Upon seeing the tail, King Arthur, Muru, and Gandalf all changed their expressions. Is that a dragon's tail? It's a dragon's tail. No doubt about it, it's definitely a dragon's tail, and the tail of the most powerful black dragon. Gandalf directly revealed the identity of the Black One, which greatly shocked King Arthur and Muru. Boy, why do you have a black dragon in your house? King Arthur asked in a low voice, his expression extremely serious. Dragons are not easy to talk to. Aren't you afraid she'll harm others? Wang Hao calmly waved his hand and said, Why are you so nervous? How could I leave a potential hazard at home? Don't worry, the contract has already been signed. What contract? It is a servant contract that cannot be resisted. When they heard the news, King Arthur and his 2 companions were stunned. They knew Wang Hao was powerful, but they never imagined he was this powerful, far exceeding their expectations. Servant contracts are different from slave contracts. They cannot be signed by just anyone. First, you need to find a target to be your servant. Whether you capture or buy, your servants must be a useful target to you. As for how to use it, that's a matter of personal preference. Secondly, you must be more spiritually powerful than your servants. Only those with strong mental power can suppress the mental resistance of their servants and gain an absolute advantage when signing a contract, thus having a chance to complete the contract. Finally, where the hell did you catch that dragon? King Arthur felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes fixed on the little black cat's tail, a million thoughts racing through his mind. Signing a dragon isn't impossible, but the problem is that the one you signed is clearly a young dragon that hasn't even reached adulthood yet. Aren't you afraid that its parents will come looking for their child? What if this dragon has some other remarkable identity? Wouldn't that be even more disastrous? Her name is Xiao Hei. I forgot her original name. I heard she's the only daughter of the Black Dragon King, a princess of the Black Dragon clan. Wang Hao proudly introduced. The Black Dragon King's only daughter? The princess of the Black Dragon clan? Are you worried that Celtic City isn't chaotic enough? King Arthur asked through gritted teeth. Is she really the daughter of the Black Dragon King? Wang Hao nodded and waved to Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei, come here, let me introduce you to some acquaintances. Xiao Hei had just taken a bottle of cola and a few egg yolk pies from the shelf when he heard this. He snorted reluctantly and walked over barefoot. What are you doing? You're not even going to let me have a Coke, are you? How could that be? I'm just introducing you to a few people. Just don't accidentally hurt them in the future. Wang Hao took Xiao Hei's hand and pulled her onto his lap. Xiao Hei, this is Arthur, just call him Old Dang. King Arthur nodded mechanically, forcing a smile. Hello, Little Black, it's nice to meet you. You're celebrating too soon. Little Black wasn't having any of it and struggled to jump down. My name is Oei Hecaris, the princess of the Black Dragon clan. If you dare call me Little Black again, I'll breathe dragon fire and kill you. King Arthur froze, his face turning pale. Wang Hao lightly patted Xiao Hei's bottom and said angrily, How dare you talk like that? This is my friend. What's wrong with calling him Xiao Hei? If you dare threaten him again, I'll spank your bottom. Xiao Hei glared angrily at Wang Hao, saying nothing but offering no rebuttal. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction, then pointed to Gandalf and Muru. These 2 are also my friends. His name is Gandalf, a very powerful holy mage, and the dwarf over there is called Muru, a remarkable master blacksmith. I don't need to be on guard when they come to the store in the future. I trust them. These words left the 3 of them both touched and helpless. What touched them was that Wang Hao trusted them so much. Such trust is truly rare. As for helplessness, okay, let's hire a dragon as a thug. Anyone who dares to cause trouble at the general store is just asking for trouble, and they'll have nowhere to seek justice even if they die. Gandalf, with the air of an old gentleman, nodded slightly in respect. Hello, Princess Hecaris. I have had friendly exchanges with many dragons, and I hope we can also live in peace. Muru stood up, placed his right hand on his chest, and said solemnly, My name is Murida, Copperhammer. It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. Xiaohe was quite satisfied with their attitude. He coughed casually and said, All right, since you're both very polite, I'll remember you. Little Black, how can you talk like that? Wang Hao pretended to be angry and raised his hand to slap Xiaohe's bottom again, but Xiaohe nimbly dodged it. You pervert, don't use lecturing me as an excuse to touch my butt. Do you think I'm stupid? I only agreed to help you protect this store. I'm not your slave. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. Xiaohe glared at Wang Hao, then turned and left with a bunch of snacks, returning to the second floor to continue sleeping. Wang Hao awkwardly touched his nose and explained, I don't have that kind of perverted hobby. Please don't misunderstand. King Arthur and his two companions looked at him with disdain, their gazes clearly saying, You're a pervert. Xiaohe's appearance shocked the three of them, but also caused them considerable trouble. Dean Gandalf, is she really the princess of the Black Dragon clan? King Arthur asked with a troubled expression. Gandalf stroked his recently grown beard and said, I know some dragons, and Hecaris is indeed the surname of the Black Dragon King. However, I have never met him, and I don't know if Little Black is his daughter. Dragons are a proud race, and their surnames are a dignity that every dragon must uphold with its life. Although uncertain, Gandalf's words have indirectly confirmed the identity of the Little Black Dragon, because dragons do not use the surnames of other dragons. Once the identity was confirmed, the problem became even more serious. King Arthur took a deep breath and asked nervously, Dean Gandalf, if the Black Dragon King comes, can you control him? Why do we need to control it? Of course, it's to prevent the Black Dragon King from going berserk. What father wouldn't be angry if he found out his daughter had inexplicably become someone else's slave, unless he's an idiot? King Arthur was worried that if the Black Dragon King found out about Little Black, he would cause a huge mess in the city, which would definitely lead to a lot of trouble. Gandalf stroked his beard and said calmly, Don't worry, if the Black Dragon King really comes, I will negotiate with him. King Arthur's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, Then you're confident you can subdue him? Gandalf was about to nod when he suddenly heard Wang Hao say, I forgot to tell you, Little Black said his father was already a saint-level expert 300 years ago, and now he has reached the threshold of God level. Gandalf's hand trembled, and he accidentally plucked out a few more hairs from his beard. Have you reached the threshold of godhood? That's nothing. A glint of light flashed in the old man's eyes, and he said with full confidence, I am a saint-level archmage who has mastered 3 forbidden spells, not a mere Black Dragon King. Can I run away if I can't beat them? Chapter 160 Preparations before departure. With the trip just around the corner, some preparations are essential. Considering the long journey and the possibility of camping in the wild, Wang Hao asked King Arthur for a carriage. King Arthur readily agreed and immediately sent Alan with a 4-wheeled carriage and 2 tall, strong white horses. The interior of the carriage was ostentatious. Even after the decorations that represented status were removed, a discerning person could still tell that this was a carriage that only noblemen were qualified to use. To make travel easier and add some fun to the journey, Wang Hao immediately sent the carriage to the carpentry shop after taking it over. He handed the old carpenter a blueprint and asked him to modify the carriage according to the blueprint, turning it into a mobile general store that could both travel and carry goods. If everything goes smoothly, you can enjoy hot pot and sing songs along the way, and even make a small profit when you arrive at your destination. The journey will definitely be wonderful. Under the onslaught of gold coins, the old carpenter immediately dropped all other work, patted his chest and guaranteed that he would definitely complete the task within 2 days, and then he and his apprentices got to work with great enthusiasm. The old carpenter was very skilled. He made the mahjong table, armchair, and dining table set for our home. Wang Hao confidently handed the task over to him, and then took Ding Dang and the gifts to Emerald Lake. Ding Dang has lived in Emerald Lake since birth, and the farthest she has ever been is near Celtic City. This sudden long journey, to another country thousands of kilometers away, should be explained to Chenexai, so as not to worry the fairy clan leader. You're taking Ding Dang to such a far place? As dawn broke before Wang Hao, a hint of confusion crossed her delicate face. Didn't you just arrive in Celtic City recently? Why are you leaving all of a sudden? Oh. Wang Hao's answer was somewhat vague, his eyes fixed on the morning light, his expression somewhat blank. Hey, what are you doing? Sister Chenexai is talking to you. Ding Dang grabbed Wang Hao's hair and pulled it frantically, finally managing to bring Wang Hao's soul back to his senses. Excuse me, what did you just say? Wang Hao wiped his mouth and said apologetically, I was a little lost in thought and didn't hear you. Chenexai's small body trembled slightly, a slightly unpleasant feeling rising in her heart, as if Wang Hao was thinking something very impolite. What was Wang Hao thinking? It's nothing really. If Doraemon can grow to human size, can Dawn do the same? With Chenexai's looks and figure, if she were human, she would definitely be a stunning beauty capable of bringing ruin to a country. Of course, Wang Hao was just making a hypothetical assumption. He didn't think about what it looked like when he bathed in the morning light, absolutely not. Even if I thought about it, I wouldn't admit it. Chenexai sighed, and her 2 pairs of light wings fluttered gently a few times, subtly creating some distance between them. You can take Ding Dang out if you want, but please make sure you protect her well. She has never been to such a far place before. This was an older sister's concern for her younger sister, and Wang Hao naturally had no objection. Don't worry, I won't let Ding Dang suffer any injustice. Okay, I believe you won't let us down. Can Ding Dang talk to us alone? Chenexai asked. Of course, please go ahead. Wang Hao left Ding Dang to spend time with his people and went to the Emerald Star Casino alone. Emerald Star, the largest casino in Celtic City, boasts luxurious decor and attentive service. After showing Wang Hao the VIP card that Happy had given him, the pretty bunny girl took his arm and accompanied him to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. Standing at the entrance of the VIP lounge, the bunny girl released her arm, bowed, and said, Dear VIP, our boss is inside. You can go in and find him directly. After the soft touch disappeared, Wang Hao felt a little regretful and asked curiously, Aren't you coming in with me? The bunny girl shook her head, her ears twitching as she spoke. No, my job is to serve the guests on the 1st floor. Other girls will be here to greet you. Okay, thank you for showing me the way. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he was about to open the door and go in when he suddenly noticed that the bunny girl was still standing there, staring at him with a hint of longing. Recalling some details from the movie, Wang Hao understood what the voluptuous bunny girl was waiting for. He took out a silver coin and stuffed it into the bunny girl's bosom, laughing, This is your tip, don't be shy. The bunny girl looked down at the silver coin nestled between her cleavage and forced a smile. Thank you for your kind gift, sir. I won't bother you any longer. Bowing deeply, the bunny girl turned and left, her pom-pom-like tail quickly disappearing at the end of the corridor. Wang Hao's ears twitched, and he vaguely heard a complaint. I had the highest level VIP card, but they only gave me a silver coin as a tip. They even took advantage of me. I've lost out big time. Wang Hao was stunned for several seconds before he came to his senses and suddenly laughed. They say prostitutes are heartless and actors are ungrateful. And it's true what they say, you get nothing good after spending too much time in a casino. Pushing open the gilded wooden door, the clatter of mahjong tiles filled the air, along with a complex aroma. Wang Hao frowned slightly and stepped into the VIP room. The decor here is more luxurious than on the 1st floor, and the environment is comfortable and elegant, making people unconsciously become civilized. As I stepped into the VIP room on the thick velvet carpet, a cat girl dressed as a maid greeted me. Her black tail curled into a cute heart shape behind her, and the cat girl placed her hands on her lower abdomen, bowing towards Wang Hao. Dear esteemed guest, welcome to the VIP lounge. How may I assist you? The cat girl was very respectful. Wang Hao didn't speak, so she just kept bowing and waiting for orders, without showing the slightest dissatisfaction. After what just happened, Wang Hao had become completely immune to these beast-eared girls who frequented casinos. I'm looking for Happy, where is he? Hearing Wang Hao address the boss by his name, the cat girl was slightly taken aback, but quickly reacted. Our boss is playing mahjong with some VIPs over there. Let me take you there. As she spoke, the cat girl's sexy and alluring body moved closer, and she opened her arms to try and take Wang Hao's arm. Wang Hao slightly turned to avoid the cat girl's outstretched hands and chuckled. Lead the way. I need to speak with your boss. Led by the cat girl, Wang Hao met Happy, who was playing mahjong. Hey, what brings you here, bro? Upon seeing Wang Hao, Happy was somewhat surprised and immediately stood up to greet him. Brother, you've arrived without even saying hello first, so I could arrange for someone to receive you. The word reception was emphasized, and Happy even winked, the meaning of which was self-evident. Thank you for your kindness, brother, but I'm not here for those things. I'm here to promote my products. Wang Hao glanced at the mahjong tiles on the table. These mahjong tiles were made by Happy himself, using the finest wood, and the backs were coated with gold powder as decoration. It's shiny and beautiful, but it's still quite different from the crystal mahjong set provided by the system. Wang Hao took out a box of crystal mahjong tiles from his ring, opened it, and placed it in front of Happy. Brother, VIPs should be treated like VIPs. How can you use those cheaply made mahjong tiles? Look what I've brought you. This is truly a worthy gift for VIPs. Chapter 161 Preparations Before Departure. You really know how to do business, bro. Happy took out 6 magic crystal coins and placed them in Wang Hao's hand, looking quite pained. A box of crystal mahjong tiles costs 30 gold coins, so 20 boxes would cost 600 gold coins, or 6 magic crystals. Logically speaking, such expensive mahjong sets don't need to be many. Preparing a few sets to entertain distinguished guests would be enough. But Wang Hao's timing was perfect. He deserved to get rich. To promote mahjong, a brand new gambling game, Happy sent invitations to his familiar VIPs, arranging for them to experience the casino today. With so many people sitting together, we can't treat them differently, can we? So Happy had no choice but to buy 20 sets and arrange them for all the distinguished guests present, and the rest could only be stored away for future use. Wang Hao put the magic crystals into his spatial ring, chuckled, and patted Happy's arm. Brother, what are you saying? My small business only earns me a meager living, nothing compared to your big business. All right, brother, you still have so many VIPs to entertain, so I won't bother you any longer. Wang Hao politely thanked him and turned to leave. Don't rush off. You've come all this way, so let me do my part as a host. How about the centaur girl we talked about last time? I'll arrange it for you right now. Wang Hao shook his head and smiled. Never mind. I have to go out of town soon. I'm quite busy these days. Maybe next time. Happy's repeated attempts to persuade him to stay were to no avail, and he could only personally see Wang Hao off. The VIP lounge became lively again. Amid the clatter of mahjong tiles, everyone's discussion revolved around Wang Hao. When Happy returned, he immediately heard some unpleasant noises. That kid is nothing special. He's just a general store owner. I heard that kid has some ability. Last time, he smashed up the Marquis of Wellington's mansion for 2 slaves, but the Marquis of Wellington didn't take revenge. Wellington can only bully those lowly commoners. Compared to old noble families like ours, he's far inferior. Wellington has to call you uncle. He's not even worthy of being your equal. Happy frowned, a cold smile creeping onto his face. A group of corrupt nobles, relying on the legacy of their ancestors, flaunt their power and look down on everyone. Do you really think Wang Hao is so easy to bully? Why don't you guys go and give it a try? Although he found it distasteful, Happy decided to offer a reminder for the sake of the casino's business. Distinguished guests, please listen to me. Happy clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. That man was Wang Hao. He runs a very interesting general store in Golden Harbor. I'm sure many of you have heard of him, right? You are all my honored guests. Having known each other for so many years, I would like to offer you some advice. Clearing his throat, Happy said seriously, don't have any ideas about that grocery store, and don't touch Wang Hao's people. The consequences of angering him are severe, and you absolutely do not want to see that moment. After Happy finished speaking, his gaze swept across everyone's faces, serious and earnest. That's all I have to say. Please continue the game, everyone. The VIP room was completely silent. No one spoke, and no one moved the mahjong tiles at that moment. Everyone was silently processing what Happy had said, trying to figure out why he was so afraid of Wang Hao. Hey bro, you seem to know that kid pretty well. Can you tell everyone about him? The person asking the question was a very wealthy merchant whose grain business spanned the entire country, and whose mind was far more astute than that of the decadent nobles. Happy looked into the other man's eyes, a smile appearing on his chubby face. Mr. Luther, you're too kind. I don't know much either. I've mainly heard some rumors. Oh, then tell everyone what you've heard. I'm also very curious, Luther urged. Happy noticed everyone's curious expressions, so he nodded and said, okay, then I'll tell you what I know. Wang Hao is very strong. I can't say exactly how strong he is, but I just received some information this morning. He caught a black dragon as a pet, and kept it in that inconspicuous general store. If anyone dares to cause trouble at the grocery store now, they will die in vain, and no one will avenge them. The moment the words were spoken, the quiet VIP room erupted in cheers. Considering Xiao Hei's terrifying appetite, after picking up Ding Dang, Wang Hao went to the vegetable shop and butcher shop he usually frequented. He was quite familiar with these stores, and after buying his things, he greeted the owners and asked them to deliver fresh vegetables, fruits, and meat to the grocery store every day. This will save Ari and Lulu a lot of time, which should be enough to satisfy Xiaohei's appetite. When I rushed back to the grocery store carrying large and small bags, the sun was already setting in the west, and it was not long before closing time. A carriage was parked in front of the general store. Lily was about to get off the carriage with the help of the guards when the impatient Emilia jumped down from the other side. When she saw Wang Hao return, Emilia turned her face away in a huff. "Hey, who's upset Miss Amy again? Why are they so angry?" Wang Hao walked over with a smile, reached out and ruffled Amy's hair a few times, turning her smooth short hair into a bird's nest. The pink-haired loli was immediately enraged and slapped Wang Hao's hand away. "How can you be so rude? Do you think you can just touch a lady's hair like that?" Emilia glared at Wang Hao. "If you dare to be disrespectful to me again, I'll—" "What do you mean?" Wang Hao asked with a smile. "I'll have your grocery store torn down, so you can live on the streets and keep company with the rats in the sewers." Emilia's threat was like a child's angry words. It only made Wang Hao feel amused, not scared at all. Lily walked over to Emilia, first smoothing her best friend's hair, and then looked at Wang Hao with a curious expression. "Are you going on a long trip?" "Yes, we need to visit other cities." "It's so sudden, why?" Lily's bright eyes were full of curiosity. Wang Hao touched his nose and explained, "I've encountered some bottlenecks in my business and want to find opportunities to expand the market." Emilia snorted and said sarcastically, "What kind of bottleneck could a small general store encounter? It must be trying to run away because it can't make any money. Why is there such a tense atmosphere all of a sudden? What's wrong with this girl?" Wang Hao looked at Lily with a puzzled expression and asked, "Lily, what's wrong with her now? I don't think I've offended her recently, have I?" Lily was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. "I heard you have a giant dragon in your shop. Is it the one that kidnapped Amy last time?" Wang Hao looked at Lily in surprise, never expecting this gentle little princess to be so clever. "How did you know?" Chapter 162 Preparations Before Departure. Xiaohei has a good memory. Emilia recognized her as soon as she entered the room, and at the same time, she was reminded of that painful memory that she couldn't bear to look back on. "You dare show your face in front of me?" Little Black swung its strong tail and pounced, like an angry little tiger pouncing on its prey, its momentum suggesting it wanted to tear Emilia to pieces. When Wang Hao realized something was wrong, he immediately dropped what he was holding and grabbed Xiaohei's tail. "Little Black, what are you doing?" The enraged Blackie had already transformed its right hand back into a sharp dragon claw, almost grabbing Emilia's shoulder, but was stopped by Wang Hao and roared angrily. "Let me go. I'm going to kill her." The roar terrified the shoppers. Several who were about to pay dropped their purchases and ran away, while the rest hid behind the shelves, trembling with fear. Wang Hao was at his wit's end. Holding the struggling Little Black in his arms, he shouted at Ali, "I'll give everyone a 10% discount. You guys take care of this." Without even apologizing to the customer, she dragged and pulled Xiaohei up to the second floor, accompanied by Emilia and Lulu. The loyal guards also wanted to go up, but Andrew stopped them. "Don't worry, with the boss here, my sister will be fine." The three guards looked at each other in fear before stopping and huddling by the stairs, waiting for the princess's summons. Second floor living room. Wang Hao sat on the sofa with Xiaohei in his arms, while Emilia and Lily sat across the table. Ding Dang looked left and right, and finally flew to Emilia's side with an apple in his arms, and started crunching on it. Emilia smiled smugly when she saw Ding Dang flying over. 3-2, the advantage is on my side. The sullen little black dog glared angrily at Emilia, its thick tail whipping Wang Hao's calf, so hard it hurt. "Xiaohei, calm down and don't move around, okay?" Wang Hao patiently advised. "Amy is not your enemy. She is my friend. You can't hurt her." Little Black pointed a finger at Emilia and roared angrily. "If it weren't for her, how could I possibly have been by you?" Emilia knew Wang Hao wouldn't allow Xiaohei to hurt her, and laughed smugly. "Oh dear, how can a great dragon sit in the arms of its enemy after its ass has been pierced?" Little Black was already angry, and Emilia's mention of painful memories only fueled his rage. "What did you say? You said someone's ass got fucked so badly I'll bite you to death. I'll kill you." A surge of energy rushed to his throat, and Little Black opened his mouth, aiming at Emilia, preparing to spit out a mouthful of dragon fire to kill the human who had caused her to lose her virginity. Just as the breath was about to be released, a large hand suddenly reached out and covered Xiaohei's mouth in time, forcefully silencing the scorching dragon flame. Then, cough cough. Xiaohei coughed several times in a row, and choking black smoke came out of its mouth. "Haha, it's smoking. How does it feel to choke to death on your own?" Emilia laughed so hard she almost fell over, and before she knew it, Two crystal tears rolled down her cheeks. The fear and grievances felt when Xiao He kidnapped him were finally released at this moment. After that incident, she had nightmares for several nights in a row. That helplessness in the face of the dragon, that fear of being surrounded by death, was a nightmare that had been lurking deep in her heart. Even though a long time had passed, she would still break out in a cold sweat every time she thought about it. But now, it doesn't seem so scary anymore. After exhaling black smoke, Xiao He began to struggle again, but she soon felt a terrifying pressure about to engulf her, and only then did she reluctantly quiet down. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief and secretly withdrew his mental energy. Mental power is an invisible and intangible force, which he had never taken seriously before. But ever since he activated his mental power when he signed the contract with Xiao He that day, Wang Hao discovered some wonderful uses of mental power. For example, psychological pressure. His mental strength is very strong, but it's hard to say exactly how strong it is without comparison. But releasing only 1/10 of his mental energy is enough to scare Xiao He. Any more, and Xiao He will faint from the shock. In addition, mental power can also sense the target's subtle movements and discover things hidden in the dark, making it even more useful than X-rays. These discoveries reminded Wang Hao of a very interesting skill, an ability called overbearing aura from a certain anime, which seemed to have these uses. Okay, everyone calm down. Wang Hao coughed lightly, breaking the silence. Xiao He, Amy, what happened between you is essentially a misunderstanding. There's no need to fight like this. Give me some face, and let's all take a step back, okay? Not good. Not good. Xiao He and Amelia said in unison, then silently shut their mouths. Wang Hao looked embarrassed, Lily smiled slightly, and Ding Dang stared blankly at everyone while still smacking her lips and eating. I'm about to leave, and if I can't completely resolve the issue with Xiao He and Amy, it will definitely leave behind hidden problems. Just in case, Wang Hao decided to show some courage. Little Black. Wang Hao straightened his face and said solemnly in a serious tone, as your master, I order you not to attack Amy and Lily. That matter has nothing to do with them. If you want to vent your anger, go find that little fat boy. Do you hear me? With the support of his mental strength, the power of the contract began to activate, and Wang Hao's command was deeply engraved into Xiao He's soul. Xiao He trembled and reluctantly lowered its head. Yes, master, I know what to do. Amelia wanted to laugh at Xiao He's aggrieved expression, but Wang Hao forced her back with a stern look. Amy, you too. Wang Hao said sternly. Xiao He is a dragon, and the majesty of a dragon cannot be desecrated. You must show her sufficient respect. Do you hear me? The harsh reprimand made Amelia feel somewhat wronged, but she couldn't refute it. You're yelling at me again. I was the one who got hurt that day. Why should I listen to you? Because I am who I am, a unique spark. Xiao He and Amelia both looked up at Wang Hao, their faces blank. Wang Hao scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Sorry, this is my first time pretending to be a strong man. I blurted it out. The serious atmosphere vanished instantly, and the feigned authority of a powerful figure disappeared as well, revealing Wang Hao's true colors. Okay, I was also wrong about that. I apologize to you, and hope you won't hate me. Xiao He looked at Wang Hao with an apologetic expression and lowered his head, feeling somewhat lost and at a loss. He swore to avenge his innocence, so how did it end up like this? Just then, Wang Hao added another hurtful remark, making Xiao He so angry that smoke was practically billowing from his nostrils. Yes, it's really emitting black smoke. It's okay if you don't forgive me. Anyway, there's nothing you can do about it. Chapter 163 Heading North. Time flies, and the day of departure has arrived in the blink of an eye. In the early morning, a thin mist enveloped the earth, and a cool chill filled the air. At the entrance of the general store, two fine horses were shaking their heads and snorting as Wang Hao made his final preparations. The carriage has been modified according to his requirements. The exterior hasn't changed much, but the interior is completely different from before. Once the doors on both sides are opened, you can see neat shelves displaying the goods that the store is currently selling. The middle space is left empty as a rest area, big enough for two people to sleep side by side. Storage boxes are installed on both sides of the driver's seat, which can be used to store things, including food and daily necessities prepared by Ari and Lulu. The roof of the carriage also has a small sign that looks exactly like the sign of a general store, even including a cat image. Thanks to Wang Hao's careful arrangement, the carriage has been transformed into a mobile general store. Not only can it be used to sell goods at any time, but it can also be used for rest and entertainment, making the journey more enjoyable. Knowing that Wang Hao was leaving today, Emilia and Lily took time off work to come and see him off. Please be careful. If you achieve your goal, come back soon. We'll miss you. Lily's eyes held a hint of reluctance. Although she didn't know what Wang Hao was going to do, she still offered her blessings. Emilia dawdled over and handed something to Wang Hao, a crystal-carved statue. This is a talisman for you. If you don't like it, you can just throw it away. I don't care. Wang Hao smiled knowingly, solemnly tucked the gift into his pocket, and reached out to press Emilia's head. Thank you for the gift. I will cherish it. Emilia felt her face burning, snorted and turned her head away. Who needs you to cherish me? I don't care. Hee hee, what a proud young lady. Wang Hao smiled faintly, turned around and looked at Xiaohei. Xiaohei, I'm leaving. I'm entrusting the safety of the house to you. Xiaohei stood at the entrance of the grocery store and coldly replied, Don't worry about it. I know what to do. Wang Hao nodded, hugged Ali and Lulu, and then jumped onto the carriage. Just as the whip was raised, Lulu's reluctant voice came from beside him. Master, don't forget what I told you. Come back soon. Don't worry, I won't forget. Wang Hao smiled broadly, raised his whip, and the carriage slowly began to move. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this uniquely styled mobile grocery store slowly drove towards the city gate, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. They're gone. Yes, they've already left. Why did you just leave like that? There's probably some task that needs to be completed. When will you be able to come back? Amy, he just left, and you're already missing him? Nonsense, I wouldn't think about that big bad guy. I'm just curious. We're best friends, you know? Guess if I believe you. Believe it or not. I'm going back to class. Are you coming or not? Let's go, or Professor Phil will scold me again. There weren't many pedestrians in the morning, and the carriage quickly left the city. Ding Dang landed on Wang Hao's shoulder, holding a small piece of apple in her hand, and asked curiously, What did Lulu just say to you? What did you say? Guess. Wang Hao didn't say it outright, but he was secretly overjoyed. Because Lulu said, My sister has already promised that when you come back, we can be together. Hee hee, how could I tell Ding Dang something like that? I'll just savor it myself. Ding Dang, how does it feel to travel so far for the first time? How do I feel? It's alright. I hope to see snow soon. Do you think the snow in the north is beautiful? It looks great. You'll be able to see it in a few days. I'm kind of looking forward to it. There are 3 main human factions on the Holy Light continent. The Kingdom of Leighton, which cherishes freedom, the Xiling Empire, which prioritizes military might, and the Labic Free Federation, which is steeped in commerce. The 3 countries, centered on the San Carlos Mountains in the center of the continent, occupy large tracts of land in the northwest, east, and south respectively, and are both neighbors and rivals. In addition, there are more than 20 small principalities, but for various reasons they have never had the opportunity to develop and can only depend on these 3 kingdoms. Wang Hao's journey will take him north, passing through the Namilok territory before turning into the Xiling Empire, and then heading straight for the Xiling Empire's capital, Nasdaq. Ding Dang, keep an eye on our surroundings for me. I need to look at the map. Wang Hao took out a map and said to Ding Dang, Just let Dabai keep going forward. I'll be done soon. Okay, leave it to me. Ding Dang flapped its wings and flew to the head of the steed on the left. Big White and Little White are the names Ding Dang gave to his 2 horses. As a fairy, Ding Dang was born with the ability to communicate with intelligent beings and can issue some simple commands. Under her command, the 2 horses rode side by side, pulling the carriage steadily forward, while Ding Dang herself sat on the big white head and sang a song unique to fairies. A faint smile appeared on Wang Hao's face as he unfolded the map Alan had given him. The map shows the main roads and town names between the various territories of the Kingdom of Leighton, as well as general information about the routes to other areas. Although not as detailed as modern maps, it is still a rare treasure in this world. As Wang Hao traced the path of Celtic City with his finger, his brows furrowed. According to the plan, we should reach a town called Axel tonight, rest there for the night, and then continue our journey. However, because he encountered a group of enthusiastic customers in the previous village, Wang Hao made a small profit, but also wasted a lot of time. At this point, he was still quite a distance from Axel. Looking up at the horizon, the sun was about to set. Continuing to travel on this night, without streetlights or highways, could be very troublesome. Wang Hao frowned slightly and called out to Ding Dang. Ding Dang, it's still more than 4 hours to Axel. Do you want to get there and rest, or camp in the wild? Ding Dang's singing stopped abruptly, and she tilted her head to look at Wang Hao. Is there a difference? It seems there's no difference. Wang Hao belatedly realized that Ding Dang was a demon. Fairies are creatures that grow up alongside nature and are not picky about where they sleep. Take Ding Dang for example. Her only requirement is that she must rest in a place with a strong natural atmosphere, which is the flower basket that is usually filled with fresh flowers. Now that she's surrounded by nature, she feels much freer and doesn't even need to prepare flower baskets anymore. Alright, since you have no objections, then we'll camp in the wild tonight. Ding Dang, pick a place you like. Chapter 164, A Strange Plague. The campfire blazed brightly, dispelling the darkness and bringing a touch of warmth to the cold night. Wang Hao scooped the poached eggs out of the pan and set them aside. Then he poured the diced luncheon meat into the pan and stirred it continuously while it was still hot. The high temperature forces out the fat from the diced meat, making a sizzling sound, while also releasing a meaty aroma mixed with pepper. Ding Dang, in her girl form, sat beside them, staring longingly at the pot, her mouth practically watering. It smells so good, is it ready yet? Luncheon meat can be eaten directly, so it's definitely good. Can I have some to try? Ding Dang is hungry. Seeing her impatient look, Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh. He used a spatula to scoop out a few slightly brown meat cubes and put them into the Ding Dang bowl. Ding Dang quickly picked up a pill, blew on it a couple of times, and popped it into her mouth, then squinted her eyes with a satisfied look on her face. It smells so good. I never knew luncheon meat could taste so good when it's cooked. It's even better than hot pot. While praising it, she ate, and a few pieces of meat disappeared into Ding Dang's stomach in the blink of an eye. Ding Dang licked the oil off her fingers, picked up the empty bowl, and waved it at Wang Hao, clearly saying, I want more. Wang Hao was speechless. He scooped out a few more grains and put them in the bowl, instructing, that's all for now. The rest are for cooking, so I can't let you eat them all. Ding Dang said it was good, but in the blink of an eye she ate it all up, and then looked at Wang Hao pitifully. Wang Hao was speechless, so he simply pretended not to see it, and continued cooking as if no one was around. Ding Dang's appetite is directly proportional to her size. In her fairy form, eating just one apple makes her belly so full it's round, and she can't eat anything else. However, in her girl form, Ding Dang has an appetite far exceeding that of ordinary people. Not to mention an apple, she can eat 2 steam buns made by Wang Hao himself at once, plus a number of snacks and spicy strips. Since Wang Hao discovered her secret, Ding Dang stopped pretending. Whenever she gets a craving, she transforms into a young girl, indulges in a feast, then reverts to her fairy size, and happily returns to her flower basket to sleep. She ate her fill and then slept, living a comfortable life, but Ding Dang's body had already undergone some changes without her realizing it. The old Ding Dang was thin and small, with a light figure and a pointed chin. Now it's complete. Not only has her pointed chin disappeared, but her body has also become much rounder, and she is not as agile as before when she flies. This roundness is even more pronounced in the form of a young girl. Ding Dang, have you gained weight recently? Wang Hao asked casually. My neck has been feeling a bit uncomfortable lately, and you've gained weight compared to before. Have I gained weight? Ding Dang touched her face and stubbornly retorted. No, I'm still the same as before. Hee hee, you know perfectly well whether you've gained weight or not. Your little belly is already bulging. Ding Dang's face stiffened, and her expression became somewhat blank. She pinched her belly, and, just as Wang Hao had said, her stomach was already covered in fat. Ding Dang couldn't believe it, and touched her own buttocks and thighs again, which were equally chubby. The truth was right in front of her, and no matter how stubborn she was, she couldn't fool herself. She burst into tears. How could this be? When did Ding Dang get so chubby? Ding Dang didn't eat much, so how did she suddenly get fat? Oh no, no wonder Sister Chinexai and the other sisters advised me to pay attention to my health. It turns out they already knew. Wow, what should I do? If Ding Dang gets any fatter, she won't be able to fly anymore. The little fairy's crying was quite noisy, and Wang Hao felt his mind was about to boil over, so he quickly comforted Ding Dang. Don't cry, it's nothing serious, just eat a little less. You're a fairy, so losing weight is easy for you. Ding Dang stopped crying and asked, choking back sobs, really? Really, believe me. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, and while stirring the ingredients in the pan, he explained the principles of weight loss to Ding Dang. Actually, losing weight is very simple. Just control your diet and exercise. If you skip a meal and fly a few more times to burn off the excess energy, I believe you will be able to get back to your original weight very quickly. It's that simple. Yes, it's that simple, not as difficult as you think. Ding Dang wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and clenched her fists to cheer herself up. Okay, Ding Dang needs to lose weight. Starting tonight, I won't eat. At this point, Ding Dang hesitated, glanced at the food that was about to be cooked, swallowed hard, and then continued to swear. Starting tomorrow, I'm not eating any snacks anymore. I'm going to turn back into the beautiful Doraemon. Wang Hao. Ah, women. Under the pitch-black night sky, a 4-person adventure team is hurrying along their journey. Axel has been quite turbulent lately. The city's residents have contracted a strange disease. No matter how much they eat, they are never full and their bodies are getting thinner and thinner. The sick children were already skin and bones, and the sick adults were no exception. They didn't even have the strength to do any work. The doctors were helpless because they couldn't find the cause of the illness, and the priest's healing spells were ineffective. The entire city of Axel was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair. Seeing that a large-scale plague was about to break out if the situation was delayed any longer, the city lord had no choice but to issue a quest through the Adventurers Guild, offering a large reward for a solution. After accepting the mission, Garen immediately set off with his greatsword squad to seek help from the Celtic city. Unfortunately, his sister Lux also contracted the same strange disease, forcing him to frequently stop to eat, which caused him to waste a lot of time. Brother, do you have any food left? I'm hungry again. His sister's weak voice suddenly reached Garen's ears, making him feel a pang of heartache. Garen stopped and rummaged in his pocket with his right hand, but found nothing. Unwilling to give up, he looked at the other two in the team. Talon, Ash, do you guys have any food left? The assassin-dressed Talon didn't answer, but simply shook his head slightly. Archer Ash took a few candies out of her pocket and handed them to Lux, saying, "These are all the candies I have left. You can use them for now. I'm going hunting now." Lux took the candy and nodded gratefully. "Thank you, but I can manage. Let's keep going." Seeing his sister's pale face and her forced composure, Garen felt a sharp pain in his heart and punched the tree trunk. Damn it, where did this plague come from? How could it be so serious? Lux popped a candy into her mouth, forced a smile, and said, "Brother, don't be angry. Let's hurry on our way. Maybe there's a solution to the plague in the capital." Ash noticed that Lux's forehead was starting to sweat and couldn't help but frown. "Lux, you can't go on like this. You need to eat something to replenish your strength." Lux said with a wry smile, "Ash, this is the wilderness. Where are we going to buy food? And the next town is still a long way away. If we waste any more time, we won't make it until dawn." Just then, Talon, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. "There seems to be a general store up ahead. Maybe they have food there." Chapter 165 The Fool Who Loves Playing with a Big Sword. A general store? How could there be a general store in the middle of nowhere? Common sense told Garen it was impossible, but the scene before him forced him to believe it. Following the direction Tyrone pointed, there was a bonfire burning brightly in the woods to the left, and 2 figures were sitting in front of the fire eating. A 4-wheeled carriage was parked beside the campfire. It was a large carriage that only noblemen would use, but surprisingly, there was a sign on the top of the carriage. The sign reads, "There's a general store," followed by a picture of a smiling cat. Garen couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed his face a few times with the back of his hand and looked again, but it hadn't disappeared. "Aishi, you have sharp eyes. Look at what's written on the roof of the carriage." Aisha narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at the signboard as she said, enunciating each word clearly, "There's a general store." It really is a general store. Garen was taken aback and immediately became alert. Wait a minute. How could there be a general store in the middle of nowhere? Everyone be careful. Prepare for battle. Just then, the evening breeze carried the aroma of food, once again whetting Lux's appetite. Lux hesitated for a moment, then said, "Brother, why don't we go check it out first? They're probably traveling merchants resting there. If we're careful, we should be fine." Thinking of his sister suffering from hunger, Garen hesitated for only a few seconds before making his decision. He drew the great sword from his back and held it in front of his chest, his fighting spirit beginning to circulate within him, ready for battle at any moment. "I'll go check it out first. You guys stay behind and keep watch. If there's any problem, get Lux out of here immediately." Talon and Ash exchanged a glance, picked up their weapons, and entered battle mode. "Leave this to us, you just be careful." Garen had confidence in his companions, nodded, and cautiously made his way towards the campfire. "This thing called braised pancake is so delicious, I want to eat more." After finishing the food in her bowl, Ding Dang stretched out the bowl and looked at Wang Hao expectantly. "Give me another bowl. I'm not full yet." Wang Hao glanced at the pot, where more than half of the dinner was gone, and couldn't help but smile wryly. "Ding Dang, you ate half a pot of braised pancakes by yourself. Are you sure you want to keep eating?" "Want." Ding Dang's answer was crisp and firm, showing no sign that she had been worried about gaining weight just minutes before. Okay, this is the last bowl. I can't eat anymore. Wang Hao took Ding Dang's rice bowl and was about to serve her rice when he suddenly frowned. His mental energy detected a man 100 meters away, clad in heavy armor and wielding a sharp blade, slowly approaching him. At the same time, Ding Dang also received a warning from the magic circle, and in a flash, she transformed back into her fairy form, drew her wand, and stood on Wang Hao's head. Are they enemies? Ding Dang asked. Not necessarily, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Don't be careless, Wang Hao cautioned. Okay, if he's a bad guy, I'll kill him with magic. The commotion immediately caught Garen's attention. Seeing the girl suddenly disappear, Garen immediately became alert and retreated a few meters. But when he thought of his sister still starving, Garen looked at the carriage with the sign and made up his mind. Friend in front, are you a good person or a bad person? The powerful voice quickly traveled through the woods and reached Wang Hao's ears. Several question marks popped into Wang Hao's mind, and he didn't know how to answer them for a moment. Am I a good person or a bad person? Is it really okay for a stranger to ask this question in this situation? After a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao decided to tell the truth. Don't be nervous. I'm just a passing merchant, and I'm resting here. Upon hearing Wang Hao's reply, Garen secretly breathed a sigh of relief before continuing forward. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous meeting strangers at night. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. While telling Wang Hao to rest assured, Garen's hands gripped the sword hilt tightly, never letting up for a moment. 100 meters is not a long distance, and Garen quickly reached Wang Hao. Only then did he notice that there was a little fairy standing on Wang Hao's head, with its magic wand pointing at him. I'm sorry, I think we were probably just too nervous. To show his sincerity, Garen stuck his sword into the soil beside him and waved it at Wang Hao with his hands free. Friend, calm your pet down. I'm not a bad person. The word pet stung Ding Dang's nerves, and the little imp immediately flew into a rage. You're the pet. Your whole family are pets. I am the famous Captain Ding Dang. How dare you be disrespectful to me? I will punish you on behalf of the goddess of life. As he spoke, a large amount of water element quickly gathered at the tip of the wand, turning it into a large water ball that crashed towards Garen. This water ball is moving very fast, but there are things that are moving even faster than it. An arrow pierced the air and shattered the water sphere just a second before it hit Garen. Wang Hao's pupils narrowed, and he flung the chopsticks in his hand, knocking the second arrow away. Garen was shocked and quickly stepped in front of Wang Hao, shouting loudly in the direction they had come from. Ash, stop. I'm fine, don't continue attacking. Ash was gathering a more powerful frost arrow when she heard this, and hesitated for a moment before giving up the attack after being persuaded by Lux. Brother, tell him we mean no harm, and ask if we can come over, Lux shouted. Garen nodded, then turned to Wang Hao and Ding Dang. That's my sister and 2 other teammates over there. We want to buy something, but we're a little nervous because we don't know if you're a legitimate businessman. Oh, so you're honored guests. Come on in, I have plenty of good things here. I'm sure you'll find something you need. Upon hearing that he was there to buy something, Wang Hao immediately put on a smiling face, leaving Garen stunned. Are you really a businessman? Garen asked. Of course it's genuine. Wang Hao got up, walked to the carriage, and reached out to open the left-hand door. As the car door opened, neatly arranged shelves appeared before Galen, displaying a wide array of goods. With so much food, is there anything to eat? Yes, we have luncheon meat, yellow peaches, spicy snacks, and cola. What do you want? You still have spicy snacks and cola? Yes, these are all best-selling items. Of course we have them. Garen breathed a sigh of relief and waved to the person behind him. Soon, Lux, dressed as a mage, walked over with Ash's help, along with Talon, whose face was covered and whose features were obscured. Lux forced a smile and waved to Wang Hao. Hello, my name is Lux. Those 2 arrows were not malicious. We didn't aim at you or your friend, so please don't misunderstand. Lux didn't call Ding Dang by his pet name, but instead chose to call him a friend, which made Ding Dang like her a little more. I'm the famous Captain Ding Dang. How could I possibly be a human's pet? You're much smarter than this big idiot. While Garen, the big fool, was still at a loss, Lux laughed. You're right, my brother really is a big idiot. All he knows how to do is play with a big sword. Chapter 166 How Come You're Alright? A standard adventure party consists of a warrior, a mage, a thief, and an archer. Wang Hao's gaze swept across the 4 people's faces, finally settling on Lux's face. The blonde girl seemed unwell. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips were bloodless, and she looked exhausted. Moreover, Wang Hao noticed that Lux was constantly sweating profusely on her forehead, which was somewhat similar to the symptoms of low blood sugar. Garen, what's wrong with your sister? She doesn't seem to be feeling well. Garen hesitated for a moment. Then instead of directly mentioning his sister's illness, he lied. It's nothing. My sister is hungry. Could you sell us some food? So hungry you feel weak. Wang Hao stared at Lux in surprise, unable to understand what could have caused a mage to become so hungry. This is an Earth. There are plenty of wild creatures here, and nobody cares about them. With the combat power of 4 professionals, they shouldn't go hungry, right? Lux felt a little embarrassed by the stare and forced a smile, saying, We've been traveling all day and we've run out of food. We haven't had a chance to hunt yet. I see. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Business was just coming in. I have a lot of food here. What would you like to eat? Wang Hao asked, pointing to the various snacks on the shelf. Lux glanced at the snacks on the shelf, then at the half-eaten pot of stewed pancakes in the pan, licked her lips, and asked, could you let me have this pot of food? Don't worry, I can pay you. I kindly sold you food, but you wanted my dinner instead. Is that right? Sure. 3 silver coins, the rest are yours. Wang Hao answered quite decisively. To hesitate for even a second would be a desecration of wealth. Ding Dang refused to cooperate, tucked her wand into her skirt, and grabbed Wang Hao's hair, shaking him left and right. If you sell her dinner, what will Ding Dang eat? We can't sell it. Ding Dang isn't full yet, and Ding Dang needs to eat too. Stop fooling around. There are guests here. Wang Hao was so embarrassed he almost had a stroke, so he quickly stopped Ding Dang's antics. You've already eaten so much. Do you want to keep getting fatter? I don't want to. I'd rather die of obesity than sell this precious food. I disagree. Ding Dang's antics did not offend Garen and the others. On the contrary, they were all reassured. If the little fairy ate half of the food from the same pot, then the remaining half must be fine. Lux walked over, took out a candy, and stuffed it into Ding Dang's hand. Ding Dang, I really need food right now. I'll give you this candy as a gift, and in return, will you sell me the other half of the pot of food? Ding Dang looked at Lux's pale face, then at the candy in her hand, and after thinking for a moment, held up 2 fingers. Although she didn't say anything, the clever Lux understood what she meant and took out another candy and put it into Ding Dang's hand. Sorry, I only have these 2 candies left. If there's a chance in the future, can I treat you to more candies? Ding Dang held a candy in each hand and nodded seriously. You're a good person. I've made the decision. You can have all the remaining braised pancakes for free. Wang Hao rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. You little brat, using my dinner to do someone a favor? Did you even ask my opinion? Lux was amused by Ding Dang's serious expression and asked, Is it okay? Wang Hao sighed and waved his hand reluctantly. Forget it. It's just some food. Do as you please. Thank you. I will remember your kindness. After receiving permission, Lux rushed to the fire, picked up the iron pot, and started eating right away. The way she wolfed down her food made it seem like she hadn't eaten for a week. She looked like a starving ghost reincarnated. Wang Hao frowned and asked, Garen, is your sister sick? Remembering the kindness Wang Hao had just shown, Garen felt it would be unethical to continue lying to him, so he had no choice but to tell him the truth. I'm sorry, I lied to you earlier. Actually, after recounting the recent outbreak in Axel and Lux's situation, a hint of sadness was clearly visible in Garen's eyes. Lux is my only family. If something happens to her, how can I face my deceased parents? Talon patted him on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, Lux will be fine. We'll definitely find a solution. Garen nodded, rousing himself to regain his composure. Boss, have you encountered this disease elsewhere? Garen asked. Wang Hao didn't answer, but instead asked a very strange question. Garen, you just said that this disease appeared suddenly and spread widely. Have there been any deaths yet? Garen paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, There haven't been any deaths yet, but those patients won't last much longer. They'll probably starve to death soon. Wang Hao stroked his chin and pondered for a while, then suddenly looked at Ash. Miss Archer, can I ask you a question? Ash took off her hood, revealing long silver hair and a delicate face. Just call me Ash. What do you want to ask? Why aren't you infected? Wang Hao asked. Aisha was stunned for a moment. Then her face quickly turned angry. What do you mean? Garen quickly stepped between the two and said seriously, Boss, Ash wouldn't harm my sister. You shouldn't doubt her. Wang Hao paused for a moment, then quickly explained, Don't misunderstand. I didn't say she was the murderer. I was asking why she didn't get the disease. Seeing the 3 looking confused, Wang Hao could only patiently explain, Look, You're all adventurers in a team, eating and sleeping together. If Lux got infected with the plague, why are you all unharmed? This question stumped Garen and the other two, and even Lux slowed down her eating and fell into deep thought. Yes, the four of them have been adventuring together for years, so if they were to get infected, they would all get infected together. Why is it that only Lux has a problem? Wang Hao stared at Lux's pale face and asked seriously, Miss Lux, before you had your attack, were you separated from them? Where did you go? Or what did you eat? Lux paused for a moment, then began to recall her experiences over the past few days. After we finished clearing out the stone-armored spiders yesterday, I took a bath in the nearby stream. Apart from that time, I haven't been separated from everyone. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he looked at the archer Ash. Miss Ash, if I'm not mistaken, only Miss Lux went to bathe in the river by herself. You didn't go with her, right? Aisha nodded, a hint of doubt appearing in her icy blue eyes. How did you know? Wang Hao did not answer her question, but looked at Garen with a serious expression. Mr. Big Sword, I may know what illness your sister has. Chapter 167 I can cure. Your sister may have a parasitic disease. Without Garen urging him, Wang Hao directly stated his guess. Parasitic diseases? Garen looked puzzled and frowned as he asked, what are parasitic diseases? Medicine in this world is still in its infancy, and many common diseases on Earth are unknown. Wang Hao could only patiently explain. Parasites are very small insects that enter the human body through various channels. While absorbing nutrients, they may cause varying degrees of harm to the person being parasitized. Based on the intelligence analysis you just mentioned, I suspect that the water source in Axel City has been contaminated by some kind of parasite. These parasites enter the human body through drinking water, absorb nutrients and develop rapidly, and then compete with the person they are parasitizing for nutrients. That's why your sister can't replenish her strength no matter how much she eats, because the nutrients are all absorbed by the parasites. Garen was a little confused and didn't react for a moment, but Talon and Ash understood what Wang Hao meant. Ash, you mean Lux got infected with parasites while taking a shower? Wang Hao nodded and pointed to Lux, who had a pale face, and said, look at her. She has already eaten half a pot of stewed pancakes. She should have recovered by now, but she still looks very weak. This means that the food did not help her replenish her strength. So where did all the nutrition go? Wang Hao answered his own question and continued. There's only one answer. The nutrients were taken away by something else before they could be absorbed. By this point, even though his reaction was a little slow, Garen understood what Wang Hao meant. He grabbed Wang Hao's hand and asked excitedly, are you sure my sister was harmed by that parasite? I'm not sure either, but we can give it a try. Wang Hao broke free from Garen's hand, took a deworming medicine from the shelf, and handed it to Lux. Take this, and we'll know soon if you have parasites. Lux looked at the 2 white pills in her hand, hesitated for a few seconds, then put them directly into her mouth and swallowed them with a gulp. What's next? Garen asked hastily. What do we do next? Don't worry, the deworming medicine takes a little time to take effect. Please be patient and wait a while. Since Wang Hao had already said that, Garen couldn't press the matter further. He could only walk around the campfire, waiting for a miracle to happen. Not long after, Lux felt a sharp pain in her stomach, as if something was churning inside her, and she couldn't help but groan. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, do you need to use the restroom? Lux nodded sheepishly and struggled to get up from the ground. Wang Hao tossed her a roll of toilet paper, pointed to the dark woods, and said, go over there. Don't rush back after you're done. Check if there's anything in your excrement. Lux didn't have time to be surprised by the softness of the toilet paper. She took off running and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Is my sister all right? Garen asked worriedly. Just wait, we'll know the results soon. Everyone held their breath, watching the spot where Lux had disappeared, patiently awaiting the outcome. A moment later, a fireball suddenly appeared in the woods, followed by Lux's trembling voice. There really is something, a bunch of black bugs, and they're still moving. Garen trembled with excitement and rushed out without waiting for Wang Hao's instructions. Soon, Garen's loud shouts echoed through the woods again. Damn bugs. You disgusting creatures bullied my sister. I'll stomp you all to death. Garen was prepared to deliver a righteous judgment to the parasite, but Lux stopped him, and he ultimately failed to do so. Lux didn't want a brother who played with excrement, so after stopping Garen, she burned the filth. When the brother and sister returned to the campfire, Lux's face had regained color, and her lips had become rosy. Thank you so much. Garen grabbed Wang Hao's hand and thanked him repeatedly, so excited he was almost incoherent. There were quite a few yarn-like worms. I didn't expect it to be the parasitic disease you mentioned. Those worms were disgusting. They looked just like. Stop. I'm not interested in parasites. No need to explain so clearly. Wang Hao quickly stopped Garen, fearing that this reckless guy would describe those disgusting scenes. After all, he hadn't had dinner yet. Lux walked over with a flushed face, bowed deeply to Wang Hao, and said in a sincere tone, "Thank you for helping me get rid of the parasitic disease. I don't know how to repay your life-saving grace." "You're welcome. It's what I should do." Wang Hao smiled and shook his head, then naturally extended his right hand in front of Lux. "Cheng Hui, the insect repellent is 5 silver coins. Please settle the bill." Lux paused for a moment, then laughed. "I was so happy that I forgot you're also a businesswoman." Lux pulled a handful of silver coins from her purse and asked curiously, "How many more times do I need to take deworming medicine to completely get rid of the parasites in my stomach?" "How many times?" Wang Hao smiled faintly, held up one finger, and said, "This time is enough. It'll cure you completely. All the parasites in your body will be wiped out tonight." "Can it be cured completely in one treatment?" Garen stared in surprise, seemingly unable to believe it. 2 pills can solve this troublesome parasite. So why are the doctors and priests in the city helpless? Are they all just sitting around doing nothing? Wang Hao nodded and explained, "The deworming medicine I sell is a highly effective one. It works very well and can solve the problem in one treatment. However, this only removes the existing parasites and cannot prevent reinfection, so you should still be careful in the future." Garen quickly asked, "How can we be careful? Those parasites are only tiny when they grow up. They must have been even smaller before the infection." "It's not difficult," Wang Hao said with a smile. "From now on, boil the water thoroughly before drinking it, and that will kill most of the parasites. If you're worried, buy a few pills to keep on hand. They'll stay effective for up to a year." "Would you like some boiled water?" Garen muttered, stroking his stubble. "It's not very convenient when we're out on missions. Is there an easier way? Then we can only use magic to create unpolluted water." Wang Hao looked at Lux and smiled. "Miss Lux is a mage. Making a water ball shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Simple. Leave the water problem to me from now on." Lux counted out 5 silver coins and placed them in Wang Hao's hand, then asked curiously, "Do my brother and the others need to take this medicine? I'm worried they might have been infected with parasites too." "Of course not. I'm as sturdy as a berserk war bear. How could I possibly get infected with parasites?" Garen was full of confidence, slapping his chest armor loudly, but Wang Hao immediately proved him wrong. "Even if you're as strong as a dragon, it's useless. Once you drink contaminated water, the parasite eggs don't care what you are." Miss Lux's concerns are understandable. It would be best if all of you took a deworming medication, just in case. As he spoke, Wang Hao took out 3 more doses of medicine and handed them to Lux, smiling as he extended his right hand. "Cheng Hui, 15 silver coins." Chapter 168 is even worse than I imagined. As it turns out, Lux's concerns were not unfounded. After taking a few deworming pills, Garen and his 2 teammates went to find places to detox in no time. When Garen returned, the tall, strong warrior was terrified. "That's impossible. How could I have parasites in my stomach? What's so surprising about that?" Wang Hao wasn't surprised at all. He explained, "While cooking, so many people in Axel City were infected at the same time, which means your drinking water has been contaminated. You drank it too, so it's normal to get infected." "But," Garen hesitated, looking conflicted, "I don't feel hungry. You saw it yourself. Unlike Lux, I've been perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with me." "That's different. You're a warrior. Your physical abilities are far superior to Lux's. The parasites can't touch you for now. Try again in a few days, and you won't be able to escape either." After hearing Wang Hao's words, Garen broke out in a cold sweat. "According to you, the residents of Axel are all doomed." The thought of tens of thousands of residents in the city becoming skin and bones, and then slowly dying of hunger, sent chills down Garen's spine. "No, we can't let that tragedy happen." Garen grabbed Wang Hao's arm and asked, "Brother, do you have any way to solve the parasite problem? There are still many children in the city. We can't just watch them die." "There is a way, but it's very troublesome." Wang Hao put down the spatula and explained to Garen and the others, "The first step is to have everyone take deworming medicine. Adults and children alike must take it to get rid of the worms in their stomachs. Saving their lives is the most important thing. Second, immediately send people to investigate the water source and find the source of the parasites. Only by solving the source can the problem be completely solved. Otherwise, no matter how much medicine is taken, it will be useless and will still recur. Third, change your lifestyle. From now on, You must drink boiled water and develop the habit of taking deworming medicine on time to prevent accidental infection. The 3 suggestions are reasonable and well-founded, and can indeed solve the parasite problem to the greatest extent possible. But as Wang Hao said, this matter is very troublesome. In a town of tens of thousands of people, it is difficult to change the lifestyle of everyone at the same time. Moreover, the appearance of parasites is very strange. No one knows whether it is caused by human factors or occurs naturally. It is not easy to solve the problem at its source. All Wang Hao could do was offer suggestions. Whether the problem could be solved depended on the Lord of Axel City's considerations, since it was his territory and Wang Hao was just an insignificant small merchant. Garen pondered for a moment, then said seriously, "Brother, what you said makes a lot of sense. I think it's feasible." "What's the use of you thinking it's feasible? You're not a lord." Wang Hao sighed and continued cooking, his head bowed. "I'm just a nobody, my words carry little weight. If you can persuade the Lord, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Leave the Lord's affairs to me. I'll find a way to persuade him." Garen's eyes widened, and he roared, waving his fists. "I can't just stand by and watch those poor children die. I have to save them. He looks a bit fierce, but I didn't expect him to be such a good person with a strong sense of justice." Wang Hao silently gave Garen a thumbs up, just as he was expecting some insightful advice from him, when Garen suddenly stood up and extended his right hand towards him. "Brother, let's not delay, let's set off now." "Shall we leave now?" Wang Hao pointed to the dark night sky and asked. "It's so late. You want me to go to Axel now?" Garen nodded and said seriously, "The residents of the city are still suffering from parasites. The sooner we get there, the sooner we can help them get rid of their misery. By the way, how much deworming medicine did you bring? Is it enough?" "It's enough, but the problem is." "No problem, leave any issues to me." Garen picked up the great sword stuck to the side, and a righteous aura suddenly erupted, the sword pointing straight at the starry sky. "My mission is to protect the vulnerable. Justice will prevail." Wang Hao was deeply shocked and inspired by Garen. A surge of heroic spirit welled up within him. He asked, "Could you let me eat first? The situation in Axel is worse than imagined." It was already late at night when we arrived in the city. Logically, it should have been quiet at this time, and everyone should have been resting. Everywhere you looked, there were flames, and the air was filled with the smell of smoke and fire. Adults groaned, children cried, and people fought fiercely over a bite to eat. Some were even smashing restaurant doors and windows, trying to snatch food from the restaurant owner to fill their stomachs. Garen led the way, his face cold as he shouted and used his sharp greatsword to disperse the passers-by who were trying to rob him. Lux and Ash jumped onto the carriage, one drawing her bow and arrow, the other conjuring a large fireball with her fireball spell, using their actions to deter those with ill intentions. Tyrone, wielding a fist sword, followed closely behind, constantly on guard against any potential attacks from the refugees. Under the threat of force, the carriage was finally unaffected and slowly moved forward, pushing through the crowd. Seeing this chaotic scene for the first time, Wang Hao felt a strange mix of emotions. Fortunately, Garen and his companions were able to help, and they finally arrived at the Adventurers Guild Axel branch safely, which put them at ease. "Lux, Talon, Ash, protect the carriage. We're going to find Guild Master Eric." After giving a command, Garen pulled Wang Hao and rushed into the guild hall. The situation inside the guild wasn't much better. The air was also thick with the smell of smoke and fire. The sounds of ravenous eating filled the air. Some people even started tearing into their food before it was fully cooked, making Wang Hao feel nauseous. Garen, seemingly oblivious, shouted at the counter, "Is President Eric here? I found a solution to the plague. Take us to President Eric now." Garen's words were like a powder keg ignited, causing a huge uproar. "Garen, what did you say? Hey, you're not kidding us, are you? Have you really found a cure for the plague? Tell me quickly, we're all starving." The crowd swarmed around them, squeezing Wang Hao and Garen in the middle, eagerly asking if there was any way to cure them. Garen was not good with words, and his explanations were incoherent and only made things more confusing. Wang Hao couldn't stand it any longer and silently activated his mental pressure. An invisible spiritual force swept across the entire area, and an unnamed fear rose in everyone's hearts, temporarily suppressing them. Just then, President Eric arrived in time. The sprightly old man glanced at everyone, frowned slightly, and then waved to Garen and Wang Hao. "Come with me, let's talk in my office." Chapter 169 Axel. "Young man, you mean just 2 pills can solve Axel's problem?" "Yes." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. This is a highly effective medicine for parasites. No parasite can resist it. It can only be completely eliminated. Wang Hao spoke with absolute certainty, but in return he received a scrutinizing gaze from Eric. Then can you tell me why you have this special medicine? Garen paused for a moment, then asked in confusion, President Eric, wouldn't it be better to have a miracle cure? Eric merely glanced at Garen, silencing the reckless warrior. Young man. Eric stared into Wang Hao's eyes and asked in a serious tone, why are you here in Axel at this crucial moment with this special medicine? Having said all that, Wang Hao naturally understood what the old man meant. He doubted the origin of this parasitic plague, suspecting that he had deliberately released it to sell his miracle drug. What a suspicious old man. Wang Hao smiled faintly and said calmly, President Eric, I know what you suspect, but you're suspecting the wrong person. This matter has nothing to do with me. Oh, it has nothing to do with you. Of course, I am a law-abiding businessman. It just so happens that I ran into this situation. Wang Hao wasn't in the mood to play games with the old man, so he directly revealed his identity. You know where Coke comes from, right? Wang Hao pointed to the half-empty can of Coke on the table and said, Coke is sold from my store. 2 months ago, I opened a grocery store in Celtic City called. Wang Hao told Eric about his shop in Celtic City and his acquaintance with a super nobleman named Arthur. He believed that as long as Eric wasn't stupid, he certainly wouldn't associate himself with this sudden outbreak of parasitic plague. So is Eric stupid? The old man is shrewd. He stared into Wang Hao's eyes, his deep gaze seemingly able to see into Wang Hao's heart, listening intently to every word he said. After Wang Hao finished explaining his background, Eric no longer had any doubts. I'm sorry, I was overthinking it. I didn't expect you to be the famous general store owner. My apologies. Eric's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree change. He not only stopped doubting Wang Hao's background, but his tone even carried a hint of respect. The Adventurers Guild is headquartered in Celtic City, and all major events that occur there are communicated to its branches via letters. This includes Wang Hao, a mysterious and highly skilled expert. Wang Hao single-handedly defeated the legendary Death Knight Arthas, and even displayed Arthas's armor and holy sword Caliban as spoils of war in his shop. These were undoubtedly major events. Eric had heard about it before. Not only had he heard of Wang Hao's great name, but even his assistant, the beautiful busty young lady, looked at him with admiration. Only Garen was unaware of what had happened. Brother, are you famous? Garen asked curiously. Wang Hao chuckled and said, I guess so. After all, the things I sell are all best-selling products. Don't you like Coke too? Haha, you're right. Coke is my favorite drink. It replenishes energy and is easy to carry, but it's a bit expensive. Is it expensive? A bottle costs 5 silver coins. Isn't that expensive? 5 silver coins? Wang Hao quickly realized what was going on. It must be a middleman making a profit in the middle. I have some in my car. You can buy some to keep and drink slowly. If you pass through Celtic City in the future, you can buy some at my shop. It's cheaper there. Garen was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly in thanks. As long as the Duerming medicine is effective, the next step is to figure out how to deal with this large-scale epidemic. In times of great turmoil, whether it be a plague or a natural disaster, the most troublesome thing is not the disaster itself, but the riots caused by the disaster. Compared to disasters, human nature is far worse. If someone takes the lead in breaking the rules and ignoring legal and moral constraints, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this point, Axel was on the verge of riots. Eric suggested treating the adventurers in the guild first, and then helping other patients after everyone had recovered. Wang Hao approved of the suggestion. Alright, let's do it your way. But I have to say this first. Each dose of Duerming medicine costs 5 silver coins, and that amount cannot be reduced. Compared to the danger to his life, 5 silver coins were nothing, and Eric readily agreed. Ellie, go downstairs and count how many people there are now, and also collect the money for the medicine. The busty young lady accepted the order and left, quickly returning with a list and a bag of silver coins. President, including staff, there are now 107 people. Eric took the list, glanced at it, and said to Wang Hao, Shall we begin? The medication dispensing process went smoothly. With testimonies from Garen and others, and with President Eric's guarantee, no one hesitated and immediately put the Duerming medicine into their mouths after receiving it. In less than 10 minutes, the entire guild hall became empty, leaving only Wang Hao and a few others sitting there bored and in a daze. With so many people using the toilet at the same time, won't it get clogged? It definitely won't be congested, don't worry. How did you know? Because the guild's toilets only have a few stalls, which is not enough for all these people. If they want to use the toilet, they have to go outside and find a corner to relieve themselves. You're really optimistic. Aren't you afraid Axel will become an open-air toilet? The weather is getting colder, so the smell isn't as strong. It'll be fine in a few days. Garen, should I say you're either clueless or incredibly carefree? Don't pay attention to my brother. He's a complete idiot. People who took the medicine quickly got rid of the parasites and felt refreshed, just like no one had been hurt. With such remarkable efficacy, it's only natural that we shouldn't treat our own people poorly. They quickly notified their relatives and friends to come to the guild to buy medicine, and the news spread unintentionally. Half an hour later, more and more people returned, quickly filling the entire guild hall. The hall was too crowded, so the crowd blocked the outside of the guild. The nearby streets were packed with people, creating an eerie atmosphere under the torchlight, enough to trigger trypophobia. Wang Hao stood by the window, looking at the ever-growing crowd outside, and couldn't help but frown. President, didn't we agree to keep this a secret? Why are so many people here all of a sudden? Eric sighed and said, everyone has friends and family. You can't hide it from them forever. What do we do now? If we go down to sell medicine now, we definitely can't control it. What if there's a stampede? It's all right. I've already sent someone to inform the city lord. Let this old man handle it now. Eric stretched his shoulders and walked toward the door, exuding a powerful aura. The old man hasn't had a good fight in a long time. It's time to get those few bones out there and give him a good workout. Chapter 170 Axel. More and more people heard the news and rushed over, and the area around the guild was completely blocked. Looking at the crowded people, Wang Hao gradually frowned. He noticed a detail. Although there are many people outside, there are very few actual patients. Most of them are perfectly healthy and full of energy. These people were probably worried about getting infected, and even though they knew there was no immediate danger to their lives, they still pushed forward desperately, pushing all those who really needed brimming medication to the back. President Eric noticed their underhanded actions, and enraged, he grabbed several hooligans and threw them out, shouting loudly at the crowd. Everyone line up. If anyone dares to push forward, they won't get a single pill today. The roar was deafening, and the sound waves spread rapidly, drowning out the noise of the crowd. The crowded people seemed to have their mouths sealed, and quickly fell silent. Eric breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ordered the guild members to form a queue, preparing to call Wang Hao out to sell the medicine. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted at the top of their lungs. Don't worry about this old guy. Everyone's life is their own. Anyone who listens to him is a fool. That's right. There are tens of thousands of people in Axel. How could so many miracle drugs suddenly appear? I don't want to be left in line to die. If you're not going to buy it, then get out of my way. I'm waiting to buy medicine to save my life, so get out of my way. In just a few words, the people who had finally calmed down were once again overwhelmed by fear and rushed forward in a scramble. He's right. It's my life. If you don't give me the medicine today, I'll smash up the Adventurers Guild. That's right. Hand over the medicine. Our lives matter too. Fear gripped them as people desperately pushed forward, the surging crowd like ocean waves, layer upon layer, shoving and pushing forward, utterly disregarding the lives of those in front. Eric tried to organize people to block the gate while shouting at the crowd, but this time it had no effect. Faced with the unknown and death, Eric's accumulated prestige became useless. Wang Hao sighed, knowing that things would inevitably go wrong if things continued like this, and decided to try his own method. He opened the window and leaped, landing precisely on the top of the wall. Eric was startled when he noticed Wang Hao jump down. He was about to persuade him to go back when he suddenly noticed that Wang Hao's expression was off and a murderous intent appeared in his dark eyes. What's going on? What is this kid trying to do? Eric was terrified. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a terrifying mental pressure erupt from Wang Hao. This oppressive force was even more terrifying than that of a dragon, instantly sweeping across all directions. Eric barely managed to hold on by mobilizing all his fighting spirit, but the ordinary people around him were not so lucky. The invisible mental pressure instantly shut down their brains. Over 90% of them went black and fainted, with only a few remaining standing 300 meters away. Although they were standing there, they were drooling like idiots, their eyes practically rolling back to the sky. By the god of light, what is going on? Eric was completely stunned. He could hardly believe his eyes. Just how powerful is this young man who can frighten thousands of people into unconsciousness with just mental pressure? Could it be true, as the intelligence reports, that he is a saint-level expert? Just then, a hand suddenly landed on Eric's shoulder, startling the old man. Help me up. I'm a little dizzy. Eric. He quickly helped Wang Hao jump down from the wall, stepped over the unconscious man, and headed towards the guild hall. Just then, a figure suddenly flew into the dark night sky. Before the person arrived, their voice came first. Eric, what happened here? Eric looked up, and his face lit up with joy. Mr. Bard, you've finally arrived. Bard, the Lord of Acacial City, is a powerful level 8 mage. Because of the recent epidemic, Bard hasn't had a full night's sleep for several days. Bard just received a call from Eric saying that he had obtained a cure for the plague, so he immediately got dressed and rushed over. Just as he was about to arrive at the guild, he suddenly felt a terrifying mental pressure coming towards him, and then he saw a shocking scene. The streets near the guild were packed with people. They lay motionless on the ground, as if they were dead. Bud quickly descended and landed beside Eric. President Eric, what's wrong with these people? Bard asked, frowning. Eric hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. These residents were incited to rush in and steal the medicine, but this young man knocked them unconscious. He did it all by himself? Bud asked in surprise. Eric nodded and introduced. His name is Wang Hao. He's the owner of that grocery store in Celtic City. You should have heard of him, right? Bard's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly recalled the terrifying mental force he had just witnessed. So it was you. Wang Hao's first reaction was that he was in trouble, so he quickly put on a stern face and denied it. It wasn't me. These people have nothing to do with me. I didn't do anything. Bard was both amused and exasperated. He quickly explained, don't worry, it's not your responsibility. Managing these people is my duty as the city lord. I should be thanking you for your timely intervention. Wang Hao was finally relieved, and immediately put on a smiling face again. Lord Bard, no need for thanks. Let's discuss the treatment. This person changes their tune faster than turning the pages of a book. No wonder they're in business. Okay, how do you want to solve this? Bard asked. Simple. Wang Hao gestured with his hand, pointing to the people lying on the ground around him, and said, you name a price. I'll give you the deworming medicine, and you give me the money. Oh, and the rest is up to you. I don't handle after-sales service. Why emphasize that after-sales service is not provided? While joking with Garen, Wang Hao suddenly thought of something terrifying. More than 100 people in the guild have to go out to find a toilet if they have diarrhea, so what if the entire city of Axel had diarrhea at the same time? Just thinking about that scene sends chills down my spine. It gives me goosebumps all over. So Wang Hao made up his mind to sell the medicine as soon as possible and then leave Axel immediately. Even if we have to spend the night in the wild, it's still better than sleeping in a giant open-air toilet. He doesn't want to turn into stinky tofu in his sleep. Bard didn't know what Wang Hao was up to, but after considering it all, he agreed to his proposal. Okay, how many of these miracle drugs do you have? How much do you want? How many do you have? I have as many as you want. I'll take as many as you have. This is no joke. I'm not kidding. How much do you want? Bud thought for a moment, then tentatively held up 2 fingers. 20,000 copies. Do you have them? Wang Hao's eyes lit up instantly, and he beckoned towards a hidden corner. Ding dang, dispel the illusion, and have to buy and shall by drag the carriage over. We're going to strike it rich tonight. Chapter 171 Ding dang. Do you want to eat a hot spring egg? 20,000 doses of deworming medicine sold for 1,000 gold coins. Bard didn't haggle and paid the money readily, using Wang Hao's favorite magic crystal coins. 10 magic crystals are equivalent to 1,200 gold coins when handed over to the system. With the same cost, he could earn an extra 20% by simply reselling it. Wang Hao almost burst out laughing. If we could do this a few more times, leveling up wouldn't seem so difficult. Under the cover of the carriage, Wang Hao directly purchased 20,000 doses of deworming medicine from the system and then handed them over to the guild staff. A space was cleared in the center of the guild hall, where a pile of insect-repellent medicine stood like a small mountain, leaving everyone speechless. Were all these medicines moved from the carriage? Of course. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? But that carriage isn't very big. How could it possibly hold so much medicine? Shut up. You dare to pry into such a secret? Are you out of your mind? You're right. I'd better just get back to work. Staff members worked quickly to repackage the deworming medication in preparation for its distribution throughout the city. Wang Hao, along with Bud, Eric, and others, sat down to rest and discuss precautions for preventing and controlling parasites. That's about it. Wang Hao picked up his wine glass, hesitated for a moment, and then continued. There's something else, but I don't know if I should say it. It's all right. Just say whatever comes to mind. You have more experience than us, Bard said seriously. Then I'll tell you. Wang Hao organized his thoughts and said, Parasitia are common. They exist in other places too. But the problem here is too serious, and it's very abnormal. Eric asked, puzzled, what's wrong? This is so sudden. Wang Hao said seriously. I heard from Garen that it only took 3 days from the onset of the disease to the full outbreak, and more than half of the people in Axel were infected with the same parasite at the same time. Don't you think that's very strange? You mean, someone deliberately spread these parasites? Bud frowned. Wang Hao looked at him calmly, neither admitting nor denying it. Anyway, something's not right. You guys need to investigate as soon as possible. Only by finding the source of the parasite can we completely solve the problem. Otherwise, preparing more medicine won't help. It'll just be too much trouble. Okay, I'll send someone to investigate right away. A sharp glint flashed in Bard's eyes, and he said coldly, if I find out who's behind this, I'll personally send them to the God of Light to repent. Wang Hao downed the rum in his glass in one gulp, patted his bottom, and stood up. That's all I can do. There's nothing more I can do to help. I won't cause you any more trouble here. Seeing that he was about to leave, Bader felt a little regretful. Do you really have to leave tonight? You can stay at my place for the night and leave when it gets light. Eric chimed in. That's right. There are guest rooms upstairs too. You can stay here if you don't want the hassle. You want me to wallow in this cesspool with you? No way. Wang Hao pointed to the pocket on his chest, where Ding Dang was dozing off. Ding Dang doesn't like sleeping in crowded places, so I'd better leave now. All right then. Bard sighed and said, get ready, I'll send someone to take you out of the city. Escorted by the city guards, Wang Hao left Axel with the gifts given to him by Bard and others, continuing north along the dark road. Hey Ding Dang, look how smart I am. Luckily we ran fast, otherwise you would have turned into a stinky doryman by tomorrow morning. It was quiet all around, with only a soft snoring sound coming from inside the pocket. Ding Dang fell asleep. 5 days later, the mountain wind howled, carrying snowflakes that seemed to be playful sprites trying to sneak into our clothes. On the bumpy mountain road, Big White and Little White pulled the carriage slowly forward. Each breath they exhaled instantly turning into white mist and then sticking to the horses' faces. Ding dong, once you cross this mountain, you'll enter the northern plateau, and you'll soon see heavy snow. Oh, that's great. I can't wait to see it. The jingling sound came lazily from the pocket, without any hint of excitement or joy, but rather a sense of lack of interest. 7 days have passed since we set off. The carriage traveled more than 1,000 kilometers north, passing through 3 major cities and more than a dozen towns. Apart from the parasite incident in Axel, the other cities were safe and sound, and the journey was completed smoothly without much delay. This is a good thing, but it also makes the journey a bit boring. Ding Dang's passion has been exhausted. Since yesterday, she has been staying in Wang Hao's chest pocket, refusing to come out except when eating, and even when sleeping, she wants to stick to him. Wang Hao was bored driving alone, but there was nothing he could do. Ding Dang was afraid of the cold. After taking out the map and glancing at it, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he gently patted his pocket. Ding dong, there's a hot spring up ahead. Would you like to soak in it? What's a hot spring? A jingling sound came from inside the pocket. Hot springs are hot water that gushes from underground. They are rich in minerals, and soaking in hot springs can relieve fatigue and also beautify the skin. Oh, never mind then. I'm a fairy. I'm cute even without beauty treatments. Ding Dang's refusal disappointed Wang Hao, but it was also within expectations. The little girl had never been to such a cold place before and was a bit unaccustomed to it. Apart from food, nothing else could interest her. However, considering that he hadn't showered for several days and that it would take another 2 or 3 days to reach the Namilok territory, Wang Hao decided to go to the hot springs first and let Dabai and Xiaobai rest. Ding dong, would you like some soft-boiled eggs? Suddenly, a small head popped out of the pocket. Ding Dang tilted her head back, looked at Wang Hao's chin, and asked, what is a soft-boiled egg? Is it delicious? Ah, you greedy little devil. Onsen tamago is an egg cooked in a hot spring. Isn't that just a boiled egg? Forget it, I don't want to eat it. Don't disturb my rest. Ding Dang was a little disappointed and shrunk back into her pocket, ready to go back to sleep. Having finally managed to wake her up, Wang Hao wasn't about to let her stay in his pocket any longer. Ding Dang, onsen tamago is just similar to boiled eggs in its preparation method, but they are actually 2 different things. Eggs cooked in hot springs are smoother, more tender, and tastier, and they're also very nutritious. Don't you want to try them? Wang Hao's voice was so enticing that it quickly whetted Ding Dang's appetite. Ding Dang's head popped out of the pocket again, asking curiously, is it really that delicious? Of course, Wang Hao said confidently. Believe me, once you've tasted it, You'll definitely remember the flavor and never forget it for the rest of your life. Ding Dang's eyes immediately lit up, and she excitedly urged, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the hot springs right away." A soft-boiled egg? Doraemon has never had one before. What does it taste like? Chapter 172. Ding Dang wants to be the big brother. The carriage traveled along a narrow mountain road, and suddenly the view opened up to reveal a lush green grove of trees. A patch of green could be seen in the cold mountains, and Ding Dang excitedly flew around Wang Hao. It's finally warm here, and there's the natural scent that Ding Dang loves the most. It's so comfortable. Ding Dang stretched, put her little hand on her forehead, and looked at the white cloud of steam in the center of the forest, asking, "There seems to be a lot of water vapor over there. Is it the hot spring you mentioned?" Wang Hao smiled and nodded, then steered the carriage around the trees and continued forward. "That's right, the hot spring is warmer than outside, so the heat can't escape and just piles up there. Ding Dang is so clever." Ding Dang landed on Wang Hao's head. He put his hands on his hips and laughed triumphantly. "I'm the famous Captain Ding Dang. There's no problem that can stump me." Wang Hao was very happy to see Ding Dang regain her energy. "I usually find Ding Dang's nagging annoying, but when I travel alone, I get so lonely that I can't help but miss that noisy feeling. So, people just love to act like idiots. Ding Dong, hold on tight. We'll be soaking in the hot springs soon." The hot spring marked on the map had no name, so I thought it was just an inconspicuous little hot spring, but I realized I was wrong when I actually saw it. The hot spring is at least 7 or 8 meters in diameter, and the steaming heat carries a strong smell of sulfur, indicating that the temperature must be over 40 degrees Celsius. Such a hot spring is a lifeline for wild animals, enough to help them survive the cold winter. As soon as Wang Hao got a little closer, he noticed several adorable figures in the steamy hot spring. With its round body, black and white fur, and tiny black bean-like eyes looking over, it gives off a sneaky, mischievous vibe. Each head is topped with a tuft of white, flame-shaped down. It turned out to be a very rare, elusive raccoon. The lost raccoon is a level 1 magical beast that usually lives in remote mountains. It is very timid and not aggressive. The reason it is included in the Warcraft universe is mainly because the wandering raccoon has a unique racial talent that can create illusions for enemies, thereby protecting its own safety. The effect of this talent is similar to being trapped in a maze. People with weak mental strength are easily misled by it. It is said that an adventurer once accidentally injured a lost raccoon while doing a quest in the mountains. He didn't take it seriously at the time, thinking that a level 1 magical beast couldn't pose any threat, and continued to track his mission target. For the next 10 days or so, he followed the trail left by his target all over the mountains, eventually collapsing from exhaustion. When he was later rescued and woke up, he realized that he had been standing still the whole time, never leaving the forest where he had injured the raccoon. After this incident spread, people realized that even though it was only a level 1 magical beast, the lost raccoon was not easy to bully. "Ding Dong, be careful, those are raccoons," Wang Hao warned. "Lost raccoons?" Ding Dang tilted her head and asked curiously, "Are they very powerful?" "It's all right. They have the ability to make people lose their way, which may be related to illusions. Fairies also have the talent for illusion." Ding Dang once tried to use illusion to bewitch Wang Hao, but accidentally got herself caught in the trap. Now that she heard there were magical beasts with the same abilities as her, Ding Dang immediately became very interested. "Illusion magic? I can do that too." Ding Dang flapped its wings and flew towards the hot spring, rubbing its hands together as it flew. "I'm going to have a contest with these big fat guys and see whose illusion magic is better." Why did this damn competitive spirit suddenly ignite for no reason? Wang Hao found it amusing and loudly reminded them, "Be careful, these raccoons are very timid, don't scare them away." Okay, you're so long-winded," Ding Dang replied impatiently, her eyes filled only with the desire to win. The lost raccoon also saw Wang Hao and the carriage that suddenly appeared. After a brief moment of panic, the largest raccoon stepped forward, shielding its 4 companions behind it, and stared menacingly at the shore. Seeing Ding Dang fly over, the raccoon raised its front paws as if to pounce, and barked at Ding Dang a few times, sounding as if threatening Ding Dang not to come over. Ding Dang didn't take it seriously and continued flying forward, communicating with the raccoon using her communication skills. Wang Hao couldn't understand what they were saying, so he just smiled and didn't take it seriously, continuing to pack his things. Big White and Little White have had a long and tiring journey, and it's rare to find such a good environment, so naturally they should be allowed to rest. After unteeing the horse's tack, Dabai stretched out its big head and rubbed against Wang Hao's arm, then led its wife to graze nearby, enjoying a rare moment of rest. After securing the carriage, Wang Hao opened the storage box and took out the last 6 eggs, intending to make hot spring eggs for Ding Dang. Turning around, the bizarre scene before him almost made Wang Hao burst out laughing. Ding Dang flew in midair, waving her arms freely like an elegant music conductor, drawing circles in the air with her hands. The 5 lost raccoons had been bewitched by the illusion. They raised their short arms above their heads in ballet poses, and with their round, bulging bellies, they kept spinning around under Ding Dang's command. Ding Dang got carried away with his game and drew circles faster and faster, much to the dismay of the raccoon dancing below. Their clumsy bodies couldn't keep up with Ding Dang's speed, and soon one of the raccoons fell behind, collapsing with a splash and floating on the water with its big belly sticking out. Then came the second and the third. After all 5 raccoons had fallen, Ding Dang was finally satisfied and waved her little fist to show off her victory to Wang Hao. See that? I won. How could a few stupid raccoons be a match for Ding Dang? They're too weak. Ding Dang's little face turned rosy with excitement, her joy evident on her face. Wang Hao didn't know what she was so smug about, but he still clapped twice to show his respect. That's fantastic. As expected of the renowned Captain Ding Dang, you defeated the mysterious raccoon with ease. You're amazing. Seeing Wang Hao's thumbs up, Ding Dang became even more smug. I've already made an agreement with them. If I beat them, I'll get half the right to use this hot spring. Did they agree? Wang Hao asked curiously. Of course, you can ask them if you don't believe me. The 5 lost raccoons had recovered from their dizziness. Seeing Ding Dang pointing at them, they instinctively hid behind the raccoon, and then retreated to a corner of the hot spring under the raccoon's cover. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The raccoon barked a few times, and the other raccoons reluctantly came out, and, led by the raccoon, bowed to Ding Dang a few times. Wah, woohoo, woohoo. After bowing, the raccoon barked at Ding Dang a few more times, making Ding Dang laugh out loud. Ding Dang put her hands on her hips and looked at Wang Hao triumphantly. See? They want to acknowledge me as their elder brother. From now on, this hot spring is under my protection. Chapter 173 Ding Dang's Big Brother Demeanor. It's unclear whether Ding Dang has the potential to be the leader, but the several lost raccoons conscientiously fulfilled their promise and gave up their positions near the spring. In the slightly yellowish spring water, bubbles gurgled and bubbled, releasing a strong sulfurous smell as each bubble burst. Wang Hao tested the temperature. It was very hot, at least 60 degrees Celsius. Jumping into such a high temperature would cause deep burns to the skin in less than 5 seconds, but it's perfect for boiling soft-boiled eggs. Wang Hao put 6 eggs into a cloth bag, along with several cans of luncheon meat, and threw them near the spring. He then placed some snacks and cola on the shore. After doing all that, he started taking off his clothes, ready to go downstairs and relax. Hey, you pervert, what are you doing? Ding Dang covered her eyes with her hands, peeking through her fingers at Wang Hao taking off his outer clothes one by one. Her face flushed as she scolded him. How could you take your clothes off in front of Ding Dang? Shameless, perverted. Wang Hao rolled his eyes speechlessly and said irritably, how can I soak in the hot spring without taking off my clothes? If you don't want to see, turn around and wait until I get down there. After saying that, he quickly took off all his clothes and jumped into the hot spring wearing only a pair of underwear. With a splash, the spring water rippled. The warm spring water enveloped Wang Hao's entire body, leaving only his head exposed. That feels good. Wang Hao groaned comfortably and slowly leaned against the rocks on the shore. Ding Dang, why don't you come down for a soak? It's very relaxing. Ding Dang hesitated for a moment, then reached out to test the water temperature and frowned. It's so hot. Ding Dang isn't going down. Her wings will get wet. Why would we refuse such a wonderful hot spring when we've come across it? A wicked smile appeared on Wang Hao's face. He quietly scooped up a handful of hot water and splashed it on Ding Dang when she wasn't looking. The warm spring water poured down from head to toe, soaking Ding Dang completely, even his wings. Ding Dang screamed and tried to run away, but was immediately splashed with hot water. You pervert. All you do is bully Ding Dang. Ding Dang will fight you to the death. 2 consecutive sneak attacks successfully provoked Ding Dang's resistance. The little bean rushed into the water, splashing water as she launched an attack on Wang Hao. Unfortunately, she was in her fairy form now, and her hands were too small. The little water she stirred up was less than the amount of saliva she produced, and it didn't even wet Wang Hao's eyelids. No, Ding Dang can't beat the big pervert by herself. I need to find help. Ding Dang remembered that he had just recruited a few underlings, and immediately gave the order to attack the raccoon who was watching the commotion. Several raccoons didn't want to get involved in the battle between their eldest brother and his eldest brother's eldest brother, but the eldest brother's menacing appearance was too intimidating, so they had no choice but to join in the water splashing game. Wang Hao accepted all comers without hesitation. Even when 5 raccoons joined him, he didn't back down at all, and he had a great time fighting against the group all by himself. 2 minutes later, the first raccoon was no match for Wang Hao, and after gulping down several mouthfuls of water, it was defeated. Then came the second and the third. 5 minutes later, only Big Raccoon and Ding Dang remained on the field, struggling desperately to resist Wang Hao's attack. Haha, you're not a good big brother either. Look, I've defeated your little brother. You should surrender too. Wang Hao laughed with particular smugness, which infuriated Ding Dang. With a determined heart, gritted teeth, and a stomp of the foot. Enraged, Ding Dang unleashed its trump card. Its small body radiated a verdant glow. In the light, Ding Dang's body gradually lengthened and grew larger, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a vibrant and beautiful young girl. The raccoon was dumbfounded, its mouth agape, staring blankly at the teenage version of Doraemon, its limited brain capacity repeatedly asking the same question. Why did the eldest brother suddenly get so big? Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he was practically drooling. Ding Dang was so focused on defeating Wang Hao that she forgot that illusions were ineffective against him. In the eyes of the lost raccoon, Ding Dang was a girl in a green dress, but in Wang Hao's eyes, he so fair-skinned. Ding Dang noticed that Wang Hao was standing there in a daze, so she immediately seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack and quickly turned the tide, drenching Wang Hao from head to toe. The hot spring water soaked Wang Hao's hair, running down his face. Even so, Wang Hao couldn't bear to waste time wiping away the water. He stared intently at the whole thing from beginning to end, only reluctantly turning his gaze away when he was about to have a nosebleed. Okay, I give up. Wang Hao reluctantly took one last look before raising his hands in surrender. Ding Dang is the best. I admit defeat. You win. Yay. Ding Dang won. Ding Dang is definitely the best. The girl's excited dancing once again gave Wang Hao a feast for the eyes. However, he only glanced at it before looking away, consciously turning his head away. The teenage version of Doraemon is very beautiful, so beautiful that it makes people fantasize, especially when she is completely naked. Her wonderful figure is even more captivating. As Wang Hao continued watching, he worried that he would make the mistake that all men make, and how he would explain it to Qinshi then. Also, can fairies give birth to human children? Ding Dang was excited for a while, and only after she had vented her emotions did she sit back in the water and casually tear open a few packs of egg yolk pies. My little brothers, your big brother is in a good mood today. These are your rewards. Ding Dang, acting like a generous older brother, gave each raccoon an egg yolk pie. When Wang Hao saw that she was actually willing to share her food with the raccoons, he asked in surprise, Ding Dang, you're actually willing to share your food with them? I'm happy today. It's none of your business. Ding Dang rolled her eyes at him, then tore open a bag of egg yolk pies and started eating. You're not going to be stingy, are you? Let me tell you, they're all my little brothers. You're not allowed to embarrass me. How is that possible? Wang Hao's gaze shifted slightly downwards before quickly returning to its original direction. I'm in a good mood today, so let your underlings eat as much as they want. You said it yourself, so I won't stand on ceremony. Ding Dang said, you're welcome, and really meant it. In the blink of an eye, he opened 2 more bottles of yellow-headed canned food and several packs of spicy strips, insisting that his underlings all come and try them. Egg yolk pie and canned yellow peaches are fine, since they're sweet foods, and the lost raccoon can accept them, and it even seems to enjoy them. But spicy strips are the same. This kind of snack is salty, spicy, and greasy. Even children need time to get used to it the first time they try it, let alone a lost raccoon that has never eaten human food before. The raccoon was panting heavily from the spiciness, its pink tongue sticking out long, and tears kept flowing from Daodu's eyes. Ding Dang quickly unscrewed a bottle of cola and shoved it into the raccoon's mouth before Wang Hao could react. Drink it quickly, it won't be spicy after you finish, Ding Dang urged. Chili peppers and carbonated drinks create double the stimulation. When has a raccoon ever experienced this feeling? It struggles desperately. Wang Hao quickly pulled Ding Dang away, and was about to explain that raccoons can't drink cola when a very magnetic voice suddenly came from the woods. Wow, it's so lively here. Can I join in? Chapter 170, For the Elf Calenier. The newcomer was a handsome elf with short blonde hair. His handsome features are exquisite and three-dimensional, and his brows exude a heroic spirit, perfectly matching the image of an elfin handsome man in our minds. He waved to Wang Hao and greeted him naturally. "Hello, human friend. My name is Kalnir, an elf explorer. It's nice to meet you." Wang Hao didn't reply, but instead shielded Ding Dang behind him and cautiously stared at her. Kalnir wasn't angered by Wang Hao's indifference. After looking around, he nodded in satisfaction. The environment is very nice. Soaking in the hot springs here is definitely a treat. If you have no objections, then I won't stand on ceremony. As he spoke, Kalnir untied his longbow from his back and hung it on a tree branch, then his sword and leather armor, which he neatly placed on a stone. If you don't mind, I'd like to take off my coat too. I didn't bring any spare clothes, and it would be a hassle if they got wet. The other party's overly familiar manner made Wang Hao wary, and he subconsciously thought of Anna, the succubus who was very good at transformation. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and replied coldly, "Do as you please, don't worry about us." "Oh, that's great. Don't worry, I won't offend the fairy lady behind you." Kalnir smiled and thanked him, then picked up his backpack and walked into the woods. When he came out, he was completely naked, with only a gray towel wrapped around his lower body, revealing his well-defined chest and six-pack abs. Kalnir walked to the hot spring, tested the water temperature, and then walked into the water, sitting down 2 meters away from Wang Hao. "Phew, the temperature is just right. It feels so comfortable." Kalnir relaxed his body in the water, resting his head naturally on the rock, and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing this, Wang Hao gradually relaxed his guard. When they were capturing demons before, Anna had demonstrated a transformation technique that was incredibly realistic in front of him. After transforming, Anna's appearance changed, and her body and temperament also changed. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you wouldn't be able to tell it's the same person. Wang Hao noticed a detail at the time. Every time Anna transforms, the purple gem on her necklace changes beforehand, allowing her to perfectly transform into another person. Based on this intelligence, Gandalf deduced that the necklace might be the legendary Dark Templar treasure, the Eye of Lilith. Lilith is an avatar of the great demon god Osakalan, who once appeared on the Holy Light continent disguised as an unparalleled beauty. It is said that everyone who sees Lilith is captivated by her beauty and willingly obeys her commands, becoming her slaves and lackeys. At that time, it was a critical moment in the war between humans and demons. Lilith and her brainwashed fans were running around, spreading rumors and stirring up trouble between various forces. The human alliance almost collapsed as a result, and morale plummeted to rock bottom. In the end, it was only through the combined efforts of the Sword Saint Musero and several allied commanders that they managed to kill him at a great cost. Although Lilith died, the demon race gained a treasure that allowed them to transform, which led to the legend of the Eye of Lilith. Wang Hao did not see the familiar purple gem on Kalnir, which naturally dispelled his guess that he was Anna. It's not unusual to encounter an elf while traveling. As long as he wasn't an enemy, Wang Hao didn't mind soaking in a hot spring with a stranger. After all, he was used to the naked strangers in the bathhouses in the north. With strangers around, Ding Dang behaved itself and stopped making a fuss. It sat quietly next to Wang Hao, soaking in the hot spring and feeding its little brothers snacks. They kept to themselves and shared nature's bounty in this desolate valley. Time passed slowly. About 10 minutes later, Kalnir suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes and walked out of the hot spring wrapped in a towel. He took out a few green fruits from his backpack, then carried them back to the hot spring and quietly ate them. A refreshing scent suddenly wafted through the strong smell of sulfur. The smell is very unique. It's not even a fragrance, but it's very penetrating. It's like breaking open a thorny cucumber with its blossoms on top in a crowded green train. Even amidst the smells of sweat, feet, and various foods, you can immediately smell the cucumber's unique fragrance. It's that amazing. Ding Dang's attention was immediately drawn to the aroma, and she looked curiously at the fruit in Kalnir's hand. What is that fruit? It tastes so unique. Why has Ding Dang never eaten it before? Upon hearing Ding Dang's words, Kalnir's handsome face broke into a bright smile as he explained, "This is a stardust fruit, which can only be found in Moonlight Forest. Would you like some?" Think. Before Wang Hao could stop her, Ding Dang blurted out, "Can I have one to try? I've never had a stardust fruit before." Wang Hao slapped his forehead and looked up at the sky speechlessly. Who asks for food on the first meeting? Aren't you afraid of being rejected and embarrassed? But clearly, the handsome elf is not someone who likes to refuse or embarrass others. You want to eat it? Then catch it. Kalnir immediately tossed a fruit to Ding Dang and then tossed one to Wang Hao as well. Friend, you should try some. Stardust fruit is a unique fruit of our elf race. You can't buy it anywhere else. Wang Hao hurriedly caught the fruit, but before he could even thank her, Ding Dang had already started eating it. Wow, it tastes so refreshing and juicy, but why isn't it sweet? Kellner laughed and said, that's just how stardust fruits are. You'll get used to it. No need to get used to it. It tastes pretty good this way too. Ding Dang finished the fruit in her hand in the blink of an eye, and then looked longingly at Kellner. Needless to say, the handsome elf knew what Ding Dang was thinking. Without the slightest hesitation, he tossed all 3 remaining fruits to Ding Dang, keeping only the one he had taken a bite out of. These are the few I have left. You can have them all. I hope you like them. Kallanir's hearty laughter did not evoke any dislike in anyone. Thank you. You're a good person. No, a good elf. Ding Dang was very happy to receive the gift. After thanking the presenter, she happily ate the gift. Wang Hao is a grateful person. Since you've taken someone else's things, you can't ignore their good intentions. He quickly gathered the snacks on the shore and pushed them all in front of Carl Neal. Sorry, I only have some snacks here. I hope you like them. Kallanir's eyes lit up. He picked up a bottle of cola from the pile of snacks and asked, is this the cola that's been all the rage lately? You even know about Coca-Cola? Wang Hao was greatly surprised and asked curiously, where did you hear about it? A deep glint flashed in Kallanir's eyes, then vanished in an instant. I heard that Coca-Cola is only available in one general store in Layton City. Where did you get it? Chapter 175. Ding Dang has grown up. 2 hours later, the carriage resumed its journey. This time, Wang Hao no longer felt lonely and did not need to drive the carriage alone, because he had Kellner with him. This energetic elf adventurer was heading to the northern wasteland in search of lost divine relics, and happened to be traveling with Wang Hao. Whether the ruins still exist is unknown, but Kellner is certainly a suitable travel companion. He was erudite and his long lifespan gave him ample time to adventure across the continent, and his rich adventures were even more exciting than those in novels. Moreover, he was a romantic bard and a very talkative person. He told Wang Hao stories based on his own experiences, which helped Wang Hao pass the time and also allowed him to learn many secrets about the Holy Light continent. Why were the strong orcs driven to the northern wastelands and became known as barbarians by humans? Mermaids are frequently seen in the eastern coastal areas. Why do they always seem to want to seduce sailors? There's also the sacred fire burning brightly in the desert south of the St. Callus Mountains, and why the elves in the Moonlight Forest always prefer to stay at home. These gossips and rumors that others couldn't quite explain became vivid and interesting stories in Kallanir's mouth. Wang Hao became engrossed in the music without realizing it, and his trip was no longer boring. But the good times didn't last long, and the pleasant trip came to an end. Before nightfall, the carriage arrived at a small town called Rusty Nail Town. Wang Hao needs to replenish his supplies here and prepare warm coats for Dabai and Xiaobai, so he will stay in Rusty Nail Town for 2 days. Kellner didn't need to prepare these things, so he jumped off the carriage at the town entrance, said goodbye, and continued on his way. Wang Hao didn't know why he was in such a hurry, but he still prepared some things for him and wished him a safe journey. A lonely figure, a bow, a sword, and a man. Carinal embarked on his journey with Wang Hao's blessing. They've left. Yes, they've left. Why didn't he come into town with us? Ding Dang perched on Wang Hao's pocket, watching his receding figure with curiosity on her face. It's going to get dark soon. Wouldn't it be better to rest for the night before leaving? Wang Hao shook his head and said calmly, I don't know. Maybe he has his own reasons. Ding Dang gave a soft, oh, then suddenly asked, you big bad guy, when are we having dinner? Wang Hao, of all things under the heavens, eating is the most important. Indeed, for Ding Dang, eating is still the most important thing. Never mind, we'll definitely meet again if we're meant to. Let's go into town. Due to its unique geographical location, Rustnail Town has become a necessary passage for entering and exiting the northern plateau. Adventurers and merchants from all walks of life gather in this unassuming town to replenish their supplies or rest for a night before continuing their journey, bringing numerous business opportunities and a vibrant atmosphere to the area. Rustnail Town has gradually developed into a small town with a population of over 10,000, but it still retains its original name. There are many hotels in the city, and each one is very popular. If you arrive late, it's hard to find a satisfactory room. Wang Hao was caught in a dilemma. After entering the city, he found 5 hotels. The first 4 restaurants were all fully booked, with not a single room available. There was 1 room left in the house, but he had to share it with a stranger, which he was very unhappy about. The hotel staff noticed his hesitation, their eyes darted around, and they crept closer furtively. Sir, if you insist on staying in a single room, I have a good idea. The waiter smiled at Wang Hao, secretly rubbing his right thumb and forefinger together a few times, making a gesture that everyone understood. Considering Ding Dang's identity, Wang Hao reluctantly tossed a silver coin to the waiter and then followed him to an unassuming family-run inn. This hotel didn't even have a proper sign. There was just a wooden sign hanging at the entrance with a picture of a bed and a set of cutlery carved on it. The proprietress was a woman in her 30s, with a robust and muscular build, looking even stronger than Wang Hao. The waiters called her Aunt Mina. She is both the boss and the cook, and her only helper is her son, a 10-year-old boy named Karami. The cunning waiter took a silver coin from Mina and left happily, leaving Wang Hao and Ding Dang staring at each other in disbelief. Have we been scammed? Ding Dang asked. Probably not. Wang Hao wasn't sure either. But that proprietress looks so fierce, and she's so strong. Don't talk nonsense. The women of the Northern Plateau are very strong. Haven't you seen that already? But, Ding Dang wanted to say something, but when she saw the landlady's son running over, she shut her mouth and swallowed back the complaints that were on the tip of her tongue. The little boy brought over a pot of hot water and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Karami. Feel free to ask me any questions. I know everything about the city very well. Wang Hao smiled and nodded, then asked, could you find us a quiet room? Also, that carriage outside is mine. Could you arrange that? No problem, leave it to me. Little Karami patted his chest confidently and called out towards the kitchen. Mom, the guests have brought a carriage. Shall we take it to the backyard? Aunt Mina's voice came from the kitchen. Be careful not to break the guests' things. Don't worry, I'll be careful. After agreeing, little Karami turned to look at Wang Hao. Let's go. Let's get the carriage in first. Then I'll take you to your rooms to rest. It is said that children from poor families mature early, and little Karami is indeed very sensible and a good worker. He led the carriage into the backyard, removed the harness, prepared feed for Big White and Little White, and then covered the carriage with tarpaulin. Wang Hao didn't even have to lift a finger. He handled everything by himself, working incredibly efficiently. Ding Dang asked curiously, Karami, do you do these things often? Karami took a liking to the pretty older sister and proudly said, I've been helping my mom with chores since I was 6 years old. I don't know how many times I've done these things. I'm very familiar with them. You're already working at such a young age? What about your father? My father? He's dead. He was killed when he went out to work and encountered a barbarian invasion. He couldn't escape and was killed. When little Karami mentioned his father, he showed no sadness and spoke calmly, as if he were talking about someone else's father. But Ding Dang still keenly sensed that a deep sadness and longing were hidden in the depths of his eyes. This was the first time Ding Dang had encountered something like this, and she didn't know how to comfort the other person. After hesitating for a moment, she took out a few egg yolk pies from her pocket and stuffed them into the other person's hand. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked about your father. Please forgive me. Little Karami looked up, smiled, and said, Thank you for the gift, sister, but don't worry, I'm used to it, it's okay. Ding Dang sighed softly and reached out to pat Karami's head. You are a good boy, and your father will be proud of you. Seeing that Ding Dang had actually learned to comfort others, Wang Hao suddenly felt a strange joy welling up inside him. The child has finally grown up. Chapter 176 Festival of Fire. After settling the carriage, Karami led Wang Hao and Ding Dang to the guest room. It's called a guest room, but it's actually just a bedroom on the second floor. In an area of just over 10 square meters, a double bed, and a set of table and chairs by the window are all the furnishings in the room. Although it was simple, the room was very clean, and the bedding had just been aired out. It was fluffy, soft, and felt very comfortable to the touch. The only thing that Wang Hao found inconvenient was the lack of a toilet. There was a clean wooden tub in the corner of the room. Karami said it was for guests to use at night, and he would empty the tub every morning, so Wang Hao didn't need to worry. Given the situation, Wang Hao couldn't complain any further and could only reluctantly accept it. By the way, dinner will be ready soon. Do you have time now? Karami suddenly asked. Upon hearing the word dinner, Ding Dang immediately became excited. Karami, what are we having for dinner tonight? Ding Dang asked excitedly. What delicious food did Aunt Mina make? Fried sausages, bacon, and mushroom soup, with coarse bread as the main dish. Karami said apologetically, I'm sorry, Sister Ding Dang. This is all we have here. I hope you don't mind. I don't mind. Ding Dang never complains about food, as long as he can eat his fill. Karami had gotten used to Ding Dang's way of speaking, and upon hearing this, he smiled happily. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go down for dinner. There were only 2 guests at home, Wang Hao and Ding Dang, so everyone gathered at one table for dinner. Although Aunt Mina is not good with words, she is a kind-hearted proprietress. The sausages and bacon were piled high on 2 plates, and the mushroom soup was even served in a small iron pot. Apart from the coarse bread being a bit rough on the throat, there was really nothing wrong with this dinner. Wang Hao ate with his mouth full of oil, and Ding Dang's little belly was bulging, but he still couldn't bear to put down his utensils, which shows how good Aunt Mina's cooking skills are. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Aunt Mina brought over a pot of hot milk, saying it was to warm Wang Hao and Ding Dang up. Wang Hao felt embarrassed to refuse, so he poured a glass for Karami as well. Karami, I see colorful flags hanging in front of many shops in the city. Are there any events going on recently? Wang Hao asked. Tomorrow is the annual fire festival, didn't you know? Karami said in surprise. It's a unique festival in our Rustnail town, and it's very famous. Festival of Fire? Wang Hao and Ding Dang exchanged a glance and shook their heads together. Ding Dang asked curiously, what is the fire festival? I've never heard of it before. How could that be? Karami jumped up excitedly. The fire festival is so famous. How could you not have heard of it? That's a traditional festival that dates back hundreds of years to the time when the demons invaded. Back then, Karami spoke at length for more than 10 minutes, finally explaining the origin of the fire festival. Centuries ago, the demon race led a massive orc army to invade the northern plateau, and the human alliance suffered repeated defeats, with the situation becoming increasingly precarious. It was winter, and heavy snow was falling. The defeated human alliance retreated to the vicinity of Rustnail town to rest, but they were trapped by the snow for several days due to lack of food and clothing. When the ancestors of Rustnail town learned of this, they took what little food and supplies they had and set off under the cover of night with torches to deliver the precious supplies to the Allied front. Moved by their spirit, the Allied soldiers were greatly encouraged. After eating and drinking their fill, they launched a counterattack overnight and wiped out tens of thousands of demon soldiers, thus laying the foundation for victory. To commemorate this event, Rustnail town added a special festival called the Torch Festival, which gradually evolved into the current Flame Festival. Flames dispel darkness and bring light, and also bring the hope of victory. I see. Your ancestors were truly brave. Ding Dang exclaimed sincerely. Karami patted his chest proudly and said, we are the descendants of heroes, and humanity will never be enslaved. After learning about the origins of the Fire Festival, Ding Dang's interest grew even stronger. Karami, what's in the Fire Festival? Is it fun? Of course it's fun. The Fire Festival has lots of fun activities, let me tell you. I had a good night's sleep. The next morning, a loud knocking woke Wang Hao, and Karami's cheerful voice came from outside. Brother Wang Hao, Sister Ding Dang, are you awake yet? The Fire Festival is about to begin. Come down and eat. After you finish eating, I'll take you to the Fire Festival. What an energetic little guy. Wang Hao smiled and shook his head, then gently patted Ding Dang's back. Stop it. I haven't had enough sleep yet. Let me sleep a little longer. Ding Dang murmured something and rolled off Wang Hao's chest. There is no central heating in this world. In winter, people mainly rely on stoves and braziers for warmth, which is no less than torture for Ding Dang, who is afraid of the cold. In order to get a good night's sleep, Ding Dang moved her little bed onto Wang Hao's body and slept on his chest at night. However, Ding Dang's fairy form was too small, and Wang Hao often rolled over and crushed her, almost suffocating her several times. Left with no other choice, Ding Dang had to transform into her girl form and sleep in the same bed with Wang Hao at night, which finally solved her problem of not being able to sleep because she was cold. Wang Hao adhered to his bottom line and did not eat Ding Dang, but unknowingly he still took advantage of Ding Dang quite a bit. Ding Dang initially resisted, but she got used to it after a while. After all, she couldn't control Wang Hao's hands from touching her when she was asleep. The two slept in this strange atmosphere for several days, and their relationship became quite complicated. In Karami's eyes, Wang Hao and the beautiful Ding Dang were a close couple, inseparable. Ding Dang, wake up. Aren't you going to the Fire Festival? If you're late, you won't be able to see the opening ceremony. Wang Hao patted Ding Dang's bouncy bottom and urged, Aunt Mina has already made breakfast. Aren't you hungry? Sleepiness ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. Upon hearing the word breakfast, Ding Dang immediately opened her eyes and scrambled out of bed. Oh right, it's time for breakfast. Ding Dang is starving. Wang Hao. Okay, the little imp is still the same gluttonous little imp. Even in her teenage form, she never forgets her original aspirations. Eating always comes first. This character is definitely solid. Breakfast was quite simple. Aunt Mina heated up the sausages and smoked meat that she hadn't finished eating last night, fried 2 eggs for Wang Hao and Ding Dang each, and also prepared a pot of hot milk. Ding Dang ate with great relish, not only finishing her own portion but also snatching a fried egg from Wang Hao's plate as payment for his bullying. What else could Wang Hao say? All I could do was indulgently put the other fried egg onto Ding Dang's plate as well. When Karami saw this, he said with a grin, "Brother Wang Hao, you really love Sister Ding Dang." Upon hearing his words, Ding Dang's face flushed red. What do kids know? Ding Dang doesn't need his love. Ding Dang loving herself is enough. Ah, women. Chapter 177 Festival of Fire. Friends who have come from afar, welcome to the annual fire festival in Rustnail Town. The white-bearded mayor stood on the high platform, arms outstretched, and shouted loudly to the crowded masses. I hereby declare the fire festival officially open. Please enjoy the festivities to the fullest. Bang, bang, slap, slap. A series of spells shot into the sky, exploding into colorful magical flames in midair, and the crowd immediately cheered. Wang Hao stared blankly at the fireworks in the sky, and asked in surprise, "Is this the opening ceremony you were talking about?" Little Karami nodded excitedly, and said, "Those are magic fireworks. Aren't they beautiful?" "Yes, it's beautiful." Wang Hao didn't want to spoil the mood. After offering a couple of perfunctory compliments, he asked, "What's next?" "What's next?" Little Karami looked around excitedly, and said, "Of course, we participate in activities to earn flame flowers, and then exchange them for prizes. Flame flower is a common wildflower in the northern plateau. It is unremarkable and can be seen everywhere. Its only feature is its cold resistance, and it can be seen even in winter. During each fire festival, the organizers collect a large number of fire flowers to use as a scoring tool for redeeming prizes. Pay 1 silver coin to participate in the game, and you will receive a flame flower after winning. After the game ends, you can go to the prize redemption office to redeem your favorite prize." Led by Xiao Karami, Wang Hao held Ding Dang's hand and wandered around, seeing many fun games. "Ding Dang, what do you want to play?" Ding Dang thought for a moment, then pointed to a place with colorful flags and said, "There's a spinning butterfly game there, and Ding Dang wants to try it." "Okay, then I'll play with you for now." Wang Hao smiled, then looked at little Kalamai. "What about you? Do you want to play with us, or by yourself?" "I won't bother you and Sister Ding Dang anymore," Karami said with a knowing smile. "You two can have fun, don't worry about me." Wang Hao nodded, took out 5 silver coins and stuffed them into Xiao Karami's hand. "Be careful, and come home early when you've had your fun." Upon receiving the tip, Karami nodded excitedly, a happy smile spreading across her rosy cheeks. "Thank you, Brother Wang Hao. Good luck." After saying that, Karami disappeared into the crowd to find the game he wanted to play. "Ding Dang, let's go too." Wang Hao naturally took Ding Dang's little hand and pushed through the crowd toward the spinning butterfly. Spinning butterfly is a skill-based game. The organizers erected 3 flagpoles in the open space, each with a carriage wheel fixed to the top, allowing it to rotate freely. A rope was tied to the wheel and hung down to the ground. The game involves tying a rope around your waist, running around a flagpole a few times, and then using the momentum to fly up, spreading your arms in the air to maintain balance. If you can keep counting to 10 without dropping any numbers, you win and can get a flame flower. The game wasn't too difficult, and most of the participants were children and young women. Everyone had a lot of fun. After waiting in line for a few minutes, it was soon Ding Dang's turn. After the bearded host explained the game rules, Ding Dang suddenly asked, "Are there any extra rewards if the number exceeds 10? The bearded man paused for a moment, then laughed and said, "Our highest record is 25 numbers. If you can surpass that number, you'll get an extra flame flower for each number you exceed that." Ding Dang's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, "What's the upper limit? What if we spin 100 numbers?" 100. The bearded man glanced at the game props beside him and laughed. "Then I'll give you an extra 75 flame flowers, with no limit." That's what he said, but deep down he didn't believe anyone could last that long. The game of spinning butterflies may seem simple, but it's actually not as easy as you might imagine. Humans don't have wings, and it's already quite difficult for them to fly a few times using inertia, so how could they possibly keep flying forever? Want to fly 100 times? Dream on. He didn't believe that Ding Dang, this delicate little girl, could have such great abilities, but Wang Hao thought otherwise. Ding Dang is currently in her girl form, and looks just like an ordinary girl, but her true nature is that of a fairy. Humans don't have wings, but fairies do. Ding Dang simply used magic to hide her wings so that others couldn't see them. She didn't take them off and throw them away. If she wanted to, She could fly indefinitely without anyone being able to see her. Let alone 100 numbers, 1,000 numbers, or 10,000 numbers are not a problem. Wang Hao quickly grabbed Ding Dang's arm and whispered a reminder. That's enough. Don't go overboard, or people will accuse you of cheating. Ding Dang's eyes sparkled, and she gave a perfunctory hum. It was unclear whether she had actually heard him. After tying the ropes together, Ding Dang and the other two contestants got ready and started running quickly under the bearded man's direction. After running 3 laps around the flagpole, Ding Dang lightly touched the ground with her feet and, with the help of inertia, took flight, spinning smoothly around the flagpole like a butterfly in flight. The other two contestants were not so lucky. The contestant on the left ran around the flagpole more than 10 times in an attempt to build up momentum, spinning himself until he was completely disoriented, and the game ended before it even began. The contestant on the right managed to fly, but lost his balance after only 1 spin. After 2 loops, the rope was tightly wrapped around her neck, almost turning her into a teru teru bozu, a Japanese doll-shaped ornament. Everyone burst into laughter, their eyes all focused on Ding Dang, wondering how long she could last. 5, 6, 7. Everything went smoothly. Ding Dang was able to maintain its balance and continue flying at a constant speed without even needing the aid of its wings. 11, 12. The bearded man's voice rose 2 octaves, stunned by Ding Dang's elegant demeanor. 18, 19, 20. The counting grew louder and louder, and the onlookers joined in, cheering for Ding Dang. 24, 25. The bearded man's voice began to tremble. Because Ding Dang continued to fly steadily, without even changing its speed. The onlookers held their breath, afraid of disturbing Ding Dang's movements, while also anticipating the birth of a new record. Wang Hao was left speechless, unsure whether he should intervene to stop Ding Dang's antics. He could see everything clearly, even though others couldn't. On the 16th lap, Ding Dang spread its wings, and the slight swaying was enough to maintain its balance and provide power for the rotation. If this continues, Ding Dang can fly for as long as she wants, and there will be no point in keeping records. 31, 32, 33. The bearded man's face turned pale. The flame flower wasn't given away for free, it was linked to his income. If Ding Dang keeps flying, he will not only fail to earn a single penny today, but he will probably also lose a lot of money. But with everyone watching, he couldn't interrupt Ding Dang's competition, so he could only force himself to continue counting. 48, 49. Just as the bearded man was looking worried and calculating how much money he would lose today, Ding Dang landed on his 50-foot bicycle. A deafening roar of cheers erupted as people celebrated Ding Dong's new record. Ding Dang waved to the crowd, untied the rope around her waist, and then stretched out her fair little hand to the dejected bearded man. 26 flame flowers, no cheating allowed. Chapter 178 Festival of Fire. Happy times always pass quickly, and before we knew it, it was noon. After playing several rounds of games, Ding Dang won 37 flame flowers and excitedly went to redeem her prize. However, after wandering around the prize redemption area, Ding Dang didn't want anything, but instead set her sights on the super grand prize prepared by the organizers, a mysterious treasure chest worth 50 flame flowers. It's unclear what's inside the treasure chest. The staff member in charge of redeeming the prize is tight-lipped and won't say no matter how much Ding Dang asks. But he swore that the treasure chest contained rare and valuable items, and that it would definitely be worth the price, and that he would never disappoint Ding Dang. So Ding made up her mind to continue working hard after lunch and win this mysterious grand prize today. There were many stalls selling things around the square. After buying some local snacks, Wang Hao and Ding Dang found a sunny spot to have lunch. We're still short 13 flame flowers, Ding Dang muttered, taking a bite of a moss-based biscuit. How dare they ask for 50 flowers? That's too much to ask of Ding Dang. You've already won a lot, okay? Stop complaining. Wang Hao chuckled and said, if you're in a hurry to exchange for a prize, then go play the spinning butterfly game again. That game is easy for you. Forget it. That bearded man almost hates me to death. Ding Dang doesn't want to see his glares, Ding Dang said, shaking her head. Let's play the 3-choice game again. That game is easy too. Ding Dang shook her head again, her tone somewhat melancholy. I've played all those games, and I don't want to repeat those boring ones. Wang Hao looked around and sighed helplessly. Then what can we do? You can't play other games either, right? The organizers of the Fire Festival have prepared more than 20 games, enough to keep you entertained for 2 days, including the time spent queuing. However, not all of these games are skill-based games like the spinning butterfly. Some are designed for male participants. For example, the Strongman Challenge, the unlimited ale challenge, and so on. These games are significantly more difficult, and only strong and healthy men are qualified to participate. Ding Dang's participation would be a waste of silver coins. Ding Dang was aware of this situation, so she wisely gave up on games that she had no chance of winning and only played games that she was confident in. Now that he's played all the games he was interested in, there's nothing he can do if Ding Dang doesn't want to repeat them. Ding Dang's eyes darted around. Then she suddenly looked up and winked at Wang Hao. "You big bad guy, will you help me win 13 flame flowers?" Yeah, you haven't played anything yet. You can't keep playing with me forever, can you?" Ding Dang tilted her head, her eyes crinkling as she looked at Wang Hao, and said, "Those games that I can't win are no problem for you, right? Why don't you go and participate, and if you win, you can give me the flame flower, okay?" Looking at Ding Dang's adorable face, Wang Hao felt his heart pounding. Aside from asking for food, this was the first time Ding Dang had ever taken the initiative to ask for help by acting cute, and it was actually quite adorable. "Okay, it's just 13 flowers. I'll take care of it." After eating and drinking their fill, Wang Hao grabbed Ding Dang's hand and headed straight for their first goal, the Strongman Challenge. The Strongman Challenge is a staple of the Fire Festival, supposedly established to commemorate the heroes who braved heavy snow to deliver supplies to the front lines. Today, the Strongman Challenge has evolved into a competition where men from the Plateau region can prove themselves and demonstrate their strength, attracting significantly more spectators than other games. Wang Hao took out a silver coin to sign up, but the other party did not accept it directly. Instead, he asked Wang Hao to go to the side and prove his strength first. The proof is simple. Lift up the stone ball prepared in advance by the organizers. This stone ball is carved from a large blue stone, with a diameter of about 40 centimeters and a weight of 200 kilograms. Wang Hao is the kind of man who can kick even a small black dog flying with one kick, so he naturally doesn't care about a mere 200 pounds and easily picked it up. After passing the test, the staff handed over a badge representing their identity and took away a silver coin. "Sir, please go over there and get ready. The next round of the competition is about to begin." Guided by the staff, Wang Hao met the other contestants who would be competing against him on the same stage. 6 players participate in each round of the competition. Apart from Wang Hao, the other 5 were all strong and burly with fierce eyes, clearly ruthless people who were not to be trifled with. Especially a big, shirtless guy with arms thicker than Ding Dang's waist, whose bulging muscles could scare even the most timid children to tears. Compared to them, Wang Hao was like a lamb surrounded by wolves, who could devour him at any moment. "Haha, look at this guy, he's also one of our competitors." Seeing Wang Hao approach, one of the contestants couldn't help but mock him. "Look at his arms and legs, they're not even as strong as my son's. Someone like him dares to challenge us? Just wait and see how I deal with him." Wang Hao's face darkened, but he did not utter a rebuttal. His style is to take action rather than make noise. Wang Hao walked behind the man and kicked him in the buttocks with his right foot. Before the 2-meter-tall, muscular opponent could react, Wang Hao kicked him 7 or 8 meters away, where he rolled several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. The noisy scene immediately fell silent, and everyone stared at Wang Hao in disbelief. Wang Hao looked around, and seeing that no one was speaking, he snorted disdainfully and said to the stunned host, "That guy withdrew from the competition. Can we begin now?" The host shuddered and instinctively looked at the large man. "Mr. Kazantai, what do you think?" The big guy gave Wang Hao a deep look and said to the host, "It's just the 5 of us. Let's begin." After receiving permission, the host breathed a sigh of relief and quickly resumed the competition. "Ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting strongman challenge of the day is about to begin. Are you ready?" As soon as he finished speaking, the audience cheered loudly, encouraging their favorite contestant. Ding Dang also cheered loudly for Wang Hao, her little face flushed with excitement. Wang Hao waved to Ding Dang and then walked towards his own track. The Strongman Challenge consists of 3 parts: weightlifting, weighted walking, and bouldering. The 3 events are on the same track, and the person who completes the competition in the shortest time wins. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. The weightlifting event required lifting a weight of about 200 kilograms, and all 5 athletes, including Wang Hao, successfully completed the task and moved on to the second event almost simultaneously. The difficulty of the weighted walking exercise has been significantly increased, requiring contestants to carry approximately 300 kilograms of cargo forward for 20 meters. You can rest in between, but the cargo is not allowed to touch the ground, otherwise the challenge will be considered a failure. The hulking Kazantai channeled his muscles, unleashing tremendous power. He took a deep breath, hoisted his load onto his shoulder, and strode forward step by step, his steady strides earning cheers from the audience. After walking 20 meters, the goods landed on the ground with a thud, and Kazantai successfully completed the second challenge. Just as he was about to take on the third challenge, Kazantai suddenly froze on the spot, his eyes filled with disbelief. Wang Hao actually completed the challenge before him and had already started lifting the stone ball. How is that possible? When did he complete the second challenge? Chapter 179 Festival of Fire. No one answered Cuisini's question, and the big guy wasn't expecting an answer. Wang Hao has already placed the second stone ball in the designated position and is now holding the third ball. Kazantai dared not waste any more time. So he ran a few steps to the first stone ball, opened his arms and picked up the 100-kilogram stone ball. As the name suggests, basically means holding a stone ball. Contestants must lift the stone ball and place it on a pillar 2 meters off the ground to complete the challenge. The organizers prepared 10 stone balls carved from large bluestone for each contestant, the lightest weighing 100 kilograms and the heaviest 300 kilograms. Although the weight is the same as the second challenge, the way you lift and hug is different, making the challenge several levels more difficult. Wang Hao was not surprised to see that the big guy had successfully lifted the first stone ball. Of the other 4 contestants, this big guy named Kazantai is the strongest. His muscles are no joke. Wang Hao's eyes flashed with admiration as he continued to finish his match. The 4th ball, the 5th ball. Wang Hao's breathing remained almost unchanged, his mindset incredibly calm. The 6th ball, the 7th ball. The weight had reached 240 kilograms, but Wang Hao still didn't react at all. Only a little sweat appeared on his forehead. When the 10th stone ball landed steadily on the pillar, the scene erupted in cheers. Not only was he fast, but he was also steady. Wang Hao's performance was an eye-opener for everyone, and the audience cheered and applauded for him. Wang Hao smiled and waved, then turned to look at the big guy. Kazantai is moving the 8th stone ball. This stone ball weighs 260 kilograms. Forget about hugging it. Many people wouldn't even be able to move it. Kazantai clenched his lips and gritted his teeth, his face turning bright red, and with all his might, he finally managed to send the stone ball to its designated position. Before he could catch his breath, he instinctively looked at Wang Hao, and their eyes met. In those dark eyes, Kazantai saw admiration and encouragement, which infuriated him. He is the record holder for the Strongman Challenge. If he wins one more match today, he will achieve a 10-match winning streak and a Grand Slam title. However, Wang Hao's emergence made his efforts a joke, and the Grand Slam was out of his reach from then on. Come on, only 2 left. I believe in you. Wang Hao clenched his fist to cheer on the big guy. The heartfelt cheers reached Cuisini's ears, almost making the 9-time champion furious, thinking that Wang Hao was mocking him. What I do is none of your business. I give up. Cuisini's sudden surrender left Wang Hao bewildered and the audience disappointed. Seeing that Kazantai had conceded defeat, the other 2 competitors also gave up the match. The host immediately announced Wang Hao's victory and presented him with a flame flower symbolizing the win. Winning the Strongman Challenge will earn you 3 flame flowers, bringing you closer to the mysterious treasure chest. Wang Hao placed the flame flower in Ding Dang's hand and was about to look for the next target when he suddenly heard heavy breathing. Don't think you're so great just because you won one game. I won't admit that you're better than me. The speaker was none other than Kazantai, who was radiating heat, and this big guy was clearly not convinced. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile appearing on his lips. What do you mean? Can't accept defeat? Kazantai shuddered and said through gritted teeth. Who says I can't accept defeat? I'm just not feeling well today. I'm not in good shape. Not feeling well? Is your period coming? Wang Hao joked. What uncle nonsense? I don't understand what you're saying. Kazantai glared at Wang Hao and asked. I challenge you. Do you dare accept my challenge? Ding Dang, always eager for a good show, jokingly urged, accept his challenge and make him admit defeat wholeheartedly. Ding Dang supports you. Wang Hao looked at Ding Dang speechlessly and asked, I'm not interested. Why don't you do it? Ding Dang paused for a moment, subconsciously comparing Cuisini's thick arms with her own slender waist, and then shook her head. I won't race against the big bison, he's too fierce. Kazantai was furious that he had inexplicably acquired the nickname Big Bison. A bison? How do I resemble a bison? Can you even speak human language, little girl? The gruff voice startled Ding Dang. Ding Dang quickly hid behind Wang Hao, poked her head out and made a face at Kazantai, sticking out her tongue and saying, You're snorting and smelly, and you still say you're not a big bison. Kazantai, blushed deeply and loudly retorted. What do you know, little girl? This is called a man's aura. Can you call yourself a man if you don't smell bad? Who said that? Ding Dang retorted without backing down, grabbing Wang Hao's arm. He doesn't smell bad, and his nose doesn't emit smoke. He's not a big bison. Kazantai glanced at Wang Hao sideways and snorted. He's a pretty boy, not a real man. The word pretty boy made Wang Hao laugh. He doesn't consider himself ugly, but that's about it. He's definitely not a pretty boy. Where did this pretty boy label come from? Wang Hao looked at Cuisini's face and suddenly understood a few seconds later. The big man had a face full of fat and had lived in a high-altitude area for many years, so his skin was rough and dark. Compared to him, I really am a gigolo. Well, consider it a compliment to my handsome face. Wang Hao patted Ding Dang's little hand, signaling her not to argue with the big guy, then looked at Kusang and asked, "You want to challenge me?" "Yes." Cuisini's answer was crisp and clear. "What kind of challenge do you want to take?" Wang Hao asked. "Anything is fine. You can choose any project," Kazantai said confidently. Wang Hao thought for a moment. Then a mischievous smile appeared on his face. "You can challenge me if you want, but not for nothing. My time is very valuable." Kazantai paused for a moment, then asked cautiously, "What are your demands?" "Don't be nervous. I'm not a bad guy." Wang Hao waved his hand and laughed. "How about this? You choose the challenge, and I'll accept it. In exchange, if I win, you have to give me an extra flame flower. That's not an unreasonable condition, is it?" "Just one flame flower?" Kazantai asked in surprise. "You don't want money?" "A gentleman loves money, but he earns it in a proper way. I can earn money myself. So, just tell me if you agree or not," Wang Hao asked. Kazantai looked at Wang Hao, then at Ding Dang who was holding Wang Hao's arm, and suddenly laughed. "You asked for it for this girl, right? Okay, I agree to your terms." Kazantai opened the satchel at his waist and took out a few flame flowers. "I want a lot of flame flowers today. If you accept my challenge, I can give you these flowers." Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. "Okay, it's a deal. You choose the game. I'll play along." Kazantai looked around and pointed to a group of men gathered together, saying, "That's the one. Unlimited Ale Challenge. Dare you participate?" Chapter 180 Festival of Flames. The Infinite Beer Challenge is an event sponsored by the owner of Rustnail's biggest tavern. For a mere silver coin, participants can enjoy unlimited barley wine, making it the most cost-effective game and very popular among men. Upon seeing Kazantai approach, the crowd automatically parted to make way for him and greeted him warmly. It was only then that Wang Hao learned the big guy's identity from everyone. This big guy named Kazantai is the sheriff of Rustnail Town, a formidable level 7 berserker. He had led the security team to repel bandits who harassed the city on many occasions and captured more than 100 robbers who robbed merchants. He had made great achievements and was highly respected in Rustnail Town. "Are you a level 7 warrior?" Wang Hao asked. Kazantai gave a faint "Then why didn't you use your battle aura just now? If you had used your battle aura, you should have been able to easily lift those stone balls, right?" "Why use aura?" Kazantai raised an eyebrow and said disdainfully. "The Fire Festival is a festival for everyone. What's the point of cheating and bullying ordinary people by using aura?" The big man looked around and said proudly, "We, the people of Rustnail Town, are all descendants of heroes. The glory of our ancestors will always guide us." Cuisinti's words were met with approval, and as soon as he finished speaking, enthusiastic applause and praise erupted from the surrounding area. Ding Dang was very surprised to see this scene. She grabbed Wang Hao's arm and said, "Little Karami said something similar. The people here care a lot about the glory of their ancestors." Upon hearing Ding Dang's words, Kazantai frowned and asked, "Do you know Karami?" "Yes, we're staying at Aunt Mina's house. Her cooking is delicious," Ding Dang replied. Cuisinti's expression was somewhat unnatural. He seemed to want to say something, but remained silent, finally letting out a sigh. Wang Hao noticed his unusual behavior and asked curiously, "Big guy, what's your entanglement with Aunt Mina?" The burly man's face darkened, and he snorted, "What do you outsiders know? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Get on with the competition." Upon hearing that Kazantai was going to have a beer drinking contest with Wang Hao, everyone immediately cleared out the seats in front of the counter and formed a circle to cheer them on. Pay the money, get the drinks, and then close your eyes and start chugging them once the competition begins. Wang Hao downed 3 cups of barley wine, each weighing over a pound, without batting an eye or breaking a sweat, appearing completely at ease. Kazantai was quick as well, putting down the 3rd cup almost at the same time as Wang Hao and picking up the 4th cup. After downing 3 glasses of ale, Kazantai burped, gave Wang Hao a defiant look, and then picked up the next glass and gulped it down. Wang Hao also picked up his 7th glass of ale, but unlike Kazantai, he was drinking at a slower pace. Barley wine is similar to beer. It has a low alcohol content, but it causes significant bloating. 6 glasses of ale did not make Wang Hao drunk at all, but his flat stomach was already bulging, not far from his limit. How can this guy drink so much? Where did all that alcohol go? Wang Hao glanced at Quisendi's flat stomach out of the corner of his eye and felt a little worried. You promised to face any challenge, so you won't be proven wrong on the very first hurdle, will you? Go, you big bad guy. You absolutely can't lose to the big bison. If you lose to him, you'll be sleeping on the floor tonight. Ding Dang's words drew laughter from everyone, and also made Wang Hao secretly make up his mind. Who would want to sleep on the floor instead of cuddling their sweet and soft little devil? I can't lose. I have my pride too. A sly glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes as he discreetly dipped his right index finger into the wine glass. I'll take this spatial ring. Most of the glass of beer disappeared instantly, and Wang Hao swallowed the rest in one gulp. Using the advantage gained from cheating, Wang Hao quickly caught up with Quisendi's progress and successfully overtook him. In the end, Wang Hao won the game in this contest between men by using shameless cheating methods, and received a flame flower from the tavern owner amidst cheers from the crowd. That was close. We almost lost. Wang Hao secretly wiped away a bead of cold sweat, his smile somewhat forced. Ding Dang sneakily approached him and whispered in his ear, "You're not being honest, are you?" Ding Dang saw it all. "You cheated with your spatial ring, didn't you?" "Sure, don't talk nonsense. I have my pride too, you know." Wang Hao quickly covered Ding Dang's mouth and smiled at the approaching Kazantai, saying, "The sheriff is amazing. You almost defeated me." Quisendi's eyes twitched slightly, and he said coldly, "A win is a win. You have to accept the consequences of your bet. Here's the flame flower I promised you." Looking at the flame flower handed to him, Wang Hao felt guilty and was too embarrassed to reach out and take it. Ding Dang, however, didn't think too much about it and accepted it with a smile. "Thank you, Big Bison. 10 Ding Dangs couldn't compare to you all by yourself. You're really amazing." Whether infected by Ding Dang's innocence or for some other reason, Kazantai did not refute the nickname Big Buffalo and smiled for the first time in front of Wang Hao and Ding Dang. That smile looked a bit ugly. "Wang Hao, right? You are indeed very powerful, but I am not bad either." Quisendi's smile faded, and he said seriously, "I still have flame flowers here, and I want to continue challenging you." "Sure, go ahead and challenge him. He'll definitely accept." Before Wang Hao could answer, Ding Dang chimed in, "Whatever you want to play, we're all in." Wang Hao was forced to accept the challenge without even having a chance to interject, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. But since things have come to this, let's give it our all. Teasing the wild boar, you win. Throw the torch, and you win. Arm wrestling, I win. With the powerful strength and reaction speed gained from the system's cheat, Wang Hao won 5 games in a row, finally collecting enough 50 flame flowers to exchange for the mysterious treasure chest. Ding Dang's face flushed with excitement as she held a handful of flame flowers and laughed heartily. "Finally, we can redeem the mystery prize. Let's go redeem the gift." Wang Hao affectionately patted Ding Dang's head and said to the silent Kazantai, "Sorry, let's stop here for today. We need to go back and rest after exchanging the gifts." Kazantai nodded silently, his mouth opening and closing several times before finally letting out a long sigh. "Please pass on a message to Mina for me. If she needs any help, just let me know. She knows where I am." There was definitely a problem. Wang Hao's gossip-loving spirit was burning, and his face was full of curiosity. Kazantai naturally understood what he wanted to ask, but he said nothing and completely ignored Wang Hao's gaze. "There's a bonfire show tonight. If you're free tonight, bring this girl over to play. It's a traditional performance in Rustnail Town. You won't see it anywhere else. Also, that mystery gift package might not be as good as you imagine. Think it over before deciding whether to exchange it." After saying a few words, Kazantai turned and left, leaving Wang Hao and Ding Dang looking at each other in bewilderment. Should we still exchange for the mystery chest? Chapter 181: The Deceptive Mysterious Grand Prize. As is tradition, a variety of small gifts are prepared for tourists to exchange during each fire festival, most of which are local specialties and handicrafts from Rustnail, but there are exceptions. Take this year's mystery grand prize, for example. "Miss, are you sure you want to redeem the mystery prize?" The middle-aged man in charge of redeeming the prizes smiled broadly and said, "To redeem the mystery grand prize, you need 50 flame flowers. These flowers can be exchanged for many prizes. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" "You're so long-winded." Ding Dang rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, Don't waste my time. I want that treasure chest. Hurry up and give it to me. The middle-aged man's face froze instantly, and his attempt to lighten the mood was cut off by Ding Dang. His face turned pale and then flushed. Fortunately, he had good professional skills and quickly adjusted his mindset after taking a few deep breaths. Danny, bring me this year's one-of-a-kind mystery prize. This beautiful lady can't wait to see her prize. The middle-aged woman named Danny responded gruffly and turned to take the bright red treasure chest off the shelf. The box was quite large, with a diameter of 60 centimeters, and it looked heavy and substantial. With a bang, Aunt Danny placed the box on the table in front of Ding Dang and took away all the flame flowers. 50 flame flowers can be exchanged for an unknown, mysterious treasure chest. The anticipation is absolutely off the charts. But for some reason, Wang Hao had a bad feeling that he might be about to be tricked. Could it be that the big guy's words left me with a psychological trauma? Wang Hao shook his head, dismissing the absurd idea, and waved to the excited Ding Dang. Come on, the mysterious grand prize you've been longing for only has meaning if you open it yourself. Ding Dang's eyes lit up, and she jumped up excitedly. Can I really open it? Is it really okay? Of course, please. Wang Hao took a step back, making room for Ding Dang, while secretly observing the expressions of the middle-aged man and Aunt Danny. The two of them didn't react in any particular way. They just smiled at Ding Dang and kept using all sorts of nice words to lighten the mood, just like a normal prize redemption. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Wang Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and returned his gaze to the treasure chest. Ding Dang's little face flushed with excitement. After taking a deep breath, she unlocked the treasure chest and then yanked open the lid. Friends, the most anticipated mystery grand prize has finally been revealed. Are you ready? The middle-aged man seized the opportunity to promote the product, immediately raising everyone's expectations to the max. Even Wang Hao couldn't help but hold his breath. Then, Ding Dang shuddered. Ding Dang's face turned pale. Ding Dang's eyes were slightly red. Ding Dang shed tears of happiness. Ding Dang turned around, looking at Wang Hao with teary eyes. Ding Dang regrets it. Can we change to a different prize? Wang Hao paused for a moment, then stepped forward and looked into the treasure chest. When Wang Hao finally saw the true nature of the mysterious grand prize, he was stunned and blurted out, "What?" The box was packed full of things. Salt, cola, egg yolk pie, canned yellow peaches. There was even a bag of wheat seeds that weren't selling well. That's right, the whole box was full of goods that were being sold in the general store. Aside from the expensive Liwei Daihuang pills and bicycles, the store had everything else imaginable, even toilet paper. The organizers must have put a lot of thought into collecting these items in a remote town 2,000 kilometers away. But, what the hell do I need all this stuff for? No wonder Ding Dang cried. I wanted to cry too. Wang Hao felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind, wishing he could drag Kazantai over and give him a good beating. This guy definitely knows what's in the box, otherwise he wouldn't have said that unnecessary thing. Now look what's happened. All that effort I put into collecting flame flowers has been exchanged for a whole box of stuff I could ever want. What am I going to do? Wang Hao mechanically turned his head, looking at the middle-aged man with a conflicted expression. Could we change the prize? The middle-aged man had already noticed that Wang Hao and Ding Dang's expressions were not quite right. However, he did not connect the origin of these good things with Wang Hao, but assumed that the young people were ignorant and did not know the value of these things. Young man, don't get excited. You may not know the origin of these things. Let me explain them to you slowly. These are all valuable items that have only appeared in the royal city in the last 3 months. Don't underestimate them. You've probably never heard of their uses. Take this salt, for example. Don't underestimate it just because it's a packet of salt. It can treat glaucoma, and it can also. The middle-aged man launched into a long explanation, detailing the origin and purpose of each prize. The sincerity of her words and attitude made Wang Hao's eyes twitch repeatedly, and Ding Dang's tears flowed freely. A moment later, when the middle-aged man began to introduce the various flavors and textures of spicy strips, Wang Hao had to interrupt him. Sorry, I know what these things are. I'm from Celtic City. Wang Hao's words stunned the middle-aged man for 10 seconds, and his expression gradually became awkward. You're from Celtic City? What a coincidence. Haha, I didn't expect this either. The middle-aged man chuckled, but inwardly he was already cursing. Just as Wang Hao had guessed, in order to prepare a novel and mysterious grand prize, the white-bearded mayor specifically instructed the middle-aged man to be serious, to be original, and not to use the previous prizes as a perfunctory gesture. The middle-aged man racked his brains for a long time before coming up with this idea and went to great lengths to collect these products. I thought it would be a wonderfully unexpected surprise. Now look what's happened. There's definitely no surprise now. How about some awkwardness? Wang Hao tentatively asked, Big brother, could we get a different gift? These things are useless to us. The middle-aged man put on a stern face and shook his head, saying, No, there's only one mystery prize. Once you open it, you can't exchange it for another. But I have plenty of these things. If you want them, I can sell you as many as you want. The middle-aged man's face twitched slightly, but he still shook his head firmly. How about this? I'll give you this box of things, and you can exchange it for something else. Wang Hao glanced at the gift shelf and casually pointed to something. That snow rabbit fur jacket will do. I'll trade you these things, you definitely won't lose out. I'm sorry, but as the person in charge of the event, I can't do anything to favor someone. You should keep it for yourself. But, just as Wang Hao was about to try again, Karami, who had disappeared for most of the day, suddenly reappeared from nowhere and shouted at the top of his lungs. Brother Wang Hao, sister Ding Dang. Dinner is ready. My mom told me to call you home for dinner. The horse coats you requested are ready. Chapter 182 Mind Your Own Business. Karami pushed through the crowd, and his eyes lit up when he saw the red treasure chest in front of Ding Dang. Sister Ding Dang, is this the mystery prize you won? Ding Dang nodded with teary eyes and said aggrievedly, These are all very common things, but they want 50 flame flowers. That's so mean. The middle-aged man felt awkward and wanted to explain, but didn't know where to begin. Karami asked curiously, Really? The mystery gift every year is always the best prize. It's never been a lie. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly and silently gave little Karami a thumbs up. Ding Dang pursed her lips, pointed at the treasure chest, and said, Look for yourself. These things are everywhere. They're not as good as the other prizes. Karami became even more curious and peered into the box while clinging to the table. When Karami saw what was inside the treasure chest, she instantly became excited and screamed. So many spicy strips. There are so many different kinds of spicy strips. He took a packet of spicy shredded chicken out of the box and said to Ding Dang, Sister Ding Dang, this is called spicy strips. It's a kind of spicy and numbing food that's especially delicious. My mom bought me a pack last time, and I ate it slowly over several days. I savored it for a long time. Ding Dang paused for a moment, then asked in surprise, A bag of spicy strips is only so small. It'll be finished in just a few bites, right? Karami sighed like a little adult and said, There aren't many items, but they're expensive. You may not know this, but here a pack of spicy strips costs 1 silver coin, and you can't always buy it. My mother only managed to buy a pack from a passing itinerant vendor by chance. And this, Karami said, shaking the refined salt in his hand. It's a very precious salt that can cure glaucoma. Many people want to buy it, but can't. Is it that precious? Ding Dang found it hard to believe. She was already used to the things in the box. She could eat as much as she wanted without Wang Hao ever caring. She never considered the rarity of these things. But from Karami's words, Ding Dang had a different feeling for the first time. Yes. Karami's answer consisted of only 2 words, but it was enough to explain the matter. Okay, maybe I was wrong. They weren't lying to Ding Dang after all, Ding Dang exclaimed. Hearing Ding Dang's words, the middle-aged man was so moved that he almost cried. After a month of hard work, my efforts have finally been recognized, and I can now report back to the mayor. Then let's not change it. Ding Dang looked at Wang Hao, her eyes asking for his opinion. This is your prize. You can keep it if you want it. I'll listen to you, Wang Hao said with a smile. Then let's keep it. Ding Dang smiled and winked at Karami, who was drooling over spicy strips next to her. Wang Hao understood and nodded silently. The gift was an unexpected surprise, and since Ding Dang accepted it, Wang Hao naturally had no objections. After thanking the middle-aged man, Wang Hao, carrying the treasure chest in his left hand and holding Ding Dang's soft little hand in his right, left the square where the fire festival was being held with Karami. On his way home, Wang Hao suddenly remembered the big guy Keizantai and asked curiously, Karami, do you know Keizantai? Yes, I know him. He's the sheriff of Rustnail Town, and also the most powerful person in town. Karami's tone carried a hint of longing, as if he were very familiar with Keizantai. Wang Hao thought for a moment, then tentatively asked, Does your mother know Keizantai? Yes, I know her. Keizantai wants to marry my mother, but she has always refused. There was definitely a problem. Wang Hao and Ding Dang exchanged a glance. Then Wang Hao looked at Kalamai with a mischievous grin. Karami, do you want some spicy snacks? There's an important reason I came to Rustnail Town. to make warm horse coats for Big White and Little White. Big White and Little White are plains horses, with long legs, fast speed, and short hair that helps them dissipate heat quickly. Winters in the northern plateau are exceptionally cold, and without the help of horse clothing, Big White and Little White might not have made it to the Namilok territory. Last night at dinner, Wang Hao asked Aunt Mina to recommend a reliable tailor shop. Unexpectedly, she took the initiative to take on the horse coat business, promising to make a suitable horse coat for Da Bai and Xiao Bai. As it turns out, Aunt Mina wasn't lying. When Wang Hao returned home, the two horses were covered with a set of close-fitting horse clothes, which not only protected their torsos, but also their forelegs. Big White and Little White were very happy with their new clothes, and kept rubbing their big heads against Aunt Mina's shoulder to express their gratitude. What do you think? Aunt Mina patted Xiao Bai's head and explained to Wang Hao, these two horse coats are made from old ones, but don't worry, I've checked them carefully. The lining is fine and won't affect the warmth. Wang Hao circled the two horses once, then gave them a thumbs up in satisfaction. The auntie's cooking skills are impeccable. I'm very satisfied. Aunt Mina smiled broadly and pointed to the gray fur coat lying next to her, saying, I see you don't seem to have prepared any warm clothes. I happen to have an old one. Try it on and see if it fits. This coat is made from the fur of a white-maned bear beast, and it feels heavy and substantial in your hand. The fur on the coat was slightly yellowed, but it was washed very clean and had no odor. Wang Hao put it on and tried it on. He immediately felt warm all over, and the surrounding cold air was completely blocked by the coat. It's very warm. How much is this coat? I'll take it, Wang Hao asked. Mina smiled and waved her hand. It's just old clothes. You can take them and wear them. No need to pay. Karami, who was standing next to him, seemed to want to say something, but ultimately said nothing. After dinner, Wang Hao and Ding Dang went out to watch the Fire Festival performance, leaving only Mina and Karami in the shop. The mother and son were washing dishes in the kitchen when the silent Karami suddenly asked, Mom, that coat was Dad's keepsake. Why did you give it to brother Wang Hao? Aunt Mina froze for a moment, then calmly said, You received so many valuable gifts that I didn't have time to prepare a return gift, so I gave him that dress instead. But those things were given to me by Sister Ding Dang on her own initiative, and she didn't say she wanted anything in return. Silly child. Mina put down the plate in her hand and looked at her son with affection. That box of things is quite valuable. I calculated that it would cost at least 15 gold coins. Are you sure you don't want a return gift? 15 gold coins? That's expensive. Karami was taken aback by the value of the mysterious gift and clicked his tongue, saying, If I had known it would be this expensive, I wouldn't have wanted it. Since you've already accepted it, then accept their kindness. Mina sighed. They're leaving early tomorrow morning, so get up early to feed the horses, and I'll prepare some food for them to take with them as a token of our friendship. Karami nodded vigorously, no longer dwelling on the matter of the clothes. By the way, Uncle Kazantai said that if you need anything, you should contact him directly, and he will help us solve it. Karami looked at Mina with a smile and said, Mom, you could actually get to know Uncle Kazantai. I wouldn't mind if he were my dad, really. Mina's face flushed slightly, and she slapped Karami on the head. You brat, hurry up and wash the dishes, then go and light the charcoal brazier. Also mind your own business. Chapter 183 Special Symbols. 329 years ago, the demons who invaded the Holy Light continent were finally defeated by the human alliance. The number of high-level demons has dwindled sharply, forcing them to retreat to the depths of hell to recuperate. Those who followed them either died or fled. The largest orc army fled in panic into the northern wasteland, where they eke out a living in that godforsaken place. The following year, the three major powers in the human alliance signed a friendly pact and established their own nations, designating that year as the first year of Holy Light. Based on geographical divisions, the Kingdom of Leighton took over the northern highlands and was also responsible for defending against orc invasions. Today, this heavy burden has fallen on Duke Geraint's shoulders. Grand Duke Geraint is the lord of the Namilok territory and also the leader of the Knights of Dawn. Every winter, the orcs, lacking resources, would send out their elite wolf riders to plunder resources. Food, livestock, wild monsters and animals, and even humans. As long as they can fill their stomachs, these green-skinned orcs riding swift wolves will not be picky about anything, and will grab whatever they see, making them more terrifying than demons. At this time, Grand Duke Geraint would stay in the military camp, living and eating with his comrades in the Knights of Dawn, ready to defend against orc invasions at any time. This year is no exception. In the military camp's conference room, the fireplace roared, providing a touch of warmth in this dreary, snowy weather. Grand Duke Geraint stared at the map on the wall, his brow furrowed, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. The heavy snow came too early this year. Before the supplies allocated by the kingdom could be delivered, the orcs had already invaded the Namlock territory multiple times, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of innocent civilians and the theft of many essential supplies. Alex, Commander, I'm here, a stern-faced brown-haired young man replied. How much food do we have left? The food supply is enough for the regiment to eat for a month. Are you planning to share some with the disaster victims? Disaster victims refer to civilians who survived being plundered by orcs. The orcs looted almost all of their winter supplies, and without relief, this winter would be the last winter of their lives. Alex, do you think I should save those disaster victims? Grand Duke Geraint slowly opened his mouth and asked a very profound question. Without any hesitation, the young man immediately replied, You are the commander, and everything is based on your orders. We are only responsible for carrying them out. Grand Duke Geraint forced a smile and waved his hand, saying, This is not an order. I'm asking what you think. Think it over before you speak. This time, Alex didn't answer immediately. After pondering for a moment, he said, I think we should save them without affecting the night's battle. Why? Grand Duke Geraint pressed. Tell me your reasons. There are 3 reasons. First, it is our duty to protect these civilians. It is not in the spirit of chivalry to watch them starve to death. Thirdly, Alex fluently gave 3 reasons, earning Grand Duke Geraint's praise. As expected of the eldest prince, you've thought of everything. A glint flashed in Alex's eyes. He stood at attention, performing the standard knightly salute, and solemnly declared, Commander, there is only Alex, a knight of the Dawn Knights, here. The eldest prince is not here. Geraint smiled and waved his hand, saying, No need to be so serious. There are no outsiders here, so it's okay to relax. Only then did Alex, who had maintained a serious attitude, relax a little. Uncle Geraint, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Geraint laughed and said, Go ahead, we don't need so many complicated formalities between us. Alex let out a sigh of relief and said, The orc attacks have been getting more and more frequent lately. We've been fighting them on all sides, and everyone is exhausted. Could we let everyone rest at the camp for a day and skip the patrol tomorrow? After speaking, Alex looked at Grand Duke Geraint with expectant eyes, hoping to hear the command that everyone had been waiting for. But this order was destined never to be given. I'm sorry, I can't grant that request. Grand Duke Geraint shook his head, pointing to the densely packed red dots on the map, and said, These orcs have become more cunning this year, splitting into 5-person teams to raid everywhere. If we don't send people to patrol, it will be too late by the time the news gets here. Alex, you should understand the seriousness of this matter. Do I need to say it again? Alex was silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made that request. Grand Duke Geraint raised his hand and patted Alex on the shoulder, saying, Hold on a little longer, everyone. After we wipe out these damned green gorillas, I'll give you all a month's leave. Alex nodded and then asked, Uncle Geraint, do you still have Red Bull? Could you give everyone a few more cans so it'll be easier when we go out to fight the orcs? Red Bull reserves are running low. How about this? After considering for a moment, Geraint said, Pass on my order. Have the quartermaster bring out all the Red Bull. Issue 1 can to each mission, and if they're not drunk, they should be returned for the next battle. Alex looked slightly disappointed, but didn't say anything more. 2 weeks ago, King Arthur sent a batch of supplies, including 5,000 cans of a beverage called Red Bull. Red Bull can boost energy and speed up the recovery of fighting spirit, so the warriors find it easier to fight the orcs, and there are far fewer casualties than before. Everyone loves this magical drink, but due to its limited quantity, even if used sparingly, it cannot meet daily needs. Therefore, Alex has to discuss it with Geraint. What a pity. If Red Bull had shown up sooner, we might have wiped out those orcs by now, Alex lamented. Yes, it would have been better if it had appeared sooner. A hint of melancholy flashed in Grand Duke Geraint's eyes. The Celtic city and the Namlock territory are more than 2,500 kilometers apart, making the transportation of supplies a very troublesome matter. Who knows when the next batch of Red Bull will arrive? If only that general store were in Namlock territory, Alex thought to himself. Just then, there was a knock on the conference room door. The guard pushed open the door and entered, holding a letter in his hand. He said to Grand Duke Geraint, Commander, a traveling merchant has come outside. He says he's delivering a letter for Miss Amelia. Would you like to see him? Grand Duke Geraint took the envelope and glanced at it. His pupils immediately contracted. The envelope had a red wax seal on the back, with the Geraint family crest printed on it. There is an incomplete circular symbol in the corner of the badge, which is easy to miss if you don't look closely. According to an agreement between himself and his daughter, this symbol represents that the messenger is very important and must be taken seriously. This is the first time Amelia has used this symbol since it was designed. Who exactly is the messenger? What is his relationship with Amelia, and why does Amelia consider him an important person? Grand Duke Geraint pondered for a few seconds, then waved his hand and said to the guards, "Please let him in. I need to see him." Chapter 180, For I'm Your Uncle. Snowflakes blanketed the earth, and as far as the eye could see, everything was a vast expanse of white. On the sturdy walls of the military camp, the fully armed soldiers were covered by heavy snow, standing motionless like lifeless snowmen, but their sharp eyes remained firmly fixed on the distance. Standing at the entrance of the military camp, Wang Hao couldn't help but marvel at the strict discipline of the Dawn Knights. Even in such cold weather, no one was slacking off. A jingling sound came from inside the bearskin coat. Amy's father is the Grand Duke, isn't he? Why doesn't he live in his own house? Isn't a big house more comfortable than here? Perhaps it's because of responsibility. Wang Hao didn't know how to explain it, so he could only give a vague answer. He is the commander of the knights, and he has a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, so he lives in the military camp. So it's a responsibility, Ding Dang murmured. Then Ding Dang's responsibility is to eat delicious food every day. What are we going to eat today? Wang Hao. Sure enough, for Ding Dang, eating was the most important thing. Not long after, the messenger returned. After greeting the gatekeeper, the young knight beckoned Wang Hao to come with him. The carriage was allowed to park in the stable, and Big White and Little White no longer had to suffer in the freezing snow. Seeking shelter from the cold with the war horses, Little White seemed exceptionally excited, shaking its head and swaying, always intentionally or unintentionally moving closer to the strong war horses. When Dabai saw that things were not going well, he quickly stood in front of Xiaobai, afraid that his wife would be snatched away. After securing the carriage, Wang Hao patted Dabai's restless head and followed the messenger into the barracks. Although it's called a barracks, it's actually more like a war fortress. The thick stone walls are all made of large blue stones, a specialty of the plateau. The airtight walls insulate against the biting cold, but also make the air inside more turbid. Wang Hao's nose twitched, and he frowned slightly. There was a strong smell of blood in the air, as if many people had been injured and had not received timely medical treatment. Wang Hao wanted to ask what was going on, but the messenger's stern expression made him give up the idea. Having too much curiosity isn't necessarily a good thing. It could lead to trouble if you're mistaken for a spy. Wang Hao obediently followed the messenger into the conference room on the second floor, where he finally met Amelia's father, the commander of the Dawn Knights, one of only 2 paladins in the Kingdom of Leighton, Duke Kyle Geraint. Grand Duke Geraint made a deep impression on Wang Hao at their first meeting. This illustrious paladin was not a strong warrior. On the contrary, Wang Hao's first impression of him was that of a refined scholar. He was polite and courteous, and his every move exuded aristocratic elegance. You must be Wang Hao. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Amelia's father. Thank you for saving my daughter. Grand Duke Geraint's voice was magnetic. His first words upon meeting Wang Hao were to express his gratitude for rescuing his daughter from the Black Dragon. It was just something I did. You don't need to worry about it. Wang Hao was very humble and did not look down on Geraint because of his refined demeanor. On the contrary, he held Geraint in high regard in his heart. Wang Hao possesses strong mental power, enabling him to perceive things invisible to the naked eye. In his perception, the gentle and refined Geraint appeared calm on the surface, but within him lay a vast and immeasurable powerful energy, as scorching as the sun. Grand Duke Geraint is stronger than Little Black. It would be really exciting to have a fight with him. Just as Wang Hao was lost in thought, Geraint walked up to him and calmly looked at the man his daughter called a freak. You're strange, Geraint suddenly said, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. You don't have any energy fluctuations, but you give me a very dangerous feeling. Really? You must be mistaken. Wang Hao chuckled, seizing the opportunity to change the subject. Mr. Geraint, Amy asked me to deliver a letter. I wonder if you've read it. Yes, I finished reading it. Geraint put on a gentle smile and said, Amy said you're going to the Xiling Empire. Are you planning to take it from the Nanolock? Yes, I'm going to Nasdaq City. I'll make a trip for Amy on the way. Consider it a vacation. Traveling? You've picked the wrong time. Geraint shook his head with a smile. The entire north is covered in snow right now. The roads are difficult to travel, and you might even encounter orc wolf riders. I suggest you wait 2 months before you go. It's all right. I'm still quite confident in my abilities, Wang Hao said confidently. If those orcs dare to show up, I'll beat them up no matter how many come. I'll just treat it as leveling up by fighting monsters. No sooner had he finished speaking than a disdainful sneer came from the side. Humph, what a big mouth. Alex looked at Wang Hao and said coldly, do you know the abilities of those wolf riders? You don't think you can defeat them just by having brute strength, do you? Ridiculous. This is war. Do you understand war? It's not a fight between civilians like you. Carelessness will only make you die faster. Wang Hao stared speechlessly at the handsome young knight, a strange sense of familiarity rising in his heart. Same hair color as old Deng. His appearance is 7 or 8 parts like old Deng's. He has the same irritating expression and way of speaking as old Deng. Yes, it's definitely old Deng's son. Although it was the first time Wang Hao had met Alex, he was certain that this young man who displeased him was old Deng's eldest son, whom he had been sending out to gain experience. Mr. Geraint, I have a personal request to make of you, and I hope you will grant it. Geraint was taken aback and asked, what is it? Wang Hao's lips curled up into a wicked grin. I'm going to beat someone up, a brat who doesn't respect his elders. Before he finished speaking, Wang Hao's figure had already disappeared from Geraint's sight and appeared next to Alex in the blink of an eye. Alex was knocked down. Alex was pinned to the table, his buttocks facing upwards. Alex's buttocks were whipped twice. Alex snapped out of his shock, and the sharp pain in his buttocks instantly ignited his rage. You shameless bastard, let me go. If you've got the guts, fight me fair and square. What kind of skill is this sneak attack? Alex roared and struggled, trying to resist Wang Hao's brutality. But it's all for naught. With his strength as a 7th level initial stage gold knight, he was like a chick in front of Wang Hao, completely powerless. Not only did he fail to break free from Wang Hao's control, but he also suffered 2 more lashes. Wang Hao patted Alex on the back with a mischievous grin and said, ignorant young man, do you know who you're talking to? I call Dewey your sister-in-law, but according to seniority, I am your uncle. Nephew, why don't you bow to your uncle? Have you wasted your time learning aristocratic etiquette? Chapter 185. The nephew is convinced. An unprecedented sense of shame surged through me like a tidal wave. Alex's fighting spirit surged wildly, his body shimmering with golden light, and a golden halo suddenly appeared beneath his feet, within which 2 crossed swords faintly flickered. Knight Advanced Skill, Power Guardian. Power Guardian is an advanced skill that only gold knights can learn. It can increase the user's power up to twice the original power. Although Alex didn't master this skill, it still more than doubled his strength. The immense strength roused him, and he gritted his teeth, bracing himself on the table with both hands as he tried to stand up. However, just as he was about to succeed, an irresistible force pressed down on him like a mountain. Alex slumped onto the table with a thud, shattering the golden aura of power that had protected him. Alex was dumbfounded. He turned around, staring blankly at Wang Hao, his eyes filled with disbelief. Wang Hao scratched his nose and chuckled. Keep going, nephew. Why did you stop? Don't worry, I won't fight back. If you put in a little more effort, you might be able to break free. Alex swallowed hard and stammered. You? What kind of monster are you? Wang Hao's face stiffened, and he slapped his hand angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? How do I look like a monster to you? Then how do you have such strength? Alex asked in disbelief. Wang Hao snorted with a straight face. Am I not strong enough? Enough nonsense. Just tell me if you admit defeat or not. Alex didn't answer, but instead asked another question. Do you know my mother? Queen Duyer, Wang Hao said with a wicked grin. I not only know your mother, but I also know your father, your brother, and your sister. Is it wrong for me to know your whole family? Alex gritted his teeth and asked. You know who I am, and you still hit me? It's only right for an uncle to beat up his nephew. Who told you to be so talkative? Wang Hao sneered. Who's been talking nonsense? Let me go. Alex roared angrily. Do you submit or not? If you submit, I'll let you go. If not, I'll beat you up again. Me? Alex's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. After hesitating for a long time, he finally succumbed to brute force. I give up, let me go. Call me uncle, and I'll let you go, Wang Hao said with a smile. Don't go too far. Alex roared. Why should I call you uncle? You think you can't beat me? Wang Hao chuckled. Not only can you not beat me, but your dad can't either. Besides, your dad himself admitted that your mom is my sister-in-law, so you should be calling me uncle. You. Alex was unwilling to give up and turned to look at Geraint, hoping that the captain could help him and save him from his misery. But Geraint suppressed a laugh and turned his head away from Alex's gaze. This is your family matter. I don't care. Alex was on the verge of tears. There were only 3 people in the meeting room, and only Geraint could possibly stop Wang Hao. Now that even he is unwilling to get involved, Alex is at a loss. After much hesitation, Alex reluctantly uttered 2 words, "Uncle." "Oh, my dear nephew." Wang Hao knew when to stop, so he personally helped Alex up and even straightened his wrinkled clothes. "Since it's our first meeting, I, as your uncle, can't just leave without saying anything. Here, this is for you." A bottle of Liwei Daihuang pills appeared in Wang Hao's hand, and then in the blink of an eye, it was handed to Alex. Wang Hao put his arm around Alex's shoulder and said with a smile, "Your maid named Mel is pregnant recently. I don't need to tell you whose child it is, right? Let me tell you, your dad was able to handle Mel thanks to this medicine. It's incredibly effective." Alex's body trembled, his eyes widened, and he re-examined Wang Hao's smug, smiling face. More than 2 weeks ago, a supply convoy brought him a letter from home, written by his mother, Dewey. The letter subtly mentioned that there might be 2 new members in the family. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, Miss Merrill, the head maid, would become his stepmother and would also add a descendant to the Leighton royal family. This matter baffled Alex, and he couldn't sleep well for several nights. My father is a man of integrity who never lusts after women. So how did he suddenly end up sleeping with Mel? Now it seems that this cunning man was behind it all. Alex gritted his teeth and asked, "Is this an aphrodisiac?" "How could you think that?" Wang Hao took 3 steps back and looked at Alex with an extremely exaggerated expression. "Your thoughts are too filthy. This is clearly a health product that strengthens the body and is very good for men. Why do you think it's an aphrodisiac?" "Could it be?" Wang Hao suddenly chuckled. "Nephew, you're at the peak of your energy right now. You should be careful to restrain yourself. Screw your self-control." Alex was furious and wanted to smash the bottle of Liwei Daihuang pills in Wang Hao's face, but he hesitated and didn't act on it. "Don't think you can bribe me with a bottle of aphrodisiac. I will never admit that you are my uncle." "Then give it back to me." Wang Hao smiled and stretched out his right hand, waving it at Alex. "This bottle can sell for 100 gold coins. Give it back to me if you don't want it." Alex stuffed the Liwei Daihuang pills into his pocket and sneered. "You want to take back a gift you've already given? Is this how you act as an elder?" Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he asked, "So you admit I'm your uncle?" "Impossible, don't even think about it." Alex refused outright. "Then give it back to me." "I wouldn't give it to you even if I lost it, so just give up on that idea. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't. Why are you getting so worked up?" Wang Hao smiled and patted Alex on the shoulder, then took out a bottle of Liwei Daihuang pills and handed it to Geraint. "I came in a hurry and didn't prepare a gift. I hope Mr. Geraint won't mind." Geraint looked at the white medicine bottle handed to him, shook his head with a wry smile, took it, and put it aside. In her letter, besides expressing her longing for her, the daughter mentioned Wang Hao more often, as well as his magical general store. Regardless of whether this bottle of medicine is an aphrodisiac or not, it's always better to be cautious. Grand Duke Geraint was very wary. He didn't want to end up with multiple wives like his old friend, and he never considered giving Amelia another brother or sister. His heart was only for Amelia's mother, and that never changed. Just then, Wang Hao's jacket pocket moved slightly, and a small head with green hair popped out, sleepily asking, "You big bad guy, when are we going to eat? Doraemon is hungry." Chapter 186, I'm here to do business. Solving Ding Dang's problem is easy. A piece of dried bacon is enough. The little fairy, clutching the jerky, flew to the fireplace, enjoying the warmth and the unfamiliar taste, giving Wang Hao time to get down to business. Besides delivering a message for Amelia, Wang Hao had another ulterior motive for taking the detour through Namkolok territory. He wanted to open up a new market for Red Bull. It is said that the Knights of Dawn have 2,500 regular knights, 500 apprentice knights, and more than 2,000 squires. If we can convince Geraint to buy Red Bull, even if each person only buys 1 bottle, we can make a lot of money from so many people. Wang Hao believed that with Red Bull's special effects, persuading Geraint shouldn't be difficult. "Mr. Geraint," Wang Hao said confidently, taking out a bottle of Red Bull. "This is a beverage I'm currently selling in my shop, called Red Bull. Don't let its unassuming appearance fool you. This drink has a special effect. It can. I know it can speed up the recovery of battle chi." Wang Hao was interrupted by Geraint before he could finish speaking, and his prepared remarks were cut off. "You know Red Bull?" Wang Hao asked in surprise. "Has anyone introduced this drink to you?" Geraint shook his head and smiled. "His Majesty has already sent over a batch of Red Bull. I know its effects. I see. Then I won't waste my time explaining. Wang Hao placed the Red Bull on the table and said, I came here today hoping to make a deal with you. I hope Red Bull can become one of the supplies that the Dawn Legion purchases. I wonder if I have the honor of doing so. Geraint raised an eyebrow, a playful expression appearing on his handsome face. Do you know the requirements for military procurement? I don't know. Wang Hao shook his head and said, I've never been in the military supplies business, but I believe the Knights of Dawn need Red Bull. This drink is very important to you. It is indeed very important, Geraint did not deny, frankly acknowledging the importance of Red Bull. We have used Red Bull in previous battles, and it worked very well. It can greatly improve combat endurance, and has been a great help to us. Upon hearing that there was hope, Wang Hao immediately perked up and asked, So you need Red Bull? Geraint neither admitted nor denied it, but instead gave Alex, who was silent beside him, a look, signaling him to speak. Alex understood, cleared his throat, and said, Mr. Wang Hao. Call me uncle. The generational order can't be messed up. Wang Hao corrected sternly. Two veins bulged on Alex's forehead as he coldly said, We're talking about military matters now. Please be serious, or there's no point in continuing this discussion. Wang Hao, for the sake of those glittering gold coins, I endured it. Go ahead and say it. I'm listening. Seeing Wang Hao's constipated expression, Alex felt incredibly satisfied, but on the surface, he maintained a serious expression. Military procurement is not as simple as you think. First, you must ensure the quality of the supplies is flawless, not even a single bottle. This is related to the course of the battle and the safety of the knights. The consequences will be severe. Wang Hao had confidence in the system and patted his chest to assure them. No problem. I can guarantee that every bottle of Red Bull will be the most effective. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Although he didn't know where his confidence came from, Alex was suspicious but didn't nitpick and moved on to the next question. It's not enough to just guarantee the quality. You also need to ensure it's delivered here on time. Military supplies must be delivered within the agreed time. No matter what happens on the way, it is not a reason for being late. We will not accept any explanations. Wang Hao laughed, a confident and smug laugh that left Alex completely bewildered. Why are you laughing? It's nothing. Wang Hao waved his hand and laughed. This is not a problem. If you need it, I can provide you with a large amount of Red Bull right now, as long as you can come up with enough gold coins to pay for the goods. Alex was stunned, and Geraint also looked at Wang Hao with surprise. You brought Red Bull? Geraint asked. Not just Red Bull. Most of the goods in my shop are on the carriage. You can choose whatever you like. Geraint narrowed his eyes slightly, and the fleeting doubt in his gaze made Wang Hao very uncomfortable. Don't look at me like that. I have a way to get the goods here. You can pick them up anytime. Then how about I ask for 10,000 bottles of Red Bull? Geraint asked. 1,000 gold coins. How do I pay? Wang Hao's straightforwardness puzzled Geraint, who asked curiously, Did you really bring 10,000 bottles of Red Bull? Can your carriage hold them all? That's my business. You just pay the money, and I'll take care of the rest. Geraint was momentarily speechless at Geraint's confident attitude. After a moment of silence, Geraint suddenly looked at Alex and ordered him to fetch 1,000 gold coins. After Alex left, Geraint looked at Wang Hao again. The money will arrive soon. But where are your things? Wang Hao smiled slightly and showed the pattern on his index finger. Mr. Geraint, do you know what this is? A spatial ring? Yes, Wang Hao said with a smile, using the prepared explanation he had already given. I guessed you might need a batch of Red Bull, so I prepared it before I left. It's all in my ring. I see. So you're sure I need this drink? I suppose so, Wang Hao said seriously, his smile fading. You've had a tough time guarding this harsh land. Others may not know, but I can probably guess what's going on. What did you guess? Geraint asked. I suspect you've been having a rough time in battle lately, and there may be a lot of casualties. Geraint paused, his expression turning serious. How did you know? Because the heavy snow this winter is very unusual, Wang Hao said, pointing to the wind and snow outside the window. I consulted experienced people, and in previous years, the heavy snow would not have come so early or so suddenly. Your enemies are the barbarian orcs from the northern wastelands, and the situation there is only worse. In order to survive, they will definitely fight desperately for resources, and you are in trouble. These were all pieces of information that Wang Hao had overheard from others. After some sophistry, he successfully dispelled Geraint's doubts, causing the powerful paladin to let out a long sigh. You're a smart person, don't tell anyone about this, understand? Wang Hao nodded, then reverted to his nonchalant demeanor. Mr. Geraint, I'm just an ordinary small businessman. Let's talk about our deal. It's not easy for me to come here and after I leave, I have to go to Nasdaq City in the Xiling Empire. I won't be coming back here for a while. If possible, could you buy a little more this time to keep and drink slowly? I guarantee that these Red Bulls will last for a year without any problems. Geraint looked at him with amusement and asked, "How many do you think I should buy?" Wang Hao silently estimated for a moment, then opened his right hand. "How about 50,000 bottles? I'll give you a 5% discount." Chapter 187 Bargaining. 50,000 bottles, 5% off? Geraint was not swayed by the discount and began to think quietly. The barbarian beastmen are physically strong, and those who become wolf riders are the best of the best, possessing considerable strength. Fighting them in the freezing cold is not an easy task, even for the elite knights of the Dawn Knights. A moment's carelessness could result in casualties. The knight's skills are powerful, but also consume a lot of resources. Especially high-level skills like Power Guardian, once activated, will continuously consume one's own battle chi. If the enemy cannot be eliminated quickly, the knight will easily fall into a disadvantageous position if the time goes on. This is when Red Bull's effects became apparent. Drinking a Red Bull at a crucial moment can not only increase the speed of energy recovery, but also help the user concentrate, which is very helpful in battle. In the past few days, some people have turned the tide with Red Bull, narrowly escaping death in the brutal battle. Having plenty of Red Bull on hand is important for future battles, but how much to prepare is another question. Training a knight is not easy. Weapons and equipment, warhorses, training wear and tear, daily necessities. All these add up to a considerable amount of money, and there's no upper limit. The taxes from the Namilok territory have all been used to subsidize the knight's training, leaving little money for purchasing Red Bull. After a moment of contemplation, Grand Duke Geraint raised his head and looked intently at Wang Hao. A 5% discount is too expensive. If you can lower the price a bit, I'll buy 50,000 bottles right away. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao knew that the deal was secured. Just as he guessed, Geraint couldn't possibly refuse Red Bull when it was offered to him. The key issue was the price, which made him hesitate. Wang Hao suddenly adopted a respectful expression and said seriously, "Mr. Geraint, I have long heard of your character. In order to defend against those green-skinned barbarians, you have invested all the tax revenue of the Namlock territory into the training of the knights, while you yourself live a simple life. How about this? Considering your dedication to the public good, I'll compromise further and offer a 10% discount. I'm being very sincere." A 10% discount is considered sincere? Are you kidding me? Geraint narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his right hand. 50% off. Ouch, you're trying to kill me. Wang Hao gasped, startled by the outrageous price-cutting method. 88% off. The lowest price is 88% off. Producing these Red Bulls is not easy. The cost is very high. It's half price. You definitely won't lose money at half price. You should even make a little profit. Geraint said firmly. Each bottle of Red Bull costs 10 silver coins, so even with a 50% discount, you can still make 4 silver coins, which is quite a lot. But Wang Hao, who is familiar with business rules, knows that there are some situations where he cannot back down, because once he makes concessions, the price will completely collapse. "I'm sorry, Mr. Geraint, I cannot grant your request." Wang Hao shook his head seriously, and without batting an eye, began to lie. Red Bull contains a key ingredient that is very expensive. It is because of this ingredient that Red Bull has the function of speeding up recovery. Therefore, the cost of Red Bull is higher than you think. I admire your character, but I am a businessman, and a businessman doesn't do business at a loss. 15% off is my bottom line. As if he had expected this, Geraint smiled faintly. Merchants are driven by profit, and I know exactly what you're thinking. How about this? I'll compromise further. How about a 50% discount? Wang Hao. In the next few minutes, Geraint transformed from a refined scholar into a shrewd businessman, constantly haggling with Wang Hao. Although he didn't know the bottom price of Red Bull, he used his rich experience and excellent eloquence to keep lowering the price, forcing Wang Hao to sweat profusely and almost revealing the color of his underwear. The heated negotiations were only just beginning to draw to a close when Alex carried a box of gold coins into the conference room. Wang Hao raised his hands in surrender and said with a wry smile, "Mr. Geraint, if you were to go into business, I'm afraid the wealth of the entire continent would be in your pocket, and others wouldn't even have the right to make a living. I surrender. 30% off, that's the lowest I can go." Wang Hao sighed and said in a resolute tone, "If a 30% discount is still unacceptable, then forget it. I'd rather keep it and sell it slowly. I believe Mr. Arthur won't be short of this little bit of money." The 30% discount is still quite different from Geraint's expectations, which is a huge test for the finances of the Namilok territory. However, considering the current dire situation and the relationship between Amelia and Wang Hao, Geraint ultimately accepted the price. Alright, then it'll be 30% off. I'll have someone prepare the money you. Wait a minute, I have another request. Wang Hao interrupted Geraint and said, Uncle Geraint, Amelia and I are friends. Can I ask you for a favor? What do you want to do? Alex instinctively covered his backside and hid behind the table. Wang Hao ignored him and continued to look at Geraint. When you're out and about, having too many gold coins can easily make you look rich. Could you please pay with another currency? As he spoke, Wang Hao rubbed his fingers together in a lewd manner, making a strange shape. Geraint immediately understood what it meant, because the shape resembled a magic crystal coin. You want magic crystals? Geraint asked, frowning. Wang Hao nodded repeatedly, his eyes shining as if he had seen a mountain of gold. I like magic crystals. They're convenient to carry. If possible, I hope you can pay with magic crystals. At this moment, the system silently refreshed a message. Wang Hao ignored the provocative system notification and continued to look expectantly at Duke Geraint. A few breaths later, a gentle smile appeared on Geraint's serious face, and Wang Hao finally got the answer he wanted. Okay, I'll pay with magic crystals. Since magic crystals are not a regular currency, the military camp's accounting office did not have any in stock, so it was necessary to find someone to exchange them. Duke Geraint arranged a guest room for Wang Hao, allowing them to stay there for the night and leave after receiving the money the next day. Wang Hao, of course, had no objections and readily agreed. I have a small request for you, and I hope you can grant it. Duke Geraint laughed in exasperation and scolded. You brat, why do you have so many demands? What are you trying to do now? Wang Hao said with a smile. Life in the military camp must be quite boring, right? I have some snacks and drinks in my car, and I think everyone needs these things. You want to set up a stall and do business in the military camp? Geraint asked. Yes, selling some snacks shouldn't be a problem. Yes, but... Geraint's face darkened, and he pointed at the Liwei Daong pills on the table, saying, If I find out you sold this aphrodisiac to my people, you'll be in for a military trial. Wang Hao, do the Knights of Dawn have some unknown quirks or fetishes? Terrifying. The world of the nobility is truly beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Chapter 188, Opening a General Store in the Military Camp. Don't miss out. A general store is now open. It was dinner time. Wang Hao's shout was so loud it startled everyone who came to the cafeteria for their shift change. When everyone saw that there was a strangely shaped carriage parked at the entrance of the canteen, their curiosity was piqued, and they all turned to look at it with curious eyes. Seeing that the time was right, Wang Hao immediately gave Ding Dang a wink. The little fairy flapped its wings and flew above the carriage, holding a small fireball in each hand for illumination, while a bunch of glittering little stars floated down from its wings. Wang Hao stood in front of the carriage, smiling as he began to introduce his products. Does the monotonous and tedious training make you feel tired? Does the monotony of daily life make you feel mentally exhausted? In your spare time, do you also like to change things up and try different flavors? Today, your wish can come true. Wang Hao held several packets of spicy strips in his hand, showing them off and talking nonstop about their taste and flavor. When he got excited, he gesticulated wildly and jumped around, as if he would have lived in vain if he didn't eat a bite of spicy strips. Even though he hyped up spicy strips to the skies, the onlookers remained onlookers, and no one dared to be the first to try it. Not only that, Wang Hao tried to introduce other products, but it was also a waste of breath, and no one bought them either. What's going on? Why isn't anyone buying? As the crowd grew larger and larger, but not a single item was sold, Wang Hao frowned and began to have wild thoughts. Just then, he saw a familiar face in the crowd. Alex was hiding in the crowd, chuckling to himself. His lewd appearance clearly indicated he was up to no good. Could it be? Wang Hao suddenly thought of a possibility. Someone is secretly sabotaging things to prevent people from buying his products. If this guess is correct, then this person's identity will be obvious. You little brat, daring to trip me up? You probably don't even know how to write the character, Wang. King. Wang Hao, harboring resentment, leaped forward and instantly appeared in front of Alex. Nephew, is this the work of yours? Alex was startled and asked blankly, what did I do? Is it because you're preventing people from buying my stuff? Wang Hao asked. How could that be? Alex retorted, as if he had been greatly wronged. This is a military camp. We can't buy things from strangers. Don't you understand that? You really didn't do it? Wang Hao asked, frowning. Nonsense, I'm not that bored. Alex replied decisively. People don't buy your stuff because they don't know you. What does that have to do with me? Oh, I see. Seeing that the knights around him were nodding, Wang Hao realized that he had misunderstood Alex. Since no one knows me, I'll introduce myself. Wang Hao suddenly put his arm around Alex's shoulder and said loudly, My name is Wang Hao. I'm Alex's uncle, and I'm very close to his parents. I came to the Knights of Dawn to deliver Red Bull to everyone. Commander Geraint knows about this, and Alex is here too. Due to some special reasons, I will be staying here tonight. I am very touched to see how hard everyone is working, so I would like to give everyone a little treat. The goods on the truck are on clearance sale. Everything is 20% off, no matter how much you buy. You won't lose out, you won't be cheated. Buying this is a guaranteed profit. What are you still hesitating for? The enticing advertisements gradually piqued everyone's interest, and with the endorsement of Grand Duke Geraint and Prince Alex, business took off quickly. I want spicy strips, 3 packs of all flavors, and 5 bottles of Coke. I need toilet paper. Give me 3 packs of toilet paper. How much are the canned yellow peaches and the egg yolk pie? Give me some of both, and we'll settle the bill together. The opportunity to buy things in the camp was rare, and everyone's enthusiasm for shopping was unprecedented, quickly crowding around the carriage. Wang Hao was all smiles, busy serving customers while also calculating bills and giving change. Alex wanted to slip away and didn't want to mess around with Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao kept an eye on him, and when he saw him trying to run away, he grabbed him and forced him to work as his laborer. Why are you running around? Can't you see I'm overwhelmed? Get to work. Unable to fight back or escape, the poor prince was forced to become a laborer, packing goods for Wang Hao while being complained about by him. Smile? Who are you trying to impress with that long face? People come here to spend money, not to see your bad attitude. Can't you even smile? Can't laugh? You'd better laugh even if you don't, or I'll beat you up. That's right, a bitter smile is still a smile. Keep it up, I believe in you. Night had fallen, and the wind and snow continued. In the basement warehouse, Wang Hao placed the last 100 bottles of Red Bull on the ground, clapped his hands, and looked at Alex, who was staring in disbelief. Exactly 50,000 bottles, no more, no less. You've counted them all, haven't you? Alex snapped out of his daze, swallowed hard, and stared intently at the mark on Wang Hao's index finger. Those were marks left after the spatial ring recognized its owner. He also had a similar mark on the middle finger of his left hand. However, although it is also a spatial ring, his ring only has 2 cubic meters of space inside, which can at most hold armor and weapons. But what about Wang Hao's? 50,000 bottles of Red Bull, all of them, were packed into that tiny ring. Just how big is his ring? Alex had never been so curious before, and couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering him. How come your spatial ring is so big? Wang Hao glared at him, feigning anger, and snapped, Don't ask. Kids shouldn't pry into adult matters. Ask me again, and I'll beat you up. Alex, you threaten me all the time. Do you think you can bully me because I'm not as powerful as you? Even if I'm not as good as you, I won't admit it. Wang Hao, there are no outsiders here. Tell me the truth. How exactly do you know my father? Alex asked seriously. You want to know? Well, my father doesn't just recognize anyone as a brother. I doubt your identity. Alex said bluntly. All right, since you want to know, I'll tell you. This story begins with the first time your father came to my shop. Wang Hao briefly recounted how he met King Arthur, and laughed. I didn't take advantage of you. Your dad, that old man, agreed to let me call your mom's sister-in-law. So it's not wrong for me to call you nephew. Alex. Before Alex could recover from his displeasure, Wang Hao added fuel to the fire. By the way, your dad has always wanted to marry Lily to me. You didn't know that, did you? Furious, burning with rage, consumed by anger, Alex flew into a rage, pointing his finger at Wang Hao's nose and shouting, You beast, if you dare touch my sister even a hair on my head, I'll haunt you even in hell. Chapter 189, Orc Invasion. A cold wind howled, and heavy snow fell. The outdoor temperature had dropped to below -20 degrees Celsius, and a thick layer of frost flowers had formed on the windows. After throwing a few pieces of firewood into the fireplace, Wang Hao crawled back into bed, hugging the shivering ding-dang, ready to go back to sleep. Just then, a piercing horn blared in the room. The horn sound came through an iron pipe on the roof, its high-pitched and rapid rhythm seemingly conveying some kind of message, and it kept ringing incessantly. Moreover, the sound not only echoed in Wang Hao's room, but also in the room next door. Ding-dang suddenly woke up with a start and grabbed Wang Hao's arm in alarm. What happened? Why is it so noisy? Wang Hao wasn't sure why this situation had suddenly occurred, but he could clearly hear a sense of urgency and crisis in the rhythm of the horn. The sudden blare sounded like an enemy attack alarm. Less than 10 seconds later, a flurry of footsteps sounded outside the door, mixed with the sounds of armor and weapons clashing against the walls. Wang Hao's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately looked out the window. Geraint arranged for the two of them to have a dormitory on the third floor, where they could see the outside of the wall through the window. In the distance, amidst the vast expanse of white snow, a large dark shape was moving rapidly, its target the fortress where the camp was located. Ding dang, stay in the room and don't move around. I'm going out for a bit. Wang Hao rolled over and jumped out of bed. He hurriedly put on 2 pieces of clothing and was about to go out to check the situation when a small hand suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes. Be careful, it's so cold outside, don't catch a cold, Ding Dang said with a worried expression. Wang Hao felt a warmth in his heart, patted Ding Dang's head, and turned to leave the room. Don't worry, I'm a man who can go toe-to-toe with a god. Born under the red flag and raised in the new China, Wang Hao's impression of war was still based on books and movies. It wasn't until he saw it with his own eyes that he realized how shocking war truly was. The snow outside the fortress was covered with green-skinned orcs riding giant wolves, so densely packed that it was impossible to tell how many enemies there were. In the firelight, the orcs' ugly faces were clearly visible, and some of their fangs were even stained with dark red blood. Faced with the sudden attack of the orc army, not a single member of the Knights of Dawn flinched or retreated. They quickly prepared to fight. The mage cast a detection spell, conjuring a magical eye that shoots high into the sky to observe the enemy's movements from above. The novice knight stood guard on the wall, bows drawn and arrows aimed at the enemy, waiting for the order to fire his sharp arrows. The elite knights of the knightly order had already mounted their warhorses with the help of their squires, lances in hand, awaiting orders and ready to launch a frontal charge at any moment. The two sides were only about 200 meters apart, and war was imminent. Just then, the orc army suddenly parted to make way for an orc commander wielding a giant axe, who rode a 6-legged Kalundo lizard out of the ranks and stopped about 100 meters from the wall. Geraint, get out here. I'm going to fight you to the death today. The orc leader roared to the sky, and the sound waves containing his fighting spirit spread rapidly, making people's eardrums ache. Upon seeing the orc leader's appearance, Alex's expression changed drastically, and his voice trembled slightly. Damn, what's this guy doing here? Who is he? Wang Hao appeared beside Alex like a ghost, and asked curiously, You seem very afraid of him? Alex was startled, but his face darkened when he saw it was Wang Hao. He urged, Why are you here? Go back quickly, it's dangerous here. Wang Hao patted his nephew on the shoulder and laughed. You have to have faith in me. If I want to run away, no one can stop me. Alex, recalling what happened in the conference room, nodded reluctantly. Okay, be careful. It's dangerous right now, we don't have time for you. Wang Hao frowned and asked, Who is that guy? Is he very powerful? That guy's name is Grom, nicknamed Hellscream. He's the Grand Commander who commands all the orc forces. His strength. At this point, Alex paused, swallowed hard, and then uttered 2 words with difficulty. Saint level. Saint level expert. Wang Hao's pupils narrowed to a single point as he stared intently at Grom's ugly face. No wonder the other party dared to provoke Duke Geraint. It turns out that this green-skinned gorilla with fangs almost reaching his eyebrows was actually a Saint-level expert. Only Saint-level experts are qualified to challenge Saint-level experts. Where is Duke Geraint? Wang Hao looked around but didn't see Geraint and asked with a frown. Don't make a sound. The captain isn't here, Alex said, looking at Wang Hao with a complicated expression. He went to find someone to exchange magic crystals, and he probably won't be back until dawn. Wang Hao. What? It can't be that much of a coincidence. They went to exchange my magic crystals, and then the orc army forced their way to the outside of the camp. Are they trying to sabotage me? Wang Hao is now very fortunate that Alex did not suspect him. Otherwise he would definitely have been arrested and interrogated as a spy. So what do we do now? Wang Hao leaned close to Alex's ear and asked, You're the deputy commander, right? Can you command this war? I'm just the acting deputy commander, Alex said to Wang Hao in a low voice, under immense pressure. With the commander absent, I should indeed be in charge of the battle, but I'm not confident. Is it because of that Grom? Wang Hao asked. Yes, Alex didn't deny it, stating frankly. If he's not here, I'm confident I can hold out until the captain returns, but... Alex didn't say anything, but Wang Hao could probably guess. The reason why a saint level is called a saint level is because one's strength will undergo a tremendous change after reaching this level. The total amount of battle chi, the upper limit of mental power, physical fitness, energy recovery speed, etc. will all undergo qualitative changes, and the overall strength will be more than 10 times stronger than when it was level 9. The enemy is a saint level expert. If our side does not have a saint level expert to fight back, then we can only use a human wave tactic to slowly wear them down and use a massive number of lives to fill the gap. With Geraint absent, Grom at this moment is no less than a nuclear bomb. He alone is enough to change the course of the war. No wonder even his proud nephew said something discouraging like, "I'm not sure," which shows how much pressure Grom put on him. "Geraint, get the hell out here." Grom waited for a while, but didn't see his nemesis. He roared angrily, "Since you don't dare to accept my challenge, then don't blame me for massacring the Knights of Dawn. Warriors, if the cowardly enemy dares not accept my challenge, then let their lives be a tribute to our fallen comrades. Beast God is with me, attack. Beast God is with me, attack. Beast God is with me, attack." The giant wolf roared, and the orc army charged forward, shouting slogans and rushing towards the camp, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. With the enemy attack imminent, the Knights of Dawn all looked at Alex, awaiting his orders. Looking at the charging enemy, Alex's eyes flashed with a resolute determination to die for his cause, and he raised his right hand high. Just as he was about to give the order to attack, a warm, large hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. "Nephew, leave that ugly freak to me. You won't call me uncle for nothing." Chapter 190. Wang Hao makes a move. When Wang Hao stepped forward, Alex was stunned. "What are you going to do?" Wang Hao paused for a moment, then continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. "Leave Grom to me. You focus on commanding the battle. We will not lose this war." Wang Hao's voice was calm, but his words contained a strong sense of confidence, which unconsciously dispelled Alex's fear. "Watch out." Alex uttered a few words softly, then waved his hand to give the order to charge. "Knights of Dawn, fight to the death. Attack." At a command, archers and mages launched the first attack, unleashing a barrage of arrows and spells at the charging wolf riders. Amidst a hail of arrows, a dark figure leaped down the wall and raced toward Grom. The 100-meter distance passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Hao rushed to Grom in just 2 seconds, laughing wildly as he swung his fist. "Gorilla, I've heard you're awesome, but I'm just not convinced." The fist, imbued with ferocious power, cleaved through the wind and snow, aiming directly at Grom's ugly face. Grom was startled and instinctively turned his head away, but it was too late. The punch landed squarely on the left fong, and the wrist-thick fong snapped instantly, which Wang Hao then grabbed. "TCH, you reacted pretty quickly. I'll take this tooth, and give me the other one too." With his right foot planted on the monitor lizard's hard skull, Wang Hao used the recoil to throw another punch, still aimed at Grom's ugly face. This time, however, Grom had recovered from his shock and quickly raised his giant axe to block in front of him. With a bang, the fist slammed into the axe, leaving a clear fist mark. Grom's hand was torn open by the shock and his arm went numb. The moment he saw the fist imprint, his pupils focused on a single point. This giant axe is a treasure passed down through the orc race for hundreds of years. It is forged entirely from eternal alloy and is extremely hard. It wasn't damaged at all during the Great War between humans and demons, but now it's been punched in the face by an unremarkable human. This shock was even greater than when Wang Hao broke one of his fangs. Such strength, such speed. "Human, who are you?" Wang Hao distanced himself and steadied himself, his right hand trembling slightly behind his back, but he looked at Grom with a contemptuous expression. "Who I am? I am your grandfather." "No, you're a gorilla. If I were your grandfather, wouldn't I become a gorilla too?" "Forget it. I'll just act like a human being. Listen up. I am the kind of man that everyone loves, flowers bloom for, is rare in heaven and unique on earth, the dream lover of countless girls, and the most desired man of countless young women. I am who I am, a unique spark." While he was trash-talking, Wang Hao's right hand finally recovered from the numbness, and he immediately launched an attack without saying a word. "Want to know my name? Take this punch first." Facing a powerful saint-level expert, Wang Hao dared not hold back in the slightest. Using his speed advantage, he circled around Grom and launched a frenzied attack, raining down punches like they were free, trying to take down this powerful enemy in the shortest possible time. But he ultimately underestimated the abilities of a saint-level expert. After taking a few punches, Grom immediately discovered Wang Hao's weakness. This human had great strength, but no martial arts skills. Upon discovering this, Grom grinned, a hint of disdain appearing on his ugly face. Human, you're nothing special. You can't possibly defeat me. As he spoke, Grom unleashed a powerful aura, his earth-yellow battle chi enveloping him like a raging fire and then spreading to his axe. The beast god has granted me power, the earth-slaughtering slow death slash. Grom roared and leaped into the air, grabbing the axe handle with both hands and slashing at Wang Hao. A strong sense of crisis welled up in Wang Hao's heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly changed direction and tried to create distance. But it was too late. Although the giant axe did not strike Wang Hao's body, it unleashed terrifying power the moment it hit the ground, and the shockwave still reached Wang Hao's legs. Wang Hao swayed, suddenly feeling as if his legs were stuck in a swamp, unable to move, and his speed instantly decreased by 30%. Ha ha ha, no matter how agile a flea is, once its legs are pinched off, it can only wait to die. Grom's grin was particularly ugly as he raised his axe and charged at Wang Hao. After being hit by my earth-withering slow death slash, let's see how you run now. This was the first time Wang Hao had encountered such a situation, and he didn't have time to think of a solution. He subconsciously launched a mental attack. A powerful mental force surged forth like a flood, instantly enveloping Grom. Grom's charge suddenly halted, and he nearly tripped and fell to the ground. By the time he regained his focus, Wang Hao had already run 7 or 8 meters away, temporarily escaping the range of the earth-slaughtering slash skill. That scared me to death. I almost capsized in the gutter. Wang Hao broke out in a cold sweat and dared not approach Grom again. Earth-slaughtering slow death slash is a skill Grom learned after advancing to Saint rank, and it has 2 effects. One is to enhance attacks, which can make Grom's attacks more powerful, up to 3 times the original power. The second is an invisible gravity attack, creating a small gravity field with a radius of 5 meters centered on Grom, which can move with him. Unless Grom actively dispels the domain or exhausts all his fighting spirit, everyone who enters this domain will have their speed passively reduced. With this almost superhuman skill, Grom successfully seized the throne of Grand Warkif, becoming the #1 person second only to the Orc Warkif. Wang Hao tried several times, and each time he got within 5 meters, he felt a strange sense of danger and immediately realized the key to it. He quietly unleashed his mental power to observe Grom's condition and, sure enough, discovered the problem. An invisible energy was slowly fluctuating around Grom, moving with him, but always confined to a range of 5 meters. Although Wang Hao didn't know what this energy was, he knew he couldn't touch it, otherwise he would be passively slowed down like before. Seeing that the Wolf Riders were already engaged in a life-or-death battle with the warriors of the Dawn Knights, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel anxious. Damn it, what exactly is that energy? How can I beat it up if I can't get close? While dodging, Wang Hao thought of a solution. Damn bug, don't you dare run away, I'll beat you to death. Grom followed closely behind Wang Hao, feeling equally frustrated. The gravity field created by the earth-drying slow death slash consumes a lot of battle chi. In less than half a minute, it consumed about 20% of the battle chi, and continuing would only consume more. But Wang Hao was like a cunning mouse, hiding here and there. He could never catch up with his opponent, and he dared not release his domain. The two sides continued their aimless chase, and the battle reached a stalemate. Just then, a familiar shooting star flew towards the battlefield, and a clear, tinkling sound could be faintly heard amidst the wind and snow. You big bad guy, I'm here to help you. Chapter 191 Best Support. Ding Dang, what brings you here? Wang Hao caught Ding Dang and casually stuffed it into his breast pocket. It's dangerous here, what are you doing here? I'll help you, Ding Dang said matter-of-factly. I was worried about you because you hadn't come back for a while. Hearing Ding Dang's words, Wang Hao felt both touched and helpless. The touching moments go without saying, but unfortunately, Ding Dang is too weak. Even with all her cheat codes, she can't beat the green-skinned gorilla. What can a little fairy like her do? Ding Dang excels at illusion attacks, which are very effective against enemies with weaker mental strength, allowing her to easily outmaneuver them. But Grom is a saint-level powerhouse. Even though he is a muscle-bound warrior who mainly cultivates battle chi, his mental strength is not too weak. Ding Dang's illusion is almost ineffective against him. It's already impressive that Ding Dang can even cause a momentary daze. How can it help the current battle situation? Seeing that Wang Hao was avoiding Grom, Ding Dang asked curiously, You big bad guy, why don't you beat him up? He just used a strange skill, and I can't get close to him now. Wang Hao explained the matter of the energy field and said with a sigh, You know my only advantage is speed. Now, I get slowed down as soon as I get close to him. There's nothing I can do about it. It sounds like the domain that Sister Chenexai was talking about, Ding Dang said in surprise. Field. Wang Hao felt even more melancholy as he recalled the various settings about the realm he had read about in the novel. A domain is a standard feature for the strong. Being within it makes one almost invincible. If Grom is a legendary domain expert, how can we fight him? Yes, Sister Chenexai once told us that a domain is the key to stepping into the demigod level. Only by forming one's own domain can one be qualified to explore realms above the saint level. Did Chenexai say how to deal with the domain? Wang Hao asked hurriedly. No, Sister Chenexai is only level 9, and she has never seen what a domain looks like. Wang Hao. After talking for so long, it was all for naught. There was still no solution. You cunning human, don't you dare run away. I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Grom roared furiously as he chased after him. If I don't beat the shit out of you today, I'm not Grom Hellscream. Impossible. Even if you beat the shit out of your head, I won't let you eat it. Don't even dream about it. Wang Hao casually grabbed 2 wolf riders and threw them at Grom, taking the opportunity to change direction and quickly create distance. If only I could be faster, but unfortunately, I don't know martial arts or magic. Hearing Wang Hao's mutterings, Ding Dang suddenly blurted out 3 words. I can. You can. Wang Hao asked in surprise. You have a way to increase my speed. Ding Dang poked its head out of the pocket, stared at Wang Hao's nostrils and said, We signed a servant contract. As long as you agree, Ding Dang can temporarily borrow your mental power to cast more advanced magic and use Wind Walk to help you increase your movement speed. You have this ability? How come I didn't know? Wang Hao was greatly surprised. You didn't ask either, Ding Dang muttered in dissatisfaction. You always fight by yourself and never ask Ding Dang for help, so Ding Dang won't tell you on her own initiative. Wang Hao, my little darling, you've been a huge help. Get to work. Use your mental energy as you like. Just cast a Wind Walk spell on me. Wang Hao urged. You call me little ancestor when you need me, but call me gossipy little demon when you don't. You're such a bad guy. Despite her complaints, Ding Dang didn't waste any time and immediately used the contract to communicate with Wang Hao's mental energy. A faint green light emerged from the pocket and gradually extended toward Wang Hao's head. Soon, Wang Hao's mental energy connected with Ding Dang's mental energy. Wow, your spiritual power is as vast as the starry sky. No wonder Sister Chenexai couldn't break the servant contract. How do you have such powerful spiritual power? Even though Ding Dang didn't say anything, Wang Hao clearly sensed Ding Dang's thoughts the moment they connected mentally. It was a wonderful feeling, like communicating directly through souls. He knew exactly what Ding Dang was thinking. Stop talking nonsense and use the magic quickly. Haven't you seen that the Knights of Dawn have already suffered casualties? Wang Hao urged. All right. Ding Dang needs time to adjust. It'll be over soon. 3 seconds later, Wang Hao felt many invisible energy points suddenly appear around him, which continuously flowed into his body under the control of his mental power. Get ready. The Wind Walk spell is about to succeed. The mental energy received a reminder from Ding Dang. The next second, Wang Hao felt his body suddenly become lighter and more agile. As soon as I have a thought, my body can react quickly, more than 50% faster than before. Awesome. So this is the effect of Wind Walk. That's amazing. Experiencing the benefits of magic for the first time, Wang Hao trembled with excitement. Assuming the original speed is 100, it becomes 150 after being boosted by Wind Walk. Even if it is passively reduced by 30% upon entering Grom's gravity field, it is still 105, which is slightly faster than before. Ding Dang, I call you the strongest support. Wang Hao suddenly stopped and stared intently at Grom. Gorilla, you've been arrogant for so long, haven't you? Now it's my turn. Before Grom could understand what was going on, he saw Wang Hao transform into a black shadow and rush over, plunging headfirst into his domain. Ha ha ha, you're asking for it, so don't blame me. Grom roared and swung his giant axe, unleashing a sweeping strike aimed at Wang Hao's waist. The sharp axe blade flashed like a streak of light and struck Wang Hao in the blink of an eye. Wang Hao didn't even have a chance to resist before he was split in two at the waist. His broken body fell to the ground, struggled a couple of times, and then stopped moving. Grom showed no excitement at slaying a powerful enemy. Instead, he frowned. The feeling when I hit Wang Hao was strange. I didn't feel any resistance from the axe blade. And no organs or blood flowed from Wang Hao's broken wound. It was as smooth as a mirror. This is very abnormal. A strange sense of crisis welled up in Grom's heart, and he instinctively raised his axe to block it, but it was too late. Suddenly, a fist the size of a sandbag appeared in the otherwise empty field of vision and slammed into the remaining Fong. Bang! The immense force traveled through his fangs to his face, sending Grom flying backwards, his vision filled with glittering little golden stars. Finally got it. The frustration of being chased around earlier vanished completely, and Wang Hao, clutching his broken Fong, felt incredibly exhilarated. Ding dang, keep using illusion magic. Let's show this green-skinned gorilla what teamwork really means. Behold my Pegasus Meteor Fist. Chapter 192 Grom, I'll fuck your mother. Compared to other types of magic, illusion magic requires a higher level of mental strength. The stronger the spellcaster's mental power, the stronger the illusion's effect. It can even trap the enemy's soul in the illusion forever, killing them silently. However, if one's mental strength is weaker than that of their opponent, the effectiveness of the illusion will decrease. When the gap becomes large enough, the illusion's effect approaches zero. Normally, Ding Dang's illusions wouldn't have any effect on Grom, but now that she has an advantage, the situation is different. Wang Hao's spiritual power was vast and boundless, and the illusion that Ding Dang used to cast with this spiritual power was more than 100 times stronger than before. It's more than enough to deal with a muscle-bound warrior who doesn't cultivate mental strength, even if Grom is a saint-level expert. Ding Dang first used illusion magic to blind him, constantly creating false impressions for Grom, while concealing Wang Hao's figure. Wang Hao circled Grom again, targeting the parts of his body he could reach, each punch delivered with full force. Poor Grom instantly became a human punching bag, being toyed with by the two, taking over 100 punches in less than 10 seconds. Dizziness, seeing stars, and gushing blood. Grom had no choice but to dispel his prized gravity field, using all his fighting spirit to protect his internal organs, and searching for a chance to turn the tide amidst the relentless onslaught. Wang Hao became more and more skilled and frenzied as he fought, his wild laughter attracting countless stares. Seeing their invincible commander being utterly defeated by the enemy, the wolf cavalry's morale plummeted. Seeing the enemy's saint-level expert being brutally beaten on the ground, the morale of the Dawn Knights soared. Originally, the Orc Legion had an absolute advantage and was suppressing the Dawn Knights. Now, the Dawn Knights have made a comeback and killed hundreds of strong Orc warriors in the blink of an eye. As one side gains and the other loses, the scales of victory begin to tip slowly. Alex was overwhelmed with mixed feelings when he saw this. He knew Wang Hao was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Grom, a powerful figure whom even Captain Geraint feared, was beaten so badly by the unknown Wang Hao that he could only run away with his head in his hands. He didn't look like a saint-level expert at all. Could it be that Wang Hao has already reached the legendary demigod level? Impossible. How could he possibly be a demigod-level expert? Alex shook his head, dismissing the absurd idea, and drew his sharp longsword, pointing it at the battlefield. Archers and mages, pick off the enemies. The rest of you, follow me and fight. With a roar, Alex was the first to leap off the city wall and charge towards the nearest enemy. The others were not to be outdone and joined the battle, killing all the enemies near the city wall and further expanding their advantage. In the center of the battlefield, Grom was still struggling to hold on, but he had already realized that something was wrong with the situation. As a qualified commander, leading by example is important, but a broad perspective and keen insight are even more crucial. Upon discovering that the Wolf Riders were at a disadvantage, Grom's eyes flashed with raging anger, and his hatred for Wang Hao reached an unprecedented level. Since the beginning of winter, the Orcs have sent thousands of elite troops to infiltrate the northern plateau. Ostensibly, it was to scavenge for winter supplies, but in reality, it was to divert the Dawn Knights' fighting strength and deplete their manpower. After sacrificing over 1,000 elite Wolf Riders, the Knights of Dawn also suffered hundreds of casualties, forcing them to retreat to their base for rest and reorganization. This long-planned war has finally reached a critical juncture. In order to defeat the Knights of Dawn in one fell swoop and lay the foundation for the Orc army's southward advance, Grom personally led his army in a night raid, taking advantage of the heavy snow blocking the doors to attack the Knights of Dawn's headquarters. Everything was going according to his plan. But to his utter surprise, this war concerning the future of the Orcs ultimately took an unexpected turn. Geraint, his old rival, was not in the military camp. Instead, a young punk who appeared out of nowhere took his place. Not only is he no weaker than Geraint, but he also lacks the self-awareness of a strong person. Wang Hao was as cunning as a rogue. He never fought him head-on, and even used shameless magic like illusion to distract him. Illusion. Grom suddenly discovered the key. Wang Hao didn't have any energy fluctuations of battle chi or magic, so where did the illusion come from? Noticing this problem, Grom immediately focused his attention and carefully observed Wang Hao's every move. Although Wang Hao was very fast and kept running around him, Grom quickly noticed Ding Dang's presence. He discovered that whenever the illusion affected his concentration, a subtle magical fluctuation would emanate from Wang Hao's chest pocket. Recalling the meteor that Wang Hao had caught from the sky earlier, Grom made a bold guess. Wang Hao has something in his breast pocket that can use illusion magic. A glint of light flashed in Grom's eyes. There's still a chance. No matter what that thing is, as long as it is destroyed, everything will return to normal. He can still defeat Wang Hao with the earth-drying slow death slash and regain the advantage. Without hesitation, Grom immediately took action. He completely abandoned defense, wielding his giant axe and launching a full-scale attack in all directions, relentlessly assaulting anyone regardless of whether he could actually hit them. The dense barrage of battle chi slashes prevented Wang Hao from getting close, forcing him to constantly weave through the gaps, and his movement speed gradually slowed down without him even realizing it. Grom had been observing Wang Hao's reaction, and when Wang Hao showed signs of impatience, a fierce glint suddenly flashed in Grom's eyes. The opportunity has arrived. Beast King's surprise attack. Grom roared and threw down his axe, concentrating all his strength into his legs as he charged toward Wang Hao like lightning. By the time Wang Hao realized something was wrong, Grom was already right in front of him, his bald head slamming into his chest. The target is the pocket where Ding Dang is hiding. Not good. Wang Hao was shocked and crossed his arms to block in front of him. With a thud, Grom's head slammed into Wang Hao's arm, which then hit his pocket. The jingling sound in my pocket rang out once, and then fell silent. Ding dong. Using the recoil to create distance, Wang Hao opened the pocket and his eyes widened in horror. Ding Dang lay limply in the pocket, her eyes closed, her face pale, and a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Ding dong. Wang Hao gently patted the pocket, but Ding Dang didn't react at all, remaining motionless as if it were dead. With a loud hum, as if something had exploded, only one thought remained in Wang Hao's mind. Ding Dang is dead. The encounter at Emerald Lake, the fleeting glimpse of beauty in the bathroom, and the little things in life. All the images of Ding Dang flashed through Wang Hao's mind, igniting the anger in his heart. Anger gradually drove Wang Hao to lose his mind. His two black eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and his mental sea also began to boil. A surge of overwhelming hatred welled up in Wang Hao's heart, and all he could see was Grom's ugly face. Grom. Chapter 193 Pyrrhic Victory. Hatred ignites anger, and anger overwhelms reason. The unrestrained spiritual power boiled and burned, transforming into a massive energy that seeped into every cell of the body, completely shattering the last line of defense protecting the physical body. In the darkness, an invisible shackle quietly shattered, releasing a power hidden deep within the soul. Grom. Wang Hao's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Grom. Not good. Grom's pupils contracted sharply as a hideous, distorted human face appeared in his vision, its scarlet eyes filling him with an unprecedented fear. The next second, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. The steel armor was of no use and was instantly shattered into pieces by the immense force, flying in all directions. His internal organs were severely damaged at the same time. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and a mouthful of foul-smelling blood gushed out uncontrollably. Grom had no time to react before he was sent flying backward, covering more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Before landing, Wang Hao's figure disappeared again, instantly catching up with Grom, who was flying in midair. Ding Dang's death completely robbed him of his reason. Only one thought remained in his empty mind. We must avenge Ding Dang. Wang Hao attacked and beat Grom relentlessly, pressing him to the ground and rubbing him repeatedly. Punch and kick, use as much force as you can. Wang Hao relentlessly pushed his own potential, channeling his anger into power and unleashing it all on Grom. A terrifying force continuously tore through the surrounding space, creating terrifying spatial rifts that tore apart anything that dared to approach. If the space itself had consciousness, it would definitely scold Wang Hao for not being gentle and considerate, but for now it can only passively endure the violent output like a weak little girl. In just 30 seconds, Grom endured thousands of heavy blows. All the bones in his body were shattered by Wang Hao, and his spirit was on the verge of collapse. He almost fainted. Even so, Wang Hao showed no sign of stopping. continuing to unleash his power and vent his frustrations. Until, "You big bad guy, don't move. Ding dang, it hurts." A faint sound suddenly reached Wang Hao's ears, like a bolt of lightning piercing the sky, breaking through the clouds and illuminating the darkness of the abyss. Wang Hao trembled and froze on the spot, a sliver of reason finally returning to his bloodshot eyes. "Ding dang, you're still alive?" Wang Hao lowered his head, trembling, and opened the pocket to look inside. Ding dang struggled to raise her hand and shook it, a faint smile appearing on her pale face. "I'm still alive, but I'm in a lot of pain right now. Can you please not move around?" Ding dang looked at Wang Hao pitifully. Okay, I won't move anymore. I'll take you to see a doctor right now." Wang Hao took one last look at Grom, whose face he had beaten beyond recognition, before turning and leaving. Compared to Ding Dang's safety, Grom is nothing. The battlefield was eerily quiet. Everyone stood motionless, silently watching Wang Hao's every move. The atmosphere was strangely unsettling. This bizarre state has lasted for a full 3 minutes, from the moment Wang Hao started beating Grom until now. It's not that no one wants to save Grom. When the loyal orcs saw their commander being attacked, they rushed to his aid, but as soon as they got within 10 meters of Wang Hao, they were torn to pieces and swallowed up by the spatial rift, leaving not even a drop of blood behind. The remaining orcs dared not make any rash moves, and could only retreat to a safe distance to wait for an opportunity. Alex did not blindly pursue them. Tonight's battle happened too suddenly. Although we managed to turn the tide later, the casualties were still heavy, and the situation is not optimistic. Alex seized the opportunity to rally his troops and rescue the wounded, trying his best to preserve every living person and not let his comrades sacrifice themselves in vain. Both sides tacitly refrained from making any rash moves, instead turning to look at Wang Hao to see what he would do next. So what is Wang Hao going to do? Of course. "Nephew, come here for a second," Wang Hao shouted. Alex snapped out of his daze and took off running, rushing to Wang Hao's side as fast as he could. "I am coming." Alex tried to keep his voice steady, but his trembling voice betrayed his true feelings. Watching Wang Hao beat up Grom was exhilarating, but when he saw Wang Hao's expression in person, that exhilarating feeling vanished instantly, leaving only fear and worry. At this moment, Wang Hao's face was ashen, devoid of any color, and he was so thin that he looked like he could be blown away by a slight gust of wind. "Are you all right?" Alex asked in a low voice. "This isn't good. My current situation is terrible," Wang Hao said with a wry smile. "I was so focused on getting revenge that I didn't notice my own situation. Now that he has regained his senses and his feelings have returned, Wang Hao realizes just how bad his situation was. Every cell in my body was trembling. I couldn't squeeze out a single bit of energy. The bones looked like they had been run over by a road roller, with cracks covering every inch of them, and they could fall apart at any moment. If it weren't for his willpower, he would be a pile of mangled flesh on the ground by now, and he wouldn't have the strength to walk back. I'll help you up." Alex reached out to help Wang Hao up, but Wang Hao refused. "Don't move. Don't let the green-skinned gorillas on the other side notice anything. Do me a favor." Wang Hao stopped Alex's rash action and carefully took Ding Dang out of his pocket. "Take Ding Dang back immediately and find her the best doctor. Don't worry about me." Alex's heart tightened, and he reached out with trembling hands to take Ding Dang from Wang Hao's hands. "Don't worry, I won't let Miss Ding Dang die." Hearing Alex's assurance, Wang Hao forced a smile. "Thank you. You go first, I'll walk back by myself." Alex pursed his lips, nodded vigorously, and turned to rush towards the camp. "My nephew is so obedient. It would have been so much better if he had done this sooner." After Alex had walked away, Wang Hao started walking steadily and firmly towards the camp. 3 minutes later, Wang Hao stopped in front of the night formation and turned to look at the wolf cavalry legion opposite him. The restless orc army immediately fell silent, not daring to make any rash moves. Wang Hao stared at the green formation opposite him, took a deep breath, and said loudly, "Your commander is strong, but I am stronger than him. I originally intended to kill you all, but your leader chose to fight me one-on-one for your sake. He is a qualified warrior. In recognition of his valiant fighting, I will give you a chance. Now, take Grom and leave here. He is not to set foot on the northern plateau again this winter. You only get one chance. If I find out you dare to harass the people of the Kingdom of Leighton again, I will personally go to the northern wasteland to avenge our fallen compatriots. I wouldn't mind annihilating the orc race." Chapter 194. Please give me a story. The orc army retreated swiftly like a flood, fleeing with the unconscious Grom. As for whether they hid somewhere to seek another opportunity, or retreated directly to the wasteland as ordered, Wang Hao no longer cared. As the last wolf rider disappeared into the snowstorm, Wang Hao's body went limp and he collapsed into the arms of several knights. "Excuse me, could you please take me home? I'm a little tired, I'm going to sleep now." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Hao had already closed his eyes, his head lolled to the side, and he passed out. When he woke up again, it was already the afternoon of the third day. Warm sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the window, making it cozy and comfortable. Wang Hao opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. Who I am? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? After a brief moment of disorientation, the excruciating pain pulled him back to reality. His whole body ached and itched, as if a million ants were gnawing at his body. Wang Hao couldn't help but groan, which immediately caught Alex's attention. "You're awake." Alex rushed to the bedside and asked with delight, "How are you feeling? Is anything bothering you?" "Nephew, can you be a little more steady? You're pressing on my hand." Wang Hao rolled his eyes and said irritably, "I'm uncomfortable all over. Are you trying to kill me with pain?" "Sorry, I got a little excited." Alex chuckled and scratched the back of his head, saying, "The doctor said you're not in any immediate danger, but you've been overexerted and will need a long time to recover. You'd better not move around too much." Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "My matter is another matter. What about Ding Dang? How is she?" "Miss Ding Dang is fine. Her injuries are almost healed, and she's in good spirits." Knowing that Ding Dang was all right, Wang Hao finally felt relieved. "Is Ding Dang resting in another room?" Wang Hao asked. Alex's expression was strange. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Miss Ding Dang is in the cafeteria. She said that she lost a lot of energy from the injury and needs to replenish it with food. The commander specially arranged for 2 chefs to cook for her. She's been eating since this morning. Isn't she going to overeat?" "Ha ha." Wang Hao chuckled. "No wonder it's Ding Dang. It never forgets about food. It's good that you can eat." Alex laughed too. "You rest for a bit. I'll go tell them and get you something to eat while I'm at it." "Okay, thank you for your help. You big bad guy, you're finally awake. You scared me to death." Ding Dang rushed to the bedside, grabbed Wang Hao's hand, and sobbed. "You've been asleep for 3 days. I thought you'd never wake up again. You scared Ding Dang to death." Wang Hao winced in pain, panting heavily as he reassured him, "I'm fine. This little injury will be better after a couple of days of rest. How about you, are you alright?" Ding Dang wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and choked out, "I'm fine too. Ding Dang is a fairy. As long as I have a breath left, I can slowly recover. It's good that you're alright. Just tell Alex what you want to eat. He owes us a big favor this time, so we'll make sure you have a good meal," Wang Hao said with a smile. "Okay, I won't be polite." Ding Dang nodded seriously, rubbing her smooth face against Wang Hao's hand. "It's so good that you woke up. Don't scare Ding Dang like that again." "Don't worry, it won't happen again." "You said it, so you have to keep your word, or Ding Dang will never talk to you again." Their eyes met, and an intimate atmosphere quietly emerged, making the onlookers feel very uncomfortable. Alex coughed lightly and gave a wink to the side. "The commander is still here, so be careful." Geraint laughed and said, "Don't worry about me. You guys continue. Just pretend I don't exist." "Wang Hao, listen to yourself. Is this even human language? What do you mean by pretending you don't exist? How can someone as grown as you pretend you don't exist?" The pleasant atmosphere was shattered, and Wang Hao had no choice but to face reality. "Mr. Geraint, it's been a while. You look great," Wang Hao said with an awkward smile. "Yes, I am indeed better than you," Geraint laughed. "Wang Hao, you big-eyed Geraint, what did I do to offend you that you have to stab me in the back right in front of me? Are you crazy?" Wang Hao tentatively asked, "Mr. Geraint, are you angry? I didn't know the orcs would attack you while you were exchanging magic crystals. This isn't my fault." "Angry?" Geraint shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm not angry. This was planned a long time ago, and it has nothing to do with you." "Then why were you looking at me like that?" Wang Hao asked, frowning. Geraint's gaze was strange, friendly yet tinged with displeasure, as if he were looking at a disobedient junior, leaving Wang Hao completely baffled. "I clearly helped him solve a big problem, so why is he dissatisfied? Could it be because I let Grom go? But it was out of necessity. If he still had the strength to keep that green gorilla, he certainly wouldn't let him escape. Getting angry over this? Geraint is being too petty." Wang Hao made wild guesses, his eyes darting around, his face turning pale and then flushed, his expression quite interesting. After noticing Wang Hao's expression, Geraint immediately guessed what he was thinking. "I'm so grateful to you for defeating Grom and saving the Knights of Dawn." "Don't overthink it," Geraint said seriously. "Then what are you doing?" "Well, It's not as complicated as you think. I just admire you. A sly glint flashed in Geraint's eyes as he chuckled. You're a smart, responsible, and incredibly strong young man. You're very popular with girls. Look at Miss Ding Dang. She doesn't want to let go of your hand. These words sounded like a compliment, but Wang Hao keenly sensed another hidden meaning. Isn't this saying I'm a womanizer? Did Geraint also know that old man Arthur wanted to marry Lily to me? Wang Hao smiled and explained, Mr. Geraint, you flatter me. My relationship with Lily is still far from settled. That's just Mr. Arthur talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Lily? Arthur's youngest daughter. Geraint's face stiffened, and his smile vanished instantly. What's wrong with this kid? He's surrounded by this fairy, and there are 2 fox-girl demi-humans in the shop who are very close to him. Now a princess has appeared. What about Amy? Recalling the letter Amelia had sent, Geraint couldn't help but clench his fists. No one knows a daughter better than her father. He had cared for Amelia alone for many years, so he was naturally familiar with his daughter's behavior and thoughts. In that letter, Amelia mentioned Wang Hao several times, and it was clear from her words that she had a great liking for him. So how many relationships did this kid have on his hands? A warm smile suddenly appeared on Geraint's handsome face, but it looked incredibly sinister to Wang Hao. Mr. Wang Hao, could you tell me your story with Lily? Chapter 195 Being Disliked. 2 days later, on the camp's parade ground, led by Geraint and Alex, all the knights, squires, and support staff of the Dawn Knights stood in neat formation, their eyes fixed intently on the front. Wang Hao felt uncomfortable being stared at by thousands of eyes and coughed awkwardly. You don't really need to give me such a grand send-off. I'm not some big shot. I can just leave quietly. Alex shook his head and said seriously, You are our hero, and heroes should be treated like heroes. This is what everyone thinks from the bottom of their hearts, and you don't need to refuse. All right, let's get started. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Wang Hao could only agree. Keep it simple, finish quickly, and let everyone go back to rest. Look, those wounded are all toughing it out. A fleeting smile crossed Alex's face. With a clang, he drew his sword and held it to his chest, shouting, Knights of Dawn. As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind him simultaneously drew their swords and raised them overhead in unison. Sunlight shone on the blade, making it gleam with a dazzling light. A glint of light flashed in Alex's eyes, and he thrust his sword forward. May the dawn forever shine ahead, and may victory always be with me. Farewell, Mr. Wang Hao. May the dawn always shine upon us, and may victory always be with us. Farewell, Mr. Wang Hao. Everyone shouted the same slogan in unison, while simultaneously slashing their swords forward. The resounding slogans echoed through the sky, and a solemn and dignified atmosphere enveloped the audience. Looking at those serious and earnest faces, Wang Hao felt a jolt in his heart. A current shot through his spine to the top of his head, and the hairs on his body stood on end. His expression involuntarily turned serious. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for seeing me off. You are all heroes who guard the frontier, and it is my honor to know you. Wang Hao bowed deeply to the formation, and when he raised his head, a bright smile bloomed on his face. From now on, if you come to my store, just mention the name of the Knights of Dawn, and I'll give you a 20% discount. The solemn atmosphere suddenly froze, and a strange feeling welled up in everyone's hearts. Is now the time for advertising? This hero is a bit unreliable. Ha! It's unclear who started it, but suppressed laughter suddenly came from within the formation, and then it spread throughout the entire formation. Amidst a burst of laughter, the serious atmosphere vanished completely, and the performance could no longer continue. Alex reluctantly sheathed his long sword and said, Couldn't you have pretended a little longer and wait until the ceremony was over before advertising? Wang Hao spread his hands innocently and said, I'm about to leave. How can I care about so much? Of course, advertising is more important. You ruined such a good atmosphere. I was hoping to use this farewell as an opportunity to boost everyone's morale, but you ruined it all, Alex complained. Don't be nervous. Those orcs have already retreated back to the wasteland. Let everyone relax a bit, Wang Hao said with a smile. Alex. Geraint chuckled and patted Alex on the shoulder, then said to Wang Hao, Get lost already, or your nephew will be driven mad by you. Alex nodded repeatedly, turning his head away impatiently, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. I hate seeing you. Get lost, and don't come back to cause trouble for the Knights of Dawn. How can you call that a menace? Wang Hao retorted with a grin. All I do is go from dorm to dorm every night to sell my products, trying to get everyone to buy more spicy snacks and drinks. Is that a menace? Alex snapped, Stop nagging. You know it's shameless to pad your word count, right? Hurry up and go to the next map. We still have training to do. Haha, then I'm really leaving. Wang Hao slowly climbed onto the carriage and waved to the crowd. Everyone, see you again someday. And don't forget to patronize my shop. At number 8, 8th Street, Golden Harbor, Celtic City, there is a general store that welcomes you anytime. Alex, get out of here. There is a small village called Riskuka, 30 kilometers southeast of the Knights of Dawn. The village is small, with a total of just over 1,000 people. Most villagers make a living by hunting and farming, and the economy is not developed. Riskuka wasn't on the main road to the Xiling Empire, but Wang Hao still made a detour and headed straight there after leaving the camp. As for the reason, it is mainly related to his injury. During his previous battle with Grom, he ignited his spiritual sea in anger, breaking free from his shackles and unleashing a special power hidden within his body. This mysterious power was very strong. It not only helped him defeat Grom, but also caused a huge backlash against his body. The physical injuries are manageable. After a few days of rest, they have mostly recovered. However, my mental strength is in trouble. Previously, Wang Hao could always keep his mental energy calm and mobilize it as needed, making it as easy as using his own arm. But after this backlash, his mental energy is now like a pot of boiling water, constantly in a state of chaos. Every time Wang Hao tried to mobilize his mental energy, it would immediately go berserk. Not only does it disobey commands, but it also causes him headaches and agitation, comparable to Professor Yang's electrotherapy. Duke Geraint was also at a loss, but he introduced Wang Hao to someone who might be able to help Wang Hao solve the problem of his mental energy going berserk. I came to Riskuka village this time to find this person. The outline of a village had already appeared ahead. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he gently patted the pocket on his chest. Ding dang, we're almost at Riskuka village. Do you want to come out for some fresh air? Are we finally almost there? Ding dang poked her head out of the pocket and looked at the wide expanse of land around her. We've been walking all day. It's so boring. It's quite boring. Wang Hao smiled helplessly. Winter is like this in the northern plateau. You'll get used to it. After flying around Wang Hao once, Ding Dang transformed into a young girl and sat on Wang Hao's lap. The pupa then burrowed into the bearskin coat. It's just to keep you company. Otherwise, Ding Dang wouldn't want to come to such a cold place. Ding Dang's wings are almost frozen. Wang Hao tightened the collar of his coat and laughed. Then I should thank you. Thanks to you for keeping me company. Otherwise I would have been lonely on this journey. Of course, Ding Dang nuzzled against Wang Hao's chest and said with a grin, when we get to that village, you have to find some good food for Ding Dang, or she'll get angry. Wang Hao affectionately patted Ding Dang's hair and smiled. Don't worry, even if there's nothing there, I can still cook you a sumptuous dinner. We brought a lot of ingredients this time, enough for hot pot. Upon hearing the words hot pot, Ding Dang's eyes lit up. Then let's have hot pot tonight. Ding Dang hasn't had hot pot for days. Wang Hao's lips curled up slightly, and he was about to agree when he suddenly smelled a strange odor. A mixture of umami, saltiness, and fishiness, along with a faint stench, assaulted my nostrils. A strange thought popped into Wang Hao's head, and he blurted out. Ding Dang, how many days has it been since you took a shower? Chapter 196 Tavern and Grilled Fish. Half an hour later, the carriage slowly drove into the village of Riskuka. As evening approached, there were no pedestrians on the streets, only black smoke slowly billowing from the chimneys on the rooftops. There was a complex smell in the cold air, exactly the same as the smell we had just caught, but much stronger. Ding Dang covered her nose and said excitedly, see, Ding Dang said it's not that Ding Dang smells bad. Now you believe me? Knowing he was in the wrong, Wang Hao quickly apologized to Ding Dang. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to be able to smell the village from so far away. I apologize to you. Humph, all you do is bully Ding Dang. You're such a bad guy. Ding Dang pouted, feeling wronged, and complained. Why does it smell so bad here? It made Ding Dang get wronged by that big bad guy. Ding Dang doesn't like it here. Why does it smell so bad? Looking at the surrounding environment, Wang Hao had already guessed one possibility. The residents of Riskuka village seem to have a habit of drying salted fish. Every house has a row of dried fish hanging under the eaves, and some even cover an entire wall. When the cold wind blows through these dried fish, it carries a nauseating stench that is particularly overpowering. Vomit. Ding Dang spoke too quickly and choked on a foul smell, which brought tears to her eyes. It stinks. It stinks so bad, Doraemon. You big bad guy, when can we get out of here? Wang Hao tore 2 wads of toilet paper and stuffed them into his nose, then said with a wry smile, we can't leave until we find that person. Hang in there. We should find that person soon. The man introduced by Duke Geraint was named Cassidon, a powerful mage who had once served as the vice commander of the Knights of Dawn. 2 years ago, Cassidon was surrounded and seriously injured by orcs in a fierce battle, and it took a great deal of effort to barely save his life. That serious injury left him with severe aftereffects. He not only lost an arm, but his body was also weaker than other mages, making him unable to continue participating in high-intensity battles. Cassidon, not wanting to be a burden to everyone, voluntarily resigned from his position as vice-captain and went into seclusion in the village of Rescusa with his only daughter, using his remaining strength to continue protecting the people of the Kingdom of Leighton. According to Geraint, Cassidon, although only an 8th-level mage, had unique insights into mental power, and even Gandalf had praised his achievements in this area. Wang Hao wanted to control his rampaging mental energy, and the most promising person in front of him was Cassidon. Having just arrived, Wang Hao didn't know where to look for people, so he chose the most suitable place to gather information, the tavern. The tavern is right next to the square in the center of the village. It's easy to find. Wang Hao parked the carriage, took Ding Dang's hand, and pushed open the tavern door. A wave of stale, hot air rushed out. The tavern was bustling with activity. All the tables were full, and a pretty young woman was greeting customers behind the counter. Wang Hao and Ding Dang entered the tavern, immediately attracting everyone's attention. It's rare to see people coming to our village of Rescusa at this time of year. What are they doing here? There's a carriage parked outside. It looks like a merchant. It's been a long time since any merchants have come. I wonder what they've brought with them. Maybe they'll find something I need. Come on, what can you buy with those 2 silver coins in your pocket? Stop bragging. The surroundings were noisy, and everyone was curious about the stranger's origins, but no one directly asked Wang Hao. Wang Hao ignored the people's comments and pulled Ding Dang straight to the counter. Welcome, guests who have come from afar. The girl greeted me politely, saying, My name is Kasha. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll try my best to accommodate you. Hello, Kasha. Wang Hao smiled and nodded. This is our first time in Rescusa village. May we ask you for help with someone? Kasha frowned slightly and asked softly, Who are you looking for? Cassidon, a mage with only one arm. Wang Hao asked in a low voice. My friend told me he lives in Rescusa village. Do you know him? Kasha frowned even more deeply. Instead of answering Wang Hao's question, she scrutinized Wang Hao and Ding Dang with a wary gaze. Wang Hao's furtive behavior aroused the suspicion of the diners. A loud-voiced, burly man shouted, Kasha, what are they up to? If they bully you, tell us. We, the people of Rescusa village, will not let outsiders bully you, another drunkard roared. Kasha looked up, smiled, and waved her hand. It's all right. They're here to find someone. Everyone don't be nervous. Under her reassurance, everyone temporarily dispelled their concerns, but they still kept a wary eye on Wang Hao. There is indeed a man named Cassidon in the village of Rescusa, but he is not a magician. You have the wrong person, Casa told Wang Hao. You've got the wrong person? Wang Hao looked at the girl in surprise. No way. Are you sure you're not mistaken? A hint of displeasure flashed across Kasha's fair face as she coldly replied. I have no reason to lie to you. There are no mages in our village. You've come to the wrong place. Wang Hao, did you come to the wrong place? Wang Hao hesitated for only a moment before immediately rejecting the idea. The name, location, and village name all match up. Geraint couldn't possibly be joking with me. There must be some hidden story. Okay, maybe we remembered the place wrong. Wang Hao smiled and waved his hand, then looked at Ding Dang. Ding Dang, would you like something to eat? If not, we can look for something else elsewhere. Ding Dang immediately raised her right hand. Yes, Ding Dang wants to eat something delicious, preferably something I've never eaten before. At this time, Ding Dang is in her teenage form, and her cute appearance and innocent temperament make her easy to like. Sure enough, the loud-voiced, burly man spoke up again as soon as he finished speaking. The best thing to eat in our village of Rescusa is grilled dried fish, paired with a glass of homemade ale. You will definitely not be disappointed. Really, Ding Dang's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but swallow. If it's delicious, get one for Ding Dang. No beer. Ding Dang doesn't like alcohol, just grilled fish is fine. Kasha raised her hand, hesitated for a few seconds, and then asked, Are you sure you want a grilled fish? Ding Dang nodded vigorously. Yes, Ding Dang has never tried your grilled fish before, and Ding Dang doesn't want to miss this delicacy. Okay, I hope you like it. Kasha left with a puzzling remark and turned to walk into the kitchen. The surrounding diners burst into laughter when they saw this scene, all looking at Wang Hao and Ding Dang with expectant eyes, which made Wang Hao feel uneasy. Grilled fish. Is it grilled fish made from the dried fish that hangs outside? The more Wang Hao thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother, is the grilled fish you're talking about made from those dried fish you see outside?" The loud-voiced, burly man raised an eyebrow mysteriously and chuckled. "You'll know once you eat it." Chapter 197, The Stinky Grilled Fish. Ding Dang is a little foodie. From the day he met her, Wang Hao labeled her a gluttonous fairy. As long as it's edible, even if it's a terrible dish made by Ari, Ding Dang will eat it without any hesitation, and he never wastes food. But today, Wang Hao actually saw fear on Ding Dang's face. Fear of food. When a plate of steaming grilled fish was placed in front of Ding Dang, her pretty face turned pale instantly, even more panicked than when Wang Hao saw her taking a shower. "Oh my God, is this the delicious grilled fish you all talked about?" Ding Dang pinched her nose and kept gagging, while fanning herself with her other hand, trying to get rid of the smell of the grilled fish. "It stinks. It's fishy and rotten. What did you do to this fish?" Ding Dang questioned loudly and excitedly, her face turning pale and then flushed, filled with indescribable fear. Wang Hao guessed correctly. The grilled fish was indeed cooked with dried fish and topped with a curry-like sauce. The dried fish already smelled terrible, but after being drizzled with this sauce and then grilled, the nauseating smell became even more pungent, stronger than a dry toilet that hadn't been cleaned in 10 years. Stinky tofu and snail rice noodles are no match for it. They don't deserve it. Wang Hao subconsciously turned his head away, trying to keep his distance from the grilled fish. At this moment, his stomach was churning violently, and he forced himself to swallow the stomach acid that rushed to his throat. His mental energy was boiling uncontrollably, showing signs of going berserk. Is this thing, which is comparable to a biological weapon, really meant for human consumption? Their actions were observed by others, and the tavern erupted in laughter. "Ha, that's hilarious. Jack, you always try to trick out-of-towners into eating grilled fish. You're so mean. The grilled fish in our village of Riskuka isn't for everyone. Do they even understand the allure of dried herring?" That girl is about to throw up. Let's take the fish away quickly, so people won't say we're bullying outsiders. If she doesn't want it, give it to me. Let me enjoy this delicious food. Amidst a burst of laughter, the loud-voiced, burly man strolled slowly to the bar, rested his arm on the table, and looked at Ding Dang with a smile. "Little girl, this is the most famous grilled fish in our village of Riskuka. It's made by grilling marinated dried herring. What do you think? How about it?" The tears in Ding Dang's eyes already speak volumes. "You're a big bad guy. You're all bad people. You actually tricked Ding Dang into eating poop, but Ding Dang won't fall for it." Ding Dang cleverly retorted. "Eat shit? How could you think that?" The loud-voiced man looked at Ding Dang in surprise. "Although we don't know each other, the people of Riskucha village are all good people. How could we possibly trick you into eating shit? Then tell me what this is." Ding Dang pointed at the grilled fish on the plate and asked loudly. Ding Dang has eaten grilled fish before. How can the fish smell so bad? Overwhelmed with excitement, Ding Dang forgot to cover her nose and was attacked by grilled fish again. The rich aroma filled her nostrils, and 2 clear tears streamed down Ding Dang's face. As soon as those 2 tears fell, everyone subconsciously suppressed their smiles and dared not laugh at them anymore. Weren't we too much? Look how upset we made that girl. She even cried. That was Jack's fault. He's the real culprit. That's right. Jack, you'd better apologize right now. Can't you see she's crying? Loud Jack's face turned bright red. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and bowed his head to apologize to Ding Dang. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to hate it so much. How about this? This plate of grilled fish is on me. If you're not going to eat it, I'll take it away, and you can pick something else to eat." He was very sincere and tried to keep his tone low so that Ding Dang could feel his sincerity. Ding Dang looked up, her voice choked with emotion, and asked, "Is this grilled fish really edible?" "Yes, of course you can eat it." To prove his point, Jack picked up a fork, cut a piece off the grilled fish, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it vigorously. "Look, if there were really dirty stuff in here, how could I possibly eat it?" Jack muttered as he chewed. "It might not taste very good, but it's definitely delicious." Ding Dang was stunned. The fear in her eyes gradually disappeared, and then a hint of curiosity arose. "Is it delicious?" Ding Dang asked. "It's delicious. If you ignore the smell, you'll experience an unprecedented level of freshness," Jack said with a look of pure enjoyment. Ding Dang swallowed hard, then turned to look at Wang Hao. "He said it's delicious. Do you think he's lying to Ding Dang?" Wang Hao. The aroma of grilled fish was still spreading, But the loud voice and the expression of enjoyment on his face didn't seem fake, and Wang Hao didn't know whether to believe it or not. He recalled the various strange and unusual snacks he had eaten before he traveled through time, including things like stinky tofu that smelled bad but tasted delicious. So he asked, "Brother Jack, how is this dried fish made? Why does it smell so bad?" Jack put down his fork and explained with a smile. "This is a unique pickling method used in our village of Riskutsa. Food is scarce in the high-altitude winter, and it is difficult to swallow dry black bread. So the villagers of Riskuka invented a very special method of pickling and drying fish. To the north of the northern wilderness lies the vast sea, where a seabird called the white-feathered finch lives. This bird usually lives by the sea and feeds on sea fish and various shallow sea creatures, accumulating a large amount of salt in its body. Before winter arrives, the white-feathered finches migrate south to spend the winter. The people of Riskuka village take the opportunity to catch them, then stuff the bluefish they catch in the river into the bellies of the white-feathered finches and bury them together in the ground. After being pickled for half a month, the grass carp absorbs the salt from the white-feathered finches and becomes fermented dried fish. When it is dug out and dried, it becomes the kind of dried fish that is hung outside. Because the white-feathered fins are not removed during the entire pickling process, and the internal organs of the grass carp are not processed, the grass carp will have a special stench after being unearthed. The people of Riskuka village are used to the smell and don't find it strange, but outsiders can't stand it, which is why they have such a strong reaction as Ding Dang. After hearing Jack's introduction, Wang Hao immediately realized that this was just another world version of pickled puffin and canned herring. Moreover, it's a super enhanced version combining both. No wonder it tastes so strong. Even Ding Dang, the little foodie, can't stand it. This shows just how toxic this dried fish is. Wang Hao sighed and gently patted Ding Dang's shoulder. He probably didn't lie to you. If you can't stand it, then don't eat it. Let's find a place to eat hot pot. But wasting food is bad, and Doraemon doesn't want to waste food. Ding Dang stared at the grilled fish on the plate for a long time, hesitated, then gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and grabbed the knife. Sister Chinexai told Ding Dang that food is hard to come by, and we must cherish it. Ding Dang will not give in to rotten fish. Chapter 198 Inspection. A sense of identification is a fascinating psychological response. When Ding Dang finished eating the grilled fish off the plate, enthusiastic applause immediately erupted in the tavern. The subtle sense of exclusion that had been there before was gone, and the diners cheered and welcomed Ding Dang as if she belonged there all along. Ding Dang was very happy and excitedly discussed the taste of the grilled fish with everyone. It was impossible to tell how much she used to dislike the smell of this stinky dried fish. Wang Hao didn't interrupt Ding Dang's conversation. He sat to the side with a smile and waited, but he still didn't have the courage to order himself a plate of grilled stinky fish. Just then, Kaisa, who had been silent all along, suddenly walked over and whispered to Wang Hao, "Who told you to come find Kassaden?" Wang Hao paused for a moment, then subconsciously answered the question. "Geraint, the leader of the Knights of Dawn." Kassa seemed surprised to hear Geraint's name, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly as she asked, "Do you have proof?" "Have." Wang Hao took out a beautiful gold badge from his ring and waved it in front of Kaisa. Although he didn't say anything, he believed that if Kaisa knew Kassaden, she would also recognize the badge. This badge is called the Star of Dawn, the highest honor medal that the Knights of Dawn can award. After Wang Hao defeated Grom and helped the Knights of Dawn win the war, Geraint awarded him this medal, representing the highest honor of the Knights of Dawn, to prove his contribution to the Kingdom of Leighton. Of course, there are other awards besides the Medal of Honor, but those awards must be presented by the royal family. If you want it, you can only wait until you return to Celtic City and ask King Arthur for it. Duke Geraint will not do anything beyond his duty. Wang Hao stroked the design on the badge and asked softly, "This was given to me by Commander Geraint. You should know what it is, right?" Kaisa did indeed recognize Dawnstar. When she saw what the badge looked like, she was completely shocked. The Dawnstar? How is that possible? Kasha clenched her fists, staring intently at the design on the metal's surface, but didn't dare to reach out and touch it. Only those who have made significant contributions to the Knights of Dawn are eligible for this. What have you done? Wang Hao put away the medal and smiled. I helped out a little, and this is from Commander Geraint. Don't worry, it's definitely not fake. I believe you, Kasha said decisively. You wait here for me to come back. Her gaze lingered on Wang Hao's face for a few seconds. Then she turned and walked towards the kitchen, quickly disappearing behind the greasy curtain. A moment later, when she returned to the counter, Her expression had returned to calm. Kasha pointed towards the kitchen and said, "Go on, my father is waiting for you inside. He wants to see you." They really are father and daughter. Wang Hao had previously made a vague guess, and now it's finally confirmed. "Take good care of Ding Dang for me. I'll be right back." The moment Wang Hao saw Kassaden, he knew why Kaisa was unwilling to acknowledge his identity. Kassaden is 42 years old this year, and as a mage who specializes in mental power, he should be a radiant middle-aged man. But what appeared before Wang Hao was an old man with gray hair and a thin body, whose wrinkled face looked older than Gandalf. "Are you Mr. Kassaden?" Wang Hao asked tentatively. Kassaden smiled faintly and said, "Hello, young man. May I take a look at your medals?" Wang Hao quickly took out the Dawn Star and handed it to him. Kassaden took the medal and examined it carefully, a look of reminiscence flashing across his face. "Star of Dawn, it's been so long since anyone has received this honor. You were the one who defeated Grum that night, weren't you? You know about what happened that night?" Wang Hao asked in surprise. Kassaden returned the medal to Wang Hao and smiled. "It's not far from the camp, is it? 30 kilometers is not far, and it is not difficult for a magician like Kassaden to find out some information." Wang Hao did not dwell on the issue and directly stated his purpose. "Mr. Kassaden, I'm having some mental problems. Captain Geraint said you might be able to help me. I hope you can lend a hand. Is it a problem with your mental strength?" "No problem, but I need to check it first to find out where the problem lies." Kassaden agreed readily. He handed Wang Hao a chair, and after Wang Hao sat down, he walked up to him and pressed his index finger against Wang Hao's forehead. "Don't be nervous. I need to check your mental strength. Try to relax. There won't be any danger." Wang Hao nodded and slowly closed his eyes. Kassaden took a deep breath and released a small amount of mental energy, which slowly merged into Wang Hao's head. This spiritual force was not strong, nor was it aggressive, but it immediately triggered a violent reaction as soon as it entered Wang Hao's mind. When the two mental energies came into contact, it was like pouring a bowl of cold water into hot oil. Wang Hao's mental energy instantly exploded. "Stay calm. Don't think about anything. Calm your mind," Kassaden urged. Wang Hao's face twitched involuntarily. He had unspeakable suffering in his heart. "If I could control myself, would I need to beg you? That's why I came to you. I couldn't control myself." It would have been better if he hadn't thought about it. The more he thought about these random things, the more his mental energy went berserk, and he almost broke free from Wang Hao's control. Wang Hao had a splitting headache, his body was shaking like a leaf, and cold sweat was pouring out. Kassaden realized that Wang Hao was now powerless and had to mobilize more of his mental energy to fight back, while using words to soothe his emotions. "Relax. You are now sitting in a warm bedroom, with no outsiders here, only your loved ones by your side." Listening to Kassaden's description of the environment, Wang Hao tried to immerse himself in it, imagining the gentle Ari massaging his shoulders, the lively Lulu massaging his legs while discussing dinner plans with him, and Ding Dang lying in the flower basket, snoring softly. The rampaging mental energy finally stabilized and slowly returned to calm. A moment later, Kassaden removed his fingers, and Wang Hao snapped out of his beautiful fantasy. He was just about to ask about his own situation when he suddenly realized that Kassaden's problem was even more serious. Kassaden's clothes were soaked with sweat, his gray hair had turned completely white, and he looked so weak that it was unbearable to look at him. "Mr. Kassaden, are you all right?" Wang Hao quickly helped Kassaden sit down, his heart filled with remorse. "I'm sorry. I've made you pay such a high price." Kassaden forced a smile and patted Wang Hao's hand. "I'm fine. Let's talk about your problem." Chapter 199 Friendship is priceless. You are not a magician, but you possess mental strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. Kassaden immediately got to the point, his expression grave as he said, "You might be the legendary Chosen One." Chosen Ones. Wang Hao heard this term for the first time and asked curiously, "What are Chosen Ones?" The Chosen Ones are a legend that has been passed down through the Holy Light continent. Kassaden gave Wang Hao a meaningful look before explaining. It is said that every so often, a baby blessed by God is born into the world. This child has been blessed by God since childhood and possesses unparalleled talent or ability. Whatever he wants to do, he will reap unexpected rewards, wealth, fame, or immense power. Whatever he desires, he will always get it. At this point, Kassaden stopped talking and instead looked at Wang Hao with a strange gaze. Clearly, he suspected that Wang Hao was the one favored by the gods. Wang Hao was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. "Mr. Kassaden, do you believe I am the legendary Chosen One?" Wang Hao smiled and shook his head, saying, "Then you're wrong. I am indeed somewhat different from ordinary people, but I can tell you for sure that I do not meet the criteria for a chosen one. I was an orphan since I was a child. Before I turned 20, my life was a mess. Nothing I did went smoothly, and I never got anything I wanted. My achievements today are mainly due to my own efforts. And of course, there was also a bit of unexpected good luck. It has nothing to do with God." Moreover, Wang Hao's expression suddenly turned extremely solemn as he looked earnestly into Cassaden's eyes and said, "I am not a believer in any God. I only believe in myself." "You don't believe in the existence of God?" Cassaden asked in shock. "It's not that I don't believe." Wang Hao organized his thoughts and explained, "There are many things in this world that are hard to explain. I don't deny other people's beliefs, but I will not entrust my fate to so-called gods. I only believe in myself." "I see." Cassaden breathed a sigh of relief. The chosen one may be just a legend, but denying the existence of God is a heinous act. If the Vatican were to find out that Wang Hao had said such things, they would surely label him a heretic, and he would face endless persecution. "We can't discuss matters of God. Let's get back to the main topic." Cassaden changed the subject and continued discussing Wang Hao's condition. "When you fought Grom before, did you burn your own mental energy?" Cassaden asked seriously. Wang Hao didn't hide anything and nodded, saying, "That's right. There was an accident at the time. I was blinded by anger and lost control of my mental energy. That's the root of the problem." Cassaden said seriously, "A mage's mental strength gradually grows stronger through long periods of meditation and cultivation. You skipped this step and obtained this powerful mental strength out of thin air, so the connection between this mental strength and you is not strong enough. During the process of burning your mental energy, this connection gradually weakens, which is why your mental energy becomes uncontrollable." Wang Hao quickly asked, "Do you have a way to help me repair this connection?" "It's difficult. You have to do this yourself. No one else can help you," Cassaden said, shaking his head. "Me?" Wang Hao frowned, feeling somewhat disappointed. "If I could solve it myself, I wouldn't have come to you. I don't know how to fix it." "Don't worry, I can help you figure something out." Seeing Wang Hao's worried expression, Cassaden couldn't help but laugh and said, "I once accidentally comprehended a method for cultivating spiritual power, which I call the void meditation method. The main function of the void meditation method is to help practitioners control their mental power. As long as you persist in practicing, although the total amount of mental power will not increase much, the ability to control mental power will be greatly improved. This cultivation method is very suitable for your current situation and should be able to help you resolve the hidden dangers." Hearing that there was a solution, Wang Hao was overjoyed and immediately asked, "Mr. Cassaden, I would like to learn your void meditation method. How much do I need to pay?" "Payment?" Cassaden smiled and shook his head, saying, "You don't need to pay anything. I'll teach you for free." "Teach me for free?" Wang Hao looked at Cassaden in surprise, wondering if he had misheard. How could such a good thing fall into your lap for no reason? Does Cassaden have ulterior motives? Seemingly sensing Wang Hao's worries, Cassaden patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said meaningfully, "When you get that Dawn Star, you'll have gained my friendship. I never ask my friends for anything in return. Friendship is priceless." Friendship is priceless. A simple sentence deeply shocked Wang Hao. "Mr. Cassaden, it is my honor to have your friendship." Wang Hao bowed and said sincerely, "Thank you for your help. I will cherish this friendship." Cassaden nodded, looking out at the dark night sky, and said, "It's too late now. Time is a bit tight, and I need to prepare in advance." After thinking for a moment, Cassaden suddenly asked Wang Hao where he was going to stay that night. "We haven't found a place to stay yet. We might have to stay at a hotel for the night," Wang Hao answered truthfully. "A hotel? There are no hotels in our village of Riskyuka. You're going to be disappointed." Cassaden smiled and shook his head, saying, "How about this? There's another room upstairs. You can make do here tonight, and we'll start training tomorrow morning." What else could Wang Hao say but immediately agree? "I'm so sorry, I won't stand on ceremony with you." "Thank you." Cassaden nodded, then suddenly asked, "Is that girl outside named Ding Dang a fairy?" "You noticed?" "Yes, before I was injured, I was a level 9 archmage, just one step away from the saint level. Her transformation technique couldn't hide from my eyes." Cassaden is actually a level 9 archmage. Wang Hao was greatly shocked, but then he thought about it and felt relieved. The Knights of Dawn are full of elites, so how could their vice commander be a weakling? Only a mediocre player like Alex would be that weak. If he were more capable, he probably would have dropped the word agent long ago. Just as Wang Hao was lost in thought, Cassaden suddenly asked, You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Would you like to try my grilled fish? Wang Hao trembled and shook his head in terror. I'm not hungry. Can I not eat? Kassadin chuckled. What do you think? Chapter 200 Cruel Cultivation. When a magician meditates, he needs to set a goal for himself. It can be the deity you believe in, or it can be a majestic mountain or river. There are no special requirements. As long as you can calm yourself down, even small flowers and grass are fine. Based on this, the void meditation method has been slightly adjusted, changing the target to the void and the stars. Oneself is the vast void, and spiritual energy is divided into countless brilliant stars. No matter how the stars twinkle and change, they can never escape the shackles of the void, and thus cannot escape the control of their master. As a modern time traveler, Wang Hao naturally understood the connection between the universe and the stars, and thus quickly grasped the core secrets of the void meditation method. With Kassadin's help, he successfully separated a wisp of spiritual power and sensed a faint connection within it. Kassadin withdrew his mental energy and looked at Wang Hao approvingly. Your comprehension is quite good. Next, we need to strengthen the connection between you and this mental energy. I don't need to tell you how, do I? Wang Hao nodded, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. I understand. Although I can't explain it clearly, I know what to do. Very good, you can practice here slowly. This is a task that will take a long time to complete, so don't rush it. Otherwise you will only make the berserk problem worse, Kassadin said seriously. Okay, I understand. Wang Hao knew Kassadin meant well, but he still couldn't help but voice his doubts. Mr. Kassadin, why do I have to cultivate in the cellar? Can't I cultivate in a better environment? You're not satisfied with this place? Kassadin asked in surprise. No one will disturb you here, which is very helpful for your cultivation. It was indeed very quiet, but Wang Hao looked around, his expression becoming extremely conflicted. But I don't want to keep company with these dried fish. This is the tavern's cellar, where supplies for the winter are stored. Besides homemade barley wine and some grains, the cellar mainly stores dried bluefish, a specialty of Riskuka village, numbering no less than 1,000. With so many dried fish piled together, the fishy smell was so strong it stung my eyes. Every breath felt like kissing death. Wang Hao was no longer in the mood to think about where Kassadin got so many dried fish. All he wanted to do now was leave. Get out of here immediately, as far away from these stinking dried fish as possible. But Kassadin was not willing to let him go. Don't think I'm deliberately torturing you. This is also part of helping you cultivate the void meditation technique, Kassadin said seriously. Are you kidding me? Wang Hao said with a look of disgust, pointing to the mountain of dried fish. What use are these stinky dried fish? They're only good for making me nauseous and unable to concentrate. You should let me cultivate somewhere else. No, that's the biggest benefit of dried fish. Kassadin rejected Wang Hao's suggestion, explaining, if you had ample time to cultivate with me, I certainly wouldn't let you practice the void meditation technique here. But you didn't. You still have to go to the Xiling Empire and Nasdaq City. You haven't given me enough time, so I have to use this extreme method to make you adapt. Believe me, when you can cultivate without any worries in the cellar, you can also continue to cultivate while driving the carriage. This is very important for you. Is it important? It is indeed very important. This serious injury severely reduced Wang Hao's combat effectiveness. The injuries to the muscles and internal organs have healed, but the cracks in the bones are not healing as quickly and will take more than half a month to fully recover. During this period, Wang Hao could not fight as recklessly as before, so the safety issue had to be left to Ding Dang. But those familiar with Ding Dang know that the little fairy's strength is just SOSO, nothing special, not the best but not the worst either. Encountering a weakling might be fine, but if you encounter a dragon or other high-level magical beast, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's why Wang Hao was anxious to solve the problem of his mental energy going berserk. As long as his mental energy can be restored to its original state, even if he encounters a powerful enemy, the little fairy can use his mental energy to release advanced magic, thus ensuring his safety. Thank you for your trouble. Wang Hao lowered his head and said sincerely, I will cultivate diligently here. Ding Dang, I'll leave you with these worries. That little imp. Kassadin smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, I still have some prestige and rescues a village. She'll be fine. Okay, then I'll start cultivating now. Wang Hao slowly closed his eyes, trying to block out the omnipresent stench, and began to cultivate according to the requirements of the meditation method. After he entered a meditative state, Kassadin carried a barrel of ale out of the cellar and happened to see Ding Dang tinkering with that strange carriage. Ding Dang, what are you going to do? Casaden asked curiously. I want to do business. Ding Dang explained while fiddling with the carriage. The big bad guy has to cultivate and doesn't have time to do business, so naturally such an important job should be handed over to Ding Dang. You're good at business too. A gentle smile appeared on Casaden's face as he put down the wine barrel and walked toward the carriage. What did you bring? Can I see it? Of course. Ding Dang opened the car door, her slender fingers lightly touching her rosy lips. Let me think about what that big bad guy said again. All right. Ding Dang knows what to say now. Ding Dang coughed lightly and, imitating Wang Hao, shouted loudly. Don't miss it. A general store is opening. You won't lose out if you buy this. You won't be cheated. Buying it is a sure win. Not buying it will be a loss for you. Come and take a look. These two shouts were quite impressive, and combined with Ding Dang's adorable appearance, they were a delight to behold. Casaden asked curiously, would you be at a disadvantage if you didn't buy it? Of course, it's because our products are the best. Ding Dang picked up a roll of toilet paper from the shelf and introduced it with a grin. This is called toilet paper. It's very comfortable to wipe your bottom. Buy 5 rolls and get 1 free. The price is fair and honest. And this is called spicy strips. Do you know what spicy strips are? Spicy strips are a kind of numbing and spicy snack. They are very delicious. Ding Dang eats them every day. They are even better than the stinky dried fish you make. As she spoke, Ding Dang deftly tore open the packaging of the spicy strips, pulled out a piece of stinky tofu, and stuffed it into her mouth. This is delicious. Ding Dang handed the remaining spicy strips to Casaden, her eyes sparkling. Would you like to try some? The rich, spicy aroma of the spicy strips wafted into his nostrils, and Casaden's throat bobbed as he instinctively stuck out his finger. However, just as he was about to touch the packaging, Ding Dang suddenly put the stinky tofu back, then looked at Casaden with a sly expression. I never said it was free.